You've learned 100 types of martial arts, yet you've never practiced them. What you've done is make them compete with each other. Just because you've acquired the strongest competitive system, all martial arts will automatically cultivate themselves. They even enter a state of enlightenment at the slightest provocation. The Thunder Slash has broken through to the subtle realm. The diamond body is not to be outdone, with a 200% increase in cultivation speed. The ancient kill has been stimulated and begins to achieve enlightenment. Thus, your martial arts are constantly growing. At this time, there are still 100 days until the college entrance examination, and you are just a low-level dancer at Awakening Stage 4. So in the next 100 days, you must improve your strength as much as possible. Then you open your system panel, Awakening Stage 4, Mingno Proficiency at 23%, Gale Step Proficiency at 1%, Thunder Slash Basic Progress at 15%. Although the system boosts your martial arts level and skills, achieving significant improvement in a short time requires vast resources. But seeing only 3 digits left in your bank account, you can only shake your head helplessly. Today, you arranged with Guo Rengang to try your luck at the antique market. So early in the morning, you arrived at an antique shop, where the shopkeeper handed a pottery jar to Guo Rengang, which was specially reserved for you. Guo Rengang's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a magnifying glass to examine it. Meanwhile, you were disinterested. This antique shop by the school was just taking advantage of young students, and it was unlikely to have anything good. Since you're here, you might as well take a look, so you picked up a pottery jar from the counter. The shop owner smiled brightly, saying, "This is a relic from before the Federation era, used by the Emperor. I'll give it to you for 3,000. You couldn't help but smirk. You handed the jar to the owner and saw a clear line of small print on the inner wall. Federation, March 5, 1099, produced by the pharmaceutical factory, suggested retail price 1.5 yuan. Wow, it just came off the production line yesterday. The shop owner, Lao Yi, coughed a few times. I misjudged again. You ignored the owner and casually wandered around. Soon, a broken old sword in the corner of the shelf caught your attention. So you walked to the shelf and picked up the battle knife. The next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in your mind, Thunder Slash, indicating that the lightning blade had entered an enlightened state, significantly enhancing its cultivation speed. Immediately, the progress bar for Thunder Slash skyrocketed, quickly breaking through from the basic level to the proficient level. In this enlightened state, your comprehension surged, and the intense impact left you somewhat dazed. After a while, you came back to your senses and quickly opened the system panel. At this point, Thunder Slash had reached 92% mastery. Looking at the translucent glowing text, your breathing became heavy. This was completely beyond your imagination. Martial arts realms are divided into 6 levels: basic, proficient, mastery, subtle, expert, and perfect. Just in that fleeting moment, Thunder Slash directly ascended to the mastery level. You must know this is a B-level martial art. Normally, it takes persistent hard training of 20 to 30 years to reach mastery. Reaching mastery in a B-level martial art has caused your strength to surge. Now you can rival those at Awakening Stage 6. Next, you turned to Lao Yi and asked, "How much for this knife?" "This student, you have a good eye. This moon-handled divine weapon has slain multiple thunder beasts. Since you're a student, I won't ask for too much." As he spoke, Lao Yi gestured with his hand. 80,000. Hearing Lao Yi's words, your brow raised slightly. "How about half that?" 4,000? "That's too harsh of a bargain. My cost is more than that." Lao Yi sighed, looking reluctant. "Fine, take it. Consider it a favor." You shook your head. "No, you miscalculated. I meant 4 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lao Yi fell silent. In all his years of doing business, it was the first time he heard such a thing. It was as if the lion spirit had wiped away all its pride. Guo Rengang burst into laughter beside you. "Looks like you bit off more than you can chew." After a fierce negotiation, you finally settled on a price of 235 yuan. At this point, you realized that you might have found a way to make money by determining the authenticity of antiques based on whether martial arts achieve enlightenment. So after paying, you took action, browsing through the store's items. Unfortunately, aside from that battle knife, nothing else triggered a reaction in your martial arts. Right now, to quickly improve your strength, you need to learn more martial arts skills, and at least B-level ones, but these types of martial arts are quite expensive. So after returning to school, you sought out your homeroom teacher, Su Yun, and upon learning your intentions, Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a few days ago, you had learned the B-level martial art Thunder Slash. Did you think the school's martial arts were as cheap as cabbage? I'll just learn this one, and I won't bother you again. As long as you can master Thunder Slash to the subtle realm, I'll apply for another martial art for you. In Su Yun's view, you had just advanced to Awakening Stage 4, and it was unrealistic to expect a breakthrough to Stage 5 before the exam. At this time, focusing all your energy on one martial art was the most cost-effective approach. If I can meet your requirements, does that mean I can only choose one B-level martial art? As long as you can reach the subtle realm before the exam, other requests are not out of the question. Suyun looked at you with a hint of teasing. He didn't believe you could do it. You blinked, thinking you just wanted to learn another B-level martial art. Why did Suyun think of that? After leaving the office, you went to the playground and sat down. Today, the school was holding a 100-day oath ceremony, and the playground was already filled with people. Guorengang took out a piece of crispy pork belly to show off. Soon, the ceremony officially began, with school leaders and student representatives taking the stage to speak. The students were all fired up. However, Guorengang was indifferent, hiding in the back corner, indulging in various snacks. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Guorengang, watch out! A purple bird suddenly dove from the sky, accompanied by a sharp wind, heading straight for Guorengang. It was a thunder blood bird. Your pupils constricted as you recognized this type of bird. It wasn't a ferocious beast, but it contained a trace of thunder beast blood, known for its speed. But it could hunt down eagles. At that moment, Guorengang also noticed the thunder sparrow, and fear appeared on his face. With his physical strength, he would be split in half by the high-speed dive of the thunder sparrow. Many powerful dancers at the scene wanted to intervene, but they were all too far away. Many school leaders were sweating anxiously in such a grand occasion as the oath-taking ceremony, with many reporters present. If a student were to die, they would be ruthlessly blamed by the public. At a critical moment, a thunderclap suddenly echoed, accompanied by a dazzling silver light that shot up into the sky, directly targeting the descending thunder fist. Then came a soft thud, followed by a bloom of blood in mid-air. The thunderbird had been cut in half. Immediately after, a system notification rang in your ears: Thunder/first kill. The lightning entity gained insight and broke through to the subtle realm. Meanwhile, the surrounding students gasped in surprise. Oh my god, that's the B-rank martial art, Thunder/. The intensity of the thunder indicated that the realm was definitely not low. So cool. Too bad the one saved wasn't a beauty, otherwise it would have gone viral. Just as everyone was discussing, the system notification sounded again: Thunder/first hearing, inspiring admiration and increasing the training speed by 80%. Is Thunder/ really that proud? It actually enjoys compliments. At that moment, Guorengang shouted at you, run. High above, 3 more companions of the Thunder Sword were killed, unleashing their ferocity. Their wings flapped violently as they dove towards you like swords. You gripped the hilt calmly, swinging your arms as you slashed continuously into the air. Thunder roared again, and 3 narrow streaks of light shot across like lightning, each aimed at the groups of thunder charging from 3 different directions. In an instant, blood splattered. The 3 thunderbirds didn't even have time to scream before they perished on the spot. The scene fell into silence in an instant. Then it erupted like boiling water. What an impressive young man. This is the manifestation of the subtle mastery of Thunder/. I thought Lu Bu was already invincible under heaven. Who is this subordinate? Killing 3 thunderbirds isn't really that difficult. The top students in the senior year have the strength to master this B-rank martial art. In the vast Qingshan station, even teachers can't pick out many. In the distance, Suyun's eyes were filled with even greater shock. He knew very well that you had only been introduced to Thunder/ 3 days ago, and now you'd already reached the subtle realm. Next, the principal quickly approached with a group of school leaders, saying, "Student, are you not aware that eating is strictly prohibited in the training area? You are responsible for the cleanliness of the training area this month." Then the principal turned to you, his serious expression fading into a bright smile, saying, "Well done. Facing danger and bravely wielding your blade, you truly are a student of Qingshan No. 1 High School." Nearby, a television camera pointed at you, and the principal gave you a knowing look. You immediately understood, wearing a serious expression, thinking that it's primarily because Qingshan No. 1 High School provided such good education that I gained the ability and courage to sacrifice for others. The principal laughed heartily, saying, "This student understands well. We can reward him more." After this interlude, the oath-taking ceremony will continue. At this moment, you examined the worn-out knife, which was covered in cracks and looked as if it would shatter upon chopping vegetables, yet it could withstand your high-speed slashes. Suddenly, you realized something was off. The blood on the blade had vanished, and the notch on the edge seemed much smaller. This battle knife is even more extraordinary than you imagined. It surely has other peculiar traits that need further exploration. After the oath-taking ceremony, Suyun called you to his office. He scrutinized you closely, as if trying to see through your very being, then asked about your situation with Thunder/. "This morning, I practiced Thunder/ diligently and accidentally had an epiphany. After finishing, I was only a membrane away from the subtle realm. Just now in the training area, I had an insight that allowed me to break through that membrane." You are truly lucky. An epiphany is a very special state. Achieving it is entirely based on luck, and many geniuses go their whole lives without experiencing it once. "Teacher Su, I have already reached the subtle realm with Thunder/. Shouldn't we fulfill our agreement now?" Upon hearing this, Suyun felt a bit flustered. Aside from that one B-rank martial art, what other requests do you have? You rubbed your hands together, showing an embarrassed smile. "It's about that. Suyun felt even more anxious. He knew all too well what a 17 or 18-year-old boy would most desire. I want to study all the B-rank martial arts offered by the school. Suyun blinked, feeling relieved. This boy might be a bit arrogant in martial arts, but his character is ultimately good. He gathered his thoughts, shook his head, and said, the school has regulations. All students can only study a maximum of 3 martial arts. Then I'll choose 2 more B-rank martial arts. Suyun was somewhat reluctant, but he was also worried that if he refused, you might make an excessive request. Reluctantly, he could only agree to it. As if that's not enough, we can choose together. Upon arriving at the martial arts building, you headed straight to the B-rank martial arts section. Not needing weapon-based martial arts, you chose a bare-handed martial art called Ancient Killing Techniques, which made you feel as if you had 1,000 bones, with tricky moves that were hard to defend against. Additionally, you chose a horizontal training art called Diamond Body, which has 9 levels originally. This was an S-rank martial art with a total of 18 levels. Seeing your choices, Suyun's eyes widened. These 2 martial arts are extremely difficult to practice. You should reconsider. I won't change, only weaklings fear difficulties. A faint line appeared on Suyun's fair forehead. While it's true that the strong do not fear difficulties, a mere awakening stage 4 practitioner is hardly considered strong. However, seeing your determination, he didn't press further. Letting young people take a few detours isn't such a bad thing. Then the administrator took out 2 martial seals and handed them to you. Next, you went to the transmission room and pressed the martial seals to your forehead. Soon, you successfully accepted those 2 martial arts. Then you opened the system panel and noticed the final entry for Diamond Body, along with its realm description. Unlike other martial arts, horizontal training arts are quite unique and do not apply to standard realm classifications. After finishing your studies, you returned to the classroom. A group of unfamiliar students surrounded you, all astonished that a previously unnoticed student could master Thunder Slash to the subtle realm. At that moment, a tall and beautiful girl walked up to you. The crowd that had surrounded you suddenly rushed towards the girl. President Lu, what brings you here? Lu Manhwa comes from the Lu family in Xingshan City, which runs the top martial arts dojo in the city. She is a top student at the school and has already reached the pinnacle of Awakening Stage 9, with a great chance of being accepted into Star River University. What do you need, you? You didn't have to come in person. A text on my phone would have sufficed. Lu Manhwa continued walking, coldly stating, Zhang Wenxi, I'm not here to find you. Zhang Wenxi stood awkwardly in place, and the nearby students blushed upon witnessing this. Then Lu Manhwa approached you and asked, are you Lin Chuan? You raised your eyebrows in surprise. You didn't recall the original owner having any acquaintance with Lu Manhwa. You killed the Thunder Hound this morning, and your level of Thunder Slash is far superior to mine, so I would like to ask you to guide me in practicing Thunder Slash. As for the guidance fee, I'm offering 1,000 yuan per hour. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted. A student at the top of the pyramid like Lu Manhwa was actively asking for guidance and offering such generous pay. Right now, what you need most is money, especially since she offered such a high reward. The problem is, the Thunder Slash display system helped you break through, and you didn't really understand the challenges in the practice. As you struggled with this, your brow instinctively furrowed. Seeing your expression, Lu Manhwa slightly leaned forward and said, Classmate Ning, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Thunder Slash is one of the most difficult B-rank martial arts. I will revise my offer to 3,000 yuan per hour. Is that acceptable? You blinked in surprise at this unexpected gain. Lu Manhwa's extravagant demeanor promised a bit of money even if the guidance didn't go well, so you decisively agreed, I'll take on the guidance work. Then let us start today. I'll wait for you at the school gate after class. With that, she politely took her leave. Beside you, Wei Rengang laughed triumphantly. 3,000 per hour? That means you can make 100,000 a month. Even professional dancers don't earn that much. Not far away, class leader Zhang Wenxi wore a grim expression, staring at Lu Manhwa's back, his eyes full of unspoken thoughts. After school that afternoon, you arrived at the school gate. Lu Manhwa was sitting in a car, waving at you. Your gaze lingered on the car emblem for 2 seconds. This was a Fengshui sports car, with the lowest configuration costing at least 5 million yuan. She's practically a rich heiress. Next, Lu Manhwa took you to the Extreme Path Dojo, and you felt a bit nervous inside. Classmate Lu, how would I know? I haven't practiced Thunder Slash for long. I only advanced to the subtle realm due to a lucky epiphany. I'll demonstrate Thunder Slash while you point out my shortcomings. Additionally, we can battle using Thunder Slash to deepen my understanding of martial arts. Next, Lu Manhwa began demonstrating Thunder Slash as you guided her, correcting many of her details along the way. Before long, an hour had passed. Thus, Lu Manhwa suppressed her realm to match yours and began sparring with you. You both continued to fight for an hour. In the process, you recognized your shortcomings. Despite having the advantage in Thunder Slash, you often found yourself at a disadvantage due to a severe lack of combat experience. Lu Mengyue also clearly sensed that her bottleneck with Thunder Slash was loosening. After an hour of sparring, you effortlessly earned 6,000 in cash. After receiving the money, you went to the supermarket and directly purchased 15 pounds of beast meat. Upon returning home, you placed the meat into a pressure cooker to stew. After a busy afternoon in battling with Lu Mengyue, you were already starving. Without hesitation, you grabbed a large piece of meat and began tearing into it. After just a few bites, the mechanical synthesis sound of the yaks echoed in your mind, and you felt a surge of energy in your body. Excited, your cultivation speed increased by 335% until the energy was depleted. The yak was surprisingly a ground-level breathing technique. The process of practicing breathing techniques refines the body. At this rate, you would soon advance to awakening martial decision. Additionally, your ancient killing techniques had reached 3% in basic training through the system's automatic cultivation. However, your diamond body was only at 1%. When you clicked on it, the system notified you that the morale was low due to not having soaked in a medicinal bath, resulting in a severe decline in training speed. It seemed that horizontal training arts required medicinal baths to absorb energy and speed up the refining process. But right now, you were broke. It seemed you had to find a way to make some money. The next morning, during the 5:10 class, a worker approached you. Usually, the two of you would pass the time together. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped in front of you, saying, "Today, you will spar with me. As an excellent student, I should guide you." Beside you, Guoringon's expression changed slightly. "Ma Haishao, you're at awakening stage 6, isn't this bullying?" You stretched your body and said to Ma Haishao, "Go ahead, make your move." He did not agree just for the sake of face. In his battle with Lu Mengyue, he could only use the Flash Thunder Slash to lean towards her, which had certain limitations. However, when facing Ma Hai, he could unleash various martial arts without restraint. Ningchen knew in his heart that Ma Hai was 2 realms higher than him. The battle would be extremely arduous, but as long as he could withstand the pressure, the rewards would be immense. His combat level would improve rapidly. With the college entrance examination approaching, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with various real combat scenarios. Even if Ma Hai did not provoke him this time, he would no longer slack off with Guoringu and would find a student at the 5th or 6th awakening stage to spar with. Quite spirited, but without strength, being too stubborn is not a good thing. A slap will teach you what is right and wrong. Ma Hai's gaze was mocking as he took a step forward, crossing over 10 meters to stand in front of Ningchen. Whoa! Raising his right arm, Ma Hai tensed it, like a cleaving axe, heavily striking towards Ningchen's face. Battle Axe Slash. This was a form of unarmed martial arts known for its overwhelming force. How fast? Ningchen's eyes narrowed, shocked by Ma Hai's speed. The Battle Axe Slash was not known for its quickness, so Ma Hai's realm must not be low. However, he did not panic. He quickly raised his arms to block in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. A heavy force surged towards him, and Ningchen found it hard to resist, having to continuously retreat to dissipate the force. With each step, deep footprints were left in the training ground's grass. After 7 or 8 steps, Ningchen finally steadied himself, but a large part of his sleeve was torn by the force, and the exposed skin quickly turned red and swollen. Your body has been injured. The diamond body feels guilty and is working hard to improve, progressing rapidly. Ningchen raised an eyebrow. Was there an unexpected benefit? It seemed that as long as he frequently engaged in unarmed combat, even without medicinal baths, he could accelerate the cultivation of the diamond body. I want to see how many moves you can take. Ma Hai sneered, not giving Ningchen a chance to catch his breath, charging forward again. Through this move, he was already certain that Ningchen was clearly at a disadvantage. Fiery Tiger Claw. Ma Hai's right hand fell swiftly, his 5 fingers like iron hooks, piercing through the air with a tearing sound as he struck fiercely. Swish! Ningchen exerted force under his feet, executing the Gale Step. He had already mastered this martial art, moving quickly to evade Ma Hai's claw strike with a diagonal sidestep. At the same time, he circled around to Ma Hai's side. Whoosh! Ningchen brought his 5 fingers together like a sharp sword, swiftly stabbing towards Ma Hai's throat, the air vibrating violently, producing a sound like tearing fabric. Trivial skills. Ma Hai's cold smile remained. As a 6th awakening stage practitioner, his dynamic vision was strong. In less than a second, he caught the trajectory of Ningchen's attack. He swiftly punched out, aiming for the predicted position. However, just as he was about to strike Ningchen's wrist, Ma Hai's expression changed. He saw Ningchen's right arm shake forcefully, and with a crisp sound, it seemed as if several bones appeared, evading at a strange angle, like a cold, venomous snake shaking its head. The next moment, with a loud slap, Ningchen struck Ma Hai's face. The force was immense. Ma Hai's head shook, and amidst the many surprised and astonished gazes, a clear handprint instantly appeared. Shadow Snake Strike. One of the 5 forms of the 1,000 Bones killing technique. It could quickly change direction mid-attack, making it the hardest to predict the attack position. The training time is still too short. If I were at the proficient level, this Shadow Snake Strike, after evading Mahai's attack, would still hit his throat. That area is very vulnerable. Even though Mahai is 2 realms higher than me, I could defeat him. Instead of just changing my move halfway and slapping him now, Ning Chen thought to himself, feeling a hint of regret. Not far away, Suyun's almond-shaped eyes widened, her fair and delicate face filled with shock. Just yesterday at noon, Ning Chen had only learned the 1,000 bones killing technique. Now, he could actually demonstrate it with some semblance of skill. This couldn't possibly be a sudden enlightenment. Could it be that Ning Chen's martial arts talent is actually very strong? Suyun speculated in her heart. Martial arts talent can generally be divided into 2 types. One refers to the body, where the aptitude is good, allowing for rapid cultivation with almost no barriers to advancement. Even if there are, one can break through quickly. The other is comprehension. Those with good talent in this area can learn any martial arts quickly and gain insights in a short time. Suyun felt that Ning Chen might be the latter type of genius. However, she didn't understand why Ning Chen hadn't shown this before. Meanwhile, in the crowd of onlookers, a commotion erupted, filled with exclamations of surprise. Ning Chen had actually slapped Mahai. Although Mahai wasn't seriously injured, the act of slapping someone is inherently humiliating. It was simply unbelievable. One must know that awakening at the 6th stage against someone at the 4th stage should normally result in a crushing victory. We underestimated Ning Chen. He not only knows the Thunder Slash but also masters other powerful martial arts. Mahai is really embarrassing. Didn't he say he would slap Ning Chen? How did he end up getting slapped instead? Vo Ringyu shouted from the crowd. Ning Chen's martial arts are impressive, like a venomous snake swaying its head to catch prey, able to change trajectory multiple times before hitting the target. Indeed powerful, even someone at the 6th stage couldn't detect it and got slapped. Hearing the discussions around him, Mahai's face turned crimson, completely overshadowing the red mark from the slap, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Mahai pointed at Ning Chen, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Getting slapped was an undeniable fact. It seems you haven't shown me what it means to know your place. Ning Chen smiled faintly, rubbing his fingers together, and said, having slapped you so many times with my actions before, it truly feels better to slap you in person. Don't get too proud. It was just a moment of carelessness on my part that allowed you to take advantage of me. Mahai shouted angrily, striding forward like a fierce tiger, wanting to slap Ning Chen back to redeem his honor. Ning Chen fearlessly met him head-on. Swift wind steps, diamond body, 1,000 bones killing technique. Ning Chen unleashed various martial arts in succession, battling Mahai and pushing his combat power to the limit. However, overall, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, he was 2 stages behind. There was a significant gap in strength, speed, resilience, and sensory perception. Moreover, aside from the Thunder Slash, his other martial arts weren't at a high level. Ning Chen's body was continuously covered in red and swollen injuries. His fists were also bruised. Yet, his understanding of real combat deepened rapidly. Ning Chen was unafraid of pain, his eyes calm, fully immersed in the battle, striking with precise timing and logical moves. Mahai's attacks were fierce, but in a short time, he couldn't take down Ning Chen. Ding ding ding. A quarter of an hour later, the rest bell rang. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, neither Ning Chen nor Mahai had emerged victorious. Finally, Suyun spoke up, and the 2 stopped fighting. You're just a madman. Mahai glared fiercely at Ning Chen, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Although he had maintained the upper hand, he hadn't managed to slap Ning Chen. Instead, he had taken quite a few hits. All were injuries exchanged for injuries inflicted by Ning Chen. But the problem was, his punches were far more powerful than Ning Chen's. Exchanging injuries clearly put Ning Chen at a disadvantage. Yet, the other party kept adopting this fighting style. While Mahai looked down on him, more than that, he felt a sense of impotent rage. If it weren't for the time limit, he was sure he could win. Huff! Ning Chen gasped for breath, his body covered in large areas of bruises and swelling. But he didn't care at all. A pair of black eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at an interface visible only to him. Diamond Body, Level 1, Progress 5%. This battle had raised the Diamond Body by a full 3 percentage points, more than a day of normal training. You'd better quit your guidance work with President Lu Manhwa. Someone like her is not someone you have the qualifications to approach. Mahai glared at Ning Chen, lowering his voice to threaten, otherwise, I'll beat you up once a day. Mahai said coldly, without practical combat classes, I can still find reasons to take action against you. The school can't do anything to me. Go ahead and try. Ning Chen blinked. Once a day. Such a good deal. This was a free sparring partner delivered right to his door. He was overjoyed inside, but a smirk appeared on his face as he said, I don't have the qualifications to approach Manhwa, but you do? My dad is a millionaire, with 7 houses. Can you, an orphan, compare? Mahai snorted coldly. A scene from a movie unconsciously flashed in his mind. Leaning slightly forward, Mahai brought his mouth close to Ning Chen's ear, his voice chilling. This beating is a greeting from Brother Zhang. You'd better be sensible. Otherwise, your fate will be beyond your imagination. Brother Zhang? You mean Zhang Wenxi? Just know that. Mahai, addicted to the act, felt he should be even colder. After saying that, he turned and strode away. Is it a crush on Manhwa, or some other reason? Ning Chen glanced at Zhang Wenxi not far away, stroking his chin, and chose not to confront him. Awakening at the 7th stage, he had already crossed into a high tier, his strength formidable. Even if he wielded the silver blood battle blade, he would still be no match. This debt could be settled later. Ning Chen, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the school infirmary? Guo Ringyu hurried over, his face anxious. Ning Chen shrugged and smiled lightly. It's a minor issue, it looks serious, but it's just some surface injuries. A bit of bruise ointment and a few days of rest will do. As he spoke, nearby students couldn't help but glance at Ning Chen a few more times. In their eyes, admiration began to surface. To fight to such an extent in a battle between 2 realms was truly remarkable. Come with me to the office. A soft, gentle voice sounded as Suyun approached Ning Chen. The expressions of the boys on site changed instantly. Admiration vanished. Anger surfaced. For a moment, they even forgot. This was the top of the must-be-eliminated list. They wished they could take her place. In the office, Suyun stared at Ning Chen, her lips curling slightly. Don't just stand there, you don't need to be formal in front of the teacher. Let's sit down and talk. I'll stand. As a student, the most important thing is to respect teachers and the way. Ning Chen coughed lightly. He hadn't felt it before when his fighting spirit was high, but as his mindset calmed and the adrenaline faded, the soreness from his injuries became increasingly clear. Any slight movement would intensify the pain. It was only his resilient character that kept him from losing his composure. A smile involuntarily appeared on Suyun's pretty face as she teased, awakening at the 4th stage against the 6th stage, daring to exchange injuries for injuries. I really thought you weren't afraid of pain. As she spoke, she opened her right hand, and a swirl of green light surged from her palm, continuously gathering like flowing water. Ning Chen immediately perked up, his eyes widening as he carefully observed the green light. This was primal energy, a powerful force that could only be mastered by becoming a formal martial artist. Stop staring. Come a little closer so I can treat you, Suyun said. With a thought, the green light in her right hand rose, enveloping Ning Chen like a thick mist, continuously seeping into his skin. Ning Chen felt as if cool water was washing over his body, and the soreness quickly diminished. A few minutes later, the green light dissipated. Ning Chen felt no pain at all. He looked down and saw that there was not a single swollen or injured spot on his body, even the cracked skin on his fist had healed. How did you do this? Ning Chen looked at Suyun, his eyes filled with shock, finding it hard to believe. A formal martial artist was actually this powerful. Suyun was still just a relatively weak martial artist. The descriptions of those absolute powerhouses, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, might not be an exaggeration. You're too weak right now, there's no need for you to understand these things. Once you awaken to the 9th stage, your university mentors will naturally inform you. Suyun waved her hand and said. Then, she opened the drawer under the table and took out a square package wrapped in gauze, about the size of a soccer ball. You killed the Thunder Sparrow to save Guo Ringyu yesterday. After the school leaders inquired about your information and discussed it, they decided to give you this. Suyun handed the gauze-wrapped package to Ning Chen. This is a medicine package? Ning Chen sniffed lightly, and a faint medicinal scent emerged. Yes, Suyun nodded and said, it's a medicine package specifically for the diamond body bath. Just throw it into the water and soak your body in it. Thank you, Teacher Su. Ning Chen beamed with joy. This was truly a timely gift. Suyun rolled her eyes slightly and said irritably, don't be too happy too soon. The medicinal bath only provides some convenience for cultivating the diamond body. It doesn't change the fact that it's extremely difficult to cultivate. Before the college entrance examination, don't even think about breaking through to the 2nd layer. What if there's no medicinal bath? Ning Chen asked curiously. He wanted to know what the cultivation speed of the diamond body was like. If you practice day and night without interruption, and if you're lucky, you might be able to break through to the 2nd layer before you graduate from university. Suyun said bluntly. She hoped that through this statement, Ning Chen would realize the difficulty of the diamond body and then focus on the breathing techniques. Su-yun found that she had miscalculated again. Ning-chen actually laughed out loud. Was he mocking her for being wrong? Take your medicine package and go back to class. Su-yun gritted her teeth, even forgetting to ask about his martial arts talent. Goodbye, Teacher Su. Ning-chen left the office with a smile. It seemed he had misunderstood the diamond body martial art. It was still quite competitive. Even without the stimulus of physical injuries, the progress of the diamond body in a day exceeded 2 percentage points. In just over a month, he could advance to the second layer. A normal person would need at least 4 years. Back in the classroom, Ning-chen immediately attracted the attention of his classmates. Guo circled around Ning-chen a few times, looking puzzled, and asked, "Where are your injuries?" "Teacher Su used her original force to help me heal," Ning-chen replied casually. Crack! In the classroom, many boys seemed to hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Healing injuries was not an easy task for martial artists, especially with so many injuries on Ning-chen's body. Su-yun must have worked incredibly hard, yet she was still willing to help him heal. At his seat, Ma-hai held a bottle of ice water, rubbing his swollen cheeks, feeling depressed and wanting to cry. He was also injured. Why didn't Teacher Su help him heal? He was an excellent student. It must be that treating that guy Ning-chen exhausted Teacher Su, otherwise, she would definitely help me heal. It's not that she doesn't value me. Ma-hai glared at Ning-chen resentfully. Soon, the day's classes ended. Ning-chen got into Luo Menyue's red sports car and went to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. As before, he started with guidance, followed by practical combat. By the time he was exhausted, Ning-chen took the 6,000 yuan he earned and had Uncle Yang drive him to the shopping plaza, where he bought 15 jin of scaled pig meat and carried it home. After dinner, let's try the effect of the medicinal bath. Ning-chen quickly walked into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. It didn't matter if it was more or less. The water was just a medium to transmit the medicinal properties, as long as it didn't cover more than half of his body. Seeing that there was enough water, Ning-chen turned off the tap and tossed the medicine packet into the bathtub. In no time, the water inside turned a golden yellow, resembling orange juice. Stripping off his clothes, Ning-chen slowly lay down in the bathtub. With the medicinal bath for the diamond body, I will strive upward, and my cultivation speed will soar. The medicinal liquid is rich in energy, and the diamond body continuously absorbs it, rapidly increasing progress. Progress increased by 1%. The mechanical synthesized voice rang out repeatedly, and as Ning-chen listened, his consciousness gradually blurred, slipping into a deep sleep. After a day filled with 2 battles, he was utterly exhausted. A night of silence passed. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright. Through the small window on the eastern wall, the morning glow was fiery, and the sun was slowly rising. Ning-chen noticed that the water in the bathtub had once again become clear and transparent. The medicinal properties must have been fully absorbed. Ning-chen pinched his skin, which felt very firm and resilient, like repeatedly forged leather armor. A flash of realization crossed Ning-chen's mind, and he immediately summoned the system panel. A translucent fluorescent interface appeared before him. Upon seeing the last column, Ning-chen couldn't help but freeze. Diamond body, level 2, progress 13%, breaking through in one night, and by quite a margin. The effect of the medicinal bath far exceeded Ning-chen's expectations. His heart raced. If he had enough medicinal baths, he could cultivate the diamond body to the 9th level in a short time, making him impervious to many firearms. Thinking of this, Ning-chen turned over, casually ate some boiled scale pig meat for breakfast, and sprinted towards Qingshan No. 1 High School. At 7 in the morning, Ning-chen pushed open the wooden door to Su-yun's office. In front of the large desk, Su-yun was putting down her bag, clearly just having arrived. She casually asked, "What do you need me for?" Ning-chen cleared his throat and said, "Teacher Su-yun, do you have any more medicine packets for the diamond body? I need another 8 or 10. You really dare to ask, do you know how expensive those medicine packets are?" Su-yun shot Ning-chen a sidelong glance and said, "One packet costs over 40,000 yuan. That's equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary resident in Qingshan City. If you hadn't saved Guirenyu while being broadcasted live on TV, the school wouldn't be so generous." Ning-chen smiled awkwardly. As a public school, Qingshan No. 1 High School had the backing of the Federal Education Department and ample resources for martial arts, but its financial capacity was limited. A reward of over 40,000 yuan was indeed a significant expense. Su-yun thought for a moment and reminded him, "Don't throw away the medicine packets. That's enough for over a month and can be reused. As long as it can still produce color, it means there's still medicinal effect." "No way, I absorbed it all in one night, and the effect was great. The diamond body has already broken through to the 2nd level, Ning-chen replied honestly. He knew that this rate of advancement was astonishing, but precisely because of this, it might catch Suyun's attention and help him apply for another medicine packet. Suyun raised an eyebrow and teased, the 9th level of the diamond body is more plausible, the school's financial conditions are limited. Breaking through to the 2nd level in one night is simply a fantasy. She assumed Ning Chen was joking, not to mention whether one medicine packet could support the cultivation of the diamond body to the 2nd level. Breaking through in one night was utterly unrealistic. It should be known that martial arts training essentially requires painstaking effort, refining the body bit by bit over time. No matter how high one's comprehension, it couldn't be achieved overnight. Ning Chen shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. Since Suyun didn't believe him, he had no way to convince her. The diamond body martial art only began to reveal some characteristics at the 3rd level. With a serious expression, Suyun pondered Ning Chen's intentions and asked, "Are you short on money right now?" "Not just a little, but very much." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ning Chen hurriedly replied, "You're still short on money? The hourly guidance fee of 3,000 is well known at the school, even higher than my official martial artist salary." Suyun pouted. Ning Chen chuckled awkwardly, "That's just temporary. Who knows, it might disappear one day. Even now, it's barely enough to buy beast meat." Suyun, being someone with experience, knew Ning Chen spoke the truth. Considering his orphan background, she said, "The Qingshan City Education Bureau has a talent cultivation program." Ning Chen interrupted her, speaking with righteous fervor, "Teacher Su, to be honest, I am a genius, the kind that comes once in 1,000 years. I was just young and foolish before, lost in play and didn't show it. In fact, I have the qualifications for Star River University." Suyun raised her eyebrows, teasingly saying, "Why don't you say you can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for our Donglin Administrative District?" "No problem. Give me 10 S-level martial arts, and a few million in cultivation funds." Ning Chen said confidently, "I will definitely sweep away all my opponents in the examination arena and achieve glory." As he spoke, Ning Chen lifted his head, gazing at the azure sky outside the window, and declared loudly, "At that time, the glory of Qingshan No. 1 High School will be marked with a bold stroke. And you, Teacher Suyun, will also be remembered in history for my great achievements." "It's still morning, dreaming a bit early, aren't we?" Seeing Ning Chen getting more and more excited, Suyun helplessly waved her hand, signaling him to stop. "Next time there's a monthly exam at school, if you can rank in the top 100, I can apply to the Education Bureau for a beast nutrient solution for you." Hearing this, Ning Chen perked up. The beast nutrient solution is a supplement refined from the essence of the flesh and blood of over 100 ferocious beasts. One vial costs over 100,000 yuan. It contains rich nutrients that can significantly accelerate the cultivation of breathing techniques. Ning Chen rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Teacher Suyun, do you think I could get an advance on the beast nutrient solution? After all, I have mastered the Thunder Slash at the subtle realm, and below the high stage, no one is my opponent. In the senior year, there are only about 50 or 60 students at the high stage. Ranking in the top 100 is a sure thing." "That's true," Suyun smiled, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Since you are invincible below the high stage, I can't look down on you. How about we change the condition to the top 10 in the grade?" Just kidding, don't take it seriously. You have your own matters to attend to." Ning Chen turned to leave. It wasn't that he was timid. To be in the top 10, one would need to be at least at the 8th awakening stage. The next monthly exam is still more than 20 days away. Distant water can't quench a near thirst. Moreover, the beast nutrient solution is beneficial for improving strength. I won't sell it for money. As he walked through the corridor, Ning Chen pondered. Before, he didn't know the effects of the medicinal bath, but after experiencing it once, he was completely moved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find Suyun so early in the morning. "I currently have 5 martial arts techniques, which isn't few among my peers, but trying to gain an advantage through sudden enlightenment in martial arts is almost like waiting for a rabbit to come by. It completely depends on luck." Ning Chen shook his head inwardly. Although this approach isn't impossible to succeed, the probability is too low. If he wanted to make money, he had to find another way. Back in the classroom, Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. The atmosphere this morning was particularly lively, with many students whispering to each other. After listening for a while in his seat, Ning Chen figured out the reason. Zhang Wensher had invited a night-level martial artist to be his coach, which caused a huge stir. After all, in the path of martial arts, awakening is just the beginning. Only after that can one officially become a martial artist, and then reach the night level. Warriors of that level are also known as super strong beings, with overwhelming combat power. In a city like Qingshan with a population of over 10 million, there are hardly a few. "Brother Zhang, if there's anything in the future, just give me a command, and I'll do it. Ma Hai stood in front of Zhang Wenshi, slightly bending over, his demeanor obsequious. We're all classmates, just interact equally, no need to be too formal. Zhang Wenshi smiled brightly, looking handsome, and said, coincidentally, I'm at home this weekend, so just come over, and I'll have that coach give you some guidance. Thank you, brother Zhang. Ma Hai's face was filled with excitement. A few nearby students couldn't help but exclaim in envy. A night-level martial artist is not something that can be easily obtained with money, it requires a deep network of connections. Guo Rinyu curled his lips and whispered, I wonder why Ma Hai is always trying to curry favor with Zhang Wenshi. His family has assets worth tens of millions, so he shouldn't be short on money. There's no need for him to act subserviently in front of Zhang Wenshi, it turns out it's for this reason. He probably got wind of it a long time ago. Ning Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, does Ma Hai value the guidance of night-level martial artists that much? Of course. Guo Rinyu pondered and said, night-level martial artists have profound insights into martial arts. A few casual pointers might spark a moment of inspiration for Ma Hai, allowing him to break through to the 7th stage of awakening. If that happens, he would have a chance to get into a prestigious university. How could he not take it seriously? As long as he takes it seriously, Ning Chen murmured softly, his gaze towards Ma Hai flickering slightly. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Just as Ning Chen stepped down the stairs in front of the cafeteria, a shadow loomed over him. Ma Hai blocked his path. At the same time, several students quickly approached from the side, their expressions defiant, surrounding Ning Chen. Can we talk alone? Ning Chen didn't care, raising an eyebrow at Ma Hai. He was just looking for Ma Hai. Come with me. After a moment's thought, Ma Hai nodded in agreement and waved his hand, dispersing the students surrounding Ning Chen. At the cafeteria entrance, with people coming and going, it wasn't convenient to make a scene. If Ning Chen caused a big commotion, it might attract the attention of the school leaders. He had gathered other students to surround Ning Chen mainly to intimidate him. Before long, the two arrived at a quiet grove behind the training ground. It was lunchtime, and the place was deserted. You've got some guts, daring to go to the martial arts hall with President Lu Manhwa. Ma Hai twisted his neck, making a crisp sound, and said, it seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you won't take my words to heart. Ning Chen stuffed his hands in his pockets and said, after school today, I will resign from my guidance position with Lu Manhwa. At least you know what's good for you. Upon hearing this, Ma Hai sneered, secretly relieved. He could report back to Zhang Wenshi now. Perhaps if Zhang Wenshi was in a good mood, he might allow him to communicate with that night-level martial artist for a while longer. But the next moment, Ma Hai's expression froze. Ning Chen coldly said, I will explain to Lu Manhwa that the reason for my resignation is that Zhang Wenshi instructed you, Ma Hai, to keep bothering me, making me unable to bear it any longer, so I had no choice but to resign. You're asking for death. Ma Hai grabbed Ning Chen's collar, glaring at him fiercely. His eyes were menacing. If you do this, Zhang Wenshi won't let you off. Why aren't you calling him Brother Zhang anymore? Ning Chen scoffed, mockingly looking at Ma Hai. Zhang Wenshi holds a grudge against me, but what about you? As the one who revealed the truth behind the scenes, won't he take it out on you? The guidance of the night-level martial artist that you've been dreaming of, can you still obtain it? Upon hearing this, Ma Hai's face changed dramatically, and he unconsciously released his grip on Ning Chen's collar. He had become Zhang Wenshi's lackey just for that night-level martial artist. Otherwise, with his wealthy background, why would he need to shamelessly act like a sycophant? Ning Chen, you. Ma Hai regretted it deeply. He wished he could slap himself for what he did yesterday. What was he thinking? Trying to be cool and recreate a movie scene, only to leak the secret and end up in Ning Chen's grasp. What do you want? After a long pause, Ma Hai spoke through gritted teeth. Ning Chen smoothed out the wrinkles in his collar and smiled slightly. I want money. Ma Hai thought for a moment and coldly said, I'll give you 10,000 yuan, forget what I said. Ning Chen gently shook his head and held up 2 fingers. Ma Hai showed dissatisfaction and said, you want 20,000? Don't go too far. No, I mean 200,000. Ning Chen said with a smile. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Do you know how much that is? Ma Hai's eyes were blazing with anger. Ning Chen shrugged, his tone filled with confusion, and said, my hourly wage is 3,000. I guide Lu Manhwa for 2 hours a day, which brings in 6,000. On weekends, it will be a bit more, so it adds up to about a month's salary. Is there a problem? Ma Hai, he had actually forgotten about that. You will find this 200,000 very worthwhile. Ning Chen said confidently, explaining at a leisurely pace, if you want to be Zhang Wenshi's underling and make achievements, you need to help him solve problems. But apart from me, no one in the class dares to provoke Zhang Wenshi. Once I take the money, I will continue to guide Lu Manhwa, and Zhang Wenxi will be unhappy about it. To maintain his good student persona, he will have no choice but to let you take action against me. Your importance will keep rising, and you can gain his coaching guidance." As his words fell, Ma Hai's eyes flickered. Seeing this, Ning Chen curved his lips into a slight smile, knowing that Ma Hai was tempted, but still hesitated. "If you don't agree, then forget it. I'm going to find Lu Mengyue to discuss this." Ning Chen turned to leave. After just a few steps, he heard the expected shout. "I agree." Ma Hai gritted his teeth. He really couldn't bear to lose the guidance of a night-level warrior. "Transfer the money." Ning Chen stated his bank account number. Ma Hai hesitated, took out his phone, fiddled with it for a while, then put it down and said, 200,000 is too much, how about 20,000? Ning Chen said nothing, lifted his leg, and pretended to leave. 200,000 it is. Ma Hai hurriedly stopped Ning Chen, took a deep breath, and said, "But I want to pay in installments. There's no way to sign a contract for this kind of thing. What if you take the money and don't acknowledge it? Pay 100,000 first, then the rest in installments." Ning Chen pondered for a moment and said, he didn't want to push Ma Hai too hard. If things fell apart, he couldn't really quit his job. Beep beep beep. The phone rang, and Ning Chen opened it to see a notification from the bank. 100,000 had been credited. Joy flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. This was enough for him to buy 2 medicine packs. "Don't leave yet." Ning Chen put away his phone and called out to Ma Hai, who was walking towards the woods. "What else is there?" Ma Hai turned his head, looking irritated. Confused, 200,000 was just gone. No one would be in a good mood about that. Bang! In response to Ma Hai, a fist came rushing in, hitting him squarely and giving him a black eye. "Since I've taken the money, of course, I have to do the job. I've always kept my word and won't threaten you to hold back." Ning Chen grinned, his white teeth shining brightly. "Come at me. You ungrateful fool, do you really think you're my match? Yesterday, I just held back because of Teacher Su." Because he had lost 200,000, Ma Hai was already furious with Ning Chen. Now, after taking a punch, he could no longer hold back. Whoosh! Ma Hai swiftly closed the distance, raising his right leg high, and with all his might, he unleashed a fierce arc aimed directly at Ning Chen's face. Shatter the ground. The wind howled. This strike from Ma Hai was fueled by anger, its power significantly stronger than yesterday. However, it was precisely because of his rage that he lost some control, allowing Ning Chen to easily predict the move and gain enough time to dodge. Not dodging. Ning Chen thought for a moment and crossed his arms in front of him. He wanted to test the strength of his second-level diamond body. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Ning Chen was sent staggering backward. He wasn't too surprised. The diamond body enhanced the body's resilience but did not increase strength, so it was perfectly normal that he couldn't withstand Ma Hai, who had awakened to the 6th stage. After stumbling back several steps, Ning Chen steadied himself against a tree trunk as thick as his waist. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his arm sleeve, which had already been torn to shreds in the earlier collision. The exposed skin showed no signs of the severe injuries from yesterday. Only a faint red mark appeared, and the pain was not intense. This injury is just a bit worse than the usual attacks from Ma Hai yesterday. Ning Chen's eyes sparkled. The second level of the diamond body had directly elevated his defense to a new level. How strong would the third level of the diamond body be? Come again! Suppressing the rising anticipation in his heart, Ning Chen charged towards Ma Hai, engaging in a fierce battle. Bang bang bang! The sounds of collisions echoed through the forest, branches shaking violently from time to time, shaking off new buds, and the dry bark was shattered by fists and kicks, splattering everywhere. Ning Chen combined his swift wind steps with the thousand bones killing technique, continuously clashing with Ma Hai. Due to the gap in hard power, he inevitably fell short in direct confrontations, but relying on the defense of the diamond body, he could withstand it. Surprisingly, he did not fall behind and could barely hold his ground. Ning Chen felt invigorated. In the midst of battle, his progress was not only in the diamond body but also in his combat experience. Ma Hai on the opposite side furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off. Compared to their last encounter, Ning Chen's strength and speed had not improved much, yet he felt difficult to deal with. I don't believe I can't hurt you. Ma Hai gritted his teeth and charged forward. Bang bang bang. Nearly an hour passed. The sounds of collisions gradually ceased, replaced by the sound of a windbox being pulled, continuous and unending. Huff! Huff! Two figures gasped for breath, sweat soaking their clothes, standing still in place. After such a long battle, their stamina was nearly depleted. In other words, Ning Chen and Ma Hai had fought to a standstill. In fact, Ma Hai was 2 realms higher than Ning Chen, with much greater stamina. However, in his attempts to injure Ning Chen, he had attacked with anger, using all his strength in every move, which consumed a lot of energy. Ning Chen, on the other hand, was aware of his disadvantage and had been holding back. He relied more on the diamond body, using a strategy of defense and counterattack. After all, the harder he endured, the faster he progressed. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Ning Chen leaned against a tree to stand up, adjusting his breath, and said, Ma-hai, today you were tough. Once my wounds heal tomorrow, let's continue the fight. Free labor should not be missed. You know your place, or else. Ma-hai panted, hands on his knees, about to mock Ning Chen a few times, but when he lifted his head, he was taken aback. At that moment, with the battle over, he could carefully examine Ning Chen. He saw that Ning Chen's injuries were far from the tragic state after yesterday's fight. There was no bleeding. Although there were swollen areas, they were relatively minor. To put it bluntly, compared to his own injuries, they were not that serious. This meant that if it were a ring battle, Ning Chen could have fought him to a draw. Moreover, this was without any weapons. If he had used a weapon. Thinking of this, Ma-hai's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you do it?" This was too shocking. He was 2 realms higher than Ning Chen. The key was that the martial arts Ning Chen displayed did not seem particularly profound. Yet he just couldn't be hit. Ning Chen's gaze flickered. If he revealed it was the diamond body, Ma-hai might not be willing to fight him again. After all, this was free practice. It was immensely beneficial for him. It could accelerate the cultivation of the diamond body. In that battle just now, the progress of the diamond body increased by 4%. It also enhanced his combat experience, greatly benefiting him. After a few more rounds, he might be able to defeat Ma-hai based on the diamond body. I can't give up. Ning Chen thought for a moment, putting on a proud expression, and sneered, "This has to do with Teacher Su. If I tell you, would you understand? Don't get too cocky. Do you think Teacher Su can always take care of you?" Ma-hai's face turned ashen, and with a cold snort, he said, "Once you lose Teacher Su's help, you'll know just how painful it is to fight me barehanded." As he spoke, Ma-hai's chaotic mindset calmed down. Ning Chen's strength came from external forces, after all. He would always have a chance. Ma-hai did not doubt Ning Chen's words. On one hand, he instinctively refused to accept that Ning Chen could reach a draw with him unarmed. On the other hand, he didn't know much about formal martial artists. He only knew they were divided into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9, they could use original force. As for the specific powers they could wield, that was beyond his knowledge. Coupled with Ning Chen's feigned demeanor, he naturally believed it in his heart. Same time tomorrow, same place. If you don't come, don't even think about the money afterward. After threatening Ning Chen again, Ma-hai stepped away. Come if you want. What does it matter if Teacher Su isn't here to help? A beating is just a beating. Ning Chen pretended to be aggrieved, almost laughing out loud inside. This was truly a stroke of luck he had never even dreamed of. Not only could he improve his strength, but there was also money to be made. However, Ning Chen knew that as his strength increased, it wouldn't be long before he could press Ma-hai down to the ground. By then, as long as Ma-hai wasn't foolish, he would definitely be able to tell. The money would probably still be given. After all, it concerned the guidance of a night-level martial artist. As for whether he would still be willing to spar with him at full strength, that was hard to say. However, when he could strongly defeat Ma-hai, the effect of the sparring would no longer be significant. I both hope he notices later and wish he discovers it sooner. I wonder what expression will be on his face. Ning Chen grinned. He had a bit of a wicked sense of humor. After regaining some stamina, Ning Chen took out his phone to check the time. There was still a while before class, so he headed towards Su Yun's office. He wanted to see if he could get another free treatment. Although his injuries weren't severe, they wouldn't heal in a few days, and a quick recovery would be ideal. On the way, Ning Chen opened a shopping app called Martial Arts Resources. At first glance, the name seemed a bit unrefined. However, its strength was undeniable, built with joint funding from the Martial Arts Alliance and the federal government. It could be said that almost all resources needed for martial arts practice could be found on this site. After a brief search, Ning Chen found the medicine pack for the diamond body. The price was 45,000 per pack. That was the entire income of many people in Qingshan City for a year. In martial arts, aside from breathing techniques, the most consuming practice was horizontal training. So expensive. Ning Chen secretly clicked his tongue, feeling a pang in his heart as he ordered 2 packs. The 100,000 yuan he had just extorted from Ma-hai had quickly dwindled to 10,000. In fact, 2 packs of medicine could normally support the diamond body for 2 months. Divided down, that was about 1,500 a day. Not an astonishing martial arts expense. But for Ning Chen, 2 packs meant just 2 nights' worth. The efficiency of the diamond body in absorbing medicinal power was shockingly high. For a moment, Ning Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mahai still has 100,000 yuan that he hasn't given me, but that's only enough for 2 packs. I'm still short on money. I hope Zhang Wenxi sees that Mahai isn't pulling his weight and finds a few rich second-generation kids to teach me a lesson, so I can extort a few more. Ning Chen mumbled quietly as he arrived at Su Yun's office. Who did you fight with? Seeing Ning Chen's tattered school uniform and injuries, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and looked him up and down. Fights among students weren't uncommon at Qingshan No. 1 high school. Although the relevant school rules explicitly prohibited it and required that battles be supervised by teachers, the effect was minimal. At that age, when blood surged, it was impossible to hold back once anger flared. Teacher Su, what are you talking about? Ning Chen said seriously, his voice loud. I was sparring with someone to improve my practical skills, working hard. The injuries on my body didn't stop me from continuing. I just want to quickly improve my strength, achieve good results in the college entrance examination, bring fame to the school, and also bring glory to you, Teacher Su. Your words are quite sweet. Su Yun shot a sideways glance at Ning Chen, fully aware of his intentions. She didn't ask, instead, her slender fingers clenched, gathering her energy, and began to treat Ning Chen. If it were any other student, Su Yun might not have offered treatment. After all, healing injuries wasn't easy, and she wasn't a saint. However, Ning Chen's concessions regarding the bet yesterday made her feel somewhat indebted. Coupled with Ning Chen's orphan background, she felt a sense of sympathy. Naturally, she would provide more care. Night fell in the old city. Ding ding ding. Not long after Ning Chen got home, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw the medicine package had arrived. The shopping website of the federal government platform was powerful. As long as customers were willing, deliveries could be made 24 hours a day. After unwrapping the tightly packed delivery, Ning Chen took out a medicine package, walked into the bathroom, and started filling the tub for a medicinal bath. Before long, Ning Chen fell into a deep sleep. The night quickly passed. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. The medicinal properties in the water had been fully absorbed, and it became clear again. He pinched his skin, the firmness felt significantly stronger. Ning Chen hurriedly opened the interface and looked at the last column. Diamond Body, Level 2, Progress 50%. Last night, before the medicinal bath, Ning Chen had seen the progress at 17%. Calculating, he had improved by 33% overnight, which was undoubtedly slower than the previous night's level up. This was normal. In martial arts, the higher the level, the harder the cultivation. Moreover, one reaps what one sows. The more medicine packages the Diamond Body consumed, the stronger the third level would be. This made Ning Chen even more eager. There's still one more medicine package. Tonight I can push the progress to over 80% of the second level. But I only have 10,000 left, and with Mahai's temperament, it will be hard to get him to give me 35,000 in a short time for another medicine package. However, Ning Chen smiled slightly as he stood up from the bathtub. His body was tall and straight. After advancing to the second level of the Diamond Body, the daily progress of active cultivation had decreased somewhat, but not by much. It still maintained an increase of about 2%. Advancing to the third level wouldn't take long. In the days that followed, Ning Chen gradually adapted to his current identity. Life was rather uneventful, with his days revolving around home, school, and the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Since his martial arts could cultivate automatically, he wasn't particularly busy. However, Ning Chen didn't slack off. He dedicated a lot of time to studying martial theory to enhance his understanding. On weekends, he even went to a few antique shops with Guarenyu. Unfortunately, none of the martial arts reacted. Time passed day by day, and Ning Chen's strength steadily climbed, gradually becoming stronger, approaching the high tier of Awakening Stage 4. He was not far from Awakening Stage 5. After all, cultivation was a slow process, requiring one to climb step by step. The process was very difficult, usually measured in years. Ning Chen was able to reach this point mainly due to the relentless tempering of the bull strength day and night, plus guidance from Lu Manhwa, allowing him to consume some beast meat daily for nutrition. Of course, the former was more important and couldn't be compared to the latter. If it were a genius like Zhang Wenxi or a top student like Lu Manhwa, even with just over 10 pounds of ordinary beast meat provided daily, their progress would be far less than Ning Chen's. Additionally, the most significant improvement was actually in his practical combat skills. It was immense. This could be seen from his battles with Mahai. Ning Chen's strikes became increasingly vicious, timing his moves precisely. With each battle, his injuries lessened. Especially in recent days, he had already managed to turn the tide in his favor. In combat, he completely dominated. He was beating Mahai mercilessly. However, being able to reach this level is also thanks to the contributions of the B-level martial arts, Diamond Body, and Thousand Bones combat technique. One afternoon. Qingshan No. One high school, training ground, in the woods at the back. Bang bang bang. Recently, at this time, the woods would echo with dull, powerful collision sounds. However, today's collision sounds were particularly urgent. Not long after they appeared, accompanied by a scream, they subsided. In the woods, Mahai lay on the ground, his nose bruised and eyes swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking quite miserable, with a face full of indignation. Beside him, Ningchen stood tall and straight, like a sharp sword, not a single wound visible on his body. This isn't Su Laoshi helping you. Mahai looked up at Ningchen, his gaze frantic, trembling as he said, "It's purely because you have mastered a powerful horizontal training martial art." He gradually came to realize, Suyin helping Ningchen could at most prevent him from being bullied. It made no sense for Ningchen to turn around and hit people. "Mahai, you've misunderstood." Ningchen coughed lightly, trying to salvage the situation, and said, "Actually, this is just a technique of formal martial artists, too powerful." "Do you think I'm a fool?" Mahai shouted angrily. However, when he caught sight of Ningchen's cold, indifferent gaze looking down at him, he immediately shut his mouth. Ningchen was not just powerful in horizontal training. With high defense, he could at most match him, yet Ningchen had managed to injure him and knock him down in no time at all. Whether you're a fool or not, it doesn't matter. Ningchen no longer concealed anything, openly admitting, "I'm good at horizontal training and have mastered powerful offensive martial arts, so what? Do you want to stop? Or do you dare?" Mahai fell silent. Ningchen said no more, turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he turned back and smiled. "By the way, I almost forgot, today's bill hasn't been settled. You were my sparring partner today. No, you hit me today, so you have to pay." Mahai gritted his teeth, feeling an immense inner rage. Ningchen had just let it slip. He was just a sparring partner, and he had to pay. It was simply outrageous. Ningchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, after I go out, I'll make sure to get some swelling so you can report to Zhang Wenxi." Mahai begrudgingly took out his phone to transfer money. Then, he watched Ningchen leave with satisfaction, his eyes filled with anger and fury. At the same time, there was a hint of fear. He couldn't understand. How had Ningchen become so strong in such a short time? It was unreasonable. Time passed, and Ningchen's progress continued to solidify. Another Friday evening. Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The vibrant sunset poured through a large, transparent floor-to-ceiling window into a private training room on the second floor, warm and gentle, showcasing the beauty of spring. However, the two battle knives, almost dragging out silver light, were utterly unromantic. They whistled through the air, incredibly sharp. The constant, frenzied collisions were accompanied by thunderous sounds, surging and raging, as if they were about to shatter the light. The wielders of the knives were, of course, Ningchen and Lu Mengyue. The two were engaged in a fierce battle, using the flash thunder slash against each other. As for the situation, it was surprisingly evenly matched. Whoosh! Lu Mengyue stepped aside like lightning, narrowly avoiding Ningchen's slicing blow that whistled through the air. Strands of her light blue and pale green hair were almost severed. Lu Mengyue didn't mind, her eyes fixed on Ningchen, a strange glint deep within her gaze. Half a month ago, she had fought Ningchen for the first time. She was very clear about his combat level. That kind of clumsiness was unmistakable. An absolute novice in battle. But today, he was able to fight her to such a stalemate. Indeed, with their powers and speeds being nearly equal, Ningchen's refined flash thunder slash held the advantage. However, her five senses and nerve reaction speed were at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, far surpassing Ningchen. It's only been a little over 10 days, and your combat level has improved to such an extent. This talent for battle is truly impressive. Lu Mengyue sighed inwardly. Ningchen's combat level still had some distance compared to hers, but that rate of improvement made her feel a slight tremor in her heart. Bang! The clash of blades produced a spark in the air. Lu Mengyue momentarily lost focus, and Ningchen seized the opportunity, delivering a hard-hitting thunder slash that sent Lu Mengyue staggering backward. Whoosh! Ningchen executed the gale step, closing in rapidly, as if propelled by a fierce wind beneath his feet. In an instant, while Lu Mengyue was still retreating, Ningchen had already caught up to her. The gale step was not of high rank, it was merely the bottom tier E rank. But Ningchen's realm was high, having reached the 3rd stage of mastery. Once activated, it was like a gale passing through, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Thunder slash! Ningchen swung down, silver light flashing as he sliced through the air, not giving Lu Mengyue a chance to steady herself. Bang! Lu Mengyue swung her blade to block, but it was exceptionally strenuous. The sound of the collision sent her reeling again. Her thunder slash realm was not as good as Ningchen's. Going head-to-head was a disadvantage. Ningchen continued to swing his blade, executing thunder slash after thunder slash, further pressuring Lu Manhwa. After so many days of sparring, it was the first time he held such a significant advantage, and the hope of victory stirred a bit of excitement in his heart. But soon, that was dispelled by Ning Chen. His dark eyes regained their calm. In battle, one must avoid distraction. Boom! 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 Ning Chen's body erupted with the sound of thunder, one blade after another, ferociously striking, the silver light shining like a cascading waterfall, almost drowning Lu Manhwa, leaving her no chance. Opposite him, Lu Manhwa remained unflustered. Having experienced many battles, she knew how to respond, pouring all her focus into the fight. Gradually, her execution of Thunder Slash became more adept. Boom! With a swing, the thunderous sound from Lu Manhwa's body was much richer than before, sounding almost like a rumble of thunder. And within that thunder, the bottleneck of her foundational realm was completely shattered. Lu Manhwa's Thunder Slash officially advanced to the second realm of proficiency. Dawn! The massive sound of metal clashing roared. In the next moment, Ning Chen's blocking blade was directly knocked from his hand. Not good! Lu Manhwa's gaze sharpened. The moment her Thunder Slash broke through the realm, her spirit surged, and she momentarily unleashed all her strength. Although she reacted quickly and tried to pull back, it was difficult to stop her blade. After knocking Ning Chen's blade away, her own continued to slash toward Ning Chen's arm with ferocity. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Ning Chen remained unfazed, his right hand open, ready to meet it. Don't! Lu Manhwa couldn't help but exclaim. If this strike hit his arm, Ning Chen would only suffer a fracture. But if it struck his fingers, even without the blade being sharp, the power of this Thunder Slash could at least sever 3 of Ning Chen's fingers. The latter injury was clearly more severe than the former. Achieving a perfect connection of severed limbs without any aftereffects was not a simple task. Am I being too hasty in this rush? Lu Manhwa thought anxiously. But then, her gaze froze. She saw that when the blade struck Ning Chen's right hand, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from his palm. Dawn! The blade hit as if striking hard metal, producing a loud sound and sending sparks flying. Ning Chen was jolted, his legs bending slightly. Clearly, the force of the blade was heavy, yet his right hand remained unscathed. Ning Chen stood up, shook his hand, and smiled. Lu Manhwa, you finally broke through. Congratulations! With his finely tuned Thunder Slash realm, he could naturally see the level of Lu Manhwa's strike. How did you just do that? Lu Manhwa stared at Ning Chen, asking in astonishment. It's just a martial art practiced in a horizontal manner. Ning Chen smiled, not hiding anything. With a thought, a faint, translucent golden membrane covered his palm, exuding a sense of resilience. This was a capability he gained after advancing to the 3rd level of the diamond body. He could actively transform his body into a golden form. In this state, his body was exceptionally solid, comparable to fine steel. The level of strength was evident. However, with Ning Chen's current 3rd level diamond body, he couldn't achieve a full-body golden transformation. The area he could cover with this golden transformation was only about the size of half a palm. The duration lasted about a second. The diamond body martial art was extremely difficult to master, and very few practiced it, making it somewhat obscure. Lu Manhwa couldn't recognize it, but judging from how he blocked her strike, Ning Chen's level in horizontal martial arts was definitely not low. Lu Manhwa's perception of Ning Chen rose significantly. It should be noted that horizontal martial arts are notoriously hard to practice, requiring years of consistent effort, which tests the practitioner's character. Many geniuses fail to achieve results. Lu Manhwa said, with the Thunder Slash at the subtle realm, combined with this level of horizontal martial arts, you have a chance at one of the top 10 universities in the Federation. Ning Chen shook his head and replied, prestigious universities require at least high-level awakening strength. I'm still a bit short. Awakening above the 7th stage is referred to as high-level. That represents a new tier. The power surges within the body like a spring, exceptionally strong. Even with a blade in hand, Ning Chen wasn't confident he could defeat someone at the 7th stage of awakening. At most, he could maintain a draw. Combat power isn't the only criterion for the college entrance examination. Your 2 martial arts will add quite a bit to your score, Lu Manhwa said. After that, they chatted about the college entrance examination. Over the past few days, the two had become quite familiar. Ning Chen, there's something I want to mention. Lu Manhwa lightly coughed and said, my Thunder Slash has reached a proficient level. It's unlikely to undergo a qualitative change before the exam. In the time ahead, I will focus on advancing as a martial artist. So, the guidance for Thunder Slash will be temporarily paused. No problem. Ning Chen nodded and readily agreed. He had anticipated this day. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. A job that pays 3,000 an hour is hard to come by. Lu Mengyue looked towards the middle-aged man at the side and said, "Uncle Yang, bring over 30,000 in cash and get another vial of beast-nourishing liquid." "Yes, miss." The middle-aged man quickly left. A few minutes later, he returned, one hand holding the money and the other holding a test tube containing dark red liquid, with sparse bubbles continuously rising. It was indeed the beast-nourishing liquid. "Give it all to Ning Chen," Lu Mengyue instructed Uncle Yang. Ning Chen didn't rush to take it. He looked up at Lu Mengyue. Although he was short on money, he wouldn't accept charity. He had his own principles. "Ning Chen, this is what you deserve," Lu Mengyue smiled and explained. 30,000 is your bonus for guiding me. It took me half a month to break through my bottleneck, which is worth this amount." After a pause, she continued, "As for the beast-nourishing liquid, it's compensation for you. Having horizontal martial arts is your own matter. My failure to control my strength when striking you was my mistake. The two cannot offset each other." "Then thank you very much." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chen accepted the money and the nourishing liquid. "By the way, there's one more thing." Lu Mengyue seemed to remember something and said, "If you don't have anything urgent this weekend, it's best to stay home and not go out." As she spoke, Lu Mengyue glanced at Uncle Yang and instructed, "This time, you will escort Ning Chen all the way to his doorstep." "Is something happening?" Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, asking curiously. Lu Mengyue replied, "A spy has fled to our Qingshan city." "Are you talking about Zhao Weiping?" Ning Chen recalled the morning news he had seen. "Yes." Lu Mengyue nodded and said, "This weekend, the police in Qingshan City will launch a massive manhunt for him. He is a formal martial artist, and his lethality is terrifying. If we encounter him outside, it could lead to many dangers." Ning Chen agreed, saying, "We need to capture him as soon as possible. Qingshan City has a population of over 10 million, especially in the city center where the crowds are dense. An uncontrolled martial artist is more dangerous than a bomb. A moment's inattention could lead to a tragedy." Lu Mengyue knew some insider information and pondered for a moment before saying, "If Zhao Weiping is not captured by this weekend, the police department will draw martial arts teachers and some senior students from key high schools in the city to assist in the hunt. Martial arts teachers are fine, but it's too dangerous for the students." Ning Chen looked at Lu Mengyue in confusion and asked, "Are they high school students with martial artist strength? But there can't be many of those in the city. Moreover, they might not even be willing. The gap between the peak of the awakening 9th stage and a formal martial artist is far greater than that between the 6th and 7th stages. To exaggerate, it's like a chasm." "Not exactly," Lu Mengyue said thoughtfully. "Zhao Weiping has already been severely injured, and coupled with his exhaustion from fleeing, his strength has significantly declined. The awakening stage is not incapable of countering him. Additionally, the reward for capturing Zhao Weiping is very generous." "What reward?" Hearing this, Ning Chen perked up. With the guidance work for the Flash Thunder Slash finished, he was in need of an opportunity to earn money. "I don't know, but one thing I am very clear about," Lu Mengyue said with a light smile, "there are only 10 spots at Qingshan No. 1 high school. Then forget it." Ning Chen shook his head, dispelling the expectations in his heart, not even asking how the selection would be made. As a key school in the city, there are nearly 20 senior students at the awakening 8th and 9th stages, so he wouldn't stand a chance. At 9 o'clock in the evening. In the living room, Ning Chen sat upright on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, sensing his own strength. The awakening realm has 9 stages, each of which can be further divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. However, below the high stages of awakening, it is generally not subdivided this way. After all, the differences between levels are not particularly large. Ning Chen had been consuming beast meat every meal these days, making rapid progress, and he had now steadily reached the high level of awakening 4th stage. The beast nutrient solution has an official price of 180,000 yuan per vial, and the energy contained within is undoubtedly abundant. If all goes well, it should be enough for me to break through to the awakening 5th stage. Ning Chen looked at the test tube on the coffee table, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The transition from the 4th stage to the 5th stage is just a normal promotion. For him, however, it represents a significant qualitative change, clearly surpassing other students' promotions. The reason for this is simple. Below the 4th stage of awakening, the breathing techniques refine only the bones, muscles, and skin. Once reaching the 5th stage, it can involve the internal organs, greatly enhancing the body's endurance. He can freely unleash various martial arts, such as the Thousand Bones killing technique and Flash Thunder Slash, without worrying about them rebounding and causing internal injuries. Now, if I face someone at the awakening 7th stage, I can at most maintain a draw, but once I advance to the awakening 5th stage, it will be different. Ning Chen's eyes were confident as he picked up the beast nutrient solution, opened his mouth, and drank it all in one go. Immediately, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. The bull strength has sensed the surging energy, feeling extremely excited, and the cultivation speed has increased by 1850%, an almost 20-fold increase. Ningchen could perceive how rapid the refining effect of the bull strength was. A faint tingling sensation spread throughout his body, completely different from the feeling when he consumed beast meat. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The bull strength is expected to exhaust its energy in 48 hours. Another prompt sounded. Ningchen was taken aback. In the high stages of awakening, it would take about 10 days to exhaust a vial of beast nutrient solution. The martial arts he practiced had an astonishingly high efficiency in energy absorption during automatic cultivation. Both the bull strength and the diamond body are like this. Coming back to his senses, Ningchen noticed that there was still some time before bedtime, so he opened his phone and selected a video of high-level awakening battles to study. Martial arts could be cultivated automatically without his concern, allowing him to focus on other things. Saturday. Ningchen did not sleep in. His regular schedule had helped him develop a good biological clock. He woke up promptly at 5:30 in the morning. Following Luo Menghua's advice, Ningchen stayed at home instead of going out, reviewing his math and science subjects, and attending several online classes on martial arts theory. During breaks, he also watched a lot of news about a certain spy. Zhao Weiping was a spy from a planet called Tianwu Realm. That planet, along with Ningchen's Gaowu Realm, belonged to the same galaxy. 1,000 years ago, a brutal war broke out between the two sides, the double martial star war, resulting in billions of deaths and deep-seated grudges. Although peace had been achieved now, small skirmishes continued. Getting caught is worse than death. Ningchen shook his head, focused his mind, and continued studying. Soon, evening arrived. The bull strength had been tempered for 24 hours. Ningchen once again heard the system's synthesized voice. After long and arduous tempering, your bull strength has reached a breakthrough, advancing to awakening stage 5. His body emitted a crisp sound of bones cracking, and a surge of powerful energy welled up in his heart. His senses also sharpened slightly. Immediately after, another synthesized voice followed. The bull strength has gained insight, breaking through the barrier to the subtle realm. The energy absorption efficiency of the bull strength has increased, expected to be exhausted in 15 hours. As the words fell, the tingling sensation in his body suddenly intensified. Areas that had previously felt nothing also began to tingle. The breathing technique at the subtle level was not just about improving efficiency. More importantly, it allowed for a more detailed tempering of the body. That kind of tempering might not significantly enhance the surface data of strength, speed, and so on. However, it could make the body increasingly harmonious and unified, subtly improving overall strength. A day quickly passed. Sunday. At noon, the tingling sensation in Ningchen's body dissipated, and the energy from the bottle of beast nutrient liquid was completely exhausted. Ningchen checked his strength, now at mid-level awakening stage 5. One tier higher than he expected. Ningchen smiled broadly. It was a pleasant surprise, mainly because the bull strength had advanced to the 4th realm of subtle. System. Ningchen silently called out, summoning the panel. Strength, awakening stage 5 bull strength, subtle, progress 2%. Swift wind step, proficient, progress 31%. Lightning slash, subtle, progress 35%. Thousand bones killing technique, skilled, progress 11%. Diamond body, 3rd layer, progress 20%. Looking at the translucent panel, Ningchen suppressed the joy in his heart, his eyes gradually narrowing. He was contemplating the next training plan. Among them, resource allocation was of utmost importance. Currently, the resources he could access were just over 30,000 yuan in his bank account and a bottle of beast nutrient liquid promised to him by Su Yun. As for the 60,000 yuan still owed to Mahai, with Luo Menghua's guidance work coming to an end, it was unlikely he would get that money. Unless something unexpected happened, this was all the resources he had before the college entrance examination. He needed to weigh his options carefully. Other martial arts can be set aside. The focus should be on the breathing technique of bull strength and the cross-training martial art of diamond body. Ningchen stroked his chin. Investing resources in bull strength had clear advantages. Bull strength tempered the overall quality of the body, enhancing strength, agility, stamina, and even the 5 senses. Just like this time, he advanced to awakening stage 5 and felt he had the strength to fight against someone at awakening stage 7. However, if he were to raise the diamond body by another level, he would still only be able to maintain an undefeated status, at most making defense easier. But, I don't have enough money. Ningchen's thoughts soared. His current level is mid-stage awakening 5, far from high-stage awakening. Even if he invests over 30,000 yuan plus a bottle of beast nutrient solution into the bull strength, he won't be able to advance before the college entrance examination. However, breaking through to Awakening 6 is still not a problem. Even without consuming beast meat, he can achieve it solely through actively cultivating bull strength. With more than 2 months until the exam, there is enough time. In this situation, investing resources into bull strength clearly lacks cost-effectiveness. The gap between the initial stage and the peak below high stage awakening is not that significant. Selling the beast nutrient solution that Suyun applied for me and converting it into money to buy the medicine pack for Diamond Body is the best choice for me, Ning Chen muttered to himself. After upgrading Diamond Body to the 3rd layer, the progress from a medicine pack is still about 15%. The price of the beast nutrient solution in the second-hand market is around 160,000, and with over 30,000 in his bank account, he can purchase 4 medicine packs for Diamond Body. This represents 60% progress. Before the college entrance examination, it is enough to allow Diamond Body to break through to the 4th layer. In this way, the top 10 universities in the Federation are not just empty talk. Once I get the beast nutrient solution, I will sell it. Ning Chen made up his mind. This was different from his initial thought. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lu Manhwa would compensate him with a bottle of beast nutrient solution. Plans must not remain unchanged. In the evening, the sky was gloomy. Dark clouds gathered continuously, and the wind carried a chill. The first rain of spring in Qingshan City seemed finally about to fall. Ning Chen ordered takeout. While waiting, he turned on the TV to watch. Various local news channels in Qingshan City were repeatedly broadcasting the photo of the spy Zhao Weiping, while advising the public not to go out at night. The police had not caught Zhao Weiping over the weekend. Buzz. During dinner, his phone vibrated. Suyun announced a series of messages in the class group, and Ning Chen picked up his phone to browse. They all basically involved Zhao Weiping. The school had received a notice from the police and would be dispatching some teachers to assist in the search. Students below Awakening 7 would switch to online classes at home. The last message was about the selection competition that Lu Manhwa had mentioned to him earlier, which would select 10 students to accompany experienced teachers or police in the search operation. It's not a competition but a scramble for a block called spy device, which is quite peculiar. Ning Chen gazed at the screen, pondering. This method doesn't have absolute requirements for combat power, but it still needs to be strong. The selection competition would start tomorrow morning at the school, which is Monday morning. Since there might be dangers during the process, senior students could sign up freely. The school did not force participation. Buzz buzz buzz. His phone vibrated again. Many students in the class group began to speak up, showing great interest in the final selection competition. Tang Xiaowan, it seems that the key to the selection competition is not whether one can grab the spy device, but whether one can keep it. Those who get the device will definitely be besieged, so students at Awakening 9 have a better chance, while those at Awakening 8 may fail if surrounded. Joey, I don't know what those people at the police station are thinking. To catch a spy, they should prioritize the strong. Zhang Wenxi, Joey, combat power is not the primary factor. The spy is indeed injured, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Never underestimate a martial artist. If they really fight, taking a few lives of Awakening 9 is easy. The police value whether students are alert more than combat power. Mahai, the class monitor is indeed impressive. Analyzing the situation thoroughly, they will definitely seize a spy device. Wang Dong, no one understands alertness better than me. I have reserved this spy device. Li Shan-yun, Awakening 3, are you going to deliver vegetables? Zhou He, I'm coming first, my yellow. The speech quickly veered off course. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze from the screen, tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he decided to participate in tomorrow's selection competition. It would be great to obtain the spy device. If he failed, it wouldn't matter. His main purpose was to test his own strength and to spar with Zhang Wenxi. Not retaliating was not his style. Looking at Zhang Wenxi's speech, it's almost certain he'll participate in the selection competition. I'll keep an eye on him. If I operate well, I might even score some money. Ning Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something. End the guidance with Lu Manhwa. Zhang Wenxi wouldn't know. The rain started falling from midnight, drizzling lightly, and only paused at dawn. Morning. Qingshan No. 1 High School. Many students in the senior year arrived earlier than usual, their spirits high, engaging in intense discussions, eagerly anticipating the upcoming selection competition. However, not everyone was happy. Ma Hai was quite irritated. He wanted to explode. But in front of Zhang Wenxi, he could only suppress his temper and said in a low voice, "Class leader, I will do my best. Haven't I been continuously injuring Ning Chen? Ning Chen would deliberately create some injuries to give him an explanation to Zhang Wenxi. Of course, Ning Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to inflict serious harm. Zhang Wenxi waved his hand impatiently, scolding, "Stop talking nonsense. A little redness on the skin, what does that count for? It's been over half a month, and you still haven't dealt with Ning Chen. How hard can it be for someone at the 4th stage of awakening? Don't think I don't know what tricks you're playing." Ma Hai opened his mouth, unable to voice his frustrations. These days, he couldn't beat Ning Chen at all. He had no idea what kind of martial arts Ning Chen had been practicing. His body was incredibly tough. He threw a punch with all his might, and he couldn't even leave a red mark. Even using his strongest D-grade martial art, the mountain-splitting palm, he could only barely inflict minor injuries. Moreover, Ning Chen had mastered an extremely vicious form of unarmed martial arts that was hard to defend against. After each battle, he was severely injured. Medical expenses had already cost him tens of thousands. "Class leader, can you let Uncle Lee guide me one more time? I fatally touched the threshold of the 7th stage of awakening." Ma Hai looked up at Zhang Wenxi, pleading, "As long as I advance to the 7th stage, I can directly cripple that Ning Chen kid, making it so he can't even participate in the college entrance examination." Uncle Lee was that night-level martial artist. "Still trying to play tricks with me, you idiot?" Zhang Wenxi scoffed and turned to leave. "I'll handle Ning Chen myself. Besides, having one high-stage awakener in the class is enough. Teacher Suyin doesn't need a second student to compete for her glory." Upon hearing this, Ma Hai's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The guidance from Uncle Lee was off the table. Watching Zhang Wenxi's departing figure, Ma Hai's eyes were filled with resentment. He had tried so hard to please Zhang Wenxi, but just because he hadn't completed a task, Zhang Wenxi didn't even give him a chance to explain and directly kicked him aside. "Zhang Wenxi, you will regret this." Ma Hai gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. He wasn't Zhang Wenxi's opponent and didn't dare to provoke him, but he knew someone who would. Ning Chen. That guy isn't at the 4th stage of awakening. Ma Hai was certain in his heart. He didn't believe that Ning Chen went from being beaten by him to beating him back due to progress made in just half a month. That was simply absurd. After pondering for the past few days, he vaguely figured out the reason. Ning Chen must be hiding his strength. He wanted to play the pig to eat the tiger. Then, he would make a big show and astonish everyone. In previous years, there have been such figures, clearly powerful but hiding their strength, wanting to emerge as a dark horse in the college entrance examination and shake the world. Ning Chen should be the same. Ma Hai's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and a cold smile appeared on his face. At 8 in the morning, there was 1 hour left until the selection competition began. The training ground. All the senior students gathered here. The selection event was hosted by a young man from the police department, in his 20s, with a short buzz cut. Perhaps due to the urgency of capturing Zhao Weiping, the young man took the stage without any pleasantries, simply reiterating the rules. Then, he announced the reward everyone was eagerly anticipating. Whoever captures the spy Zhao Weiping, regardless of life or death, will receive a reward of 1 million, said the young man with the buzz cut. His voice spread through the microphone, and the training ground erupted into a clamor. At Qingshan No. 1 high school, there were quite a few students from wealthy families, but the money belonged to their parents. At their age, they didn't have much money in hand. A spark of excitement flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. With a base of 1 million, it would be no problem for him to break through to the high stage of awakening before the college entrance examination. On stage, the young man continued without pause. Zhao Weiping is a heinous criminal who has betrayed the Federation and caused significant losses. Therefore, the police department of the Donglin Administrative District announces that if a senior student can capture him, they will be eligible to participate in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Ning Chen's heart couldn't help but race faster. Since the dual martial star war 1,000 years ago, the martial world had lost its national divisions, and hundreds of billions of humans formed a common federation. Administratively, the federation was divided into 99 districts. The Donglin Administrative District, to which Qingshan City belonged, was one of them. Each district had its own independent college entrance examination. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp was officially established by the Donglin Administrative District to prepare senior students for the college entrance examination. It was immensely powerful. The Donglin Administrative District ranked first. Students who graduated from there, even the least successful ones, were from the top 10 prestigious schools in the Federation. Half of the students could even gain admission to Shanghai University. It should be noted that even formal martial artists might not be admitted to Shanghai University. This shows how formidable the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was. I want to sign up. Me too. I want to take Zhao Weiping's head and step through the gates of Xinghai University. The shouts in the training ground came one after another. Ning Chen remained quiet amidst the noisy crowd, his gaze slightly lowered. He was pondering the meaning behind the young man's words. Capture and bring to justice. Did it mean to complete the task independently? Or was it enough to assist the police? The reasoning behind it would likely be ultimately interpreted by the police department. Students from wealthy families like Lu Mengyuez, who had connections with the police department, could participate in the Shanghai Genius training camp by assisting in the capture. As for someone like him, he would probably have to capture Zhao Weiping on his own. After all, he was a formal martial artist. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's fiery heart calmed down. Just like before, do your best, there's no need to force it, Ning Chen thought to himself. On stage, the young man pressed his hand down, signaling for everyone to quiet down, and said, "Students interested in participating in the selection event, please go to the west side of the stage to register and fill out your personal information for future reporting." The crowd streamed toward the west side of the stands. Because of the temptation of the Shanghai Genius training camp, even those who were originally uninterested signed up. Nearly 1,000 students participated in the selection event, all vying for 10 spy devices. This made the final outcome even more uncertain. After all, even a ninth stage awakening couldn't withstand the assault of hundreds of people. 10 minutes later, at the west side of the high platform. Wait a minute! After registering, Ning Chen had just stepped out of the crowd when someone called out to him. Turning around, he saw Ma Hai striding over. Ning Chen's eyes lit up and said, "No need for small talk, just transfer today's money over first." The news about the end of the guidance work wouldn't stay hidden for long. Even if Lu Mengyue didn't say anything, once she stopped driving him, the news would naturally spread. While Ma Hai was still unaware, it was best to take advantage of the situation. Even a mosquito is meat. Moreover, according to his agreement with Ma Hai, he would receive 2,500 yuan a day. Not a small amount. Don't think about the money. Ma Hai sneered, mocking, "I found a new way. I won't need to curry favor with Zhang Wenxi anymore. Whatever you say to Lu Mengyue, don't think you can take a single cent from me again." He couldn't let Ning Chen know that his relationship with Zhang Wenxi had broken down. Otherwise, it would be hard to sow discord. He wanted Ning Chen to unknowingly teach Zhang Wenxi a lesson for him. How can a person not be honest? Ning Chen pouted. He didn't say much more. He bypassed Ma Hai and searched for Zhang Wenxi in the crowd. Compared to the trifles in Ma Hai's hands, Zhang Wenxi was the real deal. If he could pull this off, he might strike it rich again. Wait a minute. Ma Hai, seeing this, became a bit anxious. This was not how he had anticipated things to go. The plan hadn't even been implemented, and the person was already leaving. Ma Hai hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up, blocking Ning Chen's way, and said with certainty, "I know your strength." "Ha?" Ning Chen's expression froze. How did Ma Hai know he had advanced to the 5th stage of awakening? The ability to actively perceive the realm of outsiders was something only formal martial artists possessed. In the next moment, Ning Chen realized he had misunderstood. "You can hide it from others, but not from me, who has fought you over 10 times. Your strength is at least the 7th stage of awakening." Ma Hai, seeing Ning Chen's expression, became even more certain of his speculation and sneered, "You're deliberately hiding it, probably wanting to make a stunning impression in the college entrance examination. And by the way, leave a deep impression on Teacher Su. This tactic is much more clever than Zhang Wenxi's. He really can imagine things." Ning Chen roughly understood Ma Hai's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to explain himself and instead coldly snorted, proudly saying, "So what? Does this have anything to do with you? I just came to kindly remind you." Ma Hai said with a sullen face, "Just yesterday, Zhang Wenxi asked me to find someone to cut off the surveillance in building 1 of the school. This must be related to the selection competition. As for whether you want to go see it, that's up to you, I don't care." Ning Chen glanced at Ma Hai and sneered, "I guessed right, you and Zhang Wenxi have fallen out, haven't you? You don't dare to confront Zhang Wenxi yourself, so you want to borrow my knife to kill him." Ma Hai's expression changed. How could Ning Chen be so sharp, seeing through his plan at a glance? "So what if I have?" Ma Hai stopped playing the scheming game, biting his teeth and saying, "You can't refuse, this is a great opportunity to deal with Zhang Wenxi." Ning Chen's gaze fixed on Ma Hai, and after sizing him up for a moment, he coldly laughed, "You're right, I can't refuse. But don't think you can enjoy the benefits without any effort. That kind of good fortune is impossible. I will tell Zhang Wenxi exactly what you said, and then I'll sit back and watch you two fight." "Not at all." Ning Chen shook his head and smiled, "You're definitely not Zhang Wenxi's opponent, you'll just be brutally beaten by him. You have no evidence, words alone won't convince Zhang Wenxi." A flicker of fear crossed Ma Hai's eyes. Although he had fallen out with Zhang Wenxi, he still didn't dare to provoke him face to face. In terms of family background and strength, Zhang Wenxi crushed him. Ning Chen took out his phone, smiling, "Mahai, we are close collaborators. The transfer records you gave me are evidence." How could Zhang Wenxi not believe it? Mahai's face immediately turned ugly. Zhang Wenxi already suspected him of playing tricks, and if this transfer record was added, it would be 100% confirmed. He wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how many mouths he had. "What do you want?" After a long silence, Mahai said resentfully. This time, it was like a repeat of half a month ago. His handle was once again in Ning Chen's grasp. Ning Chen revealed a bright smile and said, "I'm a person who values honesty. Just give me the remaining amount you owe me." Upon hearing this, Mahai was so angry he wanted to curse. He had lost the guidance of a ninth-level martial artist, and he still had to pay. Ning Chen continued at a leisurely pace. "Once the money arrives, I'll deal with Zhang Wenxi. What you just said, I'll keep it to myself." Mahai thought for a moment and said, "You go teach Zhang Wenxi a lesson first, then I'll give you the money." Ning Chen shook his head. "No, transfer the money now. You have a history of defaulting. I can't trust you." "Fine, you're ruthless. If you want a transfer, then let's do it." Mahai and Ning Chen faced off for a while, and seeing that he wouldn't budge, Mahai had no choice but to take out his phone. Over 60,000, with both odd and even numbers, it's too troublesome. Standing beside him, Ning Chen looked at Mahai's phone, cleared his throat, and said, "Just drop a zero and transfer 70,000 directly." Hearing this, Mahai turned his face, glaring at Ning Chen in anger. He was truly gaining insight. Is there really a method of adding money by dropping a zero in this world? "Don't worry, as compensation, I'll give Zhang Wenxi a black eye, making him lose face." "Your money will be well spent," Ning Chen said with a smile. "All right." Thinking of the image of Zhang Wenxi with a black eye, Mahai felt a bit pleased and didn't mind spending a few extra thousand. Soon, the transfer was completed. "Do you have any other requests for Zhang Wenxi?" "As long as the money is in place, everything is negotiable," Ning Chen said with a smile. Mahai's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, he turned and left. He almost ran out of the training ground, fearing that Ning Chen would try to trap him into spending more money. Mahai firmly decided that in the future, not only should he avoid provoking Ning Chen, but even speaking to him should be absolutely prohibited. "Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a villain?" Looking at the departing Mahai, Ning Chen felt pleased and smiled broadly. At 9 in the morning, the ringing of bells echoed through the sky, marking the start of the selection competition. Swish, swish, swish. The participating students surged out like a flood, each demonstrating their martial arts skills as they rushed towards the nearest spy device. There were a total of 10 square devices, set up in advance around the training ground, which many students had already seen before the competition began. In an instant, several students who had awakened to the 9th level were the first to seize a spy device, quickly creating distance to avoid being surrounded and attacked by the other students. Ning Chen glanced over and shook his head secretly. As expected, although seizing the spy devices wasn't as direct as fighting in the arena, it still required real strength. With 2 hours of competition time, even if I manage to grab a spy device now, it will probably be snatched away quickly. I might only have a chance to try at the very last moment, Ning Chen analyzed swiftly. But the further it goes, the stronger the students occupying the spy devices will be, making it even harder to seize them. Ning Chen's thoughts were clear as he looked at the chaotic students, knowing that his chances of success were slim. Fortunately, his main purpose for participating today was still Zhang Wenxi. "There's a price to pay for targeting me." A glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he took out his silver blood battle knife and walked steadily towards Building No. 1. This selection competition had no restrictions on weapons and equipment. After all, the ultimate goal was to capture spies. Zhao Weiping wouldn't care about fairness. If one had real strength, bringing a mech would not be rejected by the police station. Instead, they would applaud and welcome it. 5 minutes later, Ning Chen arrived at Building No. 1, as mentioned by Mahai. This was the oldest batch of teaching buildings in Qingshan No. 1 high school, now idle and used to store some desks, chairs, and other learning supplies. Crossing the threshold, Ning Chen activated his Gale Step. In an instant, his footsteps became faint and imperceptible. This was an application of the Gale Step. On one hand, he wanted to see what Zhang Wenxi was up to. On the other hand, Mahai had informed him of this matter, which might have been a trap set by Zhang Wenxi together with him. Although the possibility was small, he couldn't be careless. Ning Chen silently began to investigate inside the building. The first floor yielded nothing. The second floor was the same. On the third floor, just as Ning Chen stepped out of the stairwell, he heard faint footsteps coming from a classroom not far ahead. Zhang Wenxi? Ning Chen's heart stirred. With 10 spy devices, none were here, and clearly, no other students would come. Biting down on the silver blood battle blade, Ningchen lowered his body and crawled forward. After crawling for more than 10 meters, his gaze passed through a window of the classroom that opened to the hallway and spotted a figure. It was indeed Zhang Wenxi. In the next moment, all of Ningchen's attention was drawn to what Zhang Wenxi held in his hand. It was a test tube rack made of wood, with a single row of 3 holes, each embedded with a test tube filled with dark red liquid, bubbling and churning. Ningchen was very familiar with it. He had just drunk one not long ago, which had allowed him to advance to the 5th stage of awakening. Beast Nutrient Solution. He stole it? Ningchen's heart raced. 3 Beast Nutrient Solutions would be enough for him to advance to the 6th stage of awakening. However, after a brief contemplation, Ningchen shook his head inwardly. Although the surveillance here had been cut off by Ma Hai's people, once something was done, traces would be left behind. Given Zhang Wenxi's family background, the police would definitely take it seriously. The risk is too great. Suppressing his greed, Ningchen's mindset returned to calm as he continued to observe Zhang Wenxi secretly. Soon, he made a new discovery. Zhang Wenxi was pacing back and forth in the classroom, occasionally glancing at his phone. His actions and demeanor clearly indicated that he was waiting for someone. Who was he waiting for? Ningchen's mind raced, analyzing the known information. Having Ma Hai specifically cut off the surveillance, possessing 3 Beast Nutrient Solutions, waiting for someone to arrive here. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ningchen's mind like lightning. Zhang Wenxi wants to trade 3 Beast Nutrient Solutions for a spy device. The more Ningchen thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Zhang Wenxi's family could afford even night-level martial artists, indicating a powerful influence. Finding a few martial artists to assist Zhang Wenxi in capturing Zhao Weiping would be a piece of cake. Safety was not an issue. Zhang Wenxi is at the 7th stage of awakening, and it's basically impossible for him to guard the spy device. Once exposed, it would be very dangerous, so the trade would only happen in the last few minutes of the selection competition, when the outcome is already determined. Ningchen's heart raced significantly. Of course, whether it was true or not was still uncertain. He was merely speculating. However, Ningchen was willing to take a gamble. With his own strength, the probability of securing a spot was too low. I can't stay in the hallway. If Zhang Wenxi's trading partner arrives, they'll spot me immediately. I need to change locations. Ningchen crawled and changed direction, leaving the hallway. After searching carefully for a long time, Ningchen found a good position. Outside the building, there was a large tree close to the classroom where Zhang Wenxi was. With spring well underway, the branches and leaves had grown enough to conceal his figure. He nimbly climbed the tree. Ningchen chose a branch close to the classroom window and silently took cover. His dark eyes peered through the dense foliage, watching Zhang Wenxi in the classroom, patient and indifferent, like a predator sizing up its prey. At Qingshan No. 1 high school, in the surveillance room, several school leaders accompanied a buzzcut young man from the police department to watch the students' battle situation. What's going on with the surveillance in Building 1? The director pointed at several dark areas on the screen, frowning as he asked. A staff member replied, "There seems to be a problem with the signal line, it might be broken." Upon hearing this, the director looked at the buzzcut young man and inquired, "Officer Zhou, should we pause the selection competition until the surveillance is fixed?" "No need." Zhou Wei scanned the screen and shook his head, saying, "All 10 spy devices are within the surveillance range, there's no need to waste time." The priority was to capture Zhao Weiping as soon as possible. A formal martial artist on the run was too dangerous. If it resulted in widespread casualties among the public, the police department would definitely take the blame. On the other side, Wang Ping, as a 5th stage awakener, "Can you guard the spy device? You're all beneath me, how dare you mock me? This spy device, Li Jian, won't hold back." The shouts were incessant. Students were fighting all over the campus. Those who had obtained the spy devices gradually found themselves surrounded, and even those who had awakened to the 9th stage were fiercely competing. Time passed, and the identity of the holders kept changing. 10:50 a.m. There were only 10 minutes left until the selection competition ended. The chaotic battle was nearing its end, with only a couple of spy devices still being fought over. The others had already found their owners, and no one was trying to snatch them anymore. There was no choice. The students left on the field were very few, and almost all were exhausted, unable to continue fighting. In that classroom, Zhang Wenxi frequently glanced at his watch, unable to hide his anxious expression. Buzz! Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He opened it and let out a long breath, relaxing completely. Seeing this scene, Ningchen became even more certain of his speculation. Sure enough, before long, a tall figure walked into the classroom. "It's him!" Ning Chen recognized the person. Wei Bohu, awakened to the 9th stage, had mastered a B-level boxing technique to perfection. In terms of strength, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in the grade, an absolute seed for prestigious schools. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen took out his phone, opened the video recording, and pointed the camera at the classroom. Trading spy devices privately was not a glorious matter. Did you get the spy device? Zhang Wenxi quickly walked towards Wei Bohu, his face filled with desire. Where's the thing I want? Wei Bohu pulled out a black box, square and the size of a Rubik's Cube, and handed it over. Here, not a single one missing. After receiving the spy device, Zhang Wenxi shook the test tube rack in his hand, showing it to Wei Bohu. But he did not hand it over to Wei Bohu. What, trying to renege on the deal? A hint of disdain appeared in Wei Bohu's eyes as he sneered. I'll give it to you after the selection competition ends. Zhang Wenxi shook his head, stuffing the test tube rack into his pocket, and said, hand over the nutrient solution now, and if you take the spy device away, who do I go to complain to? You're really cautious. Wei Bohu scoffed and turned to leave. I doubt you dare to cheat me. Zhang Wenxi pouted, playing with the spy device, not following Wei Bohu out. With his strength, if he were discovered, it would inevitably lead to a scramble. Although the selection competition was about to end and the students' combat power had severely declined, there was no need to take risks. Building 1 was perfect for hiding. The mantis is in position, it's time for the cicada to make its move. In the tree, Ning Chen put away his phone, watching the depths of Zhang Wenxi's eyes, a surge of heat rising within him, and he pushed off forcefully from the branch. Bang! The bark shattered, propelling Ning Chen like an arrow flying out. Crackle! The glass of the window shattered violently as Ning Chen burst into the classroom with a fierce posture, descending towards Zhang Wenxi while clenching his fist, striking out fiercely. Bone-crushing fist, the strongest attack of the 1,000 bone-killing technique. Whoosh! The roaring wind of the punch howled, carrying dozens of shattered glass pieces, raining down like a storm, smashing towards the astonished Zhang Wenxi. Who ambushed me? As a high-stage awakener, Zhang Wenxi reacted quickly, slapping out with one hand. The gust of wind was equally violent, his palm turning crimson, veins bulging, filled with a sense of power. Clearly, he was also using some kind of palm technique. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A wave of air surged outward, as if it were tangible, tearing apart the glass shards in mid-air, scattering everywhere. Zhang Wenxi's body shook violently, and he was suddenly pushed back. With a bang, his back slammed against the wall, dust falling down. Only then did Zhang Wenxi barely manage to stop himself. On the other side, Ning Chen also felt a great force coming at him, his body flying backward. He exerted force from his waist and abdomen, performing a backflip that dissipated most of his strength, landing steadily on the windowsill, looking down at Zhang Wenxi from a height. With the momentum of a downward plunge, combined with the strongest punch, facing a hasty counterattack from Zhang Wenxi, it's about a 50-50 chance. Ning Chen shook his head. Awakening at a high level, his strength surged like a spring. Indeed powerful. After a brief contemplation, Ning Chen deliberately spoke in a stern voice, Zhang Wenxi, you dare to purchase spy equipment without authorization, caught red-handed, yet you still refuse to surrender. Ning Chen added a classic line. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Zhang Wenxi shivered in fear. Yet for some reason, he felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Instinctively looking up, Zhang Wenxi was first taken aback, then erupted in fury. Ning Chen! Zhang Wenxi shouted angrily, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Why isn't your body trembling anymore? Ning Chen chuckled lightly, teasing, hand over the spy equipment, and I'll let you go. Zhang Wenxi sneered, a mere awakening stage 4, how brazen. So it seems you disagree. Ning Chen stepped into the wind step, moving with incredible speed, slicing through the air as he darted forward. Also, I'm now at awakening stage 5. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen closed in, fingers together, aiming at Zhang Wenxi's vital throat like a sharp sword. Swish! The air made a tearing sound. Awakening stage 5, is this your trump card? Impressive, just like when I was in high school. Zhang Wenxi replied sarcastically. Yet he did not let his guard down. With a swift motion, he struck out with a knife hand, heavy and fast as thunder, aiming to slice at Ning Chen's approaching wrist. Shadow Snake Strike! Ning Chen's gaze sharpened. Just as Zhang Wenxi was about to hit him, his outstretched arm twisted at an odd angle, like a snake's body contorting, evading the blow and continuing to stab at Zhang Wenxi's throat. After mastering the 1,000 bones killing technique, the Shadow Snake Strike could now be easily executed. Zhang Wenxi's expression changed slightly. However, he did not panic, his rich combat experience allowed him to react immediately. Instead of dodging, he chose to attack. Bang! Zhang Wensi stepped forward powerfully, firmly planting his foot on the ground, causing Ning Chen's thrust to miss its mark, avoiding the vital throat area. At the same time, he transformed his knife hand into a fist and swung it with force. Thud! Bang! The two sounds almost occurred simultaneously. The first muffled sound was Ning Chen's fingers tearing through Zhang Wensi's clothing and piercing into his shoulder, a few drops of blood seeping out. The second sound was Zhang Wensi hitting Ning Chen. In the next moment, Ning Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a desk, the solid wooden surface breaking upon impact, the metal frame beneath slightly twisted and deformed. The power of that blow was evident. However, Ning Chen stood up as if nothing had happened. After advancing to the third level of the diamond body, in addition to being able to transform into a diamond form, his physical defense had reached a new level. Zhang Wensi's punch only left him with a slight sensation of pain. Ning Chen didn't need to look to know that the spot where he was hit was at most slightly reddened. What kind of martial arts is this? Quite interesting. Raising his right hand and looking at the slight blood on his fingertips, Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Just now, after piercing the skin, Zhang Wensi's muscles had suddenly hardened like steel, preventing him from advancing further. According to his original estimation, with the power of this palm sword, it should have been able to make Zhang Wensi temporarily lose an arm. Ning Chen, I will break all your fingers." The 4 bloody holes on his shoulder throbbed with a fiery pain as Zhang Wensi glared at Ning Chen, his expression dark, as if he could drip water. With a roar, he took large strides, his figure stirring up a whirlwind, pouncing like a fierce tiger. Hee. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth, his fingers flicking to shake off the blood above, as he executed the wind step, fearlessly charging forward. Ning Chen and Zhang Wensi were locked in a fierce battle, the intensity unmatched. The air roared as if it were about to explode. Desks shattered in rows. Window glass continuously broke. In the situation, Ning Chen was at a disadvantage. His thousand bones killing technique was only at a proficient level, and against Zhang Wensi, who had awakened to the 7th stage, he felt somewhat powerless. However, relying on the powerful defense of his third layer of diamond body, Ning Chen would not be defeated in a short time. In fact, when trading injuries for injuries, he could even gain some advantage. "I want to see how much you can take." Zhang Wensi's gaze turned fierce as he unleashed a brutal elbow strike, the bent elbow carving an arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp wind sound that was ear-piercing, showcasing immense power. Iron elbow gun. C-class martial arts. Ugh! The fierce wind rushed towards him, but Ning Chen remained calm, not dodging or evading. He raised his right arm and punched towards Zhang Wensi's abdomen. Bang! Ning Chen's right arm made a crisp sound, like lightning striking the air, or a bowstring snapping. In the next moment, his punch speed suddenly surged, seemingly dragging out an afterimage, and with a bang, Zhang Wensi's face instantly flushed red. Lightning punch. Second form of the 1,000 bones killing technique. A punch thrown out like a lightning strike, akin to an arrow shooting swiftly, hence the name. Its characteristic is speed. In the next moment, Zhang Wensi's elbow strike also landed on Ning Chen. Boom! A flash of golden light appeared on Ning Chen's chest, and with a sound like metal clashing, he was suddenly sent flying backward, landing at the other end of the classroom, dust rising from the ground. Swish! Ning Chen performed a swift roll and stood up neatly. The brief transformation into golden body had absorbed most of Zhang Wensi's attack power. Ning Chen looked at Zhang Wensi, brushed off the dust from his chest, and said with slight regret, "I was hoping to practice with you a bit longer, but unfortunately, there's not much time left, so it has to be a quick resolution." The spy device was just one of his objectives. He had other things he wanted. He needed to hurry. Anyone can talk big. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Wensi's mouth, mocking. However, his tone was much more serious than before. In the class, apart from him, there was probably no one who could match Ning Chen. He truly could hide his strength. Is that so? Ning Chen grinned, offering no explanation, and drew out the silver blood battle knife from behind his waist, striding towards Zhang Wensi. The knife tip dragged on the ground, sparking a series of sparks. Zhang Wensi's expression changed completely. Ning Chen was already not much weaker than him in unarmed combat. With the battle knife executing the subtle realm's thunder slash, he would definitely lose. If he had a weapon in hand, perhaps he would have a chance to resist. But today, he had no intention of competing for the spy device, his weapon was left at home. "That's not fair," Zhang Wensi shouted. The rest of his words were drowned out by a thunderous roar. Boom! Ning Chen launched into a thunder slash. A bright white silver light appeared, like lightning crisscrossing, illuminating the dim classroom shrouded in dark clouds. Within the light was a cold sharpness. Zhang Wensi's scalp tingled, and he pushed his martial arts to the limit, desperately retreating. Swish! Dozens of strands of hair were neatly severed, floating in the air. He barely managed to dodge this strike. Boom! Ning Chen was unfazed. Closing in, a thunderous sound erupted from within him, transforming into powerful force that surged into his arm, showcasing its sharpness on the silver blood battle knife. Thunder slash! The silver light surged again, electric arcs crossing the air. Zhang Wensi was drenched in cold sweat, completely unable to withstand the sharpness of the silver blood battle knife. He wanted to escape, but there was no way out. With the mastery of the Gale Step and the Subtle Realm's Thunder Slash, both combined allowed Ning Chen's battle knife to appear anywhere in the classroom in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wensi could only keep dodging. Bang! Ning Chen seized the opportunity, not swinging the knife, but lifting a leg and kicking Zhang Wensi, sending him flying sideways. Though the rules of this selection match were few, they also prohibited causing death or permanent injury. The flash of lightning and the overwhelming sharpness of the blade were merely used by Ning Chen to force Zhang Wensi into revealing a flaw, after which he would strike with his fists and feet. Before long, Zhang Wensi's body was covered in bruises. Zhang Wensi realized Ning Chen's plan, but he still dared not withstand the fight against the silver blood battle blade. He couldn't afford to gamble. If he lost, there were only two outcomes, death or disability. Even if Ning Chen would pay a price, it would be of no use. Opportunity. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Under the pressure of the battle blade, Zhang Wensi exposed a significant flaw. Ning Chen shot out his left hand like lightning, spreading his 5 fingers, piercing the air, and grabbing Zhang Wensi's arm, wrapping his entire left arm around it like a giant python constricting its prey, twisting fiercely. The fourth form of the Thousand Bones killing technique, the Broken Body Python Strike. The name was imposing. The power was equally formidable. Once entangled, it could crush the enemy's bones. Crack! Zhang Wensi's arm emitted a crisp sound. Then his entire right arm drooped down. Is this dislocated? Ning Chen blinked twice. It was within expectations. After all, he had only awakened to the 5th stage, and his breathing technique was merely the ordinary bull strength. His arm strength was insufficient. If he were at the same level as Zhang Wensi, this twist would have been enough to cause a shattering fracture in Zhang Wensi's right arm. Hiss! With his arm suddenly dislocated, Zhang Wensi gasped in pain, his defense severely deformed. Bang! 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 Ning Chen used both hands and feet, landing punch after punch, knocking Zhang Wensi to the ground, stripping him of his ability to resist, gasping for breath, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Then, Ning Chen squatted down, reached out, and rummaged through Zhang Wensi's clothes, finding the spy device. I tried to persuade you nicely before, but you didn't listen. Now you're just getting beaten for no reason, and it's still mine. Ning Chen said with a smile. Don't be so smug, this isn't over. Zhang Wensi glared at Ning Chen, his gaze filled with frustration and hatred. Still arrogant? Ning Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow, delivering a punch that made Zhang Wensi grunt in pain. He continued to search through Zhang Wensi's belongings. Soon, Ning Chen found a test tube rack containing 3 vials of beast nutrient solution and casually stuffed it into his pocket, saying, "This loot is quite nice, I'll gladly accept it." Seeing this, Zhang Wensi was taken aback and blurted out, "You're robbing me." "No worries, I've cut off the surveillance in this building." Ning Chen thought for a moment and didn't reveal Mahai. After all, he had promised him. But that was only regarding the surveillance matter. Just wait. Zhang Wensi realized, looking at Ning Chen with a cold smile, already plotting how to have someone deliver soap to Ning Chen in prison. Ning Chen casually pulled up a chair to sit down, looking down at Zhang Wensi, and said with a smile, "Just cutting off the surveillance doesn't seem enough, does it? It's too late for you to know now." Zhang Wensi's expression was smug as he laughed. Subjectively, you had the intention to rob, and objectively, the fact of robbery has already been established. Even if you return the beast nutrient solution to me, nothing will change. You'll still go to jail. He had read the autobiography of a super criminal named Zhang San and learned many professional legal terms from it. Quite knowledgeable about the law. Ning Chen chuckled, took out his phone, and played the video he had just secretly recorded, saying, "Now, let's see what crime this constitutes." The video quickly ended. Zhang Wensi's smile faded, and he fell silent. Ning Chen didn't care about him, freely throwing dirt on him, saying, "You went to great lengths to obtain the opportunity to assist the police, even using 3 vials of beast nutrient solution. You must have had grand plans. In my view, you wanted to help Zhao Weiping escape. Your face looks just like our martial arts world's ball trader. Damn it, you're the one who looks like a ball trader." Zhang Wensi couldn't help but curse, then thought for a moment and sneered, "Stop struggling. Do you think the police will believe your nonsense? Since you're not afraid of the police, let me put it another way." Ning Chen's smile remained undiminished as he calmly said, "I will spread this video and send it to everyone at the school." What will happen then? The excellent student of class 15 in the senior year actually cheated. So, were his previous grades also achieved through cheating? Once the doubts are raised, they can't be contained. In the end, the once outstanding student Zhang Wenxi will earn the shame of Qingshan No. 1 High School. You dare! Zhang Wenxi shouted in panic, struggling to get up. It would be fine if others knew about this. After all, he would be going to university out of town in a few months. Su Yun must never find out. Although he was more scheming than his peers, he was still a youth. The thought of his image collapsing in the eyes of his crush was completely unacceptable. Don't say anything harsh to me, it won't threaten me. Ningchen patted Zhang Wenxi's shoulder, exerting a little force, and pressed him back to the ground, sneering, forget about the beast nutrient liquid incident. Then I won't spread this video recklessly. Otherwise, everyone will blow up together. After a pause, Ningchen added, also, don't think about hiring someone to steal your phone. I've already uploaded the video to the cloud and set it to send at a specific time, only I can cancel it. You are ruthless. Zhang Wenxi gritted his teeth, not refusing, which meant he agreed with Ningchen's statement. The topic ended there, and the two fell into silence. Ningchen, unsure how to break the ice, thought for a moment, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck down. Bang! He punched Zhang Wenxi again. Did I provoke you? Zhang Wenxi glared at Ningchen. Ningchen remained expressionless and said, this is a lesson for you letting Ma Hai beat me. Zhang Wenxi was taken aback and asked, how did you know it was me behind this? He had hardly shown any hostility towards Ningchen in class. Oh, Ma Hai told me voluntarily. Ningchen directly sold Ma Hai out. He hadn't promised anything about it. I must teach that guy a lesson. Zhang Wenxi was furious, his teeth itching. Useless in achieving anything, yet good at causing trouble. Don't rush, you have plenty of time in the future. Ningchen waved his hand and said, so, you don't want me to guide Lu Manhwa, right? So what if I don't? Zhang Wenxi snorted coldly. Don't be so aggressive. Ningchen smiled and said, I know you rich second-generation types have a psychological cleanliness, not wanting other boys to get close to the girl you admire. This can be negotiated. Zhang Wenxi interrupted him directly, saying irritably, admiring Lu Manhwa? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Lu Manhwa is my cousin. Hearing this, Ningchen was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, since she's your cousin, why are you stopping me from guiding Lu Manhwa? Zhang Wenxi realized he had misspoken and shut his mouth, not answering. So that's the situation. Ningchen's eyes flashed with understanding. Lu Manhwa was not just the daughter of the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Her background was significant. The Lu family was a prominent family in Qingshan City. One could even say it was a 1,000-year-old family. Zhang Wenxi's mother should also be a member of the Lu family. The scheming and intrigue among the children of noble families are truly relentless. Ningchen sighed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenxi's expression turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, if you dare to speak of this, you will surely die. The Federation is a society governed by law, but some forces are inherently above the law. I don't care about the people and matters of the Lu family, Ningchen shrugged and said indifferently, I still say, if you don't want me to guide Lu Manhwa, this matter can be negotiated, as long as you can pay a sufficient price. I'm an orphan, I've had enough of hard times and only recognize benefits, not people. After saying this, Ningchen stood up, preparing to pressure Zhang Wenxi further, saying, if you're not interested in this matter, then I'll take my leave. Go on. Zhang Wenxi felt a stir in his heart and quickly called out to Ningchen. Let's do some calculations first. A brilliant smile appeared on Ningchen's face as he sat back down and said, you know the price for my guidance of Lu Manhwa, 3,000 yuan per hour. I guide for 2 hours each day. That's 6,000 yuan, and sometimes even more. With just over 2 months until the college entrance examination, I can earn at least 500,000 from Lu Manhwa. After stating this amount, Ningchen secretly glanced at Zhang Wenxi. His face remained unchanged. Of course, 500,000 is definitely not enough. Ningchen shifted his tone and continued, that's money I could have earned anyway. If I stop guiding for the Flash Thunder Slash, it will offend Lu Manhwa. You need to give me an additional 500,000 as compensation. A total of 1 million. Zhang Wenxi scoffed, mocking, have you gone mad thinking about money? Ningchen's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, if you give me an extra 500,000, Lu Manhwa's Flash Thunder Slash will stagnate, and you could profit tenfold or even 100-fold. Zhang Wenxi pondered for a moment and replied, there's only 500,000 in total, if you don't agree, then forget it. Ningchen's heart raced, wanting to agree immediately. After all, it was a deal with no risk and high reward. However, he still frowned, pretending to be dissatisfied, and said, I'm risking offending Lu Manhwa. Your compensation is already included in the 500,000. I know Lu Manhwa better than you do, you can guide her for at most another month. Zhang Wenxi sneered. Lu Mengyue needs enough time to advance to a formal warrior, otherwise, she won't have a chance at Tsinghua University. Fine then. Ningchen sighed, as if he had suffered a great loss, and said, 500,000 it is, but you need to transfer it immediately. Zhang Wenxi took out his phone, opened online banking, thought for a moment, and said coldly, your strength is indeed comparable to a 7th-tier awakening, but if you want to play both sides, I will make you regret coming into this world. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Ningchen declared with righteous indignation, raising his right arm and swearing, from today on, I will no longer guide Lu Mengyue in the flash thunder slash, otherwise, I will be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. There was no way to guide anymore. The work was already done. Buzz. The phone vibrated slightly. A text from the bank showed that the 500,000 had been credited. Along with 3 bottles of Beast Nutrient Solution, his net worth had now exceeded 1 million. Ningchen felt as if he were in a dream. Joy surged from his heart like a spring. Just yesterday, he had been torn over whether to sell or consume a bottle of Beast Nutrient Solution. Ha! Ningchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. It wasn't time to celebrate yet. He wouldn't mind having a little more money. Ningchen flaunted the spy device in his hand and said with a smile, this thing has a chance of turning into a ticket to the mountain and sea genius training camp. I won't ask for much, just the same price as Weibo, 3 bottles of Beast Nutrient Solution. Of course, a direct online transfer is fine, I don't mind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenxi's face turned green. He had his spy device snatched and was now being asked to buy it back? Was there no law? Was there no moral bottom line? You dare to speak recklessly about the mountain and sea genius training camp without knowing anything. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Wenxi showed a cold smile and disdainfully said, Ningchen didn't care at all. Having just extorted over 1 million from him, he needed to be magnanimous. What's wrong? Is that place not as good as its name? No, the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp is very strong, many formal warriors flock to it. Zhang Wenxi's eyes were mocking as he said, so, without peak 9th-tier awakening strength, going in is just looking for death. You'll be eaten alive by the geniuses gathered there. Ningchen casually replied, then why did you buy a spy device from Weibo? Zhang Wenxi snorted coldly, a hint of pride in his voice, and said, I only want to make Teacher Su happy during the selection competition. Do you understand anything? Ningchen fell silent. He never expected that Zhang Wenxi had such a reason. You want to make Teacher Su happy? How shameless, trying to be a disciple who goes against the master. Ningchen pointed at Zhang Wenxi and left in anger. Just to gain a bit more favor from Su Yun, he had spent 3 vials of Beast Nutrient Solution. How wealthy must he be? The joy of having a fortune of millions faded away significantly. The more Ningchen thought about it, the angrier he became. When he reached the classroom door, he turned back. I don't need your help, our relationship isn't that good. Seeing Ningchen turn back, Zhang Wenxi thought he was going to assist him and still wore a sour expression. At that moment, he was propping himself up on the chair where Ningchen had been sitting, trying to get up, but his body trembled, looking quite pathetic. I'm not here to help you. With a simple and straightforward reply, Ningchen moved swiftly, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and swung. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds connected in a line. Ningchen had given Zhang Wenxi 2 black eyes. This is the consequence of showing off wealth. Why are you hitting me again? Zhang Wenxi shouted angrily from the ground. Don't blame me, to be honest, I can only be considered a knife. It was Ma Hai who paid me to turn you into a panda. I want to ruin that kid. Then good luck. Ningchen left in a good mood. At 11 in the morning, the selection competition ended. All participating students immediately stopped the competition and returned to the training ground for assembly. The principal's voice came through the loudspeaker. As Ningchen hurried to the training ground, he reflected on his battle with Zhang Wenxi. Through that fight, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. In a bare-handed situation, there was still some gap compared to someone at the 7th stage of awakening. Unless he could elevate the 1000-bone killing technique to another level. With a battle knife in hand, he could almost crush Zhang Wenxi. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated in reality. Mainly because Zhang Wenxi had no weapon on him at the time, making it impossible to counter the silver blood battle knife. His true combat power could rank among the top in the 7th stage of awakening at Qingshan No. 1 high school. He was still some distance from the 8th stage of awakening. But it won't be long now. Ningchen looked at the test tube rack in his hand, revealing a confident smile. 3 vials of Beast Nutrient Solution were enough for him to break through to the 6th stage of awakening. He took one out and drank it down. The bull strength has detected abundant energy, feeling invigorated, cultivation progress increased by 1850%. The bull strength is expected to exhaust energy in 28 hours. The mechanical synthesized voice continued to sound. Ning Chen felt a surge of joy. As his strength increased, the time it took to absorb a vial of beast nutrient solution decreased again. In about 3 days, he would be able to advance to the 6th stage of awakening. This speed was simply astonishing. No one else could achieve this. Not to mention whether the speed of energy absorption could keep up. Just the barrier of realms would take some time to break through. Ning Chen, however, did not have such troubles. His strength in martial arts would naturally break through once they reached 100%. It was a matter of course. What is a bottleneck? Never heard of it. Who is the 10th owner of the spy device? Come on stage quickly. As soon as he entered the training ground, Ning Chen heard Zhou Wei urging, "Coming!" Ning Chen raised his hand and quickly ran up to the high platform. Glancing at the other 9 students who had obtained spy devices, Ning Chen found them all familiar. 5 at the 9th stage of awakening. 3 at the 8th stage of awakening. 1 at the 7th stage of awakening. Seeing the last person, a hint of surprise flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Wei Bohu. Did this guy manage to grab 2 spy devices? Ning Chen speculated in his heart. With the other party's strength, it was not impossible. On the opposite side, Wei Bohu also felt surprised upon seeing Ning Chen. Shouldn't it be Zhang Wenxi? Zhou Wei said, "Stop dawdling, stand at the back of the line." Yes. Ning Chen walked to the back of the line. Wei Bohu turned his head to look at Ning Chen and asked, "Where did you get your spy device?" "Naturally, I snatched it from someone else," Ning Chen replied casually. "Who was that person? Why do you want to know?" Upon hearing this, Wei Bohu frowned and fell silent. Below the high platform, the noise gradually grew louder. Many students recognized Ning Chen because of the flash thunder slash at the subtle realm. Ning Chen is too fierce, directly breaking into the top 10 of the grade. Maybe it was just luck. Don't be sour, the selection competition is indeed different from the arena battles. Even with high strength, you might not be able to snatch a spy device, but those who can must at least be comparable to high-level awakened. Damn, didn't Ning Chen say he was at the 4th stage of awakening? His combat power crossed 3 tiers? Many people were discussing Ning Chen, feeling both envious and shocked. Hearing the voices around her, Suyun looked at Ning Chen on the stage, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She knew very well that the flash thunder slash at the subtle realm could at most allow Ning Chen to dominate at the 6th stage of awakening, and there was still a considerable distance to the 7th stage. But being able to obtain a spy device, Ning Chen's strength must indeed be on par with high-level awakened. Su Yun was certain in her heart. But why was Ning Chen's strength so strong? Students who did not pass the selection competition may leave. Classes will resume as usual tomorrow. Students with serious injuries should ask the homeroom teacher for sick leave in advance. A school leader dismissed the students below the stage. Zhou Wei walked closer, sizing up Ning Chen a few times, and asked, "Are you at the 5th stage of awakening? This person is a martial artist." A thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind, and he nodded, saying, "Yes, officer, is there a problem?" "No, just asking. Strength doesn't matter, having a spy device is enough," Zhou Wei said expressionlessly. He knew that towards the end of the selection competition, a spy device had been taken to the monitoring defunct building No. 1. There must be something fishy about it. However, he didn't want to delve deeper. It was just one spot, not worth wasting time over. U10, from left to right, the first and last should get to know each other and form a small team. Zhou Wei instructed. The school leader beside him explained the reason. During the search and capture, a police officer leads a small team, and 3 people act together. I don't want to team up with Ning Chen, he's not even a high-level awakened, his strength is too weak. Wei Bohu shouted, very dissatisfied. Unlike Zhang Wenxi, he participated in the selection competition solely for the Mountain Sea Genius training camp. With Ning Chen's strength, he would only hold him back. Beside him, Ning Chen remained expressionless upon hearing this. What's wrong? You don't want to obey orders. Zhou Wei looked at Wei Bohu, his gaze sharp like 2 bolts of lightning. Wei Bohu's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled awkwardly. It's not just my reason, Ning Chen doesn't want to team up with me either. Isn't that right? Wei Bohu turned his face, glaring fiercely at Ning Chen, the threat evident. Ning Chen frowned. He could understand Wei Bohu's reluctance to team up with him, after all, his apparent strength was not high. That's why he hadn't said anything before. But for Wei Bohu to want him to take the blame was unreasonable. Ning Chen's dislike for Wei Bohu surged. If you don't mind, I can switch teammates with you. Ning Chen was about to speak when a beautiful girl said lightly, her light blue and green hair gently swaying, like stars twinkling in the sky. It was Lu Mengyu. She was also one of the 10 present. That's perfect. Wei Bohu quickly agreed, unable to hide his joy. Lu Mengyu's teammate was one of the 3 at the 8th stage of awakening, very perfect. both useful and not stealing his credit. Are there any other questions? Zhou Wei scanned the 10 people and said coldly, since there are none, let's set off. The group walked towards the school exit. Lu Mengyue found Ning Chen, smiled slightly, and teased, so you've awakened to the 5th stage already? That's much faster than I expected. I was already at a bottleneck, and I practiced hard for 2 days over the weekend. Ning Chen shrugged and replied. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Mengyue and said seriously, thank you for helping me out earlier. Lu Mengyue blinked her big eyes, revealing a hint of cleverness, and whispered, others may not know your true strength, but I do, so I can't let go of such a good assistant. Ning Chen smiled silently. Meanwhile, Wei Bohu was looking down, chatting on his phone. Zhang Wenxi, what's going on? I was ambushed by Ning Chen, the spy device, and the 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution I was supposed to give you were all taken by him. Zhang Wenxi replied. That's your problem, don't try to shift the blame. Wei Bohu typed with a cold laugh. Although the Wei family's influence was not as strong as the Lu family's, he was the legitimate son of the family. Zhang Wenxi was just the son of an external daughter of the Lu family. He was not afraid. You're overthinking it. I'm just kindly informing you that Ning Chen has 3 bottles of dubious beast nutrient solution. Zhang Wenxi's eyes were cunning. Not reporting it didn't mean he would let Ning Chen off the hook. Also, Ning Chen has no background, he's just an orphan. Wei Bohu glanced at Ning Chen, feeling a bit tempted. It was indeed worth a try. Soon, a group of them arrived outside the school and got into a large police car, heading towards the police station. Ning Chen and Lu Mengyue sat in the last row. Lu Mengyue thought for a moment and asked, Ning Chen, do you know who the police chief of Qingshan City is? Not sure, Ning Chen replied casually, his gaze fixed on the dashboard ahead. The technology in the martial arts world surpassed that of Earth by quite a bit. The police car he was in easily exceeded 300 miles per hour, with a top speed approaching 600 miles. Lu Mengyue continued, the martial arts technique you practice is the Gale Step, right? Yeah, Ning Chen nodded. The Gale Step, an E-grade martial art, is widely known and is the first choice for many. It's quite famous in the Federation, so it's not surprising that Lu Mengyue recognized it. Then you must know who its founder is. Lu Mengyue smiled. Gu Tianyu, Ning Chen said, suddenly realizing, he's the police chief of Qingshan City? Do you want him to guide you? Lu Mengyue twirled her hair and said with a smile, Uncle Gu is a friend of my father's, he can certainly help with this small favor. Your Gale Step has reached the mastery level, right? If Uncle Gu gives you some pointers, you might have an epiphany and advance to the micro realm. Then I'll take your good words, Ning Chen thanked with a smile. Although his martial arts didn't require guidance from others, it would be rude to refuse Lu Mengyue's offer to help. He. At that moment, a mocking cold laugh came from the front row. Wei Bohui turned his head, sneering, some people get lucky and have an epiphany once, and they forget themselves. They dare to talk about epiphanies without fearing that the wind will blow their tongues away. Ning Chan's eyes narrowed slightly. Wei Bohu really needed to be dealt with. More than half an hour later, Qingshan City Police Station. As soon as Ning Chen got out of the car, he saw a large group of students from other high schools who had come to assist the police in the search standing in an open area not far ahead, a sea of people, at least 300 to 400. That's why I wanted to sell the spy device, Ning Chen muttered softly. With so many people acting together, his chances of catching Zhao Weiping were too low. You all go there to assemble. Zhou Wei locked the car and said, afterward, the police will take you into action. Lu Mengyue raised her hand and said, Officer Zhou, I want to find Chief Gu. Come with me. Zhou Wei did not refuse. As the two entered a large building, Wei Bohu immediately called out to Ning Chen, extending his hand and forcefully saying, give me back my things. Ning Chen frowned. What things? Stop pretending. Wei Bohu snorted coldly and said, the beast nutrient solution you snatched from Zhang Wenxi is mine. It was only temporarily kept by Zhang Wenxi. Ning Chen shook his head and replied seriously, first, the only thing I took from Zhang Wenxi was a spy device. Second, if your things were lost by Zhang Wenxi, shouldn't you be looking for him? No amount of arguing will help. Wei Bohe said coldly. Zhang Wenxi didn't have the guts to deceive him. Wei Bohe clenched his fist suddenly, making a dull thud, and said, if you don't hand over the beast nutrient solution, your fate will be very miserable. Ning Chen looked at Wei Bohu, his expression surprised. You're threatening me? In the police station? It's good that you know fear. What means do you have? Stop wasting time, just answer me. Wei Bohu's lips curled coldly as he threatened, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Next Monday is the school's monthly exam. With my background, one word from me can put you on the same stage as me. Punishment. Why not punish? Ning Chen gave Wei Bohu a deep look and stepped away. Your days are getting more and more like a judge's. Wei Bohu was momentarily stunned by the words, then quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening. Ning Chen actually dared to mock him. According to his original plan, this combination of threats and intimidation would surely break Ning Chen. Ning Chen, you wait for me. Wei Bohu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Now was not the time to explode. Ning Chen stayed among the crowd, and soon saw Lu Manhwa walking out of the building. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, thin and dressed in police uniform, with sharp eyes. Director Gu is here. Someone shouted. The crowd instantly erupted. After all, he was a night-level martial artist, and there were not many in Qingshan City. Lu Manhwa jogged into the crowd, found Ning Chen, and said with a wry smile, Uncle Gu agreed to the guidance, but it won't be a private one-on-one. That's good enough. Thank you for your hard work. Ning Chen smiled. He hadn't really cared much about the guidance. Students, welcome to the police station. On behalf of all the police in Qingshan City, I thank you for your bravery in extending a helping hand to assist in the search for the spy Zhao Weiping, Gu Tianyu said with a smile. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Director Gu is too polite. This is what we should do. Many students applauded vigorously. Gu Tianyu raised his hand to calm them down and smiled. You are the most outstanding young people in Qingshan City. I don't have much to teach, so let's practice the Gale Step. As the creator of this martial art, I do have some insights. Hearing this, the students on site became excited, quickly dispersing to give Gu Tianyu space to demonstrate. The Gale Step was indeed an E-level martial art, but it also had its advantages. It consumed less energy. No one could guarantee they wouldn't run out of stamina. At that time, lower-level martial arts might play a crucial role in turning the tide. Moreover, there were connections between martial arts. One could learn from similar types. If a lower-level martial art reached a high realm, practicing a higher-level martial art of the same type would lead to faster progress. Whoosh! Gu Tianyu swiftly demonstrated the Gale Step. In an instant, many students felt a gust of wind. This Gale Step is extraordinary. Ning Chen's eyes widened in shock. Gu Tianyu's speed was not fast, not even surpassing his own. But Gu Tianyu's steps were incredibly smooth, without a hint of pause. It should be noted that whether walking slowly or running fast, there is always a moment of pause when the foot hits the ground, just varying in duration. Yet Gu Tianyu had no such pause. With each step, it was smoother than melted chocolate. It was as if he wasn't relying on the fierce wind, he himself was the fierce wind. The Gale Step has sensed the profound power of the wind, entering a state of enlightenment, and the cultivation speed has skyrocketed. Progress increased by 40%. Progress increased by 35%. The Gale Step has accumulated enough to reach the subtle realm. Cold notification sounds rang out one after another. At the same time, a torrent of insights flooded into Ning Chen's mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Instinctively, Ning Chen stepped into the arena, beginning to perform the Gale Step to help his brain better absorb these insights. Gu Tianyu caught a glimpse of Ning Chen. In the next moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He clearly sensed that the Gale Step of the young man before him was increasing at an astonishing speed. What's up with this guy? Enlightened? The onlooking students also noticed Ning Chen, with someone laughingly commenting, "Wow, this performance is truly enlightenment. Which school is this powerhouse from?" Looking at the uniform, it's Qingshan No. 1 High School, a key school in the city. No wonder he's so impressive. Lu Manhwa looked at Ning Chen, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had previously joked about Ning Chen's enlightenment. Asking Uncle Gu for guidance was merely a hope that Ning Chen could gain some insights. She never expected it to come true. Not far away, Wei Bohua stood among the crowd, his expression grim. The Gale Step has accumulated enough to advance to the expert realm. A notification sound echoed in his mind. Immediately, Ning Chen's understanding of the Gale Step deepened once again. With each movement of his feet, it became increasingly smooth, almost showing signs of transforming into a fierce wind. Still in enlightenment? His Gale Step feels almost on par with Director Gu. I'm so envious, I didn't notice anything. Many students were discussing animatedly. Gu Tianyu also stopped, his gaze fixed on Ning Chen, showing a hint of admiration. As a night-level martial artist, he had a deep understanding of enlightenment. This was something that couldn't be forced, it depended on luck. But the prerequisite for luck was that one's comprehension must be sufficiently high. Lu Manhwa approached and whispered, "Uncle Gu, this is the Ning Chen I mentioned." His thunder slash also broke through 3 realms in a row after an enlightenment, advancing from the basics to the subtle realm. Only in his teens, and he's had 2 enlightenments already. A sense of astonishment rose in Gu Tianyu's heart. This young man truly had an astonishing level of martial arts comprehension. Progress increased by 10%. Progress increased by 9%. The enlightenment of the Gale step has ended. Current realm, expert, progress 99%. Ningchen stopped, standing straight. The notification sounds continued to ring in his mind. To advance to the perfect realm, enlightenment is required to break through the realm barrier. The Gale step currently has no enlightenment, temporarily unable to break through. Ningchen blinked. His luck was really too poor. Just 1% away. It seems there is a threshold in advancing from the expert to the perfect realm. Collecting his thoughts, Ningchen analyzed quietly. Or rather, there is a bottleneck. Normal cultivation won't suffice, it must be through enlightenment. Regarding how to achieve enlightenment, Ningchen had some vague speculations. It involved letting martial arts come into contact with similar but higher-level concepts. For example, the thunder slash perceiving the essence of lightning, and this time, the Gale step sensing the power of the wind. Unfortunately, this kind of contact, similar to the essence in the Silver Blood Battle Blade, has a limit to enlightenment. Director Gu's wind power can only allow me to reach the expert limit, otherwise, I could request him to demonstrate again. Ningchen felt quite regretful. His Gale step, at the expert limit, seemed just 1% away from the perfect realm. In reality, it was 1,000 miles off. The 6 realms of martial arts: basics, proficient, mastery, subtle, expert, perfect. Among them, the expert realm is the highest level that a normal cultivator can achieve. The perfect realm has no flaws whatsoever. Often, only the creators of martial arts can achieve this. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. A round of applause brought Ningchen out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Gu Tianyu walking over, clapping his hands. Director Gu, thank you, Ningchen said, slightly bowing. Gu Tianyu smiled and said, the ability to have an epiphany is your own skill, I dare not take credit. Without your practice of the Gale step, I wouldn't have been able to have this epiphany, Ningchen said sincerely. Gu Tianyu no longer declined the praise, paused, and said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, your Gale step has already reached the limit of the expert realm. Yes, Ningchen nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as the words fell, waves of shock rippled through the crowd. Many were astonished. An expert is among the top tier in a certain field. The naming alone shows the power of this realm. Many have practiced martial arts for years and still cannot reach this level. Even E-level martial arts is an impressive achievement. Gu Tianyu thought for a moment and said to Ningchen, if your Gale step reaches the perfect realm one day, come find me, I will teach you a martial art. Thank you, Director Gu. Ningchen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The martial arts taught by a Night-level warrior must be at least A-level. The surrounding students were envious once again. Afterward, Gu Tianyu chatted with the students for a while before returning to the building. Ningchen scanned the area, found Wei Bohu, and strode over. Now I have the right to speak of my epiphany, right? Ningchen feigned confusion. Wei Bohu had caused trouble several times, he would not silently endure it. Just an awakening at the 9th stage. He wasn't at the level to crush him yet. Wei Bohu's face darkened instantly, and he said coldly, the Gale step is just E-level martial arts. The expert realm isn't that strong. A B-level martial art at the proficient realm can match it. That's indeed the case. Ningchen nodded in agreement, looking at Wei Bohu and smiling, with such confidence in your tone, you must have mastered a proficient B-level martial art, show it to me. Wei Bohu's expression froze. Practicing martial arts isn't that easy. It requires hard work. B-level martial arts are even more difficult. He had practiced for many years just to barely break through one B-level boxing technique to the proficient realm. Wei Bohu snorted coldly and said, without a B-level martial art, I can still beat you. If you don't believe it, let's try it out in the monthly exam arena. I believe it, Ningchen said truthfully. This statement left Wei Bohu momentarily breathless. It doesn't matter if you believe it, Wei Bohu said resentfully. Ningchen smiled and added, so, can your fist exceed the speed of sound? Wei Bohu's expression turned disdainful. Only night-level warriors can produce sonic booms. Ningchen was clearly talking nonsense. Looks like you can't, so I can relax, Ningchen said, patting his chest casually. Wei Bohu frowned and asked, what do you mean? The speed of your punch definitely can't surpass my speed of admitting defeat, so how are you going to hit me? Ningchen questioned, can't you understand? It seems your physics isn't that great. With the college entrance exam approaching, this won't do. Let me tell you, anything that doesn't exceed the speed of sound can't outrun sound. Do you understand that? Put. Seeing Ningchen earnestly explaining, Lu Mengyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this level, it's clear he's a master of words. Laughter erupted nearby. Wei Bohu's face turned a mix of green and red. After glaring fiercely at Ningchen, he squeezed through the crowd and left. Your words were too harsh. You practically treated Wei Bohu like an idiot. Lu Mengyue said, looking at Ning Chen with a smile. Ning Chen shrugged and said, who told him to stir up trouble? He needed a lesson. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your epiphany again, Lu Mengyue said. Ning Chen sighed and replied, it's half joy, half worry. What happened? Just one step away from perfection, neither up nor down, it's frustrating, I might as well not have an epiphany. Lu Mengyue, why aren't you speaking? I shouldn't have mocked Wei Bohu. The two chatted casually. Soon after, the leading police officers arrived, their steps firm and expressions serious, dispelling the relaxed atmosphere. Li Haoran, Han Yu, come with me. Wan Shushua, Wang Wu, I'm your team leader, gather here. The students on site began to move. Ning Chen also spotted the leading officer and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was a familiar face. Zhou Wei. Ning Chen glanced at Lu Mengyue. Zhou Wei, who was assigned as a formal martial artist, was certainly due to Lu Mengyue's influence. Among the police in Qingshan City, most were awakened to the 8th or 9th stage. Get in the car first, we can discuss any issues on the way. Zhou Wei led the two into a 4-seater police car. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, the three arrived at a super-large shopping plaza in Qingshan City. It was bustling, with crowds flowing like a river, shops lined up next to each other, all lavishly decorated. In Ning Chen's memory, he had visited here a few times before. Zhou Wei pointed ahead and said, this is the area we are responsible for searching. Zhao Weiping is here? Lu Mengyue asked, puzzled. Zhou Wei explained, checkpoints have been set up at all entrances and exits of Qingshan City. If Zhao Weiping wants to survive, he can only flee into the wilderness. To cross the wilderness, he will definitely need a lot of supplies. He might come here to procure them. Our job is to find him when he arrives. Just the three of us? Ning Chen looked surprised. The shopping plaza before them covered several thousand square meters and was in a prime location, with a dense flow of people. The daily foot traffic was estimated to exceed 100,000. Zhou Wei said, that's not a problem, all the surveillance here has been integrated into the police department's web system. As soon as Zhao Weiping shows up, he will be identified. Of course, Zhao Weiping isn't stupid, he will disguise himself. Zhou Wei handed out 2 earpieces. Put on the earpieces, the AI of the web will tell us where customers whose identities cannot be detected are located. We just need to approach and confirm their identities. People wearing masks or those who have undergone excessive cosmetic surgery or makeup are still in the minority. The 3 of us are enough to handle it. Zhou Wei said calmly. Ning Chen and Lu Mengyue put on the earpieces. Zhou Wei waited for a moment, seeing that no one had further questions, said, since there are no other issues, let's familiarize ourselves with the area and get to know the place. Understood. Time passed in the blink of an eye over the next few days. The spring rain in Qingshan City fell intermittently, never clearing up. The leaden clouds created a sense of oppression. Even the foot traffic in the shopping plaza had decreased significantly. What kind of work is this? Ning Chen leaned against a street tree in the plaza, bored, watching the fine rain that fell like cow hair. Over the past few days, they had not been able to catch Zhao Weiping. The subjects they checked were either wearing masks due to illness or had undergone such severe cosmetic surgery or makeup that the web system couldn't recognize them. It was hardly like assisting the police. It was no different from the security guards in this shopping plaza. The only gain was a few contact numbers handed over by some attractive white-collar workers. If you can't hold on, you can take a nap in the police car. Zhou Wei came over, holding a black umbrella. I'm fine. Ning Chen's eyes were bright, showing no signs of fatigue. He had already advanced to the 6th stage of awakening that morning, his body was strong, and going days without sleep was not a problem. Someone like Zhou Wei, a formal martial artist, could go 10 days or even half a month without sleep when he pushed himself. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent sounds came through the earpiece. It wasn't the AI of the web, it was a dispatcher from the police department speaking. All police, attention! At the west entrance of the Second Ring Expressway in Qingshan City, Zhao Weiping has forcefully breached the checkpoint and is heading towards Wanli Qingshan. The vehicle model is a white F230 Mustang. Nearby officers, proceed to intercept immediately. Repeat. Zhao Weiping has forcefully breached the checkpoint. Ning Chen pulled out his earplugs and looked at Zhou Wei with a helpless smile. Looks like my job is done. With the police department's preparations, as soon as Zhao Weiping shows his face, he definitely won't escape. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Zhou Wei grinned as he took the earplugs. Zhao Weiping was about to be captured, and his pressure had eased significantly. Ning Chen shook his head. The west entrance of the second ring is dozens of miles away. By the time we get to the scene, the capture operation will probably be over. Beside them, Lu Mengyue said, I'm not going either. Then goodbye. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you both to a meal. After some polite exchanges, Zhou Wei drove away. Ning Chen, What are you going to do now? Going home? Lu Mengyue looked at the police car disappearing into the rain and casually asked. Ning Chen replied, yeah, I'm going to buy some beast meat and then head back. Beast meat is less effective than the beast nutrient solution, but it's cheaper, making it a better value for him. Then let's go together. I'm also heading to the butcher. Ha? Ning Chen was a bit surprised. Why are you so shocked? I'm not some pampered young lady who doesn't lift a finger. Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes and said, I'm very interested in cooking. I have a junior chef certificate, and after the college entrance exam, I plan to advance to the next level. Ha, let's go. Why won't this rain stop? The butcher shop was not far away, and the two chatted as they walked, quickly arriving. Because of the rain, there was only one customer in the shop. Perhaps due to the strong smell of raw meat, the customer wore a tightly fitted mask and was picking out many pieces of beast meat at the counter. Upon seeing the mask, Lu Mengyue instinctively said, Sir, Police Department Assistance Personnel, please remove your mask and show your ID. It's only been a few days, and you've already developed a professional habit. Ning Chen was about to make a joke when he saw the customer turn around and remove the mask. The face revealed was exceptionally familiar. It shocked Ning Chen immensely, and his right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his silver blood knife. Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. You are. Zhao Weiping's face had appeared on television multiple times, and the butcher shop owner recognized him immediately. He had just opened his mouth. Zhao Weiping slapped out with great force, and with a loud bang, the butcher shop owner's head was crushed into his chest, dying a gruesome death. The two security guards in the shop reacted quickly, drawing their guns to shoot. Thud! Thud! Two dull sounds echoed. The two high-level awakened security guards fell to the ground instantly, each with a meat cleaver embedded in their hearts. Blood stained the floor. Ning Chen's scalp tingled. He hadn't seen how Zhao Weiping had thrown those two cleavers. This meant that if Zhao Weiping's target had been him just now, the one with the knife in his heart would be him. The police department's intelligence was wrong. Zhao Weiping's injuries weren't that severe. He was an informal martial artist, not to be underestimated. And wasn't it said that Zhao Weiping was fleeing in a car? A chill rose in Ning Chen's heart. At the same time, in Qingshan City, on a certain stretch of highway, dark clouds shrouded the sky, thick and heavy, like repeatedly applied dark ink. A white SUV tore through the rain curtain like a roaring beast, speeding over 500 kilometers per hour. Behind, dozens of police cars closely followed. The distance was closing rapidly. The police cars had even more powerful performance. Police Chief Gu Tianyu stared at the white SUV ahead, a hint of faint confusion flashing in his eyes. Zhao Weiping had strong reconnaissance abilities. Why would he choose such a clumsy method to break through? Once we catch him, we'll know everything. The doubt was quickly set aside as Gu Tianyu pushed open the door of the speeding car. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. When he reappeared, Gu Tianyu was already 100 meters away, standing on the roof of a white off-road vehicle. The fierce wind blowing against him did not cause him to tremble in the slightest. Gu Tianyu raised his hand like a blade and struck down forcefully. Boom! A blue wind blade emerged, nearly 10 feet long, slicing the white off-road vehicle cleanly in half. The might of a knight is unstoppable. The vehicle crashed onto the road, sparking a shower of flames. Gu Tianyu reached out and yanked the driver out of the driver's seat. The face was identical to Zhao Weiping's. However, those eyes were utterly vacant, like a puppet controlled by someone. Zhao Weiping, I announce your arrest. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Tianyu sensed something was off and exerted a gentle force with his palm. Bang! The physical form of Zhao Weiping instantly collapsed, turning into a few red dots of light that dissipated completely in the rain. The only things left were a few pieces of clothing. Cloning ability? Gu Tianyu's expression changed. Damn it, it's a diversion. In the shopping plaza, at the butcher shop, I thought all the police had left the city. Zhao Weiping's voice carried a hint of helplessness. No, looking at your ages, you must be high school students assisting the police. One awakened at the 6th stage, one at the 9th stage, especially this girl, she's quite exceptional among her peers. Ning Chen has advanced to the 6th stage of awakening? Lu Mengyue was astonished. Just a few days ago, hadn't Ning Chen only reached the 5th stage? However, the current situation was clearly not suitable for inquiries. But can't you just live well? Why seek death and make me waste time killing you? Zhao Weiping's expression turned cold, and he struck out again. Whoosh! The force of his palm was violent and swift, aimed directly at Lu Mengyue's forehead. First, kill this girl at the 9th stage of awakening. Lu Mengyue leaned back with all her might, barely dodging the blow. However, her chest was exposed. Struggling in vain. Zhao Weiping's gaze was indifferent. This palm strike utilized his original force. Even if it hit the chest, it was not something a 9th stage awakener could withstand. However, just as he was about to strike Lu Mengyue's chest, boom! A blue-purple lightning bolt shot out from Lu Mengyue's chest, streaking through the air with terrifying momentum. Zhao Weiping's expression changed instantly. Lightning protective gear, produced by the Federal Technology Institute, worth 500,000, capable of emitting 100,000 volts of electricity. Most martial artists couldn't withstand it. Dubbed the Pervert Terminator. As a spy, Zhao Weiping was naturally ruthless. Judging that he couldn't evade, he pressed his tongue against his teeth and forcefully continued his strike. Bang! The shockwave was as tangible as substance, wreaking havoc everywhere. Nearby tables and chairs flew up, crashing against the walls and shattering into pieces. The intensity of the collision was evident. Ning Chen was blown away by the shockwave, crashing through a floor-to-ceiling window and landing on the sidewalk outside. Fortunately, he had cultivated a diamond body, making his physique sturdy, and he was not injured. Only his school uniform had several cuts from the glass. Lu Mengyue, however, was not so lucky. Taking the palm strike head-on, she was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing into the middle of the street dozens of meters away, her chest slightly caved in, continuously coughing up blood. Inside the shop, Zhao Weiping was also in poor condition, trembling all over, arcs of electricity flickering. Boom! A flash of lightning pierced through the leaden clouds. The rain intensified. Little girl, how do you want to die? Zhao Weiping regained his composure, stepping into the rain, his face ashen. According to his original plan, he intended to silently kill these few people in the butcher shop, take enough supplies, and sneak into the wilderness. Now, that was clearly impossible. The commotion was too great, many people had noticed him. He could only hide again. Most importantly, his injuries, due to that 100,000 volts of lightning, had triggered a chain reaction, worsening significantly. His current combat power had dropped severely. He could no longer touch the threshold of a formal martial artist, but of course, he was still stronger than those in the awakening realm. But with such strength, escaping from Qingshan City is incredibly difficult. You are a third-tier warrior. Lu Mengyue kept coughing, lying on the ground unable to get up, a complex expression of despair intertwined with fear rising in her beautiful eyes. Zhao Weiping actually survived the 100,000 volts of lightning. Official warriors have 9 tiers, 1 being the beginning and 9 being the peak. Each tier represents a significant enhancement. Correct answer, your reward is death. Zhao Weiping's killing intent was palpable as he raised his right hand, heading straight for Lu Mengyue, intending to kill her with one blow. Whoosh! The wind howled. If this punch landed, Lu Mengyue's head would shatter like a crushed watermelon. That was exactly the effect Zhao Weiping wanted. Only then could he vent the anger in his heart. Bang! Lu Mengyue was so frightened that she tightly closed her eyes, and with the sound of collision, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. But to her surprise, it seemed nothing had happened. She was still alive and conscious. Lu Mengyue hurriedly opened her eyes to see. Half a meter above her, a long narrow battle knife, covered in cracks and seemingly on the verge of shattering, was firmly blocking Zhao Weiping's fist. Ning Chen had drawn his knife. Looking at Zhao Weiping across from him, Ning Chen's heart raced with tension. He didn't know why he had saved Lu Mengyue. Perhaps it was because running away would also lead to being chased. Perhaps it was simply a desire to save someone. Perhaps he wanted to claim Zhao Weiping's head for a reward. A hero saving a beauty? Zhao Weiping raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The 100,000 volts of lightning had seriously injured him and triggered previous hidden wounds from his escape, but it wasn't to the extent that a 6th-tier awakening could stop him. Let alone a 6th-tier awakening, even a 9th-tier awakening. When he got serious, he could kill her in seconds, regardless of his injuries. Ning Chen suppressed his nervousness and smiled. No, this girl is a well-known rich 2nd generation in school. If I save her, I can definitely get a large sum of money. Of course, Brother Zhao, if you're willing to give me 200,000, I'll turn around and leave. Ning Chen grinned. Cash or online transfer, Brother Zhao, whichever you prefer, I'm fine with it. Ning Chen was making small talk, trying to buy time. The three of them were in the middle of the street, and many passers-by had noticed, surely having called the police. However, too many officers had been drawn away by that fake Zhao Weiping. They wouldn't arrive here in a short time. Trying to buy time, quite clever. Zhao Weiping sneered, not hiding his sarcasm. Boom! Seeing the situation was not good, a thunderous sound erupted from Ning Chen's body, and he took action first, wanting to strike first. Lightning slash! The silver blood battle knife swung out, transforming into a dazzling silver light, cutting through the rain curtain, and slashing towards Zhao Weiping like lightning. A knife technique at the micro realm. Not a low level. It seems your talent is not inferior to that girl. Zhao Weiping's tone carried a hint of surprise. The next moment, a flash of red light appeared beneath his left foot, and the primal force erupted, propelling his body to swiftly move half a meter sideways, easily dodging the incoming silver blood battle knife. Die! Taking advantage of Ning Chen's blade still being out, Zhao Weiping slightly curled his 5 fingers, the red primal force condensing at his fingertips, transforming into half a foot-long sharp claws, fiercely striking towards Ning Chen's throat, incredibly swift, producing an explosive roar in the air. Ning Chen could only retreat, desperately using the gale step, his figure seeming to transform into a swift wind, splashing the rainwater. Whoosh! Ning Chen brushed past the primal force concentrated claws to evade. At his throat, 5 bloody marks appeared faintly. Feeling the searing pain, Ning Chen's heart turned cold. The third layer of the diamond body was like paper in front of the primal force, unable to withstand it at all. If it weren't for the gale step reaching the expert realm's limit, Zhao Weiping's claw would have severed his head from his body. This battle was completely different from his previous fights with Ma Hai and Zhang Wenxi. Defeat meant death. It meant dying. Everything would be in vain. Boom! The downpour grew heavier, carrying a chill, pounding relentlessly on Ning Chen. At this moment, a tremendous fear surged within him like a flood breaking through a dam. The terror of life and death. He was no exception. Who? Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he took a deep breath, the coldness of the rain seeping into his lungs, suppressing all his fear. At this point, fearing death was useless. It would only hasten it. Only calmness, composure, and steadiness could help him survive. Your movement skills are that high? Opposite him, Zhao Weiping, having missed his grab, momentarily froze, then revealed a sinister smile. Killing a genius like you would surely pain the Federation. You can't do it. Ning Chen's eyes were cold, the silver-blooded battle knife held upright before his chest. Zhao Weiping, a traitor to the Federation, surrender now. Little brother, we're here to help you. At that moment, several well-meaning bystanders rushed over to assist. Zhao Weiping glanced at them from the corner of his eye, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Bang! 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 Zhao Weiping's figure flickered. The street was soon littered with several corpses, washed by the cold rain. The other bystanders who wanted to help stopped in their tracks, their faces turning pale with fear. Don't come over, everyone leave here. Ning Chen said coldly. Although martial arts were prevalent in the Federation, and everyone practiced, most people would neglect their training after work. The strength of the majority was only at the mid-awakening stage. Coming to assist in battle was akin to delivering themselves to death. Not only would they be of no help, but they would also hinder his movements. Then, little brother, be careful. A middle-aged man stammered, quickly retreating with the others. Zhao Weiping did not pursue, instead, he turned and charged at Ning Chen. For the 2 planets, 1,000 ordinary lives were worth less than a single genius. Kill! Ning Chen met him with his knife, and they clashed fiercely. The killing intent surged in the rain. Just then, at the west end of the shopping plaza, a van slowly came to a stop, its body emblazoned with the words Qingshan City Television Station. It's so unfair, Sisterly gets to report on the police capturing Zhao Weiping, and I can only brave the rain to live-stream the food at the shopping plaza, complained a beautiful girl in her 20s from the passenger seat. Her makeup was average, but her natural features were good. Her large eyes still held a hint of youthful innocence. The middle-aged cameraman driving chuckled to comfort her. Ersui, you just started working, just hang in there for a few more years. I've already been hanging in for over half a year. When will I get to report a big news story? Wang Ersui grumbled as she got out of the car. As soon as she looked up, she saw a large crowd fleeing the shopping plaza in terror. She quickly grabbed someone to ask what was happening. Zhao Weiping was spotted in the shopping plaza, going on a killing spree. Several people are dead, and a young boy is fighting him. Wang Ersui was taken aback. Wasn't it said that Zhao Weiping was fleeing on the highway? In the next moment, she snapped back to reality. No matter the reason, this was big news. Wang Ersui didn't even bother to open her umbrella, dragging the cameraman toward the shopping plaza. After running a few hundred meters, 2 figures engaged in battle appeared in her line of sight. Start the live broadcast. Wang Ersui pulled out a microphone and said to the cameraman, Qingshan Television Station, this is reporter Wang Ersui, reporting at 1:30 p.m. on March 24th, Federation time. Heavenly Martial World spy Zhao Weiping is committing murder in the street, brutally killing several civilians, while a young boy is valiantly trying to stop him with a knife. The boy's identity is currently unknown, but from his school uniform, it can be seen that he is a student of Qingshan City No. 1 High School. Standing in the rain, Wang Ersui reported loudly. Several dozen meters behind her, Ning Chen and Zhao Weiping fought fiercely, their battle knives and original force clashing continuously, creating a brutal scene as rainwater splashed everywhere. The camera captured this moment clearly and uploaded it in real time. Qingshan City Television Station. Live Broadcast Department. A middle-aged director, with his legs crossed, caught a glimpse of the footage and couldn't help but explode in anger. What is Wang Ershui doing? Wasn't she supposed to report on food? The next moment, after hearing Wang Ershui's report, the middle-aged director jolted and fell from his chair. Don't help me, hurry and notify the station chief. Ignoring the pain in his backside, the middle-aged director shouted urgently. No, that would be too late. I'll take charge of this. Put Wang Ershui's live broadcast on all the channels in the station. What are you still doing? Act immediately. In less than a minute, all 17 channels of Qingshan television station broadcast the same message. Emergency News Bulletin. In an instant, millions of viewers in front of their televisions witnessed this sudden live broadcast. Mom, stop scrubbing the pot, come watch TV. Sisterly, just turn on the TV, all the channels are showing it. A young man is fighting against spies from the Tianwu realm alone. Those who learned of the situation notified friends, family, colleagues, and more in various ways. The number of viewers surged at lightning speed. The live footage was also shared online, spreading even further. Many students from Qingshan know. One high school saw it. Isn't that a student from our school? I know him, Ning Chen, a senior who masters the thunder slash at the subtle realm. The one coughing blood in the rain seems to be President Liu. I'm the principal, have the fastest teacher rush over immediately. On a certain section of the bypass highway. Director Gu, we found Zhao Weiping's whereabouts. Where? A police officer handed over his phone. Gu Tianyu glanced at it, especially noticing the girl on the ground coughing up blood. His expression changed. Lu Mengyue and Ning Chen can't hold on much longer. Immediately contact the commander of the Federal 27th Army Group and deploy the Sky Mecha. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. UAR. With a loud roar, a thick wall on the top floor exploded. A tall figure crashed through the wall. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of meters away. Waves of white air surged from his body, a sign he was about to break the sound barrier. Qingshan City's top martial artist, Lu Zhan. Peak night. In an instant, this live broadcast at the shopping plaza stirred various reactions, drawing countless attention. Boom! 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 In the heavy rain, Ning Chen gritted his teeth and desperately executed the thunder slash. He caught a glimpse of the female reporter out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't hear what she was saying at all. The pressure Zhao Weiping exerted on him was too great. He couldn't afford to divert any attention. All his focus was on the battle before him. Yet even so, he was still at a severe disadvantage. Zhao Weiping's physical prowess far exceeded his, even reaching a crushing level. Moreover, Zhao Weiping possessed original force, his attacks terrifying, making it difficult for even the third level of the diamond body to withstand. Put! Ning Chen failed to dodge in time, and Zhao Weiping's concentrated original force claw left a deep gash on his chest, blood flowing profusely. But it was soon washed away by the heavy rain. The exposed wound was over 10 centimeters long. The muscle turned pale from the rain, appearing grotesque and terrifying. And such wounds, Ning Chen already had dozens on his body. At this moment, they were all recorded clearly by the nearby camera. What are the police doing? Why haven't they arrived yet? Are they really going to let a minor face such a vicious criminal? Viewers of the live broadcast were both furious and heartbroken. Ning Chen's youthful appearance made it even easier to evoke sympathy. Many women covered their mouths, tears glistening in their eyes, feeling sorrowful. Wang Ershui on the scene even wanted to rush forward to help. The cameraman grabbed her firmly and said sternly, "Don't be foolish. You're only at the 7th stage of awakening and haven't engaged in combat for a long time. You won't last even a single move. The only thing you can do is be a reporter and do your job well." Yes, Wang Ershui choked out in response. I am Wang Ershui, a reporter from Qingshan TV. As you can see, the current situation is not optimistic. The boy with the knife is at a disadvantage and could lose his life at any moment. However, I firmly believe that he can turn the tables. Many people in front of the television clasped their hands together, nervously praying for Ning Chen. But reality was cruel, prayers were useless. Bang! Ning Chen was kicked away, flying dozens of meters, as if he had been hit by a car at full speed. When he landed, there was a loud thud, splashing a large amount of water, and dark red blood flowed from his body, mixing with the rain. Many people felt a shiver in their hearts. Ugh! Ning Chen had just gotten up when he felt the rain pounding down chaotically. He saw Zhao Weiping, his body stirring up a whirlwind, sweeping in with the raindrops, already attacking. Die! Zhao Weiping gathered his energy and threw a punch at Ning Chen's head. The boy before him was more troublesome than he had anticipated, wasting too much of his time. If this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to escape. He had to kill him quickly. With a whoosh, Zhao Weiping's killing blow missed, failing to hit Ning Chen. The power contained within erupted, splashing the rain as if it had exploded. Ning Chen desperately sidestepped, avoiding the attack. The third layer of his Vajra body had saved him. The impact of hitting the ground didn't incapacitate him like it had with Lu Mengyue. He could still fight, getting up to dodge. However, despite successfully avoiding the blow, Ning Chen felt no joy in his heart. After the sidestep, he was left with little strength and needed time to recover. It wouldn't take long, but Zhao Weiping wouldn't give him that chance. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ning Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. A hand, charged with energy, tore through the rain, rapidly enlarging in his sight. Ning Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He remembered clearly that the butcher's head had been smashed into his chest by Zhao Weiping's palm. No! Ning Chen frantically activated the Gale Step, trying to retreat and create distance. But that palm was too fast, continuously closing the gap between them. Half a meter, a foot, less than 2 inches. In a critical moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Ning Chen's mind. At the brink of life and death, the Gale Step stirs within, entering enlightenment. The Gale Step has reached perfection. A profound realization flooded into his mind. Ning Chen's mastery of the Gale Step became complete in an instant, and as he executed it, his figure transformed into a gust of wind. The wind could merge with the wind. Zhao Weiping's palm wind was successfully borrowed by Ning Chen, and his retreating speed suddenly increased, causing Zhao Weiping's palm to strike nothing but air. Did he dodge? Zhao Weiping frowned, not understanding why Ning Chen's speed had suddenly surged. Energy surged through his legs, transforming into immense power. Zhao Weiping took large strides, moving astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Ning Chen. A punch was thrown. Whoosh! Ning Chen executed the Gale Step, his movements fluid, showing no signs of hesitation, and dodged the punch once again. Zhao Weiping's brow furrowed tightly. Had the opponent broken through? What a joke! Breaking through in the middle of a fight, was this a movie? Ugh! 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 Zhao Weiping, not believing in evil, continued to unleash punches, as fast as lightning, dense as a downpour, and incredibly fierce. But they all missed. Many viewers watching the live broadcast, although they didn't understand why Ning Chen had become faster, still felt it was a good thing. The tension that had been stuck in their throats slowly eased. Is this the perfect realm achieved? As the creator of the Gale Step, Gu Tianyu could naturally see Ning Chen's level, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had previously said that Ning Chen should come find him after achieving perfection in the Gale Step. In truth, it had been a casual remark. He hadn't held any real hope. After all, the perfect realm is usually the domain of martial arts creators. The Federal Martial Arts Alliance conducted a survey, and among 100 experts at the peak limit, there might not even be one who has reached the perfect realm. However, the perfect realm's Gale Step won't hold out. At most, it can only last a little longer. Gu Tianyu looked at his phone and sighed. On the screen, Ning Chen's breathing was visibly intense. When he inhaled, the rainwater was swept into his lungs by the airflow. When he exhaled, the gas turned into white mist that surged out. When will the Sky Mecha sent by the military arrive? Just set off. It will take at least a quarter of an hour at the earliest. Hearing this response, Gu Tianyu closed his eyes. On the street. Who? The spring rain felt like needles, cold and biting, as Ning Chen gasped for breath. After reaching the perfect realm of the Gale Step, he could use it to contend with Zhao Weiping. However, using the Gale Step at the perfect realm consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. The bull strength he practiced was known for its endurance, but it was only a D-level breathing technique. His realm was merely at the 6th stage of awakening. Using the Gale Step to dodge can only last for 5 minutes at most. Ning Chen sensed the state of his body. 5 minutes wasn't short. The police might arrive in time. But if they don't come... A chill filled Ning Chen's eyes. He didn't want to place life and death in the hands of others. Running away won't work either. The perfect realm's Gale Step only makes me more agile, but my straight-line speed can't match Zhao Weiping. Ning Chen thought while calmly analyzing. If I want to survive, there's only one choice. Before my stamina runs out, I must kill Zhao Weiping. Ning Chen recalled the breakthrough he had before mastering the Gale Step. At the critical moment, he focused entirely on executing the Gale Step, and it suddenly dawned on him. What about other martial arts? Ning Chen glanced at the silver-blooded battle knife in his hand, and a crazy idea flashed through his mind. No more delaying. He would take the initiative to attack, using the Thunder Slash to engage, letting it lead to enlightenment. Then, he would take down Zhao Weiping. You're quite agile, but how long can you keep dodging? Your stamina must be running low. Another strike missed, and Zhao Weiping sneered coldly. But there was no amusement in his eyes, instead, they were shrouded in darkness. If this dragged on, even if he killed Ning Chen, he wouldn't be able to escape himself. Zhao Weiping pointed at Lu Mengyue and said, "How about this? I can spare your life, as long as you let me kill that girl." He certainly wouldn't let Ning Chen go. This move was merely psychological warfare, aimed at making Ning Chen lose his will to resist, so he could kill him more quickly. Zhao Weiping looked sincere and said, "I'm not lying to you, the police are coming soon, and I want to leave as quickly as possible." "That's a tempting suggestion," Ning Chen replied. Not far away, a camera clearly recorded the conversation between the two. Millions of viewers watching the live stream felt a jolt in their hearts, their eyes wide as they stared at the screen, anxious about Ning Chen's response. "It's over, that girl won't survive." Many felt pessimistic, not optimistic about Ning Chen. There is great terror between life and death. Even the dying elderly cannot calmly accept it, let alone a young boy in his prime. Even if he chooses to escape, he shouldn't be overly criticized, fighting to this extent is enough. Fearing death is just fearing death, there's nothing to wash away. Look at what he said, it's obvious he wants to escape. The previous fight was just to survive. Many viewers sent barrage comments debating. Just then, Ning Chen's voice reached everyone's ears, indifferent and cold, mixed with a hint of killing intent. "But I only want to chop off your head." Ning Chen stepped forward rapidly, his figure like an arrow, the long silver-blooded battle knife slicing through the rain curtain. Thunder slash! A flash of silver light streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark clouds. Countless viewers trembled in body and spirit. They were both awed by the dominance of his words and admired Ning Chen's bravery. Where's the one who said he was afraid of death? Come out and take a beating. The internet is not a lawless place. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for speaking carelessly. Please forgive me. I bow my head and admit my mistake. Online, many viewers felt a sense of satisfaction with Ning Chen's choice. But in reality, the shopping plaza was heart-wrenching. In a disadvantaged position, taking the initiative to fight was not so easy. Especially since Ning Chen's stamina was limited, he couldn't afford to play it safe and had to take risks. In the blink of an eye, he had several wounds on his body. However, Ning Chen didn't even furrow his brow. His black eyes were filled with indifference. He continuously unleashed the thunder slash, the silver-blooded battle knife seeming to transform into lightning, striking one after another towards Zhao Weiping. Ugh! Zhao Weiping threw a punch, the force surging, the wind from his fist howling, creating a terrifying momentum. Wherever he passed, rainwater splashed everywhere. Ning Chen's black hair was whipped about by the shockwave, yet he had no intention of dodging. His body erupted with a thunderous sound, and the silver-blooded battle knife slashed horizontally with incredible speed, aiming for Zhao Weiping's neck. Die! A smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Zhao Weiping's mouth. He saw through Ning Chen's plan, using a life-for-life approach to force him into defense. But his fist was faster. He could strike Ning Chen first, causing the trajectory of that knife to distort and miss him. However, in the next moment, Zhao Weiping's smile froze on his face. The swinging silver-blooded battle knife was actually faster by a fraction. Although it still couldn't match his fist, if he didn't block it, when Ning Chen was sent flying, the knife's tip would also slice open his throat. Damn it! Zhao Weiping gritted his teeth and stopped his fist, smashing it down onto the silver-blooded battle knife. Bang! The violent collision sparked several bursts of fire even in the rain. The silver-blooded battle knife was violently knocked back, but Ning Chen didn't mind. He had already heard the long-awaited mechanical synthesized voice in his mind. At the brink of life and death, the thunder slash stirs in my heart, entering enlightenment. Progress increased by 20%. Progress increased by 20%. Boom! 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 Ning Chen charged at Zhao Weiping, continuously striking with his knife, the silver light dazzling, shining in the heavy rain. One slash after another, each slash faster than the last. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, it was like lightning striking down from dark clouds, forcing Zhao Weiping into a tight spot for a moment. Another breakthrough? Zhao Weiping's face was as dark as water. This made it even more difficult for him to kill Ning Chen. But at the same time, he wanted to kill Ning Chen even more. Breaking through twice in battle. Just how high was the opponent's talent? Thunder Slash has accumulated enough to reach the expert realm. A cold prompt sounded. A wave of understanding surged in Ning Chen's heart. His comprehension of the Thunder Slash instantly reached a new level. B-grade martial arts of the expert realm. Boom! Ning Chen didn't stop his movements. A thunderous sound erupted from his body, deep and deafening. The raindrops around him shattered completely, like delicate grains of sand. Amidst the thunder, the silver-blooded battle knife slashed out at an angle, so fast it was almost invisible, the trailing silver light nearly a yard long. Zhao Weiping's expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated, trying to dodge. But relative to the silver-blooded battle knife, his speed was still too slow. Put! The silver light struck Zhao Weiping. With a dull thud, blood spurted out, mixing with the rain as it splashed onto the ground. Zhao Weiping staggered back more than 10 steps before finally stopping. On him, his shirt was torn, a nearly half-meter-long knife wound extending from his left shoulder down to his right waist, deep enough to see the bone. In this fight, it was the first time Ningchen had injured Zhao Weiping. Looking down at the knife wound, Zhao Weiping felt a wave of fear. If he had dodged just a moment too late. Amidst the fear, Zhao Weiping felt a surge of confusion. Breaking through in battle was merely gaining an opportunity to break the bottleneck of one's realm. Why was the young man opposite him continuously growing stronger? Not only Zhao Weiping, but countless viewers were also baffled. Only a few martial arts experts could see the clues. Adding to the previous times, this is the third epiphany, right? Still in battle, the comprehension is simply monstrous. Gu Tianyu was shocked. The rain gradually lessened. Wang Ershui's voice grew more passionate. Although I don't understand what happened, it's true that the knife-wielding boy has become stronger. Facing the ruthless Zhao Weiping, he is already able to gain the upper hand. Bang! 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 On the street behind Wang Ershui, Ningchen held the battle knife, fierce and unstoppable, the silver light striking the original force, more than 10 strikes in less than a second. The sounds of collision seemed to form a dense line. From time to time, a spray of blood would burst from Zhao Weiping's body. Just as I firmly believe, the knife-wielding boy is turning the tide, Wang Ershui shouted. Hearing this, Zhao Weiping felt a sense of retreat. It wasn't that he was worried about losing. If he disregarded his injuries and fully unleashed his original force, Zhao Weiping was confident he could kill the boy opposite him with a single strike. However, if he did that, he would also suffer severe injuries and lose his ability to move. Bang! Zhao Weiping's fist struck the silver blood battle knife, the original force exploding, sending it flying back. Kid, I'll be staying in Qingshan City for a while. Once I recover, I'll come find you to play slowly. Zhao Weiping gave Ningchen a deep look, his gaze cold. Ningchen sneered, want to run? Can you stop me? Zhao Weiping's voice was filled with disdain and mockery. The boy opposite only excelled in agility. In terms of speed, he was a step behind, naturally unable to catch up. You can try. Ningchen stepped forward, the silver blood battle knife swung out, transforming into a silver light, a yard long. Its speed suddenly surged. Zhao Weiping couldn't block in time, and with a poochie sound, a deep knife wound appeared on his body, exposing white bone, which was soon drowned in blood. Not fast enough in movement, but the knife speed made up for it. How did you do that? Zhao Weiping clutched his wound, his face grim. Ningchen did not answer, advancing to swing his knife. In his mind, the prompt sound continued. Progress increased by 10%. Progress increased by 10%. After the flash thunder slash advanced to the expert realm, the epiphany did not end there, it continued. Ningchen just kept it hidden, not revealing it, silently improving his knife technique. The goal was to ensure that when Zhao Weiping tried to escape, the battle knife would be fast enough to intercept him. After all, this was a moving million. Woo! Zhao Weiping moved quickly, his figure stirring up a whirlwind, darting in various directions on the street, trying to break through. But silver lights followed closely, like shadows, giving no chance. Not blocking meant death. This scene was very similar to when Ningchen blocked Zhang Wenxi's escape during the selection match in the classroom. The difference was, Ningchen's battle knife was faster now, and he could strike to kill. Poochie! Ningchen swung his knife, blood splattered, and Zhao Weiping was forced back again. No longer hiding his strength, the silver blood battle knife was astonishingly fast. Zhao Weiping was covered in blood, with countless wounds. I really didn't expect to fall at the hands of someone at the 6th stage of awakening. Zhao Weiping no longer attempted to break through. However, being able to take down such a genius with me is enough. A fierce look appeared on Zhao Weiping's face. Since he couldn't escape, he would take them both down. Zhao Weiping's original force surged throughout his body, crazily flowing into his hands, a terrifying aura spreading. He was clearly preparing some powerful martial art. Ningchen's expression changed slightly, stepping on the swift wind step, immediately swinging his knife. Boom! A yard-long silver light swept across, as fast as lightning. Zhao Weiping did not block, moving quickly, only dodging, while focusing all his mind on preparing for a mutual destruction martial art. If he couldn't dodge, he would take it on his thigh, back, or other non-lethal areas. After all, he was going to die anyway, it didn't matter if he was more or less injured. His hands were filled with original force, rising like flames, the aura he emitted becoming increasingly terrifying. The raindrops, upon contact, were instantly extinguished. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes were icy, showing not a trace of fear. The silver-blooded battle knife continued to strike out, each slash faster than the last, overwhelming like a torrential downpour, seeking only to end Zhao Weiping's life as quickly as possible. The Flash Thunder Slash realization ends. The Flash Thunder Slash has accumulated enough, achieving sublimation, advancing to perfection. The cold synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Instantly, Ning Chen's perception of the Flash Thunder Slash changed completely. This martial art seemed as if he was born to wield it, an innate instinct. Without pausing, Ning Chen swung the silver-blooded battle knife. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out, deafening. And the source of the sound? It was the silver-blooded battle knife. In the perfect realm of the Flash Thunder Slash, all power would be infused into the blade, with not a single drop leaking out. 3 slashes in an instant. Ning Chen flicked his wrist. In the air, 3 slender silver lights appeared almost simultaneously. Each was over 10 feet long, intersecting to form an inverted equilateral triangle, completely enveloping Zhao Weiping. Illusion? Zhao Weiping's heart jolted, thinking that 2 of the slashes were illusions meant to conceal the true deadly strike. Just as he was trying to discern, the sharpness emanating from the 3 silver lights made him coldly aware that there was no illusion to hide. The 3 strikes coming at him were all lethal. Zhao Weiping desperately retreated, the crisis of death forcing out his potential, moving at incredible speed. However, in front of the slender silver lights, he still felt like he was in slow motion under a high-speed camera. Thud! Thud! The 2 diagonal silver lights struck heavily against the original force Zhao Weiping had gathered in his hands. With a loud crash, the deep red original force dissipated, washed away by the rain. The horizontal silver light passed through Zhao Weiping's neck without any pause. A line of blood flashed like lightning. The next moment, a head with a clean cut was raised high, a column of blood shooting into the sky. It doesn't seem to hurt. Catching sight of a headless corpse, Zhao Weiping's consciousness fell into endless darkness. Wang Ershui, witnessing this, was so excited he couldn't control his roar. Official martial artist, Tianwu spy, federal criminal Zhao Weiping, beheaded by the Qingshan youth, as a warning to others. All the live streaming platforms instantly erupted, waves of commotion rising. Shocked comments and messages flooded in. Especially those viewers with profound martial arts knowledge, their minds shaken, left speechless. They could see just how difficult that beheading strike by the youth was. This boy is terrifying. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, shining down on the earth. The first spring rain in Qingshan City came to a close. Ning Chen tilted his head back, eyes slightly closed, letting the gentle early spring sunlight bathe him. Beneath his feet, the blood flowing from Zhao Weiping's corpse spread with the rainwater, bright red and eye-catching. In the sunlight, in the pool of blood. For the first time killing someone, Ning Chen was unnaturally calm, his expression as still as a deep well. It was not a facade, his emotions truly had no fluctuations. He and Zhao Weiping could not be said to have right or wrong. In the eyes of the federal populace, Zhao Weiping was a heinous criminal, deserving of death. But in the realm of Tianwu, he might have been the real villain. It had nothing to do with justice or evil. It was all about the level of strength, the original intention of martial arts. Ning Chen murmured softly, as if realizing something, falling into contemplation. You are. Suddenly, a huge voice filled with concern snapped Ning Chen back to reality. He had just heard the voice, his brain hadn't yet processed the specific meaning, when a tall figure appeared in his line of sight, carefully helping the fallen Lu Mengyue. What speed is this? Ning Chen stared at the person, his gaze astonished. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Mengyue's voice was weak, pointing to where Ning Chen was, saying, This is my classmate, he saved me and killed Zhao Weiping. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen instantly recognized the newcomer. The master of the extreme Dao martial arts school, also the strongest in Qingshan City. Lu Zhen glanced at Ning Chen and said, First time killing someone? Yes. Ning Chen nodded slightly. If it were before, facing a big shot like Lu Zhen, he would have been nervous, even if he didn't fawn over him. This is human nature, hard to avoid. But after the life and death battle, Ning Chen's state of mind had undergone a transformation, and he was now completely calm. Not bad. Lu Zhen gave an evaluation and then fell silent. Lu Mengyue couldn't help but glance at Ning Chen again. She was familiar with her father, who was always strict. Even her own evaluation from him, as a hopeful student of Tsinghua University, was just average. A few minutes later, a large number of police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. At Qingshan City's First People's Hospital, the smell of disinfectant filled the air. In a VIP ward, an abundance of flowers piled up in the corridor, and representatives from most of the prominent institutions in the city came to express their condolences to Ning Chen. Flashing lights went off continuously as reporters covered the event. Ning Chen was very cooperative, his smile perfect, and his expressions of gratitude incredibly sincere. It wasn't that he cared about his image, it was simply that these institutions had given too much. Qingshan No. 1 High School, 2 bottles of Beast Nutritional Solution. Mayor's Office, 100,000 cash. Education Bureau, 1 bottle of Beast Nutritional Solution. Bravery Fund for Young Heroes, 150,000. The representatives were perceptive. Seeing Ning Chen was injured, they didn't linger, praised him a few times, took a group photo, and then left. After more than an hour, they all dispersed, leaving only Zhou Wei to help look after him. Ha! Ning Chen let out a long breath, rubbing his cheeks that were about to stiffen from smiling. Earning money wasn't easy. However, if he could have such opportunities in the future, it would be even better. Earning money while lying down. Hiss. Ning Chen accidentally moved too much, pulling at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. As the danger of death dissipated, he relaxed, and the pain from his injuries began to manifest, becoming clear and hard to ignore. He had mastered the diamond body technique, but in the face of the lethal force, he still fell short. His injuries were not light. By the bedside, Zhou Wei, seeing Ning Chen's movements, showed a hint of regret and said, "I'm sorry, this is my fault for not arriving sooner." He hadn't been gone long when someone called the police. However, the police department in Qingshan City had districts that managed themselves in parallel, and he hadn't received the notification immediately. By the time he rushed back, it was already too late. "It's fine," Ning Chen waved his hand and smiled, "I gained a lot from this." In this battle, his Gale Step and Thunder Slash both reached a perfect realm. If he had trained normally, he didn't know how long it would have taken. Additionally, his state of mind had also been elevated through life and death combat, becoming more resilient. Zhou Wei thought Ning Chen was referring to the police department's reward and said, "That 1 million isn't a problem, but the quota for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp." A hint of difficulty appeared on Zhou Wei's face. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, "If there's something to say, just say it. My mental fortitude is strong, I can handle it." He had beheaded Zhao Weiping, and the millions of people in Qingshan City had witnessed it. The police department definitely wouldn't dare to renege. Zhou Wei whispered, "Some police officers reviewed the surveillance from the butcher shop and believed that you could kill Zhao Weiping only because Lu Mangyue severely injured him first. Lu Mangyue played a crucial role. Therefore, they think you should receive the 1 million reward, while the Shanghai Genius Training Camp should go to Lu Mangyue. Of course, anyone with eyes can see that you personally beheaded Zhao Weiping, which had a much greater impact." Zhou Wei said angrily, then sighed. "It's just that you might not know, the Lu family, where Lu Mangyue is from, has significant influence in Qingshan City and can affect the police department." Ning Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Is the Lu family intervening? If they truly did this, it would indeed feel like a betrayal of kindness." "Not exactly," Zhou Wei shook his head and said frankly, "as far as I know, those police officers just want to curry favor with the Lu family. In that case, let the Shanghai training camp go to Lu Mangyue. I don't mind." Ning Chen shrugged. He wasn't lying at all. For the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, he did not value it as much as others did. In martial arts cultivation, the two most difficult things are improving one's realm and practicing martial arts. Both of these points were not a problem for him. What he needed most were resources and martial arts. He had spent some time with Lu Mangyue, and given her personality, obtaining a spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp would surely result in equivalent compensation for him. "So in your eyes, I'm just someone who loves to take advantage." A somewhat displeased voice came from the doorway. Lu Mangyue sat in a wheelchair, glaring at Ning Chen with annoyance, while Lu Zhan pushed her into the hospital room. Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'm sincere, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp doesn't have much effect on me. Of course, I know you feel bad about it. So, please drown me in money. You should keep it for yourself." Lu Mangyue rolled her eyes and said, "My current focus is on advancing to a martial artist and assisting the police. I'm just looking for a breakthrough opportunity and never intended to go there." "What a pity, I was hoping to take the opportunity to get some money from you." Ning Chen shook his head regretfully. Seeing that their conversation had temporarily ended, Zhou Wei raised his hand in greeting and said solemnly, "Knight Lu, hello." Lu Zhan was not one for many words, merely nodding. Then, he looked at Ning Chen and said, "Mangyue told me you saved her life. I owe you a favor." Ning Chen smiled and replied, "I'm Lu Mangyue's classmate. Saving her is the right thing to do." Lu Zhan did not engage in small talk. After a brief exchange, he had Ning Chen take out his phone, and he took it, leaving a phone number. "You can contact me if you need anything." Lu Zhan did not specify what kind of need. However, Zhou Wei's expression changed, looking at Ning Chen with immense envy. In Qingshan City, as long as Lu Zhan wanted, there was almost nothing he couldn't accomplish. This brief promise could easily be seen as a wish-granting machine. Ning Chen was momentarily stunned, realizing that Lu Zhan's earlier promise was not just politeness. His mindset had elevated, becoming even stronger. It did not mean he had become detached from the world. When facing a powerful ally, one should embrace the opportunity. Uncle Lu, I won't be polite with you. After taking the phone, Ningchen smiled slightly. It was not that he liked to curry favor. He saw things clearly. The contact information left by Lu Zhan, with the title of Uncle Lu, clearly indicated that he regarded him as a younger generation. Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes at Ning Chen and said, Uncle Lu? Someone really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Why not call him Daddy instead? Ever since being saved by Ning Chen, she had not even realized that her attitude had become much more affectionate. Uncle Lu, is that okay? The few of them chatted casually, and soon after, the Lu father and daughter left. Ning Chen lay on the hospital bed, beginning to tally up today's gains. Beast Nutrient Solution, 9 bottles. Cash or checks, 175,000 yuan. There was still 1 million unpaid from the police department. The bank account balance was 600,000. Ning Chen calculated in his mind and was startled by the result. Nearly 5 million. If he used it sparingly, it would be enough for a formal martial artist. In the short term, he would no longer be troubled by money. In that case, it's time to change to a new breathing technique. Ning Chen thought to himself. Different levels of breathing techniques had varying refining effects. For instance, if he had practiced an S-level breathing technique focused on endurance today, he wouldn't have needed to take the risk of killing Zhao Weiping. He could have just used the Gale Step to dodge. However, there are no S-level breathing techniques available on the market. Ning Chen felt a bit regretful. S-level breathing techniques in the hands of private forces were never shared. No amount of money could buy them. That was the source of their disciples' advantage at the starting line. The federal government also held several, and while they did not keep them secret, they required merit points for exchange. By killing Zhao Weiping, he had gained quite a bit of merit. However, the amount of merit needed for S-level martial arts was just a drop in the bucket. There are A-level breathing techniques on the market, with the cost of a single inheritance ranging from several million to tens of millions. I can afford those cheaper ones. However, investing all your money into breathing techniques isn't wise. B-level breathing techniques are relatively more suitable for me. With his thoughts racing, Ning Chen made up his mind. He would switch to a B-level breathing technique. In terms of effectiveness, it certainly couldn't compare to A or S levels, but it was a significant improvement over the D-level bull strength. Let's not rush to place an order. Ning Chen took out his phone and checked various B-level breathing technique information. Qingshan No. 1 high school is a key school in the city, with martial arts permissions reaching B-level, allowing students to learn up to 4 martial arts. Ning Chen had already reached that limit. However, with his current strength, aside from Xinghai University, he had a good chance against other prestigious schools, having also achieved a great feat by beheading Zhao Weiping. The school leaders might be willing to turn a blind eye and let him get another B-level breathing technique for free. After all, geniuses should have some privileges. Before going to sleep, Ning Chen thought for a moment and summoned the martial arts panel. Strength, Awakening Level 6, Bull Strength, Subtle, Progress 12%, Swift Wind Step, Perfect, Progress 7%, Lightning Slash, Perfect, Progress 1%, Thousand Bones Killing Technique, Proficient, Progress 23%, Vajra Body, Third Layer, Progress 27%. Ning Chen stared at the columns for Swift Wind Step and Lightning Slash, his eyes filled with astonishment. Perfect Realm, very special, with no distinction of high or low. Perfect is just perfect. This is also why this term was used to name this realm. Ning Chen recalled that this was indeed the case. The prompt sound informed him that once those 2 martial arts reached the perfect realm, no new insights would integrate into his mind. This indicated that the martial arts had indeed reached their limit. The rising progress seemed merely a change in numbers, with no actual significance. Is it a bug? Or is there another reason? Ning Chen's thoughts churned. After a long time, he still couldn't reach a conclusion, so he simply stopped thinking and closed his eyes. Whatever the reason, when the progress reaches 100%, it will become clear. A night without conversation. Having not slept for several days, Ning Chen slept very long, waking up at 9 in the morning, feeling refreshed, and was surprised to find that the pain in his body had almost disappeared. After asking Zhou Wei, he learned that the Lu family had invited a professional healing-type ability user from the capital city, who arrived last night. After the doctor examined him, he confirmed that Ning Chen's condition was quite good, with only minor injuries, and discharge was not a problem. Ning Chen didn't linger, asking a nurse for a cloth bag to pack the beast nutrient solution along with cash and checks, and after bidding farewell to Zhou Wei, he left the hospital. The weather was great today. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze carried warmth. Ning Chen stood by the roadside, contemplating whether to go home or return to school when a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw Wei Bo standing in front of him. "What's up? Still the monthly exam arena battle? Feel free to arrange it." Ning Chen grinned. His injuries would definitely heal before the monthly exam, and with both Swift Wind Step and Lightning Slash at perfection, defeating a level 9 awakening would be a piece of cake. Even if that level 9 awakening mastered a proficient B-level fist technique, it still wouldn't work. If Wei Bo dared to manipulate the monthly exam, he would definitely let Wei Bo know what a surprise meant. Or more precisely, the joy would only last until he stepped onto the arena. Afterward, it would be nothing but shock. Do you really think that by killing an injured martial artist, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with martial artists? Wei Bo scoffed, his tone mocking. He hadn't seen the live broadcast, only read a few related news articles that praised Ning Chen's swordsmanship to the skies. But he didn't believe it at all. Isn't the profession of journalism just about exaggerating? Forget it, I'm not here to argue with you. Wei Bo shook his head and said, "I'm here to find you for something important." Ning Chen casually replied, "What is it?" "This place isn't suitable." Wei Bo pointed to a black luxury car parked not far away and said, "Let's talk in my car." "All right." Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded. He was currently in the spotlight, with government attention and media coverage. As long as Wei Bo wasn't a fool, he wouldn't set a trap for him. However, one should always be cautious. Following behind Wei Bo, Ning Chen took out his phone, tapped a few times, and then tucked it into his pants pocket. The two of them got into the car, one after the other. The interior was very spacious, unlike an ordinary sedan, with 2 rows of seats facing each other, wrapped in genuine leather, and a foldable table in the middle made of exquisite wood, clearly a precious material. A middle-aged man sat in one of the seats, dressed luxuriously, with a resemblance to Wei Bo in his features. However, his eyes were somewhat narrow, giving him a more shadowy appearance. Truly deserving of being the young hero who beheaded high-level spies, you certainly have a remarkable presence, the middle-aged man said warmly as Ning Chen entered. Wei Bo proudly introduced, "This is my dad, Wei Qianse, the current chairman of the Wei Group." Ning Chen remained unfazed, sitting down with a commanding presence, and said, "Let's not waste time. If you have something to say, just say it." He was too lazy to engage in pleasantries with someone like Wei Bo. Wei Bo frowned slightly but still pressed on, "I want to buy the spot you have in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp." "You can buy spots?" Ning Chen was taken aback. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp was not a private institution, it was affiliated with the Donglin Administrative District Government, a purely official organization. Normally, that's not possible. But in Qingshan City, there's nothing the Wei Group can't do. Seeing Ning Chen's expression, Wei Bo smiled arrogantly and said, "I'll give you 1 million. All you have to do is sign a transfer agreement." Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "You make the Wei Group sound so impressive, and this is the price you offer?" 1 million was still a significant amount for him, but it was definitely not enough to buy a spot in the training camp. There were many private exam preparation institutions in the Federation, and for those ranked highly, the registration fees were in the millions. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp was even more powerful than them. The registration fee should be higher, not to mention that money alone wouldn't guarantee entry. Wei Bo snorted with a sneer, "Do you think 1 million is too little? You're an orphan, have you ever seen so much money? You wouldn't earn that in half a lifetime." Bang! Ning Chen slammed a cloth bag onto the table in front of him. Through the opening of the bag, a large stack of cash was visible, mixed with several bottles of beast nutrient solution. A few checks peeked out of the bag, and none of the amounts were less than 6 figures. Ning Chen blinked, looking at Wei Bo with a puzzled tone, "Sorry, the bag is too heavy, I can't lift it." "By the way, what were you just saying? When it comes to showing off?" He, Ning Chen, was a 100-star glory rank. Wei Bo instantly shut his mouth, his face alternating between green and red. Beside him, Wei Qianse maintained a calm expression and smiled slightly. In business, it's perfectly normal to have disputes over prices. If Ning Chen is not satisfied with Bo's offer, he can state his own. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and tentatively offered 20 million. He knew he was asking for a lot, but in negotiations, one should always ask for more to leave room for compromise. His bottom line was 10 million. As long as Wei Bo could meet that price, he was willing to sell. As for whether Wei Bo would come looking for trouble after becoming stronger, Ning Chen was confident and unafraid. The benefits of 10 million would far exceed any improvement Wei Bo could gain at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. "Have you gone mad thinking about money?" Wei Bo stood up abruptly. Fortunately, it was a luxury car with a high roof, so he didn't hit his head. 20 million was something the Wei Group could afford, but they wouldn't spend it on Wei Bo. He wasn't important enough for that. The Wei Family Consortium has a strict internal structure, where the resources for each family member are allocated based on talent and performance scores. It doesn't matter that his dad is the chairman. The chairman is merely an executor chosen by the family and does not own the consortium. Bo-hu! Wei Qiansu pressed his hand down, signaling him to sit. After speaking, Wei Qiansu looked at Ning Chen and smiled. 20 million is quite a premium for a spot in a talent training camp. But who can blame it? It's not available on the market. Rarity makes it valuable. I agree to this price. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen was taken aback. He really agreed? A wave of immense joy surged in his heart, only to be quickly suppressed. He hoped it wasn't just an empty promise. When will the transfer be made? 20 million in cash is not a small amount for the Wei Family Consortium's cash flow. It will take a few days to arrange, Wei Qiansu replied with a smile. Wei Bohu's face turned anxious upon hearing this. Then contact me when you're ready. Picking up the cloth bag, Ning Chen stood up, preparing to leave. Without the money, nothing would work. Don't rush off. Wei Qiansu called out to Ning Chen, raising his hand to press a button on the armrest of his chair. V-room. A hidden compartment in the car opened, and several wisps of condensed white mist dissipated, revealing rows of test tubes filled with dark red liquid, bubbles churning, numbering over 100. All were beast nutrient solutions. Wei Qiansu took out 3 test tubes and handed them over, saying, "A small gift, no need to be polite." Ning Chen looked at Wei Qiansu but did not take them. Wei Qiansu smiled. "This has nothing to do with me personally. Student Ning killed a Tianwu spy and maintained peace in Qingshan City. As the star group of Qingshan City, the Wei Family Consortium naturally needs to show its appreciation. These 3 beast nutrient solutions are the Wei family's goodwill." Hearing this, Ning Chen dispelled his doubts. A few companies in Qingshan City had also given money yesterday. Such actions could enhance goodwill among the public and the city government. "Thank you for the reward from the Wei Family Consortium," Ning Chen said as he accepted the beast nutrient solutions, bowing slightly to Wei Qiansu before pushing the door to leave. Seeing Ning Chen get out of the car, Wei Bohu could no longer contain his anxiety, saying, "Dad, the board won't approve 2 million for me. Also, why did you give that kid beast nutrient solutions? 3 of them. Even if you want to improve the Wei family's image, wouldn't giving 1 be enough?" Wei Qiansu smiled without answering, instead asking, "How much are 3 beast nutrient solutions?" "The market price is 180,000 each, 520,000 for 3. Such simple calculations posed no difficulty for Wei Bohu. "That's more than my 2 months' worth of training quota. Giving it to him is better than giving it to me," Wei Bohu complained. Wei Qiansu ignored him and continued, "According to Federal Criminal Law Article 319, stealing public or private property worth over 500,000 is considered a particularly large amount, punishable by more than 10 years in prison, with the maximum penalty being death. And 3 beast nutrient solutions just exceed that amount." Wei Qiansu revealed a smile. Compared to before, it was no longer gentle but rather chilling. "Are you saying?" Wei Bohu instantly understood his father's meaning and couldn't help but feel excited. Wei Qiansu shot him a sideways glance and said slowly, "I've told you many times, there's no need to rely on force against ordinary people, it's too inefficient. The Federation has its own rules. People of our status understand the rules. As long as we know how to leverage our advantages, there are countless ways to make them submit." "Yes, Dad," Wei Bohu replied eagerly. "Ning Chen, oh Ning Chen, you don't appreciate the favor. If you look down on 1 million, then don't expect a single cent." On the road to the old city, an unmanned taxi sped along. Ning Chen relaxed in the back seat, took out his phone, and lit up the screen. It was the recording interface. Ning Chen thought for a moment and saved the recording. 20 million was not a small sum. If the Wei family wanted to pressure him into lowering the price at the last minute, this recording would serve as evidence. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped outside the entrance of Ning Chen's residential complex. "You have arrived near your destination. The fare is 103 yuan. Have a pleasant journey." The artificial intelligence's feminine voice chimed. "So expensive. If I had known, I would have taken an economy model." Ning Chen, whose worth was nearly 5 million, shook his head. It wasn't that he was stingy, he just felt it was unnecessary. He valued the practical worth of items more. He could order beast meat at over 1,000 yuan per pound or a medicinal package for a sturdy body at 40 to 50,000 yuan without batting an eye. However, when it came to personal enjoyment, he was much more frugal. To this day, he still lived in the old city, and the clothes he wore were all from the Qingshan No. 1 high school uniform. "First, I'll drop off the money in the nutrient solution at home, then head to school to talk to Su Yun about the B-level breathing technique." Ning Chen carried the cloth bag into the complex. His rented apartment was on the 15th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw 2 police officers in black uniforms pacing back and forth in front of his door. Didn't Zhou Wei say the police station's rewards would take a few more days? Did they come early? Ning Chen's thoughts raced. The 2 officers quickly approached him. Are you Ning Chen? The younger officer asked, his tone quite rude. Doesn't seem like they're here to deliver rewards. A suspicion flashed through Ning Chen's mind, but he nodded, saying, yes, that's me. The older officer coldly stated, that's good. I now announce that you are involved in a theft case. Come with us. Ning Chen was taken aback. What did I steal? The older officer sneered, still playing dumb? The Wei family reported you for stealing 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution. Hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose in Ning Chen's heart, as if he were shrouded in a conspiracy. The younger officer, with sharp eyes, pointed at the opening of the cloth bag in Ning Chen's hand, exclaiming, Lu team, look, the beast nutrient solution is right in the bag. So many, not just 3 bottles. Lu team glanced down and couldn't help but blurt out, then a glint of greed appeared in his eyes. Immediately, Lu team sternly ordered, you have some nerve, still a habitual thief. Get down on the ground with your hands on your head. Ning Chen furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then began to explain, these beast nutrient solutions and the money are rewards given to me by the government departments of Qingshan City and some private companies after I killed the Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping. If you don't believe me, feel free to check online. That high school student is you. The younger officer was somewhat surprised, but his attitude didn't soften much. Lu team began to curse and complain, damn it, it's really unfair. I've also killed criminals, yet my salary only increased by a few hundred. Don't police deserve rewards? Seeing their attitude, Ning Chen's frown deepened. In fact, the generous rewards he received were purely coincidental, a result of multiple fortunate circumstances. The media had reported extensively on Zhao Weiping, generating a lot of buzz. Wang Ershui's live broadcast. His identity as a high school student, fighting alone, suffering severe injuries, yet ultimately turning the tide, attracted too much attention. Digging through the bag, Ning Chen took out 3 test tubes and said, this is the beast nutrient solution from the Wei family. However, I didn't steal it. Their chairman, Wei Qiansa, privately gifted it to me. There might be some misunderstanding here. The younger officer scoffed, 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution worth over 500,000, and you say it was a gift? Lu Tin glanced at the test tubes and coldly said, still trying to argue? The serial numbers match, it's undoubtedly the stolen beast nutrient solution. Each bottle of beast nutrient solution had a unique anti-counterfeiting serial number. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression changed slightly, and the glimmer of hope in his heart completely dissipated. The Wei family father and son are plotting against him. They never had any real intention of purchasing a spot in the Shanghai training camp. After all, he didn't linger after getting out of the car, he took a taxi straight home. Yet, these 2 police officers had been waiting for him at his doorstep. Everything was premeditated. Ning Chen's heart gradually turned cold. If it weren't for his caution in secretly recording the conversation, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even with 8 mouths. A deadly trap. In the corridor, the sunlight was blocked by thick walls, casting a shadowy gloom. Team leader Lu scrutinized Ning Chen, feigning nonchalance as he asked, although the possibility is almost zero, I still have to ask out of duty. Do you have any evidence to prove your innocence? I won't wrongfully accuse a good person, nor will I let a criminal go. I've already said it was a private gift. Ning Chen snorted coldly. These 2 police officers, even if they weren't from the Wei Consortium, definitely had ties to it. Handing over the recording to them would be like walking into a trap. No evidence. Still so arrogant. Put your hands out. The young officer mocked. He unfastened the handcuffs from his waist and was about to step forward to subdue Ning Chen. However, when he met Ning Chen's dark eyes, his heart trembled. It felt as if he were being stared down by a cold-blooded beast. His body stiffened instantly, frozen in fear, unable to control himself, not even able to speak. Team leader Lu had killed criminals before, so he was somewhat better off, but he was also sweating profusely. Killing was entirely different from a life-and-death battle. The former could only make a person ruthless and bloody. Only through experiencing the crisis of death in a life-and-death struggle, getting infinitely close to the brink of death, could a person's spirit, will, and momentum grow. Ning Chen had only fought one life-and-death battle. However, the disparity between the 2 sides was too great. Every second before he beheaded Zhao Weiping felt like dancing on the edge of a cliff. One misstep could send him plummeting into an endless abyss. It's not an exaggeration to say that his mental fortitude was tougher than special alloys. Are you trying to resist arrest? Team leader Lu was the first to regain his composure, his face dark as he drew his gun, aiming it at Ning Chen's forehead. The young officer hurriedly followed suit. 2 dark gun barrels were mere inches away. Ning Chen's gaze was calm as he said, "If you had seen the footage of me killing the third-grade martial artist Zhao Weiping, you wouldn't be pointing a gun at me. Indeed, I'm only in the awakening stage, and my speed is nowhere near that of a bullet. However, it takes about 0.2 seconds for a person to pull the trigger. In that time, I can easily strike 3 times. At this close distance, neither of you, not being formal martial artists, can avoid it." Ning Chen spoke slowly, as if stating an irrefutable truth. His hand rested on the hilt of the silver blood knife. In an instant, the 2 officers who had watched Ning Chen behead Zhao Weiping live felt a chill run through them. "I ask you, do you want to refuse the arrest by the federal police?" Team leader Lu shouted loudly. It seemed that only by doing so could he keep his hand steady on the gun. Ning Chen looked at the 2 of them and said, "First, I am merely a suspect in the case, not a criminal. The term arrest is inappropriate, so there is naturally no situation of refusing arrest. Second, I am 17 today and still a minor. Federal law clearly states that the police can detain minors, and during the process, the use of handcuffs, shackles, and other devices is prohibited." "Kid, I didn't realize you knew the law so well." Team leader Lu forced a smile, casually reholstering his gun. The young officer's face turned awkward as he quickly put away the handcuffs and gun. "Wise choice. If you had taken another second, I would have chopped off your heads." 2 police officers pointing guns at a minor without cause. The court would at most rule it as excessive self-defense on my part. Ning Chen released the hilt of the knife, his expression indifferent. "Don't break the rules again. Next time, I might not be able to control my temper. These 2 are connected to the Wei Consortium. They must instill fear in each other and strictly follow the procedures. Otherwise, they might deliberately frame him." The 2 police officers exchanged glances, their expressions changing. Team leader Lu snorted coldly and said, "Come with us to the station for assistance in the investigation. The police car is downstairs. Lead the way." Ning Chen did not enter his home but stepped back into the elevator. 15 minutes later, the 3 arrived at the police station in the old city. Qingshan City is divided into 9 districts and 4 counties, each with its own police station. The last time Ning Chen went to the police headquarters in Qingshan City, it had the most authority. "Hand over all items you are carrying." Upon entering the police station, team leader Lu felt reassured and became assertive again, sternly ordering Ning Chen. Ning Chen took out his phone and said, "I am a federal citizen. Before being detained, I have the right to contact my private lawyer for bail. Federal law stipulates that a suspect can apply for bail with a lawyer before being found guilty. As long as the judge agrees and a corresponding bail amount is paid, they can leave the detention center. Go ahead and make the call. If you can get bailed out, I'll take your last name." Team leader Lu scoffed. Normally, it wouldn't be difficult for a minor's first theft to get bail, but he knew who had brought the boy in. The Wei Consortium. No judge would issue a bail permit. Ning Chen obviously did not have a private lawyer. That was just an excuse. Finding the contact information left by Lu Zhan, Ning Chen sighed, tapped the screen of his phone, and dialed. The promise he had just received yesterday. He had considered whether to contact Gu Tianyu, but ultimately decided against it. The ones he needed to deal with were not the 2 young police officers in front of him, but the Wei Consortium. Beep beep beep. After a brief busy signal, the call connected. Ning Chen did not engage in pleasantries and directly said, "Uncle Lu, I've been framed by the Wei Consortium and am currently detained at the Anning police station in the old city." "I understand." A calm voice came through. After a pause, "Wait." The signal was then disconnected. Ning Chen put down his phone. Team leader Lu glanced over and couldn't help but sneer, mocking, "Uncle Lu? There's no criminal lawyer named Lu in Qingshan City. You really think you have some connection?" Team leader Lu did not think further. He licked his lips, greedily eyeing the bag of drinks in Ning Chen's hand. "Count the bottles in the bag, and tally the white paper. Make sure to check carefully, so this student Ning doesn't blame us for any violations." Team leader Lu turned to the young officer with a serious expression. The young officer understood immediately and nodded, yes. Under normal circumstances, they certainly wouldn't dare to act this way. But who told them that this person was targeted by the Wei Consortium? There was no chance he could cause them trouble again. Ning Chen remained indifferent, saying nothing. Since Lu Zhan had promised to help him, he had nothing to worry about. Don't sulk, look at it positively. You might never get out in your lifetime, some external possessions are of no use to you. Team leader Lu mocked, leading Ning Chen toward the holding room. Go in. Ning Chen looked at the door gradually closing, his eyes growing colder. It wasn't because of team leader Lu. This person wasn't even worth a knife. Ning Chen's true anger was directed at Wei Bohu and Wei Qiansa. The previous threats in the arena were manageable. At most, he would take a beating and get hurt. But this time, it was clear they aimed to ruin him. Even if he surrendered his spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp, this father-son duo would definitely have a backup plan waiting for him. They wouldn't let it go easily. Most importantly, he had not provoked them. He had merely disagreed with their 1 million strong buy. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's anger gradually dissipated. In its place was a chilling killing intent, rising violently in his heart like a blizzard. Given the opportunity, he would not hesitate. Ning Chen was not even aware that after killing Zhao Weiping, he had shed a shackle and gained a wildness within himself. Creak! Amid the teeth-grinding sound of friction, team leader Lu pushed open the iron door of the holding room. However, he did not enter. Instead, with a face full of humble flattery, he said, "Mr. Wei, young Master Wei, that kid is inside, please go in." Wei Bohu and Wei Qianse walked into the holding room one after the other. Team leader Lu respectfully said, "Mr. Wei, the room's surveillance has been turned off as per your instructions. Whenever you're done questioning, just send me a text, and I'll come to open the door for you." After saying this, Lu did not wait for Wei Qianse to respond and directly closed the door tightly. Wei Boho looked down at Ning Chen, his expression defiant, and impatiently mocked, "Weren't you quite fond of talking before? Why aren't you saying anything now? Come on, tell me." "There's nothing to say to two despicable people," Ning Chen replied calmly, sitting on the edge of the bed, his back straight as a spear. He did not shout or scream, just spoke in a tranquil manner. "The intent to kill is hidden in the sheath, which brings great terror. Calling me despicable?" Wei Bo sneered, then ominously said, "Once you get to prison, you'll know what true despicability is. Your handsome looks will have quite a market in prison." "Bovo, be a bit more polite to your classmate," Wei Qianse reprimanded. Saying this, he pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Ning Chen, smiling. "As long as you compensate Bohu for the spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp, I won't pursue the matter of you stealing the beast nutrient solution." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth as he mocked, "Me? Stealing? I say you stole, so you stole, whether it's true or not doesn't matter." Wei Qianse's smile remained, but his voice carried an added sense of pressure. "So, you are currently detained by the police, facing at least 10 years of imprisonment. Dad, there's no need to speak to him nicely." Wei Bova said coldly, looking at Ning Chen, "You have no right to refuse. If you don't agree, you die. The court can't sentence you to death, but you won't live long in prison." Ning Chen remained expressionless. "Don't you have any morals?" Wei Qianse chuckled, his eyes subtly mocking, "You're too young to understand this society. For ordinary people, including you, morality is a cage of constraints, but at the same time, it's a necessity, indispensable, which is why you are ordinary. For people of our class, morality is just an ornament, we wear it when we want to dress up." Creak! Suddenly, team leader Lu opened the door again. A hint of displeasure appeared on Wei Qianse's face as he scolded, "Don't you know to knock before opening the door?" Team leader Lu trembled all over, unable to speak. It seemed he was under some immense pressure. "I didn't know, I haven't heard of it." A tall figure walked into the holding room, his gaze like lightning, exuding a domineering aura. The #1 martial artist of Qingshan City, Lu Zhan. A flash of astonishment crossed Wei Qianse's face. The arrival was somewhat beyond his expectations. He stood up and smiled, "Director Lu, I didn't know you were coming?" Lu Zhan ignored him and looked at Ning Chen, saying, "Let's go." Ning Chen got up from the bed. Wei Qianse narrowed his eyes, not stopping him, but elongated his tone, "Captain Lu?" "Lu. Knight Lu, Ning Chen can't leave. He is currently suspected of a theft case, and all the evidence points to him." Team leader Lu blocked the door, gritting his teeth as he spoke, but his voice trembled uncontrollably due to fear. Team leader Lu regretted it deeply. He knew that this matter involved Lu Zhan, and he would never participate in it. Lu Zhan asked, "What did he steal?" "The beast nutrient solution." Wei Qianse smiled slightly, saying, "Bohu and I were discussing a business deal with him, but it didn't go well. When he left, he took 3 bottles. Luckily, I discovered it early, reported it to the police in time, and recovered the stolen goods." Lu Zhan's voice was mocking, "Stealing in front of a 7th grade martial artist like you? He is Bohu's classmate. I trusted him too much and didn't pay attention." Wei Qianse laughed casually, and Ning Chen explained, "Uncle Lu, I didn't take it. Wei Qianse gave it to me voluntarily, saying it was a reward for killing Zhao Weiping." Wei Bo sneered, mocking, "You really are shameless. 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution, worth over 500,000, why should they be given to you? It's clear that you couldn't close the deal, and out of resentment, you stole from my family to take revenge. The 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution that were stolen were found on you by the police. You don't know how to repent and instead bite back at me. The human heart is truly treacherous." Wei Qianse shook his head with a sigh, seemingly a bit sentimental. Ning Chen looked at the father and son, no longer arguing, his dark eyes calm and still as a deep well. Yet, unseen in the depths of his heart, murderous intent surged like giant waves in the sea, growing ever more intense. Lu Shen glanced at Ning Chen, his expression slightly astonished, and said, "Since you didn't steal, then you can go. Director Lu, no matter how strong you are or how powerful the Lu family is, you cannot defy federal law," Wei Qianzi said with a hint of sarcasm. Whether it was a consortium or a noble family, on the surface, they had to accept federal regulation and follow the law. If they wanted to do dirty deeds, they could only do so in secret, leaving no evidence behind. Just like he framed Ning Chen, he also wanted Ning Chen to accept the beast nutrient solution in advance. Team Lu, something's wrong. At that moment, a young police officer who had been acting with Team Lu rushed in, panting, Ning Chen's bail has been approved. The court requires immediate release." Team Lu's face turned pale upon hearing this. Wei Qianzi remained relatively calm. When he saw Lu Zhan personally intervene, he had anticipated that Ning Chen would be bailed out. The plans he had arranged in advance would surely not stop Lu Zhan. Bail does not mean innocence. You cannot leave Qingshan City. We still have a long lawsuit to fight, Wei Qianzi said with a confident smile, as if everything was still under his control. Ning, in a few days, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp will be held. I heard that the rules there are very strict. Being late is considered a forfeit. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan frowned. This was a difficult issue to resolve, a straightforward and open scheme. If Wei Qianzi really wanted to drag it out, he could stretch the lawsuit until after the college entrance examination. Ning Chen, think carefully these days. Bohu's initial offer is still valid. Moreover, it comes with no further pursuit of your theft. I believe you will make the right choice, Wei Qianzi said with assurance, smiling as he left with Wei Bohu. Ning Chen squinted, withdrew his gaze, and said to Lu Zhan, "Uncle Lu, please wait a moment. All my things have been confiscated, I need to retrieve them." Lu Zhan nodded, "I'll wait for you at the door." "Young Master Ning, I'll take you there, this way please." Team Lu quickly stepped aside, forcing a flattering smile. A few minutes later, in the holding room, Team Lu held a cloth bag with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Ning Chen. "Please check." Ning Chen rummaged through it, finding no losses, and said, "It's missing half." Team Lu and the young police officer broke into a cold sweat. They had counted the items in the bag, worth 2 to 3 million, which they could not afford to compensate, unless they sold organs on the black market. Slap! Team Lu quickly slapped himself hard. With great force, 5 blood-red fingerprints instantly appeared. Then, he bowed deeply and said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Please forgive me." Many colleagues nearby heard the commotion and looked over. Team Lu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, his face turning bright red with shame, yet he still did not straighten up. He could not afford to offend someone whom Lu Zhan personally intervened for. The Wei family consortium usually only gave him a little money and certainly would not offend Lu Zhan for him. Ning Chen glanced at Team Lu, ignored him, and opened his phone to check. The recording was still there. Ning Chen felt a faint sense of relief in his heart. The reason he hadn't used the recording to refute the Wei father and son while in the holding room was that he was worried they would secretly contact the police to destroy his phone. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to come down hard. "Didn't you say that if I got bail, you would change your surname? Then go ahead." After leaving Lu for a while, Ning Chen stepped away. This person hadn't really done much to him, just took some verbal advantage. A lesson was enough. "Yes, I will immediately take leave to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." At the police station, at the entrance, Ning Chen saw that Lu Manhwa had also arrived. Her injuries hadn't healed yet, she had been severely injured by Zhao Weiping, and even treatment-type ability users couldn't fix it all at once. At this moment, she was sitting in an electric wheelchair, quietly talking with Lu Zhan. "Manhwa, Uncle Lu," Ning Chen called out. Lu Manhwa spoke first, helplessly saying, "My dad contacted the best law firm in the Donglan Administrative District for you. Winning the case won't be a problem. However, neither side has decisive evidence, so the lawsuit will take a long time. The matter with the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is likely to fall through. I have evidence." Ning Chen took out his phone and played the recording. After listening, Lu Manhwa's pretty face turned pale, clearly furious. This father and son are simply shameless, fabricating lies at will. After a pause, Lu Manhwa added, "But the good news is, with this recording, we can win the lawsuit immediately. Since we have this recording, I suggest not to sue," Lu Zhan said lightly after a moment of contemplation. Lu Manhwa was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "We can definitely sue them for defamation." Ning Chen also looked at Lu Zhan. "Defamation? That doesn't even count as a crime." Lu Zhan shook his head and said, "No need for Wei Qianzi to say anything. Someone will take responsibility for him. For example, those 2 police officers. Or some insignificant member of the Wei family. Wei Qianzi has too many options. then we can't do anything to them. Lu Manhwa frowned, dissatisfied. Ning Chen felt the same unwillingness in his heart. However, he knew that right now, whether in strength or status, he was far too distant from Wei Qianzi. Lu Manhwa, don't get angry, listen to Uncle Lu. Ning Chen took a deep breath and said. He spread his fingers and gripped the hilt of the silver blood knife. Not now, but only for now. Don't be discouraged, my saying not to sue doesn't mean we can't move against Wei Qianzi. Lu Zhan said calmly. He looked at Ning Chen. I'll give you two choices, you decide for yourself. First choice. Lu Zhan raised a finger, his aura domineering, and said, you use the favor I owe you. I will personally take action to kick Wei Qianzi off the board of the Wei group. Even, I could kill him. Ning Chen was taken aback. I thought that since you got me out, I had used up your favor. Is the favor I earned with my life so cheap? Is it only worth a bail? Lu Manhwa rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't familiar with Ning Chen, she would have wanted to kick him. The life of the eldest lady of the Lu family. Lu Zhan was also somewhat speechless. Ning Chen chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Uncle Lu, what's the second choice? Lu Zhan said seriously, I'll take you to the Wei family. Someone like Wei Qianzi needs reputation. The recording on your phone is enough to make him withdraw the charges and even compensate you. This choice clearly had a much better outcome for Wei Qianzi. At the same time, Ning Chen could also gain certain benefits. And for Lu Zhan, the difficulty was far less than the first option. Ning Chen sensed the key point and asked, Uncle Lu, you didn't say to use a favor. This matter doesn't require my favor. Lu Zhan shook his head and said softly, rather, you owe me a favor. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Why? He knew that the talent he had displayed was quite good, but it was far from being able to sway a peak knight. Talent only indicated potential for future strength. A peak knight was already powerful. Lu Zhan regained some spirit, his gaze sizing up Ning Chen, and said, when you looked at the Wei father and son earlier, your inner killing intent was like a raging fire, yet your eyes were as calm as ice water. A person who can achieve this is worth a favor from me. You can sense my killing intent? Ning Chen firmly believed he had hidden it well, his actions and demeanor showed no signs. Lu Zhan smiled lightly and said, close enough. Hearing this, Ning Chen was shocked. Killing intent? What is it? The consciousness of wanting to kill someone. In other words, it is a thought in the heart. This can be sensed. Does it also mean mind reading? The strength of a knight is terrifying indeed? Don't think too much. When you become a peak knight, you'll understand naturally. Lu Zhan waved his hand and said, now, tell me your choice. Ning Chen pondered for a moment. Soon, he made a decision and said solemnly, Uncle Lu, I choose the second one. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and teased, is it because of the beast nutrient solution? Ning Chen's face couldn't help but flush. It was indeed because of greed. He had fallen into a trap after taking Wei Qianzi's beast nutrient solution. Not at all. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chen said seriously, I am confident that one day, I will make them pay for what they did today. And that day would not be far off. Lu Zhan looked at Ning Chen and smiled, so confident? The Wei family has a knight. Although he has buried himself below the ground, a knight is still a knight. An ordinary 9th grade martial artist is not his match. It's fine. Ning Chen shook his head confidently and said, if I can't win, Uncle Lu, you still owe me a favor. Lu Zhan. Even a peak knight could feel a sudden twinge in his back. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Ha ha ha. Lu Manhwa couldn't help but laugh, clutching her stomach. Oh, my chest hurts so much, I think my bones might crack from laughing. Lu Zhan's face darkened. Go back and take care of your injuries. I'll take Ning Chen to the Wei family. Going now? Ning Chen asked curiously, isn't there any need to prepare in advance? Lu Zhan replied, do we need to prepare for just one Wei family? Ning Chen glanced at him. This level of Versailles was truly admirable. Wei Group, headquarters building. Top floor. Outside the clean floor-to-ceiling windows, a few white clouds danced, scattering colorful light. Wei Bohu, however, had no mind to appreciate such beauty, feeling anxious, with Lu Zhan personally intervening. The matter of the Shanghai Genius training camp won't fall through, right? Rest assured. Wei Qianzi was calm and collected, saying, the lawsuit is not about winning or losing, but about time. As long as we drag it out, Ning Chen will have to yield. Otherwise, he will gain nothing. Wei Bohu's anxiety did not lessen. What if the Lu family forces you to back down? Planning for the Shanghai Genius training camp slots was a private matter between him and his father. The Wei group would not confront the Lu family over this. Hearing this, Wei Qianzi's gaze flickered for a moment, then he smiled and said, in the Federation, open confrontations must follow the rules. If the Lu family wants to force me to back down, they will have to pay a considerable price. Ning Chen is not a member of the Lu family, they cannot go that far. Lu Zhan's intervention to bail him out is already the limit. Wei Bohu felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. 1 million, is that too little? After thinking for a moment, Wei Bohu expressed his concern again. Ningchen might want to go all out, giving up his spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp and not selling it to me. Wei Qianzi looked at his son and sighed. He really didn't seem like his own flesh and blood. You are a scion of the group, he is just an ordinary person. Lu Zhan can protect him for a time, but can he protect him for a lifetime? Tomorrow at school, you threaten him a bit, does he dare not to compromise? Wei Qianzi said coldly. I think he dares. A cold voice clearly reached the ears of both men. Bang! In the next moment, the tightly shut metal door was violently kicked open, exploding outward. The alarm bell rang frantically. A tall figure approached with a handsome young man in tow. One in front, one behind, they made a domineering entrance. Wei Qianzi looked at the two unexpected guests who had suddenly barged in, a shadow rising deep in his gaze. The relationship between Lu Zhan and Ning Chen was better than he had anticipated. Chairman, we can't stop them. A group of bodyguards in black arrived, panting heavily. You don't need to worry about this, just step back and deactivate the alarm. Yes. The alarm ceased after a few seconds. Wei Qianzi's face was cold, a hint of questioning in his tone. Director Lu, barging into the headquarters of the Wei Corporation and kicking down the door, you must give an explanation. Alone, he had no strength to confront a peak knight. He had to bring the Wei Corporation into this. This is the explanation. Lu Zhan wasted no time, directly instructing Ning Chen to play the recording. Wei Qianzi, what do you think will happen if this recording gets out? Lu Zhan chuckled lightly. Opposite him, Wei Bohu's expression changed, and he said sharply, this recording is obviously fake. Ning Chen fabricated evidence to absolve himself. Lu Zhan glanced at him, his eyes icy. So, are you saying that as a peak knight, I can't tell the truth from a lie? Wei Bohu immediately trembled like a leaf, stammering, I didn't mean that. Then you mean to frame me? Lu Zhan sneered. Wei Bohu trembled even more, drenched in sweat, unable to utter a word. Wei Qianzi quickly stepped forward, blocking his son, and said to Lu Zhan, the child doesn't understand. He spoke out of turn, I apologize on his behalf. After speaking, Wei Qianzi looked at Ning Chen, his gaze shadowy. I underestimated you, you have some skills. As for the recording, I, Wei Qianzi, will admit it. You can make your demands now. If Ning Chen were alone, he could find countless ways to turn this recording into false evidence. But with Lu Zhan involved, he could only admit it. Ning Chen lowered his eyes, staring at the ground, and said lightly, this matter is entirely under Uncle Lu's responsibility. Quite cunning. Wei Qianzi cursed inwardly. Compared to Ning Chen, negotiating with Lu Zhan was clearly more difficult. Director Lu? Withdraw the theft charges, Lu Zhan said. I agree, delete the recording. Don't be too happy too soon. Isn't there a need for compensation for falsely accusing someone? Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi narrowed his eyes and said, then the 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution, I will have the police return them to Ning Chen, consider it compensation. Lu Zhan scoffed, since this recording is so worthless, then let it spread. Wait. Wei Qianzi's expression darkened. The content of the recording would severely damage his reputation. Although people in the upper circles of Qingshan City knew he wasn't a good person, reputation was a veil of shame that couldn't be lacking. Moreover, being outsmarted by a high school student was not something to be proud of. If it spread, he would likely become a laughingstock for a while. Those in the corporation who coveted the chairman position would surely take the opportunity to question his capabilities. If things went poorly, he might even lose his position. Thinking of this, Wei Qianzi said coldly, how much do you want? Lu Zhan replied indifferently, in the recording, didn't you say you would pay 20 million for a spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp? Then, let's make it 20 million as compensation. Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Lu really dared to speak up. 20 million is impossible, I'm compensating a high school student, not you, a knight. The board won't approve such a large amount. Wei Qianzi said with a grim face. That's your problem, not mine. Lu Zhan said casually, hands behind his back, half an hour, if the 20 million doesn't arrive, this recording will spread throughout Qingshan City. Wei Qianzi gritted his teeth and said angrily, Lu Zhan, this is extortion. My office has surveillance, don't push me too far. Oh? Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, that's right, I am extorting you. And I'm not using the Lu family's influence. It's just me extorting you. So, what can you do? I'll give you half an hour to act freely, resort to legal action, use your connections, contact assassins, whatever. Let's see if you can stop me, Lu Zhan. You. Wei Qianzi pointed at Lu Zhan, his face darkening, unable to speak. Ning Chen looked up, waves of emotion stirring in his eyes. Wei Qianzi was the chairman of a consortium, a big shot in Xingshan City, one word from him could almost land him in prison. Yet, at this moment, he seemed somewhat powerless in front of Lu Zhan. Certain power brings certain authority. Absolute power is absolute authority. The ambition to become stronger ignited like a spark, rising from the heart of a young boy. For the first time, Ning Chen wanted to actively become stronger. Previously, although Ning Chen had worked hard in his training, it was all for other purposes. He wanted to get into a prestigious university. He wanted to beat Zhang Wenxi. He wanted revenge, and so on. Becoming stronger was merely a means to achieve his goals. From now on, it would be his goal. 20 million, enough to hire assassins to kill multiple martial artists. Is this the compensation you want, Ning Chen? Wei Qiance's threatening words brought Ning Chen back to reality. No. Ning Chen shook his head. Lu Zhan remained silent, but his expression tightened a bit. Wei Qiance revealed a smug smile. Just a high school student. How dare he ask for money and not his life? In the next moment, Wei Qiance's smile froze. Lu Zhan, however, curled his lips slightly. Ning Chen said earnestly, "What I want is 20 million after tax as compensation. You can't expect me to pay the taxes myself. The personal income tax in the Federation is not low. 20 million would require at least 7 to 8 million in taxes." Ning Chen didn't want to lose such a large sum of money for nothing. Heh, what a big appetite. Aren't you afraid you can't swallow it? Wei Qiance's voice was sinister. Lu Zhan glanced at him and said, "You can trouble Ning Chen. In the Wei Consortium, any young person of your generation can take action against him, you can even cripple him, and I won't interfere. But if Ning Chen dies under mysterious circumstances, you can wait to be buried with him." Lu Zhan said this in a flat tone. There was no emotional fluctuation, nor did he exude any killing intent. Yet, Wei Qiance felt an overwhelming chill, taking a deep breath and insisting, "I am not an ordinary citizen. I control the Wei Consortium and am a 7th grade martial artist. Killing someone like me will get you sentenced to death." Lu Zhan was too lazy to argue, looking out at the clouds, and said, "You have 27 minutes left. You can contact that old man of yours who's half in the grave. Ask him if a knight can kill a 7th grade martial artist without being caught by the Federation." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qiance's expression changed instantly, and he said directly, "Bank account. Don't forget to pay my taxes." Ning Chen reminded him after providing the account number. A few minutes later, buzz. Ning Chen's phone vibrated with a bank text notification. 20 million has been credited. "If there's nothing else, you two can leave," Wei Qiance said with a sullen face. This huge compensation didn't go through the consortium's accounts, it was his personal asset. For him, it was equivalent to a significant financial loss. Ning Chen thought for a moment, walked up to Wei Bohu, and mocked, "You're such an ungrateful thing. You couldn't bear to buy me 20 million, and now you have to give it to me anyway. And it's free, no need for a spot in the Shanghai talent training camp." Wei Bohu's face immediately turned red. However, with Lu Zhan beside him, he didn't dare to speak. "Don't be afraid. Uncle Lu said you could deal with me. You've been thinking about the monthly exam next Monday for a long time, haven't you?" Ning Chen patted Wei Bohu's face and turned to leave. A flicker of coldness flashed through those dark eyes. Since Wei Qiance couldn't be moved for now, why not collect some interest first? After leaving the building, Lu Zhan asked Ning Chen, "What do you think about what just happened?" Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "The power that comes from money and status is too confining. There are countless taboos to consider. Unlike military power, the authority derived from it can run rampant, with no restrictions." Well said. Lu Zhan looked at Ning Chen with satisfaction, standing with his hands behind his back, and said, "A divine general, even when walking alone, remains a divine general. The president of the Federation, when alone, is just an ant." Uncle Lu. Ning Chen raised his hand, weakly reminding him, "One of the conditions for running for president of the Federation is being a knight. If you say the president is an ant, then you." Lu Zhan's mouth twitched slightly, "Just grasp the essence, don't delve too deeply. This kid's temperament and talent are excellent. Unfortunately, he talks too much. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Then what about this money?" Ning Chen called out to Lu Zhan. If the compensation was only 1 or 2 million, he wouldn't be polite and would accept it directly. But 20 million is too much. Lu Zhan waved his hand, "No need to give it to me, just a little money, keep it for yourself." "Ah, Uncle Lu, I didn't mean to give it to you." Ning Chen smiled and pretended to be surprised, saying, "I wanted to ask if you have a way to buy the beast nutrient solution at cost price." Manhwa said that the Lu family buys the beast nutrient solution for only 150,000 each, which is much cheaper than what's sold online. Lu Zhan couldn't help but stagger, his figure disappearing in an instant. "Give the money to Manhwa, she will buy it for you." Lu Zhan's voice came from afar. Ning Chen bowed and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Saving 30,000 on a beast nutrient solution is no small amount. After that, the smile on Ning Chen's face faded, and he began to seriously consider the newly acquired 20 million. Undoubtedly, this is a huge sum. In a place like Qingshan City, it would be enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, Ning Chen did not have such thoughts now. He realized one thing. With 20 million as a base, attending the top-ranked Xinghai University in the Federation might not be impossible for him. In that case, 15 million to buy 100 beast nutrient solutions. The remaining 5 million, along with the income from killing Zhao Weiping, will be used to buy a top-tier A-level breathing technique. Ning Chen made his decision, his gaze firm. This allocation may not be cost-effective, but it would allow his strength to increase at the fastest speed. The college entrance examination is less than 3 months away. He must do everything possible to enhance his strength. After all, Xinghai University is a place where even formal martial artists can fail. Subsequently, Ning Chen did not linger and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Qingshan City Police Headquarters. His gale step had reached perfection. It was time to find Gu Tianyu to redeem his new martial arts. At the police station. Because of killing Zhao Weiping, many police officers recognized Ning Chen, and after he explained his purpose, he was immediately led into Gu Tianyu's office. No need to be polite, just find a place to sit. Gu Tianyu, sitting behind a large desk, smiled as Ning Chen entered, saying, later, go to the finance department to collect your 1 million bonus. I originally planned to wait a few days until the agents from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp arrived before having you come over, to save you an extra trip. Agents? Ning Chen asked curiously, are they here to check if I qualify? Gu Tianyu shook his head, not exactly, they just want to collect your personal information, such as the martial arts you practice, your current level, what weapons you are good at, and so on. The most impressive thing about the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is that they first recruit students and then hire instructors. Based on the characteristics of each student, they find the most suitable instructors from the entire Donglin Administrative District. If it weren't for the government backing them, it would be impossible to achieve this. Gu Tianyu explained. That's really impressive. Ning Chen nodded with emotion, and after a moment, he said seriously, Director Gu, no need to be so formal. Gu Tianyu interrupted him with a smile, you are Manhua's friend and saved her life, so just call me Uncle Gu like she does. In fact, there was one more thing he hadn't mentioned, Ning Chen's talent was also an important reason. Alright, Uncle Gu. Ning Chen naturally wouldn't refuse such kindness, grinning as he said, isn't the martial arts you promised me for me to learn? I was going to teach you even if you didn't ask. Gu Tianyu smiled gently. After a pause, he asked with a hint of scrutiny, do you have any understanding of creating martial arts? Not much. Ning Chen answered honestly, I only know that martial arts is a reflection of the creator's profound understanding of martial arts. Therefore, only knights and divine generals have the ability to create martial arts, even the most basic E-level martial arts. Your theoretical knowledge is quite good. Gu Tianyu nodded with a smile and asked, what do you think of the martial art swift wind step? Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, it's very impressive, some E-level movement martial arts created by divine generals can't compare. This was not him trying to flatter. The swift wind step was easy to learn and effective, with countless practitioners in the Federation. The Martial Arts Alliance ranked it among the top 100 basic martial arts. From this, it's clear that Uncle Gu, with your strong talent, you will surely have a place among the future divine generals of the Federation. Ning Chen grinned. This statement carried a hint of flattery. In the Donglin Administrative District, with a population of hundreds of millions, only a few divine generals had emerged, and they could be counted on one hand. Gu Tianyu shook his head, giving a wry smile, stop flattering me, I know my own talent. I can't create martial arts of that level. As he spoke, Gu Tianyu began to explain to Ning Chen. The swift wind step did indeed come from his hands, but it was not his original creation. Gu Tianyu had modified it based on a movement technique created by his mentor during university, the Wind Blood Divine General. After listening, Ning Chen sincerely said, modifying martial arts is also a kind of ability. The significance is worlds apart. Gu Tianyu seemed to recall something, and a look of regret flashed in his eyes. After a while, he regained his composure and said solemnly, the martial art I want to pass on to you is the movement technique of the Wind Blood Divine General, 3,000 Shadows of the Wind. Ning Chen's heart began to race. 3,000 Shadows of the Wind. Just hearing the name, it was clear it was not something that could be compared to the swift wind step, at least starting at A level. After all, while there were no strict limitations on naming martial arts, each creator had their own sense of standards. An E-level martial art would never be named something like Heaven and Earth, 4 Seas, and 8 Desolations, Supreme Star River Technique. Most importantly, his swift wind step had already reached perfection. Although the progress was still increasing, there was no substantial improvement, and he was in need of a powerful movement technique. S-level movement technique? Ning Chen asked tentatively. Aside from breathing techniques, other S-level martial arts had relatively loose regulations. That's right. Gu Tianyu flipped his palm, and a green martial seal appeared, saying, "It's also the most outstanding movement martial art among S-level techniques. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivation is top-notch." Ning Chen's eyes lit up, directly ignoring the latter part of Gu Tianyu's words, eagerly extending his hands. "Uncle Gu, to be honest, the thing I fear the least is the difficulty of cultivating martial arts. As long as the rank is high, the more difficult, the better." Gu Tianyu took it as Ning Chen's excitement and chuckled, handing over the green martial seal. "Just accept the inheritance here. I'll instruct my subordinates not to disturb you for now." "Thank you, Uncle Gu." "Ha!" Ning Chen took deep breaths repeatedly, and once his emotions calmed down, he pressed the green martial seal against his forehead. Information about the 3,000 shadows of the wind flooded rapidly into his mind. More than 10 minutes later, the martial arts imprint was completed. Ning Chen opened the system interface and took a glance. Fengming San Xian had appeared in the last column, with the current progress at 0%, showing no sign of training speed yet. However, Ning Chen had a rough estimate. Among B-grade martial arts, the most difficult Flash Thunder Slash could achieve about 4% progress in a day at the foundational level. As a top-tier S-grade martial art, Fengming San Xian might not even increase by 1% in a day. However, with his current martial arts realm improvement, the training speed should logically increase. But before the college entrance examination, it seemed unlikely to achieve a breakthrough. "Uncle Gu, here's the martial imprint back to you." Ning Chen smiled. Just as he raised his hand, a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Fengming San Xian detects a similarity in the comprehension of swift wind steps, beginning to absorb. Training speed skyrockets. Progress increased by 30%. Progress increased by 30%. Fengming San Xian has accumulated enough, gained some insight, and advanced to the proficient realm. Progress continues to increase. Fengming San Xian has completed absorption. Training speed returns to normal. Ning Chen was somewhat dazed by the waves of comprehension hitting him. Once he regained his senses, he immediately summoned the system interface. Strength, Awakening Stage 6 Mighty Bull Strength, Subtle, Progress 15%. Swift Wind Steps, Perfect, Progress 7%. Flash Thunder Slash, Perfect, Progress 1%. Thousand Bone Killing Technique, Proficient, Progress 25%. Diamond Body, Third Layer, Progress 28%. Fengming San Xian, Proficient, Progress 21%. Looking at the last column, Ning Chen's lips curled up. It truly came without effort. Just a moment ago, he was worried that Fengming San Xian wouldn't break through before the college entrance examination, and in the blink of an eye, it had already advanced to the second realm of proficiency. Most importantly, since Fengming San Xian could absorb the insights from swift wind steps, then other martial arts could certainly also leverage insights from similar types of martial arts to see a surge in progress. In the future, when selecting martial arts, I need to pay attention to this characteristic, Ning Chen thought to himself. "Xiao Ning, are you okay?" Gu Tianyu noticed Ning Chen zoning out and smiling foolishly, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "Oh, I'm fine, just suddenly figured out a problem regarding martial arts, and got a bit distracted," Ning Chen casually replied, returning the martial imprint. Gu Tianyu nodded, not asking further, and said, "Fengming San Xian and swift wind steps have certain similarities at their core. Your swift wind steps are at the perfect realm, so picking up Fengming San Xian shouldn't be difficult. As long as you're willing to put in the hard work, there's still a good chance to master the foundational realm to a passing level before the college entrance examination." Ning Chen blinked and said, "Then I'll try my best?" That was all he could do. To regress in martial arts realm, there was only one possibility, a brain injury that turned one into an idiot, losing the corresponding insights. Gu Tianyu, as the police chief, had a sharp eye and could naturally see through Ning Chen's insincerity. He thought for a moment and said, "Let me share some news with you. Fengming San Xian is the proud work of the Wind Blood Divine General, involving not just the awakening stage but also higher-level inheritances. Even that peak knight, Lu Zhan, is quite envious. However, only students from Tsinghua University are qualified to learn it." "Uncle Gu, thank you for the reminder." Ning Chen knew that Gu Tianyu's words were for his own good, slightly bowing and saying earnestly, "I can't guarantee that I will definitely get into Tsinghua University, but I can promise to do my utmost." "Very good, this time you speak sincerely, go ahead." Gu Tianyu smiled. "Goodbye, Uncle Gu." Ning Chen pushed the door and left, stopping by the finance office to collect the 1 million bonus before he left. The next day, Friday, the sky was slightly bright. Ningchen woke up from the bathtub, glanced around, and saw that the water had become clear, with 2 exhausted medicine packets floating in it. After reaching the 3rd layer of diamond body, he could absorb 2 packets of medicine in one night. That was 90,000 yuan. With the daily consumption of the beast nutrient solution, the expenses for a day nearly reached 300,000 yuan. Even though he possessed over 20 million in assets, Ningchen still felt a bit of a sting. Spending money like water. Expensive is expensive. You get what you pay for. The more he consumed, the faster his strength would improve. Ningchen calmed his thoughts, checked his injuries, and found that even the scars were nearly invisible. He then got up, changed into a clean school uniform, tidied up a bit, and headed out the door. 10 minutes later. Qingshan No. 1 High School. As soon as Ningchen entered the school gate, he saw a bright red banner hanging high above, emblazoned with the words, "Warm congratulations to our senior student Ningchen for fearlessly slaying the Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping." The font was embossed in gold, enlarged in bold, incredibly eye-catching. Students on the road spotted Ningchen and immediately stopped to watch, discussing among themselves. Many even took out their phones to sneakily snap photos. Some bold girls even stepped forward to hand him pink love letters, their cheeks flushed with a lovely hue. Holding a large stack of love letters, Ningchen felt he had underestimated his popularity at school. Unlike the last time when he killed Lei Kei, which was just an ordinary beast, this time he had slain a notorious Tianwu spy, a formal martial artist, responsible for multiple lives. Especially since many reporters, in search of sensationalism, deliberately omitted the fact that Zhao Weiping had been injured. 17-year-old boy shows bravery, beheads a 3rd-grade martial artist. Knife slays Tianwu spy, sword points to Tsinghua University. Certain high school student awakens to kill martial artists, future prospects as a divine general. Most of the content reported by those journalists was like this. How could the hype not be high? The entire morning, Ningchen felt like an endangered rare animal. As soon as class ended, the windows and doors of the classroom were packed with students peering in, one batch after another. Fortunately, aside from the girls delivering love letters, no one else dared to disturb him. At noon, after school, Ningchen didn't dare to go to the cafeteria for a meal. He stayed in the classroom, casually drank some water, and then took out his phone to start checking information on the A-level breathing technique. He had already asked Su Yun, and there was no exception for learning multiple martial arts. This was a rule set by the education department. After all, martial arts held too much value, and if schools had too much autonomy, it would inevitably lead to corruption. Ningchen felt a bit regretful about this but didn't dwell on it too much. The breathing technique he needed to iterate was already within his budget to purchase, and it was an A-level that exceeded the school's authority. Rank is very important, and type cannot be underestimated. After careful consideration, Ningchen had a rough idea of the new breathing technique he wanted. It was best if it excelled in explosive power. This type of breathing technique, combined with Flash Thunder Slash and Wind Shadow 3000, could maximize the characteristic of speed to its fullest extent. As for stamina, it was a bit lacking, but that was a minor flaw. As long as the attack was fast enough, he could prevent his opponent from even having a chance to retaliate, let alone engage in a prolonged battle. "Why didn't you come to class this morning?" Hearing footsteps approaching, Ningchen looked up to see his friend Guirinu, casually asking. "It's a long story." Guirinu leaned against the desk and slowly sat down. As soon as his butt touched the chair, he jumped up, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." Seeing this, Ningchen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through them as he asked, "Did someone hit you? Who did it?" He was worried that Guirinu might have suffered for his sake. Mahai, Zhang Wenxi, and Wei Bohu all had conflicts with him. "My dad hit me." Guirinu took off his school uniform and placed it on the chair, then carefully sat down, saying, "Speaking of which, I blame you for getting hit." Ningchen felt the sharp coldness in his heart dissipate, somewhat surprised. "What does that have to do with me? Do you remember at the 100-day oath ceremony when I almost got pounced on by Lei Kei for sneaking snacks? Yeah, I saved you. I kept that matter from my parents and didn't dare to tell them, but after you killed that Tianwu spy, the news was all over the television, and the footage of you saving me was also released." Guirinu said with a face full of indignation. "As a result, my dad saw it, didn't even ask, and just took his belt to give me a beating." Ha ha. Ningchen couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Guo only hit your butt, you got off easy. You're still laughing." Guirinu looked at Ningchen with a resentful expression, his gaze just sweeping over the phone screen, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to change your breathing technique?" "Yes, I earned some money from killing Zhao Weiping." "Then don't rush to place an order. After school, come home with me, my dad wants to treat you to dinner." "What?" Is Uncle Guo going to gift me an A-level breathing technique? Ning Chen joked. Guo Ringyu neither confirmed nor denied it, clearing his throat awkwardly and changing the subject. After school, come home with me, and you'll find out then. Alright, Ning Chen replied with a smile, not thinking too much about it. He had met Guo's parents a few times. They did some small business and had a bit of money, but they were just middle class. In terms of wealth, they were far behind him now. That evening, at the Guo family home, Guo's father, in middle age, had a slightly plump figure, perhaps due to the business, and his demeanor was gentle. If it weren't for Guo Ringyu daring to hide even the fact that he almost died, he wouldn't have acted. Xiaoning, Ringyu, come to my study for a chat. After dinner, Guo's father stood up. Okay. Ning Chen knew the main event was coming but didn't have high expectations. On the second floor, in the study, Guo's father looked at Ning Chen, sighed, and said, "You saved Rinyu's life. Originally, Uncle Guo wanted to sponsor your college expenses. But seeing that you could even kill Zhao Weiping, I realized you don't need this little money from Uncle Guo. It's nothing." Ning Chen smiled. "Rinyu and I are good friends. Saving him is the right thing to do." Guo's father shook his head, becoming serious. "A life-saving grace cannot be forgotten. Uncle Guo has nothing much to give you, just an ancient breathing technique passed down from my ancestors that's worth something. I heard from Rinyu that you were thinking of changing your breathing technique." As he spoke, Guo's father stood up, locked the door, and walked to the window, drawing the curtains tightly. After doing all this, he approached a bookshelf and focused his eyes on a small hole. Iris match. A cold prompt sounded, and the bookshelf trembled. Moments later, it split open from the middle, revealing a safe. Seeing this scene, Ning Chen was astonished. "Uncle Guo, you really have an A-level breathing technique, don't you?" The classification from E to S level was established only after the Federation was formed. This breathing technique from my ancestors is far older than the history of the Federation. Guo's father turned around, his expression solemn, holding a wooden box in both hands, filled with soft cotton cloth. In the center lay a golden jade token, with peculiar patterns, a faint golden glow flowing along the lines, but very weak, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Ancient martial seal. Ning Chen focused and recognized the golden jade token. As for which era it belonged to before the Federation, it was beyond his knowledge. Guo's father picked up the golden martial seal, rubbed it a couple of times, and introduced, "This breathing technique is called the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. It was quite famous in the past." Ning Chen curiously asked, "Uncle Guo, what level does it roughly correspond to?" "There is no level. If it must be classified, it would be the best in the current Federation," Uncle Guo said seriously. "Ah." Ning Chen blinked. It wasn't that he didn't believe Uncle Guo's words. It was just too fantastical. This was akin to him walking down the street and suddenly a group of divine generals appearing, kneeling before him, shouting to welcome the Dragon King back. "Ning Chen, my dad isn't lying to you," Guo Ringyu interjected in time. "Don't look at my family being just a small middle class now. Before the Federation, my family was part of the royal family of the strongest empire at that time. However, the gun shoots the bird that stands out. In the Battle of the Twin Martial Stars, the Tianwu realm was destroyed. Otherwise, I would at least be a prince by now." Guo Ringyu clicked his tongue, seemingly fantasizing about the good life of being a prince. Guo's father said impatiently, "Get to the point." He. Guo Ringyu grinned and continued, "The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is a secret transmission of the royal family at that time, known as the strongest foundational martial art. In each generation, only a few talented princes can practice it." Guo's father added to Ning Chen, "I know that after the establishment of the Federation, martial arts abandoned distinctions of birth and welcomed explosive development. Powerful martial arts emerged one after another, many of which are hard to compare with ancient martial arts. However, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is different. It was not created by royal members but was fought for by a divine general of the royal family in prehistoric ruins. According to him, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture far surpasses the martial comprehension of divine generals." After hearing this, Ning Chen believed about 80%. The Guo family had no reason to deceive him. Ning Chen's gaze returned to the golden martial seal. This time, there was a fiery intensity in his eyes. "The #1 martial art in the Federation today." Seeing this, Guo's father did not hold back and directly handed it to Ning Chen. "Xiaoning, whether it's the Guo family dynasty or the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, it involves too much. Although the Federation has laws, it cannot stop the malice of human hearts. You just need to know these things yourself," Guo's father advised. Ning Chen nodded solemnly. "No one else will know besides me." "I believe you," Guo's father smiled, deciding to pass the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to Ning Chen after having someone investigate him. His character was beyond reproach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned these matters. Playing with the golden martial seal, Ningchen pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Gua, since the dragon elephant ancient scripture is so extraordinary, how strong must it be? Was father teased, countering, do you know how much the peak fist strength of the awakening ninth stage is? Fist strength is the most important indicator of physical quality, without exception. It does not refer to the maximum force that can be delivered in a single punch. A single data point is meaningless. No matter how strong the fist is, if the speed is slow and it can't hit the target, it is of no use. The so-called fist strength refers to the ability to throw punches rapidly and densely within a certain time frame, with the specific number related to personal realm, and then taking the average value. This data comprehensively reflects the body's strength, speed, flexibility, and other factors, providing a fairly accurate representation of physical strength. It's probably between 3 tons and 5 tons, Ningchen thought for a moment and said, the difference is partly due to individual talent, but more so because of the level of breathing techniques. Fist strength is also an important indicator of the quality of breathing techniques. That's right. Even S-level breathing techniques cannot allow the fist strength of the awakening realm to exceed 6 tons. Uncle Gua nodded and said loudly, but according to historical records, the peak fist strength of those who practice the dragon elephant ancient scripture at the awakening ninth stage can shake a great cauldron weighing 36,000 pounds. Continuous punching can send the cauldron flying into the air, not falling for half a day. 36,000 pounds. Ningchen quickly calculated in his mind, his heart leaping in shock. 18 tons. This is just the weight of the cauldron. Being able to send it flying into the air clearly indicates that the fist strength exceeds that significantly. Not falling for half a day indicates the astonishing physical strength of the practitioners of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. It can almost be described as a flawless breathing technique. Ningchen felt excited. At this moment, Guorenyu curled his lips and poured cold water on him, saying, it's not as mystical as my dad makes it sound. After the establishment of the Federation, several people from the Gua family also practiced the dragon elephant ancient scripture. At the peak of the awakening ninth stage, the fist strength was only around 6 tons, which is not much different from S-level breathing techniques. Ningchen looked at Gua's father, waiting for an explanation. The other party was not the type to exaggerate. After pondering for a moment, Gua's father said, what Rinyu and I said is not false. To shake a great cauldron weighing 36,000 pounds, the dragon elephant ancient scripture must reach a perfect realm. The difficulty is comparable to ascending to the heavens. After the fall of the Gua family dynasty, no one has been able to achieve this step. Ningchen felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The difficulty of martial arts was not a problem for him. Although reaching the perfect realm required enlightenment, he might not be able to achieve it. However, the limit of the expert realm, the dragon elephant ancient scripture, certainly had a punch force of over 10 tons. It could still easily defeat S-level breathing techniques. Gua's father glanced at Ningchen and smiled bitterly. Since the establishment of the Federation, no one in the Gua family has been able to reach the perfect realm, let alone master the second realm. By the time it reached my generation, no one dared to practice the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Why? Does the dragon elephant ancient scripture have backlash? Ningchen asked in surprise. He thought of the breathing technique that Guorenyu practiced, which was inherited from school. Gua's father shook his head. No, the martial seal of the dragon elephant ancient scripture has only one last inheritance left. With Renyu's talent, how could I dare to let him practice it? Guorenyu felt frustrated upon hearing this. Ningchen suddenly felt that the golden martial seal was somewhat hot to the touch. Only one last inheritance left. The preciousness of it was evident. But if he were to return it, Ningchen felt a bit reluctant. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was undoubtedly far superior to the A-level breathing technique he intended to buy. Buy it with money? A thought flashed through Ningchen's mind, but it was quickly extinguished. Not to mention whether he had that much money. If the Gua family really wanted to exchange the dragon elephant ancient scripture for money, it would have nothing to do with him. Xiao Ning, don't overthink it. Since I have given you the dragon elephant ancient scripture, I naturally won't ask for it back, Gua's father said, seeing the conflicted expression on Ningchen's face, and quickly waved his hand. After a pause, he continued, of course, Uncle Gui is putting on a brave face, intentionally mentioning that there is only one inheritance left, indeed hoping you can do something for me. Please speak. In the future, if you can be promoted tonight and cultivate the dragon elephant ancient scripture to the perfect realm, I hope you can engrave a new martial seal of the dragon elephant ancient scripture and return it to the Gua family. Gua's father said solemnly. Engraving a martial seal has 2 prerequisites. First, one must at least be a knight. Second, the corresponding martial arts must reach the perfect realm. The Guo family has not had anyone able to achieve this for so many years since the fall of the dynasty, and Guo's father did not believe that his descendants could succeed. Not exchanging the dragon elephant ancient scripture for money was merely a sentimental gesture. However, Ning Chen's timely appearance reignited hope in Guo's father's heart. The other party saved his son's life and needed to repay the favor. Being able to slay formal martial artists, his talent was naturally unquestionable. His character was also good, trustworthy. Thus, the matter of gifting the dragon elephant ancient scripture tonight arose. If you, Xiao Ning, cannot achieve it, then I will drop this request, and you need not feel indebted. To me, Renu's life is more important than the dragon elephant ancient scripture, Guo's father said with a smile. Ning Chen merely nodded, not making any promises. Yet, he had made up his mind. He would definitely elevate the dragon elephant ancient scripture to the perfect realm. The three of them chatted a bit more about the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Afterward, Ning Chen took his leave. Old Town. The spring moon tonight was exceptionally bright, with silvery light shining. Ning Chen lay on his bed, gazing at the crescent moon outside. Once his mood calmed like water, he pressed the golden martial seal against his forehead. Mysterious information surged in like a tide. The intensity far exceeded that of the S-level martial art, Wind Shadow 3000. More than 2 hours later, the inheritance finally ended. This was simply astonishing. One must know that the information contained within the martial seal roughly reflects the level of the martial arts. Under normal circumstances, the more information there is, the higher the level of the martial arts. The time required for inheritance also becomes longer. The top-tier S-level martial art, Wind Shadow 3000, only took about a quarter of an hour for inheritance. The dragon elephant ancient scripture took nearly 10 times that. Buzz. The patterns of the golden martial seal dimmed, no longer shimmering. A prompt sound echoed in Ning Chen's mind. The breathing technique is the only martial art. Detected dragon elephant ancient scripture and bull strength. Please make a choice. Dragon elephant ancient scripture. Ning Chen silently thought. Start replacing the breathing technique. Replacing. Replacement successful. Hearing this, Ning Chen opened the system interface, and the first column of martial arts, the bull strength, had disappeared, replaced by the dragon elephant ancient scripture, with the progress number showing 0. It seemed he hadn't gained any insights from the bull strength. Ning Chen wasn't surprised. There was no commonality between these two breathing techniques. Let's see how effective the dragon elephant ancient scripture is for refining. Ning Chen got out of bed, opened the cabinet, and downed a bottle of beast nutrient liquid in one go. A prompt sound immediately followed. The dragon elephant ancient scripture has detected surging energy, feeling invigorated, and the cultivation speed has skyrocketed. As the words fell, a strong tingling sensation swept through his entire body like a bolt of lightning. He could even sense that his muscles, bones, skin, and various organs were continuously growing stronger. It's definitely stronger than the bull strength by more than one level, Ning Chen thought to himself. Soon after, another prompt confirmed Ning Chen's speculation. The dragon elephant ancient scripture is expected to exhaust energy in 6 hours. After reaching the 6th stage of awakening, the bull strength consumed 1 bottle of beast nutrient liquid, which took a full day. In terms of efficiency alone, the dragon elephant ancient scripture was 4 times that of the bull strength. And this is just the basic level at 0% of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. No wonder it can lift a 36,000-pound cauldron. Ning Chen couldn't help but smile. The next moment, the corner of Ning Chen's mouth twitched. He thought of something. 6 hours for 1 bottle of beast nutrient liquid means 4 bottles a day. Even if he could buy them from Luo Manhwa at a cost price of 150,000, it would still amount to 600,000 a day. A 3-bedroom apartment in the city center of Qingshan. And this is just for now. As the dragon elephant ancient scripture and his strength further improved, the consumption would only increase. Not to mention the medicine packs required for the diamond body. With over 20 million in assets, it seemed he wouldn't last a month. Faster than an internet company burning money. It's both painful and joyful. Ning Chen lay back, throwing his body onto the bed. The next 2 days were the weekend. Ning Chen didn't go out, he stayed at home, not having to worry about martial arts, so he focused all his energy on reviewing his cultural subjects. The federal college entrance examination totals 1,000 points. The cultural subjects account for 300 points, which, although not as significant as the martial arts exam, still makes up nearly a third and is worth paying attention to. To get into the Galaxy University, every point must be fought for. Sunday. After a morning of studying, Ning Chen drank a bottle of beast nutrient liquid for lunch. He picked up his phone, opened the class group, and prepared to casually browse to relax his mind. Since the monthly exam was on the following Monday, the class group was buzzing with discussion. According to past practices, in the last few monthly exams before the college entrance examination, there would always be dark horses that no longer hid, breaking out fiercely and making a name for themselves. While he was reading, Ning-chen noticed someone mentioning him in the group. And it wasn't just anyone. It was the class teacher, Su-yun. Classmates, do you think Ning-chen can break into the top 30? Ning-chen stared at this message in shock. The top 30 of Qingshan No. 1 high school, under normal circumstances, could be achieved with an 8th stage of awakening. With his current strength, an 8th stage of awakening wouldn't last more than 10 seconds under his full effort. Su-yun had clearly watched his livestream of defeating Zhao Weiping. Why would she ask this? Ning-chen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, then understood. During his fight with Zhao Weiping, the sky was overcast, and it was pouring rain, making the camera footage somewhat unclear. Moreover, through the screen, the audience couldn't feel the sharpness of his swordsmanship at all. Those who weren't deeply versed in martial arts wouldn't perceive his true level, and Su-yun was just a first-grade martial artist. It was normal for her not to see through it. On this side, Ning-chen understood the reason, but the class group was in an uproar. As the class teacher, Su-yun rarely spoke. Moreover, she mentioned the currently popular Ning-chen. Messages kept popping up one after another. Tang Xiaowan, Teacher Su, Ning-chen can even kill a third-grade martial artist's Tianwu spy, so getting first place shouldn't be a problem, right? As far as I know, there isn't a single official martial artist among the senior students at Qingshan No. 1 high school. This person is clearly a victim of unscrupulous journalism. Wang Dong, I'm in the same situation as the class flower. Another victim. Li Shan-yun, I have someone in my family who is a police officer and knows some real situations. Zhao Weiping has been injured for a long time. Before facing Ning-chen, he took a hit from President Lu's 100,000-volt lightning strike, which severely damaged his strength. Zhang Wenxi, that's right. The next message followed closely. Zhang Wenxi, Zhao Weiping's true combat power is at most comparable to a 7th stage awakening. The media is just hyping it up for attention. Ning-chen wanting to enter the top 30 is absolutely impossible. Li Shan-yun, I was wondering how Ning-chen could be so strong. Zhang Wenxi, this kind of thing is the media's responsibility, but for someone to accept it so calmly is just too vain. Holding his phone, Ning-chen raised an eyebrow. It seems the lesson he gave Zhang Wenxi last time wasn't enough. The itch for mischief was back. In the class group, messages continued. Ma-hai, hee. Class leader Zhang, if Ning-chen can't make it into the top 30, do you think you can? Inside a certain villa. Ma-hai typed furiously on the keyboard, mocking and ridiculing. Ning-chen was playing word games with him, deliberately leaking information. Zhang Wenxi had completely fallen out with him, and these days he had tried every method to make trouble for him. The frustrating part was that he couldn't retaliate. He couldn't beat either Ning-chen or Zhang Wenxi. He could only vent his frustration through words. Zhang Wenxi, frog at the bottom of the well, what do you know? Ning-chen is definitely not my opponent. Ma-hai, anyone can talk big. Are you brave enough to explain how you got those 2 panda eyes on your face after the selection competition? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. While Zhang Wenxi and Ma-hai were arguing, Ning-chen's phone rang. It was Gu Tianyu calling to inform him that the agents from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp had arrived at the police station. Uncle Gu, I understand. After hanging up, Ning-chen stopped checking the class group and went straight downstairs. He hailed an economical taxi at the community entrance and headed straight for the police station. He was quite looking forward to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Being ranked first in the Donglin Administrative District surely had its merits. Perhaps, like those top private training camps, they offered unlimited high-grade beast meat for free. Thinking of this, Ning-chen couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that he lacked ambition. It was just that his assets of over 20 million wouldn't last long. At the police station, in Gu Tianyu's office, Ning-chen met the agent from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, whose surname was Li. He was in his 30s, of medium build, sitting upright with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, exuding a capable aura. If you're ready, we can begin. Agent Li looked at Ning-chen, holding a thin tablet in his hand and pulling out a stylus. Sure, go ahead and ask. Ning-chen nodded. Agent Li said, please state your identity information, including your name, gender, age, ID number, and place of origin. Ning-chen was taken aback. The rest was fine, but what was with the gender question? He looked somewhat delicate, but it wasn't to the point where he couldn't be distinguished from a girl. Seeing his reaction, Agent Li explained, Ning-chen, don't misunderstand. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp only recruits 100 students each year from nearly 10 million candidates in the Donglin Administrative District. Every single spot is of utmost importance. I must verify everything carefully, there can be no mistakes. A 1 in 100,000 chance. Ning Chen was secretly astonished and quickly recited his identity information. All matches. Agent Lee raised the stylus and said, you also need to specify your current strength level, including the detailed minor level. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, Awakening 6th stage, and for the minor level, it's the initial stage. In fact, whether he is at the initial stage or not, Ning Chen is also unclear. After changing his breathing technique, he must go through the refinement before awakening the 6th stage again, and the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture must be revisited. The gap between these two breathing techniques is enormous. In the short term, he cannot break through to the 7th stage of awakening. However, Ning Chen is not in a hurry. A breakthrough in realm is essentially an external manifestation of strength improvement. As long as his strength is increasing, the realm does not matter. In fact, breaking through later is better, indicating that his foundation is solid. A divine general of the Federation once said that the ascent of martial arts realms is, to some extent, similar to building a skyscraper. A solid foundation is necessary to support higher floors. Only at the 6th stage of awakening? Agent Lee exclaimed in shock. He had worked at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp for over 10 years and had never seen a student with such low strength. Not to mention the 6th stage of awakening, there were none at the 7th or 8th stages either. They all started at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. Suddenly, Agent Lee seemed to think of something and tentatively asked, do you possess any special abilities? No, Ning Chen shook his head. He understood why Agent Lee was asking this. Special abilities are a kind of unique power obtained after unlocking certain genetic locks in the human body. Some well-known ones include fire control, ice condensation, and lightning manipulation. These abilities, combined with martial arts, greatly enhance combat power and allow for easy cross-stage battles. Of course, not all special abilities can be used in combat. The awakening of special abilities is filled with uncertainty and is uncontrollable. For example, Zhao Weiping, whom he had killed, had a clone ability that was not very lethal. It could only serve a certain degree of confusion. This was still considered good. Some special abilities were even laughable. For instance, the long hair ability allows one to control their hair to grow longer. Its only function is to pay more for haircuts. Fortunately, if one goes bald, they lose this ability. There are similar abilities like the flexible tongue ability, which makes the tongue extraordinarily agile, able to flick hundreds of times in a second. What use is that? Spitting? However, what puzzled some citizens of the Federation was that certain women's clubs were extremely fond of the flexible tongue ability, even offering $1 million annual salaries for recruitment. Agent Lee, it's not just special abilities that allow one to fight across stages. Gu Tianyu, sitting behind the desk, smiled slightly. Director Gu, I didn't mean to underestimate Ning Chen, I was just inquiring as usual, Agent Lee explained. If Ning Chen possesses a powerful special ability, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp would allocate certain resources to him. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed that there was fierce competition within the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. However, this suited him well. He consumed resources heavily, and if they were evenly distributed, it would be detrimental to his growth. Agent Lee, please continue, Gu Tianyu said. Agent Lee nodded and looked at Ning Chen. What martial arts have you practiced? Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked, do I need to mention my realm as well? No need, Agent Lee replied confidently, a hint of pride in his tone. No matter what realm you are in, the instructors at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp have the ability to guide you. This is the confidence that comes from being the top in the Donglin Administrative District for many years. Gu Tianyu glanced at Agent Lee with a hint of meaning. He was well aware of Ning Chen's true level, the Gale Step, at a perfect realm. There was also a B-level quick knife technique, which was also of a very high level, either at the expert realm's limit or at a perfect realm. Most instructors at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp are at the expert realm. Very few are at the perfect realm. At that time, who guides whom is still uncertain. Gu Tianyu suddenly looked forward to that scene happening, but unfortunately, he couldn't see it with his own eyes. I practiced the Gale Step. Ning Chen quickly recounted. Agent Lee raised his stylus, and after more than 10 seconds, without waiting for the next part, he asked, what about your breathing technique? Being able to work for the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp, his level is naturally very high, and he immediately recognized the various types of martial arts that Ning Chen mentioned. Do I have to say it? Ning Chen did not forget Father Guo's warning. But he couldn't just brush it off with brute force. As soon as he revealed his physical abilities, he would be exposed. Unless he remained inactive at the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp, which was clearly unrealistic. Agent Lee looked at Ning Chen and said, you'd better say it. The more complete your information, the more suitable the instructor the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp will match you with. If you're worried about others coveting your breathing technique, there's no need. There are quite a few students in the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp who practice S-level breathing techniques. It's not an S-level breathing technique. Ningchen thought for a moment, grinned, and said, "It's an unknown breathing technique passed down to me by an old man with a white beard. According to him, this breathing technique is very peculiar. It can evolve by merging with other S-level breathing techniques. Each time you merge with an S-level breathing technique, you become stronger. If you can merge all 49 techniques on the ranking list, you can evolve into the strongest breathing technique in the heavens and the earth." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He suddenly understood why Lu Zhan complained yesterday that Ningchen was just a kid who had grown a mouth. Evolve, my ass. Agent Li's face twitched, and his composed demeanor almost fell apart as he muttered, "I'll just record it as an unknown breathing technique." After saying that, Agent Li quickly moved on to the next question, fearing that Ningchen would come up with another prehistoric breathing technique. After more than 10 minutes, the questioning ended. Agent Li put away the tablet, took out a blue-gray interwoven card, handed it to Ningchen, and said solemnly, "This is your student ID, make sure you don't lose it. Also, on April 1st, you must arrive at the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp. If you're late, it will be considered a forfeiture. The specific location information will be sent to your phone shortly. Thank you for the reminder." Ningchen held the student ID, pondered for a moment, and said, "Agent Li, can you tell me about the situation at the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp? There is very little information online." In fact, he wanted to ask if there was unlimited free beast meat at the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp, but such a thing was too embarrassing to bring up. When you arrive at the training camp, an instructor will personally introduce it to you. Agent Li looked at Ningchen, his face breaking into a bright smile. A kid as cheeky as this must be able to learn many of the rules at the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp. Just thinking about it made him happy. On March 28, 1099 of the federal calendar, a Monday, Qingshan No. 1 high school welcomed its first monthly exam after the 100-day oath ceremony. Many students arrived at school early, taking it very seriously. Everyone was adjusting their mindset in their seats. With the college entrance examination approaching, their abilities had basically solidified, and the results of this monthly exam would roughly represent their scores in the college entrance examination. The monthly exam was divided into two parts, cultural subjects and martial arts. The cultural subjects exam, like the college entrance examination, consisted of mathematics, martial arts theory, biology, chemistry, physics, and comprehensive literature and history, totaling 300 points. The martial arts exam for the college entrance examination varied each year, but the monthly exam at Qingshan No. 1 high school had always been set as a ring battle. At 7 in the morning, the exam began. In the classroom, Ningchen calmed his mind, looked at the exam paper on the computer screen, thought carefully, and answered diligently. The original body's cultural subject scores were already quite good. Ningchen had not slacked off these days. In fact, because he didn't have to practice martial arts, he had plenty of free time. He could devote more energy to cultural subjects. However, there were still some difficult problems he couldn't solve. Ningchen didn't dwell on them, and once he determined they were beyond his ability, he immediately skipped them. Time passed slowly. Ding-dling. The ringing bell echoing through the campus announced the end of the exam. As soon as Ningchen stepped out of the classroom, his phone received a text message from the school with his exam results. The Federation's technology is advanced, with all exam papers graded by artificial intelligence, producing results in just a few seconds, extremely fast. 259 points, ranked 31st. Ningchen looked at his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Hard work really pays off. The original body had always been outside the top 100 in cultural subjects. At the end of the text message was a link to the score leaderboard, and Ningchen clicked in to take a look. The first place was his class's beauty, Tang Xiaoan. 299 points. Clearly, Tang Xiaoan could answer all the questions. The 1 point deducted, Ningchen guessed, was probably because she forgot to write the character for solution. A top student like Tang Xiaoan is sure to get into one of the top 10 prestigious schools in the Federation, Ningchen thought to himself. Tang Xiaoan had awakened to the 4th stage. If you counted her total score including the martial arts exam, she would barely make it to a key university, let alone the top 10. However, students with excellent cultural scores could be specially recruited into prestigious schools, paving the way for a pure science career. The Federation government places great importance on science. Each year's funding is in the billions. However, the most promising path is still martial arts. If Tang Xiaoan chooses the scientific route, the best outcome in the future would be to become a chief researcher at a large company, with an annual salary plus stock dividends, at most over 100 million.
Ha! Ningchen blinked a couple of times. That doesn't seem low.
Of course, Ningchen was very clear in his heart that this was only relative to ordinary people.
The earning potential of top martial arts experts is far more terrifying.
In the Federation, super companies that span multiple administrative regions must have divine generals backing them, otherwise, they would be devoured by their competitors without a trace. Those divine generals often do nothing for a year and still receive dividends in the hundreds of millions, even tens of billions. And this is just a part of the divine general's income. The martial arts exam venue is the training ground.
The platforms have already been set up.
Just past 1 in the afternoon, with some time left before the exam starts, the training ground has already become lively.
There are people everywhere, bustling about.
Students taking the martial arts exam, spectators, parents of students, and reporters from television stations coming to cover the event.
Compared to just answering questions on a paper, the adrenaline-pumping battles are clearly more attractive. Who do you think will top this month's exam?
The last first place, the president of the student council, didn't come due to injury.
I think Ningchen has a chance. Ha, you're out of touch. Do you really think he's as strong as the news reports say?
An executive from the Wei Corporation spoke out online, saying that Tianwu spy was severely injured, with barely any strength left from his 7th awakening stage.
Ningchen killing him is just a matter of delivering the final blow.
Indeed, I've heard about this too. His classmate Zhang Wenxi discussed it in the class group, and Ningchen didn't dare to speak up. His luck is just too good, first the insight into the thunder slash, then encountering an injured spy. A person who doesn't live up to their reputation will naturally have someone come out to slap their face.
Many people were discussing heatedly.
Due to recent reports, Ningchen had become the main topic of discussion. However, under the influence of some malicious individuals, most of the comments were negative.
Ningchen stood under a tree at the edge of the field, listening clearly.
He did not speak up to refute, just like before when he was watching the discussions in the class group, remaining indifferent. The martial arts exam was about to begin.
Action speaks louder than words. Suddenly, a deliberately amplified voice rang out, attracting the attention of many.
Ningchen, I heard that Zhao Weiping was severely injured by Lu Menghua, and then you picked up a big bargain for nothing.
At first, I didn't believe it, thinking someone was slandering you, but now seeing your attitude, it really is true.
Wei Boho laughed as he approached.
Ningchen glanced at him and said lightly, so now you dare to speak? I thought you were scared silly by Uncle Lu.
Wei Bohu's smile instantly froze, and after a moment, he sneered, don't get too pleased with yourself.
Today, I will ruin you on stage, and even the venue owner Lu Zhan won't stop me.
Before the battle, Wei Bohu hesitated for a moment but still didn't dare to call out his name directly. The shadow of the tree, the name of the person. The title of the peak knight was indeed too heavy.
Ningchen thought for a moment and said, are you sure you can take me on?
A glint of ferocity flashed in Wei Bohu's eyes as he lowered his voice and said ominously, just wait, no one can save you today.
I will break your bones one by one.
That 20 million, I want you to be unable to even afford to heal your injuries.
Upon hearing this, Ningchen's lips curled slightly, and he fell silent.
Wei Bohu looked down on him, which was exactly what he wanted to see. He had previously worried that Wei Bohu would find out about his strength and be too scared to show up. After all, in a few days, he would be going to the Mountain Sea Genius training camp and had no time to waste with Wei Bohu.
The grievances between them would be settled today. Putting on a show, once you're on stage, let's see how you keep pretending.
After throwing out a few more harsh words, seeing that Ningchen remained unresponsive, Wei Bohu felt a bit bored, snorted coldly, and strode away.
The nearby crowd did not disperse, instead, they discussed even more fervently. Ningchen didn't refute. It seems what Wei Bohu said earlier is true, killing the Tianwu spy really is a matter of luck. Just think about it, how strong can a mid-level awakener be? Still daring to provoke Wei Bohu, it seems he's watched too much news and believes it himself. Encountering Wei Bohu on stage, he will definitely be crushed. The mocking voices came one after another. Ningchen's gaze lowered, remaining silent.
These countless taunts and doubts were, on one hand, pushed by Wei Bohu and Zhang Wenxi in the shadows. On the other hand, he had risen too quickly. From an obscure 4-stage awakener to a brilliant young genius who had killed the Tianwu spy in less than a month. It was simply a miracle. Too many people found it hard to believe, thinking there must be some dark scheme behind it.
At this moment, hearing Wei Bohu and Zhang Wenxi's provocation, they naturally felt they had discovered the truth and criticized him vehemently. But, the tide will eventually recede. Who is swimming naked will be clear at a glance. Ning, I found you here, you're really easy to find.
A voice with a silver bell-like laughter rang out. Ning Chen looked up to see Wang Ershui holding a microphone walking towards him, followed by the cameraman from that day. Reporter Wang, here to cover the monthly exam of Qingshan No. 1 High School? Ning Chen smiled faintly. He had received so many rewards, and Wang Ershui's live broadcast played a significant role, whether intentional or not, he had benefited. Thanks to you, after that live broadcast, I no longer have to report on food at the shopping plaza, Wang Ershui said with a bright smile. After a pause, she looked around and said quietly, I just interviewed some students and found that they generally don't have high hopes for your performance. Do you know why? Ning Chen smiled and did not explain, instead asking, what do you think? I believe you will definitely be first, Wang Ershui said seriously. She was only a 7-stage awakener and couldn't see Ning Chen's swordsmanship level. But that day, she was present, and even from dozens of meters away, she could feel the sharpness emanating from Ning Chen's battle knife piercing through the rain and chilling her skin. In this awakening stage, if a martial artist does not show up, who can compete? If you say that, it's hard for me to enjoy the thrill of slapping faces. Ning Chen shrugged, seeming a bit helpless. Wang Ershui was taken aback for a moment, and after a few seconds, she understood the implication, her big eyes shining faintly. Ning Chen aimed to claim the top spot. Big news! Wang Ershui picked up the microphone and spoke to the camera. From the earlier interview, everyone can see that despite the general lack of optimism about him, Ning Chen still exudes confidence and has the heart to win the championship, proving that he can defeat the strong with the weak and kill the Tianwu spy. However, Qingshan No. 1 High School is a key school in the city, with countless experts. Who will ultimately claim the first place? Viewers, please stay tuned. As Wang Ershui was speaking, Ning Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a voluptuous figure not far away. Reporter Wang, I have something to attend to, let's meet again another time. Ning Chen nodded slightly and quickly walked away. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. Approaching closer, Ning Chen greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Ning Chen, Suyin furrowed her fair brows and said, for the martial arts exam this afternoon, I think it's best if you don't participate. The atmosphere isn't right. It seems someone is targeting you because they can't stand you stealing the spotlight. If you lose, you'll probably face a wave of harsh criticism. Ning Chen grinned and replied, Teacher Su, just yesterday you asked me if I could make it into the top 30. At that time, I didn't know someone would be targeting you. Suyin pondered for a moment and said, I applied to the education department yesterday, asking if you could receive an extra bottle of Beast Essence if you made it into the top 30. And the result? Ning Chen became interested. With his current wealth, a bottle of Beast Essence wasn't much, but the more, the better. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture was too costly. Suyin shook her head and sighed. The education department rejected it. You must place in the top 10 to receive an extra bottle of Beast Essence. That's too difficult, even those at the 9th awakening stage don't have a stable grasp, let alone you. Ning Chen ignored the disappointment in Suyin's words, his eyes shining. If I can get 2 bottles for placing in the top 10, then how many can I get for first place? 5 bottles. Suyin glared at Ning Chen with frustration and said, do you think you can get that? In the senior year, there are at least 3 at the peak of the 9th awakening stage. Don't you know in your heart whether you can compete with them? As she spoke, she released her original force to assess Ning Chen's strength. You've reached the 6th awakening stage? Suyun was taken aback. If she remembered correctly, just over 20 days ago, Ning Chen was still at the 4th awakening stage. In such a short time, he had broken through 2 stages? It couldn't be said to be unprecedented, but at least it could rank among the best in the Federation's history. Now you know how formidable I am. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Suyun with a light smile. You're still not there. After a moment of contemplation, Suyun said seriously, with the 6th awakening stage and the subtle realm's lightning slash, you have the combat power of the 8th awakening stage. But you're still far from the peak of the 9th awakening stage. And you must understand, the martial arts exam isn't just a single match. Your stamina is a weakness, far inferior to those at higher awakening stages. By the time you can face them, your strength will be reduced to at most 60%. Ning Chen shrugged and joked, Teacher Su, have a little more faith in me. Is this a matter of faith? Suyun's beautiful eyes widened in exasperation. The gap in strength is so vast that no amount of confidence will help. After a pause, Suyun adjusted her mindset and advised, if it were before, I would have hoped you would actively participate in the martial arts exam, but now it's clear someone is targeting you. Even if you make it into the top 30, it won't matter. As soon as you lose a match, countless slanders will be thrown at you, and harsh words will follow. In that situation, you won't be able to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam, and your future life will be affected. Boom! 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 At that moment, the war drums announcing the start of the martial arts exam sounded, each beat heavier than the last, powerful and resonant. The air seemed to thrum with tension. Thousands of senior students moved quickly. "Teacher Su, let's talk after the exam." Ningchen took out his phone to check the arena he was assigned to, smiled in farewell, and stepped away. Seeing this, Suyun's forehead twitched with veins. It was clear that Ningchen hadn't absorbed a single word of her earnest advice. Without a doubt, he was floating high due to the praise from various media, truly believing he had the combat power of a formal martial artist. Suyun looked at Ning Chen's retreating figure, bit her lip, and chose not to stop him again. As the homeroom teacher, she had already done her utmost. However, out of concern, Suyun still followed. Arena No. 17. Ning Chen sought his opponent, and it was not Wei Bohu, a person named Wang Chong, an Awakened 4 stage. The arena battles at Qingshan No. 1 high school have certain rules. One must first fight opponents of the same realm, and only after victory will stronger opponents be matched. According to the academic office, Ning Chen's strength was still recorded as Awakened 4 stage. To face Wei Bohu, he would need to win several matches in a row. Ning Chen is here. It wasn't just the sharp-eyed one who shouted. More than half of the audience in the training ground quickly rushed over. This kind of appeal made the students on other arenas envious. Why is his opponent an Awakened 4 stage? Someone saw the screen displaying student information at the edge of the arena and felt disappointed. Don't worry, by estimating the time it takes for Ning Chen to win, we can roughly gauge his strength. If it turns out to be a tough fight, it will be fun. Just as the audience was discussing, the referee on the arena waved his hand and announced the start of the match. Draw your sword, Ning Chen. Wang Cheng's expression was serious, gripping a heavy battle knife tightly, held upright in front of his chest. The referees for the arena battles are all martial arts teachers from the school, powerful enough to stop any danger in time, and students are allowed to use weapons. I don't need it. Ning Chen's eyes were calm, his hands naturally hanging down, looking quite relaxed. Arrogant. Wang Chong snorted in dissatisfaction and charged forward with his knife. I know you have the lightning slash of the subtle realm, but without a knife, how can you execute it? Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone we are both in the Awakened 4 stage. While speaking, Wang Chong rushed close and swung down with great force, the momentum strong in the wind howling. Mountain-splitting blade. This is an E-level martial art. Its characteristic is heavy power and relatively slow speed. Wang Chang's level of cultivation was decent, having reached the proficient realm. Whoa! The fierce wind from the battle knife lifted a few strands of black hair, and Ning Chen stood still, not dodging or evading, until the battle knife was less than half a meter away from him. Then he raised his right hand. Then, facing the incoming tip of the knife, he flicked his finger. Bang! In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared, and several sparks erupted. The heavy battle knife was raised high, almost slipping from Wang Chang's grip. Wang Chong was knocked back repeatedly, stumbling, and after a dozen steps, with a bang, he fell off the arena. With a single finger, Wang Chong was defeated. The crowd below suddenly fell silent. Wang Chong, an Awakened 4 stage, had barely touched the threshold of university and could hardly be considered strong. To be defeated in one move, one would expect it to be at least an Awakened 7 stage. It might not even be as easy and effortless as Ning Chen made it look. Wasn't it said that the Tianwu spy had lost even the strength of an Awakened 7 stage? Then why did Ning Chen fight him so fiercely? Don't tell me they were acting. A voice of doubt broke the silence near the arena. The discussions among the crowd surged like a tide. It was indeed a bit strange. After all, the Tianwu spy is a martial artist. In a life-or-death situation, he can still unleash the strength of an Awakened 7 stage. However, it can't last long. So at the last moment, he couldn't even dodge and let Ning Chen take his head. Someone offered a hasty explanation. Awakened 7 stage, that can already get into a prestigious school. But don't forget, when Zhao Weiping fled to Qingshan City, he had at least the strength of a peak Awakened 9 stage. Even if Ning Chen is at the peak of the Awakened 7 stage, he still took advantage of Lu Mengyue. The real role is just to finish off. The crowd was in an uproar, discussing everywhere. However, compared to the previous one-sided mockery of Ning Chen, some people had started to speak up in his defense. The winner is Ning Chen. The referee announced the result. Ning Chen calmly walked off the arena, waiting for the next match. How can your strength improve so quickly? Suyun hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to find Ning Chen. When she opened her mouth to ask, her fair cheeks couldn't stop burning, faintly blushing. She knew that Ning Chen had a B-level martial art, Thunder Slash, at a subtle level as his trump card. With bare hands, he could match someone at the 7th stage of awakening. When wielding a weapon, he could fight against someone at the 9th stage of awakening. If luck was on his side, he might even secure the top spot in the martial arts exam. Thinking about her earlier righteous persuasion, Soo-yeon felt both embarrassed and shy, the blush on her cheeks spreading to her ears. If it weren't for her overwhelming curiosity, she would never have come to ask. Ning-chin thought for a moment, grinned, and teased, "Aren't I an orphan? A few days ago, my biological parents found me. Among them, my dad is a divine general who has provided me with a lot of help." A divine general? Soo-yeon couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering her red lips and glancing around to see if she had drawn anyone's attention. Once she confirmed she hadn't, she sighed in relief and said, "With the abilities of a divine general, that's not surprising." Did she really believe it? Ning-chin blinked, nearly laughing out loud. "May I ask which divine general your father is from the Federation?" Soo-yeon asked cautiously, even using honorifics for Ning-chen. Ning-chen hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, "Divine General Feng Shui?" This divine general was the creator of the Wind Shadow 3000 and the only one he knew of. After all, he hadn't expected Soo-yeon to actually believe him when he was joking. "Ha?" Soo-yeon was stunned and blurted out, "Isn't Divine General Feng Shui a woman?" "Oh, then I must have remembered wrong. Actually, my mother is the divine general," Ning-chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Soo-yeon realized she had been played and was so angry that she gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, nearly popping her buttons. "Ning-chen, is it really impressive to have combat power on par with the ninth stage of awakening? Do you think I can't handle you?" A dangerous smile appeared on Soo-yeon's beautiful face, and in her right hand, she pulled out a teaching rod from who knows where and swung it, creating a sound like an explosion in the air. Teacher Soo, my second match is about to start, let's talk later." Ning-chun chuckled awkwardly and quickly stepped away. He couldn't afford to provoke an angry woman, especially one who was a martial artist. Upon stepping onto the arena, Ning-chen's steps were steady, and his mindset had calmed. His matched opponent was still someone at the fourth stage of awakening. Bang! A sound like metal striking echoed. Ning-chen flicked a finger, sending the weapon flying while also knocking his opponent back, causing them to fall off the stage. Second match, victory. More than 10 minutes later. Third match. This time, the opponent was someone at the fifth stage of awakening, wielding a black battle spear. The audience below perked up. Ning-chen couldn't possibly win with just a finger again, could he? In the awakening realm, each stage significantly increased one's strength. Bang! As the match began, sparks flew with the sound of impact. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a black battle spear flew into the air. The fifth stage awakening opponent, like the previous two, stumbled and fell off the stage. Ning-chen, still with just a finger. Third match, victory. Fourth match, victory. Fifth match, victory. Ning-chen, in a dominating manner, approached the sixth match. Seeing the student opposite him, Ning-chen raised an eyebrow. It was a familiar face, Mahai, at the peak of the sixth stage of awakening. "I don't believe Ning-chen can win with just a finger again," a frustrated onlooker muttered. No one nearby responded. The audience's attention was focused on the arena. They knew that Ning-chen would definitely win this match, but in the process, he might reveal his true strength. For an ordinary 7th stage awakening, defeating a peak 6th stage awakening opponent in just a few moves required full power. On the arena. What bad luck! Mahai looked at Ning-chen with a gloomy expression. Having fought against him multiple times, Mahai knew very well that he was no match and was bound to lose. The next moment, Mahai caught a glimpse of the dense crowd of spectators below and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. With Ning-chen's current fame, it was normal for him to lose, no one would look down on him. But as long as he could exchange a few dozen moves with Ning-chen, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. A great opportunity to make a name for himself. Thinking of this, Mahai's eyes sparkled. Ning-chen had taken so much money from him, it was time to recoup his losses. The match begins. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Mahai took a big step forward, lunging at Ning-chen like a fierce tiger. Whoosh! In less than a second, Mahai closed the distance, raising his right leg high to draw a semicircular arc, carrying heavy power, and smashing down from above. Perhaps thinking of the bright days of fame ahead, Mahai felt that the martial arts he was displaying were on the verge of breaking through the barrier of proficiency, reaching the realm of mastery. Whoosh! As he split his legs down, the gust of wind howled. Ning-chen did not snap his fingers to respond, nor did he use the gale step to dodge. He raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, silently waiting for Mahai's kick. He wanted to test his current physical condition. Mahai, who was at the same level, was a great target. Bang! With a dull sound, Ning-chen's right hand made contact with Mahai's kick, and a powerful force suddenly surged, pressing Ning-chen's knee down. But in the next moment, Ning-chen stabilized his stance. His raised right hand, pale and slender, full of strength, firmly gripped Mahai's leg in midair. Mahai practices a C-level breathing technique and executes a D-level martial art, ground split. I am using my hand against his leg, and in terms of strength, I am already at a disadvantage, not to mention I am not using any martial arts, making the disadvantage even greater. But the result is a draw. Ning Chen's thoughts soared, analyzing at lightning speed. It seems that my physical condition must exceed that of an average peak awakening stage 6 by a large margin. However, I should still be a bit short of the high stages of awakening. After all, that is a qualitative change. Ning Chen concluded, feeling no regret at all. Instead, he was somewhat shocked. He had only been practicing the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture for about 3 days, and his physical condition had transformed from the initial stage of awakening stage 6, tempered by the D-level breathing technique, to being stronger than those practicing the C-level breathing technique at the peak of awakening stage 6. Catching up to the normal awakening stage 7 would probably just take a little more than a dozen beast nutrient solutions. Ning Chen, let go of me! Mahai shouted loudly, suddenly exerting force, trying to pull his leg back gracefully. However, the 5 fingers gripping his ankle were like solid iron hooks, completely immovable. Mahai couldn't even retract his leg, his body stumbled from the excessive force, and he could only hop awkwardly on one foot, struggling to maintain his balance. Ning Chen understood his own physical level and was too lazy to waste any more time with Mahai. With a casual wave of his right hand, a powerful force erupted, directly throwing the over 100-pound Mahai away. Bang! Mahai fell to the ground below the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. The winner is Ning Chen, the referee announced once again. The crowd erupted in astonishment, many people exchanging shocked glances. 2 moves to defeat a peak awakening stage 6. And so easily. Ning Chen couldn't possibly be on par with awakening stage 8, could he? The most exciting part of this battle was Ning Chen's grab. He accurately judged the landing point of the kick. I don't know if you all noticed, but the moment Mahai raised his leg to kick down, Ning Chen's right hand had already made a move. This level of practical combat is simply astonishing. It's hard to imagine belonging to a minor high school student, an elderly man exclaimed. He was a martial artist who had served in the military in his youth, earning first-class merit 3 times and was highly respected. The people around him looked at Ning Chen with newfound admiration. What is the supervisor of the Wei group, who made that public statement, talking about? Ning Chen is nowhere near as incompetent as he said. Someone complained, feeling deceived. Defeating a peak awakening stage 6 in 2 moves might just be luck. If he hadn't faced an awakening stage 8, who can say for sure? A hidden supporter in the crowd retorted. Ning Chen walked down from the ring, hearing the nearby arguments, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. No need for him to say much. The mockery and doubts about him would be completely shattered under his victories. The next opponent should be at the awakening stage 8. However, before I encounter Wei Bohu, I need to hide some of my strength to avoid startling him. Ning Chen murmured softly. The surging coldness in his heart quickly calmed down. More than 10 minutes later, in the 7th match, Ning Chen saw his opponent leap into the air, his eyes revealing surprise. What a coincidence! Another familiar face from the same class. Ning Chen pondered for a moment, then coldly said, Zhang Wenxi, how dare you leak the matter of those 3 beast nutrient solutions to outsiders? Hearing this, Zhang Wenxi was furious and retorted sharply, you have some nerve to blame me. The job you discussed with me. It ended before this. With so many people watching, Zhang Wenxi dared not admit that he had set a trap for Lu Manhwa. TCH, you actually found out. Ning Chen scoffed. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to press Zhang Wenxi for more. Seeing Ning Chen's attitude, Zhang Wenxi's eyes burned with anger. 500,000 was not a small amount for him. Moreover, when he was unaware, he had eagerly sought credit from his elders. The result was obvious. He lost face. Don't think that just because you have a connection with Lu Zhan, your uncle, I can't do anything to you. In today's arena battle, I will make you understand the price of deceiving me. Zhang Wenxi gritted his teeth. Ning Chen casually laughed. You think you can beat me? Ridiculous. Back then, you only had the advantage of weapons. Do you really think you're my match? Zhang Wenxi snorted coldly. As he spoke, he drew a blue sword from his waist and swung his arm. Whoosh! The air let out a sharp whistle. From the looks of it, he had indeed reached awakening stage 8. A wave of intense discussion erupted from the audience. Awakening stage 8, if nothing unexpected happens, he should rank in the top 30 of the grade. Zhang Wenxi really wants to be a dark horse. I know him, he's Lu Wan's son, quite impressive among the younger generation of the Lu family. This student will definitely expose Ning Chen's true form. Hearing the voices around him, Zhang Wenxi looked pleased and mocked Ning Chen, if you bow and apologize to me now, I might show some mercy in the upcoming battle and let you lose less embarrassingly. Your family really spends money on you. Ning Chen thought for a moment, astonished. During the selection competition, Zhang Wenxi hadn't even reached the peak of Awakening Stage 7. In just over a week, he had broken through to Awakening Stage 8. Zhang Wenxi was not him. It was impossible to cultivate that fast. The only explanation was that he had consumed some rare tonic, like the Beast Nutrient Solution, which cost millions and was shockingly expensive. Zhang Wenxi's expression suddenly changed, then he sneered, "You're just jealous. In martial arts cultivation, results are what matter, not the process." Ning Chen shrugged and stopped arguing. Whether it was Awakening Stage 7 or 8, it made no difference to him. The match begins. With the referee's command, Zhang Wenxi acted first. He forcefully stomped his foot and leaped over 10 meters in an instant, arriving in front of Ning Chen, slashing horizontally with his sword, swift and fierce, the blue blade flashing with dazzling light. Swish! The sharp sword came at him, and Ning Chen used the gale step to dodge. His diamond body had already reached the 4th level, his physique solid, but it could only withstand the punches and kicks of Awakening Stage 8. Once the opponent used a weapon, unless he transformed his body, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Whoosh! Circling to Zhang Wenxi's side, Ning Chen clenched his fist and struck fiercely, the power exceptionally strong, the pressure from his punch seeming to take on a tangible form, incredibly violent. Thousand Bones Killing Technique, 3rd Style. White Bone Killing Fist. You're running quite fast. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Ning Chen, and Zhang Wenxi let out a cold snort. With a flick of his wrist, the trajectory of the sharp sword immediately changed from a horizontal slash to a vertical chop, swiftly cutting through the air towards the incoming fist. Ning Chen's eyes remained calm as he continued to throw punches. Just as his fist was about to strike the sharp blade, a burst of golden light erupted, dazzling and blinding. Through the brilliance, it could be seen that the fist seemed to be forged from some divine metal, exuding a sense of solidity. Bang! The clash of fist and sword produced a tremendous sound of metal striking metal, and several sparks ignited in the air. Zhang Wenxi's body shook, and the sword in his hand was forced high into the air. Ning Chen, on the other hand, took several steps back to dissipate the force. He was not overly surprised. The Thousand Bones Killing Technique was currently only at the proficient level, not particularly high. His physical attributes were also inferior to Zhang Wenxi's. In a direct confrontation, being at a disadvantage was quite normal. Your swordsmanship is quite good, without years of hard work, it can't be achieved, a martial artist praised. Even more impressive is Ning Chen. How did he withstand that sword strike without wearing any gloves? That golden light resembles the transformation of the Vajra body, but it shouldn't be possible. A burly man in the crowd looked uncertain. Why not? The Vajra body is arguably the most difficult B-grade martial art to cultivate. To achieve body transformation, at least the 3rd level is required. And to cover the area of a fist with body transformation, one must reach the 4th level. It's nearly impossible without 20 years of effort. Horizontal martial arts don't care about your comprehension level. While the crowd was puzzled, the battle on the stage continued. Zhang Wenxi swung his sword, striking fiercely, with blue light flashing one after another, illuminating the arena. Ning Chen did not draw his sword, he continued to use his fists and feet, employing the Thousand Bones Killing Technique to counter. On one hand, he wanted to conceal his strength. On the other hand, he was also seizing the opportunity to master the Thousand Bones Killing Technique. Martial arts could cultivate automatically without his concern, but how to apply martial arts in actual combat and fully display their power still depended on him. In fact, the merely proficient Thousand Bones Killing Technique was not enough to support Ning Chen in overcoming 2 major realms to confront Zhang Wenxi, who had awakened to the 8th segment. However, Ning Chen had other martial arts at his disposal. The 4th level of the Vajra body, the perfect realm of the Gale step. During their battle, Ning Chen not only did not fall behind but also subtly gained the upper hand. Bang! 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 Ning Chen continuously unleashed the Thousand Bones Killing Technique, fierce and ruthless, with immense pressure that made the sharp sword tremble, causing sparks to erupt one after another. This martial art was divided into 5 forms. The first form, In Snake Strike. Known for its strangeness, its trajectory is unpredictable. The second form, Lightning Fist. Its characteristic is speed, with punches striking like lightning, akin to arrows shooting forth. The third form, White Bone Killing Fist. The strongest move, used for direct assault. The fourth form, Body Disrupting Python Strike. A grappling killing move, where the arm resembles a large python, capable of crushing the enemy's bones. The fifth form, Thousand Bones Power. This strike has no fixed form. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees can all be used. Essentially, it is a sinister dark energy, or rather, penetrating power, extremely difficult to defend against, capable of piercing through shields and shattering bones into countless fragments. Naturally, the 1000 bones power is extremely difficult to master. Only at the subtle realm can it be initially executed. Ning Chen was still far from that. Lightning Fist. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he executed the second form of the 1000 bones killing technique, gathering power and exploding it in an instant with a punch. Crash! A crisp sound erupted from his skeletal arm. The speed of the punch was astonishing, with airflow surging, like an arrow flying across the sky. Zhang Wenxi's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly retracted his sword to block. But in his haste, his strength was insufficient, and with a bang, the sharp sword was pressed against the fist, heavily smashing into his chest, forcing him back more than 10 steps. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had used the sword body to block the punch. Had it been the sharp blade, his body would have been sliced in half by now. With just bare hands, he can fend off an awakening 8th stage, and with a weapon, his combat power is enough to rival an awakening 9th stage. Yet Zhao Weiping, who fought him to a bloody standstill, is only left with the strength of an awakening 7th stage? A spectator said coldly. The awakening stages, due to the lack of original force, greatly amplify the role of weapons, showing a significant increase in combat power. It's obvious that someone is maliciously targeting him, wanting to ruin this young man. To falsely accuse the hero of killing a Tianwu spy, such a person is either bad or foolish. I believed these rumors and even mocked him personally. How shameful. Many people began to realize the truth, their emotions stirred. Hidden among the crowd, Tua Mian exchanged glances, not daring to speak. On the arena. To be honest, you really surprised me. Zhang Wenxi stared intently at Ning Chen, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, I originally wanted to keep this trump card to break into the top 10, but now I'll let you experience it first. As the words fell, Zhang Wenxi charged forward, holding his sword high with both hands. The 13 swords of the Long River and Great Waves. This is a C-grade martial art. Unlike the Lightning Slash, which has only one move, the 13 swords of the Long River and Great Waves, as the name suggests, consists of a total of 13 swords. Each sword can borrow a bit of power from the previous one. Just like the Great Waves pushing on the river, one sword is more powerful than the last. The final 13th sword is the most formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Wenxi unleashed 6 swords in quick succession, each faster than the last. Ning Chen executed the Gale Step, his footwork agile, dodging and weaving, avoiding all of them. Whoosh! The 7th sword slashed down with ferocity. Ning Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, deciding not to evade any longer. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge. With the perfect realm of the Gale Step, as nimble as the wind, even Zhao Weiping from that day couldn't hit him, let alone Zhang Wenxi, who only had the strength of an awakening 8th stage. He was just worried about scaring Wei Bohu. Bang! Ning Chen half-turned his body, striking out with one palm, hitting the sword's body horizontally, producing a tremendous sound as he deflected the sharp sword. However, at the same time, he was also knocked back by the sword's powerful force. He landed heavily after being sent flying 7 or 8 meters. Can't dodge now, can you? Zhang Wenxi sneered upon seeing this. He had already mastered the 13 swords of the Long River and Great Waves to the 3rd realm, with each sword being about 10% stronger than the last. It may not seem like much, but the accumulation is terrifying. The 7th sword's power is double that of the 1st sword. The final sword reaches over 4 times the power. Whoosh! Zhang Wenxi's steps did not stop, following up with the 8th sword crashing down, the air swirling like a great wave crashing, powerful and overwhelming. Bang! Ning Chen struck the sword's body with a punch. As the sharp sword changed its trajectory, Ning Chen was once again sent flying. However, due to the 4th level of the diamond body, he was not injured. A C-grade martial art mastered to the proficient realm. Indeed, as the college entrance examination approaches, big fish are surfacing. A watching teacher sighed. I remember Ning Chen has a B-grade knife technique at the subtle realm. Why doesn't he draw his knife? Because he can't draw it. The 13 swords of the Long River and Great Waves, once started, the offensive is like the wind and waves in the river, one wave after another, making it difficult for the enemy to even catch their breath, let alone draw a knife. That's a pity. Many people expressed their opinions. While speaking, their eyes remained fixed on the arena, afraid of missing an important moment. Dawn! The 10th sword fell, and Ning Chen's elbow transformed into diamond, meeting it sideways. With a loud crash, he was sent flying diagonally over 10 meters, nearly falling off the arena. The 13 swords of the Long River and Great Waves, this kind of continuous borrowing of power is quite impressive. If I have the chance in the future, I could also learn a similar knife technique to pair with the lightning slash. It should yield twice the result with half the effort. Ning Chen thought casually. Although he seemed to be pressured and at a disadvantage by Zhang Wenxi, in reality, he felt no pressure at all. Winning was easy. The challenge was how to win the match while still making Wei Bobo confident that he could defeat him. There are still 3 swords. I will use the golden body transformation to withstand them, and then find an opportunity to defeat Zhang Wenxi, Ningchen thought to himself. No matter how solid the golden body transformation is, it is merely a high defense, a passive means. The swift wind step, however, is different. Its agile movements can be combined with attacks, leaving the opponent defenseless. Bang! 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 Zhang Wenxi unleashed his last 3 swords, powerful and heavy, like a giant wave concealed within the blade, ferocious beyond measure. Amidst the loud crashes, Ningchen was sent flying 3 times. Yet, under the formidable defense of the golden body transformation, he was unscathed, only gathering a bit of dust on his school uniform. The crowd watching erupted in an uproar. It's confirmed that golden light is the manifestation of the golden body transformation. Ningchen is cultivating the diamond body. He practices martial arts with great determination. How did he reach the 4th level? He must have been training since he was in the womb. Many were utterly shocked. Zhang Wenxi was no exception, staring blankly, unable to comprehend why Ningchen was so strong. During the selection match, it felt like he hadn't awakened the power of the 8th segment. For a moment, Zhang Wenxi even forgot to regulate his heavy breathing. The Long River Great Wave 13 Swords martial art consumes a lot of stamina. Even those at a high awakening level find it challenging to execute, requiring time to adjust their breath. Ningchen, of course, would not give Zhang Wenxi this opportunity. With a powerful push from his foot, he closed the distance in 1 step and threw a punch. Whoosh! The wind from the punch howled, swift as a dragon. Zhang Wenxi wanted to dodge, but his stamina was severely depleted, and he couldn't muster any speed. With a loud bang, he took a heavy punch to the abdomen and staggered back. Bang! 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 Ningchen continued to throw punches, raining down on Zhang Wenxi like a storm, knocking the sword from his hand. Without his weapon, Zhang Wenxi was even less of a match. Ah! A punch landed on Zhang Wenxi's right eye, quickly turning it black, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. This familiar pain reminded him of the time during the selection match when he was pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt by Ningchen. A wave of fear surged within him. I concede. Zhang Wenxi hurriedly covered his uninjured left eye, speaking in a panic. 1 black eye is better than 2 panda eyes. The winner is Ningchen. The referee announced loudly. As the words fell, the screen beside the arena suddenly flashed, displaying a striking line of text. Winner Ningchen advances to the top 16 of the martial arts exam. The arena battles at Qingshan No. 1 high school are divided into 2 parts. The first part consists of all students matching for combat. Then, based on their records, the top 16 are determined to compete in the finals. Being in the top 16 is also seen as an important sign of becoming a dark horse. The crowd below was in an uproar. Many were fixated on Ningchen, their gazes filled with shock, admiration, or envy. It should be noted that Qingshan No. 1 high school is not a mediocre school. It has been a key school in the city for many years, a prestigious high school, teeming with geniuses. To rank among the top 16 out of over 3,000 students in the senior year is no small feat. According to past practices, there is a 90% chance that students in the top 16 will be admitted to the top 10 prestigious schools in the Federation. The future is bright and limitless. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Ningchen remained calm, walking down the arena at a leisurely pace. He found a secluded spot under a tree, waiting for the finals of the top 16 to begin while adjusting his breath to recover his stamina. In fact, he hadn't consumed much energy. He didn't even break a sweat. He was in far better condition than Zhang Wenxi. The dragon elephant ancient scripture, this breathing technique, can be said to have no shortcomings and excels in stamina as well. The only flaw is that it's too difficult. Ningchen sighed inwardly. 3 days had passed, and the foundational realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture had only progressed by 1%. It would take nearly a year to reach a proficient level. As for the perfect realm, he had no idea how long it would take. Ningchen felt somewhat helpless about this. More than half an hour later, the matching battles concluded, and the names of all 16 competitors were displayed on a large screen in the center of the training ground. Ningchen raised his eyes. The other 15 students were all high-level awakeners. 7 were at the 9th stage of awakening, and 8 were at the 8th stage. Among them, aside from him, there were 3 new faces, all dark horses that had emerged this time. Ningchen didn't pay much attention, his gaze lingering for a moment on Wei Bovu's section. The finals are about to start. Who do you think will take the top spot? Who can say for sure, but one thing is certain, the first place will definitely be one of those 3 at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. Amidst the discussions, the audience and students who had finished their exams gathered eagerly around the arena for the finals, their expressions filled with anticipation for the upcoming duel. The finals begin. The referee announced loudly, taking out a slip of paper and glancing down. In the first match, Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Wei Bohu, will face Class 15 of Senior Year 3, Ningchen. A stir arose from the crowd below. This dark horse can only stop at the top 16. Some lamented for Ningchen. His luck is too bad, he actually drew a peak 9th stage awakener. Ningchen is bound to lose. Wei Bohu was second in the last monthly exam, and the first, Lu Mengyue, hasn't even taken the exam yet. After this battle, you'll understand that Ningchen killing the Tianwu spy was just luck, a coincidence. In terms of strength, he's at best decent in Qingshan No. 1 high school, far from the top students. Many people were not optimistic about Ningchen, believing he would be eliminated in the first round. However, Ningchen's mindset was completely different. A flash of electric light passed through his dark eyes, particularly sharp. His right hand rested on the hilt of the silver blood knife. Finally, he didn't have to hold back anymore. With steady steps, Ningchen ascended the arena, the center of everyone's attention. Wei Bohu stood opposite him, wearing a cold smile. The chairman of the Wei Corporation has arrived. Someone shouted, and the crowd turned to look at the viewing platform. There, in the VIP seats, Wei Qiansu walked over with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by several executives from the Wei Corporation, with the principal of Qingshan No. 1 high school personally accompanying him, chatting and laughing. After all, he was a big shot in Qingshan City. Director Gu actually came too, he's a knight. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, Gu Tianyu appeared quietly. Not just Director Gu, look, who's that next to him? Damn, the #1 martial artist in Qingshan City. Lu Zhan appeared on the viewing platform. Lu Mengyue stood beside him, her cheeks beautiful and radiant, looking as if her injuries had nearly healed after a few days of rest. The head of the Wang family, one of the 3 great families of Qingshan City, has made an appearance. That thin old man seems to be the deputy commander of the 27th Group Army of the Federation. The star Li Yun, with over 10 million fans, is over there. Countless spectators, including students and teachers, were utterly shocked. Although the martial arts exam at Qingshan No. 1 high school attracted attention, it was only relatively significant compared to ordinary schools. Usually, the audience consisted mostly of students' parents or some onlookers who enjoyed the excitement. The school had to use connections to invite 1 or 2 notable figures. But today was different. The number of big shots present was countless. Soon, some astute individuals realized that today's finals were extraordinary. After scanning the crowd, their eyes settled on Ningchen. He could be considered the only variable. On the arena, Ningchen felt a bit puzzled. He had indeed killed Zhao Weiping, but a Tianwu spy wasn't important enough to attract so many big names' attention. In fact, what Ningchen didn't know was that the news of Lu Zhan leading him to demand 20 million from the Wei Corporation had already spread throughout the upper circles of Qingshan City. They were all curious. What kind of young man could command such attention from the #1 martial artist in Qingshan City, even risking offending the Wei Corporation? Opposite him, Wei Bohu glanced at his father, steadied his mind, and raised his eyes to the referee, saying in a deep voice, "For this battle, I would like to apply for a quarter-hour unlimited combat." The crowd erupted in an uproar. A quarter-hour unlimited combat is extremely brutal. As the name suggests, within a quarter hour, both parties can use various means to fight without stopping, unless one side dies. The referee was taken aback. A quarter-hour unlimited combat typically occurs between opponents of similar strength. Within a quarter hour, it is basically impossible to determine life or death. At the same time, it can also temper a person's will and enhance martial arts cultivation. That is why the Federation has legislated to allow this form of combat. But Wei Bohu was clearly at a higher level. The referee pondered for a moment but still couldn't make a decision. He looked towards the observation platform and asked the principal, "What do you think about this?" Upon hearing this, the principal immediately wanted to refuse. With so many adults present, there absolutely could not be any mistakes. Wei Qianzi glanced at the principal, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, and smiled slightly, saying, "A quarter-hour unlimited combat is greatly beneficial for will enhancement. Let these 2 children have a match. If any injuries occur, the Wei Corporation will cover all medical expenses." After a pause, he added, "Additionally, for this martial arts examination, the Wei Corporation will fully sponsor all students' medical expenses for injuries." The principal hesitated. He always felt that this matter was not that simple. But with Wei Qianzi saying this, if he refused, he might offend the other party. Not far away, Lu Zhan had a blank expression, seemingly indifferent. At that moment, a cold voice spread from the arena in all directions. I accept the quarter-hour unlimited duel. On the stage, Ning Chen's expression was calm, but a hint of a cold smile flickered in his eyes. Wei Bohu was indeed eager to find death. However, the many spectators present had a completely opposite view from Ning Chen. He's being impulsive. Ning Chen shouldn't have agreed just for the sake of face. Someone sighed. Once both sides agree to a quarter-hour unlimited combat, even the government cannot intervene. He'll regret it soon. A quarter-hour may not seem long, but for Wei Bohu, it's enough to crush him several times over. With this kind of mentality, do you really think he can kill a Tianwu spy without luck? Those who were taking the opportunity to shout loudly. Ning Chen ignored them, his gaze directed towards the position of Wei Qianse, and said indifferently, I wonder if the Wei Corporation executive who said I killed the Tianwu spy just to finish him off is here? It was I who said that. A middle-aged man said coldly, his gaze fierce, my name is Wei Zhu, a third-grade martial artist. Do you have any objections? Ning Chen shook his head and said, no objections, just think you are mistaken. The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully, mocking, what qualifications do you have to question my opinion as an awakened stage? You'll find out soon enough. Ning Chen smiled slightly and said no more. A few minutes later, the match begins. The referee announced and stepped down from the stage. A quarter-hour unlimited combat does not require a referee. On the large screen in the training center, a countdown of 15 minutes appeared. Wei Bohu did not rush to attack, as if victory was assured, saying, I just watched your fight, your martial arts are indeed impressive, even an awakened 8th stage can't break through. But to me, your diamond body is as weak as a piece of thin paper. As he spoke, Wei Bohu took out 2 finger tigers from his pocket. They looked ordinary, with no special features, but their surfaces shimmered with golden primal energy, sharp enough to sting the skin. Primal pattern weapons. A gasp arose from the crowd. This type of weapon, with primal pattern arrays engraved inside, can store primal energy, and when an awakened stage gets hold of it, they can unleash it in battle, greatly enhancing their strength. Primal pattern weapons cost at least 7 to 8 million, using them in combat is so unfair. A teacher complained. Financial strength is also a form of power, otherwise, what do you think unrestricted means in unrestricted combat? Ning Chen is in trouble now. If Wei Bohu doesn't hold back, he will die. Many spectators became serious. Wei Bohu put on his tiger claws, raised them towards Ning Chen, and sneered, can your diamond body withstand my fists? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on the tiger claws for a moment before retracting it. His delicate face remained as calm as water. It wasn't that Ning Chen believed he could defeat a formal martial artist. He thought he still lacked some strength. However, Wei Bohu was not a martial artist either. Their power, agility, and explosiveness were on completely different levels. As for the original pattern weapons, they were not the same concept as original force. In terms of attack power, they might be similar, but the reason original force is difficult to defend against is that it can appear and disappear unpredictably, taking on countless forms, and can be activated from any position on the body. Just like his diamond transformation ability. If it could only be used with his hands, it would be no better than a solid boxing glove, which at least has no time limit. The strength of diamond transformation lies in the ability to be applied freely across the entire body. As long as the diamond transformation cannot be broken, there are no fatal weaknesses on his body. Feigning mystery. Not seeing panic on Ning Chen's face, Wei Bohu snorted coldly, took a few large strides forward like a fierce tiger. Whoosh! Wei Bohu raised his tiger claws and swung a punch towards Ning Chen. Golden original force surged, creating a violent gust of wind that howled, an impressive display. No wonder it's an original pattern weapon. Its power is quite good. Ning Chen praised. Then, he placed his hands behind his back. The scene erupted in excitement. Facing the peak of the 9th stage awakening, Ning Chen dared to be so arrogant. Looking for death. Seeing this humiliating scene, Wei Bohu's expression darkened, and he controlled the tiger claws to unleash even more original force. In the blink of an eye, the tiger claws were only 3 inches away from Ning Chen. Whoosh! At that moment, Ning Chen moved, pushing off the ground with his foot, executing the gale step, his body leaping back lightly like a fluttering piece of paper, riding the wind. To the spectators, it seemed as if Ning Chen was being pushed along by Wei Bohu's punch. The tiger claws remained 3 inches away from Ning Chen, unable to advance any further. A punch hit empty air, and Wei Bohu frowned. He couldn't quite understand how Ning Chen had dodged his punch. However, Wei Bohu didn't think too much about it. He knew that Ning Chen's gale step was at the expert level, so it wasn't surprising that his movement was impressive. But can you dodge this punch? Wei Bohu said coldly, his power surging as he swung another punch. Bang! At the moment of the punch, A cannon-like explosion erupted from Wei Bohu's body, shattering the air. Flowing Fire Cannon Fist. This B-level martial art had been mastered by Wei Bohu, and when he threw a punch, it was like firing a cannonball, shattering the air with tremendous force. Whoosh! The turbulent punch wind was several times stronger than before. Ning Chen's black hair danced wildly, his clothes fluttered, yet his hands remained behind his back. He stepped casually to the side along the punch wind. The movement was incredibly smooth, as if there was no process of acceleration. Whoosh! Ning Chen once again evaded Wei Bohu's fist. What's going on? Looking at the empty punch, Wei Bohu's face turned ugly, his expression filled with disbelief. The Gale Step was only an E-level martial art. The expert level was nearly equivalent to a proficient B-level movement technique, and his flowing fire cannon fist was at the proficient level. Moreover, his realm far exceeded Ning Chen's. Logically speaking, Ning Chen should not have been able to dodge his flowing fire cannon fist. Even if he had miraculously dodged it, he should have been in a very awkward position, exerting all his effort. How could it be like now, with his hands behind his back, as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll after a meal? Dong, dong, dong. Wei Bohu's heart hardened as he gathered his strength, unleashing a series of 7 or 8 explosive fire cannon fists in one breath, the shockwaves erupting and surging everywhere. The trees near the training ground trembled, shedding leaves. Amidst the violent waves of fists, Ning Chen remained calm, stepping casually as if he were a small boat on the sea, still floating unharmed despite the raging storm. My heavens, this is the Gale Step of the perfect realm. A martial artist exclaimed in shock. Didn't the school teachers say that only the creators of martial arts can reach the perfect realm? A nearby child asked curiously. Well, some geniuses, if they're lucky, can reach the perfect realm. But your teacher's words aren't entirely wrong. Many martial arts in the Federation today only have their creators in the perfect realm. Someone explained. In the VIP seats of the observation platform, a ripple of discussion arose. The body technique of the perfect realm, although it's the lowest E-level, is still quite impressive. No wonder Lu Zhan is willing to stand up for him. Interesting, mastering a martial art of the perfect realm at just 17 years old is rarer than a formal martial artist at that age. Some prominent figures casually conversed while watching the arena, their attitude not overly serious. After all, it was just an E-level martial art, and the difficulty of cultivation was, to put it bluntly, not that high. If the outstanding disciples of their families devoted themselves to practicing the Gale Step for over 10 years, reaching the perfect realm was uncertain and would require a significant amount of luck. However, reaching the expert realm was definitely achievable. On the arena, hearing the voices around him, Wei Bohu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately lowered his arms, no longer executing the fire cannon fist. The perfect realm. That was a new level. His fire cannon fist couldn't even touch the corner of Ning Chen's clothes. Why aren't you continuing to unleash your cannon fists? Ning Chen said, hands behind his back, his gaze teasing as he looked at Wei Bohu. This kind of person was too easy to deal with. It's just an E-level body technique of the perfect realm. Do you really think I can't handle you? Wei Bohu sneered. As he spoke, he raised his fist, showcasing the tiger claw he wore. With the power of a primal weapon, I only need to throw ordinary punches, and you won't be able to withstand it. You'll have to rely on the Gale Step to dodge, but with your stamina, can you keep up with me? Wei Bohu said proudly. Sticking it out for a quarter of an hour is still not a problem. Ning Chen glanced at the large screen not far away, grinning brightly. I misspoke. It's not a quarter of an hour, just hold on for another 13 minutes and 57 seconds. You. Wei Bohu was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten about the time limit. Wei Bohu's expression instantly darkened. According to his original plan, he intended to incapacitate or even kill Ning Chen in the unrestricted fight lasting a quarter of an hour. However, I don't want to drag this out with you. Ning Chen's smile faded, turning cold and indifferent. He withdrew his right hand from behind his back, gripping the hilt of the silver blood blade. Seeing this, Wei Bohu scoffed, mocking, so you mean you want to defeat me? With your lightning slash? That's laughable. My fire cannon fist is only one realm lower than the perfect realm, but how many realms lower is your strength compared to mine? Relying on the Gale Step to barely survive is already impressive, and you still dare to boast. Are you done talking? Ning Chen said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, he drew the silver blood blade and directly executed the lightning slash. Boom! The silver blood blade erupted with a thunderous roar. Amidst the deafening sound, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, over a yard long, moving at an astonishing speed, slashing towards the drastically changing face of Wei Bohu. Why is his blade so fast? The sharp light of the blade rushed towards him, sending chills down Wei Bohu's spine. He couldn't afford to be shocked. he pushed off the ground with all his might, desperately trying to dodge. At the same time, he didn't have time to raise his finger tiger to block the blade, so he could only desperately urge the finger tiger, pushing out golden original force, hoping to block the incoming blade. Like a mantis trying to stop a car, Ning Chen's eyes were icy. When he had just advanced to the 6th stage of awakening, he could use the perfect Realms Flash Thunder Slash to shatter Zhao Weiping's original force. Not to mention now, swish! The golden original force that surged from the finger tiger was simply unable to withstand the sharp edge of the silver-blooded battle knife, being sliced through like cloth. The speed of the blade was affected, decreasing by 20%, but it was still faster than Wei Bohu's retreat. Puff! A flash of silver passed, accompanied by a muffled sound as it pierced flesh, and a spray of blood erupted. Wei Bohu was immediately cleaved away. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in an uproar. This was different from watching a live stream on a screen. They were right there on the scene. As long as one had a bit of martial arts knowledge, they could judge the level of this strike. The thunderous sound is deafening, erupting from the blade. This is the perfect Realms Flash Thunder Slash, a school leader said, trembling. It wasn't that he lacked experience. The Flash Thunder Slash was a B-grade martial art. How many years had it been since a student at Qingshan No. 1 high school achieved this? No, there had never been a student who achieved it. It was a groundbreaking moment in the school's history. Many were restless, shocked to the point of disbelief. Even the prominent figures in the VIP seats sat up straight, their gazes towards the arena serious. The Flash Thunder Slash was not the same as the Gale Step. They were well aware of the difficulty of B-grade martial arts. Wei Bohu was a living example. Among the younger generation of the Wei family, he ranked at the top, but he had only mastered the flowing fire cannon fist to the proficient realm. 2 martial arts, both reaching the perfect realm. How did this kid do it? Exclaimed the head of the Wang family. I just checked his strength, he's not even at the high stage of awakening. He must have sacrificed some time training his breathing technique. What does that matter? The best of your family, not training breathing techniques but only practicing the Flash Thunder Slash, let alone the perfect realm, can they even reach the subtle realm? Such martial arts comprehension is truly monstrous. The nobles of Qingshan City couldn't help but praise. No wonder he caught Lu Zhan's attention, he was indeed a rare genius. Damn it! Wei Bohu lay on the arena floor, his face twisted in pain. A half-meter-long knife wound extended from his chest to his abdomen, blood flowing profusely, quickly staining his clothes red. Gasping for breath, Wei Bohu struggled to get up, and after checking his wound, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for the original force activated by the finger tiger, which had reduced Ning Chen's blade speed, he would have been disemboweled at this moment. Holding the battle knife, Ning Chen coldly stared at Wei Bohu, not taking advantage of the situation to attack. There was still plenty of time left, enough for him. Ning Chen raised his eyes to the VIP seats in the observation area, grinning as he said, "That executive named Wei Zhu, do you understand your mistake now?" Wei Zhu stood up with a start, his eyes filled with hostility, but he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. The peak of the 9th stage of awakening, Wei Bohu, had almost been killed by Ning Chen with a single strike. In this situation, to insist that Ning Chen killing the Tianwu spy was a finishing blow would be self-deprecating. It seems you understand now, Ning Chen smiled faintly, retracting his gaze and stepping towards Wei Bohu. Zzz. The tip of the silver-blooded knife scraped against the ground, dry and piercing, like the background sound of death's arrival. Fear rose in Wei Bohu's eyes as he hurriedly said, "I concede." Ning Chen did not stop his steps, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he mocked, "Haven't you heard of unrestricted fighting for a quarter of an hour? You can still concede. I didn't rest well before, let's fight again another time," Wei Bohu said in a panic. He was absolutely no match for the perfect Realms Flash Thunder Slash. Just then, Wei Qian's voice came from the observation platform. "Ning Chen, stop." Bohu isn't lying. He had previously assisted the police in capturing the Tianwu spies, going days without sleep, which had taken a toll on his body, allowing him to only exert a fraction of his strength. In battles among students, fairness is of utmost importance. Even if you win this round, it would be a victory without honor. Upon hearing this, the sarcasm on Ning Chen's face deepened. "You two, father and son, are truly shameless to the extreme." Ning Chen looked at Wei Qianzi and mocked, "Do you have the face to talk to me about fairness? How did Wei Bohu's pair of claw gloves come about? Did they grow on their own?" Wei Qianzi stood up, coldly stating, "I am not here to negotiate with you. I am ordering you, in my capacity as the chairman of the Wei Corporation, to end this battle immediately." The training ground erupted in an uproar. This was an attempt to pressure others with authority.
Several school leaders exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. According to school rules, outsiders indeed could not interfere in martial arts examinations. But the identity of the chairman of the Wei Corporation was far from ordinary. Is your authority really that great? Ning Chen sneered, shifting his gaze. Uncle Lu, can Wei Qianzi stop the unlimited combat for 15 minutes? Lu Zhan replied indifferently, there are only 2 ways to stop unlimited combat for 15 minutes. Both parties agree to end it, or one party dies. Then I do not agree. The boy's cold voice rang out, clearly reaching the ears of every spectator present. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, Ning Chen swung his silver blood battle blade down from above, striking with lightning speed, ferociously as if he intended to split Wei Bohu in two. Whoosh! The silver blood battle blade sliced through the air at incredible speed, leaving Wei Bohu no time to dodge. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a pair of golden claw gloves unleashed a surge of original power, flowing out like a spring, covering his arms. The efficiency of the claw gloves in channeling original power was limited. With Wei Bohu's reckless activation, at most 2 or 3 times, this expensive pair of claw gloves would be rendered useless. But with his life at stake, Wei Bohu had no time to worry about the claw gloves breaking. Bang! The golden original power shattered, scattering everywhere. Ning Chen's silver blood battle blade was also repelled. It was stopped. Wei Bohu's heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. But he had no time to catch his breath. A tremendous fear surged in Wei Bohu's eyes. He suddenly saw, he didn't know when, 2 silver lights over a yard long, one on the left and one on the right, easily slicing into his wrists that were not covered by original power. In an instant, 3 slashes. Zhao Wei Ping had died under Ning Chen's move. Put, put. 2 arcs of blood splattered simultaneously. Wei Bohu's left and right arms became mere stumps. Because the silver blood battle blade struck too quickly, Wei Bohu didn't even realize his hands had been severed, he only felt a chill. The next moment, intense pain surged like a tide from his severed wrists. Ah! Wei Bohu let out a beast-like roar, unable to maintain his balance, and with a thud, he knelt before Ning Chen. Some timid spectators were so frightened they closed their eyes. A gasp arose from the VIP seats in the observation area. This boy was ruthless enough. He was directly aiming to cripple the son of the chairman of the Wei Corporation. Lu Menghua watched the arena, pondering. Ning Chen's 3 slashes were almost simultaneous, indicating he completely predicted Wei Bohu's response. This level of combat skill, I feel, seems to surpass even mine. Lu Zhan glanced at her, be more confident. Lu Menghua felt a bit delighted, he hasn't surpassed me yet? No. Lu Zhan shook his head, I meant for you to remove the seams. Dad, you've been influenced by Ning Chen. Lu Menghua couldn't help but roll her eyes. While the father and daughter of the Lu family still had the mind to joke, Wei Qianzi's eyes brimmed with killing intent, wishing he could slap Ning Chen to death. Although he had a vicious personality, he valued family ties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally intervened to secure a spot for Wei Bohu in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Ning Chen, Lu Zhan can protect you, but what about your family, your relatives? If you don't stop, I'll make sure they don't see tomorrow's sun. Wei Qianzi's voice was chilling. Of course, such a blatant threat couldn't be spoken in public. Wei Qianzi used his original force to compress his voice into a line, only transmitting it to Ning Chen's ear. It seems Wei Bohu didn't tell you that I'm an orphan. If you can find my family, I'll definitely send you a banner. Ning Chen grinned. Wei Qianzi. It seemed there really was no way to threaten Ning Chen. Whoosh! Ning Chen swung his knife, swift and powerful, cutting a long wound across Wei Bohu's chest while also sending him flying. He was still influenced by Wei Qianzi. Otherwise, that strike would have been aimed at Wei Bohu's head. With Lu Zhan's promise, he was unafraid of Wei Qianzi's revenge. Unless Wei Qianzi was prepared to perish alongside him. But killing Wei Bohu might drive Wei Qianzi mad, and he could retaliate against his friend Guo Renyu's family. Ning Chen didn't want to take that risk. Regarding the dragon elephant ancient scripture, he owed the Guo family a favor. But not killing you doesn't mean I'll let you go. Ning Chen's gaze was icy as he held the silver blood battle knife, stepping closer to the fallen Wei Bohu. Bang! Approaching, Ning Chen stomped heavily on Wei Bohu's chest. The ground trembled slightly. My hand. I'll kill you. My dad is Wei Qianzi. Wei Bohu, in pain, had lost consciousness, glaring at Ning Chen and incoherently cursing. But under Ning Chen's cold gaze, Wei Bohu trembled, gradually closing his mouth. Only fear remained on his face. Ning Chen looked down at Wei Bohu and said to himself, I once heard a rumor. In a certain era before the Federation, there was a kind of torture called Ling Qi. It involved cutting a person with 3,000 blades. Whether an executioner is qualified depends on whether the victim is still alive after the Ling Qi is performed.
Weibo, who seemed to realize what Ning Chen intended and struggled to escape, but the foot pressing on his chest was as heavy as a rock. I want to test whether I'm qualified, Ning Chen said flatly. Hearing this, Weibo who cried out, Ning Chen, I was wrong, I'm sorry, spare me this once, I won't trouble you again. Ning Chen remained unmoved, his expression indifferent, glancing at the time on the big screen, 10 minutes left. That's 600 seconds. 5 cuts per second, not difficult for me. My knife is fast, just bear with it. As he spoke, Ning Chen raised the silver blood battle knife, the blade glinting sharply in the sunlight. These two have a deep grudge. Someone noticed the tension. Wait. Just as Ning Chen was about to strike, Wei Qianzi called out to him. If you give up the unrestricted fight for a quarter of an hour, I'll give you 10 million as compensation. Wei Qianzi said with a grim face. The crowd was stunned upon hearing that figure. A sum that an ordinary person couldn't earn in 3 generations without eating or drinking. Put. Blood splattered. After a slight pause, Ning Chen's knife still fell on Wei Bohu, causing him to scream in pain. I can't accept this money, Ning Chen said, looking at the pale-faced Wei Qianzi, grinning. You're offering me money because you're worried I'll kill your son in the unrestricted fight. In a way, this is my silent extortion of you. I've always been law-abiding and never do bad things. After being framed last time, Ning Chen had specifically read some legal books. One biography titled Zhang San, I only used half my life to write a history of criminal law, benefited him greatly, teaching him a lot of legal knowledge. This kid has learned from his mistakes and has become clever, Lu Jun smiled. Wei Qianzi's face turned ashen as he discerned the hidden meaning in Ning Chen's words. Money could be accepted, but there must be no risk of any legal repercussions. Suppressing his anger, Wei Qianzi forced a smile and said, Ning Chen, please don't take it to heart. I misspoke out of impatience. This 10 million has nothing to do with the unrestricted fight between you and Bo Hu. It is merely a voluntary donation from the Wei Corporation, seeing that you have the potential to be the top student at the Federal Star River University. I hope you can get into Star River University and bring glory to your hometown. Ning Chen pondered for 2 seconds and asked, after tax? The venue fell silent at his words. Is the genius's thought process really this peculiar? Of course. Wei Qianzi gritted his teeth. Ning Chen smiled brightly. Thank you, Chairman Wei. If it's not too much trouble, please transfer it now. Wei Qianzi extended his hand backward, and an executive quickly placed a phone in it. After tapping a few times on the screen, he coldly stated, the money has been transferred. Ning Chen felt his phone in his pocket vibrate. It must be the bank's transfer notification. However, he still took out his phone, glanced at the transfer amount, and confirmed it was 10 million after tax before he felt relieved. Wei Qianzi's shamelessness forced him to be cautious. Ning Chen, you've received the money, so let's end our match here, Wei Bohu pleaded. Ning Chen lowered his head and said kindly, silly boy, where are you thinking? Your dad gave me money because I can get into Star River University and bring glory to Qingshan City. What does that have to do with you? Let's continue. Tell me, what is 3000 minus 1? Ning Chen raised his silver blood battle knife, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes were as cold as ancient ice. Bang! Wei Qianzi, seeing the situation on the stage, turned extremely pale and crushed the armrest of his chair. Ning Chen, I beg you, spare my life. You can tell me how to apologize. Wei Bohu trembled like a sieve, tears and snot streaming down his face. It was hard to imagine that this was a genius at the peak of the Ninth Awakening stage. Compared to how Ning Chen had responded with a knife to Zhao Weiping's promise to let him go, the difference was stark. What a disgrace. Many spectators, including those big shots, felt ashamed. Ning Chen toyed with the silver blood battle knife and said lightly, stopping the match is not impossible, as long as you tell me about the things you and your dad did to me. Wei Qianzi's 20 million was just the price for the recording. It didn't mean he couldn't leak information. This, Wei Bohu hesitated. He knew better than anyone how disgraceful those matters were. With a swish, the silver blood battle knife fell, sending a spray of blood flying. Ning Chen's voice was chilling. Tell me, what is 3000 minus 2? Seeing this, Wei Bohu's mental defenses instantly crumbled. He could no longer bear it. He confessed everything, the forced purchase of the Shanghai Genius training camp spot, framing Ning Chen with the beast nutrient solution, and finding media to smear Ning Chen for killing Zhao Weiping, leaving nothing out. The venue erupted in an uproar. The crowd was furious. The ordinary people already harbored dissatisfaction towards large companies and conglomerates, and upon hearing these dirty deeds, they could no longer hold back, shouting curses everywhere. When Ning Chen just cut off his hands, I thought he was a bit too ruthless, but now it seems he was too kind. He should have done what Ning Chen just said and executed him. The empire has fallen, and they're still pulling this kind of stunt. Some people were so enraged that they took off their shoes and threw them at Wei Qianzi. However, the viewing platform was too high, and they couldn't reach him. "Get lost," Ningchen said coldly, lifting his right leg off Wei Bohu's chest and kicking him off the stage. "Take Bohu with us, we're leaving." Wei Qianzi stood up with a pale face. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Losing face was a minor issue. The public resentment was overwhelming. The stock prices and relationships of the consortium will be severely affected, and it might even attract investigations from relevant departments. The Federation has rules in place. On the surface, federal laws must be followed, and no supergroup that spans administrative regions can be an exception. An executive picked up the unconscious Wei Bohu and stepped back onto the stage, retrieving the two severed hands. Ningchen coldly observed everything without intervening. When he used slow slicing to intimidate Wei Bohu, he deliberately struck a few blows at the nerve-rich areas of the severed wrists. Even with healing-type ability users, it would be difficult to cure. Even if it can be healed, the psychological trauma won't go away. Ningchen's gaze was icy. As long as he was alive, Wei Bohu would not be able to overcome this hurdle, and his martial arts training would be severely hindered. The winner is Ningchen, advancing to the top 8. The referee was the first to regain his senses, leaping onto the stage and announcing loudly with excitement. The crowd erupted in warm applause. This was not a particularly spectacular duel, as the strength gap between the two was enormous, with Ningchen directly crushing his opponent. Yet many felt exhilarated watching it. An ordinary boy rising against the odds, thwarting the conspiracy of a massive consortium, and achieving fame in one fell swoop. This was a plot only found in movies, full of passion and inspiration. "I just thought of something. Wei Bohu was at the peak of the Ninth Awakening, and Ningchen took him down with just 4 strikes, or rather, 2 moves. How strong is Ningchen?" Someone realized Ningchen's strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Many nearby changed their expressions. In this martial arts exam, barring any accidents, he will claim the top spot. To defeat him, someone among the remaining students must be a martial artist. Many debated fiercely. Even when the matches on the stage began, they hardly paid attention, as the topic remained focused on Ningchen. Soon, all 8 finalists were eliminated. Ningchen was assigned to the first match again. But luck was on his side. His opponent was the only other Ninth Awakening, namely Ruoyan, a girl known for her beauty and popularity among the boys. "I concede." As the match began, before Ningchen could even grip the hilt of his sword, Li Ruoyan shouted desperately, as if a moment's delay would bring disaster. Ningchen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Li Ruoyan was also one of the dark horses in this competition, with precise strikes and decisive movements, not at all like someone who was timid or afraid of battle. "I don't want to answer your question about what 3,000 minus a few equals." Li Ruoyan pouted slightly. After saying that, she immediately jumped off the stage, fearing that Ningchen might go crazy and swing his sword. Ningchen shrugged helplessly at the sight. The question he posed, like the slow slicing, was meant to intimidate Wei Bohu and break his psychological defenses. But there is an advantage: getting into the top 4 is easier than drinking water. Ningchen smiled as he walked off the stage. Half an hour later, the other 3 students made it to the top 4, 1 at the initial stage of the Ninth Awakening and 2 at the peak. This time, Ningchen was even luckier. Not only was he assigned to the second match, but his opponent was also at the initial stage of the Ninth Awakening. Soon, Ningchen realized he had still underestimated his luck. The 2 at the peak of the Ninth Awakening from the first match had sustained serious injuries and were unable to continue fighting. This meant that as long as he defeated the current opponent at the initial stage of the Ninth Awakening, he could claim the top spot in this martial arts exam. The match begins. The referee commanded. Ningchen did not delay, using the Gale step to swiftly close the distance to his opponent. Whoosh! Hukoan knew Ningchen's sword technique was extremely fast. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be unable to block it. Therefore, he didn't care whether Ningchen had drawn his sword, directly swinging the steel rod in his hand with all his might, creating a flurry of rod shadows that roared out, rampaging around him to prevent Ningchen's sword from slicing in. In fact, this approach was quite foolish. Ningchen didn't even need to draw his sword, just standing still would cause Hukoan to waste his energy. But for Hukoan, this was the only option he had. At least after the defeat, he could boast about having faced Ningchen for a long time. Awakening at the 9th stage, with enduring stamina, if he were to wield it alone, he could probably last for over half an hour. Ningchen shook his head. Boom! Ningchen's eyes narrowed, seizing the opportunity to unleash the flash thunder slash, striking with a single blow. The long silver light precisely cut through the dense shadows of the steel rod. In the next moment, Hukoan felt a chill at his neck, goosebumps rising, and immediately stopped swinging the steel rod in his hand. Ningchen held the silver blood high with one hand, the blade pressed against Hukoan's throat. "I concede," Hukoan said with a bitter smile. The B-grade martial arts of the perfect realm excelled in speed. In the awakening realm, it was a deadly weapon, and without corresponding martial arts skills, it was nearly impossible to counter. First place in the martial arts exam, Ningchen, with a perfect score of 700 points. The head of the senior year announced loudly. The martial arts exam was different from academic exams. There were no standard answers. The first place directly received full marks. The rankings below were determined by a certain set of rules, with scores decreasing accordingly. Combined with academic scores, Ningchen achieved an astonishing total of 959 points, securing first place in this monthly exam. He really did it. Suyun gazed at Ningchen, who was the focus of countless eyes, momentarily dazed, feeling as if in a dream. Qingshan No. One high school had class tiers, divided into regular classes and rocket classes. The gap in strength between students in the two types of classes was enormous. Students in the regular class could at most reach the 7th stage of awakening, let alone first place. No one could even make it into the top 10. In a way, this has opened a historical precedent. Suyun was shocked. Shortly after, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the monthly exam at Qingshan No. One high school came to a close. The exam lasted only one day, but the far-reaching impact was just beginning, causing a huge stir. That night, with strong promotion from the television station, it spread throughout the city. All factions became aware. A fierce young man had emerged from Qingshan No. One high school. In front of the chairman of the Wei Corporation, he had incapacitated his own son. Most importantly, the young man had exceptional talent and caught the attention of Lu Zhan, the top martial artist in Qingshan City. The Wei Corporation was utterly helpless. In a few decades, Qingshan City might have another Knight Ning. Many leaders of various factions sighed. For the ordinary public, they were more concerned that Ningchen had taken first place in the monthly exam at Qingshan No. One high school. It was a crushing victory. Overnight, Ningchen became the other people's child in the mouths of countless parents. Look at yourself, only at the 7th stage of awakening, and you're already so arrogant. Ningchen's strength is on par with official martial artists, yet he has always remained low-key. Can't you learn from him? Dad, I'm only at the 6th stage of awakening. I really can't compete with someone at the 9th stage. Useless thing, how come Ningchen can do it? He has an extra head, or even an extra arm. Among countless examples, Ningchen leaped from the top of the must-kill list for students at Qingshan No. One high school to the top of the must-kill list for all students in Qingshan City, firmly remembered by countless students. And the protagonist of this storm remained as calm as ever. In the following days, Ningchen went about his life in an orderly manner. He attended school normally and continued his studies. On March 31st, in the afternoon, Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Bang! 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 In a private training room, a dull, heavy sound continued, seemingly forming a line. The sound came from Ningchen. He was continuously throwing punches at a testing machine. The display screen above rapidly refreshed with conspicuous red numbers. 1845 kilograms. 1822 kilograms. 1819 kilograms. After delivering several hundred punches in one go, Ningchen stopped his movements. He felt very relaxed. No sweat on his forehead, his breath steady. On the screen of the testing machine, a line of text appeared. Your punching power is currently 1822 kilograms. Seeing this, Ningchen's lips curled slightly. This value is quite impressive. The key is that, for him, it will soon be refreshed again. Punching power of 1,800 kilograms, most awakening stage 7 are at this level. Ningchen, you really astonish people. Lu Mengyue walked over, her pretty face unable to hide her shock. Awakening stage 7 isn't much for her. But Ningchen's strength was still below awakening stage 4 just a month ago. Such progress is astonishing. Even her father, Lu Zhan, has never been this fierce. Ningchen smiled and said, my physical fitness is almost up to par. But in terms of coordination, there is still a gap. Awakening stage 7 has power that flows like a spring. It's a whole, able to better control the body. Each punch can have an error controlled within 10 kilograms. I'm still over 20 kilograms. That's nothing, Lu Mengyue thought for a moment and said seriously, once your physical fitness reaches that level, flowing power won't be difficult. You can definitely achieve it before the college entrance examination. Maybe, Ningchen grinned, giving a vague answer. With the extraordinary Dragon Elephant Sutra, even at the foundational level, the peak punching power of awakening stage 9 is around 6,000 kilograms.
By reverse calculation, Awakening Stage 7 should have a punching power of at least 3,000 kilograms. He still lacks over 1,000. That's not a small number. A normal person would need years of hard training to increase their punching power by that much. However, for him, with proper nutrition, it would take at most a month. By the way, this is the beast nutrition liquid you wanted. Lu Manhwa waved her hand back. Uncle Yang came over carrying a black backpack, unzipped it, revealing test tubes filled with dark red liquid. Lu Manhwa smiled and said, "You just waved and bought 200, you really are generous." "It's Wei Qianse who is generous," Ning Chen teased. If it weren't for Wei Qianse giving him 10 million during the monthly exam, even if he could buy the beast nutrition liquid from the Lu family at a cost price of 150,000 each, he wouldn't be able to afford 200. He still has a few million left, planning to invest it all into the diamond body. You've almost skinned his son alive, how could he not be generous? Lu Manhwa rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Are you leaving today?" "Yeah," Ning Chen nodded lightly. "Tonight's flight will get me to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp tomorrow morning." He had already taken leave from school. As soon as the school leaders heard it was for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, they approved the leave without a second thought. If it weren't for Ning Chen's polite refusal, they were even preparing to rally all the teachers and students, and invite some celebrities to hold a grand send-off ceremony for him. Soon, Ning Chen said his goodbyes and left. Back at home, Ning Chen looked around, took nothing, just picked a few changes of clothes. He called it picking, but it was all school uniforms. The backpack containing the beast nutrition liquid was still a bit empty, and Ning Chen was too lazy to carry another bag, so he folded the school uniforms and stuffed them inside. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and the landlord walked in with a checkout contract. "Do you still need these things?" "No. Are you not coming back in the future?" "I will come back once, but I won't stay long," Ning Chen said. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp lasts for 2 months. By the time he returns, the college entrance examination will have started. He won't stay in Qingshan City for long. A few minutes later, Ning Chen signed the contract, walked out of the apartment building, and looked back at the apartment he had lived in, a hint of melancholy rising in his heart. After all, he had lived there for a long time. But the next moment, the feeling of melancholy completely dissipated. He came alone. He leaves alone. Ning Chen strode away, his eyes firm, the setting sun shining on him, radiant like the morning glow. At 8 in the evening, Qingshan Airport. The crowd was dense and bustling. There were couples saying goodbye, tears shimmering in their eyes, holding each other tightly and unwilling to part. There were parents sending off their children, constantly reminding them, every word and action filled with reluctance. Compared to these people, Ning Chen sat in the waiting room, all alone, looking somewhat desolate. Yet, his expression was calm. Ning Chen was quite adaptable to solitude. Whether in his past life or this one, it had always been so. During his time in Qingshan City, he had only made one friend, Lu Manhwa, and that friendship had come about by chance when he saved her life. Otherwise, he and Lu Manhwa would have merely known each other, with no new friends at all. Ning Chen was not socially anxious, he simply did not want to actively seek warmth in a group. "Dear passengers," the announcement for ticket checking echoed through the room. Ning Chen stood up, just about to step forward when a graceful figure blocked his path. "We're friends, at least say something and let me see you off." Lu Manhwa glared at Ning Chen, her tone not very pleasant. Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. "How did you get here?" He hadn't told anyone his flight number. Lu Manhwa raised her eyebrows, proudly saying, "My dad is an honorary director of the 3 major airlines in the Federation. I had him check for me." "Ning Chen, what a powerful reason." Ning Chen cleared his throat and said, "Well, can you ask Uncle Lu to help me upgrade to first class for free? It's quite expensive." Lu Manhwa couldn't help but laugh. The two chatted for a while longer until the announcement came that ticket checking was about to end. "I'll go first." Ning Chen raised his plane ticket. Lu Manhwa nodded gently. After taking a few steps, Ning Chen turned back, looking at Lu Manhwa seriously. "Thank you for coming to see me off. Safe travels, may your martial arts flourish." Lu Manhwa flashed a brilliant smile and waved her hand vigorously, her beautiful eyes watching Ning Chen's figure disappear at the ticket gate. "Now that you've seen him off, let's go home." Lu Zhan appeared quietly from somewhere. Lu Manhwa thought for a moment, a hint of worry appearing on her delicate face. "Dad, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp gathers the most outstanding talents from the Donglin Administrative District. The competition is incredibly fierce. Will Ning Chen be discouraged and fall into a slump?" "He won't," Lu Zhan said lightly, without explaining why, and asked in return, "Do you know why Ning Chen chose to travel alone?" Lu Manhwa replied, "Didn't he want me to see him off?" "Are you talking about Ning Chen?" Lu Zhan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He even reminded Wei Qianse to pay taxes.
Just a moment ago, he was thinking of getting him a free upgrade. Would someone like that really have thin skin? Lu Mengyue thought of this too, covering her mouth with a smile. So why? There's an old saying in the Federation, Lu Zhan said, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the tarmac. Outside the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, a plane took off, accompanied by a roaring wind, as if it were about to break through the endless night. Those who live in isolation are either gods or beasts. In the night sky, a plane howled through the wind. Ningchen sat by the window, his gaze passing through the glass, looking at the scenery below. Although it was night and the light was dim, he could still see a rough outline. The Longxiang ancient scripture breathing technique greatly enhances the 5 senses of the human body. Ningchen estimated that if he mastered the Longxiang ancient scripture, his 5 senses would be refined to an astonishing degree, making night vision effortless. We've arrived at the Wanli Qingshan, Ningchen silently thought. In his eyes, a vast and continuous mountain range was reflected. This was one of the longest mountain ranges within the Federation, starting from Qingshan City, running north to south, spanning the entire Donglin administrative district, with many branches extending from it. The destination of Ningchen's journey was a branch at the end of the Wanli Qingshan, Linhai Mountain. The mountains embrace the sea, gathering the talents of the entire Donglin. I really look forward to it. Ningchen withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The plane continued to soar through the sky. The white wings followed the ridgeline, cutting through the dark night like a knife, heading towards Linhai Mountain, thousands of miles away. On April 1st, under a clear blue sky, at the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp base, many trainees had already arrived outside the gate by just past 7 in the morning. Although they could arrive any time before midnight, no one dared to be late. I heard that there was an unexpected event at this training camp, and a 6th stage awakened has come. The trainees chatted casually while waiting. Is that true? Many were shocked, finding it hard to believe. The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp has only 100 spots each year, with 70 reserved for formal martial artists and only 30 for the awakened. The competition is fierce, akin to 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. There has never been a trainee below the 9th stage of awakening. I've heard of this person, he got in using the old tricks. I see, he completed some inconsequential tasks for the government, then manipulated things internally to gain merit, and was rewarded with a spot in the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp. A group of trainees showed disdain. The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp is officially established, and naturally, there are connections involved, with a few each year. Just then, a taxi pulled up outside the base gate, drawing everyone's attention. Those who could enter the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp usually had private jets or at least a dedicated car service. Who would take a taxi here? The car door opened, and a handsome young man stepped out, carrying no luggage except for a black backpack and a long, narrow battle knife at his waist. This is the 6th stage awakened. I've seen his photo. His name is Ningchen. A well-informed trainee whispered. Taking a taxi here, pretending not to have connections. Without the strength of a high stage awakened, how dare he come here? Once he enters the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp, his background won't matter. Isn't this kind of person good? The resources prepared for him by the training camp will belong to us. Many trainees looked at Ningchen with cold smiles. A sheep entering a wolf pack won't become a wolf, it will only become food. After days of tempering through the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, Ningchen's hearing was excellent. Although those people deliberately lowered their voices, he caught every word. Ningchen remained expressionless, merely extending his right hand to gently touch the hilt of the silver-blooded knife. The next 2 months seemed unlikely to be boring. The sun rose higher and higher. The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp base was built against the mountain, with towering walls that obscured the layout inside. Ningchen said nothing, only raised his eyes to gaze at the vast sea to the east. This sea was called the Tsanhai. Geography books recorded that there was another continent across it, inhabited by other races. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the 2 heavy alloy gates of the base opened. 3 men and 1 woman strode out. My name is Yen Zhuang, the weapons instructor for this session of the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp, and also the chief instructor. By Xiuxiu, the combat instructor, part-time guide for cross-training martial arts. My name is Ma Fingxing, your movement instructor. Once you get familiar, just call me Brother Ma. I am LV Fong, responsible for teaching you some breathing techniques. The 4 introduced themselves in turn. The trainees on site instantly fell silent, no longer whispering. These individuals, with varying personalities, were among the best talents from Donglin, and their self-discipline was unquestionable. Good, everyone is here. Yen Zhuang nodded, his face revealing no emotional fluctuations. Now, hand over all your electronic devices, toys, and snacks. The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp is under closed management. Ma Fingxing added with a smile, don't think about hiding anything, Open your luggage one by one, the instructors will check.
Instructor, what if we need to use our phones? A trainee asked.
As he spoke, he hurriedly explained, it's not for playing games, but for contacting family, purchasing martial arts supplies, and so on. Yan Zhuang replied, you have 10 minutes each week to use your phones. Many of the students exchanged glances. From the looks of it, life in the training camp was definitely not ordinary hardship.
Hand it over.
The students had no way to resist. Whether they were willing or not, they could only surrender their items, open their luggage, and let the instructors check. Soon, it was Ning Chen's turn.
I only brought this. Ning Chen cleanly handed over his phone.
He had already purchased a certain amount of Vajra body medicine packs online after getting off the plane. It wouldn't affect his training. As for playing around on his phone, Ning Chen had always been good at controlling himself.
His self-discipline was strong.
Just like these days, his martial arts were automatically cultivating, and he actually had a lot of free time. But he had never wasted it. He either improved his combat skills or studied cultural subjects.
Backpack, open it. The instructor checking Ning Chen was by Xiao.
She was very beautiful, with a gentle appearance, but her temperament was completely different, exuding a military's coldness and competence.
Whoosh! Ning Chen opened his backpack.
A full 200 bottles of beast nutrient solution were revealed. Instantly, a commotion erupted nearby. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was perfectly normal for students to carry martial arts resources.
Almost everyone had some on them.
Some even carried beast nutrient solutions worth millions. But for someone like Ning Chen, with a whole backpack full of beast nutrient solutions, the visual impact was too strong.
Put it away.
After checking the backpack, Bai Xiao said no more and walked towards the next student. More than 10 minutes later, the inspection was over.
There were no dramatic incidents of students deliberately hiding phones or anything like that. The 4 instructors no longer delayed and led the students through the gate into the base.
Today is the first day, there are no classes in the training camp. I'll first take you to the dormitory building to drop off your luggage, and then we'll tour the base, Yan Zhuang said. The students followed in order. That guy at Awakening 6th stage really cracked me up.
Is he here to train or to sell beast nutrient solutions? Can he even drink that much?
He knows he can't compete for resources, so he brought his own.
A few peak Awakening 9th stage students sneered from behind.
Among them, Shidong's eyes flickered for a moment, and he lowered his voice, saying, that kid brought too much beast nutrient solution, he can't drink it all.
Why don't we help him digest some? Qi Liang hesitated and said, Big brother, isn't it wrong to take it directly?
Of course, we can't just take it, but we can borrow it. We're all classmates, I'm sure he'll be happy to help, Shidong said with a hint of meaning.
Qi Liang was still a bit slow to react. What if he doesn't want to lend it? A chubby boy leaned over and sneered, does he dare?
The Shanghai Talent Training Camp follows the law of the jungle, only the strong survive. The instructors don't manage competition strictly.
If he doesn't lend it, we'll just teach him a lesson about what it means to care for classmates. Hee, Li Pingy, now I get it.
In front of a 3-story dormitory building, Yan Zhuang stopped and said, the rooms for the awakening stage are on the 1st floor, and the rooms for formal martial artists are on the 2nd floor. Your room numbers are posted in the lobby, go check for yourselves.
I'll give you 10 minutes.
Yan Zhuang glanced at his watch and said.
Upon hearing this, the students rushed into the dormitory building.
Ma Fengxing looked at their retreating figures and mocked, that guy named Ning Chen, the one with connections, is probably going to bleed a lot. He was a 9th grade martial artist, and Shidong and the others' conversation didn't escape his notice.
Lu Feng, who had a gentler temperament, asked, the one with connections is also a student, should we intervene?
These instructors were also selected by the government and didn't know much about the students' real situations. Ning Chen was only at Awakening 6th stage, he looked just like someone with connections.
No need.
Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp upholds the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. As long as those few students don't directly rob, they are not within our management scope.
Lu Feng sighed and said, I hope they don't go too hard. I don't think so.
Bai Xiao's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said thoughtfully.
Yan Zhuang was a bit surprised to hear this. You have a good impression of that one called Ning Chen? Why? Bai Xiao pondered and said, maybe it's his calm eyes, or perhaps his indifferent demeanor.
I can't pinpoint the exact reason, but I can be sure of one thing, this boy must have taken a life.
So what if he has taken a life?
Ma Fengxing shook his head and retorted, the students who can enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp are all top talents from Donglin. In the same realm, no one is significantly weaker than the others. How could he possibly surpass 3 realms?
Even top talents can have huge gaps between them.
Just as the 4 instructors were arguing, inside the dormitory building, Ningchen found his room, and the student card served as the key. He walked in and was about to close the door when a hand pushed hard against it, blocking the door. "Is there something?" Ningchen didn't resist and opened the door generously, his eyes calm as he assessed the three people outside. "A pair of twins, plus a chubby one. I'm Li Pingyi, and I have a small favor to ask of you," the chubby boy said with a smile, his eyes squinting. He was the one who had pushed the door. Shidong took over the conversation, saying, "The three of us rushed here to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and didn't bring any martial arts resources for cultivation." Shi Liang added, "You brought so much beast nutrient solution, so we want to borrow some from you." After hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. The visitors were not friendly. He wasn't sure about the others, but this chubby boy named Li Pingyi had brought a beast nutrient solution. The instructor's inspection room had already caused a stir. After all, the beast nutrient solution could be considered the Pro Ultra Plus Supreme version of the 100 beast nutrient solution. One vial costs over 10 million. Oh, Ningchen didn't get angry. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised, saying, "How do you plan to borrow it?" Seeing this, Li Pingyi smiled happily and said, "All three of us are at the peak of the 9th awakening stage, and resources are consumed quickly, so we each want to borrow 30 vials from you." Shidong smiled brightly and continued, "As for the repayment date, we're all classmates, so there's no need to be so calculative. Let's set a 30-year term, and when the time comes, we'll return it in full." Upon hearing this term, the other students in the corridor stopped to watch. 30 years is practically free. If Ningchen yielded, he would be a fat sheep. They could then take a piece of the meat as well. "What if I don't agree?" Ningchen said softly. His handsome face showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. It was unclear what he was thinking. Li Pingyi frowned, displeased, and said, "We're all classmates. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? It's just some beast nutrient solution. If you lend it to us, you can gain the friendship of 3 peak 9th awakening stage students." He emphasized peak 9th awakening stage. Shidong then added, threateningly, "Whether you want to lend it or not, you have to lend it." Ningchen narrowed his eyes. "Do you dare to rob me? Robbery is against the law. Of course, we wouldn't do that." Shidong shook his head and said seriously, "But we can give you a good beating, leaving you in bed for a few days." Li Pingyi said with a sinister smile, "As long as you don't lend us the beast nutrient solution, once you're healed, we'll beat you again. If you can't even leave the dormitory building, how can you cultivate? Which is more important, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp or the beast nutrient solution? You can't possibly be confused about that." Shidong said smugly. "Aren't you afraid of the instructors doing this?" Ningchen felt a bit surprised. "If you want the instructor to back you up, you might as well give up now." Li Pingyi looked at Ningchen and sneered. "The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp is only for cultivating strong individuals. The internal environment is quite brutal. It's not an exaggeration to say it's like raising a poisonous insect. If we beat you up, we won't be punished at all. Even if we keep hitting you, at most, it will just be a verbal reprimand. So there are such rules." Ningchen nodded lightly. This really was a good place. He quite liked it. Good to know. 90 bottles of beast nutrient solution, not a single one less. Li Pingyi strode into Ningchen's room. The Chi family twins closely followed. Among them, Shidong even turned around and firmly closed the door. Ningchen did not stop them. He just stood quietly at the entrance. Once the three entered the room, Ningchen turned around and took off his backpack. However, he did not unzip it. Instead, he drew out the silver blood battle knife. "Are you having second thoughts?" Li Pingyi asked coldly upon seeing this. Ningchen smiled slightly. "When did I say I agreed?" Shidong said coldly, "Stop wasting time with him. Beat him up, and the rest will be much easier to discuss. Do you really think you can fight just because you have a knife?" Shidong mocked, raising his foot to charge at Ningchen. Boom! Boom! Just as he took a step, Shidong heard 2 thunderous sounds almost simultaneously. Immediately after, 2 long silver lights appeared in his line of sight. The silver light was too fast. He was caught off guard and couldn't see what it was. He only felt a sudden chill on his scalp. Then, a cold sensation crept up his throat, causing goosebumps to rise. Instinctively, Shidong stopped in his tracks. What's going on? Shidong was momentarily stunned, realizing that Ningchen was holding a knife against his throat with one hand. A large clump of neatly cut hair fell in front of him. A drop of cold sweat slid down Shidong's cheek. He had already realized what had just happened. Ningchen had swung the knife twice. One cut had shaved off his hair close to the scalp, and the other was now resting on his neck. He hadn't had time to react. It was partly due to being caught off guard, but even if he had been prepared, Shidong had no confidence he could dodge. How can someone at the 6th awakening stage be so powerful? Qi Dong looked at Ning Chen, his mind trembling. He was not the kind of person who only focused on improving his level, he was a top genius with immense combat power, having defeated opponents at the 9th awakening stage when he was at the 7th. Qi Dong, at least be careful. Let go of my brother. Li Pingdi and Qi Liang, seeing this, exerted force under their feet and rushed out. Both thought Qi Dong would easily subdue Ning Chen, so they didn't pay much attention. When they saw Qi Dong being taken down, they merely assumed he had been careless, not considering Ning Chen's knife skills. 3 slashes in an instant. Ning Chen flicked his wrist and swung the silver blood battle knife. Boom! Amidst the deafening thunder, it was as if 3 bolts of lightning burst forth in the air, the silver light dazzling and overwhelming, striking towards the 3 people in the room. With his physical abilities on par with those at a higher awakening stage, Ning Chen's thunder slash became even more terrifying. Li Pingdi and Qi Liang's expressions changed drastically as they tried to dodge the horizontally flying silver blood battle knife. However, the room was too cramped. It was just a single room, about 30 square meters, with the furniture taking up space, it was even smaller. There were still 4 people standing in the room. There was simply no room to maneuver. Most importantly, the silver blood battle knife was too fast. Swish! Swish! Almost simultaneously, Li Pingdi and Qi Liang's hair was neatly severed along their scalps. Just as their short hair began to fall, Ning Chen's silver blood battle knife was once again pressed against Qi Dong's neck. Gulp! Qi Dong swallowed hard, his throat visibly moving. He barely noticed the moment the knife left his neck. The speed was too fast. Li Pingdi and Qi Liang stopped in their tracks, no longer attempting to rescue him. This time, all 3 understood the terror of Ning Chen's knife skills. Your thunder slash is at a perfect level. Qi Dong's voice was dry. His gaze at Ning Chen was filled with disbelief. He had also practiced B-level martial arts and was very aware of the difficulty involved. Not to mention perfection, even reaching the subtle level was as hard as climbing to the sky. Many talented individuals practicing B-level martial arts would stop at the proficient level. His greatest reliance for being selected into the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was a B-level martial art at the subtle level. Li Pingdi and Qi Liang were also staring intently at Ning Chen, their eyes as if they were looking at a freak. They were not only shocked that Ning Chen could master a perfect level martial art but also surprised by his actions. If he had time to practice thunder slash, why couldn't he spare some time to practice breathing techniques? Was it fun to play the pig to eat the tiger as a 6th stage awakened? Li Pingdi cleared his throat and said in a muffled voice, this time we misjudged you. Since your combat power is so strong, we won't insist on borrowing the beast nutrient solution. That's right, we are all classmates, we should understand and love each other. Qi Dong quickly echoed, forcing a laugh, I just remembered, I seem to have brought some resources with me, so there's no need to borrow from you. As he spoke, Qi Dong lifted his foot and was about to walk towards the door. The next moment, his foot froze in mid-air. The long, narrow battle knife at his neck was slowly exerting force, pressing against the nearby skin until it turned red. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You may not want to borrow the beast nutrient solution, but I do. Ning Chen grinned, his teeth gleaming white. As for the borrowing method, it's the same as yours. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Qi Dong stared at Ning Chen and said sternly, don't think that just because your knife skills are impressive, you can do as you please. If students clash and use weapons, the nature of the situation changes. The instructor will definitely intervene. If I get hurt, you won't fare any better and will face severe punishment. Li Pingdi leaned against the wall, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you had a perfect level B-class fist technique, you might intimidate us a bit, but right now, you are far from qualified. You'd better put down the knife immediately, or you might end up in a difficult situation. By the end, Li Pingdi scolded sternly, seemingly trying to pressure him with his aura. Ning Chen glanced at him, his smile unchanged. It seems you still haven't figured out what just happened. What do you mean? Seeing Ning Chen's expression, Qi Dong's heart trembled, a bad premonition creeping in. Ning Chen said softly, what you just said outside the door, and your actions of barging into the room, have been seen by many students. You clearly intended to forcibly seize my beast nutrient solution. Don't say I injured you, even if I cut off all 3 of your heads, it would be considered justifiable self-defense. The faces of the 3 changed dramatically upon hearing this. You speak arrogantly, I don't believe you really dare to kill me. Qi Dong tried to sound tough, but his words were cut off abruptly. A warm sensation appeared at his neck. It felt very comfortable, alleviating the coldness of the blade. But Qi Dong's body began to tremble because the blade had already torn through his skin. That warmth was blood. Fear enveloped Qi Dong like a tangible force. The boy holding the knife across from him had a brilliant smile, but his dark eyes were incredibly cold, flowing with a chilling killing intent. A thought flashed through Qi Dong's mind. If he didn't borrow, he would surely die.
I am willing to lend it to you.
Chi Dong immediately spoke from the heart, without any hesitation, fearing he would be too slow. Ning Chen ignored him, shifting his gaze to Li Pingyi behind him, coldly saying, I advise you not to think about calling for the instructor. I know that my speed with the knife won't break the sound barrier. However, the time it takes for you to shout a single word is enough for me to chop off your head. After a pause, Ning Chen added, do you want to give it a try? Li Pingyi's face twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, I have no such intention. I agree to lend you the nutrient solution, but I don't have it on me right now, it's in my dorm. I'll go back and get it for you. With that, Li Pingyi was about to leave. He just wanted to extricate himself first. As for what would happen to the Chi family twins, he didn't care at all. They were just fair-weather friends. I won't allow it. Do you dare to move? A faint voice made Li Pingyi's body freeze in place. Ning Chen turned his head to look at Qi Liang and ordered, you take Li Pingyi's student card, go to his dorm, and bring me the beast nutrient solution. Li Pingyi's face instantly turned ugly. That beast nutrient solution was his guarantee for breaking through to a first-grade warrior. Ning Chen, don't go too far. Li Pingyi gritted his teeth. Ning Chen revealed a cold smile and mocked, everyone is doing the same thing. Why didn't you think you were going too far before? Li Pingyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Chen didn't mock him further. Instead, he picked up an electronic clock from the nearby desk with his unarmed left hand, pressed a few buttons, and set a 1-minute countdown. Remember, you only have 1 minute. If you don't come back by then, prepare for your brother's funeral. Ning Chen's voice was icy. Glancing at the clock, Qi Liang felt a surge of panic. Not bothering to say anything, he snatched Li Pingyi's student card and rushed out the door. Outside, a large group of students had gathered. Many martial artist level students who had come to the first floor were drawn in. I just heard a few muffled sounds. It seems Li Pingyi went pretty hard on the Qi family twins. The dorm building has good soundproofing. It's not that loud noises can't be heard. A student joked. I wonder if Ning Chen will lend it. Lending or not lending is almost the same for him. If he lends the beast nutrient solution, he won't be able to keep the resources of the training camp later. If he doesn't lend it, he'll get beaten up so badly he won't be able to leave his room. Weaklings don't deserve to be here. The students chatted among themselves, looking down on Ning Chen, completely disregarding him. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. What are you all blocking the door for? Are you the door gods? Don't block my way. Qi Liang burst out, pushing through the crowd and running desperately down the corridor. Many students were puzzled, but they didn't think much of it and turned their gazes back inside, only to be stunned. The door was half open, and they couldn't see the full picture. They could only see a long, narrow battle knife pressed against Qi Dong's neck, with several streams of blood sliding down his neck, staining his clothes. Fear was written all over Qi Dong's face. He looked at the crowd outside, opened his mouth, but didn't dare to make a sound. Bang! Ning Chen waved his hand, and the door closed again. Gasps of shock began to rise among the onlookers. A 6th stage awakener actually subdued 3 peak 9th stage awakeners. Who is this fierce person? A martial artist's face was filled with astonishment. Many awakened students lowered their heads, feeling ashamed. They had previously mocked Ning Chen, viewing him as an easy target. What did that make them? Roasted lamb skewers? Could he have special abilities? Someone voiced their doubts. The students present were all top talents. Without any special traits, it was hard to imagine someone could fight across levels. Unclear, but he must possess some kind of special ability. I think so too. Otherwise, how could he suppress Qi Dong and the others? It can't just be high-level martial arts. A student said, garnering agreement from many nearby. After all, to fight across 3 levels, how high would one's martial arts realm have to be? If he has special abilities, your status as the only ability user is being challenged. Xiaxi. A student adjusted his glasses and joked. Song Shiyu, even if he has special abilities, he doesn't qualify to be my opponent. Let him kill a first-grade warrior first before we talk. Xiaxi, slender and proud, crossed her arms. Move aside. Move aside. Don't block the way. At that moment, Qi Liang rushed back, his face drenched in sweat, not even bothering to wipe it off, and dashed into the room. Did you notice? It looks like he's holding the beast nutrient solution. It's not just looks, it is the beast nutrient solution. Ning Chen is planning to borrow resources in reverse. The crowd erupted in an uproar. This person was clearly not one for peace. He would retaliate for even the slightest grievance. Inside the dormitory, the thick walls isolated them from the outside noise. Qi Liang directly handed the beast nutrient solution to Ning Chen, panting heavily, You have to let my brother go. Ning Chen still held the silver blood battle blade aloft, unhurriedly saying, Don't rush, you need to sign the IOU first. Right, just one IOU will do, Ning Chen reminded after a moment's thought. Normally, with 4 people involved in a loan, each would need their own copy. Li Pingyi stood nearby, his face ashen, feeling frustrated. That IOU definitely belongs to you. Without an IOU, how could they collect the debt? He understood Ning Chen's intentions very well. He had no intention of repaying. Keeping one IOU was merely for evidence, in case they reported Ning Chen for robbery later. Of course. Ning Chen nodded, generously admitting, when you borrowed the beast nutrient solution from me before, did you plan to leave me an IOU? As he spoke, Ning Chen looked at Qi Dong, whom he had pinned with his blade, and coldly said, I am a fair person. If you leave me one, I will do the same, but if you dare to lie, I will kill you. I have no such intention. Seeing those cold black eyes, Qi Dong quickly shook his head. Even if he intended to leave an IOU, he couldn't admit it. Then stop wasting time, write the IOU. Ning Chen pointed to the desk, where there was paper and a pen. Soon, the IOU was written by Qi Liang. The 3 signed their names in turn. Li Pingyi was the most reluctant to sign, dragging his feet, his face filled with reluctance, far less decisive than the Qi twins. After all, that beast nutrient solution belonged solely to him. Just as he was feeling the pinch, Li Pingyi heard Ning Chen ask, how much did you buy that beast nutrient solution for? 12 million. Li Pingyi replied angrily. Ning Chen pointed at the Qi twins, saying, you 2 write him an IOU for 4 million each, and the repayment date will be set before the end of the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp. Hearing this, Li Pingyi's heartache eased significantly, and he quickly chimed in, right, the beast nutrient solution was borrowed by the 3 of us together for Ning Chen, you 2 owe me 8 million. This time, it was the Qi twins who delayed signing. However, they were being held at knife point by Ning Chen. Even if they didn't want to sign, they had to. Li Pingyi stared at them, urging, in 7 days, you'll be able to use your phones, so make sure to transfer the money to me quickly. Why are you so anxious? The phone can only be used for 10 minutes. That won't be enough time. Qi Dong, stop trying to play tricks on me. Isn't there still 2 months until the deadline? The 3 of them argued quietly while signing. Ning Chen watched all of this unfold, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. The reason he specifically wanted that beast nutrient solution was clear. First, of course, the beast nutrient solution itself was exceptionally good. He was quite envious. Second, it was to shift the conflict and divide the 3 of them. If he had forcibly borrowed from each of them separately, or extorted equal resources, they would surely unite later to give him trouble. Although he was unafraid, he didn't want to waste time on that. He came here to increase his strength. Therefore, he only took the beast nutrient solution that belonged to Li Pingyi, and had the Qi twins write an IOU for him, with a repayment date allowing for a 2-month buffer. Without him needing to stir the pot, the 3 would inevitably clash over when to repay the money. And indeed, things unfolded just as he had anticipated. 3 of you, stop arguing, just sign the contract and leave, Ning Chen said, putting away the beast nutrient solution, flashing a bright smile as he opened the door. In the corridor, the trainees had not yet left. Seeing Li Pingyi and the Qi twins come out, they all began to ask questions. Is Ning Chen an ability user? What kind of ability does he have? Qi Dong, how many moves did you manage to hold on for? What's up with your hair? Is his ability wind blades? The 3 of them wore cold expressions and silently squeezed out of the crowd. Defeated by someone at the 6th awakening stage. Even if the 6th awakening had the perfect realms flash thunder slash, it wasn't something to be proud of. Moreover, they had also lost a significant amount of money. No one was in the mood to explain. The many observing trainees felt somewhat dissatisfied but didn't dare to stop them. After venting a few words, they gradually dispersed. But one boy stayed behind. He looked ordinary but was well-groomed, making him quite pleasant to the eye. A pair of frameless glasses perched on his face, adding a touch of sharpness to his demeanor. Are you here to borrow the beast nutrient solution from me? Ning Chen glanced at the bespectacled boy. I just wanted to get to know you. The boy shook his head and smiled. My name is Song Shiyu, 17 years old, a local from Shanghai City, currently at the peak of the 9th awakening stage. Ning Chen. Song Shiyu grinned and said, don't be so cold. I know a lot about the training camp and can tell you plenty of information. What are the conditions? Ning Chen replied indifferently, casually closing the door and stepping down the corridor towards the dormitory building. He didn't think that defeating Qi Dong and the others would intimidate other awakened trainees into flattering him. Those who could enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were the most outstanding students in their respective cities. One could say they were invincible among their peers. They were all proud individuals. Until they had fought, they wouldn't believe they were weaker than others. The sky is the oldest, the earth is the second oldest, and I'm third. This was the true thought of many. We're all classmates, discussing conditions is so mundane. Song Shiyu laughed and followed him. Seeing that Ningchen didn't respond, he could only helplessly say, "Of course, it would be better if you could answer me one question." "Go ahead." Ningchen made no promises. A serious look crossed Song Shiyu's face as he said, "Did you only forcefully borrow?" Just borrow Li Pingyi's beast nutrient solution, and also have Qi Dong and Qi Liang sign a loan note with him?" Upon hearing this, Ningchen stopped in his tracks and looked at Song Shiyu in surprise. "Do you have an ability related to sound?" "I deduced it." Song Shiyu adjusted his frameless glasses and smiled confidently. "Among those three, only Li Pingyi has the beast nutrient solution. You held a knife to Qi Dong and had Qi Liang go get the beast nutrient solution. This action must have deeper meaning. Analyzing it led me to this conclusion." "You're not wrong." Ningchen nodded in acknowledgement, feeling no particular surprise. In the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, being the top of Donglin, it was only normal to have some quick-witted trainees. Meanwhile, in the open space in front of the dormitory building, Ma Fengxing shook his head and said, "Instructor Bai, it's not that I'm being stubborn. That guy named Ningchen, with his connections, is definitely not going to have it easy. He has killed before, at most, he has a tough character and the courage to refuse those three trainees' requests, but he's bound to get beaten up." Ma Fengxing listed his arguments. "Look, he hasn't come out yet, he's probably already injured and collapsed in the dormitory." As soon as he finished speaking, Ningchen walked out the door, looking unharmed, his dark eyes sparkling with spirit. Under the bright sunlight, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Many nearby female trainees couldn't help but steal glances. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ningchen and smiled slightly. "Instructor Ma, what do you think now?" "I think he must have handed over the beast nutrient solution. He just has a good mindset and didn't show it." Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment but still held to his previous viewpoint. "Those three trainees are about to come out too." Bai Xiuxiu tilted her fair chin towards the door. "Dude, your style is quite unique. The people from the capital city are truly something, they don't follow the usual style." Accompanied by a burst of laughter, Li Pingyi and the Qi family twins arrived outside the dormitory building. Everyone's expression was grim. It was only when they returned to their room that they discovered Ningchen hadn't just trimmed some hair, he had completely shaved off the patch on the top of his head, a classic Mediterranean hairstyle, the nightmare of countless middle-aged men. It was said that one bad haircut could ruin everything, no matter how handsome the face or how deep the aura, it couldn't be pulled off. The four instructors were momentarily stunned at the sight. Bai Xiuxiu was no exception, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had high hopes for Ningchen, but she thought he would at most be on par with the peak of the ninth stage of awakening, enough to dissuade Li Pingyi and the others from trying to borrow resources. But now it seemed that Ningchen had the strength to take on three opponents at once. And those three were top geniuses who had stood out among millions of students from Donglin. The hair was cut off by someone with a knife, at an incredibly fast speed, exceeding the reaction limits of these three. It goes without saying that Yin Zhuang, who could serve as a weapons instructor, was highly skilled. He looked at Ningchen and said solemnly, "The person with the knife, or rather Ningchen, has a very high level of swordsmanship and is confident in himself. If he had been just a little less precise while cutting along the hair roots, he would have struck the skull." Ma Fengxing, disregarding the awkwardness, thought for a moment and said, "I've seen Ningchen's information, he has only practiced one sword technique, the B-level Flash Thunder Slash. Could it be that he has reached the expert level? Otherwise, how could he defeat those three students? Anyone who can enter the training camp must at least master a B-level martial art at the subtle level." "That's unlikely," Yin Zhuang shook his head directly, explaining, "The Flash Thunder Slash is extremely difficult, even surpassing the general A-level martial arts. It's too hard to reach the expert level. Moreover, an expert level Flash Thunder Slash wouldn't be enough to make those three unable to react." Ma Fengxing speculated, "Could it be that Ningchen has some kind of speed-related ability?" Lu Fang reminded, "There's no information about that in the data. Don't ask anymore, we'll know for sure when classes officially start tomorrow." Yin Zhuang glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had passed. All the students had gathered. Yin Zhuang surveyed the students and said sternly, "Before we tour the base, I have a few words to say. You need to understand what the Shanghai Genius Training Camp really is." Many students looked puzzled. What could it be? To put it bluntly, it's a college entrance exam sprinting institution. Yin Zhuang seemed to see through the students' thoughts and said, "You are all top geniuses from various cities. Your talents go without saying. You must also have ample resources like nutrient solutions, martial arts, and guidance. Why would the Donglin government go through the trouble of establishing the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and gather you all here? Because the training camp has greater advantages in these areas," a student replied confidently. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance and teased,
Then why doesn't the Donglin government just give each of you 10 million directly? It would save trouble and cost less. The cost of the Shanghai Genius training camp each session is a massive figure, not to mention those martial arts resources. Just selecting the most outstanding students from millions, choosing the most suitable instructors, tailoring training plans, and so on. These hidden expenses, if converted into money, would easily exceed $1 billion. Only the Donglin government could afford it. The student flushed, his confidence evaporating, unsure of what to say. Yan Zhuang ignored him and continued, the Shanghai Genius training camp is not just for the college entrance exam, the main purpose is to hone your mental will, to cultivate a heart of a strong person, unafraid of difficulties, and to climb higher on the path of martial arts. Not to be satisfied thinking about becoming a 7th or 8th grade martial artist in 10 years, earning 10 million a year. Yan Zhuang's voice gradually grew passionate. You must dare to become knights. Become divine generals. Become the backbone that supports the dark sky of the martial world. Become the guardians of the 800 billion humans of the Federation. The students on site changed their expressions, blood surging, each one standing tall like a spear. No one wants to be an ordinary person in their youth. Ningchen stood at the back, letting out a sigh. Beside him, Song Shiyu caught a glimpse of his action and asked softly, do you think Instructor Yen is speaking empty words? No, Ningchen gently shook his head and said, compared to honing mental will, I hope the training camp invests more in martial arts resources. Song Shiyu stroked his chin, pondering slightly, and smiled, no wonder you feel disheartened. You were able to come up with a plan to divide Li Pingyi and the others in such a short time. Your temperament is clearly extraordinary. You won't settle for mediocrity because of setbacks. I have a feeling that in the future, there will be a place for you among the Knights of Donglin. Ningchen glanced at Song Shiyu and suddenly said, why do I feel like you're flattering yourself? His temperament was extraordinary. The fact that Song Shiyu could see through his plan meant that his temperament was even higher. Dealing with smart people is convenient. I don't even need to remind you. Song Shiyu chuckled. Ningchen found himself speechless at this. A few minutes later. It seems you all realize where this place is, so follow me and let's take a tour of the base, Yan Zhuang said, turning to walk ahead. The students followed suit. The base was built against the mountain, with many buildings, but only 2 were related to daily life. The cafeteria and the dormitory they had just visited. There were no entertainment facilities. The other buildings were all related to martial arts training, training grounds, wind pressure rooms, bullet rain fields, deep-sea platforms, and so on. Many places, judging by their names, were impossible to determine their uses. Yan Zhuang did not introduce them, only telling the students they would naturally know in the future. Fortunately, Song Shiyu was not lying. He was indeed very familiar with the training camp and explained everything to Ningchen. Time passed continuously. After the students finished touring the large base, Yan Zhuang glanced towards the mountaintop and said, there is one last place, the Dragon King's ascension platform. Let's go up the mountain to take a look. Linhai Mountain was not particularly high, at over 1,800 meters. Compared to the highest peak of the 10,000-mile Green Mountains, it was not even 1/10 of that. In less than half an hour, the mountain top was in sight. The top of Linhai Mountain had a very distinctive shape. From the section close to the Tsong Sea, 3 deep ravines extended out. Each one was over 100 meters long, with a dark surface that was very smooth due to erosion from rainwater, like a mirror. Clearly, they had existed for quite some time. Upon reaching the mountain top, many students' faces instantly changed, turning pale. The entire area's sky seemed to be collapsing, a fierce and desolate aura sweeping through, as if a deity was overlooking the mountain peak, sending chills down one's spine. Do you see the 3 deep ravines? Yan Zhuang pointed with his hand and said in a deep voice, the terrifying aura you feel comes from here. According to some archaeologists, these 3 ravines are claw marks left by a king of the Dragon Clan who ascended to the peak here over 90,000 years ago. The Dragon King's aura has not dissipated to this day. 90,000 years. Many students widened their eyes in disbelief. Yan Zhuang nodded, pondering for a moment, then said to the students, feel this aura well, perhaps you can gain something from it. Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow and smiled, teasing, Instructor Yan, don't paint them a rosy picture. This aura, in scientific terms, is essentially a special magnetic field. After so many years, it has long been chaotic. Many knights and divine generals from the Federation have come, and no one has been able to comprehend anything. Upon hearing this, many students' previously heated hearts cooled down again. Lu Feng thought for a moment and comforted, what Instructor Ma said is true, but throughout history, there have been a very few geniuses who have gained insights here. You can also give it a try. What if you succeed? Lu Feng suggested with a smile. However, despite his words, none of the 4 instructors truly believed it.
Staring at the Dragon King's claw print, Song Shiyu casually remarked, "The instructors probably don't believe it themselves. Since the establishment of the Federation, in over 1,000 years, there have only been a handful of people who have gained insights on the Dragon King's Ascension platform. The probability is so low that it can be considered impossible." After saying this, Song Shiyu waited for a while but still did not hear Ning Chen's response. He turned to look at him and was instantly stunned. Ning Chen had his eyes slightly closed, his expression serious and motionless, as if he had sensed something. Song Shiyu knew that he and Ning Chen had only recently met, but he had seen countless people since childhood, and their brief interaction was enough for him to make a judgment. Ning Chen was not the type to feign mystery. At this moment, he truly had gained some insight. Damn, this guy really can sense something. Coming back to his senses, Song Shiyu couldn't help but curse. The instructors and students were startled and turned their gazes toward him. Ning Chen remained motionless. In his mind, a cold notification sound continued to ring out. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture has detected the Dragon God's aura, entering a state of enlightenment, cultivation speed skyrocketing. Progress increased by 20%. Progress continues to rise. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture has gained enough insight, advancing to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 10%. Insights poured into Ning Chen's mind one after another, like a dam bursting. Ning Chen concentrated all his mind to barely accept it. Outside, on the Dragon King's Ascension platform, a clamor erupted. Is this just for show? What do you think? How can someone in the Awakening Realm gain anything from the Dragon King's aura? It's obvious he's trying to attract the instructor's attention to gain resources. Close your eyes and claim to have gained insight. As for what he gained, don't ask, just say the Dragon King is impressive. Discussions rose and fell. Among them, some students mocked, their eyes filled with disdain, believing Ning Chen was being hypocritical, pretending for fame and resources. Roar! Suddenly, a powerful roar swept across the Dragon King's Ascension platform. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The roar carried an undeniable authority, as if a giant dragon was roaring at the sky. It also resembled the furious roar of some ancient beast. The crowd had been focused on Ning Chen, so they were acutely aware. That roar unmistakably came from Ning Chen. Damn, I just got slapped in the face, he really has gained something. How did he do it? I was just trying to feel it too, but all I thought was that the Dragon King is impressive. Witnessing history here. What did he gain? Why is it so terrifying? Many students changed their attitudes, feeling extremely shocked and discussing fervently. It wasn't just the students. The four instructors nearby were equally astonished, discussing among themselves. Ma Fengxing swallowed hard and said, "Wow, even I, a 9th grade martial artist, felt fear from that roar. What happened to this kid?" He looked to the side and said, "Old Lu, you're the one who knows the most among us, explain it to me." Lu Fang frowned, staring at Ning Chen, but just shook his head and remained silent. Bai Xiuxiu thought for a moment and pondered, is Ning Chen awakening a special physique? It's hard to say for sure, Lu Fang replied, retracting his gaze. Some special physiques, when awakened to a certain stage, can indeed produce tremendous sounds. However, other situations can also cause similar phenomena. For example, when powerful martial arts break through to a profound realm, the body may also emit sounds containing pressure. Upon hearing this, Ma Fengxing questioned, that roar made even martial artists like us feel alarmed. In the Awakening Realm, an S-level martial art reaching perfection shouldn't have such overwhelming power. Yes, I was just giving a casual example, didn't think too much about it, LV Fong nodded and said. A few minutes later, Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. He immediately summoned the system. A semi-transparent fluorescent interface appeared. Among them, the first column underwent a significant change. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, proficient, progress 72%. Ning Chen couldn't help but grin. This sudden enlightenment from the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was equivalent to 3 to 5 years of normal cultivation. Unfortunately, the enlightenment didn't last until reaching the subtle realm. Amidst his joy, Ning Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Despite being less than 30% away from the subtle realm, there was no way to break through in a short time. After practicing so many martial arts, Ning Chen had probably figured out some patterns. Each time a martial arts realm ascended a level, the time required for progress nearly doubled. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was extremely difficult. At the foundational level, it took 3 days to increase by 1%. Now that he had reached the third realm of proficiency, it would take about 10 days to increase by 1%. To reach the subtle realm, he would need more than half a year. It definitely wouldn't be possible before the college entrance examination. Wipe your drool. What profound thing did you comprehend that almost scared me into the sea? Song Shiyu's words brought Ning Chen back to reality. He looked around and found that the surrounding students and instructors were all staring at him. When the dragon elephant ancient scripture broke through to the proficient realm, it let out a roar. That should be the reason, Ningchen thought to himself. He pondered for a few seconds and tentatively asked, Dragon King passing on teachings? He couldn't mention the dragon elephant ancient scripture. If it attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives, they could trace it back to Guo Ringyu's family through his experiences. Song Shiyu rolled her eyes and said irritably, why don't you say it's the Dragon King seizing a body? 90,000 years, that Dragon King had turned to ash. The aura left in the claw prints was at most some fragmented and pitiful insights from cultivation. You actually managed to see the truth, impressive. Ning Chen exclaimed in surprise. Song Shiyu's forehead twitched. Do you think I'm an idiot? Just then, Yen Zhuang interrupted their banter and said seriously, Ning Chen, no matter what you comprehended, feel free to speak boldly. The Donglin government will never seize it. They will only increase their support for your training based on the situation. Those who have made gains in the history of the Federation have all been treated this way. Indeed, Song Shiyu seemed to understand this matter well and added, one of them was even recommended by the Donglin government to have a divine general take him as a disciple. I actually don't know what happened, it was a mysterious and unfathomable feeling that seemed to cause some changes in my body, but if you ask me what specific changes, I can't perceive them. Ningchen pondered for a moment and fabricated a vague answer. In the future, when his fist strength exceeded that of ordinary people, he could just use this reason to explain. It can't be that you didn't comprehend anything at all. Many students looked on with suspicion. Yen Zhuang remained expressionless, nodded, and said, I understand now, you performed excellently at the Dragon King's Ascension platform and earned 100 points. What are points? Are they important? Ning Chen asked curiously. Yen Zhuang replied, you can simply understand them as currency in the training camp, which can be used to purchase various resources in the camp, such as the wind pressure chamber, guidance from strong practitioners, sea dragon blood, and so on. Ning Chen, this reward is quite generous. Song Shiyu added with a smile, in past years' Mountain Sea Genius training camps, the bottom few students couldn't even earn 100 points after 2 months. Hearing this, the students erupted in an uproar. The resources for each session of the Mountain Sea Genius training camp were fixed. If someone took more, others' shares would naturally be reduced. Instructor Yen, I'm not questioning you, but even Ning Chen himself doesn't know what he has comprehended. Perhaps he hasn't comprehended anything at all, so is it too much to reward him with 100 points? A lean boy stepped forward and said. He was quite bold, meeting Yen Zhuang's gaze directly without any fear. This guy is called Xiaxi, and he possesses ice abilities, Song Shiyu quietly introduced to Ning Chen. Among the 30 awakened students, Xiaxi can almost be considered the best, with a glorious record of having directly killed a first-grade martial artist. There exists a huge gap between the awakened realm and formal martial artists. Even top geniuses find it difficult to leap across. Among the peak 9th stage awakened students present, not to mention killing a first-grade martial artist, even facing one directly would be a challenge. Almost? Ningchen pondered the meaning behind Song Shiyu's words and shot him a sidelong glance. That almost isn't because of you, is it? Those who know me, know Ningchen too. Song Shiyu gave a thumbs up. On the other side, Yen Zhuang said coldly, it's precisely because we don't know what has been comprehended that only 100 points were awarded. If you can also let out that kind of roar, I'll give you 100 points too. If you can't, then shut your mouth. The Federation is vast, geniuses only get stronger, never the strongest. Yen Zhuang looked down at Xiaxi and reprimanded him. What you can't do doesn't mean others can't. Maliciously speculating about others is not the pride of a genius, it only reveals the hypocrisy of the weak. Xiaxi's face turned alternately pale and flushed. After a moment, Xiaxi turned to Ning Chen and gritted his teeth, saying, Instructor Yen, I still stand by my opinion. The training camp will officially start tomorrow. I will prove to you that I am the strongest among the 30 awakened ones, whether in talent or strength. This is bad, it seems you've caught the attention of almost the best Xiaxi, Song Shiyu said with a teasing smile. As he spoke, he deliberately moved a bit further away, as if afraid that getting too close would bring trouble. Unwarranted disaster, Ning Chen shrugged, not too concerned. Compared to a few days ago when he defeated Wei Bohu, his strength had increased again. His physical quality was on par with a normal 7th stage awakened. The diamond body was not far from the 5th level. Other martial arts had also seen corresponding progress. As for whether he could contend with Xiaxi, who had killed a first-grade martial artist, Ning Chen was uncertain. But that wasn't the issue. He currently lacked resources, and with each passing day, his strength increased. Even if he wasn't a match right now, in 10 days or half a month, he would be able to crush Xiaxi. At 5 in the afternoon, the tour of the base ended.
Many students, still curious, wandered around. Ningchen, there are still many interesting things in the training camp. Do you want to come and take a look with me?
No, thanks. Ningchen declined Song Shiyu and headed straight back to his dormitory.
He had important things to do.
Testing the efficiency of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture in tempering his body. Recently, the bull's strength had advanced from the proficient realm to the subtle realm, nearly doubling its tempering efficiency. Although the subtle realm was a watershed, which accounted for the significant improvement, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture had directly advanced 2 realms this time.
The improvement should be similar.
Ningchen opened a bottle of beast nutritional liquid, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. In his mind, prompt sounds rang out one after another. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture has detected surging energy, feeling invigorated, and the cultivation speed has skyrocketed.
The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is expected to exhaust energy in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Ningchen quickly calculated in his mind, and couldn't help but smile.
When the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was at the basic realm, consuming a bottle of beast nutritional liquid took about 6 hours.
Now it was more than double that.
Ningchen calculated the consumption again and suddenly found it hard to smile. He would need to drink about 10 bottles of beast nutritional liquid a day. He had spent 30 million to buy 200 bottles of nutritional liquid from Lu Manhwa, and it seemed he wouldn't last a month.
It's terrifying just to say it.
Under normal circumstances, a 7th grade martial artist isn't this frightening. Fortunately, resources can be exchanged for points here.
A glint flashed in Ning Chen's dark eyes. The next day, April 2nd,
the training camp officially began.
When they disbanded yesterday evening, the class schedule had already been distributed to each student. At 7 in the morning, the sun was warm.
Ning Chen arrived at the base's shooting range. His class schedule for the morning was a lesson on body techniques from Ma Fengxing.
The training camp's courses are divided between awakened and formal martial artists.
Perhaps because it was the first day, everyone was quite fresh. As Ning Chen walked through the gate, he saw the other 29 students had already arrived.
Ma Fengxing stood smiling at the front.
Beside him were several staff members dressed in various uniforms. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp couldn't rank first in Donglin with just 4 instructors. There were also assistant instructors, analysts, data personnel, nutritionists, and so on.
The total number of staff in the training camp was several hundred.
They would create the most suitable training plan for each student. Since everyone is here, I'll start the class early, Ma Fengxing said with a smile. The students perked up, their eyes fixed on him. They were also curious about what made the Shanghai Genius Training Camp so strong. Ma Fengxing waved his hand to the students and said with a smile, "Don't be so formal. Today's task is mainly to understand your level of body techniques."
Many students understood upon hearing this.
When the camp's agents collected information, they only asked what martial arts they practiced, not their realms.
However, just letting you demonstrate your body techniques would be a bit boring.
Ma Fengxing smiled, but his voice gradually took on a sharper tone.
How about we have a practical exercise? After all, having a high realm in body techniques and being good at applying them are 2 different things.
As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on site suddenly changed, a smell of gunpowder filling the air. As the students exchanged glances, a fighting spirit rose in their eyes. All of them were top geniuses in their cities, and no one thought they would be weaker.
Instructor Ma, what kind of practical exercise is this?
Xiaxi stepped forward, her expression full of pride as she asked loudly.
I will spar with you using body techniques. Ma Fengxing pointed to a nearby area and said, "Do you see the machine guns up there?"
There, a section was enclosed with tempered glass, measuring 30 meters on each side. The ceiling, glass walls, and even the corners of the floor were equipped with 6-barrel rotary machine guns. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. The ends connected to automatic mounts, allowing for 360-degree shooting without dead angles. The pale lights reflected off, giving a cold metallic feel. "Don't worry, the machine guns fire rubber bullets, so the lethality isn't great," Ma Fengxing said with a smile. "We'll go in and dodge the bullets. Whoever gets hit first will lose. To be fair, I will suppress my strength to match yours. Additionally, the body techniques I use will also be the same as yours."
"The same martial arts?" someone exclaimed in surprise.
There were 30 awakened students on site. Even if each person practiced only one body technique, with some overlaps, there would still be at least 20 different body techniques. Ma Fengxing noticed the students' doubts and smiled confidently, saying, "I've looked over your data. The 30 of you have practiced a total of 49 body techniques. Among them, 46 are exactly within the 105 body techniques I master. The remaining 3 that I haven't learned have extremely similar techniques that can be substituted." The scene erupted in an uproar.
Many people looked at Ma Fengxing in shock.
The impact of 105 body techniques was overwhelming.
Ning Chen's pupils also dilated. However, he wasn't shocked. He was envious. What kind of family background allows one to learn 105 martial arts? Song Shiyu stood beside, thinking that Ning Chen didn't believe it, and laughed. Instructor Ma, as a 9th grade martial artist, after realizing that breaking through to a night is hopeless, some choose to become professional educational martial artists. Their understanding of martial arts is profound, and learning the martial arts of the awakening realm is far easier than for us. Moreover, martial arts can be interconnected. As long as one is willing to work hard, they can master many martial arts. But 105 martial arts is too many. It's an incredible achievement, Ning Chen said. That's for sure. Song Shiyu nodded with a smile, otherwise, the Donglin government wouldn't have invited Instructor Ma to teach the body technique class. The other students were also discussing animatedly. Ma Fingxing pressed his hand down and smiled. Stop being so surprised. If you knew that my 105 body technique martial arts are all at the minimum subtle realm, you would probably faint from shock. The venue fell silent. But it wasn't because they were obedient, they were too astonished to speak. 105 body technique martial arts, all at least at the subtle realm. No wonder the Shanghai Genius Training Camp could claim to be the best in the Donglin Administrative District. Not to mention anything else, just the instructor's level was frighteningly high. With a smile on his face, Ma Fingxing continued, when it comes to comparing body techniques with me, almost. Forget it, I'll be straightforward. You have no hope of winning at all. However, this doesn't mean there's no distinction between you. Students who can endure long enough under machine gun fire can earn corresponding points. What if I can beat you? A student was unconvinced. It seemed they had reached the subtle realm in body techniques and felt they had a chance. I really don't want to crush your confidence. Ma Fingxing stood with his hands behind his back, sighed, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It's just that I've been an educational martial artist for decades, handling tens of thousands of students, and not one has ever beaten me in a body technique competition of equal strength. Mo Yuyan, you're up first. Ma Fingxing pointed to a girl among the students and said, tell me your punching power in the body technique martial arts you practice. Punching power can reflect a person's physical quality well. Ma Fingxing could use this to gauge his own strength. Mo Yuyan stepped forward and replied, my current punching power is 5,400 kilograms, and the body technique martial arts I practice is the B-grade Moon Shadow Step. Many students showed astonishment upon hearing this. Punching power exceeding 5,000 kilograms must be trained with an S-grade breathing technique. This girl's background must be incredibly impressive. Ma Fingxing's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded and said, I understand, follow me. The two entered a glass room equipped with machine guns. We can start now. Ma Fingxing looked through the glass at the staff outside and instructed, set the initial machine guns to 3, and increase by 1 every minute. Understood. A staff member nodded and quickly tapped on the tablet in hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the automatic stands rotated, the 3 machine guns on the ceiling began to fire. The number seemed small, but these were 6-barrel rotary machine guns, and 3 guns meant 18 barrels, with the sound of rubber bullets firing almost forming a continuous line. Most importantly, the glass room was not large, only 30 meters square. The firepower coverage was overwhelming. Swish! Mo Yuyan moved like the wind, dodging swiftly. Her moon shadow step was at the proficient realm, and her practical application level was also very high. The rubber bullets fired simultaneously from the 3 machine guns posed almost no threat. However, compared to Ma Fingxing, who stood not far away, she immediately appeared lacking. Mo Yuyan dodged the rubber bullets, her movement covering the entire glass room. Ma Fingxing remained in one corner, hands behind his back, and his speed was nowhere near as swift as Mo Yuyan's. Yet, he effortlessly avoided the rubber bullets, exuding a sense of ease. Is this the moon shadow step at the subtle realm, or the subtle limit? Exclaimed a student in awe. Looking at the 2 people in the glass room, Song Shiyu sighed, not to mention that Instructor Ma's moonshadow step has reached a higher realm. Even among those proficient, Mo Yuyan is not his match. The combat level of a 9th grade martial artist, their neural reaction speed, and the sharpness of their 5 senses far exceed that of us in the awakening realm. Ma Fingxing suppressed his strength, and the only things he could actively control were power and speed. Indeed, Ning Chen nodded in agreement. Dodging the rapidly incoming rubber bullets, having slightly stronger senses and neural reaction speed is a significant advantage. 3 minutes later, the 6th machine gun started to rotate, and rubber bullets poured out of the barrel. The onlooking students immediately noticed that Mo Yuyan was becoming increasingly flustered. Although she had not been hit yet, the rubber bullets occasionally grazed her clothing and long hair. It seemed she had reached her limit. Sure enough, a minute later, all 7 machine guns began to rotate and fire.
Mo Yuyan could barely hold on for a few seconds before being hit on the shoulder by a rubber bullet coming from an upper diagonal direction, stumbling backward. "Stop firing," Ma Fingxing waved his hand to the outside. The 7 machine guns immediately ceased their rotation. Ma Fingxing looked at Mo Yuyan and smiled. "Not bad, you get 2 points. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the staff and instructed, "Record this, Mo Yuyan, movement level, 6 machine gun strength." Upon hearing this, the students on site brightened up. Measuring movement level by machine gun strength was incredibly vivid. These individuals had different levels and realms of movement techniques. Their physical qualities also varied. Their combat experience was even more diverse. Judging solely by the superficial data, it was nearly impossible to distinguish high from low. Machine gun strength was different. No matter what you had or didn't have, the more machine guns you could withstand firing at you, the higher your movement level. Many students' competitive spirits were instantly ignited. "Huang Shitao, you're second, come in." "Yes." As soon as Ma Fingxing's voice fell, a student eagerly rushed into the glass room. Unfortunately, in less than 2 minutes, he walked out dejectedly. His movement level was only equivalent to the strength of 4 machine guns. He didn't even earn any points. The subsequent students entered the glass room one after another. Soon, an hour passed. Most of the students had competed against Ma Fingxing in movement techniques. Without exception, all had lost. The student who had previously been unconvinced also took the stage. He was very strong, his punch power was not inferior to Mo Yuyan's, and his movement level was subtle, earning a rating of 7 machine gun strength. Yet, he still lost. Ma Fingxing's movement martial arts were at the expert level. Many students watching the glass room had long since abandoned the thought of defeating Ma Fingxing. Their only goal was to gain as much machine gun strength as possible. 19th student, Xia Shi. Ma Fingxing casually pointed. "Yes." Xia Shi stepped forward, pausing briefly as he passed Ning Chen, arrogantly saying, "Open your eyes wide and watch closely. I will let you know the gap between us." "The gap between us is probably not small," Ning Chen assessed Xia Shi, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression somewhat profound. "At least you have self-awareness." Xia Shi snorted coldly, retracting his gaze and stepping away. Song Shiyu looked at Ning Chen with a suspicious gaze, saying, "Why do I feel like you have something to say?" Ning Chen smiled without replying. His goal had never been simply to gain as much machine gun strength as possible. For decades, no student had defeated Ma Fingxing, so let it be him who becomes the first. In the glass room, my movement martial arts are the snake slither technique, with a punch power of 5,500 kilograms. As soon as Xia Shi entered, he declared loudly. Clearly, he had also cultivated an S-level breathing technique. The punch power of an A-level breathing technique would not exceed 4,400 kilograms at most. Glancing at the onlooking students, Xia Shi's expression was proud as she said, "Instructor Ma, I don't need any adaptation time, I'll start directly with 6 machine guns." A commotion immediately erupted outside. Some students were indignant. It should be noted that among the 18 students who had tested, more than half had only reached the level of 4 or 5 machine guns in terms of agility. "Quite confident, aren't we?" Ma Fingxing chuckled, signaling the staff to begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 machine guns opened fire, bullets pouring down like rain. The 2 immediately dodged. Xia Shi moved swiftly, evading without any sense of strain. The snake sliding technique was only a C-level martial art. Its rank was average. However, Xia Shi had cultivated it to a subtle realm, executing it with the grace of a gliding serpent, extremely agile. Subtle agility, no wonder he's so arrogant. A student marveled inwardly. The subtle realm was a watershed in the 6 major realms of martial arts, extremely difficult to cross. These top geniuses usually could only practice one martial art to the subtle realm, and for better cost-effectiveness, most would choose offensive martial arts. After all, when it comes to enhancing combat power, offensive martial arts had the most direct effect. Horizontal training and agility techniques were more of a side enhancement. Song Shiyu pondered for a moment and said, "The student who previously doubted Instructor Ma was also at the subtle realm of C-level agility, and he couldn't withstand the fire from 8 machine guns. Xia Shi probably can't either." "Not necessarily, maybe he has some trump card," Ning Chen casually replied. Song Shiyu glanced at him, confirming her earlier suspicion. Ning Chen was not conceding to Xia Shi, he was confident that his agility level surpassed hers. But, with an awakening of 6 segments, what was the basis for that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7th machine gun whirred to life, 6 black barrels wildly spraying rubber bullets. Just as Song Shiyu had predicted, Xia Shi began to struggle to dodge the rubber bullets. Rubber bullets continuously grazed past his clothes. 1 minute later, all 8 machine guns fired simultaneously, the firepower fierce, rubber bullets raining down like droplets.
The onlooking students stared intently at Xiaxi. So far, no one in the competition had been able to withstand the power of 8 machine guns. Whoosh! Just as several rubber bullets were about to hit Xiaxi, the soles of his shoes froze, forming a smooth layer of ice, causing his snake sliding technique to surge in speed, his body moving so fast that it created a gust of wind, allowing him to narrowly avoid the incoming rubber bullets. Ice ability. A student couldn't help but exclaim. This was a powerful ability, significantly enhancing combat power. Ningchen was not overly shocked. A look of curiosity appeared in his eyes as he carefully observed the soles of Xiaxi's shoes. It was the first time he had seen an ability with his own eyes. Indeed remarkable. A martial artist practicing ice techniques would need to draw moisture from the air and condense it into ice blocks, which required at least a 6th rank. Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow and said, "You were right, Xiaxi has a trump card." The combination of snake sliding technique and ice ability is still a bit short of the expert realm of snake sliding technique. However, it can already be compared to the limits of the subtle realm, so he should be able to withstand the fire from 8 machine guns. Another minute passed. The 9th machine gun was activated. Xiaxi could no longer successfully dodge and was hit by a rubber bullet, resulting in defeat in the competition. However, his agility level was indeed at the level of 8 machine guns. Many students were shocked. "You did well." Ma Fengxing's eyes flashed with praise as he said, "Most people can only use ice abilities for attack, freezing their enemies' bodies. You managed to combine it with agility, which is very creative. I reward you with 5 points. "Thank you, instructor." Xiaxi's pride deepened on his face. Points reflected the excellence of the students. The student who had previously earned the highest points had only received 3 points. He had nearly doubled that. The next contestant. Ma Fengxing scanned the 11 students who had yet to compete, and when he spotted one, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Ningchen, it's you." "Yes." Ningchen stepped forward, just as he collided with the returning Xiaxi. Xiaxi wore a cold smirk, saying, "If you don't have refined footwork, I advise you not to embarrass yourself. Don't even think about surviving the most basic 3 machine guns." Ningchen pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "If I don't go up, how will you know the gap between us?" Xiaxi thought about it and realized it made sense. Without the contrast of green leaves, the beauty of the flowers cannot be displayed. "Then hurry up and go." Xiaxi quickly stepped aside, her voice unconsciously laced with urgency. Ningchen smiled faintly and walked into the glass room. The other students present began to murmur, feeling that Ningchen was being too cowardly. If he can't win, at least he should talk tough. Actually, he has no choice. If he talks big and ends up dodging too few bullets, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? He can intimidate Li Pingyi and the others, but just because his abilities are strong doesn't mean his footwork is. The students continued to mock Ningchen, showing little faith in him. Except for Song Shiyu, almost everyone sided with Xiaxi. Ma Fengxing asked as usual, "State your punching power in footwork martial arts." Ningchen thought for a moment and said, "My punching power is around 2,000 kilograms, and I have 2 footwork martial arts, Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000. It had only been 2 days since he tested at the Extreme Martial Arts School. However, after mastering the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, his refining efficiency was extremely high, allowing him to increase his punching power by several hundred pounds in just 1 day. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Among the students whose punching power started at 4,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms was indeed striking. Ma Fengxing's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I also know Gale Step, so let's compete using Gale Step." Without seeking Ning Chen's opinion, he urged the staff to quickly start the machine guns. Ning Chen was slightly surprised. Previously, when Ma Fengxing faced students who mastered multiple footwork martial arts, he always let them choose one to compete with. After all, everyone had their main footwork martial art. However, Ning Chen didn't think much of it. This suited him just fine. Competing in Gale Step, under equal strength, he wouldn't even be afraid if Gu Tianyu came. He really underestimated me. Ma Fengxing chuckled inwardly. Yesterday, he had boasted and provided various reasons to prove that Ningchen would definitely be bullied by Li Pingyi and the others. As a result, his face was left stinging. The training camp's work group was buzzing with this incident. He had a good personality and wouldn't hold a grudge against Ningchen because of it. However, he still wanted to bully him a bit to vent his frustration. Gale Step is only an E-level martial art, so it must be what Ningchen learned during his initiation, and his level definitely won't exceed the refined stage, while my Gale Step is at the expert level. Ma Fengxing wore a proud smile. He knew without thinking that the next match would be a complete slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The automatic stands began to rotate, and 3 machine guns started firing. Both of them simultaneously executed Gale Step to dodge.
As before, Ma Fengxing only dodged the rubber bullets within a corner's range. However, to everyone's shock, Ning Chen's range of movement was even smaller than Ma Fengxing's. This smoothness, could it be? Seeing Ning Chen's movements, Ma Fengxing was suddenly startled, then quickly shook his head. Impossible, it must just be the limit of the expert level. Ma Fengxing practiced many martial arts and was well aware of the difficulty of reaching the perfect level. If quantified by a standard, the difficulty of advancing to the perfect level was at least 10 times that of advancing to the expert level. And this was still a benefit reserved for only a small handful of lucky individuals. Martial arts masters create martial arts based on their own characteristics, allowing the martial arts to perfectly fit their own style. But for other practitioners, it is difficult to meet their characteristics one by one. As long as there is a slight mismatch, the practitioner cannot reach the perfect realm, and the peak is the expert realm. Ma Fengxing has practiced hundreds of martial arts, but only one has reached the perfect realm, and it is merely an E-level palm technique. No rush, it's just the limit of the expert realm. My senses are sharper than Ning Chen's, which is enough to make up for it. Ma Fengxing pondered in his heart. 2 minutes later, the number of machine guns increased to 5, simultaneously firing. Rubber bullets flew everywhere. As Ning Chen and Ma Fengxing dodged, the gap between the two suddenly became apparent. The expert limit and perfection seem to be a thin line apart. In reality, they are worlds apart. Moreover, Ma Fengxing's gale step has not yet reached the expert limit. My god, Ning Chen's gale step is at the perfect realm. A student recognized Ning Chen's level and couldn't help but exclaim. Many students changed their expressions. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? An E-level martial art, what's so great about the perfect realm? You can tell your martial arts theoretical knowledge is lacking just by hearing that. An E-level martial art at the expert realm, when converted, is roughly equivalent to a B-level martial art at the proficient realm. This isn't difficult for us, but once an E-level martial art advances to the perfect realm, even a B-level martial art at the subtle realm will fall behind. Damn! So fierce, none of the students who competed earlier have a B-level body technique at the subtle realm. The student who initially doubted Ning Chen was shocked. Ning Chen is so lucky to have encountered a martial art that perfectly fits him. Many envied him. To know whether a martial art can perfectly fit oneself, one basically needs to reach the expert realm, otherwise, it's hard to tell. Why do I feel like Ning Chen is going to defeat Instructor Ma? Someone said. The students on site perked up, no longer discussing, and focused intently on the two in the glass room. Whoosh! Ma Fengxing tilted his neck outward with force, barely avoiding a rubber bullet aimed at his forehead. Immediately after, Ma Fengxing's body bent at an exaggerated angle that looked painful, narrowly dodging several rubber bullets that grazed his clothes. Under the barrage of 5 machine guns, Ma Fengxing found it difficult to evade. After all, his current strength and speed were only at the standard of the 7th awakening stage. And being able to do this was still due to his advantage as a 9th grade warrior in aspects like sensory perception and nerve reaction speed. If it were an ordinary 7th awakening stage practitioner, they would have already been defeated by now. At most, they would have the power of 4 machine guns. It really is the perfect realm. Ma Fengxing caught a glimpse of Ning Chen, who was moving leisurely, and while he was shocked, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. His perfect record maintained for decades was gone. Moreover, how could this kid always slap his face? Buzz! The 6th machine gun started rotating, weaving a dense web of firepower with the other 5 machine guns. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Ma Fengxing lasted less than 10 seconds before being hit. The machine guns then stopped. I admit defeat. Ma Fengxing looked at Ning Chen, clean and straightforward, directly acknowledging, your gale step level far exceeds my expectations. I cannot compare to you. As a reward for defeating the instructor, you can earn 50 points. The scene erupted in excitement. Many students discussed animatedly. The total points earned by the students who competed earlier didn't even add up to this number. Let alone 50 points. Not even 20. Song Shiyu looked at Xia Shi and smiled. Now you know the gap between you, right? 50 points, that's 10 times yours. That was just him taking advantage of defeating Instructor Ma. In terms of real body technique level, he is still not my match. Xia Shi snorted coldly, her pride unabated, and said, Ning Chen's punch power is only 2,000 kilograms, paired with the perfect realm gale step, at most the power of 7 machine guns. You also said he lacks physical fitness. Once he awakens to the peak of the 9th stage, you definitely won't be able to compare. Song Shiyu said with a smile. Xia Shi glanced at him and coldly replied, you're changing the subject. We're all of similar age, and my strength is higher, isn't that an advantage? By the time he awakens to the peak of the 9th stage, I will have already advanced to a formal warrior. That's how martial arts training works. One step ahead means every step ahead. Xiaxi's expression was filled with confidence. I can suppress him for a moment, and for my entire life, he won't be able to lift his head. Song Shiyu chuckled, no longer arguing, and simply said, let's keep watching. The competition isn't over yet. In the glass room, Ma Fingxing coughed and pondered, I haven't learned the Wind Shadow 3000 martial art. For the next competition, let's simply remove the limit on the number of movement techniques and use them freely. What do you think? Of course, I will still keep my strength at the same level as yours. Ma Fingxing quickly added. However, his cheeks were still uncontrollably flushed. It was obvious to anyone that he wanted to forcefully use the advantage of multiple movement techniques. But Ma Fingxing had no choice. If he couldn't compete with a student of the same level, how could he teach in the future? Whoever shouts is the instructor. Ning Chen thought for a moment and asked, is there a point system? Yes, the better the performance, the more points you earn. Then let's get started. Moments later, 3 machine guns began to fire again. Ning Chen, as before, used the Gale Step to dodge. This martial art is known for its agility, making it very suitable for use in such a confined space. As for Wind Shadow 3000, its speed is faster than Gale Step, but it lacks some flexibility. Of course, this is only because of his current low level. If he could advance to the micro level, the top-tier Wind Shadow 3000 would far exceed Gale Step in flexibility. Whoosh! 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 The number of machine guns quickly increased to 7, and rubber bullets poured down like a torrential rain, visible everywhere. Ning Chen could no longer dodge in a small area. He fully unleashed the Gale Step, weaving through the rain of bullets like a gust of wind, expanding his movement area to the entire glass room. Ha! Ning Chen's eyes flickered. He noticed that Ma Fingxing was alternating between 2 movement techniques. One was the Gale Step he was familiar with. The other, Ning Chen couldn't identify, but he could tell it was a technique known for its explosive speed. Ma Fingxing used this technique to take advantage of his speed, moving to a place where the bullet rain was sparse, then switched to Gale Step for small-range dodging. When the bullet rain in that area became dense, he repeated the process. I can try that too. Thinking of the characteristics of Wind Shadow 3000, Ning Chen felt a surge of inspiration. Whoosh! Ning Chen decisively unleashed Wind Shadow 3000, his speed suddenly increasing, the air making a sound like fabric tearing. Not good. In the initial attempts, Ning Chen struggled to find the right moment to switch between the 2 martial arts, and for a moment, he was flustered by the bullet rain, nearly getting hit. But just a few seconds later, Ning Chen adapted, using both movement techniques to dodge the bullets as smoothly as if he were using Gale Step alone. There were no more obvious mistakes. His learning ability was very strong. Of course, this didn't refer to academic subjects. In that regard, he was just average. A perfectly smooth wooden block could trouble him for a long time. What Ning Chen truly excelled at was applying martial arts in real combat. Just like before, he evolved from a complete novice in combat to a level where even a genius like Lu Manhwa, who had grown up in a martial arts school, felt inferior, all in less than a month. Damn! What a beast! Ma Fingxing couldn't help but curse upon seeing this scene. He could tell that when Ning Chen first switched martial arts, his movements were awkward. It was definitely his first time alternating between techniques. In just a few breaths, he was able to grasp the basics. Ma Fingxing had been a professional martial artist for decades, yet he had never seen such a monstrous talent. The young divine general was nothing less than this. Buzz! The gun barrel rotated, and the 8th machine gun began to start up. The firepower network instantly surged to a new level. In the eyes of the onlooking students, Ning Chen's situation became perilous. Rubber bullets continuously grazed his scalp, the rushing wind causing his black hair to dance wildly. It seemed he could fall at any moment. Ha! Seeing this scene, Xiaxi let out a long breath. The heart that had been stuck in his throat finally relaxed. After Ning Chen had passed through 7 machine guns, he feared that Ning Chen would surpass him. Now it seemed that was not the case. He would stop at the 8th machine gun, just 1 machine gun's worth of power behind him. Xiaxi turned his face to the side, looking at Song Shiyu, and said proudly, "So, what do you think? His movement skills are not as good as mine. However, I must admit, his movement skills are a bit stronger than I imagined." Song Shiyu did not look at him, merely gestured forward with his lips, saying, "Take another look. Ning Chen seems to be much stronger than you thought." Xiaxi turned his head to look, and his gaze froze. Inside the glass room, Ning Chen was still dodging continuously, his movements far from easy and carefree. Yet, those rubber bullets could no longer touch the corners of his clothes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 machine guns fired simultaneously, the pressure intense. Ning Chen's eyes were calm, showing no signs of panic, as he actively practiced his martial arts techniques amidst the dense rain of bullets. His skill was visibly improving. The Wind Shadow 3000 and the Swift Wind Step switched seamlessly, becoming increasingly effortless and smooth. Ning Chen no longer had to run to the sparse areas of the bullet rain like he did at the beginning. At this moment, the switch between his two movement techniques showed no signs of stagnation. Amidst the torrential rain of bullets, he quickly moved his body with Wind Shadow 3000, then agilely changed direction with Swift Wind Step. The combination elevated Ning Chen's movement skills to a new level. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The 9th machine gun activated. The onlooking students widened their eyes, staring intently at Ning Chen. So far, no one had been able to withstand the firepower suppression of 9 machine guns. Even Xiaoxi, using his special ability, couldn't last a second. Whoosh! The rubber bullets fell like a torrential downpour. Ning Chen remained calm, alternating between the two movement techniques, weaving through the air like a gust of wind in the rain, completely untouchable. Even the clothes that Ning Chen lifted were not hit by the rubber bullets. This indicated that Ning Chen had still not reached his limit. The scene erupted in excitement. Is the Swift Wind Step combined with Wind Shadow 3000 this strong? I want to try it too. One student couldn't help but feel tempted. Don't try it. If you do, you'll definitely die. Ning Chen's alternating movement techniques are impressive because his Swift Wind Step has already reached a perfect realm. Based on this, when switching to Wind Shadow 3000, there is no sense of stagnation, allowing for seamless transitions. Right, look at Instructor Ma. Although his dodging seems easier, his technique switching is not as smooth as Ning Chen's. Many students discussed animatedly. They were all top talents from various places in Donglin, with keen insight. They quickly analyzed the facts with remarkable accuracy. Yet, because of this, they were even more astonished by Ning Chen's powerful movement skills. Another minute passed. The 10 machine guns fired together, rubber bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. Ning Chen immediately felt immense pressure, needing to concentrate all his attention on dodging, not allowing even a moment of distraction. Otherwise, he would be hit. Ning Chen realized that 10 machine guns were his current limit. After all, his Wind Shadow 3000 was only at the second realm of proficiency. His physical quality was also not strong enough, with a punching power of around 2,000 kilograms. Sure enough, when the 11th machine gun was set up, Ning Chen stumbled. A high-speed rubber bullet struck his shoulder. Cease fire! Ma Fingxing waved to the staff outside, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Ning Chen's earlier performance had truly startled him. He was afraid of being defeated again. Fortunately, Ning Chen lacked the stamina to continue. He could still hold on for 2 or 3 more rounds of machine gun fire. The gap is huge. With his mood lightened, Ma Fingxing felt that Ning Chen could not catch up to him before the training camp ended. The dignity of the instructor could still be maintained. The power of 10 machine guns. A student exclaimed in shock, their voice becoming hoarse without them realizing it. This level of agility was a significant leap ahead of the previous best, Xiaoxi. Song Shiyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Xiaoxi beside her, grinning as she said, "This is awkward. In terms of real agility, it seems Ning Chen is even better than you, and by quite a bit." Nearby students couldn't help but laugh. This was even more embarrassing for Ma Fingxing. Xiaoxi's face turned a deep shade of purple. In martial arts training, one step ahead means being ahead at every step. If I can suppress him for a moment, I can keep him from ever raising his head for a lifetime. Song Shiyu repeated Xiaoxi's earlier words, teasingly saying, "Those words are really quite domineering." Ha! Xiaoxi, with good mental resilience, took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. "I admit, my agility is not as good as Ning Chen's." Xiaoxi fixed his gaze on Song Shiyu, speaking firmly, "However, agility is just one aspect of strength, it does not represent everything. In the weapon class this afternoon with instructor Yin Zhuang, I will prove my strength. Ning Chen is not as excellent as I am. I am the strongest among the awakened." Having witnessed the agility of 10 machine guns, Xiaoxi was confident that Ning Chen was still inferior to him. However, the other students did not share this confidence. Especially those whose agility was below the power of 7 machine guns, they felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Given the significant gap in agility between the two sides, their attacks would likely not even reach Ning Chen. Once they faced off, Ning Chen would be in an invincible position from the start. There would be no fight at all. In the glass room, Ma Fingxing pondered for a moment and said to Ning Chen, "Your performance was very unexpected. For this competition, I reward you with 50 points. As soon as he finished speaking, before Ning Chen could respond, a student raised a question. "Instructor Ma, I do not deny Ning Chen's impressive agility, but why is the reward so high?" Previously, someone reached the power of 7 machine guns and only got 3 points. Xiaoxi endured the fire of 8 machine guns and only received 5 points. Ning Chen is only 2 machine guns stronger. Why does his score multiply by 10? Exactly, why does Ning Chen deserve this?
Many students echoed, feeling it was unfair.
They admired Ning Chen's agility, but the resources in the training camp were limited, and Ning Chen's rapid increase in points would severely compress their benefits.
Why so much?
Ma Fingxing surveyed the students and sneered, if you all suppress your strength to 2,000 kilograms of punch power, let alone enduring the fire of 10 machine guns, even 8 machine guns, if anyone can do that, I will reward them with 50 points.
Can any of you, one by one, achieve that?
The scene fell silent instantly.
No one dared to question anymore. Many students' faces twitched uncontrollably.
With Ning Chen's agility reaching the power of 10 machine guns, they subconsciously regarded him as being on the same level as them, at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening.
They had completely overlooked a terrifying fact. Ning Chen was not even at the high stage of awakening yet. Once Ning Chen reached the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, how high would his agility level be? 11 machine guns? 12 machine guns? Or even higher? Many students recalled what Yan Zhuang had said yesterday on the Dragon King's Ascension platform.
A genius only gets stronger, there is no such thing as the strongest.
What you cannot do does not mean others cannot.
These top geniuses from various places gradually realized a cruel truth.
Between geniuses, there exists a huge gap.
Seeing the on-site students fall silent, Ma Fingxing no longer criticized and then said to Ning Chen, your Gale step is at a perfect level.
The application level is also very high. It's basically hard to improve further.
However, for the Wind Shadow 3000 martial art, I think your level is not high, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Well, it's at the proficient level, Ning Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Ma Fingxing thought for a moment and advised, you should take some time to visit the wind pressure room. It significantly enhances body movement martial arts. You've also earned quite a few points. It's unlikely that in 2 months you'll reach the mastery level, but you will definitely gain something.
I understand,
Ning Chen said with a smile, then walked out of the glass room.
The remaining 10 students took turns sparring with Ma Fingxing.
Among them, there was indeed a fierce competitor, Song Shiyu. With a B-level body movement technique at a meticulous limit, he barely withstood the barrage of 9 machine guns, stopping at 10. This was quite an impressive achievement. Among the 30 awakened students, only Song Shiyu reached the power of 9 machine guns. However, with Ning Chen's power of 10 machine guns as a benchmark, it didn't cause much of a stir. By 11 o'clock, the first class of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp came to an end.
At noon, in the cafeteria.
Ning Chen fiddled with the food on his plate and couldn't help but sigh, his disappointment evident. These meals were carefully prepared by several nutritionists, rich in various vitamins and trace elements needed by the human body, which could effectively regulate health.
But there wasn't much energy.
It was hard to support the breathing method to refine the body.
What's wrong? Song Shiyu, sitting opposite, casually asked, is the food not to your taste?
Ning Chen shook his head and sighed. I thought the training camp would be like other college entrance exam training institutions, with unlimited free beast meat. Hearing this, Song Shiyu blinked and couldn't help but laugh. Who knew the training camp would have a freak like you? The Shanghai Genius Training Camp, backed by the Donglin government, was wealthy and naturally wouldn't skimp on some beast meat.
But it wasn't necessary.
For martial artists, the energy provided by beast meat was negligible.
They didn't need it at all. For those in the awakened realm, beast meat was decent.
However, the students who could enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were all at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening.
Their bodies had already been refined to the limit.
The only thing left to do was to advance to formal martial artists.
That process required a massive amount of energy. Beast meat was far from sufficient.
After all, a person's stomach is limited. No matter how much one can eat, a meal might fill them up with dozens of pounds, but in terms of energy, it might not even compare to a bottle of 100 beast nutrient solution.
By the way, what resources does the training camp have?
The instructor didn't say where to exchange them. Ning Chen thought for a moment and asked.
Song Shiyu pouted and replied irritably, that's because you're the only one sitting on 200 points right now. More than half of the other students have points that are just a fraction of yours. Not a single one has even reached double digits. Ning Chen grinned. So he was the richest.
Song Shiyu continued, once everyone has accumulated enough points, the instructor will issue a resource list, which will have the point prices for exchanges.
If you want something, just apply directly to the instructor.
According to past practices, the resources prepared by the training camp have basically always been the same few types, hardly changing, Song Shiyu added.
Tell me about them, Ning Chen said. Song Shiyu didn't keep him in suspense and directly said, there aren't many types, but they are all very precious items. Things like the 100 beast nutrient solution are not on the list.
The least valuable are at the level of the 10,000 beast nutrient solution. In addition, there are some supplementary medicines that are very beneficial for practicing horizontal martial arts, such as sea dragon blood.
Song Shiyu was well informed about the Shanghai Genius training camp and explained everything in detail. Ning Chen mainly listened, occasionally interrupting with a question.
On the second floor, in the staff cafeteria, by the floor-to-ceiling window, Bai Xiuxiu withdrew her gaze from observing Ning Chen, smiled slightly, and said, "Instructor Ma, I heard someone say that you lost to Ning Chen in a contest of footwork? Colonel Bai, it's not just a rumor, it really happened. I was there, saw it with my own eyes."
Ning Chen strolled leisurely and completely crushed Brother Ma, leaving him humiliated. "Brother Ma, how are you going to live this down?" The staff knew that Ma Fingxing had a friendly personality and didn't carry the airs of a martial artist, so many began to joke. Ma Fingxing rolled his eyes. "In the later match, I crushed him back." "So, you really were defeated by the student in the first match?"
Yan Zhuang, sitting at an angle, rarely showed a hint of a smile and teased. An instructor being defeated by a student, especially one with such a renowned reputation in the entire Donglin, was quite the social embarrassment. Ma Fingxing looked helpless and said, "Who knew that kid would perfect the Gale Step?
Normally, that's just a transitional introductory martial art."
"No worries, in the afternoon's weapon class, I'll help you regain your dignity as an instructor,"
Yan Zhuang joked.
Ma Fingxing shot him a sideways glance. "Don't speak so confidently, be careful not to trip yourself up."
Yan Zhuang raised an eyebrow, confidently smiling. "Did you forget what I told you yesterday?"
Ning Chen's only sword technique is the Flash Thunder Slash, which is more difficult than the average A-level martial art.
"How old is he?"
"At most, he has reached the subtle realm. I'm an expert level, plus my combat level as a 9th grade martial artist. Defeating him should be a piece of cake. Then you can rank him lower, and we instructors can finish our classes early to go watch."
"Alright, let you all see what it means to blast fish."
After the meal, under the bright midday sun, Ning Chen left the cafeteria, thought for a moment, and walked towards the wind pressure room. Since the wind pressure room could accelerate the training speed of footwork, it might also be beneficial for his martial arts. The base was built around the mountain, covering a vast area. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chen finally arrived at the wind pressure room. It was a square building that looked very much like a swimming pool from the outside, with no distinctive features. "Hello, I would like to rent a wind pressure room," Ning Chen said as he approached the service desk. A girl in uniform looked up. She wasn't particularly beautiful but had a delicate appearance. Upon seeing Ning Chen's face, her smile became even brighter. The wind pressure rooms are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The prices are 5 points, 10 points, and 20 points per hour, respectively.
"Which one would you like?"
Ning Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Beginner, please." He wanted to test the effects first. If it was good, he would switch to the advanced room later.
"I'll take you there," the girl said as she stood up and walked ahead. Ning Chen followed closely behind.
Soon, they entered a spacious room, about 300 to 400 square meters.
It was quite distinctive.
The walls, ceiling, and floor were lined with holes the thickness of a finger.
Those with a fear of dense patterns would probably struggle.
The girl explained, "These small holes will shoot out irregular gusts of wind, disrupting a person's form. Training footwork martial arts in this environment is very challenging, but the improvement is significant, making it very efficient."
Ning Chen nodded. "I'll give it a try."
"Then be careful," the girl said as she exited the wind pressure room and pressed a switch. Whoosh! Countless small holes erupted with gusts of wind, howling loudly. Ning Chen stumbled slightly. These gusts of wind did not blow in just one direction, they changed constantly and unpredictably, making it impossible to brace against them. If I can adapt to this environment, then when I go outside, my agility will definitely reach a new level. Ning Chen thought to himself as he began to execute the Wind Shadow 3000 technique. However, due to the strong wind swirling around, Ning Chen found it difficult to maintain his balance and nearly fell several times.
Suddenly, a smile appeared on Ning Chen's face.
A series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. They sounded particularly pleasant. Wind Shadow 3000 has been provoked by the strong winds for the first time, and in extreme anger, with a slight step, enters a state of enlightenment.
Training progress is skyrocketing. Progress increased by 20%. Progress increased by 20%.
Wind Shadow 3000 has accumulated enough to advance to the Mastery realm.
Progress continues to increase.
The anger of Wind Shadow 3000 dissipates, ending the state of enlightenment. Wind Shadow 3000, Mastery, Progress 50%. Looking at the panel, Ning Chen felt a mix of emotions, both joyful and regretful. If he had chosen the advanced wind pressure chamber earlier, perhaps Wind Shadow 3000 would have been even angrier and directly enlightened to the subtle realm.
The subtle realm is a watershed moment.
The mastery realm of Wind Shadow 3000 roughly equates to a B-level agility technique at the limit of the subtle realm. But as long as one reaches the subtle realm, with the top-tier S-level quality of Wind Shadow 3000, it could easily surpass not just B-level martial arts, but even A-level martial arts that do not reach perfection. Just as he was feeling regretful, another notification sound rang in Ning Chen's mind. Wind Shadow 3000 continues to be provoked, feeling angry, a slight step, but fails to enter the state of enlightenment. Ning Chen almost pulled a muscle. However, he wasn't too surprised. Aside from profound artistic conception, other methods to achieve enlightenment in martial arts often relied on a certain degree of coincidence. Wind Shadow 3000 is not discouraged. Training speed increases by 600%. Duration lasts until the provocation ends. Ning Chen blinked. A wave of unexpected joy surged from within. Although he couldn't continue to achieve enlightenment, the training speed of Wind Shadow 3000 had increased sixfold. If he switched to the advanced wind pressure chamber, would the increase be even greater? With this thought, Ning Chen immediately left the wind pressure chamber and returned to the workstation. The pretty girl was momentarily stunned and said, "Did something go wrong with that wind pressure chamber?" "No, the wind pressure chamber works quite well," Ning Chen replied directly. "I want to try a different advanced wind pressure chamber." The pretty girl. This young man in front of her is so wealthy. Unlike the instructors and students, she had worked at the Mountain Sea Genius training camp for over 2 years and understood the value of points very well. 1 point, if measured in money, exceeds her monthly salary. Changing the wind pressure chamber is fine, the pretty girl pondered for a few seconds and said, "But I must remind you, advanced wind pressure chambers are usually only used by the strongest martial artist students, and for those in the awakening stage, the effect may not be as good as the beginner or intermediate wind pressure chambers." Ning Chen smiled, "I'll give it a try first." "All right." In an advanced wind pressure chamber. Whoosh! The howling wind was astonishingly strong. Ning Chen could barely maintain his balance, struggling to execute Wind Shadow 3000. Just as the pretty girl had said, the advanced wind pressure chamber was not suitable for those in the awakening stage. However, amidst the raging winds, a smile curved at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Wind Shadow 3000 is provoked even more. Feeling increasingly angry, training speed increases by 4000%. Duration lasts until the provocation ends. Ning Chen felt invigorated. Wind Shadow 3000 was at the mastery realm, and it could increase by 1 percentage point in 3 to 4 days, now just 50 percentage points away from the subtle realm. Normally, it would take about half a year to advance, but in the wind pressure chamber, time could be compressed to 1/40th. That means in 4 to 5 days. It sounded simple. However, the actual operation was extremely difficult. It consumed too many points. The advanced wind pressure chamber cost 20 points per hour, and over 4 to 5 days, the points consumed would be no less than 2,000 points. Ning Chen gradually calmed the excitement in his heart. The tiger's mouth of the right hand gently rested on the hilt of the silver-blooded sword. The weapon class this afternoon is the first one, and it should also be a test of the students' levels. "I need to perform well," Ning Chen murmured softly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ground. The weapon class officially began. The instructor was Yen Zhuang. As Ning Chen had anticipated, the first class was a test of the students' weapon skills. The method was very similar to the morning's movement class. Yen Zhuang suppressed his strength and fought against the students with weapons. "The weapons I am best at are the sword, saber, and dagger, followed by the spear, giant axe, and heavy hammer," Yen Zhuang said, looking at the 30 students in front of him, his voice deep. "Basically, I have some understanding of the 10 most common weapons in the Federation." "Instructor Yen, how many martial arts do you know?" a student asked eagerly. Yen Zhuang's lips curled slightly. "A little more than Instructor Ma's movement martial arts." "And how much is that?" "A total of 309 types of martial arts related to various weapons." The students on site fell silent upon hearing this. That was indeed a bit more. 200 more martial arts. No wonder the overall instructor of this training camp was Yen Zhuang. No student dared to ask what level of martial arts he had. Just by looking at Yen Zhuang's expression, it was clear that they all started from the subtle realm. The first one, Huang Shitao. Yen Zhuang pointed casually. "Yes." A student stepped forward, holding a sword, and said, "My punch strength is 4,400 kilograms, the weapon is the standard long sword of the Federation Army, and my martial art is the iron blood-killing sword. Let's begin." Yen Zhuang casually drew a long sword from the weapon rack and started to fight against him. The students watched intently. This kind of combat was much more exciting than the morning's movement competition. On one hand, it was because the students' martial arts levels were higher, most having reached the subtle realm. On the other hand, this was a real fight between two sides. Although there were restrictions, only weapon-related martial arts could be used, the combat became more direct and thrilling. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Time passed quickly. Soon, more than half of the class had gone by. Over 20 students had fought against Yen Zhuang. Without exception, all had been defeated. Moreover, they were all thoroughly defeated. During the battles, there was not a hint of victory. It's simply impossible to defeat Instructor Yen, Huang Shitao stated firmly. In this kind of combat, the advantage of a 9th grade martial artist will be infinitely magnified. Instructor Yen has a greater advantage than Instructor Ma this morning. Don't be so sure, the top of the movement test, Ning Chen, hasn't gone up yet. It won't help, the battle is limited to weapon-related martial arts. His Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000 can't be used. There's not a shred of hope to defeat Instructor Yen. Many students sighed, no longer harboring thoughts of defeating Yen Zhuang. In the crowd, Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chen and smiled. You seem very calm. Have you thought of a good way to deal with Instructor Yen? I do have one. Quick, tell me. Song Shiyu perked up, urging him. Ning Chen spoke in a calm tone. Use a martial art that is one level higher than Instructor Yan's to directly suppress him, preventing his combat level and sensory advantages from being utilized. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Song Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. The students' martial arts levels were at most subtle. Yen Zhuang's martial arts all started from the subtle realm, and a significant portion was at the expert level. Suddenly, a scene from the morning's movement class flashed through Song Shiyu's mind, and she was startled. You don't happen to have a perfect level E-grade sword technique, do you? I don't. Ning Chen stood with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. However, he did have a B-grade one. The instructors are coming. Someone shouted, and the students on site turned to look. They saw at the entrance. Bai Xiuxiu, Lu Feng, and Ma Fingxing walked over, followed by a large group of staff. What's going on? A student asked curiously. I know some insider information, Huang Shitao chuckled. Without keeping them in suspense, he continued, I have a relative who works at the base, and according to him, Instructor Yen wants to regain the face that Instructor Ma lost to Ning Chen this morning. So, when Instructor Yen faces Ning Chen, he will go all out and crush him. Ning Chen is probably going to lose badly. Some people shook their heads. In battles against students, Yen Zhuang usually held back some strength to give the students a chance. It's not probably, it's certain. Think about it, Ning Chen has perfected the Gale Step, which must have taken a lot of time. For weapon-related martial arts, just reaching the proficient level is already impressive. In that case, Instructor Yen might only need a few seconds. The students on site discussed, feeling that Ning Chen was in for a tough time. Song Shiyu, hearing the surrounding comments, raised an eyebrow and teased, now that Instructor Yen has set his sights on you, you're in trouble. If he goes all out, he might end the fight with you in 4 or 5 seconds. It won't take that long, it'll be under a second. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said seriously. Song Shiyu was somewhat surprised. Ning Chen didn't seem like the type to willingly back down. Bang! A loud clash of metal interrupted Song Shiyu's thoughts. Yen Zhuang and Xia Shi were engaged in a sword duel. The shadows of their swords clashed, and sparks flew. It was incredibly intense. A-level martial arts, Snowfall sword technique, has reached the subtle realm. Many students were shocked. Among them, quite a few practiced A-level martial arts, but most only reached the proficient level, with the subtle realm being mainly B-level. Look, Xia Shi is using his ice ability. A sudden exclamation rang out. On the field, as Xia Shi swung his sword, cold air condensed, and large snowflakes swirled around the sword. Even from over 10 meters away, many students felt the chilling aura. It was as if they were in a biting winter wind. One could only imagine how low the temperature was near the sword. A serious expression crossed Song Shiyu's face as he said, no wonder Xia Shi can directly kill a first-grade martial artist. He combines his ice ability with the Snowfall sword technique, which can freeze his opponent's body. Only Instructor Yen, being a 9th-grade martial artist, can resist the cold. Otherwise, with Instructor Yan's Snowfall sword technique at the subtle limit, he would probably lose. The temperature is indeed quite low. Ning Chen felt it and remained calm. His diamond body not only enhanced his physical defense but also his resistance to fire, cold, and poison. If he could reach the legendary highest level of 18 layers, he would be immune to all poisons, unafraid of ice and fire, and could withstand missiles. A few minutes later, I concede. Feeling a chill at his neck, Xia Shi's sword-swinging motion immediately froze, and he sighed, saying in disappointment. A sword was pressed against his throat. Well done. Yen Zhuang retracted his long sword and praised, you earned 20 points. A stir arose in the training ground. It should be noted that the students who had previously participated earned a maximum of 10 points. Xiaxi's performance was clearly a level higher. Thank you, instructor. In the days to come, I will continue to prove my excellence. Xiaxi clenched his fists and said solemnly, his disappointment swept away. Then, Xiaxi turned and left. He didn't return to his original position but walked straight up to Ning Chen. I admit your movement technique is stronger than mine. Xiaxi stared intently at Ning Chen and said, however, my sword technique and ice ability are enough to make up for the gap in movement, and I might even surpass it. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, how do you know my sword technique isn't good? After reaching the proficient level with Wind Shadow 3000, his strength had taken another leap. Killing a first-grade martial artist head-on seemed quite feasible. Exactly. Song Shiyu smiled and leaned over, saying, don't talk so confidently, be careful not to get slapped in the face like this morning by Ning Chen. He can't do it. Xiaxi crossed his arms, his tone firm. His view was similar to that of the other students. Ning Chen was indeed a genius, but the Gale Step had consumed too much of his time. Therefore, Ning Chen had not even awakened to a high stage. It was impossible for him to have enough energy to practice sword techniques. In that case, the next student will be Ning Chen. Yan Zhuang, hearing the conversation, said with a smile, yes. Ning Chen stepped forward, no longer arguing with Xiaxi. Words often felt pale and powerless. After the fight, the truth would reveal itself. Approaching the front, Ning Chen drew his silver blood battle blade and calmly said, my martial art is the Thunder Slash, with a punch force of about 2,000 kilograms. I know your information, Yan Zhuang replied with a smile. After you defeated Instructor Ma this morning, he told me all about it. I can see that old Yan is darker than anyone else. Ma Fengxing complained quietly from the sidelines. Ning Chen showed no pride on his face and said, Instructor Ma just lacked a bit of luck. His movement skills are very high, and he is a good person who guided me to practice the Wind Shadow 3000 in the wind pressure room, which benefited me greatly. Instructor Ma is indeed quite enthusiastic. Yan Zhuang pondered for a moment and smiled. Before we start, feel free to ask me about any issues you've encountered while practicing the Thunder Slash. Ning Chen gently shook his head. No. Having reached the perfect realm, what problems could there be? Ning Chen's only doubt was that after the Thunder Slash and Gale Step reached the perfect realm, the progress values were still increasing. But such matters could not be spoken aloud. How could there be none? Yan Zhuang did not believe it. He had encountered many difficulties while practicing the Thunder Slash. Yan Zhuang said seriously, I have considerable insights into the Thunder Slash and have already reached the expert realm. Guiding you will be no problem. Really, there isn't. Ning Chen felt a bit helpless. Hearing this, Yan Zhuang frowned. His greatest concern had indeed come to pass. Ning Chen had achieved first place in movement skills that morning and had defeated Instructor Ma Fengxing, leading to an inflated ego and excessive pride, making him feel embarrassed to even ask for help. In other aspects, I do have a question. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, go ahead. How many points can I earn for defeating you, instructor? Ning Chen asked with a smile. His teeth shone brightly under the light. The more than 20 students and the staff on the sidelines instantly erupted. What does this mean? Has Ning Chen lost his mind? Even if he can combine his abilities with the Thunder Slash like Xiaxi, he still can't handle Instructor Yan. Didn't he hear Instructor Yan say that the Thunder Slash is at the expert realm? If he gets crushed, it'll be a total social death. Many felt Ning Chen was too arrogant. Yan Zhuang shared a similar view. Indeed, is he too proud? Yan Zhuang sighed inwardly and said solemnly, Ning Chen, after this battle, you may lose face and experience a significant setback. I hope you can recover quickly. A genius who has never faced setbacks cannot grow into a true martial arts powerhouse. Instructor Yan, I advise you to prepare yourself. Ning Chen reminded seriously. He was well aware of how fast the Thunder Slash was at the perfect realm. Under the condition of suppressing his strength, Yan Zhuang could easily be injured if he wasn't careful. At that time, Yan Zhuang might secretly deduct his points. Come on. Yan Zhuang sighed helplessly, drawing a battle blade and pointing it directly at Ning Chen. Boom! The two clashed with weapons, not using movement skills, so they were very close. Ning Chen directly swung his blade in a diagonal slash. A dazzling silver light suddenly appeared in the training ground, accompanied by a deafening thunderstorm sound, slicing through the sky like lightning. Not good. Yan Zhuang's expression changed dramatically, and his mind, still pondering how to guide Ning Chen afterward, went completely blank. He was a 9th grade martial artist and was very aware of his surroundings. The thunderous sound that hurt the ears came from the narrow battle blade slashing towards him. It was a sign of the perfect realm of the Thunder Slash. Clang! Sparks flew. With astonishing reflexes, Yan Zhuang swung his blade to block the diagonal slash. However, under the constraints of power, the long knife was knocked high into the air. Whoosh! The air emitted a sharp sound like tearing silk. A horizontal silver light, following a curved trajectory, slashed towards Yin Zhuang's neck. The speed was incredibly fast, as if lightning had struck from the void. Yin Zhuang wanted to use the thunder slash to block it but was too late. Stay calm. Years of combat experience allowed Yin Zhuang to make a decisive decision. He twisted his wrist holding the knife and, with a bang, used the hilt to block Ning Chen's horizontal slash. His body staggered back from the impact. I need to create some distance. Before Yin Zhuang's thoughts could settle, a silver light shot straight at him, already touching the skin on his forehead. Ning Chen, holding the silver blood, had a ruthless look in his eyes. In an instant, 3 slashes. Bang! Amidst the resounding noise, Ning Chen struck Yin Zhuang's forehead with a single blow. A trickle of blood slid down. The blade of silver blood cut through Yin Zhuang's skin but did not go any further. At the wound, dark original power surged up, hard as iron, firmly blocking Ning Chen's strike. However, using original power meant Yin Zhuang had already lost. The scene instantly boiled over like boiling water. What happened? I just rubbed my eyes, and how did Ning Chen get his knife on Instructor Yan's head? He lost in just 1 second. Not even a second. Song Shiyu shook his head. I'm very sensitive to time. The whole process took only about 0.1 seconds. During this time, Ning Chen made 3 slashes. The first slash was diagonal, pushing back Instructor Yan's long knife. The second slash was horizontal, staggering Instructor Yan. The third slash was vertical, resulting in what you see now. Song Shiyu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He understood why Ning Chen had said he could end the battle in less than a second. It was confidence in his own strength. 3 slashes in 0.1 seconds, is that real? That's normal. The blade contains thunderous sound, and Ning Chen's thunder slash has already reached the perfect realm. Perfect realm B-grade martial arts. Amidst the discussions, many students were restless and found it hard to believe. More than half of them had experienced the intricacies of B-grade martial arts, which, to put it mildly, required tremendous effort. Not to mention the perfect realm, which was 2 levels higher than the intricacies. I misjudged. The fool was actually me. Ning Chen has no special abilities. He subdued Li Pingyi and the Qi twins purely through martial arts suppression. Perfect realm martial arts. There are only a few among hundreds of training camp graduates. Not only the students, but the staff on the sidelines were equally shocked. Ma Fingxing stared wide-eyed at Ning Chen and said, "Did this kid practice thunder slash since birth? How could he have advanced to the perfect realm?" LV100 thought for a moment and said, "Even if he practiced it from the beginning, Ning Chen's comprehension is still exceptionally strong." No, in fact, Ning Chen started practicing thunder slash quite late. Bai Xiuxiu looked at the 2 instructors, shook her head, and said, "I had the military intelligence department investigate his background, and the results revealed something incredible." Ma Fengxing was puzzled. How late? He only received the martial seal inheritance on March 2nd, and today marks exactly 1 month. Bai Xiuxiu's tone was somewhat agitated. Ma Fingxing opened his mouth, speechless in shock. In less than a month, achieving the perfect realm and thunder slash, which was as difficult as A-grade martial arts, was simply astonishing. Was he a reincarnated deity? LV100 pondered slightly and tentatively asked, was it due to sudden enlightenment? Yes. Bai Xiuxiu nodded, her beautiful face showing a hint of shock, and said, moreover, within a month, he had a sudden enlightenment 4 times in a row. The first epiphany, the exact time is unclear, but it can be confirmed that it occurred within 3 days after inheriting the thunder slash. Because, on the 3rd day, Ning Chen, at the college entrance examination's 100-day oath ceremony, in a single second, executed 3 slashes, killing 3 attacking thunder sparrows. This was Ning Chen's first display of brilliance. The second epiphany happened when the creator of the Gale Step, Gu Tianyu, demonstrated this martial art live, and among the hundreds of observing students, only he gained something. He directly comprehended the expert realm's limit of the Gale Step. The 3rd and 4th epiphanies occurred 3 days later. Ning Chen encountered a spy from the heavenly martial realm and, in the heavy rain, took the initiative to fight to the death, breaking through both the Gale Step and thunder slash to reach a perfect realm. Having achieved such great merit, the government rewarded him with entry into the training camp, not due to any connections. After Bai Xiuxiu finished her story, the surroundings fell silent. Many employees, like Ma Fingxing, were so shocked they couldn't speak. For epiphanies in 1 month, what level of comprehension must that be? After a while, Lu Feng looked at Ning Chen and said with certainty, his future starts as a knight, with hopes of becoming a divine general. I admit defeat, you win. Yin Zhuang's voice was filled with uncontainable amazement. It wasn't just because of the perfect realm thunder slash, but also Ning Chen's control over combat. Although he only executed 3 slashes, Yan Zhuang could still tell that among the more than 20 students he had fought, Ning Chen's combat level could rank first. Xia Shi, who combined swordsmanship with supernatural abilities, fell short. Yan Zhuang said, with the perfect realm Thunder Slash, plus defeating me, your instructor, you can earn 500 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire training ground fell silent. Many were dumbfounded. Not to mention whether any student could match Ning Chen's points, even the combined points of the other 99 students might not exceed Ning Chen's. However, there were no voices of doubt this time. Empathy. If they performed like Ning Chen, they would feel that 500 points were too few. Xia Shi, you've been slapped in the face again. Song Shiyu said with a smile, do you still think you can make up the gap with your swordsmanship? But looking at the points, Ning Chen is 25 times better than you. Xia Shi remained silent with a cold face. The power of 10 machine guns and the perfect realm Thunder Slash had already surpassed his level. The only advantages he had left were 2 points, his strength realm and his ice ability. Against Ning Chen, I'm confident I won't lose. Xia Shi gritted his teeth. Not losing and winning are 2 different things. Song Shiyu glanced at him and teased, that's only for now. Once Ning Chen awakens to the peak of the 9th stage, you won't be his opponent. Xia Shi interrupted Song Shiyu, gripping the hilt of his sword, and said coldly, that day will never come. Before that, I will definitely advance to a warrior. I still advise you, don't speak too confidently, or you might get slapped in the face. Song Shiyu said with a grin. On the other side, don't rush to leave yet. Yan Zhuang called out to Ning Chen and asked, your Thunder Slash has reached the perfect realm. It's hard for me to provide you with further help. Do you have any other weapon martial arts? No. Ning Chen shook his head gently. He had earned quite a bit of money these days, but it was all spent on Beast Nutrient Solution and the Diamond Body Medicine packs. With the college entrance examination approaching, improving his hard power was more cost-effective. As for martial arts, he could think of ways after entering university. I'll give you a knife technique. Yan Zhuang said. Thank you, instructor. Ning Chen smiled broadly and asked, what rank does it belong to? A-level martial art, the 36 slashes of the rainstorm. Yan Zhuang pondered, most importantly, this martial art has a subsequent original force component, which you can purchase from the Martial Alliance once you advance to a warrior. The grading from E to S belongs to the awakened stage martial arts. However, some martial arts above B level will have a portion of original force in the later stages, allowing the promoted martial artist to continue using them without worrying about the initial investment of effort going to waste. This, Ning Chen blinked. An A-level martial art, even if it's not a breathing technique, would still cost at least $1 million. And that's just for the ordinary ones. A-level martial arts with a portion of original force could easily be 10 times that price. Is Yan Zhuang really that reluctant to part with talent? Of course, if possible, I would like you to help me with something. Yan Zhuang seemed to see Ning Chen's confusion and said, after class every day, could you spare some time to practice the Thunder Slash with me? Yan Zhuang's tone was filled with insecurity. The perfect realm absolutely crushes the expert realm. How could they even talk about practice? As long as Ning Chen wasn't foolish, he would realize this was guidance. Thinking about the words he had said before the fight about wanting to guide Ning Chen, even with Yan Zhuang's extensive experience, waves of shame surged from deep within him. Social death. But there was no choice. The allure of the perfect realm was too great. That realm often belonged only to the creators of martial arts. If he could master one, his status in the Donglin education sector would rise significantly. And the Thunder Slash happened to align perfectly with his characteristics, offering hope for advancing to the perfect realm. However, breaking through was incredibly difficult. He had no clues at all. Battling Ning Chen might spark a moment of inspiration that could lead to a breakthrough. Why does Instructor Yan's request sound off? What's sending knife techniques? What practice? It's all an excuse. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes is the tuition for Instructor Yan to have Ning Chen guide him in the Thunder Slash. The crowd suddenly realized, incredulous. A student guiding an instructor? This had never happened since the establishment of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp hundreds of years ago. Unprecedented, and probably won't happen again. I feel like I can hear the wheels of history rolling by. Unfortunately, I lack culture. All I can say is, I'll conquer the world. Amidst the discussions, Ning Chen nodded in agreement. Instructor Yan, I have no problem. He had no reason to refuse. Actively cultivating martial arts and taking some time to spar with Yan Zhuang was quite easy. Moreover, it could also enhance his combat level. Yan Zhuang took out a martial seal and said, this is a one-time martial seal for the Stormy Rain 36 slashes. The inheritance method is the same as an ordinary martial seal, just press it against your forehead. As he spoke, Yin Zhuang became serious and added, "Don't underestimate the Stormy Rain 36 slashes just because it's A level. Its power ranks among the top and S level knife techniques. It's just that the technique is too complicated, and the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, which is why the Martial Arts Alliance classified it as A level." "How strong is it?" Ning Chen quickly took the martial seal, curious. "Let's put it this way," Yin Zhuang thought for a moment and said, "if your Stormy Rain 36 slashes were at the perfect realm right now, the speed of the 6th slash would be comparable to your Thunder slash. After that, every 6 slashes, the speed would double. By the time of the last slash, the speed would be 32 times that of the Thunder slash." Ning Chen's eyes lit up. 32 times faster than the Thunder slash. Not to mention a first-grade martial artist, even a second-grade martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. Of course, Ning Chen understood that the reality wasn't that exaggerated. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes was a martial art that connected one slash to the next, requiring 35 slashes to continuously accelerate before unleashing the fastest final slash. In a way, it was similar to Zhang Wenxi's Long River Wave's 13 swords demonstrated during the previous monthly exam. It required a sustained process. During this time, if the enemy sensed danger, they could create distance and evade the attack. However, the flaws did not overshadow the brilliance. The Stormy Rain 36 slashes was undoubtedly a powerful martial art. Yin Zhuang pondered for a moment and gave an example. There was once a genius in the awakening stage who cultivated the Stormy Rain 36 slashes to the perfect realm. When fully unleashed, the slashing light was as dense as a summer downpour. Back then, once he gained momentum, it could be said that he was unstoppable, and many martial artists who had fought against him had to avoid his sharpness. Ning Chen felt a stir in his heart and smiled. "Instructor Yen, then I'll go back and inherit the martial arts." "Go ahead, anyway, there's no class today." Dormitory building. Ning Chen opened his eyes, took off the disposable martial seal from his forehead, and glanced at the alarm clock on the desk beside him. No wonder Instructor Yen said that the Rainstorm 36 cuts is on par with S-level sword techniques. Ning Chen's lips curled slightly. This time, the inheritance lasted 14 minutes. Previously, he inherited the top S-level body technique, Wind Shadow 3000, which took about a quarter of an hour. Converted, it was only a minute longer than the Rainstorm 36 cuts. Suddenly, a series of cold prompt sounds rang out in succession. The Rainstorm 36 cuts has detected similarities with the Flash Thunder cuts insights and has begun to absorb them, cultivation speed skyrocketing. Progress increased by 30%. Progress continues to increase. The Rainstorm 36 cuts has accumulated enough and gained insights, advancing to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 25%. The Rainstorm 36 cuts has finished absorption, cultivation speed returning to normal. A flood of insights surged into his mind. Ning Chen was stunned for a while before coming to his senses, quickly opening the interface and looking at one of the columns. Rainstorm 36 cuts, proficient, progress 25%. This, how should I put it, unexpected yet reasonable. Ning Chen grinned. The Rainstorm 36 cuts and the Flash Thunder cut are both sword techniques that excel in speed, so there must be similarities. However, the similarity between the two is somewhat less than that between Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000. Ning Chen analyzed in his heart. Gale Step is only an E-level martial art, and the insights from its perfect realm can elevate the S-level Wind Shadow 3000 to the proficient realm. The Flash Thunder cut, on the other hand, is a B-level martial art, and one of the top-tier ones. As a result, the Rainstorm 36 cuts is also at the proficient realm. Ning Chen speculated that the degree of similarity determines how much insight can be absorbed from the martial arts. If it were a fast sword technique that seeks to kill with a single strike, like the S-level Flash of the Phoenix, it would probably be able to absorb directly into the subtle realm. Ning Chen murmured softly, "I must definitely try it when I get the chance." Meanwhile, in an office building in the northern part of the base, 4 instructors were having a meeting. Ma Fingxing said with a strange smile, "Oh, what did Instructor Yin say earlier? My Flash Thunder cut is at the expert level, and against Ning Chen, I can definitely handle it." Lu Fang couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "That was then, this is now. Your reputation is completely ruined." Yen Zhuang's cheeks instantly flushed red. This was a disaster. He lost face even more thoroughly than Ma Fingxing. At least Ma Fingxing hadn't boasted in front of other staff members. Ahem! Yen Zhuang cleared his throat forcefully, suppressing his embarrassment, and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Instructor Bai, why are you investigating Ning Chen? This seems a bit inappropriate. Instructors do not have the authority to invade students' privacy. Ning Chen may possess a special physique, and the Donglin government allows such secret investigations." Bai Xiuxiu smiled slightly and said calmly, "The results of the investigation further confirmed my suspicions. Upon hearing this, the three immediately perked up and stopped making fun of Yin Zhuang.
Lu Fang's eyes flickered as he asked, "Did you find new evidence?"
Yes. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Ning Chen's comprehension has only emerged in the past month. Lu Fang stroked his chin and questioned, just comprehension alone is not enough to support the hypothesis of a special physique.
There are many other situations.
For example, sudden enlightenment, the brain being stimulated in some way, etc.
Can all enhance a person's comprehension. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know why Ning Chen has only awakened to the 6th stage?"
The three instructors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. This was indeed difficult to explain. Ning Chen's perfect realm martial arts were achieved through sudden enlightenment. This indicates that Ning Chen has enough energy to practice the breathing technique, and logically, his strength shouldn't be this low. The report says that over a month ago, Ning Chen had only awakened to the 4th stage. Bai Xiuxiu revealed the answer.
Breaking through 2 realms in just 1 month? The 3 instructors couldn't help but be stunned.
Such a speed of cultivation can't be called a miracle. However, in the history of the Federation, very few have achieved this. Bai Xiuxiu then asked, "Do you know about the diamond body, this horizontal training martial art?"
"I've heard of it."
Ma Fengxing laughed. The secret martial art of the Shi family has a total of 18 levels. The version circulated in the Federation is a truncated one, only the first 9 levels, rated as B class. However, it is still extremely powerful. After completing the 9th level, ordinary firearms are ineffective, only super large caliber anti-material sniper rifles can tear through the defense. LV Fang thought for a moment and added, completing all 18 levels gives a chance to comprehend the King of Light's Dharma form.
So do you know how fast Ning Chen is cultivating the diamond body?
Bai Xiuxiu rhetorically answered herself. On March 6, he received the inheritance in the martial arts building of Qingshan No.
1 High School.
On March 28, during the monthly exam at Qingshan No. 1, Ning Chen demonstrated a level that was already the 4th level of the diamond body. The 3 people across from her showed expressions of shock. Horizontal training martial arts require painstaking effort. No matter how good one's comprehension is, it cannot be achieved overnight. To advance to the 4th level in just over 20 days is not something that can be explained by mere talent. There must be other reasons. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The speed of cultivation in horizontal training martial arts is so fast.
There is only one explanation.
Ning Chen is in a period of awakening due to a special physique, and his potential is being unlocked. This also explains why Ning Chen needs to bring so many nutrient solutions. During the awakening period of a special physique, energy consumption is extraordinarily high." Bai Xiuxiu's tone was very certain.
"I agree with your statement." LV Fang pondered and said, "In connection with the phenomenon that occurred at the Dragon King's Ascension platform, it should be some kind of dragon-type physique.
We can't be sure yet, after all, the above are just our guesses based on appearances." Bai Xiuxiu tapped the table and mused, "So, I want to test whether he really has a dragon-type physique.
Do you have a way?
Give him a portion of sea dragon blood." Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she decisively said. Yin Zhuang shook his head and said, "That's very difficult. Sea dragon blood is a strategic resource of the Federation.
There are only 3 portions in the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp.
Ning Chen's current points are still far from enough." Ma Fengxing said, "We 4 instructors have the authority to mobilize 1 portion of sea dragon blood.
But there's no reason to give it to Ning Chen.
We only suspect he has a special physique, which is not enough to convince others."
"Have you heard of insider operations?"
Bai Xiuxiu smiled slightly, unhurriedly saying, "The 4th level of the diamond body is still quite resilient."
On April 3, it was sunny.
In the combat class, many students, having passed the novelty of the first class, still arrived early at the training ground. There was no way around it. The charm of combat instructor Bai Xiuxiu was too great. With a gentle appearance and a cold, elegant demeanor, the stark contrast easily stirred the conquering desires deep within men.
Ning Chen stood among the crowd, feeling quite good.
Under the pouring sunlight, his skin radiated a delicate sheen like jade. His diamond body had already advanced to the 5th level that morning. Strangely, as he progressed in the diamond body martial art, his skin had not become rough. Instead, it gradually became fairer and more delicate. However, advancing will become increasingly difficult in the future, Ning Chen thought to himself. After reaching the 5th level of the diamond body, the progress from the medicine packets dropped significantly again.
A single medicine packet could only improve about 3 percentage points.
By the time he reached the 6th level, the improvement would likely be reduced to just 1 percentage point. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels would continue to decrease. Even with an ample supply of medicine packets, it would still take several years. And this is just the incomplete version of the diamond body. If it were the complete version, there would still be 9 levels to go.
Ning Chen shook his head. No wonder it said that horizontal martial arts are difficult to cultivate. It really takes a lot of time. If someone nearby could see Ning Chen's thoughts, they would definitely draw their sword and strike without hesitation. It's simply inhumane. You have to know that even top geniuses cultivating the diamond body need to toil day and night for 20 to 30 years to advance to the 5th level. Before long, the class officially began. Bai Xiuxiu stood tall, like a sharp sword, and said, "When it comes to unarmed combat, horizontal martial arts are of utmost importance. If both sides have comparable fighting skills, the one with stronger horizontal martial arts will win. Even if there is a gap in fighting skills, it can be compensated by horizontal martial arts. To put it in gaming terms, horizontal martial arts are like health points. With thick health, you can grind your opponent down." Ning Chen silently chuckled. Bai Xiuxiu was more interesting than he had imagined. He thought she was a silent, icy woman. "How many of you are practicing horizontal martial arts? Raise your hands so I can see." Bai Xiuxiu scanned the students. Wow! A sea of arms shot up eagerly. Ordinary people generally wouldn't practice horizontal martial arts, it consumes too much energy. However, for the students present, relying on their top-notch talent, they could still manage to cultivate one. Not bad. Bai Xiuxiu smiled slightly, extending her slender right hand to the side. A staff member quickly approached and placed a long whip in her hand. "Instructor Ma tested your agility with machine gun power, so I will test your horizontal martial arts with the power of the long whip," Bai Xiuxiu said, gripping the whip tightly, smiling. "How many lashes your body can withstand is how much power you have." Boom! As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu cracked the whip, producing a deafening explosion in the air. A small plume of radiating white smoke appeared. Many students changed color. Bai Xiuxiu's whip had produced a sonic boom. That is, it was an attack that broke the sound barrier. The radiating white smoke was the residual cloud of the sonic explosion. Normally, only knights could produce a sonic boom. However, the long whip is a very special weapon. Its power can be completely transmitted along the whip's body, causing the speed to increase until the very tip can even tear through the sound barrier. Ning Chen had seen related explanations in physics books. Once the long whip is swung out, the total kinetic energy remains unchanged, but the moving parts decrease, causing the speed to increase. "Don't worry too much." Bai Xiuxiu pressed her hand down and smiled. "Only the tip of the whip breaks the sound barrier. It's light and soft, so its power is actually very small, not comparable to a bullet at all. Instructor Bai, my horizontal martial arts are just at the beginner level, so I won't participate in the test." "Me too." Several students timidly lowered their arms. "It's true that it's light and soft, but small power? That's nonsense. The invisible air exceeding the speed of sound can turn into wind blades." Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained unchanged, her gaze lingering on Ning Chen for a moment, and she said, "I forgot to mention, the first place in the horizontal martial arts test will receive a reward of sea dragon blood." As soon as the words left her mouth, the crowd erupted, gasping in excitement, as if they were about to lift the roof off. "Even if I get beaten to death today, I have to get first place. Save it, the test is about physical strength, not how much you can endure pain. I'm so mad, I regret not working harder on my horizontal martial arts before." Ning Chen blinked, somewhat astonished. He had heard Song Shiyu mention sea dragon blood, a supplement extracted using genetic technology from the bones of the Dragon Clan by the Federal Academy of Science and Technology, which greatly benefits horizontal martial arts. But is it really necessary to go this crazy? Ning Chen looked at Song Shiyu and asked, "Is sea dragon blood only beneficial for horizontal martial arts, or does it have other effects? Hearing you say that, I can tell your horizontal martial arts aren't that great." Song Shiyu laughed, teasing, "But that makes me feel a lot better. Your agility and swordsmanship are both at a perfect level. If you cultivate horizontal martial arts to a higher level, will you still let others live?" After laughing for a while, Song Shiyu straightened her expression and said, "Horizontal martial arts enhance hard power, which can accompany you for a lifetime. It's not that having original power makes it useless. It's just that practicing horizontal martial arts is too difficult. It requires a lot of energy, and the cost outweighs the benefits, which is why not many people practice it." Ning Chen seemed to ponder this. "And the sea dragon blood has two major effects." Song Shiyu raised two fingers and said, "First, it can significantly enhance the realm of horizontal martial arts. Second, it can slightly improve a person's physique, making it a bit easier to practice horizontal martial arts. Don't underestimate this. Many times, just this little bit can help you break through smoothly." "I understand." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was contemplating a question. If his physique improved, would the training speed of the diamond body accelerate? Regardless of whether it will or not,
just the fact that it can significantly enhance the realm of horizontal martial arts is enough for me to get the sea dragon blood. Ning Chen thought firmly. He wasn't sure if his diamond body could rank first among the 30 students. However, the diamond body had a characteristic that other horizontal martial arts did not possess: body transformation. It could make a certain area of the body as solid as iron in a short time. Ning Chen was confident that no student could match the defensive power of body transformation. Instructor Bai, I'm the first. A student stepped forward. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu casually nodded, raised her right hand, and lashed out with a whip. Boom! The air exploded, and white mist rose. The tip of the whip struck the student, and with a bang, his shirt shattered, leaving his chest a bloody mess. Zero whip power. Go to the medical room after class to treat your injuries. Bai Xiuxiu remained calm, as if she had long been accustomed to blood, not even sending the student for immediate treatment. Next. I'll go, Jiangren, horizontal martial arts, vibrant golden battle body. Another student stepped up. He performed a bit better, enduring the first whip, but the subsequent second whip broke him apart. Bai Xiuxiu's whips became heavier with each strike. Continue. Other students stepped forward to test themselves. Ning Chen did not move recklessly. His eyes were fixed on Bai Xiuxiu's whip movements. The whip tip exceeded the speed of sound, making it hard for him to see. The fifth level of the diamond body couldn't fully transform into the golden body. To use the golden body to defend, he had to know where the whip tip would land. Fortunately, the whip was a hole. By analyzing Bai Xiuxiu's movements, he could roughly predict the landing point. Students completed their tests one after another. Ning Chen gradually gained insight into prediction as well. Most students received an evaluation of one whip's power. The best performer managed to endure 5 whips. Bai Xiuxiu rewarded him with 20 points, the same as what Xiaxi received in weapon class yesterday. This showed it was quite a good result. It's your turn. Bai Xiuxiu pointed at Ning Chen. Ning Chen stepped forward, and all eyes in the room were fixed on him. There was no way around it. The 2 perfect realm martial arts from yesterday were simply astonishing. The students were eager to know what level Ning Chen's horizontal martial arts were at. Please wait a moment. Seeing Bai Xiuxiu about to raise her whip, Ning Chen spoke up to stop her, saying, I want to take off my shirt first. It wasn't that he was concerned about the cost of the clothes. Unlike other students, he had packed several boxes of luggage. He only brought 3 sets of school uniforms. The base also prohibited the use of mobile phones, making online shopping inconvenient. It was better to save a bit. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu casually nodded. Hearing this, Ning Chen unbuttoned his jacket and took off his shirt. His physique was revealed. A commotion immediately arose around him. Ning Chen's figure was tall and upright, his muscles not exaggerated but streamlined, tightly and firmly fitting against his body, giving off a sharp feeling. Wow! His skin is so good, so fair and delicate, I'm so envious. Hee, I'm more focused on his figure. Gulp. He didn't swallow. Mo Yu Yen, you're drooling. A group of girls giggled softly. The nearby male students had a completely different attitude. I thought Ning Chen took off his clothes to facilitate practicing horizontal martial arts, but it turns out he just wanted to show off his figure. That skin, it's obvious he hasn't been tempered by horizontal martial arts. Isn't it normal? Ning Chen's 2 martial arts are both at the perfect realm. If horizontal martial arts were any stronger, would he be human or a god? I bet Instructor Bai could make him cry with just 1 whip. Many male students chatted among themselves, smiling, waiting for the show to begin. Ning Chen glanced at them, his expression unchanged, placing his shirt on a nearby bench, and calmly said, Instructor Bai, I'm ready. Then let's begin. Bai Xiuxiu was decisive, her wrist flicking as she lashed out with a whip. Boom! A sonic boom erupted, the whip tip breaking the sound barrier. Ning Chen did not use his golden body transformation. With a crack, he allowed the whip tip to strike his body. He wanted to test the defensive strength of his physique. Ning Chen didn't know how strong Bai Xiuxiu's whip was, but he was confident he could withstand the first strike. Most students could endure a whip. With his 5th level of the diamond body, there was no reason he couldn't. It hurts a little, but I'm far from breaking through. Ning Chen looked down closely. The 8-pack abs on his abdomen were clearly defined, and at the point of impact, his skin remained fair and delicate, not even reddening. This, Bai Xiuxiu blinked, her gaze astonished. The 4th level of the diamond body had strong defenses. Blocking the first whip was no problem, but to not even have a red mark was extraordinary. There was only one explanation. Ning Chen's diamond body had already advanced. A serious look crossed Bai Xiuxiu's face. If Ning Chen's dragon-like physique was true, he would definitely rank very high. Damn! His skin didn't even react. What kind of defense is that? I'm convinced, completely convinced. I might not be human, but Ningchen is truly a god. The onlooking students gasped in disbelief. A single leaf falling reveals autumn. Although Ningchen had only taken one whip, they already understood that his horizontal martial arts level was absolutely not low. At least he could rank in the top 3. Boom, 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 boom. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Bai Xiuxiu lashed out with 4 more whips in quick succession. Each whip was fiercer than the last. The sonic booms reverberated everywhere. Ningchen remained expressionless, enduring them all. He's already caught up to Shi Feng's 5 whip strength. And it's still not his limit. A student's voice trembled. They had thought they were being generous, but they had still underestimated him. I figured it out. Aside from not practicing breathing techniques much, Ningchen's other martial arts are unreal. Then why doesn't he focus on practicing breathing techniques? It's the arrogance of a super genius. Defeating opponents of the same level isn't as satisfying as defeating those beyond his level. His talent is so high that he doesn't care about being temporarily behind in realm. He's confident he can catch up in no time. The students on site were filled with emotion, acknowledging their inferiority. There was no way to deny it. His movement techniques, sword techniques, and horizontal martial arts were all on a different level. The gap was enormous. Many didn't even have the thought of catching up. Boom! Bai Xiuxiu swung the 6th whip, the air exploding with an impressive force. Crack! With a crisp sound, Ningchen stood still, enduring it once more. However, the skin in the area of impact quickly turned blood red. It seemed that if the whip's strength increased even slightly, blood would seep out. It seems that without using the golden body transformation, 6 whips is my limit. Ningchen glanced and nodded to himself. This was better than he had expected. Without using the golden body transformation, he had secured first place. The skin is about to bleed. Thankfully, this time the difference from second place isn't too much. I was afraid Ningchen would pull off something like over 10 whip strength. A group of students whispered among themselves upon seeing this. Bai Xiuxiu put down the long whip and asked, "You've already received the reward of the sea dragon blood, do you want to continue?" Ningchen pondered for a moment and said, "The better I perform, the more points I get?" "Yes." Bai Xiuxiu's red lips curved into a smile as she said, "You can now earn 30 points. After that, for every whip you endure, you'll receive an additional 10 points. After 10 whips, each additional whip will earn you 15 points. After 20 whips, each whip will be worth 25 points. Ningchen quickly calculated in his mind, feeling excited, and said decisively, "I'll continue testing." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students began to chatter. Ningchen's body is clearly at its limit. Why does he still want to test? Is he blinded by the points? I don't know. Many shook their heads. After being slapped in the face so many times, they had learned to be smart. They wouldn't say Ningchen was being reckless until there were results. Boom! The air exploded as Bai Xiuxiu drew the 7th whip. Golden body transformation. Ningchen's eyes narrowed as he predicted the whip's landing point. The next moment, a palm-sized flash of golden light burst forth from his left abdomen, covering his skin. Bang! The whip tip struck hard against Ningchen's left abdomen. This time, the sound of the impact was no longer crisp. Instead, it was dull and powerful, as if it had hit solid metal. The golden light firmly blocked the whip tip. Once it dissipated, the skin beneath was as white as jade, with no trace of the impact. In an instant, the scene erupted in excitement, like the sea during a typhoon. This 7th whip was blocked just like the first. That golden light is problematic, it's too solid. What is it? A special ability? Many students were puzzled. No, this is golden body transformation. Shi Feng, who had gained the strength of 5 whips, shook his head, his expression serious, and said, "Our Shi family's secret martial art, the diamond body, grants this ability once the practitioner reaches the 3rd level. I've heard that this martial art is extremely difficult to cultivate." How difficult? Someone asked curiously. Shi Feng stared intently at Ningchen and said, "Let me put it this way. If Ningchen were a member of the Shi family, just based on the level of his diamond body, he could rank among the top 30 heirs. By the way, my current heir ranking is outside the top 100. Shi Feng added. Many students were shocked to hear this. Shi Feng was no weakling. After these few classes, his points could rank in the top 5. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiuxiu knew that Ningchen had cultivated the diamond body and was not surprised. She swung her long whip, continuously striking, creating sonic booms one after another, the sound of the air exploding as if it were forming a line. Ningchen stood still like a mountain, his eyes locked tightly on Bai Xiuxiu's movements, making predictions. Golden light continuously emerged from various parts of his upper body, incredibly solid, completely blocking all the whip tips. Bang! The 29th whip came down. The golden light flickered violently, reaching the limit of the force it could withstand, and then collapsed. The next moment, the whip tip struck Ningchen, creating a small opening on his skin. It wasn't large, about the thickness of a thumb, but blood began to seep out. This signaled the end of this test. The level of your martial arts training is equivalent to the strength of 28 whips, Bai Xiuxiu announced, looking at Ningchen with undisguised admiration in her beautiful eyes. It wasn't just the 5th level of the diamond body. More importantly, Ningchen had accurately predicted the landing point of her every whip strike. This required an extremely high level of practical combat skill. In the Federal Army, many battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers couldn't achieve this. As for the points you've earned, Bai Xiuxiu calculated in her heart and said, a total of 420 points. As soon as she finished speaking, before Ningchen could say anything, the other students erupted in noise. Heavens, after 3 classes, Ningchen, no, we should call him Ningchen, has earned points that far exceed the total of all the other students combined. Ha ha, nothing can change that, it's still a crushing victory. This one has gone crazy, take him away. Seriously, it's so demoralizing, I feel like I want to run away with a train tonight. Many students lamented, feeling deeply discouraged. Ningchen's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, thank you, Instructor Bai. With the points he earned over the past 2 days, his total points had exceeded 1,000. He still needed about half of the amount required to fully utilize the wind shadow technique. Of course, Ningchen was well aware that the main reason he had accumulated so many points was that the instructors had been testing the students' abilities these past few days. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ningchen, thought for a moment, and said, the sea dragon blood that was awarded to you cannot be sold, as it was not exchanged with points. You can only consume it yourself. The sea dragon blood was meant to test whether Ningchen had a dragon-like physique. Bai Xiuxiu was worried that he might sell it as soon as he got it or leave it unused. After today's class, come to the deep sea platform at the base to consume the sea dragon blood, Bai Xiuxiu added. Okay. Ningchen was momentarily taken aback but didn't think much of it and agreed directly. Then, the combat class continued. I have a general understanding of your levels in martial arts, Bai Xiuxiu said, scanning the students. In the time ahead, I will discuss the content of this course. Instructor Bai, how many styles of unarmed martial arts do you know? A student curiously raised his hand to ask. Bai Xiuxiu replied, 9. As soon as she finished speaking, doubts erupted throughout the room. 9 styles of unarmed martial arts were certainly enough for an individual martial artist, but it was far from sufficient to guide them. Compared to the hundreds of movement styles from Ma Fengxing and the more than 300 weapon styles from Yan Zhuang, Bai Xiuxiu was lacking by more than an order of magnitude. Quiet! An assistant instructor reprimanded, speaking sternly to the students. Instructor Bai is not here to educate martial artists. She comes from the 27th Group Army of the Federation and is very powerful. At just 23 years old, she has already been promoted to the rank of colonel. Upon hearing this, many students couldn't help but change their expressions. A colonel at 23 years old? That meant she could be promoted to a general in her 30s, becoming a significant figure in the military. She really is from the army, Ningchen thought, nodding thoughtfully. This was similar to what he had guessed. Bai Xiuxiu had an aura that commanded respect. Up front, Bai Xiuxiu's expression was emotionless as she said, my job is mainly to teach you how to integrate martial arts into combat to improve your practical abilities. Just in time, while we still have time, let's test your combat levels. Bai Xiuxiu's gaze assessed the students. As for the method, like the 2 instructors yesterday, I will suppress my strength to match yours. Instructor Bai, I'll go first. A student raised his hand and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, nearly tripping in the process. My name is Huang Shitao, with a punch strength of 4,400 kilograms, and my martial art is the Python grappling technique. Upon hearing this, many male students exchanged knowing glances and smiled. No wonder Huang Shitao was so eager. The Python grappling technique was a form of grappling martial art. Once successfully executed, it would entangle the opponent's body like a long-horned python. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at Huang Shitao and said calmly, let's begin. Yes. Huang Shitao moved quickly, rushing forward in an instant. He spread his arms wide, like an iron hoop, intending to lock Bai Xiuxiu in his embrace for close combat. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained calm. She did not evade but instead took a step forward. During this, her right knee was raised with force, striking precisely against the oncoming Huang Shitao. Bang! With a muffled sound, Huang Shitao's body stiffened, and he knelt at Bai Xiuxiu's feet, clutching his stomach, beads of sweat forming on his face from the pain. Seeing this scene, many students' hearts skipped a beat. Huang Shitao couldn't withstand even a single move. The most frightening part was that Bai Xiuxiu hadn't even used any martial arts.
Huang Shitao had essentially thrown himself against her knee. In terms of combat level, Yan Zhuang and Ma Fengxing are far behind Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chen pondered thoughtfully. Bai Xiuxiu looked down at Huang Shitao, her gaze icy, and said, "If you were an enemy I encountered on the battlefield, that knee strike would have hit your groin." Upon hearing this, Huang Shitao couldn't help but shudder. The male students on site stood up much taller. Bai Xiuxiu turned her face and said solemnly, "Martial arts, in essence, can be seen as a weapon. The higher the realm, the more powerful the weapon. But that doesn't mean you can unleash the weapon's might. Many of you are like children holding machine guns." Bai Xiuxiu pointed. "Mo Yuyan, you're second." The girl called stepped forward to fight Bai Xiuxiu. The other students followed suit, one by one, to compete. Then, they experienced a brutal fish frying session. They were the fish. Not a single one could last 5 moves against Bai Xiuxiu. Even the proud Xiaxi, who was almost bursting with her ice ability, was no exception. She lay on the ground like a fool, drooling from the corner of her mouth after being struck down by a knife hand. Bai Xiuxiu's combat skills were too fierce. There's still a chance. It doesn't necessarily mean total defeat. Many students turned their faces to look at a handsome young man standing quietly at the side, their eyes filled with an indescribable expectation. The situation had been the same in the 2 classes yesterday. They were mercilessly beaten by the instructors. Then the young man took the stage and taught instructors Ma Fengxing and Yan Zhuang a lesson. Ask around on the street of the Shanghai base, who is the father? Surrounded by onlookers, Ning Chen remained unfazed, his expression calm. In front of him was a glowing interface that only he could see. In one section, Chen Gu killing technique, proficient, progress 87%. In less than a month, he was about to reach mastery of the 3rd realm. This speed was astonishing. However, compared to the Thunder Slash and Diamond Body he had been cultivating around the same time, the Chen Gu killing technique lagged behind by more than a little. There was no helping it. The Thunder Slash had gained insight twice. The Diamond Body had absorbed medicinal packs worth over 1 million. "Ningxin, you are the last hope of our village. How about you take this round?" Song Shiyu joked. "Sure," Ning Chen replied, stepping forward. He knew in his heart that without a high realm and unarmed martial arts, he would most likely be unable to defeat Bai Xiuxiu. But losing was no big deal. He wasn't overly obsessed with winning or losing. As long as he could earn enough points, that was enough. With the Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000, along with his combat level, Ning Chen believed it wouldn't be a problem to rank first. Arriving at the front, Ning Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Instructor Bai, my punching power is around 2,100 kilograms. After reaching the proficient realm of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, his refining speed was astonishing. With sufficient supply of beast nutrient liquid, he could increase his punching power by about 100 kilograms a day. Wait, wasn't it 2,000 kilograms yesterday? Are you stupid? Ningxin is very low-key. His punching power should have been around 2,090 kilograms yesterday, but he rounded it down. Even an increase of 10 kilograms in a day is terrifying. Over 3 months, that's 1,000 kilograms. Many students discussed among themselves, quite shocked. Bai Xiaoxiu's expression grew more serious. She was increasingly certain that Ning Chen was awakening a dragon-like physique. Ning Chen remained unfazed and continued, "In unarmed martial arts, I have only practiced one, the Chenggu killing technique." As soon as he finished speaking, before Bai Xiuxiu could respond, the noise among the students surged again. "I've heard of this martial art. It's said to be the most difficult and profound among B-level unarmed martial arts." Ningxin is indeed Ningxin, he only learns the difficult ones. Mainly because with simple martial arts, Ningxin would easily cough up. Bai Xiuxiu pressed her hand down, signaling the students to quiet down. Then, she organized her thoughts and said to Ning Chen, "I have also practiced the Thousand Bones killing technique. In the upcoming match, I will mainly use this martial art to fight against you." Bai Xiuxiu did not say it was guidance. After all, the 2 previous examples were fresh in their minds. She did not dare to. "Thank you, Instructor Bai." Ning Chen bowed slightly and said, "Then let's start directly." "Okay." Bai Xiuxiu was very decisive, taking a step forward to close the distance. Ning Chen remained calm, raising his arm and clenching his fist, striking fiercely at Bai Xiuxiu's chest. Whoosh! The wind from the punch howled, its momentum astonishing. White bone killing fist. Ning Chen showed no mercy, launching the strongest frontal attack right from the start. He was well aware that such an action might offend a woman. But in battle, he did not care. The only thing Ning Chen knew was that the raised position was at least 20 centimeters closer to him than other parts of Bai Xiuxiu's body. Easier to hit. Whoosh! Bai Xiuxiu's expression was emotionless, revealing no joy or anger, as she raised her right arm and executed her own white bone killing fist.
The wind from her punch surged, booming loudly. Its power far exceeded Ning Chen's punch. Faster than my lightning fist, it's the expert level Thousand Bones killing technique. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated his golden body transformation. A flash of golden light appeared on the surface of his fist. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a tremendous sound. Bai Xiuxiu's body only trembled slightly. Ning Chen staggered back violently, his feet moving quickly. After all, the white bone killing fist was 3 realms behind. Ning Chen had anticipated this, and with 2 profound body techniques, he did not stumble as he retreated, still able to face the enemy at any moment. However, he felt a bit curious. It was the first time he had been suppressed in a clash of the same martial art. Suddenly, Ning Chen's gaze flickered. A cold, icy prompt echoed in his mind. Gained insight from the battle between the Thousand Bones killing technique and the expert level Thousand Bones killing technique. Progress increased by 5%. Ning Chen was taken aback. It seemed he had found a way to rapidly advance in martial arts. On the sidelines, the observing students watched as Ning Chen was pushed back, causing a stir. Ning Chen's Thousand Bones killing technique is a bit lacking. It's only at the proficient level. Many found it hard to believe. After all, most of the students present were at the mastery level in unarmed martial arts. A few even reached the subtle level. Ning Chen's proficient level Thousand Bones killing technique was truly insufficient. To say it was at the bottom would not be an exaggeration. His talent in unarmed martial arts is probably quite average. Ning Chen, oh no. Ning Chen seems to have a weak area. I now have hope of catching up, even surpassing him. The sky is cleared, the rain has stopped, and you think you can do it. Many girls felt indignant for Ning Chen and spoke out in rebuttal. Those who ascend the mountain, when encountering a descending deity, think they can match the divine. Even if Ning Chen relies solely on horizontal training and body techniques, he has a great chance of lasting 5 moves against Instructor Bai. So, do you all think Ning Chen's Thousand Bones killing technique is inadequate? Both sides held their ground, continuously arguing. The battle on the field continued. Whoosh! Bai Xiuxiu charged forward, her 5 fingers aligned like a sword, stabbing out fiercely, as swift as lightning, tearing through the air like fabric. She has more moves. Ning Chen's thoughts surged as he discerned Bai Xiuxiu's intentions. He did not dodge or evade, also executing a palm sword strike. Just as their fingertips were about to collide, both of their arms shook, whipping like venomous snakes, missing each other and striking towards their bodies. The first move of the Thousand Bones killing technique. Shadow Snake Strike. Gained insight from the battle between the Thousand Bones killing technique and the expert level Thousand Bones killing technique. Progress increased by 5%. Another prompt sounded. The next moment, Bai Xiuxiu, with her higher realm and the Thousand Bones killing technique, struck Ning Chen's throat first. Bang! Golden light surged, and several sparks erupted. With the defensive power of his golden body, Ning Chen was unharmed. However, his body was knocked back by the palm sword, causing the trajectory of the Yin snake strike to deform, preventing it from hitting Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chen's expression was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Clap! He spread his 5 fingers, piercing the air, and with a crisp sound, he grabbed Bai Xiuxiu's outstretched arm. Then, his right arm coiled around it, twisting fiercely. Body-disrupting Python Strike. Bai Xiuxiu was taken aback, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing her eyes. The surprise was because Ning Chen, after failing one move, did not panic and immediately changed his approach. Clearly, his combat skills were seasoned. The confusion was about why Ning Chen chose to use the body-disrupting Python Strike. It felt somewhat like offering meat to a tiger. As her thoughts raced, Bai Xiuxiu did not stop her movements, her arm twisted violently in response, using the body-disrupting Python Strike. Bang! The 2 arms coiled around each other like pythons, producing a dull sound. But to Bai Xiuxiu's surprise, in this clash, Ning Chen's arm did not break. The 5th level of the diamond body was still not enough to cover the entire arm. However, starting from his elbow, Ning Chen extended 2 golden lines, the thickness of his fingers, connecting his shoulder and wrist, forming a triangle that enhanced the overall defense of his right arm. Mathematical truth. A triangle is the most stable. This is the transformation of golden light. Seeing this scene, Shifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The 5th level of the diamond body can achieve this level. To what extent has Ning Chen refined his body? What do you mean? Many people were puzzled. Shifeng quickly explained. In horizontal martial arts, realms are mostly discussed in layers. Usually, when one refines their realm to about 70%, they can advance. Many people only refine to this extent. After all, the benefits of breaking through far outweigh the advantages of continuing to polish in the original realm. The cost-performance ratio is optimal. Ning Chen can transform with golden light, which means that at every level of the diamond body, he has refined it to at least 95%.
Sure, Fang's tone was very unsettled.
He can break through, but there's no need, he's just playing.
95%, is this the world of the big shots? I'm in love. Those who ascend the mountain meet the gods descending the mountain. What will happen? The gods won't leave. The girls on site chimed in, their voices much louder than before.
I don't deny the power of Ning Chen's horizontal martial arts, but let's get to the point. How is his realm an unarmed martial arts?
No matter what, the proficiency realm of the Thousand Bones killing technique is at the bottom among us. Many students seized on this point, rebutting.
On the other side, two prompt sounds rang in Ning Chen's mind. Gained insight from the battle between the Thousand Bones killing technique and the expert realm's Thousand Bones killing technique. Progress increased by 5%. Insight into the Thousand Bones killing technique is sufficient. Promoted to mastery realm. Ning Chen had Bai Xiuxiu's right arm entangled, his fingers like iron hooks, gripping tightly, not allowing her to break free. His Thousand Bones killing technique had advanced to mastery, but it was still inferior to Bai Xiuxiu. Close quarters grappling could offset some of the disadvantages of his martial arts lagging behind. Additionally, this also facilitated his use of the Thousand Bones killing technique against Bai Xiuxiu.
Bang! A deafening crack echoed throughout the venue.
Ning Chen's gaze was clear as he threw a punch, the speed incredibly fast, like an arrow piercing the air, striking towards Bai Xiuxiu's chest.
Bang! The crisp sound rang out again.
Bai Xiuxiu also unleashed a lightning fist, fast as lightning, with a bang that sent Ning Chen's arm flying back. In the face of the collision, Ning Chen was unbothered.
This was exactly what he wanted to see.
Gained insight from the battle between the Thousand Bones killing technique and the expert realm's Thousand Bones killing technique. Progress increased by 3%. A prompt sound rang out.
Ning Chen nodded inwardly.
After the Thousand Bones killing technique advanced to mastery, the progress gained from each battle decreased. But it was still quite impressive. Once a 3% increase, after more than 30 times, he could reach the subtlety.
Opposite him, Bai Xiuxiu raised an eyebrow.
Her Thousand Bones killing technique was at the expert level, and she recognized at a glance that Ning Chen's lightning fist had reached the proficient level.
A breakthrough in the heat of battle, or some other reason?
Bai Xiuxiu speculated in her heart, but her hands did not stop moving. After her fist sent Ning Chen's left hand flying, she continued to strike out fiercely. Just as she was about to hit Ning Chen's right shoulder, a flash of golden light burst forth from that spot.
Golden body transformation. Bang!
Bai Xiuxiu's fist struck the golden light, producing a dull yet powerful sound. The golden light did not dissipate. However, Ning Chen only felt a sharp force penetrate his body, causing most of his shoulder to go numb, and his right hand, which was gripping Bai Xiuxiu's arm, uncontrollably loosened. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Out of the corner of his eye, Ning Chen caught a glimpse of his right shoulder where he had been punched, rapidly swelling and turning red.
What's going on? Ning Chen was somewhat bewildered.
He was certain that Bai Xiuxiu's fist had not broken through his golden body. Normally, if the golden body remained intact, he would not be able to get hurt. Just like before when testing horizontal martial arts, Bai Xiuxiu had first shattered his golden body before breaking his skin. But Bai Xiuxiu's previous punch had an eerie power that penetrated the defense of the golden body and struck him.
After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chen tentatively asked, Thousand Bones power?
This was the final move of the Thousand Bones killing technique. There were no fixed forms. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees could all be used. Essentially, it was a sinister hidden force that could penetrate through armor into the human body, shattering bones into countless fragments. It was a trump card that could not be executed without reaching the subtlety level.
That's right.
Bai Xiuxiu did not rush to pursue, lightly nodding as she said, Your golden body transformation is very special. It can offset about 70% of the hidden force of the Thousand Bones power. If it were a metal shield or armor, my punch just now would have been enough to cause a shattering fracture in your shoulder.
So powerful? Ning Chen blinked.
His desire to advance to the subtlety level grew stronger. On the sidelines, the crowd of onlookers began to murmur.
From what she said, is Ning Chen planning to admit defeat?
It's understandable, after all, it's the Thousand Bones power. If he didn't manage to activate the golden body transformation, it would be disastrous. Many students joked among themselves. The next moment, a cold and powerful voice overshadowed their chatter.
Let's continue.
Ning Chen darted forward, executing the Thousand Bones killing technique, rapidly alternating through the first 4 forms, continuously striking at Bai Xiuxiu. With his diamond body and 2 martial arts techniques, Ning Chen was confident he would not be defeated within 100 moves. He had enough time for the Thousand Bones killing technique to grow.
Is he going to slap her face?
A girl sneered. Maybe Ningchen heard our conversation and is forcing himself to act for the sake of face. The group of students stubbornly refused to admit their mistake. But soon, their expressions twitched. Although Ningchen had been at a disadvantage in the battle against Bai Xiuxiu, as time passed, the situation on the field gradually began to even out. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous sound, the two collided with a bone-killing fist. Ningchen quickly retreated. Bai Xiuxiu did not step back, but her body was also violently shaken. It should be noted that during their initial collision, Bai Xiuxiu had only trembled slightly. What's going on? Ningchen is really improving continuously. I remember clearly that during the first hard clash of the bone-killing fist, he retreated 15 steps, but this time it was only 8.5. One student said, dumbfounded. I'm not blind, the power of Ningchen's punch just now has probably reached the limit of the proficient level. How can it still be on the rise? Exclamations came one after another. Many students were confused. A breakthrough in the heat of battle was merely an advancement to a single level, which did not match Ningchen's performance at all. Not far away, Ningchen looked at Bai Xiuxiu, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The 1000 Bones killing technique and the expert level 1000 Bones killing technique clashed, leading to some insights. Progress increased by 3%. The 1000 Bones killing technique has accumulated enough to reach the subtle realm. The gap in realms is too small. The 1000 Bones killing technique can no longer gain insights through combat. The prompt sounds echoed continuously in his mind. Upon hearing the last sentence, Ningchen was momentarily stunned but felt no regret. Achieving the subtle realm was already an unexpected joy. Most importantly, he could use this method to help other offensive martial arts break through quickly. Let's test the power of the 1000 Bones. Ningchen felt a surge of anticipation, exerting force under his feet, executing the Wind Shadow 3000, and in an instant, he leaped in front of Bai Xiuxiu, clenching his fist and striking out. Whoosh! The force of the punch carried a heavy sensation. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes flickered as she sensed something was off with Ningchen's punch. She raised her arm and struck out with a palm, infused with the power of the 1000 Bones. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The two forces of the 1000 Bones crashed together, creating a tangible wave of air that splattered everywhere, powerful enough to shatter several light tubes on the ceiling, which fell with a crash. Ningchen's body shook, and he took 2 steps back. After all, he was still a realm short. He couldn't completely negate Bai Xiuxiu's power of the 1000 Bones. However, the remaining portion of the power, after being reduced by 70% through the golden body transformation, no longer posed a threat to Ningchen's fist. The aftermath of this battle is too intense. Someone realized something was amiss. Song Shiyu's expression was quite unsettled as she said, the collision just now was a direct clash between Ningchen and instructor by using the power of the 1000 Bones. This hidden strength is astonishing. It's no surprise the impact was so great. So, Ningchen's 1000 Bones killing technique has already reached the subtle realm. Song Shiyu added. The scene erupted into chaos, waves of discussion rising. Just a few minutes ago, he was still at the proficient level. How did he suddenly reach the subtle realm? I think Ningchen was hiding his strength before, deliberately messing with our mindset. You guys were all mocking Ningchen earlier. Why does everyone look like wilted eggplants now? Many girls glared at the group of students who had mocked Ningchen before. The god descending from the mountain not only stopped descending but turned back. It's just the subtle realm. It's not like he's the only one. Song Shiyu and Shifeng each have their own B-level martial arts at the subtle realm. A student spoke up to refute, sparking a wave of protests. At this moment, Ningchen had no mind to pay attention to the dispute. The prompt sounds in his mind were dense, like a continuous line, unending. Once again at a disadvantage, the 1000 Bones killing technique felt incredibly suffocating. In a fit of rage, he achieved sudden enlightenment. Progress increased by 50%. Progress increased by 50%. The insights into the 1000 Bones killing technique are sufficient. Promotion to the expert realm. Progress continues to increase. The insights surged into his mind like a tidal wave, seemingly transforming into an innate instinct of Ningchen. Before long, the prompt sounds ceased. Ningchen felt a shift in his heart, and a light screen appeared before his eyes. One of the columns had changed dramatically. 1000 Bones killing technique, perfect, progress 33%. Ningchen couldn't contain his joy. This was far easier than the previous 2 martial arts achieving the perfect realm. Opposite him, Bai Xiuxiu's delicate face showed astonishment as she asked, "Did you enter a state of sudden enlightenment while fighting me earlier?" Though it was a question, her tone was filled with certainty. Considering Ningchen's past experiences in the records, Bai Xiuxiu couldn't think of another explanation besides sudden enlightenment. I suppose so, Ningchen smiled. He wasn't lying. After the 1000 Bones killing technique reached the subtle realm, he indeed experienced sudden enlightenment. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and said, "Now that your thousand bones killing technique has reached the subtle realm, I will use other offensive martial arts in the next battle."
No problem. Ningchen stomped his foot hard, instantly closing the distance.
"By the way, Instructor Bai, let me remind you of one thing, my thousand bones killing technique is not at the subtle realm."
Ningchen grinned.
Before his words fell, he raised his arm and swung his fist. The target was still Bai Xiuxiu's chest. The opponent had trained in 9 forms of unarmed martial arts. It was obvious that among them, there must be S-rank martial arts at the expert level.
He couldn't be careless. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed throughout the venue, deafening. The lightning fist.
Still at the perfect realm. Ningchen's fist shot out, its speed suddenly skyrocketing, like a bolt of lightning across the sky, the pressure from the fist wind rippling Bai Xiuxiu's chest, creating waves that expanded from small to large. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes changed dramatically. The lightning fist coming at her was much faster than she had anticipated. She had no mental preparation at all. It was too late to raise her arms to block. Just as Ningchen's fist was about to touch Bai Xiuxiu's clothing, she no longer held back her strength, and a flash of crimson original force burst forth like lightning, sending Ningchen flying with a thud. Ha! After flying back more than 10 meters, Ningchen landed and raised his fist to take a look. Bai Xiuxiu must have restrained the power of her original force. Her skin was smooth and uninjured. However, Ningchen wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. Bai Xiuxiu's crimson original force seemed to change. At first contact, it felt soft and warm, but then it turned cold and solid, sending him flying. Seeing Ningchen's actions, even after years of military service and with her resilient character, Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but feel a surge of embarrassment and anger.
This was an unavoidable emotion for a woman. But in the next moment, her embarrassment was drowned by a torrent of shock.
According to the Martial Arts Alliance's investigation report, a sudden enlightenment typically raises martial arts by at most 2 realms, and reaching 3 realms was extremely rare. Yet Ningchen had gone from the 2nd realm to the 6th realm's perfection directly. Has anyone in the history of the Federation ever achieved this? Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath to calm herself and said, "Your thousand bones killing technique is at the perfect realm, far stronger than I imagined.
In this match, I lost."
If they were to compete again, Bai Xiuxiu was confident she could win. She still had several profound unarmed martial arts techniques she hadn't used, but a loss was a loss. She wouldn't make excuses to evade it. Upon hearing this, the crowd watching erupted like boiling water.
Ningchen had won again.
Bai Xiuxiu was also left in disarray by him.
"My name is LV Fong.
I don't know why, but my right eyelid has been twitching all day, as if a disaster is about to strike."
Haha, it's not that exaggerated. The breathing technique class doesn't require any fighting. Can the perfect realm thousand bones killing technique take the lead? What else do you have to say now?
Many girls glared at the students who had mocked Ningchen earlier. Those people exchanged glances, unable to refute any longer.
There was no way around it.
Ningchen's sudden enlightenment of the thousand bones killing technique proved his undeniable talent in unarmed martial arts. They had been too careless. They shouldn't have said those things before the final result was out.
"I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Ningchen is not a god coming down from the mountain. Ningchen is a god forever."
One student awkwardly laughed.
The others followed suit, apologizing one after another.
"Ningchen is amazing, even more amazing than the Dragon King. From today on, Ningchen is my unchanging belief for life."
Ningchen paid no attention to these words. He had never cared about the opinions of outsiders. A solitary person fears no verbal attacks. Of course, if he found it too noisy, he would directly cut them down with a knife.
Ningchen looked ahead and asked, "Instructor Bai, how many points can I earn?"
Bai Xiuxiu thought for a moment and replied, "Defeating me, plus the perfect realm thousand bones killing technique, is 500 points. Achieving sudden enlightenment to break through the 4 realms on the spot is 1000 points. Plus, since this isn't your first sudden enlightenment and your talent is better, an additional 500 points. A total of 2000 points. Upon hearing this amount, Ningchen felt a surge of joy. The points from the Wind Shadow 3000 had reached the threshold for promotion.
The scene instantly boiled over like hot oil.
Everyone was buzzing with discussion. It wasn't because Ningchen had earned high points. After the previous tests, they had grown accustomed to it. What shocked them was one of the statements made by Bai Xiuxiu. Ningchen had not experienced enlightenment for the first time.
Song Shiyu found it hard to believe and stared at Ningchen, saying, "You've experienced enlightenment before?" Ningchen nodded gently, "Yes, there have been a few times."
Enlightenment in martial arts, just a 0 added, is equivalent to his enlightenment.
Damn, not just once. Song Shiyu couldn't help but curse, then asked, "What does enlightenment feel like?"
Well, Ningxin, tell us about it. I've never experienced enlightenment.
Ningxin, do you have any tips?
I really want to experience enlightenment. Martial arts training is so hard. Many students echoed, looking at Ningchen with eager eyes. Enlightenment isn't as good as you think. There's no free lunch in this world.
Ningchen pondered for a few seconds and sighed. Enlightenment is like a besieged city. Those outside are desperately trying to get in.
At this point, Ningchen sighed and paused.
What about those inside? Do they want to run out? An impatient student urged, is there a cost to enlightenment?
Bai Xiuxiu perked up her ears. Her understanding of enlightenment was limited to what she had read in books. She had never experienced it herself.
Ningchen's analogy of the besieged city felt quite novel to her.
No, Ningchen shook his head and smiled, those inside know how to have fun. It's quite enjoyable.
Bai Xiuxiu, students.
A double entendre, he really knows how to play. But still, they wanted to beat him up.
But they couldn't.
So frustrating. In this cheerful atmosphere, the morning's combat class officially came to an end. The news of Ningchen defeating Bai Xiuxiu quickly spread throughout the base, causing quite a stir among the staff. 3 classes, 3 instructors, and without exception, all were defeated. Such a record was shocking. Since the establishment of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, nothing like this had ever happened. Privately, many staff members reached a consensus about Ningchen. He was like a god descending to the world.
At 2 in the afternoon, during the cultivation class. Welcome to the first class, everyone.
Lu Fang knocked on the podium and smiled. Fortunately, I don't have to compete with the students in this class. Otherwise, I would have to run away with a train last night.
Laughter erupted from the audience, understanding the meaning behind Lu Fang's words.
Among the previous 3 instructors, only Bai Xiuxiu was slightly better and didn't boast. The other 2 had suffered a social death that couldn't be worse.
Ningchen silently chuckled.
The 4 instructors of the training camp, not to mention their strength, had good personalities. Once the classroom quieted down a bit, Lu Fang said, in this class, I will talk to you about breathing techniques, but before that, I have a question.
Who among you knows the essence of strength like a gushing spring? Lu Fang asked. Strength like a gushing spring is a characteristic of high-level awakenings. Literally understood, it means that strength gushes forth like spring water, circulating and unifying within the body. Isn't it just that when physical strength reaches a certain standard, the phenomenon of strength like a gushing spring will appear? A burly student asked curiously.
Lu Fang looked at him with concern and said, this has nothing to do with the size of physical strength.
Some of you practice S-level breathing techniques.
At the peak of the 6th stage of awakening, fist strength exceeds 2,000 kilograms, which is higher than that of a 7th stage awakening practicing D-level or C-level breathing techniques.
But why is there no strength like a gushing spring?
The students looked at each other, confirming that they didn't know. Ningchen was also a bit curious. Qingshan no. One high school had never taught this knowledge. Strength like a gushing spring is an external manifestation, essentially caused by a certain substance, Lu Fang explained directly without keeping them in suspense. This substance, in ancient times, was called blood energy. In the awakening realm, the first 6 stages successively refine the muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and organs of the body.
By the time one reaches the 7th stage of awakening, the body will generate blood energy.
After the establishment of the Federation, science developed rapidly, analyzing the characteristics of blood energy, and in academia, it was named potential factor. After listening to LV Fang's words, the students began to discuss among themselves.
Ningchen seemed to be deep in thought. Instructor LV, does having more potential factors mean that more potential has been tapped?
A student raised his hand to ask. LV Fang smiled and said, for martial artists, it's better to call it blood energy, it feels more intuitive.
However, you're not wrong. To some extent, blood energy is indeed a person's potential. In the awakening realm, it may not yet manifest.
But once you become a martial artist, the differences will gradually become apparent, growing larger and larger.
LV Fang spoke calmly. Martial artists is a general term.
The specific realms are divided into 9 grades, starting from the 1st grade to the highest, the 9th grade.
After that come knights, divine generals. So how do we enhance blood energy? Many students stared at LV Fang, their expressions tense. LV Fang pondered and said, this brings us to the topic of breathing techniques.
The higher the level and realm of the breathing technique, the greater the refinement, and the more blood energy the body will generate. He paused and added, among them, the most important is the realm of the breathing technique.
Don't underestimate it.
For the same breathing technique, if the realms are different, the power of the punches refined may not differ much. But the blood energy generated by the body can vary greatly. The difference in blood energy between the foundational and perfect realms is at least 20 times. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The bull strength technique he practiced was like this: after reaching a fine level, it had no effect on the power of his punches. However, the dragon elephant ancient scripture did not conform. The higher the realm, the stronger the body's punch power. At the foundational realm, the peak of awakening at the 9th stage was only about 6,000 kilograms. At the perfect realm, the peak of awakening at the 9th stage could easily send an 18,000 kilograms cauldron flying. My high school really is something. Why didn't they tell me such important knowledge about blood energy earlier? A student complained unhappily. LV Fong smiled and said, "The reason is simple. I was afraid it would delay you. The realm of breathing techniques is too difficult to improve. Think about it. What realm is each of your breathing techniques?" "That's true. I practice an S-grade breathing technique, the Great Strength Demon Ape technique, and I'm still at the foundational realm." "You're doing better than me. My A-grade breathing technique is also at the foundational realm." "Same here. I've been practicing for 12 years and haven't even reached the proficient realm." The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the end, they discovered a shocking reality. Among this group of top geniuses, only Song Shiyu had managed to cultivate the S-grade breathing technique to the proficient realm. Only 2 others had reached the A-grade breathing technique. The rest of the students were all at the foundational realm. "Wait, didn't Ningchen just say nothing?" someone shouted, and many students turned to look at Ningchen. Song Shiyu, sitting nearby, grinned and said, "Ningchen, everyone is quite curious. Why don't you share?" "Proficient realm." Ningchen sat up straight and spoke. Song Shiyu pouted in frustration. "Damn! He got shown up again." Ningchen's punch power is 2,100 kilograms and hasn't even advanced to a higher stage of awakening. His breathing technique must be S-grade without a doubt. Is there any martial art he's not good at? And this is only the 6th stage of awakening. When Ningchen reaches the peak of the 9th stage, he'll definitely be at a fine level. The students discussed fervently, filled with emotion. In terms of martial arts, Ningchen's overwhelming superiority left them no room to breathe. Back to the main topic. LV Fong pressed his hand down, signaling the students to quiet down, and said, "Blood energy has 2 important stages. The first is before the high stages of awakening. The more thoroughly the body is refined by the breathing technique, the more vital energy is generated, making subsequent cultivation much easier." Upon hearing this, Ningchen furrowed his brows. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was still about 30% away from reaching the subtle realm. It would take at least another 6 months. However, at the current cultivation speed, in just a month, he would advance to the high tier of awakening. Not drinking the beast essence is not an option. Ningchen shook his head inwardly. Without the enhancement of the beast essence, the progress in elevating the realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture would sharply decline. At that point, it would take more than just 6 months. On the podium, Lu Fong continued, "The second stage is to break through to the first-grade martial artist at the 9th tier of awakening, which requires condensing the vital energy into a primal force seed. The more vital energy there is, the higher the quality of the primal force seed. However, I must remind you not to waste years trying to elevate the realm of your breathing technique for a bit of vital energy. Below the night level, a person's potential decreases with age. This is also why the school does not teach knowledge about vital energy." Lu Fong scanned the students, solemnly warning them. "Remember an ancient saying, if you don't become a martial artist by 20, you will have no hope of becoming a knight for life." The students on site grew more serious. Song Shiyu thought for a moment, raised his hand, and asked, "Instructor Lu, are there any other methods to enhance vital energy?" "There are indeed some, such as special abilities." Lu Fong deliberately glanced at Ning Chun. The students then turned to look at the bewildered Xia Shi. "It's not the ice ability that Xia Shi possesses," Lu Fong waved his hand and smiled, "but rather physical type abilities. However, everyone prefers to call them special physiques. After all, a water-type physical ability, at first glance, sounds like a new project launched by some club. It can't compare to the might of the vast sea battle body." Lu Fong made a joke, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Then, Lu Fong sobered up and said seriously, "Special physiques can enhance vital energy because their growth potential is high, far exceeding that of ordinary people. When you cultivate the S-level breathing technique to the peak of the awakening realm, your punching power will be around 5,000 kilograms. But some powerful special physiques can exceed 10,000 kilograms. Many students felt uneasy upon hearing this. A punching power increase of 1,000 kilograms is a significant advantage. Otherwise, the S-level breathing technique would not be regarded as a treasure by various factions. By the way, the instructor by who taught this morning possesses a special physique, the Lotus Fire Battle Body. Lu Fong said, before she became a first-grade martial artist, her punching power was 9,500 kilograms. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Ning Chen remained calm, not feeling particularly shocked. When he reached the peak of the 9th tier of awakening, half of his punching power should surpass by Xiuxiu's. The afternoon passed quickly. The cultivation class ended. Lu Fang waved to stop Ning Chen and said, "Instructor Bai has already arrived at the deep sea platform, and I have nothing else to do afterward, so let's go together." "Okay." Ning Chen didn't think much of it. The two left the teaching building. On the way, Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Instructor Lu, is there a way to speed up the elevation of the breathing techniques realm?" Lu Fang turned his face to look at Ning Chen and said, "You want to elevate your breathing technique to the subtle realm before advancing to the high tier of awakening?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded, openly admitting it. The subtle realm is a watershed in the 6 realms of martial arts. He had already reached the subtle realm with his bull strength and understood how significant the improvement was. Compared to mastering the limits, the generated vital energy could at least double. Moreover, according to what Lu Fang said in class, when breaking through from the 6th to the 7th tier of awakening, vital energy could, in turn, nourish the body, leading to a rapid increase in physical quality within a short time. The more vital energy there is, the greater the increase. There are no shortcuts in cultivating the breathing technique, it can only be done step by step. Lu Fang shook his head and said solemnly, "If you encounter a bottleneck in the subtle realm, do not stubbornly push through. I know your comprehension is very high, but breaking through a bottleneck requires more than just comprehension. If luck is not on your side, it is normal to be stuck for decades. You should quickly advance to the high stage of awakening, it will be most beneficial for you." "I understand." Ning Chen smiled. The bottleneck of realms was not a concern for him. Once his progress reached 100%, a breakthrough would naturally follow. The real challenge he faced now was the relatively slow speed of improvement in the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture realm. Of course, there were solutions. Ning Chen had 2 main ideas in mind. First, stimulate with high-energy food. The energy absorbed through breathing techniques was of high quality, leading to faster cultivation progress. He had a vial of 10,000 beasts nutrient solution borrowed from Li Pingyi. As long as he drank it, the cultivation speed of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture would surely skyrocket. However, the time it would take for him to advance to the high stage of awakening would also be significantly shortened. Ning Chen was unsure which option would be faster. The risk was too great. He wouldn't gamble unless it was the last moment. Second, provoke the emotions of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Previously, in the wind pressure chamber, Fenging Sanxian's cultivation speed increased 40-fold due to the provocation of the gale. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture should be able to respond similarly. This method was more stable. However, Ning Chen currently had no idea how to provoke the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. 10 minutes later. Deep sea platform. The sound of crashing waves was continuous. This was a stone platform built by the sea. On the side facing the ocean, several waterproof alloy hanging ladders were embedded, extending down to a trench over 10,000 meters deep. Students could use the ladders to enter the deep sea for training. Yan Shuang and Ma Fengxing are here too. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. The 4 instructors of the training camp seemed to be paying him excessive attention. Bai Xiuxiu handed him a test tube and said briskly, "This is the sea dragon blood, take it." The liquid in the test tube was blue-golden, shimmering with a heavy quality. "Got it." Ning Chen pulled out the stopper and drank it down. It had no taste, like plain water. Soon, a warm current surged, flowing through his limbs and bones, spreading throughout his body. In his mind, 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession. The diamond body has detected the dragon blood factor, feeling invigorated, cultivation speed has skyrocketed. The diamond body is expected to exhaust the dragon blood factor in 12 hours. Before the words finished, Ning Chen noticed that the skin exposed on his body revealed intricate patterns, blue and gold intertwined, exactly matching the color of the sea dragon blood. "Don't worry, these are dragon patterns," LV Fang explained with a smile. "Once you absorb all the sea dragon blood, the dragon patterns will dissipate." Bai Xiuxiu pointed at the sea surface and reminded him, "Ning Chen, you can go into the sea now. Remember, dive as deep as you can. The pressure of the deep sea can accelerate your absorption of the sea dragon blood and reduce energy loss." After a pause, she added, "From now on, after your classes every day, you should soak in the sea for a night until you refine all the sea dragon blood." Ning Chen blinked. He could exhaust the sea dragon blood tonight. However, he didn't say much, nodded, walked to the edge of the stone platform, took a deep breath, and leaped down. With his current physical condition, he could hold his breath for over an hour. However, diving and surfacing in the sea would accelerate the consumption of oxygen in his lungs. Ning Chen estimated that in about half an hour, he would need to come up for air. On the deep sea platform, Yan Zhuang glanced at the empty sea surface and said, "How long do you think it will take Ning Chen to absorb all the sea dragon blood?" Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and said, "About 4 days." "Instructor Bai, you have high hopes for Ning Chen," LV Fong said with surprise. "Typically, a dragon-type physique takes 4 to 7 days to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood. The shorter the time, the stronger the physique. If Ning Chen can absorb it in 4 days, he would definitely have a top-tier dragon-type physique." Bai Xiuxiu nodded in agreement. Ma Fengxing, who was not very familiar with special physiques, stroked his chin and asked curiously, "What if Ning Chen absorbs it in less than 4 days?" A serious expression appeared on LV Fong's face. If that happens, Ning Chen would have the Dragon King physique. The Martial Arts Alliance has conducted an investigation. With the Dragon King physique, after absorbing a portion of sea dragon blood, it only takes 2 to 3 days. Lu Fong pondered. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, "The Dragon King physique is unlikely. The Federation has a large population, with over 600 million newborns each year, and it often takes several years to give birth to a Dragon King physique. Let's go back. Come back tomorrow morning to take a look," Yan Zhuang said. "By then, we can roughly judge the strength of his dragon physique based on how many dragon patterns Ning Chen absorbs." The 4 of them left in succession. On the other side, in the sea, Ning Chen descended along the hanging ladder, and in less than a minute, he had plunged over 200 meters. In his previous life, this was the limit of free diving. The human body can only withstand this level of water pressure. However, for Ning Chen now, he felt almost no pressure and was very relaxed. The diamond body senses the water pressure, and the absorption speed of the dragon blood factor has increased. It is expected to be exhausted in 11.5 hours. A prompt sounded. Ning Chen nodded to himself. It seemed that the water pressure was indeed useful for the diamond body. Just as Ning Chen was about to continue diving, he heard another prompt. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture has sensed the water pressure, feeling delighted, and the speed of realm improvement has increased by 75%. Ning Chen's heartbeat quickened. An increase of less than double was not enough for the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to reach the subtle stage before he advanced to the high stage of awakening. But, would the increase also strengthen with the rise in water pressure? With this thought, Ning Chen no longer hesitated, moving his limbs swiftly toward the seabed. Soon after, Ning Chen had descended to about 1,500 meters. At this depth, the water pressure was astonishingly high, causing his muscles to ache, reaching the limit of his body, unable to go deeper. The diamond body senses the water pressure, and the absorption speed of the dragon blood factor has increased. It is expected to be exhausted in 8 hours. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture has sensed the water pressure, feeling excited, and the speed of realm improvement has increased by 700%. 2 prompts sounded in succession. Upon hearing the latter, a smile appeared on Ning Chen's face, which had been contorted due to the excessive water pressure. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was still more than half a year away from reaching the subtle stage. With a 7-fold increase, it would only take about a month. This was roughly the same time he needed to advance to the high stage. He still had classes and couldn't spend every day in the sea. However, the sea dragon blood would definitely allow his diamond body to break through, and by then, he could dive to even greater depths. The speed of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture's realm improvement would also rise. Time passed little by little. Every few hours, a prompt would sound in Ning Chen's mind. The diamond body has accumulated enough to advance to the 6th layer. The diamond body has accumulated enough to advance to the 7th layer. In the early morning hours, above the sea, the silver moon hung high. The night wind carried the scent of the sea. Splash! A spray of pure white water erupted. Ning Chen emerged from the sea, gasping for air, the bright moonlight falling on him, making his skin appear whiter and more delicate than jade. During the ascent, the sea dragon blood had been exhausted. Meanwhile, the diamond body had successfully broken through to the 8th layer. He felt a sense of resilience throughout his body. Ning Chen was confident that he didn't need to transform into the golden body, relying solely on his physical strength. Ordinary handguns and submachine guns would not break his skin. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Ning Chen dove again. This time, he plunged over 3,000 meters into the sea. The pressure was terrifying. For an ordinary peak 9th stage, here, it was not just a matter of how long they could last, they would be directly crushed into a puddle of mud by the water pressure. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture has sensed the water pressure, feeling invigorated, and the speed of realm improvement has increased by 1,800%. A prompt sounded. Ning Chen's lips curled up. An 18-fold increase meant that he only needed to soak in the sea for 1 night each day, and in less than a month, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture could reach the subtle stage. It could even be faster. Ning Chen thought to himself. With the tempering of the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, his physical quality strengthened, allowing him to dive deeper. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture could further accelerate. A positive feedback loop formed between them. The night quickly passed. The next day, at 6 in the morning, the sky began to brighten. Ningchen pulled the hanging ladder away from the sea and climbed onto the deep sea platform. As soon as he looked up, he saw 4 instructors not far away, eagerly waiting. Bai Xiuxiu was particularly attentive to dragon-type physiques and spoke first. Ningchen, how many dragon patterns did you absorb? It feels like it will take a few days. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze towards Ningchen became dazed. Did she see an illusion? Where are the dragon patterns on Ningchen? There were so many yesterday. Bai Xiuxiu blinked hard. Confirmed. It was not an illusion. The dragon patterns had indeed disappeared. How did you do it? You have a Dragon King physique, and it's impossible to exhaust the sea dragon blood in one night. Bai Xiuxiu looked incredulous. She had served in the military for many years, with a strong psychological quality, able to hide her emotions. But at this moment, she truly couldn't control herself. An awakened 6th stage absorbing a portion of sea dragon blood in one night exceeded her understanding. Dragon King physique? Ningchen was taken aback, then seemed to ponder. Remembering the performance of the 4 instructors yesterday, it should be due to his epiphany on the Dragon King's ascension platform that, for some reason, was mistaken for a special physique, and the rewarded sea dragon blood was meant to test him. With this in mind, Ningchen felt a stir in his heart and said, Instructor Bai, was there a problem with the sea dragon blood I drank yesterday? I always feel like the aftereffect is insufficient. It wouldn't have expired, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu's mood calmed somewhat. After thinking for a moment, she replied, it's unlikely to have expired. The sea dragon blood from the Mountain Sea Genius training camp was all newly produced by the Federal Political Science Academy this year. However, there might be a quality issue. No wonder you could absorb the sea dragon blood in just one night, Bai Xiuxiu added. Ningchen grinned and said, since there's a problem with the sea dragon blood, shouldn't you compensate me with another one? No way, Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, there are only 3 portions of sea dragon blood in the Mountain Sea Genius training camp, and instructors only have the authority to mobilize 1 portion. The other 2 can only be exchanged by students through points. Ningchen shrugged and smiled, then just compensate me with an equivalent amount of points. I'm easy to talk to and won't mind. This, Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face showed a look of difficulty. Rewarding Ningchen with a portion of sea dragon blood was already an insider operation, meant to test whether Ningchen had a dragon-type physique. Under normal circumstances, ranking first in a test wouldn't warrant a portion of sea dragon blood, but this was something she couldn't explain to Ningchen. Especially since Ningchen's request for compensation was reasonable, there was no reason to refuse. For a moment, Bai Xiuxiu was in a dilemma. Her aloof demeanor faded considerably, revealing a hint of adorableness. Lu Feng couldn't stand it any longer and quickly spoke up, Ningchen, stop joking with Instructor Bai. Your portion of sea dragon blood is fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had so many dragon patterns on you yesterday. Lu Feng suspected that if Ningchen continued, Bai Xiuxiu would be completely fooled. Ha! Hearing Lu Feng's words, Bai Xiuxiu was taken aback, then suddenly realized. She was always clever, but she was stunned by Ningchen absorbing the sea dragon blood in one night and couldn't react in time. Bai Xiuxiu glared at Ningchen, her silver teeth grinding, making a grating sound. She had been so careful with Ningchen yesterday, fearing social death. She never expected that this morning she still couldn't escape. Instructor Bai, Ningchen chuckled awkwardly and said, my family is poor, and I don't really understand things like sea dragon blood. At this moment, Yan Zhuang spoke up and asked, Ningchen, how long did it take you to absorb the sea dragon blood? Half an hour ago, when I last surfaced for air, there were still some dragon patterns left on me, Ningchen pondered. He didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, from Bai Xiuxiu's reaction, it was clear that absorbing a portion of sea dragon blood in one night was indeed an extraordinary achievement. It could even be called a miracle. You took the sea dragon blood at 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at her watch, her tone quite unsettled, and said, it's only just 6 in the morning now, at most 12 hours have passed. Ningchen felt curious and asked, is there a problem? No. Yan Zhuang waved his hand and said, you should go back and take a shower to wash off the seawater. There's a movement technique class this morning. Seeing this, Ningchen didn't ask further and stepped out. The 4 instructors continued their discussion. Ma Fengxing turned his face and said, Old Lu, didn't you say that a Dragon King physique needs 2 or 3 days to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood? What's going on with Ningchen? Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and said, isn't Ningchen a dragon-type physique?
His special physique is particularly adept at absorbing sea dragon blood?
There's no such physique as you mentioned.
Lu Feng shook his head and said, dragon blood factors are very domineering, only a dragon-type physique can absorb them quickly.
After a pause, he continued, I can guarantee that Ning Chen is indeed a Dragon King physique.
However, it's not the ordinary kind. What do you mean? Have you heard of the 4 great kings of the dragon clan from ancient times? Lu Feng looked at the other 3 instructors. Bai Xiuxiu nodded and said, I saw related records in an academic journal during my university days.
They were the earliest 4 dragons, terrifying in their divine might, possessing supreme authority, and their commands could not be resisted.
Exactly.
Lu Feng said with certainty, Ning Chen's Dragon King physique shares the same origin as those 4 kings, and has been one of the strongest physiques since ancient times.
However, as for which of the kings he is related to, I need to go back and check the information. Lu Feng said,
special physiques cannot be detected with the current genetic technology of the Federation. They can only be inferred through external manifestations.
Yan Zhuan thought for a moment and said, the Dragon King physique involves too much, not to mention that Ning Chen's Dragon King physique is extraordinary. We can't keep this news under wraps, it must be reported immediately.
Agreed.
All 3 instructors, including Bai Xiuxiu, nodded.
With the convenience of the internet, 10 minutes later, the higher-ups of the Donglin Administrative District received a report. This year's Shanghai Genius Training Camp had produced a Dragon King physique.
Moreover, it was of the same origin as the 4 ancient kings of the Dragon Clan. According to records, that kind of physique is said to be the strongest.
In an instant, ripples arose among the higher-ups of Donglin, with many prominent figures feeling a surge of emotions, unable to remain calm.
Donglin District Administrative Headquarters. Top floor. Ha, what a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck.
Wang Fu laughed broadly. As the highest official of the Donglin Administrative District, during his tenure, a so-called strongest Dragon King physique had emerged. From a scientific perspective, it had nothing to do with him.
However, according to the rules of the officialdom, with a little maneuvering, it could become a dazzling political achievement.
Wang Fu put down the report in his hand and said, this young man named Ning Chen is quite impressive, with astonishing talent.
Our Donglin government must cultivate him with care.
It's already been arranged.
The female secretary nodded.
Wang Fu thought for a moment and smiled. With Ning Chen in this year's Zone 99 Genius Battle, we should be able to dominate 2 or 3 districts and showcase the might of Donglin. The female secretary lightly coughed and reminded, he is currently only at the 6th awakening stage. Even if he participates, it will be difficult for him to achieve good results.
Then I'll take a gamble.
Wang Fu's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, double the intensity of Ning Chen's training from the original basis and see if he can give me a surprise. He started from scratch and worked his way up to the top of the Donglin government, understanding one principle very well. That is, some geniuses progress in ways that defy reason.
Yes. A political order was issued from the district governor's office, instantly causing a great stir. All top forces learned of this matter.
The Donglin district hasn't seen a Dragon King physique in over 100 years.
I've heard of the Dragon King body, it's incredibly powerful.
If nothing unexpected happens, this boy named Ning Chen, who possesses the Dragon King body, is said to be even more formidable, claiming to be the strongest.
Could he really become a divine general in the future?
Some were astonished. A divine general stands at the pinnacle of the martial arts pyramid, unmatched in might. In the entire Eastern Forest, there was no one who could rival them.
That's not necessarily true, but the title of the strongest isn't just for show. Once Ning Chen steps into knighthood, he will undoubtedly be a top-tier knight.
During the Dual Star Martial Battle, there was a supreme body that, at the knight level, fought to the death against a divine general from the heavenly martial realm. Many nobles were in contact with each other, paying special attention to this matter. After all, the so-called strongest Dragon King body, once it grows, will definitely be a powerful figure with far-reaching influence. Yet, the one who sparked all this, Ning Chen, was completely unaware. He changed into clean clothes, finished breakfast in the cafeteria, and then headed to the shooting range.
There was still some time before class. Ning Chen thought for a moment and walked into the glass room equipped with machine guns, preparing to test his agility.
Over the past 2 days, his Wind Shadow 3000 had improved a level, and his punching power had increased by about 10%, which was quite a significant progress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The machine guns whirred to life, firing rubber bullets in a frenzy.
Ning Chen began to dodge with his agility.
The other students heard the commotion and turned their gazes over.
However, since there were 3 machine guns at the start, they didn't pay much attention, casually chatting while watching. The effect of the wind pressure room is indeed good.
I went there yesterday, and my agility has improved.
It's good, but it's too expensive.
The cheapest beginner wind pressure room costs 5 points per hour. My points from the last 2 days barely add up. A student sighed, resonating with many others. Points were indeed hard to come by. That's true for you, but I heard from the staff that Ningchen uses the advanced wind pressure room, which costs 20 points per hour. A voice filled with envy rang out. What's so great about having points? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? The advanced wind pressure room is meant for second-tier martial artists. What progress could Ningchen make by using it? Huang Shitao said with a sour tone, but before he could finish, he shut his mouth. He saw that inside the glass room, 11 machine guns were firing simultaneously, the bullets raining down. Yet, Ningchen was dodging effortlessly. The rubber bullets couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. The other students were equally stunned. Were the machine guns too old to fire? On the other side, Ma Fingxing walked briskly towards the shooting range. Instructor Bai has also embarrassed himself. Fortunately, my agility level is 2 to 3 machine guns stronger than Ning Chen's at the same power level. Ma Fingxing chuckled to himself, thinking, later, when class hasn't started, I'll challenge Ning Chen to a duel to show him what the authority of an instructor is. As he passed through the door, Ma Fingxing raised his eyebrows in surprise. The students were like statues, their gazes blank, all staring at the glass room. What's going on? Ma Fingxing turned his eyes and looked over. Then, he too was stunned. Under the barrage of 12 machine guns, Ning Chen was weaving and dodging, avoiding all the bullets. Before long, another machine gun was activated. Bang! Ning Chen could no longer successfully evade and was hit in the thigh by a rubber bullet. His agility level had reached the power of 12 machine guns. Whoosh! Ma Fingxing didn't even wait for Ning Chen to come out. He swiftly leaped into the glass room, shocked. How did your Wind Shadow 3000 reach the mastery level? I clearly noticed during the last test that you were far from the limits of proficiency. Oh, you mean that? Ning Chen shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I had an epiphany in the wind pressure room the day before yesterday. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar, gasps of astonishment rising one after another. Is the advanced wind pressure room that amazing? That's Ning Chen's incredible skill. It has nothing to do with the wind pressure chamber. One of the students explained. The level of the wind pressure chamber only involves factors like the strength of the wind and the speed of trajectory changes. Essentially, there is no difference. Am I the only one thinking that Ningchen had an epiphany in yesterday's combat class? Damn! 2 epiphanies in 2 days, is there no room for others to live? Many students found it hard to believe. Ma Fingxing took several deep breaths to maintain his composure and said to Ning Chen, well done, I reward you with 50 points, come with me, class is about to start. As for the pre-class sparring on footwork, that was something Ma Fingxing had mentioned before. What does it have to do with the current Ma Fingxing? Soon, a day passed. Ding-a-ling. The bell rang, signaling the end of the afternoon weapon class. The students did not leave but formed a circle to watch Ning Chen demonstrate the Flash Thunder Slash with Yen Zhuang. Bang! 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 The two clashed with their blades, cold light flashing, sparks flying. To avoid being defeated by Ning Chen in just a few moves, Yen Zhuang had no choice but to control his strength to a level twice that of Ning Chen. Even so, it was still fraught with danger. Half an hour later. Let's stop here for today. Yen Zhuang stepped back and called off the sparring. It wasn't that his stamina couldn't keep up. His Flash Thunder Slash was just a step away from perfection. Being too demanding would only make it worse. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and said, Instructor Yen, can you spar with me on the Storm 36 slashes? This martial art, like the Thousand Bones killing technique, also belongs to the category of skills. He should be able to gain insights through battling the high-level Storm 36 slashes. I have no problem sparring with you. Yen Zhuang smiled and said, but you've only been practicing the Storm 36 slashes for 3 days. Even if your comprehension is astonishing, you're at most just a beginner, not yet at the level to spar with others. In another month or so, I'll spar with you. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen wasted no time and swung his silver blood battle blade, slashing several times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air made a sound like fabric tearing, revealing a sharp sensation. Yen Zhuang was dumbfounded. The next moment, a loud exclamation swept across the training ground. What's going on? How did your Storm 36 slashes become so proficient? Yen Zhuang stared at Ning Chen, swallowing hard. Ning Chen's expression was calm as he said, I had an epiphany, this martial art suits me well, and I find it easy to practice. Hearing this, the surrounding students were so shocked they couldn't speak. Adding to the previous 2 times, Ning Chen had experienced 3 epiphanies. The training camp had only been in session for 3 days. Was Ning Chen truly having epiphanies, or was he just clocking in? Instructor Yen, can you spar with me now? Ning Chen raised his silver blood battle blade and smiled. Yen Zhuang adjusted his mindset and nodded, let's begin. Whoosh! Ningchen stepped forward, gripping the hilt with both hands, and with a sharp sound of slicing air, he swung the silver blade towards Yen Zhuang's shoulder in a swift diagonal slash. Yen Zhuang remained calm and executed the Storm 36 slashes to block. Bang! With a loud crash, the two blades collided, producing dazzling sparks. Gained insights from battling the expert-level Storm 36 slashes, progress increased by 4%. A cold notification sound rang out. Ning Chen's lips curled slightly. Yen Zhuang was at the expert level. That meant he could elevate the Storm 36 slashes to the subtle level. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the battle blade slicing through the air came one after another as the two continued to clash. Yen Zhuang grew increasingly alarmed. He clearly sensed that the speed of Ning Chen's blade was increasing with each strike. It was normal for the last slash of the Storm 36 slashes to be faster than the previous one. But the problem was, Ning Chen's blade was unreasonably fast. There was only one explanation. With each swing, Ning Chen's understanding of the Storm 36 slashes was stepping up a level. This kid had another epiphany. Yen Zhuang was moved, finding it hard to believe. He has grown up without ever hearing of anyone's comprehension being this high. Enlightenment at least once a day. The sound of the blade. The sound of blades is unending. Ning Chen's Stormy Rain 36 slashes has reached the subtle realm, a student said, trembling. Just like in yesterday's combat class, during the fight, he entered enlightenment. It's impossible for anyone to be this talented, this must be a dream. I just pinched my thigh, and it didn't hurt at all. Let go of your hand, of course it doesn't hurt, you pinched me. The onlookers were restless, feeling as if their worldview had been reshaped. At sunset, the two stopped fighting. Ning Chen stood with his blade, a hint of regret in his expression. After reaching the subtle realm with the Stormy Rain 36 slashes, no matter how he sparred with Yen Zhuang, he just couldn't achieve enlightenment. Yesterday's enlightenment with the Thousand Bones killing technique was probably just an exception. What's wrong? Yen Zhuang looked at Ning Chen and said, you have achieved enlightenment with the Stormy Rain 36 slashes to the subtle realm, why do you look unhappy? Ning Chen pondered for a few seconds, gently nodded, and said, there's a problem. What problem? Yen Zhuang's tone was tense, fearing it was something wrong with Ning Chen's Dragon King physique. The other students perked up with curiosity. Ning Chen sighed and said despondently, I can only achieve enlightenment with the Stormy Rain 36 slashes to the subtle realm. Although this martial art is extremely difficult, surpassing many S-rank martial arts, it still doesn't change a cruel reality. My talent, it turns out, has a limit. After he spoke, the students were silent. Yen Zhuang was also speechless. Why could he say such things so naturally? How about I spar with you again? Maybe you'll break through. Yen Zhuang said with a forced smile. That's not necessary. I've been hit too hard today, I need time to heal. Ning Chen smiled and left with his hands behind his back. He wasn't just trying to show off. In the future, relying on sparring with high-level martial arts from his peers, his offensive martial arts could leap forward. But this clearly needed an explanation. Enlightenment was a good reason. He openly stated his high talent, which would spare him many troubles. That night, in an office building at the base, 4 instructors were in a meeting. 3 days, for instances of enlightenment, can comprehension really be this high? Ma Fengxing shook his head in amazement. Lu Fang smiled slightly and said, Ning Chen's Dragon King physique should be at a critical awakening stage. Once he passes this phase, it will be hard for him to achieve enlightenment. As he spoke, Lu Fang thought for a moment and added, of course, this is relative to him now, not compared to others. Bai Xiuxiu's heart stirred and asked, did you find out about Ning Chen's physique? That's right. Lu Fang nodded and said, in ancient times, one of the 4 great kings was named the Dragon of Eternal Night, who held dominion over the night, with astonishing comprehension, far surpassing the other 3 kings. Ning Chen shares the same origin as that Dragon King, possessing the Eternal Night King physique. Lu Fang said solemnly. Yen Zhuang turned his face and asked, what is special about the Eternal Night King physique? Lu Fang replied, this physique is rare throughout history, with no written records passed down. I only found one thing, its comprehension is extremely remarkable. Just this point is strong enough, the further one goes in martial arts, the more comprehension is needed. Yes. Yen Zhuang agreed, other Dragon King physiques will definitely become knights, while Ning Chen's Eternal Night King physique can basically be said to guarantee he will become a divine general. Upon hearing this, the other 3 instructors' expressions changed. No one dared to disrespect a divine general. Ma Fengxing spread his hands and said with a bitter smile, how can we manage Ning Chen in the future? I don't have the guts to offend a divine general. Yen Zhuang pondered for a moment and said seriously, just treat him normally, don't fawn over him. We represent the Donglin government, we can't lose face. As he spoke, he took out his phone and began typing with both hands.
Are you going to report the matter of the Eternal Night King's body? Ma Fengxing said casually. He was sitting next to Yen Zhuang, glancing at his phone screen with irritation, rolling his eyes. Damn it, is this what you call not trying to curry favor? Bai Xiuxiu and LV Fong, curious at the sight, leaned over to take a look, their foreheads breaking into a cold sweat. It was a text message. The content read, Dear Ningchen, I am Yen Zhuang. Considering your tight training schedule, to avoid delaying you, I will personally come to guide you in the Thunder Slash every day from now on. Yen Zhuang put away his phone, cleared his throat, and said, Well, let me clarify. What I said has nothing to do with whether Ning Chen will become a divine general in the future. Mainly, I just like to use honorifics. Hee, Yen Zhuang, no wonder you can be the chief instructor. The next day, 7 in the morning. Ning Chen walked into the cafeteria, his freshly washed hair damp and shining with health. He had spent another night in the deep sea. His progress was impressive. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture had improved by 1 percentage point. Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. As soon as he crossed the threshold, all the students in the cafeteria seemed to have received a command, stopping their actions in unison and looking at him. Don't be surprised. Song Shiyu walked over with a smile, saying, Your glorious achievement of comprehending 4 times in 3 days has spread throughout the entire base, and those martial artist students are equally astonished. Shifeng thought for a moment and added, The body technique of 12 machine guns is also an important reason. Many martial artist students don't have that level of skill. What's so surprising about this? It's not difficult for me. Ning Chen shook his head and walked towards the food counter. Song Shiyu and Shifeng exchanged silent glances. I want to chop him with a knife, how about you? I can't beat him, it's so frustrating. On the other side, other students were also discussing Ning Chen. I saw a report that in the past few years, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp has produced an average of 1 night per session, and this session should be Ning Chen. I have to admit, we students seem to be just here to run alongside. Nonsense. A martial artist student sneered, You awakened ones have given up, don't drag us down with you. Exactly, a 6th stage awakened who isn't even a martial artist dares to say he can become a knight. What a joke. Having talent in the awakened realm doesn't mean you can become a martial artist, nor can you retain that talent. Do you know how hard it is to be promoted to a knight? Spouting such nonsense here. Many martial artist students echoed in agreement. Their attitudes were filled with superiority. After all, they were all peers, and being at a higher realm made it hard not to feel proud. Stop just eating, they are saying such harsh things, at least give some reaction. Song Shiyu looked at Ning Chen and smiled. Ning Chen's eyes were calm as water, saying, They're saying I can't become a knight is their business, it has nothing to do with me. Words are pale and have no effect on me. Shifeng, sitting opposite, asked curiously, What if someone curses you? Crack. Ning Chen bit into a piece of rib, crushing it, swallowed it down, and grinned. I would ask them a math question, something very simple, like, what is 3000 minus 1? Song Shiyu and Shifeng were taken aback, not understanding. Just as they were about to ask, 4 instructors walked into the cafeteria. A middle-aged man followed behind them. He was not tall, with a friendly smile on his face, giving a sense of warmth. He was holding a paper report. The cover had a line of text, partially covered by his hand. But it was still possible to see words like special physique, Donlin government, and reward. Who is this person that even 4 instructors accompany him? He must be a government official. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp has closed management, and ordinary people can't get in. Many students were sizing up the middle-aged man, whispering to each other, very curious. Quiet. Yen Zhuang pressed his hand down and began to introduce, This is Director Hu, from the office of the highest governor of the Donlin Administrative District. The purpose of this visit is to announce a government-funded genius training program. Because, among your cohort, there is one who has awakened a special physique, Yen Zhuang explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the cafeteria, which had just quieted down, erupted into noise again. It's definitely not an ordinary special physique, otherwise, the government wouldn't fund it. I wonder which big shot it is, let me worship them. Instructor, who is he, and what special physique does he have? The students bombarded him with questions. Yen Zhuang smiled and pointed directly, saying, This person is Ning Chen, you must be familiar with him. He has awakened a Dragon King physique, known as the Eternal Night King body. Lu Fang added, This physique is extremely rare in history and is one of the strongest physiques. Ning Chen blinked a couple of times, feeling a bit dazed. What exactly had the 4 instructors imagined? How could they even specify which type of Dragon King physique he had? The students had no doubts. With government officials present, how could it be fake? The scene instantly became lively. Damn! Dragon King body. No wonder that day when the Dragon King descended, Ning Chen could trigger an anomaly. The strongest physique sounds so domineering, what makes it invincible? He will definitely become a knight in the future. Moreover, after reaching the peak knight level, he could contend with some relatively weaker divine generals. Everyone was discussing excitedly, unable to calm down. The strongest physique had always been something they could only read about in history books, yet it was now vividly present among them. Wait a minute, what are you martial arts students lamenting about? Just a moment ago, weren't you mocking Ningxin for not being able to become a knight? A student at the awakening stage sneered. Do you still have your sense of superiority now? You said Ningxin's talent could only last until the awakening stage, doesn't that sting? The martial arts students who had mocked Ningchen turned various shades of pale and red, opening their mouths but unable to find words to refute. They had neither a reason to argue nor dared to. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he would definitely become a knight was too terrifying. In the Donglin Administrative District, with a population of over 800 million, there were fewer than 300 recorded knights. On average, one knight would emerge from every 3 million people. At the dining table, Ningxin didn't pay much attention to the students being slapped in the face. He was pondering a question: how to disguise himself as the Eternal Knight King Body, not just for the sake of government funding. Once he became the Eternal Knight King Body, the ancient scriptures of the dragon elephant and the system he possessed could all be attributed to his physique in the future. Ningxin collected his thoughts and asked, "How do you know if I am the Eternal Knight King Body?" Upon hearing this, Director Hu and the 4 instructors' expressions changed. Even they, if they found out they had a supreme physique, would undoubtedly be unable to contain their excitement, let alone a young man in the prime of his youth. However, Ningxin was asking them for the reason. On his handsome face, there was not a hint of emotional fluctuation, like a deep pool of water. It was so calm that it made one's heart race. Director Hu took a deep breath and said, "With the current technology of the Federation, we cannot detect special physiques. We can only deduce them through external characteristics. Your various performances, such as the anomaly when the Dragon King descended, the speed at which you absorbed the blood of the sea dragon, and your insights 4 times in 3 days, all perfectly match the characteristics of the Eternal Knight King Body." Ningxin pondered and nodded, then asked, "What is special about the Eternal Knight King Body?" "Currently, we only know one thing, astonishing comprehension," Lu Fang mused. "Supreme physiques are too rare, there is basically no detailed information." Ningchen was taken aback. Disguising the Eternal Knight King Body seemed a bit simple. "So I awakened a special physique, no wonder I've been progressing so quickly these days." Ningchen grinned and openly admitted it. Setting aside the facts, he was indeed the Eternal Knight King Body, the kind certified by the government. Subsequently, Director Hu announced the government-funded Genius Training Program. 100 Beast Nutrient Solutions, 2 on Beast Nutrient Solutions, 5,000 points for the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp. Ningchen couldn't help but smile. This level of funding was truly extraordinary. He had seen the resource exchange table for the training camp. The market price for a 1 Beast Nutrient Solution was 12 million, but it only required 1,000 points to exchange. Calculated, 1 point was equivalent to 12,000 yuan. The real value was even higher, because points could be exchanged for precious resources not available on the market, such as sea dragon blood. With the points earned in the past few days, Ningchen's total is approaching 8,000 points. "Isn't the first place on the points leaderboard as solid as a rock?" a girl exclaimed. "It's hard to say. According to past practices, when the Fierce Beast Hunting Ground opens, some top martial artist students can exceed 10,000 points. Do you think Ningchen won't hunt fierce beasts? With the power of the Eternal Knight King Body, the first place will most likely be in Ningchen's hands." Many students were engaged in heated discussions. Director Hu put away the report, exchanged a few pleasantries, and bid farewell to Ningchen. 4 instructors accompanied him as he left. Ningchen stayed in the cafeteria, continuing to finish his unfinished breakfast. Shifeng fiddled with his plate, looking dejected, and said, "The training camp averages only 1 night per session. You awaken the Eternal Knight King Body, you will definitely become a knight in the future. That means we students are bound to fail. I just want to go home." Ningchen thought for a moment and teased, "If you fly home, I advise you to bring a bomb on board." Shifeng was taken aback. "Why?" "Because it's safer." Ningchen laughed. "The Ministry of Transportation has conducted a survey. The probability of encountering a bomber on a plane is 1 in 100,000. Think about it seriously. If you bring a bomb, the probability of encountering a real bomber would become 1 in 100,000 squared." Shifeng stroked his chin, pondered for a long time, and suddenly slapped his thigh, saying, "That makes sense. Song Shiyu, isn't your home in Linhai City? Can you help me get a bomb?" Shifeng turned his face, excitedly asking. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu silently picked up her plate and moved to another seat.
Before leaving home, her mother had specifically instructed her not to play with fools. Ningchen couldn't help but laugh and got up to leave. In the following days, the excitement over Ningchen awakening the Eternal Night King body showed no signs of waning. After all, this was no small matter. Ningchen, on the other hand, didn't care much. He maintained a regular daily routine, attending classes during the day and going to the sea at night. His strength grew stronger day by day. In the blink of an eye, the spring was thickening, and April had quietly passed by. May 1st. The 4 courses of the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp officially concluded as scheduled. The Fierce Beast Hunting Ground officially opened. The Fierce Beast Hunting Ground, located north of Linhai Mountain, was a primitive forest covering an area of over 100 kilometers. The Eastern Forest government had raised many fierce beasts there, specifically for students to hunt and temper their character. After all, a towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. The strong are all forged through battle, a path paved with blood and bones. For ordinary fierce beasts, killing one grants 50 points. For general-level fierce beasts, the points awarded are directly related to their rank. A first-level fierce beast gives 100 points, and for each higher level, an additional 100 points. Yen Zhuang scanned the students and explained the rules in a deep voice. Additionally, killing fierce beasts across borders doubles the points. Conversely, points are halved. Ordinary fierce beasts are comparable in strength to the peak of the awakened 9th stage. General-level fierce beasts are divided into 9 levels, corresponding to martial artists from 1st to 9th rank. The students were all moved. The rewards for hunting fierce beasts were too generous. It should be noted that many of them had not even earned 100 points in the past month. It's a great opportunity to earn points. Ning Chen rubbed his chin in contemplation. The points he had left were already quite few. To help Fenging Sanxian reach the subtle realm, he had spent over 2,000 points in the wind pressure chamber. The 5,000 points rewarded by the Donglin government had also been used up, exchanged for a portion of sea dragon blood. After taking it, his diamond body reached the 9th level of perfection. As long as he had the subsequent cultivation methods, he could immediately advance to the 10th level. However, Ningchen didn't know where to go to receive the inheritance. The diamond body sold on the market was all B grade, only up to the first 9 levels. The training camp will establish a fierce beast points leaderboard. Yen Zhuang pointed to the huge screen not far away and said, "The rankings will be displayed there, updated in real time. The top 50 students will receive corresponding point bonuses. The higher the rank, the greater the bonus. The first place's points will triple." Upon hearing this, many students' expressions changed slightly. This approach was quite cruel and would significantly widen the gap between students. The strong would grow stronger, and the weak would be eliminated. The training camp upheld the law of the jungle, and it wasn't just talk. Yen Zhuang waved his hand and said, "That's all I have to say. You can arrange your time freely for the next month." Yes. Many students hurriedly left the base, rushing to the fierce beast hunting grounds, fearing that if they were a moment late, they would fall behind others. Ning Chen, however, was completely different, walking leisurely towards the deep-sea platform. His dragon elephant ancient scripture had advanced to the subtle realm. The current focus was to quickly break through to the high awakening stage. At that time, hunting fierce beasts would be more efficient. A few days of delay didn't matter. After all, it's better to gain weight early than to be overwhelmed later. Dusk. Students returned to the base one after another, most of them battered and bleeding. Hunting fierce beasts was not a simple one-on-one fight. Fierce beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. They would ambush, launch sneak attacks, and if they couldn't win, they would escape, making them hard to kill. Moreover, the primitive forest was very dense, making it difficult to find fierce beasts. Even if they were found, it didn't guarantee a victory. Damn! 51st place, does it have to be this miserable? You're better off. I just entered the fierce beast hunting ground and encountered a poisonous arrow porcupine, almost died. Many students dragged their injured bodies to the big screen to check the leaderboard. Hey, wait a minute, why is Ningchen at the very bottom? Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. My god, 0 points, did Ningchen not kill a single fierce beast? No, Ningchen didn't leave the base. I was late because I had to get my weapon and saw him heading to the deep sea platform. Why isn't he hunting fierce beasts? The students chatted among themselves, very curious. The Eternal Night King body, known as the strongest, must have a big ego, wanting to make a grand entrance. Some students said with envy and jealousy. However, 3 days passed. Ning Chen's name remained at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, the students couldn't sit still, speculating about the reason. I think there's only one explanation. Ning Chen is afraid of death, even afraid of getting hurt, and doesn't dare to enter the fierce beast hunting ground to fight. A martial artist student asserted. No way, Ning Chen is the Eternal Night King body. That's not right. Physique is one thing,
temperament is another, they can't be compared. Exactly. The Federation has seen such people before, with excellent talent but timid personalities, afraid of death, leading to limited future achievements. Such a strong physique is being wasted. Many expressed their opinions, some with regret, others with disdain and sneers. On the other side, training ground. Bang! 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 The muffled, powerful sounds formed a continuous line. Ningchen kept throwing punches at a machine in front of him, conducting a punch force test. Song Shiyu leaned against the wall nearby, teasing, even if you don't need points, you should at least hunt a few fierce beasts to prove yourself. Nowadays, the student's opinion of you is not just generally low. I'm still saying the same thing, it has nothing to do with me. Ning Chen maintained a calm expression, throwing punches as he spoke. Song Shiyu, with an unchanging smile, said, others are fine, but Xiaxi's opinion of you is quite excessive. It could be considered a personal attack. Let me teach you something. Song Shiyu thought for a moment and continued, the strongest thing about a person is not their physique, but the person themselves. Ning Chen is not as good as me. He is too timid, lacking the will to kill. No matter how high his comprehension, he is just a fragile porcelain, shattering at the slightest touch. Xiaxi has said similar things publicly. Song Shiyu laughed, his tone filled with provocation. Opposite them, Ningchen finished the test, lowered his arms, and said coldly, there's no need to say much to such a person, just beat him up, and everything will be fine. He didn't care about others' opinions. But that didn't mean others could insult him with words at will. Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow and said, oh, so confident. It seems you've made significant progress this month. Has your punching power reached around 3,000 kilograms? As he leaned in to take a look, his expression suddenly froze. The screen above the punching power test machine displayed a number, 6,013 kilograms. Song Shiyu turned to Ning Chen, utterly shocked, unable to speak. Ning Chen's punching power exceeding 6,000 kilograms didn't surprise him. Lu Feng had said that special physiques have high limits, but to increase punching power by 4,000 kilograms in just a month was truly astonishing. He had never seen such a person in history books. That day, Shifeng wasn't wrong. The Eternal Night King's body really is despairing. Song Shiyu sighed, feeling emotional. Don't be sad, it's all my fault. Ning Chen walked over, patted Song Shiyu's shoulder, and said apologetically, being born a king, I'm very sorry. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu's forehead twitched. Are you going to teach Xiaxi a lesson? Seeing Ning Chen step outside, Song Shiyu became interested. Ning Chen shook his head and said, tomorrow, I don't have time tonight. I'm preparing to advance to the High Awakening stage. Song Shiyu, can the Breaking of Realms still have a set date? Leaving the training ground, Ning Chen did not head straight to the deep sea platform. He first returned to the dormitory, contemplated for a moment, and took all 3 bottles of the 10,000 Beasts nutrient solution. According to Lu Feng, when the body generates blood energy, it requires external energy supplementation. His body had been tempered by the dragon elephant ancient scripture at the subtle realm for many days. Once blood energy was generated, it would definitely not be a small amount, requiring a massive energy supply. At the deep sea platform, the night breeze was cool and refreshing. Ningchen sequentially opened the caps and drank all 3 bottles of the 10,000 Beasts nutrient solution. Even he felt a bit of pain. 36 million. Gone in just a few sips. The immense energy sensed by the dragon elephant ancient scripture invigorated me, and my cultivation speed skyrocketed. A prompt sound rang out. A strong tingling sensation instantly enveloped his entire body. Ningchen no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and plunged into the sea. Soon, Ningchen descended to over 8,000 meters. He closed his eyes and stopped moving. This depth was his current limit. Time passed slowly. Boom! After an unknown period, Ningchen's body suddenly shook, as if reaching a critical point, and a warm current surged from deep within him. Ningchen knew that warm current was blood energy. He had advanced to the High Awakening stage. Immediately, a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Body generating blood energy, the dragon elephant ancient scripture's energy absorption speed increased by 30 times. Estimated to be exhausted in 2 hours and 50 minutes. Blood energy surged one wave after another, continuously increasing. Within Ning Chen's body, even the sound of rushing water could be heard. If this scene were to be exposed, it would definitely cause a sensation in many places. The power surged like a fountain. That was just a metaphor. A personal feeling. Many at the peak of awakening 9th stage, if not carefully perceived, cannot detect the blood energy within their bodies, let alone produce the sound of flowing water. In the 1,000-year history of the Federation, there have been people who could make their blood energy emit the sound of flowing water, but they are definitely fewer than 10.
The tingling sensation intensifies, and the blood energy begins to nourish itself. Ning Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This would be a transformation. About 3 hours later, Ning Chen opened his eyes, the deep sea as dark as ink, as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed by. My 5 senses have reached a new level. Ning Chen was somewhat astonished. In the deep sea over 8,000 meters down, light struggled to reach, the darkness was overwhelming. Yet, he could clearly see a semi-transparent jellyfish drifting a few dozen meters away. With a slight movement of his ears, Ning Chen made a judgment. 300 meters to the southeast, a deep-sea fish swam by, shaped like a shuttle, measuring between 75 centimeters and 80 centimeters in length. Ning Chen swam over to take a look, and indeed it was so. The effect of the blood energy nourishing itself was stronger than he had anticipated. What level has my physical quality reached? Ning Chen felt a sense of anticipation. Now, facing the water pressure of over 8,000 meters, he felt much more relaxed, no longer needing to grit his teeth and endure like before. Ning Chen flipped over and continued to dive. 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 10,500 meters. Ning Chen stopped. Because he had reached the seabed. This is too shallow, I still need to go to the training ground to test my punching power. Ning Chen felt a bit regretful, pushing off forcefully with his feet, swimming towards the surface. May 5th. 6:30 in the morning. Ning Chen walked into the training ground, his gaze sweeping across, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The students at the awakening stage were all present. The 4 instructors had also arrived. After listening for a while, he understood the reason. Last night, Xiaoxi had slain 2 beast-level ferocious beasts at the beast hunting ground, successfully breaking into the top 50 of the ferocious beast leaderboard with his awakening stage strength. This was an extraordinary achievement. Among the 30 awakening stage students, only Xiaoxi had accomplished this. Xiaoxi caught a glimpse of Ning Chen and immediately strode over. Ning Chen, you have disappointed me greatly. As a top genius, you actually fear combat. Xiaoxi said bluntly, reprimanding him harshly. You bring shame to the Eternal Night King body. To put it bluntly, you are unworthy of possessing such a physique. The crowd turned their gazes towards them. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged, without any emotional fluctuations, and he said, Who told you that I fear combat? Arguing with me is pointless. Xiaoxi shook his head, arrogantly stating, Your verbal justifications are weak, everyone has seen your actions. In that case, Ning Chen glanced at him and said calmly, I'll fight you, so you can see whether I fear combat. Alright. Xiaoxi, having just killed 2 ferocious beasts, was full of fighting spirit and readily agreed. We will fight barehanded. Xiaoxi was very arrogant. Seeing that Ning Chen had not taken out a battle knife, he raised his arm and flung the long sword in his hand away. Bang! The long sword embedded itself over half a meter into the wall, the hilt trembling violently, displaying both elegance and immense power. Ma Fengxing approached, teasingly saying, Xiaoxi, remember to avoid the instructors next time you show off. Openly damaging training camp property will cost you 10 points. Many students couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered, I got it, Instructor Ma. After saying that, he turned coldly to Ning Chen and said, Are you ready? Let's begin. Come on. Ning Chen nodded casually. Just an awakening 9th stage peak, the outcome of the battle was already determined. Who do you think will win? A student curiously asked, sizing up the 2 in the arena. I favor Xiaoxi, his advantage in punching power can compensate for his shortcomings in martial arts, while Ning Chen can't suppress him with martial arts alone. Xiaoxi has a greater chance of winning. Ning Chen's personality is timid, and in a fight, he will likely hesitate. Although the Eternal Night King is strong, Ning Chen hasn't matured yet. Because he didn't go to the beast hunting grounds, many students didn't have high hopes for Ning Chen. Whoosh! Xiaoxi used the snake slide technique and took the initiative. He knew that Ning Chen's 1,000 bone killing technique had reached perfection, making it incredibly powerful, so he didn't intend to clash head-on right away. Whoosh! When he was about 3 meters away from Ning Chen, Xiaoxi struck out with a palm, the howling palm wind carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Ice elemental ability. Ning Chen stood still, his tall figure neither dodging nor evading. He allowed the coldness to transform into ghostly blue ice blocks, completely covering his body below the chest. Ning Chen, you still say you are not afraid of killing. Seeing Ning Chen frozen by him, Xiaoxi laughed triumphantly. If you weren't scared by me, with your 12 machine gun level agility, you could at least avoid the coldest center. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and said, So what? Xiaoxi sneered, So you've already lost. You are frozen by me, unable to move, how can you fight me? I'm not dodging, I'm just curious about the ice elemental ability and want to test its power. Ning Chen shook his head and sighed. I have to say, I'm quite disappointed.
Your ice elemental ability is no different from a super high-powered air conditioner.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's aura changed. A chilling killing intent erupted from his pitch-black eyes. Boom! Without any visible movement from Ning Chen, the ice covering his body instantly shattered, flying everywhere.
Xiaoxi was shocked, his hair standing on end.
Not just him, all the onlooking students changed color, their hearts unsettled.
How could someone with such terrifying killing intent possibly fear combat? Even the 4 instructors couldn't help but feel alarmed.
They knew that Ning Chen had once fought to the death against a Tianwu spy and was by no means cowardly. But how could a 17-year-old boy's killing intent be so sharp, as if he had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, having experienced multiple deaths?
This is impossible. Xiaoxi stared at Ning Chen, unable to believe it. How are you unscathed? His ice elemental ability had failed to break through. This was his greatest reliance. Just how strong was Ning Chen's physique? Whoosh!
Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to explain, exerting force with his foot and directly using the Wind Shadow 3000 technique.
He had already reached a subtle level with this movement technique, and now, under full activation, his figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, astonishingly fast. Xiaoxi felt a blur before his eyes and saw Ning Chen right in front of him. Why is it so fast? Before Xiaoxi's thought could settle, a tremendous cracking sound erupted, like a cannon shot, deafening. Bang!
Ning Chen's gaze was icy as he raised his right arm and threw a punch at Xiaoxi, the second form of the 1000-bone killing technique.
The lightning punch. Xiaoxi's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints.
That pale fist was too fast, beyond his imagination.
He couldn't dodge at all.
He didn't even have time to raise his arm to block. The only thing he could do was to desperately activate his ice elemental ability, condensing an ice layer in front of his chest to block. The lightning punch is characterized by speed. Its power is actually average, and with Ning Chen's punch strength not being particularly high, I can block it, Xiaoxi thought to himself. However, the next moment, Xiaoxi's expression changed, a rare look of fear appearing on his face. The ice layer he was proud of shattered before Ning Chen's fist as if it were made of paper, breaking into countless ice crystals upon contact, flying everywhere.
Bang!
Ning Chen's punch struck Xiaoxi's chest, producing a deep, powerful sound. Among it were several crisp sounds of bones breaking. Xiaoxi's body shook, as if hit by a speeding car, and he was violently sent flying backward, landing dozens of meters away. Xiaoxi lay on the ground, completely incapacitated, unable even to speak, breathing rapidly and continuously coughing up blood. Upon witnessing this scene, the previously noisy surroundings fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard.
Many people were left dumbfounded.
Xiaoxi, who had killed a first-grade martial artist, had actually not lasted a single move.
Sigh. Ning Chen lowered his fist, letting out a sigh, seemingly a bit dejected.
Bai Xiuxiu, seeing this, stepped forward to comfort him. You don't need to be too hard on yourself. It's normal for injuries to occur during sparring among students.
That's not the reason.
Ning Chen shook his head, speaking earnestly. Xiaoxi is right, I do fear killing. That punch just now, I could have shattered his heart. But at the last moment, I still held back a portion of my strength, lacking the courage to strike hard.
This.
Bai Xiuxiu blinked.
Many students shivered.
Xiaoxi was on the verge of entering the ICU.
And that wasn't even considered going all out? Did they have to scatter Xiaoxi's ashes?
Ning Chen turned around, scanning the onlooking students. Many of you share Xiaoxi's views.
Why not spar with me to verify whether your opinions are correct? Ning Chen, I don't like martial combat. I'll definitely do it next time.
The students at the scene shook their heads in unison, showing no inclination to challenge.
The gap between them was too great. Going up would just be serving themselves up as a meal.
You people who echo Xiaoxi are no different from fools.
After being slapped in the face so many times, can't you learn your lesson?
Shi Feng said with a look of disdain.
He was still the clever one.
It's all those martial artist students spreading nonsense that trick me. Xiaoxi is a good person, setting an example for us, teaching us a principle. The body of a king cannot be insulted. The students whispered among themselves. Bai Xiuxiu called over a few staff members to carry Xiaoxi to the hospital at the base. Then, she looked at Ning Chen, curious, why haven't you been to the beast hunting grounds these past few days? I've been busy breaking through to the high awakening stage, Ning Chen replied honestly. I just advanced this morning.
I'm here to test my punching power, and then I'll be on my way.
Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up one by one. They were very curious about Ning Chen's punching power. Yan Zhuang wore a friendly smile, saying, Ning Chen, I've already activated the testing machine for you.
Just come over and throw a punch. Thank you.
Ning Chen strode forward and threw a punch directly.
He had no intention of hiding anything. In fact, he couldn't hide it.
Anyone with a discerning eye could deduce it from his performance in battle. It was better to display it openly. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds came one after another, seemingly without pause. The screen above the testing machine refreshed the numbers rapidly. 8,500 kilograms. 8,500 kilograms. 8,500 kilograms. The scene immediately erupted, waves of excitement rising. The punching power value was too high. Moreover, Ning Chen had just recently awakened to the 7th stage, far from his limit. Additionally, the power of Ning Chen's punches was incredibly stable. Every punch was exactly 8,500 kilograms. Not more, not less. Although high-stage awakeners relied on their blood energy for strength, the power would still fluctuate under extreme conditions, but it could be controlled within 10 kilograms. If I remember correctly, a first-grade martial artist's force when channeling their original power is around 8,500 kilograms. Especially a first-grade martial artist who has practiced an S-level breathing technique. A student corrected. The original power of a first-grade martial artist was still quite weak, providing only about 3,000 kilograms of enhancement to the physical body. Not comparable, the physical strength is coordinated and continuous, while the original power is explosive and hard to sustain. Xiaxi's defeat is not unjust. Many students sighed. The gap between Ning Chen and them was like that between clouds and dirt. Not far away, for instructors were also discussing. LV Feng pondered and said, special physiques generally follow a certain rule. The initial stage of awakening at the 7th level doubles the fist strength, which is equivalent to the fist strength at the peak of the 9th level. That's indeed the case. Bai Xiuxiu gently nodded and said, after I reached the 7th level of awakening, my fist strength was just shy of 4,800 kilograms, and before I advanced to a martial artist, my fist strength was 9,500 kilograms. Ma Fengxing calculated for a moment and exclaimed, isn't Ning Chen's fist strength at the awakening stage able to reach a maximum of 17,000 kilograms? Just in terms of fist strength, he can rival a third-grade martial artist. No wonder he can be called the strongest. Yan Zhuang's tone was quite unsettled. Ha! After throwing out over 1,000 punches, Ning Chen let out a long breath. He glanced at the values displayed on the screen, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 8,500 kilograms. His fist strength had increased by 2,500 kilograms in one night. Of course, Ning Chen knew in his heart that this was merely the initial transformation of his burgeoning blood energy. Normal training was nowhere near this fast. But it wasn't slow either. Once the dragon elephant ancient scripture reached a subtle level, the refining efficiency doubled. With sufficient energy in his body, he could increase his fist strength by about 200 kilograms in a day. After 10 days, his fist strength would break 10,000. However, there are only 2 bottles of beast nutrient solution left, and I can exhaust them in just over 2 hours. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's expression stiffened, and he couldn't smile anymore. He took large strides directly toward the beast hunting ground. Although the training camp didn't have the beast nutrient solution, he could exchange his points for other resources and then trade with other students. Do you think Ning Chen can break into the top 50 of the beast hunting points leaderboard today? One student said, looking at Ning Chen's back. Basically impossible. Ning Chen's combat power is strong enough to slay first-grade beasts. However, in the beast hunting ground, the hardest part isn't killing the beasts, but finding them. Everyone must have experienced the pain of searching for beasts, right? Exactly. I walked several hundred miles yesterday and didn't encounter a single beast. Many students resonated with this, nodding in agreement. The beast hunting ground was a primitive forest, lush with vegetation, with very poor visibility, making it difficult to spot beasts hiding. A few miles north of the base was the beast hunting ground. To prevent beasts from escaping and harming the populace, the area around the hunting ground was surrounded by a tight steel fence, hundreds of meters high, with super high voltage electricity running through it, continuously, like a lightning great wall, sealing off the entire primitive forest. Additionally, the government had stationed a military unit to guard the hunting ground. Such expenses, one could imagine, were astronomical. But it was worth it. As long as the training camp could produce one night each session, the Donglin government could break even. The remaining students, regardless of their achievements, would be equivalent to net profit. Military restricted area, no entry for outsiders. At the entrance of the beast hunting ground, a soldier armed with a gun stopped Ning Chen. I am a student of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Ning Chen raised his right hand, revealing a black wristwatch. This was a monitoring device issued by the base, capable of recording the information of students killing beasts for leaderboard updates. It also indicated his identity. Seeing this, the soldier took a step back and no longer obstructed him, allowing Ning Chen to enter the hunting ground. In a clearing behind the gate, several young people were resting, wearing monitoring devices on their wrists, clearly also students of the training camp. However, Ning Chen found their faces unfamiliar and guessed they were martial artist students. I came over before dawn, and after a hard morning, I haven't found a single beast hair.
Alas, don't mention it, I'm the same.
I did encounter a general level beast, but it turned out to be a second grade 10,000 poison arrow beast, which almost cost me my life. Several students were chatting, all complaining about the difficulty of finding beasts. Hearing these words, Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to step deeper into the hunting ground. He knew that the dense vegetation of the primitive forest would obstruct his line of sight. He wanted to find the ferocious beast among them, whether his eyesight was good or poor. It actually didn't matter much, it was all very difficult.
But he was not just good at seeing.
Ha! Ning Chen walked through the forest, his nose constantly sniffing, seriously sensing. Before long, he caught a faint smell of blood and musk near a thicket. A ferocious beast must have passed by not long ago. This sense of smell was quite impressive. After all, to detect the lingering scent of a ferocious beast, let alone in the awakening realm, even 5th or 6th rank martial artists would find it difficult.
It came from the west.
Ning Chen sniffed and quickly moved in the direction of the scent. After more than 10 miles, the smell of blood and musk grew heavier, permeating everywhere. Ning Chen was certain that the ferocious beast was nearby. He raised his eyes to scan the surroundings. However, due to the dense foliage, the scene beyond 100 meters was almost invisible. Suddenly, Ning Chen's ears twitched slightly, catching a faint sound of chewing. 11 o'clock direction, about 750 meters away from me, Ning Chen made a judgment. Then, he leaped onto a tree, using the wind shadow step to glide toward the source of the sound. His figure moved silently, landing on the branches without a tremor, like an invisible ghost. Blade-toothed pig. Ning Chen stood on a horizontal branch, his tall figure peering through the obstructing leaves, spotting the ferocious beast several dozen meters away. It resembled a wild boar but was much larger. 2 tusks protruded from its mouth, each over half a meter long, incredibly sharp, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. A beast of the upper tier, level 1 high rank, but I can take it. Ning Chen pushed off forcefully, leaping down the trunk like lightning, gripping the silver blood battle blade tightly, and with the momentum of his fall, he swung fiercely at the blade-toothed pig's neck. Whoosh! The air split with a sound like tearing cloth. Storm rained 36 slashes. The blade-toothed pig reacted quickly, swinging its head, its tusks glinting coldly as it met the incoming battle blade. Bang! With a clash of metal, sparks flew. The overturned blade-toothed pig was instantly sent flying, all 4 hooves leaving the ground from Ning Chen's strike.
Storm rain 36 slashes was not known for its brute force.
However, Ning Chen's physical prowess was too strong, and combined with the momentum of his fall, the power of this slash exceeded 10 tons. Bang! Without pausing, Ning Chen landed and immediately pushed off again, executing Wind Shadow 3000, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in front of the blade-toothed pig. Whoosh! A horizontal slash cut through the air as Ning Chen swung the silver blood battle blade, slicing the air faster than the previous strike. This was the second slash of Storm Rain 36 slashes. The blade-toothed pig roared in fury, glaring at the human before it, its neck tensing as it swung its tusks with a thud, striking the incoming battle blade. Ning Chen's eyes were icy, unfazed, and he followed up with the third slash. Storm Rain 36 slashes, each slash faster than the last. The initial few slashes were merely to build momentum. Bang! 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 The blade-toothed pig swung its tusks, sparks flying, blocking Ning Chen's 3 strikes in succession. However, when Ning Chen executed the 6th slash, there was no longer a loud clash of metal. Instead, it was replaced by a dull thud as it struck flesh. Put! Blood splattered as the blade-toothed pig failed to intercept, its left side struck by the silver blood battle blade, leaving a gaping wound 1 to 2 meters long, blood flowing profusely. Ah! The blade-toothed pig roared, pain igniting its ferocity, a dark aura rising, enveloping its tusks, exuding a sharp and fierce aura. It charged forward, trying to impale Ning Chen with its tusks, cutting off his life. Ning Chen remained calm, exerting force underfoot, executing Wind Shadow 3000, and with a swift movement, he successfully dodged while swinging the silver blood, unleashing the 7th slash of Storm Rain 36 slashes. Whoosh! The silver blood sliced through the air, fast as lightning. The blade-toothed pig attempted to block, but it was too late, as its tusks were just raised. Pfft! Another bloody wound appeared on its body. More severe than the previous strike, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, the 8th slash was unleashed, severing several ribs of the blade-toothed boar. The rage of the blade-toothed boar dissipated, its roar becoming low and revealing a hint of fear. It possessed a certain level of intelligence, realizing that if it continued to fight, it would be killed. Instinctively, the blade-toothed boar turned to flee, but its speed was far inferior to Ning Chen's, and after several failed attempts, it only ended up with more bloody wounds. Whoosh! Finally, Ning Chen executed the 13th slash, like a flash of lightning, and cleaved off the head of the blade-toothed boar. Looking at the corpse of the blade-toothed boar, Ning Chen waited for a moment. However, the prompt sound in his mind never rang out. Ning Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When he first killed the Thunder Sparrow with the Flash Thunder Slash, he had directly broken through to the subtle realm. That was why he had specifically used the Storm 36 slashes to kill the blade-toothed boar, hoping to gain an upgrade. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. It seemed the blade-toothed boar couldn't trigger the Storm 36 slashes. But this was not beyond Ning Chen's expectations. The Thunder Sparrow contained the essence of thunder, which allowed the Flash Thunder Slash to gain insight, while the blade-toothed boar, being a ferocious beast, indeed didn't seem to have any connection with the Storm 36 slashes. The training camp rules state that the ferocious beasts killed belong to the government, but I can earn points, so it's not a loss. No longer focusing on martial arts, Ning Chen's attention turned to the blade-toothed boar lying on the ground. He had killed this ferocious beast as an Awakening Realm practitioner, and his points would be doubled, allowing him to earn 200 points. Converted to money, that would be at least 4 million. Hurry up and find the next ferocious beast. After taking a few steps, Ning Chen turned back. He suddenly thought of something. The silver blood battle knife could repair itself by absorbing blood. The silver blood looks damaged, but it's actually incredibly sturdy. I wonder what profound meaning this repair contains. Ning Chen murmured softly as he plunged the silver blood into the corpse of the blade-toothed boar. Base. Since most of the students were in the ferocious beast hunting ground, it felt somewhat empty. For instructors stood in front of the large screen, watching the leaderboard of ferocious beast points. By Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes swept across, surprised. Ning Chen's ranking has risen. He has hunted a general-level ferocious beast. His luck is really good. Lu Feng laughed. He found a ferocious beast in just over an hour after entering the hunting ground. That is quite lucky. Yan Zhuang and Ma Fengxing nodded in agreement. Normally, students entering the ferocious beast hunting ground would often take a whole day to discover one or two ferocious beasts. As for whether they could kill them, that depended on their strength. To think it was a blade-toothed boar, a high-level first-tier ferocious beast, among the martial artist students in the training camp, not many have the ability to kill it, Yan Zhuang remarked. Ning Chen has only awakened to the 7th stage. This achievement is simply astonishing. His martial arts realm is too high. I estimate that Ning Chen's actual combat power is equivalent to a second-grade martial artist. As the instructors conversed, time quietly passed. About 2 hours went by. You guys look, Ning Chen has risen to 67th place. Ma Fengxing caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, his face showing astonishment. The points displayed next to Ning Chen's name had changed to 400. This indicated that he had killed another general-level ferocious beast. Ning Chen's luck is simply too good. In less than a morning, he found 2 ferocious beasts. The 4 instructors felt amazed and couldn't help but exclaim. However, more than an hour later, Bai Xiaoxiao, Yan Zhuang, and the others changed their expressions. They saw that on the large screen, the column for Ning Chen was rapidly rising, directly reaching the 50th position. Points, 600. Another general-level ferocious beast had perished. Bai Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said solemnly, I have a feeling that Ning Chen isn't relying on luck. He has means to detect the traces of ferocious beasts. In the hunting ground, the vegetation was dense, and the branches and leaves were lush, making it difficult to see through. Only by relying on smell or hearing could one quickly determine the location of the ferocious beasts, Lu Feng pondered. Upon hearing this, Ma Fengxing exclaimed in shock, if that's true, then Ning Chen's 5 senses are too extraordinary. Indeed, Bai Xiaoxiao said, her tone unsettled. When I awakened at the peak of the 9th stage, my punching power was 9,500 kilograms, but my sensory acuity was nowhere near that level. After that, every 1 to 2 hours, Ning Chen's ranking rose a notch under the astonished gazes of the 4 instructors. Bai Xiaoxiao's intuition was correct. Ning Chen was not relying on luck. I just suddenly noticed something. Isn't Ning Chen getting tired? He has already hunted 7 beast-level ferocious beasts plus 1 ordinary ferocious beast. Ma Fengxing looked at the big screen in disbelief. He knew that Ning Chen's combat power was on par with a second-grade martial artist, and against a first-level ferocious beast, he wouldn't be caught in a prolonged battle. However, that didn't mean his stamina wouldn't be consumed. A second-grade martial artist could only last 4 or 5 rounds in a wheel battle against a first-grade martial artist before exhausting their stamina and being unable to continue. Not to mention, Ning Chen was not only fighting ferocious beasts but also needed to navigate through the hunting ground to find their locations. No wonder he has the supreme physique, the eternal Night King body. It's truly astonishing, Yen Zhuang said in shock. Meanwhile, in the ferocious beast hunting ground, swish! Following the stench of the ferocious beasts, Ning Chen swiftly moved through the forest. A hint of a joyful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Based on his previous experience in hunting ferocious beasts, Ning Chen could roughly determine that he could kill 15 ferocious beasts in a day. That would be around 3,000 points. Converted into money, that's nearly 40 million a day. This was without considering the boost from his ranking. In that case, should I start using the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution? Ning Chen pondered. The points he earned in a day could at least be exchanged for 3 bottles of the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution. With the current absorption efficiency of the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, he needed to consume 2 bottles a day. He could afford it. The energy quality of the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution far exceeded that of the 100 beasts nutrient solution. As long as he took it, the refining speed of the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture would at least double. He estimated he could increase his punching power by 500 kilograms a day. After 3 days, his punching power could reach 10 tons. But there was one problem. The 10,000 beasts nutrient solution was too expensive. After all, the ferocious beast hunting ground had only been open for a month. He was just making quick money now, which couldn't last. From a long-term perspective, the 100 beasts nutrient solution had a better cost-performance ratio. Moreover, with my current strength, barring any accidents, I will definitely be able to get into Star River University, Ning Chen thought to himself. Moments later, Ning Chen made a decision. He would start using the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution. It wasn't that he couldn't wait. Ning Chen wanted to take a gamble. The college entrance examination arena was broadcast live globally, and every participating student could share in the corresponding broadcasting fees. The more viewers attracted, the more the share. And strength was undoubtedly an important condition for drawing in viewers. There were often news reports about the top scorers in the college entrance examination from certain administrative districts earning hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion, in shared income after the exams. In the Donglin Administrative District, the number of senior students exceeds 10 million. It goes without saying that strong contenders abound, and the competition is incredibly fierce. Ning Chen murmured to himself. His dark eyes revealed a hint of unwavering fighting spirit. But, I might not be unable to secure a spot as the top scorer. In the evening, the sunset was gentle and warm. Many students returned to the base, dragging their exhausted bodies. Without time to rest, they hurried to the big screen to check the ranking situation. Then, loud exclamations filled the air. How is Ning Chen in 3rd place? I remember he had 0 points when we set off this morning. Is Ning Chen really that strong? He can even slay first-level high-tier ferocious beasts? 9-headed beast, how did Ning Chen find it? Isn't that too outrageous? Killing 9-headed beasts in a day, even Jiang Moyu can't do that. The crowd under the big screen erupted, voices rising in a frenzy. All the students were discussing Ning Chen. They were both shocked and puzzled. I know the reason. A martial artist student thought for a moment and said, Ning Chen has the Dragon King body, which should have a bloodline suppression over the beasts. The beasts wouldn't dare to confront him, so their strength can't be unleashed. It seems there is such a saying. No wonder Ning Chen could continuously slay 9-headed beasts. In terms of true combat power, I think Ning Chen can at most compare to an ordinary first-grade martial artist. Many martial artist students echoed, sharing their opinions. Ning Chen severely injured Xiaoxi with a single punch, but only the Awakened Realm students saw it. The martial artist students were unaware. What are you all talking about? This morning Ning Chen, a girl from the Awakened Realm, was dissatisfied and was about to step forward to argue. But she was immediately stopped by other Awakened Realm students. Don't mention what happened this morning. A student lowered his voice and sneered. These martial artist students have always looked down on us, thinking they are superior. It's just right for Ning Chen to teach them a lesson. I can't wait to see their expressions when they realize Ning Chen's true combat power. Night fell. A handsome young man walked through the base gate. Unlike the other students, he headed straight for the dormitory. A martial artist student accompanying him laughed and said, Jiang Moyu, aren't you going to check the leaderboard? What's there to see? I will definitely be in 1st place. Jiang Moyu shook his head. His expression was indifferent as he continued, moreover, the gap between me and the 2nd place will widen again. I killed 2 high-level beast generals today, both 2 levels higher. The gap with the 2nd place will indeed widen. Song Shiyu appeared from somewhere, smiling as she said, but you're about to be caught up by the last place. Song Shiyu, what do you mean? Ning Chen entered the beast hunting ground this morning and has already reached third place. Upon hearing this, Jiang Moyu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned around, quickly walking towards the location of the big screen. Song Shiyu rolled her eyes at this. His temperament was far inferior to Ning Chen's. By the way, didn't you say before that Ning Chen didn't go to the beast hunting ground because he was afraid of death? What do you think now? Song Shiyu caught up with Jiang Moyu, teasing him. Jiang Moyu's face darkened, and he didn't respond. Song Shiyu didn't care, laughing. Are you regretting it? If you hadn't maliciously speculated back then, Ning Chen might not have entered the beast hunting ground so quickly, and you could have maintained your first place for a few more days. He's just an awakened realm. Let's see when he catches up to the second place. Jiang Moyu snorted coldly. Just as the two were talking, in the beast hunting ground, Ning Chen was hiding behind a large tree, his dark eyes fixed on a beast not far away. It was already night. The dense branches and leaves blocked the moonlight, making the forest extremely dark. However, Ning Chen's vision was astonishing and completely unaffected. His sight remained clear. It was a beast resembling a lizard, lying on the ground, its head and tail nearly 7 to 8 meters long, covered in black spikes, with over 10,000 of them, cold to the touch, giving a solid feeling. 10,000 poison arrow beast. Ning Chen recognized this beast. This morning when he entered the beast hunting ground, he had heard a martial artist student mention the 10,000 poison arrow beast. It might be the same one. This is a second-grade beast, worth 200 points. If I kill it, the points I earn will quadruple, not 400 points, but 800 points. Ning Chen thought to himself. Moreover, my ranking will definitely be high now, and hunting beasts gives a points bonus. The points I earn might exceed 1,000. With this thought, Ning Chen's gaze towards the 10,000 poison arrow beast changed. This was no ordinary beast. It was clearly a moving essence of 10,000 beasts. Bang! Ning Chen kicked hard, and with a muffled sound, the grass and vines beneath him shattered, and the soil flew up, propelling his body forward like an arrow. The speed was incredibly fast. Before the splattered dirt could even touch the ground, Ning Chen had already reached the front of the 10,000 poison arrow beast. Immediately after, a cold light flickered. The silver-blooded battle knife sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound, and struck down fiercely. Ning Chen simply swung the knife without using any martial arts. He had never fought against a beast of this level before, so to be safe, he needed to reserve some strength. If he wasn't a match, he could retreat more quickly. Roar! The 10,000 poison arrow beast, with its keen senses, immediately detected the ambush, suddenly twisting its body and swinging out its front claws with immense power, creating a sharp sound of wind. Clang! In the next moment, the knife and claw clashed, producing a loud noise, like metal colliding. Amidst the sound of the impact, a powerful force surged into the silver-blooded battle knife, causing Ning Chen's body to tremble as he quickly retreated. After more than 10 steps, he finally steadied himself. The 10,000 poison arrow beast merely raised its front claws. However, Ning Chen remained unflustered, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. The opponent's strength was not beyond his previous expectations. As long as he used his martial arts, he could not only secure the kill on this ferocious beast but also ensure his own escape without any problem. I can fight with all my might. Ning Chen advanced with his knife, ready to slay. Roar! A wild roar echoed through the night sky, deafening. The 10,000 poison arrow beast suddenly lunged at Ning Chen, its front claws descending once more with incredible speed. Whoosh! Ning Chen executed the Wind Shadow 3000 movement technique, dodging directly. He had already understood the strength level of the 10,000 poison arrow beast, and there was no need to clash head-on. Flash thunder slash. Circling to the side of the 10,000 poison arrow beast, Ning Chen's gaze turned icy as he slashed diagonally. Boom! The silver blood erupted with a thunderous sound, astonishingly fast, trailing a dazzling cold light, like a flash of lightning illuminating dark clouds. Seeing this, the 10,000 poison arrow beast raised its front limbs, its sharp claws slicing through the air to block. Its massive body moved with surprising agility, and with a thud, it struck the silver-blooded battle knife, forcing it back. Ning Chen was not surprised that his first strike had failed. This was a second-level ferocious beast. It was definitely not easy to deal with. Boom! 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 Ning Chen continued to unleash the flash thunder slash, engaging in a fierce battle, the blade light dazzling and bright, illuminating the dark forest. A man and a beast fought fiercely under the night sky, incredibly intense and perilous. Roar! The 10,000 poison arrow beast roared violently, standing up like a human, its two front claws tearing through the air, arcing like sharp battle knives. Boom! Ning Chen was undaunted, facing it head-on, swiftly swinging the silver-blooded battle knife. In an instant, 3 slashes. 3 silver lights appeared almost simultaneously, as fast as lightning. One of them was primarily defensive, aimed at blocking the incoming claws. The other 2 were offensive. One to the left and one to the right, slicing through the night sky, targeting the sides of the 10,000 poison arrow beast's body. Ning Chen's gaze was cold. This move was executed with perfect timing, extremely lethal. The 10,000 poison arrow beast attempted to dodge, but it was too late. If it tried to break through to the sides, it would be hit by a blade no matter which side it chose. However, the 10,000 poison arrow beast did not evade. Just as the 2 silver lights were about to strike it, the spikes on its sides rapidly stood upright, then, like arrows, shot through the air. Thud! Thud! The spikes, with great force, struck the 2 silver lights, sending them flying. The name of the 10,000 poison arrow beast was not given lightly. The spikes on its body could be launched with the movement of its muscles. At the same time, the spikes possessed a certain level of toxicity. While it couldn't be said to seal the throat with blood, it could paralyze the opponent's body, causing it to slow down. Roar! The 10,000 poison arrow beast roared in anger, shooting out spikes, which also caused some damage to its own body. It rarely used this attack proactively. However, the poison arrow beast understood that the human boy before it was powerful, and if it did not use its spikes, it would suffer even more severe injuries. In the end, the accumulated injuries could lead to its demise. Whoosh! 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 The poison arrow beast shook its body, and a large number of spikes shot out, accompanied by the sound of wind, moving astonishingly fast. Ning Chen's Vajra body was at the 9th level of perfection, and his physique was solid. He should be able to withstand it. However, Ning Chen did not want to test it personally. What if he failed? Moreover, his goal was to hunt the poison arrow beast, not to test the strength of his body. The right course of action was to kill it as quickly as possible. Swish! Ning Chen used the Gale Step and the Wind Shadow 3000, 2 martial arts techniques, to dodge. When his punch power was around 2,000 kilograms, he could withstand the fire of 12 machine guns, let alone now when his punch power had multiplied several times. His figure moved like an invisible wind. With a few quick turns and leaps, he broke through the barrage of spikes. Ning Chen moved extremely fast, darting in front of the poison arrow beast in a single step, his arm shaking as he unleashed the instant 3 slashes once more. Boom! Amidst the deafening thunderous sound, the silver-blooded battle knife transformed into 3 dazzling silver lights, slashing towards the poison arrow beast. One struck head-on, while the other 2 attacked from the sides. All were astonishingly fast, like lightning striking down from the night sky. Clang! Sparks flew. The poison arrow beast swung its forepaw, shattering the frontal silver light. It did not have time to swing its paw again to block the other 2 silver lights. However, the poison arrow beast's body shook, and dozens of spikes shot out again, swift and powerful. With just over 10 spikes, it knocked the 2 silver lights attacking from the side away. The remaining spikes whistled through the air, rapidly shooting towards Ning Chen. Flash thunder slash. Facing the spikes, Ning Chen's eyes were calm as he swung the silver blood with force. Clang! 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 As a curved silver light emerged, all the spikes were severed, their ends cleanly cut, falling towards the ground. The speed of the instant 3 slashes is still not fast enough to break through the spikes shot by the poison arrow beast. Ning Chen analyzed calmly while fighting. Although the poison arrow beast would also suffer injuries from shooting spikes, it had nearly 10,000 spikes on its body. It was easy to imagine that it could endure for a long time. Unleash the storm 36 slashes. Ning Chen thought to himself. Although this martial art had not reached perfection, it had already become refined. After more than 10 slashes, its speed could surpass the flash thunder slash, shortening the time to kill the poison arrow beast. After all, this was a beast hunting ground, fraught with danger. If he delayed, something unexpected might happen. With this in mind, Ning Chen was very decisive, shaking his wrist to immediately change his martial arts. Whoosh! 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 The silver blood continued to fall, tearing through the air like fabric. However, due to the insufficient speed of the slashes in the storm 36 slashes, Ning Chen could only wield his knife defensively, focusing on blocking the incoming spikes. In a short time, it was difficult to pose a threat to the poison arrow beast. Suddenly, Ning Chen's gaze flickered. In his mind, the prompt sounded like a gushing spring. The storm 36 slashes has been provoked multiple times, enraged, and has entered a state of enlightenment. The cultivation speed of the storm 36 slashes has skyrocketed. Progress increased by 20%. Progress increased by 20%. Related insights surged into his brain one after another, and Ning Chen's mastery of the storm 36 slashes rapidly increased. Kill! Ning Chen's mental fortitude was strong. He did not become overjoyed because of this. His gaze towards the poison arrow beast was filled with coldness. Holding the silver blood, he continued to unleash the storm 36 slashes. The cold light flickered, illuminating the night. Each slash was faster than the last. The wind generated by the slashes almost formed a line, causing the leaves in the forest to tremble and fall. Soon, the poison arrow beast found itself at a disadvantage. The spikes it shot out could not even harm Ningchen, they were barely enough to defend against the slashes of the silver blood. After accumulating enough insights from the 36 slashes of the storm, I have advanced to the expert realm. A cold notification sound echoed. Ningchen's silver blood surged in speed, the cold light trailing behind him dazzling in the night. Thud! A muffled sound. The silver blood slashed down, leaving a massive wound on the shoulder of the 10,000 poison arrow beast, deep enough to see the bone, bright red blood gushing out like a fountain. Roar! A wave of intense pain hit, and the 10,000 poison arrow beast roared in fury, losing all rationality, its chest muscles tensing violently, shooting out a mass of sharp spikes. There were hundreds of them. It aimed to pierce Ningchen through and kill him completely. Ningchen's expression was indifferent, showing no signs of panic. Clang! Just as the hundreds of spikes were released, the battle knife in Ningchen's hand had already swung down. With a crisp sound, the spikes were cleanly severed. Immediately after, another cold light flickered. Ningchen swung the silver blood battle knife again, as fast as thunder, and with a whoosh, a large spray of blood erupted from the left side of the 10,000 poison arrow beast's body. Progress increased by 10%. Progress increased by 10%. The realization of the 36 slashes of the storm was not yet over. Whoosh! 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 Ningchen continued to strike, the momentum astonishing, one slash following another, the attacks surging like a torrential rain sweeping across the sky, continuously hitting the 10,000 poison arrow beast, leaving severe wounds on its body. Ugh! The 10,000 poison arrow beast was drenched in blood, letting out a desperate roar, its voice mournful. It wanted to escape, but it was utterly impossible. Its speed could not match Ningchen's. It wanted to fight back, but that too was futile. Ningchen's swordsmanship was sharp, and the spikes shot out by the 10,000 poison arrow beast could not harm him at all. In fact, as time passed, the spikes would just rise, and with a flash of cold light, they would be severed at the root by the silver blood battle knife. After accumulating enough insights from the 36 slashes of the storm, I have advanced to the perfect realm. Progress increased by 7%. The realization of the 36 slashes of the storm has ended. The notification sound rang in his mind. Immediately, Ningchen's control over the 36 slashes of the storm reached a new level. Whoosh! Ningchen swung his right arm, slashing diagonally, fast enough to leave an afterimage. The sound of breaking air was incredibly sharp. The compressed airflow alone shredded the nearby grass and vines. Thud! With a muffled sound, a large stream of blood gushed forth, and a massive head flew high into the air. Ningchen beheaded it. The 10,000 poison arrow beast fell at his feet. The 36 slashes of the storm truly deserves to be on par with S-rank martial arts. It is indeed powerful. Ningchen sighed inwardly. The blow that killed the 10,000 poison arrow beast was merely the 27th slash of the 36 slashes of the storm. There were still 9 faster slashes to come. It should be noted that the 10,000 poison arrow beast was a second-tier ferocious beast. Meanwhile, at the base, on the big screen, Ningchen's score suddenly increased by 1,000 points, directly surpassing 2 people to take the first place on the leaderboard. The crowd watching erupted in disbelief. There were still a few hours until midnight. Ningchen had only taken less than a day to rise to the top. Zhang Mayu, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? In the crowd, Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow and teased, Ningchen not only caught up to the second place but also stepped on you. Zhang Mayu's face darkened, and he remained silent. It's actually the second-tier ferocious beast, the 10,000 poison arrow beast. Song Shiyu clicked her tongue, looking at Zhang Mayu with a smile. If I were you, I would hurry to apologize when Ningchen comes back. You were the first to say he was cowardly. What if I said that? Zhang Mayu sneered. Ningchen is just taking advantage of the pressure from the Eternal Night King body. He had been at the leaderboard for a while and had heard many martial artist students say the same. Song Shiyu laughed. So what if the Eternal Night King body is powerful? Ningchen will definitely become a knight in the future, can you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mayu snorted coldly. Becoming a knight is difficult. No matter how proud he is, he wouldn't dare say he could do it 100%. However, he comes from a family of divine generals and fears no knight. What's to come is to come, what's now is now. Zhang Mayu's expression turned cold as he said, Ningchen can't beat me right now, that's an ironclad fact. Does he dare come to me for an explanation? Song Shiyu blinked. This sense of déjà vu was all too familiar to him. Zhang Mayu, I advise you, the last person who said something like that to Ningchen is currently lying in the hospital at the base. On May 12, the weather changed from sunny to cloudy. It had been a week since Ningchen topped the Beast Points leaderboard. During these 7 days, Ningchen only returned to the base when exchanging for the 10,000 Beasts nutrient solution. At all other times, he stayed in the beast hunting grounds. With such hard work, the rewards were naturally abundant. His total points exceeded 30,000. With an astonishing lead, he remained at the top, not to mention how far he had pulled away from the second place. The combined points of the 100th and second place were only equal to his. On the streets of the Shanghai base, Ningchen is your father. In the beast hunting grounds, whether it's open or not, the result is the same. It's still Ningchen alone fighting all of us. Several Awakened Realm students sighed as they looked at the big screen. What are you bragging about? Ningchen is just taking advantage of the Eternal Night King's body. A martial artist student retorted angrily. In terms of true combat power, he is definitely at the bottom among our martial artist students. Heh, can you be any more sour? As the saying goes, lemons grow on lemon trees, and under the lemon tree are martial artists. Many people argued back and forth, each unwilling to concede. Among them, most of the Awakened Realm students supported Ningchen. Not out of kindness, but purely because they had been slapped in the face too many times and were thoroughly convinced. Those opposing Ningchen were mainly martial artist students. After all, having an Awakened 7th segment riding on top of you, even if the other party has a supreme physique, is quite frustrating. In the beast hunting grounds, the sun was blazing, with scattered light spots falling among the trees. Ningchen held a battle knife, searching around, his brow showing an unmistakable hint of fatigue. 7 days of sleepless hunting of fierce beasts had severely drained his energy. He was starting to feel overwhelmed. After hunting one more fierce beast, I'll return to the base to rest and continue tomorrow, Ningchen planned. He couldn't help but feel a bit of pain in his heart, because resting for one night would mean losing several million. He wasn't exactly rich. Ningchen's ears perked up as he heard an unusual sound coming from a distance. It sounded somewhat like footsteps mixed with panting. 9 o'clock direction, about 7,000 meters away. Ningchen thought to himself. After a moment's consideration, he decided to go take a look. In this primitive forest, the most powerful fierce beast only had a high-level 3rd rank. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he believed he could protect his life without issue. At this moment, 7,000 meters away in the forest, the ground trembled, and leaves fell in a rustle. A bear-like fierce beast over 4 meters tall was charging forward, its body covered in dense scales the size of a palm, gleaming with a metallic luster, incredibly sturdy. The scale armor bear, a 2nd-level fierce beast, excelled in strength and defense. Not far ahead of it, 2 boys were desperately fleeing. One of them had a delicate face and wore a pair of frameless glasses on his nose. The other was tall, holding a massive shield that, from a distance, looked like a security door. It was none other than Song Shiyu and Shifeng. Song Shiyu, I told you long ago that cave was suspicious. You insisted on throwing firecrackers inside and caused a disaster. Shifeng cursed as he ran. Awakened Realm students could double their points by killing general-level fierce beasts, gaining much more than hunting ordinary fierce beasts. However, it was often difficult to kill them alone. Therefore, most would team up for higher efficiency. Shifeng and Song Shiyu were just such a pair. Don't worry, it's just a scale bear, everything is still under my control, Song Shiyu comforted. Upon hearing this, Shifeng's eyes lit up. Do you have a way to deal with it? No, Song Shiyu shook his head, grinning, but I can run faster than you. Among the awakened students, his agility was second only to Ningchen, ranking second with the strength of 9 machine guns. Shifeng. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, he would definitely have slammed his shield into Song Shiyu's face. That said, Song Shiyu did not abandon Shifeng. After all, this matter arose because of him. Roar! The scale bear was slow, but that was relative to a 2nd-level beast. Compared to the 2 awakened ones, it was still quite fast. Soon, it closed in. The 2 had no choice but to turn around and face the enemy. Woof! The scale bear swiped at Shifeng with a paw, the wind howling. Shifeng gritted his teeth, gripping his shield tightly, and met the bear's paw head-on. Then, with a bang, Shifeng, along with his shield, was sent flying. Roar! The scale bear did not stop, changing direction, its arms, thicker than a human's waist, reaching out to embrace Song Shiyu. With its strength, it could definitely crush Song Shiyu into a puddle of flesh. Just a 2nd-level beast, what a waste! Song Shiyu sighed inwardly, raising a hand to adjust his glasses, just as he was about to exert force to tighten his grip when a sharp sound cut through the air next to his ear. What was that? Before Song Shiyu could turn his head, a size 43 combat boot, carrying heavy force, kicked him in the right cheek. Bang! Song Shiyu's head snapped to the side, flying away. The scale bear could no longer embrace him. And the one who saved Song Shiyu was none other than Ningchen. He landed in the spot where Song Shiyu had just stood, and the next moment, he was tightly embraced by the scale bear. Boom! The force capable of twisting steel erupted from the scale bear's arms. However, Ning Chen appeared unfazed, his expression normal, breathing steady. What the hell? He didn't even use his golden body transformation. Shifeng stared in shock. Ning Chen's diamond body must have reached the 9th level. And it's only been a month. If he were one of the Shi family, the family resources would pour into him like crazy, allowing him to reach the 18th level of perfection. Shifeng's tone was filled with astonishment. Song Shiyu, why aren't you saying anything? Ning Chen just saved your life. Shifeng asked curiously. Abba, Abba, Abba. A series of indistinct sounds emerged. Shifeng turned his head, unable to care about the scale bear present, and burst out laughing. He saw Song Shiyu's mouth crooked, drooling continuously. Ning Chen's kick seemed to have been a bit too forceful. Woof! The scale bear, seeing it couldn't crush the human in its grasp, released its arms. The bear's paw lifted and slammed down again. It violently struck towards Ning Chen's head. Ning Chen's eyes were calm, not dodging or evading, raising his arm to punch back. Bone-killing fist. The third form of the 1000 bone-killing technique, adept at frontal attacks. Boom! Ning Chen's fist struck the bear's paw, and to the astonished gazes of Song Shiyu and Shifeng, the scale bear was sent flying, crashing through several large trees before hitting the ground. Ning Chen remained calm, not surprised. The effect of the beast nutrient solution was excellent. After 7 days of training, his punching power had now reached 12 tons. Although, compared to a second-level beast like the scale bear, it was still slightly inferior. However, his martial arts realm was high. Just now, with a single bone-killing fist, the explosive power exceeded 20 tons. Ning Chen exerted force with his feet, taking a step that covered dozens of meters, instantly arriving in front of the scale bear that had just gotten up, and threw another punch. Bang! The muscles in Ning Chen's right arm flexed, unleashing power that created a loud booming sound. Lightning fist. Ning Chen's fist suddenly surged in speed, and with a thud, it struck the face of the scale armor bear. The scales at the point of impact shattered, blood flowing. However, the scale armor bear was massive, with thick muscles. This injury could only be considered a moderate external wound, far from life-threatening. Roar! The scale armor bear roared loudly, its bare paw swinging out with the force of a stone mill. As the paw came crashing down, Ning Chen's black hair danced wildly, and he unleashed the bone-killing fist once more, releasing over 20 tons of power that sent the scale armor bear flying. Swish! Ning Chen executed the Wind Shadow 3000, moving at incredible speed, creating a howling wind. Before the scale armor bear could hit the ground, Ning Chen had already closed in, fingers clenched, raising his arm to punch towards the bear's head. Roar! With its strength continuously suppressed, the scale armor bear was infuriated, disregarding Ning Chen's fist. Its heavy paw came crashing down, creating a deafening boom as it compressed the air. The scale armor bear had just endured a punch from Ning Chen and knew it could withstand it. It intended to rely on its tough skin and thick flesh to trade injury for injury. However, just as the bear's paw was about to hit Ning Chen, it suddenly froze in midair. Crack! Ning Chen's eyes were icy as he struck first at the scale armor bear's head. The power of 1,000 bones erupted, flooding through the scales and muscles like a burst dam, directly shattering the bear's skull. At the same time, the bear's brain was turned into a mush by the power of 1,000 bones. Bang! The scale armor bear's corpse crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Confusion flickered in its beastly eyes. In less than 10 moves, you killed the scale armor bear. It was no match for you. Song Shiyu approached, covering his swollen right cheek. After a brief rest, he was able to speak normally. With your strength, when you saved me just now, you could have easily kicked the scale armor bear away. Why did you kick my face instead? Song Shiyu glared at Ning Chen, annoyed. I could have. Ning Chen nodded lightly and replied earnestly, but it wasn't necessary. Song Shiyu. He actually admitted it so straightforwardly. He suddenly understood the feeling of Shifeng when he had teased him earlier. Song Shiyu, you got kicked and it's your own fault. Who told you to run your mouth all day? Shifeng laughed as he walked over. After saying that, he looked at Ning Chen and said, you don't know, these past few days, Song Shiyu has been stirring up trouble between you and Jiang Moyu. Jiang Moyu? Ning Chen felt a sense of familiarity, pondering for a moment, is he the student ranked second on the Beast Slayer leaderboard? He would glance at the rankings when he exchanged for the beast nutrient solution at the base. That's right, it's him. Shifeng nodded. Jiang Moyu is a second-tier warrior, mastering several powerful original force martial arts, with formidable strength, firmly among the top 3 among warrior students. Hearing this, Ning Chen shot a sideways glance at Song Shiyu, his gaze filled with regret. That kick's power was still too light. I've decided, If I have the chance to save you next time, I'll directly use the power of 1,000 bones. Surely your face won't hurt anymore. Ning Chen said gently. It indeed wouldn't hurt anymore. The person would be gone. Song Shiyu let out a dry laugh, awkwardly saying, don't listen to Shifeng's nonsense. I was just venting for you. You don't know how excessive Jiang Mayu is. He was the first to falsely accuse you of being cowardly, and he shamelessly refused to apologize. If I could beat him, I would definitely make him understand that the Wang body cannot be insulted. Song Shiyu declared with righteous indignation. This time, you got lucky. Ning Chen chose not to argue with him about it. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen turned to Shifeng and said, Shifeng, when I killed the scale armor bear just now, I heard you say that the Shi family has a complete diamond body? Yes. Shifeng admitted directly, smiling, your diamond body has already advanced to the 9th layer. If I'm not mistaken, you want to learn the subsequent 9 layers. Ning Chen nodded lightly. Can you let me inherit this martial art? The diamond body is a secret martial art passed down in my Shi family. Shifeng's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice, one of my ancestors, a knight, brought this back from the prehistoric ruins after fighting to the brink of death. In the Shijia family, only the most outstanding few in each generation are qualified to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen sighed, feeling a sense of regret. However, before he could finish his sigh, he heard Shifeng say, so, you have to pay. Ning Chen blinked a couple of times. What happened to the family's secret martial arts? Song Shiyu laughed and explained, the diamond body is not a breathing technique, and its cultivation difficulty is extremely high, so the Shijia family does not have strict control. Outsiders can inherit it, but the price is very expensive. Usually, only powerful families or conglomerates can afford it. Ning Chen pondered for a few seconds and asked Shifeng, how much? I don't want money, just points, Shifeng said seriously. As he spoke, he extended his hand, thumb and index finger apart, and said, 80,000. Ning Chen felt a bit of a toothache. 1 point is equivalent to 12,000 yuan. Converted, 80,000 points is nearly 1 billion. Shifeng said, I'm not asking for such a high price just because I see you are suitable for the diamond body. This is the price. If you don't believe me, you can ask Song Shiyu. Indeed, Song Shiyu nodded and said, the price for inheriting the diamond body fluctuates slightly, but it is generally around 1 billion. He then explained the reasons to Ning Chen. Horizontal martial arts are not only special in terms of realm but also unsuitable for the 6 realms of martial arts from basic to perfect. Its quality levels are also difficult to categorize. Using the E to S levels of awakened martial arts is just for convenience of understanding and is not rigorous. That's true, Ning Chen said thoughtfully after listening. The incomplete version of the horizontal martial arts he practiced was only B-level, but after reaching the 9th layer's perfection, he believed he could withstand A-level martial arts of perfect realm under the same strength. If he used the diamond transformation, he probably wouldn't even be broken through. Ning Chen, 80,000 points is really not expensive. Shifeng smiled and advised, after the 18th layer of the diamond body is perfected, there is a chance to produce the Ming Wang Dharma form, unmatched by any knight. I need time to consider. I will give you a reply before the end of the month. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, he could afford 80,000 points. Based on his current efficiency and earning points, he estimated that by the end of the training camp, his total points could reach 140,000. But the problem was that spending 80,000 to buy the diamond body would leave him with enough points to exchange for only 60 bottles of beast nutrient solution, which wouldn't be enough for him. Song Shiyu seemed to see through Ning Chen's thoughts and smiled, don't worry. I estimate that in the next few days, you will earn a large sum of points. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling Song Shiyu to continue. You are so efficient at earning points that many students are envious. I heard that Jiang Mayu seems to want to challenge you for a points battle, Song Shiyu said with a smile. Ning Chen's gaze fell on him, grinning, you must have played a part in this. After spending these days together, Ning Chen had a certain understanding of Song Shiyu's character. He wasn't bad, but he was very scheming. Song Shiyu coughed lightly and chuckled, from the results, it's all good, right? You killed the armored bear with just a few punches. Jiang Mayu might not even be able to beat you. Damn! I almost forgot about that. Shifeng exclaimed, looking at the armored bear on the ground, have you reached the peak of the night stage of awakening? Not yet. The Eternal Night King body is incredibly powerful. By the time the 3 of them returned to the base, it was already dusk. Ning Chen washed off the blood on his body, changed into a clean school uniform, and quickly headed to the cafeteria. These days, he had been using the beast nutrient solution to stave off hunger in the beast hunting ground. That stuff had no taste, and he really missed the flavor of good food. It was mealtime, and the cafeteria was crowded. Ning Chen was preparing dinner when he suddenly noticed a shadow cast over him. Looking up, he saw a handsome young man standing in front of his table. "Do you need something? I want to challenge you to a points battle." The handsome young man looked down at Ning Chen, speaking coldly. Nearby students heard the commotion and turned their attention toward them. "Jiang Mou?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The handsome young man sneered, "It's good that you know. The time is set for tomorrow, at the training ground." His attitude was very domineering, as if he would not allow Ning Chen to refuse. Ning Chen felt a bit displeased. This person was even more arrogant than Xia Shi. However, Ning Chen did not show it. His handsome face remained calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Outsiders could not discern his thoughts. "What if I refuse?" Ning Chen said. As soon as he spoke, the cafeteria became a bit noisy. Ning Chen is backing down. Jiang Mou is a high-level second-tier warrior, capable of fighting beyond his rank. Does Ning Chen dare not to back down? Don't say it so harshly, this is called self-awareness. Many martial artist students discussed, not optimistic about Ning Chen. Their tone was quite mocking. Even those familiar with Ning Chen, who were in the awakening realm, had few who refuted. There was no way around it. Jiang Mou's strength was too formidable, consistently ranking in the top 3 among the training camp students. However, Li Pingdi and the Qi twins, Qi Dong and Qi Liang, shivered uncontrollably at these words, all 3 of them sharing a look of mutual understanding. They remembered very clearly when they had forcibly borrowed the beast nutrient solution from Ning Chen. Ning Chen had asked this very question. The expressions on their faces were completely identical, like a tranquil pool of water, unfathomable. Jiang Mou won't be the one to be slaughtered, will he? Li Pingdi and the Qi twins exchanged glances, a similar thought surfacing in their minds. Jiang Mou's gaze was fixed on Ning Chen, sneering, "If you dare to refuse, when you go hunting fierce beasts in the future, I will follow you. The fierce beasts fear your eternal Night King body and cannot unleash their full strength, but I can. As long as I want, you won't be able to hunt a single fierce beast." The monitoring device only recorded who killed the fierce beasts, then rewarded the corresponding points. The process was not taken into account. It was precisely because fierce beasts were not easily discovered that no students engaged in malicious finishing moves. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he thought for a moment and said, "How many points do you have? A few thousand points are not worth my time." In a points battle, both parties needed to wager an equal amount of points. Then, the winner takes all. Jiang Mou snorted coldly, "I have 3,000 points left, but I borrowed 15,000 points from the training camp, totaling 18,000 points, all wagered on this battle with you." Upon hearing this, the noise in the room erupted. Students could apply to borrow points from the training camp. As for the amount, it varied from person to person, roughly equal to the total points a student could earn from the training camp. However, not many students would borrow points. The interest was too high, with a daily rate of 10%, doubling in 10 days. Moreover, the consequences of not being able to repay the points were severe, requiring one to sign a harsh contract with the Donglin government. After graduating from university, one would have to serve the government. Jiang Mou was making a big profit now. 18,000 points, even after deducting interest, will exceed all the points he has earned in the training camp. I want to try it too. Don't daydream, Ning Chen will definitely become a knight in the future. Jiang Mou isn't afraid, but we can't afford to offend him. If he holds a grudge, it would be disastrous. Many martial artist students discussed. Their gazes toward Ning Chen were both eager and unwilling, like assessing a fat sheep they couldn't reach. Ning Chen ignored them, his thoughts swirling in his mind. 18,000 points is not a small amount for me, but compared to the price of the complete version of the diamond body, it's still far from enough, unless. Ning Chen glanced at the martial artist students who were staring at him intently. If these people also borrowed points to fight him, it would definitely be enough to buy the complete version of the diamond body. They might even have quite a bit left over. However, the difficulty was that the fact that the eternal Night King body must become a knight was too frightening. Many martial artist students dared not challenge him. I need to think of a way to dispel their concerns, Ning Chen thought to himself. Smack! Ning Chen slammed the table hard, stood up abruptly, his face slightly pale, and said sternly, Jiang Mou, don't go too far. 18,000 points, how dare you even ask for that? Jiang Mou sneered at this and provoked, what, are you scared? Do you think you'll definitely lose? It's really laughable that the dignified Eternal Night King body is afraid of ordinary peers. Jiang Mou's voice was mocking. What nonsense are you talking? I am the king body, how could I fear my peers? Ning Chen's face darkened, revealing a hint of exasperation, and said, don't think it's just you, I fear no other martial artist students either. Whoever wants to challenge me, I will accept. Good. You said it yourself. Jiang Mou grinned ominously, looking around at everyone. The Eternal Night King body has personally spoken. he definitely won't retaliate. What are you all waiting for? Come up and challenge him. Since he had already offended Ning Chen, he didn't mind adding more obstacles to Ning Chen's path to knighthood. Across the table, Ning Chen blinked, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Could Jiang Mayu be a plant he had sent? The cooperation was too perfect. Ning Chen, were your words just now true? A bold martial artist student stood up and asked. The gazes of the other students focused on Ning Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Chen's expression stiffened, as if he felt a sense of being cornered. The Eternal Night King body must keep his promise. Exactly, you've already said it. If you go back on your word, you'll lose face. A few troublemakers hidden in the crowd began to stir. Ning Chen gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. It's true. Anyone can fight me with points. No matter the amount, I will accept all challenges. Moreover, when I become a knight in the future, I won't hold this against anyone. This is my pride as the king body. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cafeteria erupted. A large number of martial artist students stood up and rushed towards Ning Chen. I have 850 points, but I can also borrow 4,000 points. The total points I can wager is 4,850. Sun Haoren, don't cut in line, I was here first. Ning Chen, I challenge you with 8,000 points. Everyone spoke up eagerly, afraid that Ning Chen's points would be won by other students, leaving them with nothing. Ning Chen forced himself to suppress a smile and said, one at a time, don't rush. Let's sign the duel contracts first. More than half an hour later, the students who had completed their challenges left the cafeteria. Ning Chen sat up straight, and in front of him lay a thick stack of contracts, totaling more than 60. Song Shiyu looked at the stack of contracts, swallowed hard, and said, you're too ruthless, you've almost trapped all the martial artist students. I thought you would only play a trick on Jiang Mayu at most. Ruthless? Ning Chen replied calmly, I didn't force them to come and challenge me. They were greedy themselves. If they want something, they must be prepared to pay an equal price. That's true. Song Shiyu smiled and said, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. When you reveal your true combat power, what kind of expressions will those martial artist students have? Ning Chen's lips curled slightly as he said, I think it will be quite spectacular. How many points do those martial artist trainees have for the duel? Shifeng also stayed, sitting opposite Ning Chen. Roughly estimated, there are 180,000 points. Ning Chen's face lit up. The martial artist trainees who challenged him had wagered all their points, plus the maximum amount they could borrow. You've really hit the jackpot. Song Shiyu said enviously. Shifeng sighed, those martial artist trainees will probably have to live in the beast hunting grounds for the next few days to repay their points. Song Shiyu shook his head, saying, there are still more than 10 days left until the training camp ends. They won't have time. If they don't want to end up working for the Donglin government, they'll definitely buy back points from Ning Chen. Is that so? Ning Chen smiled slightly, with a hint of meaning. By the way, there's something I need to remind you. Song Shiyu looked at Ning Chen and said, tomorrow when you face Jiang Mayu, if you gain the upper hand, it's best to hold back and not beat him into the same miserable state as Xiaoxi. Why? Song Shiyu shrugged, helplessly saying, his grandfather is a divine general. Ning Chen frowned slightly. Would a divine general care about my duel with Jiang Mayu? Not really. Song Shiyu explained, but the other members of the Jiang family, like Jiang Mayu's parents, will definitely cause you trouble. After a pause, he grinned and said, of course, if you have a strong background, like having a knight protecting you, then it won't matter. You can just beat Jiang Mayu to death. Ning Chen nodded lightly, pondering, I know a knight who owes me a favor, he should protect me. Which knight? Song Shiyu asked curiously, laughing. I know about the 288 knights registered in the Donglin Administrative District, plus 4 divine generals. Lu Zhan. What? Upon hearing this name, Song Shiyu stood up in shock. Ning Chen glanced at him and asked, is there a problem? Song Shiyu's voice was unsteady. This is a tough guy, one of the top 10 knights in the Federation, who has fought against several divine generals without losing ground. Hearing this, Ning Chen immediately got up and quickly walked out of the cafeteria. He didn't even bother to grab the more than 60 martial arts duel contracts. Song Shiyu asked in surprise, what are you in such a hurry for? I'm going to find the instructor to apply for using my phone. Ning Chen didn't look back and said, I don't know why, but I suddenly really want to see Uncle Lu. The next day, May 13th, just after 7 in the morning, the training ground became lively, filled with people and buzzing with excitement. All the trainees were present. Some trainees who didn't have a duel with Ning Chen still came out of anticipation for the result. The base staff were all stirred up. Except for those on duty today, almost all other employees came here. In the arena, Ning Chen stood straight, his dark eyes shining. After a night of rest, he had fully recovered, no longer feeling fatigued, and was full of energy.
Have you all noticed that the date of Ning Chen's duel with us is today? With over 60 martial artist trainees challenging him, can he handle it? He's just throwing caution to the wind. He knows he can't match us, so he wants to end it quickly. Better a short pain than a long one. Many martial artist trainees pointed at Ning Chen, chatting among themselves, their voices relaxed and cheerful, feeling that today they could make a fortune. Hearing these words, Zhang Moyu smiled. Zhang Moyu looked at Ning Chen across from him, proudly saying, "After today, my resume will have a bold stroke added. Defeating a peer like Wang Ti is an incredible honor. You can't do it." Ning Chen shook his head, his tone calm. The martial arts duel contracts had already been signed, so there was no need to pretend anymore. Zhang Moyu scoffed, clearly unconvinced, and mocked. "Do you really think being a Wang body means you can perform miracles? It's true that the Wang body has a high ceiling, but a ceiling is just that. You're merely at the awakening stage now, not even at the peak of the 9th rank. Where do you get the confidence to spout such nonsense?" Ning Chen did not argue with him. He took out an alarm clock, wound the second hand 3 times, and then placed it on the ground, coldly stating, "If you can still stand before the bell rings, I'll consider it a loss." In an instant, the crowd erupted in an uproar, waves of excitement rising. Ning Chen remained calm. Today, he not only wanted to win but also to appear strong and intimidate all the students. This way, when the students came back to buy points later. On the opposite side, Zhang Moyu's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Xiuxiu stepped forward and said, "I will be the referee for this martial duel. There is only one rule, don't kill anyone." With that, Bai Xiuxiu said no more, raised her hand, and forcefully waved it down, announcing the start of the duel. Whoosh! Zhang Moyu was the first to strike, his feet surging with energy, unleashing a powerful force. In just 2 or 3 steps, he rushed up to Ning Chen. "Knock me down before the bell rings? What a beautiful daydream." Zhang Moyu's voice dripped with mockery. As he spoke, he swung his sword at Ning Chen with great speed. A light blue energy surged, wrapping around the sword, exuding immense pressure, causing the air to explode with a loud bang. However, to humiliate Ning Chen, Zhang Moyu used only energy for this strike, without employing any martial arts. Whoosh! As the sword came at him, Ning Chen remained unfazed, unleashing all the power within him and striking the sharp blade with a punch. Bone-shattering fist. Clang! The punch and sword clashed, producing a metallic sound. In the midst of the noise, the energy swirling around the sword instantly collapsed and dispersed. Ning Chen's right fist, pale and delicate, remained unscathed. He did not use the golden body transformation. Just relying on his perfected diamond body was already sufficient. His current physical strength was comparable to that of metal. What's going on? Zhang Moyu's expression was one of shock, feeling an overwhelming force penetrate his sword, far beyond his expectations. Zhang Moyu's entire body shook and he was directly sent flying. Ning Chen remained calm, not surprised. Just yesterday, with a single bone-shattering fist, he had sent a second-tier fierce beast, the scaled bear, flying. Let alone Zhang Moyu. Moreover, after a night of cultivation, his punching power had increased by several hundred pounds. The onlookers were in an uproar, gasping in disbelief. A glimpse through the window reveals a glimpse of the leopard. Ning Chen could send Zhang Moyu, a high-tier second rank, flying with one punch. Although he had the advantage of martial arts, his own punching power was definitely not weak, on par with Zhang Moyu. The more than 60 students who had agreed to duel with Ning Chen all changed their expressions. Especially those first-tier martial artists, each breaking out in cold sweat, filled with panic. Don't worry, Zhang Moyu was just careless. In terms of true combat power, he can definitely injure Ning Chen. The duel is today. After Ning Chen gets injured, he won't be our opponent. It's a good thing Ning Chen is so arrogant, scheduling the duel for today, otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. Many martial artist students secretly felt lucky. At the same time, Ning Chen stepped forward to pursue him. With the enhancement of Wind Shadow 3000, his speed was astonishing. As soon as Zhang Moyu landed, Ning Chen was already closing in. Whoosh! Ning Chen clenched his fist, striking swiftly at Zhang Moyu's chest, the air producing a deep, powerful sound. 1000 bone power. Zhang Moyu was arrogant, but his high-tier second rank was solid. His eyes narrowed as he realized Ning Chen's punch was not simple. He immediately slapped out his right palm to meet it. A light blue energy rapidly condensed in his palm, swirling and rising, quickly transforming into an energy shield with a diameter of over half a meter. Bang! Ning Chen's expression was icy as his fist struck Zhang Moyu's palm, the 1000 bone power erupting like a floodgate bursting open. The force shield suddenly rippled, its surface shimmering. Yet, it did not shatter. In the next moment, both of them staggered, retreating a few steps. Ning Chen looked at Zhang Moyu's unscathed palm, a glint of light flashing in his eyes.
That force shield was quite formidable. In the midst of the ripples, it had nearly negated all of his 1,000 bones power. Jiang Mou, with force swirling around his hand, sneered, "Do you really think that just because your punch strength rivals that of a second-tier warrior, you can fight me? The power of force martial arts is not something that awakened realm martial arts can compare to." As he spoke, Jiang Mou pushed off with his foot, charging towards Ning Chen, and once close, he swung his sword down at him. Whoosh! The wind howled, and a light blue force surged from his palm into the sword. In an instant, it transformed into a massive blue sword light, over 10 feet long, sharp and imposing, causing Ning Chen's black hair to dance wildly. Force martial arts, sword light slash. Ning Chen gazed at the sword light, his expression calm, raising his arm to throw a punch, forcefully countering. White bone killing fist. This was his strongest attack in direct confrontation. As he punched, a flash of golden light appeared like lightning, providing protection. Bang! Ning Chen's fist struck the descending sword light, and with a loud collision, his body jolted, involuntarily taking a step back. However, that sword light was also shattered on the spot by his strike. The dissipating force shot out in all directions. Jiang Mou's eyes widened in shock. He saw clearly that after the golden light faded from Ning Chen's hand, his skin remained fair, without even a red mark. Such defensive capability, he believed he could not match. The power of force martial arts doesn't seem that strong either. Ning Chen sneered, stepping on Wind Shadow 3000, and with a swift movement, he circled to Jiang Mou's side, his right leg tense like a steel rod, slicing through the air with a fierce whip. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was deep and powerful. Ning Chen unleashed his 1,000 bones power once more. Although this move could not break Jiang Mou's force shield, combat was not merely about martial arts clashing. As long as he found the right moment, he could strike directly at Jiang Mou. Whoosh! Jiang Mou was not slow either. He turned his body to evade. Then, he charged at Ning Chen with his sword. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures darted around the training ground, rapidly clashing, their collisions almost forming a continuous line. Ning Chen continuously unleashed the 1,000 bones killing technique, cycling through 5 forms, each one following the other, with ferocious attacks. Coupled with Wind Shadow 3000 and Diamond Body, his combat power was terrifying. Jiang Mou was almost being overwhelmed, his sword trembling in his hand, blood trickling from his tiger's mouth. Bang! The sound was immense. Ning Chen threw a punch, like a bolt of lightning across the sky, astonishingly fast. Jiang Mou's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly swung his sword to block. However, due to the urgency, he could not fully channel his force, resulting in insufficient power, and with a bang, he was sent staggering back. The onlookers, including instructors like Bai Xiu, were left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. An awakened high tier could actually suppress a second-tier warrior, and a top-tier genius warrior at that. It was simply astounding. The Eternal Night King body was truly terrifying. In the arena, Ning Chen glanced at the clock not far away, shook his head, and said, "There's less than a round left. It seems I need to speed up." Jiang Mou's expression darkened, losing the calmness he had before, and he said sternly, "Ning Chen, don't get too pleased with yourself. You're only temporarily in the lead. How long can your stamina hold up with such frequent use of martial arts? I am a high-tier second-tier warrior. I can wear you down." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen grinned, his teeth gleaming white, and said, "There was a guy named Weibo who said something similar to me before. Now, his math grades are quite good." As he finished speaking, Ning Chen gripped the silver blood war knife at his waist. Seeing Ning Chen wielding the war knife, Jiang Mou showed no fear, sneering, "Who are you trying to scare with that knife? I know your thunder slash is powerful, having reached perfection, but that's merely an awakening level martial art. It's worlds apart from force martial arts." Boom! Ning Chen's response to Jiang Mou was a silver flash bursting with the sound of thunder. Thunder slash! With the support of over 10 tons of force, the silver-blooded battle knife moved with astonishing speed, like a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, heading straight for Jiang Mou's neck. The onlookers, those below the second-tier martial artist level, had their expressions change. They couldn't capture Ning Chen's blade trajectory at all. In other words, if they faced this strike, they wouldn't be able to block it and would die on the spot. Jiang Mou was also somewhat surprised by the speed of this strike. However, he remained calm, holding his sharp sword upright in front of his chest. A faint blue force surged up, spreading out, far less solid than the previous sword light strike, very diffuse, like mist. But it excelled in range. The area several meters in front of Jiang Mou was enveloped in the force mist. Hiss! As Ning Chen swung the silver-blooded battle knife, the force mist couldn't withstand it at all, like a piece of paper being swiftly cut apart. However, with the continuous collisions with the force mist, the speed of the silver-blooded battle knife rapidly decreased. Jiang Mou, unhurried, swung his sword. With a bang, he blocked the silver-blooded battle knife. Force martial arts, heavy water technique. Jiang Mou looked at Ning Chen, his gaze proud, and said, specifically designed to counter fast attacks. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to the straightforward awakening-level martial arts, force martial arts indeed had clear advantages, with numerous functions and being more comprehensive. Boom! As his thoughts surged, Ning Chen's movements didn't stop. Amidst the thunderous sounds, he executed a momentary 3 slashes. 3 long silver flashes instantly appeared, slicing through the air towards Jiang Mou. However, he encountered the same problem as before. Upon contact with the force mist, the silver flashes' speed plummeted, and their threat level dropped drastically. Bang! 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 Jiang Mou swung his sword 3 times, without even activating his martial arts, and repelled all the silver flashes. Under the heavy water technique, your thunder slash seems useless. A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Mou's face. So slow that I feel sorry for you. Think it's slow? Then try this. Ning Chen's voice was icy. As he spoke, he swiftly swung the silver-blooded battle knife, the air vibrating with a sound like tearing cloth, sharp and piercing. Storm 36 slashes. This martial arts power was on par with S level. The speed of the 36th strike, the fastest, was 32 times that of the thunder slash. Among the spectators, Yan Zhuang's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Ning Chen's movements. His Storm 36 slashes were at the expert level, very high. Therefore, he immediately sensed the power of Ning Chen's strike. Instructor Yan, what's wrong? Bai Xiuxiu glanced over and casually asked. Ning Chen's Storm 36 slashes have already reached perfection. Yan Zhuang's voice was filled with shock. This martial art is extremely difficult. Ning Chen has advanced from the subtle level to perfection in just over a month. He must have had another epiphany. Another epiphany? Bai Xiuxiu was taken aback, looking at Lu Feng. Didn't you say Ning Chen's comprehension would gradually return to normal? Lu Feng shrugged. Isn't this quite normal? Previously, he had 4 epiphanies in 3 days, and in this past month, he only had this one. Old Lu, I'm skeptical of your explanation. Ma Fengxing thought for a moment and said, I believe Ning Chen only had 1 epiphany this month because he has too few martial arts. Besides the current Wind Shadow 3000 being at the subtle level, everything else is at perfect level. This. Lu Fan was also somewhat uncertain. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about something. She stopped speaking and turned her gaze back to the battle in the arena. Hiss! Ning Chen's expression was cold as he swung his knife, the air sharp as if it were about to explode, an astonishing momentum. After the previous fight, his stormy 36 slashes had already completed 10 strikes, gradually revealing that terrifying speed. Opposite him, Jiang Mou faced a formidable enemy. The mocking expression on his face had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness, mixed with a hint of panic. Ning Chen's slashes were getting faster with each strike, the increase astonishing. If this continued, even his heavy water technique would be unable to withstand it. Jiang Mou came from a family of divine generals and had received excellent martial arts education, knowing how to deal with this kind of continuous slashing technique. The most effective method was to create distance, temporarily avoiding the sharpness, and then attack again after the opponent completed their consecutive strikes. But the problem was, his movement skills, let alone surpassing Ning Chen, couldn't even match him. He was slightly inferior. He could only take Ning Chen's slashes head-on. Swish! Swish! 2 sharp sounds of slicing through the air almost rang out simultaneously. After more than 20 strikes, the speed was as fast as lightning. Ning Chen sliced through the primal energy mist. Before the dispersed primal energy mist could close up, the second slash followed the gap and cut in. Without the obstruction of the primal energy mist, the silver-blooded battle knife reached Jiang Mou in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mou's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly swung his sword to block. However, just as the sword was halfway out, a soft sound was heard, and a line of blood appeared on Jiang Mou's wrist holding the sword. His hand didn't fall off, but the ligaments in his joints had been severed, making it impossible to even grip the sword hilt. Swish! Swish! Just as a look of pain surfaced on Jiang Mou's face, Ning Chen used the same technique again, launching 2 consecutive slashes. 1 slash opened the way. 1 slash attacked. Given the nature of the stormy 36 slashes, it was even faster than the previous 2 strikes. Puff! With a muffled sound, a large spray of blood erupted. Jiang Mou had a blood gash over half a meter long on his chest, extending from his shoulder to his abdomen, deep enough to see the bone. Ning Chen looked at the splattering blood with cold indifference. In fact, if he hadn't deliberately pulled the silver-blooded battle knife back a few centimeters just now and had gone all out, Jiang Mou would have been cut in half, lying in a pool of blood. Of course, if he had truly shown no mercy, the referee by Xiaoxiao would have definitely intervened. Moreover, Jiang Mayu came from a family of divine generals, and Ning Chen had his reservations, not wanting to kill him. Although if he did kill him, Lu Zhan could protect him. But a Jiang Mayu wasn't worth him calling in a favor from Lu Zhan. Ah! Jiang Mayu's miserable scream echoed. The intense pain made it impossible for him to maintain the heavy water technique, and the primal energy mist quickly dissipated. Whoosh! Ning Chen executed the Wind Shadow 3000, instantly closing in, and with a loud slap, he struck Jiang Mayu's face hard. Ning Chen didn't use any martial arts, but his physical strength was enough to be overwhelming. In the midst of many shocked gazes, Jiang Mayu spun like a top for dozens of circles before crashing to the ground, motionless, completely unconscious. Just then, the alarm clock that Ning Chen had placed on the ground began to vibrate violently, its loud sound sweeping through the area. The scene fell silent. Just 3 minutes. Jiang Mayu, who ranked among the top 3 in strength in the training camp, suffered a miserable defeat. Everyone looked at Jiang Mayu, lying on the ground like a dead dog, recalling Ning Chen's words before the fight. If you can still stand before the bell rings, then I lose. The winner is Ning Chen, who earns 18,000 points. Bai Xiaoxiao announced loudly, declaring the result of the martial arts duel. On the sidelines, everyone snapped back to reality at the sound and began discussing, the training ground gradually buzzing with noise. 3 minutes, and he defeated Jiang Mayu. Clearly, Ning Chen hasn't even used his full strength. Without a doubt, Ning Chen is the best among the 100 students. Damn, 18,000 points, converted to money, that's at least 200 million. The topics of discussion among the observing staff and Awakened Realm students were mostly filled with shock and envy. Meanwhile, the martial artist students who had challenged Ning Chen were all restless. Especially those students who were higher up in the challenge order were filled with dread, their faces pale. They had all borrowed the maximum amount of points to fight Ning Chen. If they lost, they would be unable to repay. Next, Ning Chen's eyes were merciless as he raised his silver-blooded battle knife, pointing it at the martial artist students on the sidelines. Those people exchanged glances, and no one stepped forward. At this moment, they already understood the situation. With the combat power displayed by Ning Chen, they couldn't win. Stepping up would mean admitting defeat. Li Firen, who is second in the challenge order, has 1 minute to enter the arena, or he will be deemed to have lost and will forfeit all martial arts points. Bai Xiaoxiao's cold voice echoed across the training ground. Upon hearing this, Li Firen's face stiffened, and he could only reluctantly step forward. Instructor Bai, can you give me a moment? I want to say a few words to Ning Chen. Li Firen bowed slightly and requested, it will be quick. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, go ahead. Hearing this, Li Firen's expression relaxed a bit. He turned to face Ning Chen and said, let's make a deal. You don't have to lift a finger, I'll admit defeat on the spot. You just need to return the 5,000 points I borrowed. All the points I earned myself will belong to you. As he spoke, Li Firen explained his reasoning. Indeed, your strength is formidable, even Jiang Mayu can't defeat you, let alone me, a first-tier beginner martial artist. However, you are not just fighting me, I have over 60 students behind me who will take turns battling you. Your stamina won't hold out. By then, you will face consecutive defeats. As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Li Firen was quite clever to come up with such a strategy. The students higher up in the challenge order felt their panic dissipate significantly upon hearing this. Compared to bearing a massive loan, giving up the points they earned was not unacceptable. They even felt they might come out ahead. In stark contrast, the students lower in the challenge order had a completely different attitude. Each one wore a grim expression, mentally cursing Li Firen's family. They had originally hoped to win some points from Ning Chen. But now, as long as Ning Chen agreed, they wouldn't just lose points, they would also be burdened with loans, losing everything. Ning Chen, what do you think of my proposal? Li Firen revealed a confident smile and said, we're all about to come of age, we should be more realistic in our dealings, focusing on benefits. You have to give to gain. No. Ning Chen shook his head lightly, a chilling smile on his face, and said, only the weak make choices, and I want it all. It was just a turn-based battle with over 60 students. Stamina was not an issue. Previously, he had spent 7 days without rest in the beast hunting grounds, killing over 100 beast-level monsters. Li Firen's expression changed dramatically in an instant. The students higher up in the order were equally shocked. This was beyond their expectations. Li Firen was about to continue persuading, but Bai Xiaoxiao no longer gave him the chance. With a wave of her jade hand, she coldly declared, the martial arts battle begins. Whoosh! Ning Chen unleashed Wind Shadow 3000, his figure swept up in a whirlwind, and in less than a second, he appeared in front of Li Firen, swinging his knife with ferocity, trailing dazzling silver light.
Li Firen frantically urged his original force to resist, but it was futile. He was severely at a disadvantage. After a few exchanges, his original force was completely shattered. Boom! Thunder roared as Ningchen swung his silver-blooded battle knife, like a bolt of lightning piercing the air, striking Li Firen. A large spray of blood erupted. Li Firen was sent flying backward. Ningchen's perception of him was not as poor as Jiang Mayu's, so he did not step forward to deliver a finishing blow. However, Li Firen was in no better condition, unable to get up from the ground, continuously groaning in pain. Third, Ningchen raised his silver battle knife and pointed, his voice icy. On the sidelines, a student hesitantly stepped forward, and after Bai Xiuxiu announced, he began to fight Ningchen. He was just like Li Firen, both being first-grade martial artists. The outcome was nearly the same. After a few exchanges, he was sent flying by Ningchen's blade. Other martial artist students stepped forward one after another. Without exception, they all suffered a crushing defeat. Ningchen's strength is truly formidable, but he's too arrogant, unwilling to make deals with those martial artists who fought before him. Even if he is a Dragon King body, he can only take down 20 more students at most before his stamina runs out. I'm ranked 60th, but unfortunately, I've only bet 4,700 points. Many students who were lower in the challenge order chatted among themselves, their expressions showing a hint of glee. But this glee didn't last long. When they saw Ningchen defeat 30 students in a row, his handsome face not even glistening with sweat, they were completely panicked. What kind of stamina is this? It's too enduring. To be honest, what's the difference between you and fools? After being tricked by Ningchen, you still think you can turn the tables? Shifeng glanced at those martial artists with disdain in his eyes. Why are you all sweating profusely? Weren't you quite arrogant before, mocking Ningchen for hunting fierce beasts, claiming he was taking advantage of the Dragon King body? They probably are fierce beasts themselves, feeling the pressure of the Dragon King body. Many awakened realm students felt an immense thrill in their hearts. One of them completely shattered the superiority complex of those martial artist students. Continue. After sending another student flying, Ningchen's gaze was like lightning as he coldly shouted. More than 30 battles had thoroughly ignited his desire to fight, the fighting spirit in his heart burning fiercely like flames, incredibly intense. A girl stepped forward with a sword. She had fair skin, her brows and eyes like paintings, very beautiful. Tang Chushua, a second-grade high-level martial artist, was powerful, on par with Jiang Moyu. What a big shot, worth 3 rounds. Song Shiyu joked, bending down to pick up the alarm clock Ningchen had placed earlier, turning the second hand 3 circles. However, once the battle began, before even a full second had passed, with a whoosh, a silver light flashed. The air seemed to be sliced open. A large bloom of blood suddenly appeared on Tang Chushua's chest as she was sent flying. Another crushing defeat. The Stormy Rain 30/, once stacked, was too fast, overwhelming even second-grade high-level martial artists. They couldn't withstand it. Only Jiang Moyu managed to hold on a bit longer thanks to his heavy water technique. Time passed. Outside, the sun rose higher and higher. In the training ground, students fell one after another, increasingly more. Ningchen stood with his blade, his fighting spirit soaring, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. Who else is there? And no one left. You've defeated them all. A martial artist student swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He had been a bit late to the cafeteria last night and saw too many people fighting Ningchen, thinking that by the time it was his turn, Ningchen's points would have surely been exhausted. So, he didn't step forward to challenge. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for that decision. My goodness, Ningchen is too fierce, directly toppling the entire training camp. A staff member exclaimed in shock. Although there were still some Awakened Realm students and a few martial artist students who hadn't fought yet, just by looking at Ningchen's state, it was clear that those people would be giving away their points for free. In the history of the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp, no student has achieved such a feat. Indeed, in previous sessions, there were instances of 4th and even 5th grade martial artists, but none have ever broken through the training camp. Ningchen is amazing, dominating the mountain and sea. Many couldn't help but exclaim. This training camp was extraordinary, producing a prodigy. Medical staff, come over here. Yan Zhuang stepped forward, arranging for the injured students to be carried on stretchers. Ningchen had been too ruthless. The students he fought against were all severely injured, none able to get up. At this moment, Ma Fingxing approached, looking at the students on the stretchers with a smile, saying, "Everyone, injuries aside, the points borrowed still need to be repaid. Delay a day, and you'll have to pay an extra 10% interest." Upon hearing this, the faces of those trainees, already pale from injuries, grew even more ashen. They had all borrowed points at the maximum limit. Even spending all day in the beast hunting grounds,
the points they earned were not enough to cover the interest. Moreover, they were now seriously injured. Without lying down for 10 days or half a month, they definitely couldn't enter the beast hunting grounds. Don't worry too much. Song Shiyu grinned and pointed at Ning Chen, saying, trainees can trade points privately, you can just buy from Ning Chen. Is that possible, Ning Chen? No, I mean, Ning Chen. A martial artist trainee asked nervously. The other trainees lying on stretchers looked up, their eyes filled with anxiety, fearing that Ning Chen would refuse. Yes, Ning Chen replied, his fighting spirit having calmed down, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Cash or the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution can be exchanged for points from me. After a pause, he added, but you'd better hurry. I've had lunch and will be entering the beast hunting grounds, I won't be back for a week. At his words, the expressions of the trainees on the stretchers changed slightly. If they missed the chance to buy this time, next time they would have to buy 70% more. And even then, they might not be able to purchase that many points. Instructor, can we use our phones today? We didn't bring the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution, many martial artist trainees, disregarding their injuries, hurriedly asked. Ma Fingxing shrugged and said, I'm afraid I can't help you, the camp rules are strict, and the instructors can't. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yen Zhuang. With a serious expression, Yen Zhuang said, since Ning Chen is willing to sell, I'll help out and allow you to use your phones today. After all, he has guided me in practicing the Flash Thunder Slash. As for the responsibility for breaking the rules, although it's serious, I'll take it all on myself. Ma Fingxing, Lu Fan, and Bai Xiuxiu, the three instructors, were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to despise or admire Yen Zhuang. Goodness, he was openly flattering without any shame. The key was that he actually managed to sell that favor. The chief instructor truly was the chief instructor. The martial arts competition is over, everyone disperse. Yen Zhuang waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. Just as Ning Chen was about to leave, Bai Xiuxiu called out to him, don't go yet. What's the matter? Ning Chen felt a spark of curiosity. Bai Xiuxiu organized her words and said, you are the eternal Night King body, with physical qualities far surpassing those of normal people at the same level. As she spoke, she pointed to the silver-blooded battle knife at Ning Chen's waist and continued, this long, narrow battle knife, suitable for high-speed slashing, is indeed very fitting for you. However, it doesn't fully utilize the advantages of your strong physique. Ning Chen's eyes flickered as he asked, are you suggesting a heavy weapon? Exactly. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Your comprehension is astonishing. You could practice a heavy weapon, like a battle spear, which would make your strength more comprehensive. Just like when you fought Jiang Mayu before. His heavy water technique actually counters your swordsmanship. However, Jiang Moyu's mastery of the heavy water technique is too low. He is merely proficient. If he reaches a subtle level, or even achieves perfection like you, your Storm 36 slashes could be countered by him. Bai Xiuxiu provided an example. Ning Chen pondered, that is indeed the case, but with the college entrance examination approaching, I currently don't have the energy to learn a heavy weapon. With less than a month until the exam, time was too short. It would be difficult for him to master a heavy weapon, and the improvement in combat power would be minimal. Suddenly, Ning Chen realized something, raising an eyebrow and smiling, Instructor Bai, from what you said, are you trying to pass on a spear technique to me? Not at all, Bai Xiuxiu shook her head. Before Ning Chen could express his regret, she opened her left hand, delicate and fair, and said, I will give you 5 types of spear techniques. Hearing this, Ning Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. There was no helping it. The only offensive martial arts he currently mastered were the Flash Thunder Slash and the Storm 36 slashes, along with a technique called the 1,000 Bones Killing Technique. In total, there were no more than 5 techniques. Ning Chen took a deep breath to calm his mind and asked, what are the levels of these 5 martial arts? Bai Xiuxiu replied indifferently, the parts at the awakening stage can be rated as S-level martial arts. Bang, bang, bang. The calmness Ning Chen had finally achieved shattered instantly, and the sound of his heart racing was clearly audible. It wasn't that he lacked ambition. Bai Xiuxiu's words hinted at another meaning. These 5 martial arts all had higher tiers. They were all Origin Force martial arts. A brilliant smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he said, thank you, Instructor Bai, for passing on these martial arts. Bai Xiuxiu shot him a sidelong glance and teased, did you not just say you had no energy? Ning Chen maintained a serious expression and replied, in front of Instructor Bai, I am always full of energy. At that moment, Lu Fang interjected, Ning Chen, do you have any understanding of Origin Force martial arts? I know their ranks. Ning Chen recalled and pondered, Origin Force martial arts, from low to high, are respectively thick earth, heavenly mountain, firmament, and stars, with each level further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Well said. Bai Xiuxiu said solemnly, these 5 martial arts are named in order: Mountain Opening, City Destroying, River Breaking, War God Killing Method, and Heavenly Thunder Punishment. Among them, the first 3 are of the high tier of Heavenly Mountain. The last 2 are of the intermediate tier of Firmament. This. Ningchen blinked hard twice. The happiness came too suddenly. Unlike the martial arts of the Awakening realm, lower-level martial arts, such as E-level and D-level, were not very expensive. The lowest level, Thick Earth initial tier, was priced at over 10 million. Not to mention Heavenly Mountain and Firmament. Lu Fang pondered for a moment and looked at Bai Xiuxiu, saying, I've heard of these 5 gun techniques, the War God 5 styles of the Bai family. He then began to explain to Ning Chen. The War God 5 styles were created by the ancestor of the Bai family. This person lived in an era of constant warfare, during the peak of the double martial Star Wars. Therefore, he joined the army at a young age and achieved countless merits. From the awakening stage, he fought his way up to the Divine General. It is not an exaggeration to say that the War God 5 styles were built on the lives of millions in the heavenly martial realm. By the way, Lu Fang added, you should have learned about the achievements of the Bai family's ancestor in your history textbooks. His name was Bai Qi. Don't get too excited. Bai Xiuxiu's gaze fell on Ning Chen as she said, these 5 gun techniques only have the awakening stage portion. The subsequent inheritance must be obtained by yourself. Ning Chen nodded with a faint smile, not feeling too disappointed. After all, they were still 5 S-level martial arts. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen asked, Instructor Bai, does Xinghe University have the inheritance of the War God 5 styles? This question was asked lightly, but it revealed a meaning. Xinghe University was something he, Ning Chen, could easily access. He could go whenever he wanted. Across from him, the 4 instructors showed no signs of surprise. If Wang Ti couldn't even get into Xinghe University, then what law would the Federation have? No. Lu Fang shook his head and smiled. If you want to learn the complete War God 5 styles, there are only 2 ways. Instructor Lu, please tell me. First, you find a woman from the Bai family to marry, then become a member of the Bai family. Lu Fang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen instinctively glanced at Bai Xiuxiu, scrutinizing her for a moment before asking, what's the second way? There was no way around it. This woman was simply too out of his league. He couldn't handle her. Lu Fang continued, you join the military. The Federation's military also has the War God 5 styles, which can be exchanged for military merits. However, the military merits required are not a small number. Lu Fang added as a reminder. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu took over the conversation and said to Ning Chen in a deep voice, that is true for ordinary people. As for you, as long as you are willing to sign a contract with the military and become a professional soldier, you can immediately obtain the complete version of the God of Killing 5 styles. Moreover, you can attend university normally. During this time, the military will provide you with comprehensive resources. The conditions Bai Xiuxiu offered were very generous. Clearly, she regarded Ning Chen as a potential general. However, Ning Chen did not appear overly excited. His gaze was very calm. After pondering for a moment, he politely declined, Instructor Bai, I don't have such thoughts at the moment. Indeed, joining the military has many benefits, but everything comes at a cost. While the military would help him, it would also become a shackle that binds him. It's fine, Bai Xiuxiu shook her head, seemingly unconcerned. A ring on her left pinky finger flashed with light, and 5 martial seals appeared out of thin air. Spatial storage device. Ning Chen recognized the ring and felt a bit envious. This was a type of original pattern device that contained space, making it very convenient to use, as one could control the entry and exit of items with their thoughts. However, it was astonishingly expensive. A storage space of 1 cubic meter would cost over 100 million. There is a private training room on the 2nd floor, you can receive the inheritance there, Bai Xiuxiu said, handing over the martial seals. All right. Ning Chen walked towards the 2nd floor. As Ning Chen's figure disappeared at the staircase, Lu Fang pondered, Instructor Bai, your teaching of the God of Killing 5 styles should be more than just testing Ning Chen's comprehension, right? That's right, Bai Xiuxiu admitted generously, saying, I want him to become a professional soldier. The federal military has a vast influence, but they also place great importance on the Eternal Night King body. This is almost a guaranteed path to becoming a divine general. No faction in the Federation dares to underestimate it. Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and said, you offered such generous conditions, yet Ning Chen didn't agree. I think it's hopeless. Not necessarily, Bai Xiuxiu said with a slight smile. Once Ning Chen realizes the power of the God of Killing 5 styles, he will naturally be tempted, and by then, he will have no choice but to join the army. Ma Fengxing, with a lively personality, chuckled and said, what if Ning Chen marries you? Instructor Ma, do you want me to bring over a mecha and have a spar with you? Seeing Bai Xiuxiu's cold gaze sweep over, Ma Fingxing shivered and awkwardly said, "I was just joking, don't mind me." Bai Xiuxiu ignored him and continued, "The god of killing 5 styles has a very high difficulty in cultivation. It's hard to comprehend alone and requires guidance from others. Moreover, Ning Chen has not learned about battle guns before, so practicing the god of killing 5 styles will be even more difficult. Ning Chen will definitely come to me for guidance, and by then, I can gradually change his mind." A clever smile appeared on Bai Xiuxiu's face. More than an hour passed. On the second floor of the training ground, Ning Chen removed the martial seal from his forehead, completing the inheritance of the last martial art, the Heavenly Thunder Punishment. Immediately, a cold prompt sound echoed in his mind. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment has detected similarities with the comprehension of the Flash Thunder Slash and has begun to absorb it, increasing the cultivation speed dramatically. Progress increased by 20%. Progress increased by 17%. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment has completed absorption. Cultivation speed has returned to normal. Related insights flooded into his mind, not overwhelming at all. Ning Chen easily absorbed them without being dazed. A thought crossed Ning Chen's mind, and a glowing interface appeared in his view. His gaze fell on one of the sections. Heavenly Thunder Punishment, Basic, Progress 37%. Ning Chen was not too surprised. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment is a throwing-type martial art, so its similarity to the Flash Thunder Slash would naturally not be very high. Of course, being rated as S-level indicates it has its special qualities. When executing the Heavenly Thunder Punishment, the battle gun first ascends into the sky, and after flying above the target, the power within the gun erupts, changing from a horizontal flight posture to a vertical drop, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Hence, it is named the Heavenly Thunder Punishment. By the way, the Thunder Slash can achieve enlightenment through the Silver Blood Battle Blade, so perhaps the Heavenly Thunder Punishment can too. A thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind. He immediately reached out, gripping the Silver Blood Battle Blade at his waist. As his fingers brushed against the hilt, Ning Chen's body stiffened, his eyes glazing over. In his mind, the notification sound exploded like firecrackers. The mountain opening technique perceives profound killing intent. Entering an enlightenment state, cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. Progress increased by 30%. The city destroying technique perceives profound killing intent. Entering an enlightenment state, cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. Progress increased by 30%. The river breaking technique perceives profound killing intent. Entering an enlightenment state, cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. Progress increased by 30%. The breaking army killing method perceives profound killing intent. Entering an enlightenment state, cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. Progress increased by 25%. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment perceives profound thunder intent. Entering an enlightenment state, cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. Progress increased by 25%. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment perceives profound killing intent. Enlightenment state deepens, cultivation speed skyrockets. Progress increased by 50%. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment has accumulated enough, gaining insight, advancing to a proficient level. After a long while, Ning Chen finally digested the massive insights that had merged into his mind. In his view, the last 5 columns of the fluorescent interface underwent earth-shattering changes. Mountain opening, subtle, progress 80%. City destroying, subtle, progress 80%. River breaking, subtle, progress 80%. Breaking army killing method, subtle, progress 25%. Heavenly Thunder Punishment, perfect, progress 3%. It's just enlightenment. It's not like it hasn't happened before. It's nothing to worry about. Ning Chen tried to calm his emotions. However, the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. The 5 styles of the killing god seemed a bit too easy to cultivate. Ning Chen is coming down. Yan Zhuang glanced at the direction of the stairs. The others immediately stopped their discussion. Thank you, Instructor Bai. Ning Chen returned the martial seal to Bai Xiuxiu, bowed slightly, and expressed his gratitude again. 5S rank martial arts. This was a significant favor. Bai Xiuxiu did not engage in small talk with Ning Chen. She raised her hand and picked up a battle spear from the weapon rack, saying briskly, "During this time, take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the battle spear. The battle spear is a weapon originating from our army and is not complicated. Essentially, it consists of 3 moves, thrust, slash, and sweep, all variations of the same principle. Ning Chen nodded lightly, taking the battle spear and weighing it. This was the standard battle spear of the Federal Army, forged from alloy, weighing about 200 kilograms, which felt slightly light for him now. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a few seconds and added, "You haven't learned spear techniques before, and suddenly practicing the 5 styles of the killing god will definitely feel difficult. But don't worry, if you have any questions, feel free to come to me for guidance.
Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. He really couldn't worry.
His 5 styles of the killing god had 4 martial arts at the subtle level and 1 at the perfect level.
Ma Fengxing, standing nearby, noticed the expression on Ning Chen's face and couldn't help but exclaim, "You didn't achieve enlightenment again, did you?"
As soon as he said that, the other 3 instructors' hearts skipped a beat, their eyes fixed on Ning Chen. "I did achieve enlightenment in 1 technique." Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded in acknowledgement.
He didn't dare to reveal the truth. 5 consecutive enlightenments were simply too shocking.
Bai Xiuxiu quickly asked, "Which martial art?" Ning Chen smiled faintly, "Heavenly Thunder Punishment."
Hiss, Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but gasp.
The Heavenly Thunder Punishment was the most difficult martial art among the 5 styles of the killing god. She had diligently practiced for many years and had only reached the subtle level.
"What level of enlightenment did you achieve?"
Bai Xiuxiu then asked, her tone revealing a complex mix of tension and anticipation. Ning Chen did not answer, his gaze sweeping around until it landed on a large tree outside the door, its branches and leaves lush, standing about 200 meters away by the roadside. "That one," Ning Chen said, channeling the Heavenly Thunder Punishment. He threw the battle spear with all his might. Whoosh! The sound of the wind howled as the battle spear shot through the air like lightning, appearing in the sky above the tree in the blink of an eye, about 100 meters up. At that moment, the power within the spear erupted with a thunderous boom, twisting from horizontal to vertical, containing immense might. It hurtled towards the tree with terrifying speed, making one's heart race.
With a loud bang, it sounded like a landmine exploding. The tree, thicker than a person's waist, shattered directly, splintering everywhere.
The sky was filled with branches and wood chips. Soon after, the view cleared again. The tree had vanished without a trace. In its original place, only a battle spear stood firmly on the ground.
Did I see that wrong? How do I feel like this Heavenly Thunder Punishment has reached a perfect realm? Ma Fengxing was dumbfounded, unable to believe it.
"It's not just a feeling, it is a perfect realm." Bai Xiuxiu's voice was hoarse from shock as she said, "A sudden enlightenment, going directly from the foundational realm to perfect mastery. I've never heard of anyone achieving that." Lu Fang echoed, "The comprehension of the Eternal Night King body exceeds my expectations."
"You are all overreacting."
Yan Zhuang glanced at Ning Chen and said seriously, "I think it's quite normal."
"Because I have always believed in the talent of student Ning Chen."
"Just a deeper moment of enlightenment. For him, it's probably as easy as breathing." The other 3 instructors exchanged silent glances.
This level of flattery. Truly, Yan Zhuang. Ning Chen, did you learn any other throwing martial arts before?
Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath. She suspected that the military's intelligence department might have missed some martial arts that Ning Chen had studied. "No," Ning Chen pondered for a moment and smiled, "I became particularly interested in throwing martial arts because of a saying, which led to my enlightenment of the Heavenly Thunder Punishment."
"What saying?" Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously.
Ning Chen smiled and said, "In close combat, luck is always low. Since ancient times, long-range attacks have been favored by the Heavenly Emperor." The 4 instructors were momentarily stunned. Yan Zhuang was the first to speak. "I don't understand, but I am greatly shocked." Bai Xiuxiu and the others remained expressionless. They were already used to it. "As for throwing martial arts, take a look at this." Bai Xiuxiu seemed to remember something, pressed a few buttons on her wristwatch, and a projection of light appeared. The scene inside was a desert. A man in battle armor stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent, floating above the desert. Buzz! The man seemed to have unleashed some martial art, and the space to his left twisted. Amidst the fluctuations, a golden star appeared, dazzling and radiating intense flames. The next moment, a battle spear shot out from it, even more brilliant than the golden star. Although it was just a projection, it was easy to imagine the overwhelming might that had swept across the surroundings. Clearly, this was an extremely powerful weapon. "That's a bit cool." Ning Chen's eyes flickered. In the projection, boom! The battle spear shot out with incredible speed, as if it had condensed the power of an entire star, crashing into the desert. In an instant, yellow sand flew up, blocking out the sun. When the sand settled, a large pit appeared in the desert, with the battle spear embedded in the center. The surface of the pit was crystal clear. It was glass. The friction between the spear and the sand generated extreme heat, turning the sand into glass. One can imagine how astonishing the speed of the battle spear was. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space beside the man was filled with numerous golden stars, at least 100 of them, filling the sky. Various weapons emerged from within. Swords, guns, sabers, halberds. Ning Chen couldn't recognize them all. Boom, boom, boom. Various weapons shot out, creating a tremendous momentum, deafening. A man stood motionless in the air. Yet, the entire desert seemed to boil, as if a massive sandstorm had risen, wreaking havoc across the land. Soon after, the light and shadows dissipated, concluding with this breathtaking scene. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ning Chen, her red lips curling into a smile, and said, "This martial art is called the Divine Concealment of All Weapons. Do you want to learn it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Ning Chen nodded rapidly. The Divine Concealment of All Weapons, in terms of power, was indeed powerful. As for its prestige, it was beyond measure. He truly wanted to cultivate it. Seeing this, Bai Xiuxiu's smile brightened, and she said, "The Divine Concealment of All Weapons is a martial art born from the extreme weapon technique, a cultivation method of original force. To learn the Divine Concealment of All Weapons, you must first master the extreme weapon technique." As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu informed Ning Chen. The extreme weapon technique was of high-tier star grade, the strongest original force technique in the high martial world, belonging to the foundation of the federal military. To cultivate it required an astronomical amount of military merit. Even knights needed decades of hard work to barely gather enough. However, as long as you are willing to join the military, I can apply for the extreme weapon technique on your behalf. Bai Xiuxiu fixed her gaze on Ning Chen, tempting him, "You are a royal body, your application will most likely be approved. You are not far from becoming a martial artist, are you?" "No." Ning Chen refused without hesitation. His resolve was firm. In matters as significant as this, once he made a decision, he would not be swayed by external factors. Afterward, Ning Chen bid farewell and left. Yan Zhuang watched his retreating figure and said, "Instructor Bai, I think you can give up. I've taught many students, and someone like Ning Chen has a will as sharp as a blade. External temptations hardly affect him. But we still need to build a good relationship with the military," Bai Xiuxiu replied calmly, pressing a few buttons on her wristwatch, seemingly sending a message, and smiled, "In a few days, I'll let him experience the charm of mechas." After leaving the training ground, Ning Chen thought for a moment, first retrieving his phone from the logistics staff, then heading to the cafeteria. Just as he was eating, a loud rumbling sound of electric wheels filled the air. Ning Chen looked up to see injured martial artist students quickly approaching him in electric wheelchairs. Ning Chen, I want to buy points from you." Zhang Moyu gritted his teeth and said. After a brief treatment, he had regained consciousness, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. The boastful words he had spoken before the duel now felt incredibly humiliating after his defeat. But for the sake of points, he had no choice but to come over. "Sure." Ning Chen nodded casually, saying, "As long as the money is enough." "Ning Chen, let's set the price according to the exchange rate of the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution, 1 point for 12,000 yuan. I think that's quite reasonable, things like sea dragon blood are priceless." The students chimed in. They wanted to drive the price down. In fact, 1 point was worth more than 12,000 yuan. The training camp had many strategic level resources that were not available on the market, so there should be a premium. Ning Chen raised his hand, and after the crowd quieted down, he grinned and said, "We're all classmates, we should care for each other. The exchange ratio of 1 point for 12,000 yuan is too complicated to calculate. Let's do it this way, I'll just drop a zero." As soon as he finished speaking, the students were stunned. The staff on the second floor watching this scene were equally astonished. They hadn't realized that Ning Chen was so ruthless, yet his heart was so kind. "Let's go with the dropped zero exchange rate." Many students smiled, quickly voicing their agreement. The points they were purchasing were all over 1,000, so 1 point cheaper by 2,000 yuan meant they could save hundreds or even millions. However, in the next moment, the smiles of many students froze on their faces. Ning Chen said, "Since everyone agrees, then it's 1 point of credit for 20,000 yuan. In the cafeteria, there was a dead silence. The crowd fell silent, feeling as if the mathematical concepts they had painstakingly built over 12 years had collapsed. 12,000, how could erasing a zero turn it into 20,000? Not even rounding could justify it. This must be a blatant ripoff. Ning Chen, which zero did you erase? Did your math teacher teach you this? You are clearly raising the price maliciously. Don't think that just because you monopolize the credits, you can do as you please. Business must adhere to rules." Many students spoke up in succession, angrily rebuking Ning Chen. 1 point of credit costing 8,000 yuan was nearly double. "You've reminded me." Ning Chen stroked his chin, looking at the student who accused him of monopolizing credits, and pondered, "Since I have monopolized the credits, the price of 20,000 yuan for 1 point of credit is indeed not very appropriate. Let me erase another zero for everyone, 30,000 yuan for 1 point of credit." Ning Chen smiled brightly. Across from him, the crowd erupted, their eyes blazing with fury. "Ning Chen, don't go too far. You will surely become a knight in the future, but even knights have their limits.
Jiang Moyu gritted his teeth and said,
Among these people, he had lost the most credits. If he really had to buy at the price of 30,000 yuan for 1 point of credit, it would require over 500 million yuan.
Jiang Moyu took a deep breath and said coldly, individually, we indeed can't threaten you, but if we join forces, you won't have it easy after becoming a knight. That's right, decades from now, when we grow up, we will be the new rulers of Donglin.
Ningchen, I advise you not to narrow your path.
Many students echoed, their threats unmasked and evident.
Unity is strength, that much is true. Ningchen sighed, reaching for the chopstick holder on the table, pulling out a single chopstick, and said, This is like one of you facing me alone.
Crack!
With a crisp sound, the chopstick broke in his hand.
Just as fragile.
Ningchen tossed the broken chopstick aside, then casually pulled out a large handful of chopsticks, about 60 or 70, and said, These represent all of you, and now, you unite together. As he finished speaking, Ningchen looked at the students across from him, exerted force with his fingers, and with a bang, the large handful of chopsticks was crushed into powder, fine sand flowing through his fingers.
The crowd. What happened to unity is strength? Why aren't you following the script? Ningchen threw the chopsticks into the trash can and said, Do you know what this means?
WH.
What does it mean? A girl couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked.
It means that together, you still can't defeat me, whether now or in the future.
Ningchen grinned, his teeth gleaming white.
The crowd exchanged glances, speechless. They didn't know how to refute him, because the fact was, Ningchen had single-handedly defeated all of them in the morning. He even had energy to spare.
The price is set, whether you want to buy or not is up to you, I won't force it.
Ningchen said lightly, lowering his head to eat. However, after lunch, I will be going to the beast hunting ground.
The next time I return to the base will be at least 7 days later.
Upon hearing this, the students' expressions changed. Besides Ningchen, the total credits of the other awakened students combined probably wouldn't even reach 10,000 credits. I want 3,000 points of credit, a total of 90 million, bank transfer.
A student pushed a wheelchair over, asking Ningchen for his bank account.
I want 7,000 points of credit. 4,500 points of credit, 135 million, I've already transferred it to you.
Other students could only pay to buy.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Ningchen's phone kept vibrating, with bank transfer notifications coming in one after another. 15 minutes later, the last student who finished buying points left in a wheelchair.
Ningchen looked at his phone screen, a bright smile on his face.
How much have I earned?
Song Shiyu and Shifeng, sitting nearby, leaned over to take a look, both gasping in surprise.
Over 5 billion.
Excluding those wealthy families and conglomerates, in terms of personal wealth, Ningchen could already rank on the rich list of the Donglin region.
Shifeng swallowed hard and asked, Ningchen, do you still want the 9th level of the diamond body?
Ningchen had sold almost all of the more than 180,000 points he earned in the morning.
Yes.
Ningchen nodded and replied calmly, but I'm still short of over 50,000 points.
That's not a small amount.
It will take me about 10 days to earn that, and then I'll trade with you.
Shifeng, Song Shiyu.
They both wished they could be so nonchalant about it.
Ningchen put away his phone and began to ponder. Over 5 billion is a significant fortune.
However, Shifeng's earlier words reminded him. His points were to be used to purchase the diamond body, and he couldn't exchange them for the beast nutrient solution anymore.
He could only buy it with money.
The market price for the beast nutrient solution is 12 million per vial. At his current consumption rate, 3 vials a day would cost over 300 million in 10 days. He would also need to cultivate the 9th level of the diamond body afterward. Without even thinking, he knew it would require a massive investment. Moreover, he still didn't have a cultivation method for original power. He looked down on the thick earth and Tianshan grade methods. He had to reach the celestial grade. Such high-level methods easily cost over 1 billion. With that thought, Ningchen stood up and walked towards the cafeteria door.
Song Shiyu laughed from behind. Aren't you going to rest a bit longer?
I'm too poor to rest. I need to seize the time to make money.
Ningchen quickened his pace.
Song Shiyu's forehead twitched, and his right hand instinctively gripped the sword hilt. Then, he helplessly let go.
There was no way. He couldn't fight back, nor could he pretend. Time flowed like water.
In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Under the gradually scorching sun, spring completed its cyclical mission and quietly departed with the sound of cicadas.
Early summer made its grand entrance. May 29th. Only 1 day remained until the end of the Shanghai Genius training camp. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely.
In the beast hunting ground, towering trees grew wildly, blocking the intense light. Ningchen walked alone in the woods, holding a battle spear, with silver blood hanging at his waist. Occasionally, a glint flashed in his dark eyes, as if containing a sharp sword's edge. By now, he had reached the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. His punching power was 18 tons. The vigorous blood energy surged within him like a great dragon. Whenever he wanted, he could immediately condense the original power seed and advance to a first-grade warrior.
But I'm not at my limit yet,
Ning Chen murmured softly to himself. His dragon elephant ancient scripture was currently only at the subtle realm. Once he reached the expert realm and even advanced to perfection, his upper limit would rise significantly. His body could still be further tempered. After the college entrance examination, I'll find a deeper trench to accelerate the improvement of the dragon elephant ancient scriptures realm using water pressure, Ning Chen thought to himself. He estimated that the 2 months of summer vacation could allow the dragon elephant ancient scripture to break through to the expert realm. It's just a bit of a pity. Ning Chen shook his head inwardly. According to his best plan, he aimed to become a warrior before entering university. Now it seemed he would have to postpone that. Warriors need original power cultivation methods. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate the extreme soldier technique, Ning Chen muttered in his heart. Although he had decisively rejected by Xiao that day, he still couldn't forget the martial art of the 10,000 soldiers divine store. Suddenly, Ning Chen stopped in his tracks, his ears twitching slightly as he detected a sound of footsteps coming from a distance. In the direction of 315, 2,054 meters away. The target was not a person, as the sound indicated a weight of over 10 tons, with 4 legs. It should be some kind of massive ferocious beast. After reaching the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, Ning Chen's 5 senses were significantly enhanced once again, sharp to an astonishing degree. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold as he slowly tightened his grip on the battle spear, ready to unleash the heavenly thunder punishment. However, in the next moment, Ning Chen retracted the battle spear. It wasn't that the heavenly thunder punishment couldn't fly 2,000 meters. The range of the monitor was only 800 meters. Anything beyond that wouldn't be recorded as a kill of the ferocious beast. Ning Chen rushed towards the beast, and when he felt the distance was right, he swung his right arm and hurled the spear into the sky. A few seconds later, a cold light descended, accompanied by a fierce wind, splattering a large amount of blood and startling the nearby birds into flight. Ning Chen did not stop his steps. Soon, he arrived at the spot where the spear landed. There, the battle spear had pierced through the head of a giant elephant-like beast, standing upright in the ground, blood gushing out like a spring. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would be left speechless. The beast, known as the blade-toothed giant elephant, was a level 3 beginner, yet it was killed by Ning Chen with a blind shot from his spear. Ning Chen remained calm as he pulled out the battle spear and quickly left. The beast hunting ground would close at midnight tonight. He needed to seize the time to hunt more beasts. Such opportunities to earn tens of millions in a single day would be hard to come by in the future. In the early morning hours, Ning Chen returned to the base under the moonlight, washed up, and unusually slept in. He didn't wake up until 9 o'clock the next morning. After that, Ning Chen went to the library, picked out a few leisure books, and lay on the sofa flipping through them. Martial arts training emphasizes a balance of tension and relaxation. Being too tense is not a good thing. Over the past month, aside from a few nights spent recovering energy, he had been hunting ferocious beasts, leaving him mentally exhausted. He needed to relax appropriately and restore his state to the best condition to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. The Federal Education Administration had already issued the announcement for the exam. The cultural subjects would be tested on June 7th. The martial arts examination would begin the next day, June 8th, but the duration was uncertain. The methods of the martial arts examination varied across different regions. Some could be completed in a day, while others could last a week. As noon approached, Ning Chen walked towards the cafeteria and stopped when passing by an open area. There, a large crowd of students and staff had gathered, discussing animatedly. In front of them was a heavy-duty truck. In the open truck bed, there was a humanoid mech, over 5 meters tall, with sharp angles. Under the pouring sunlight, its metallic sheen was cold, exuding a beauty intertwined with violence and slaughter. Ning Chen walked towards the crowd. He was also very interested in mechs. Suddenly, the humanoid mech activated, leaping out of the truck bed and landing on the ground, stirring up a bit of dust. But the sound was not loud, and the ground hardly trembled. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This humanoid mech weighed at least over 10 tons, yet the landing was so subtle. The pilot of the mech must have exceptional skills. Buzz! The hatch located at the abdomen began to vibrate and opened to both sides. A young man climbed out of the mech, robust in build, dressed in military uniform, in his 20s. He walked up to Bai Xiao and greeted her familiarly, saying, "Captain Bai, I've brought the mech for you." Bai Xiao nodded, then scanned the students, her gaze intentionally lingering on Ning Chen for a moment, saying, I had the military transport this mech here for testing, to see if any of you have the talent to become a mech pilot. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes filled with eagerness. Mech pilots held a high status in the Federation and were greatly admired. However, the selection criteria were extremely stringent. Their numbers were even fewer than those of 9th grade martial artists. Bai Xiuxiu continued, you should have heard a bit about the power of mechs, but as for the specific details, I imagine you won't be too clear. As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu pointed to Yan Zhuang and others beside her, saying, these 3 instructors are all peak 9th grade martial artists. I am just a 6th rank warrior, not a match for a 1st rank opponent in a normal battle. But, as long as I can pilot this mech, I can take down all 3 of them in just half a quarter of an hour. The crowd erupted in excitement. Damn! Instructor Bai is definitely the ace mech pilot in the army, Song Shiyu exclaimed. Seeing Ning Chen's puzzled expression beside her, she explained, this mech, named the Destroyer Type 3, is just an ordinary mech. Its combat power limit is at the peak of a 9th rank warrior. For Instructor Bai to pilot it and kill 3 opponents, her skill level is absolutely terrifying. I am certain that the mech she truly pilots is a sky mech. Song Shiyu continued to explain to Ning Chen that mechs are generally classified into 3 levels. Ordinary mechs correspond to warriors. Sky mechs can fly and possess powerful combat capabilities, comparable to knights. Truth mechs are terrifyingly powerful and can withstand divine generals. The name Truth comes from this. Wherever this level of mech goes, it embodies truth. So how do we test if we have the talent to be mech pilots? A student curiously asked. Bai Xiuxiu smiled slightly and pointed at the mech, saying, it's simple. As long as you can pilot this Destroyer Type 3 mech and walk a few steps normally, you qualify to become a mech pilot. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. It didn't seem that difficult. Instructor Bai, I'll go first. Jiang Moyu stepped forward confidently. After these days, he had already healed from his injuries. Go ahead, Bai Xiuxiu agreed, turning her gaze to a sturdy young man beside her, saying, Su Shani, teach him how to pilot the mech. Sure, Captain Bai. The two approached the Destroyer Type 3 mech. Su Shani pointed to a helmet-like device in the cockpit, saying, this is the control unit of the mech. Just wear it, and it will connect to your neurons. After that, you can control the mech with your thoughts. Su Shani explained briefly and then let Jiang Moyu enter the cockpit. Buzz. The hatch closed. Under many watchful eyes, Jiang Moyu manipulated the Destroyer Type 3 mech, lifting its right leg to take the first step. Then, with a loud bang, the mech fell face first to the ground, crashing down and sparking a large cloud of sparks. It was only because the mech was made of sturdy material that it wasn't damaged. The Destroyer Type 3 mech tried to push itself up with its hands, but it was like a baby that had just learned to roll over. No matter how it tried, it failed, remaining on the ground. A few minutes later, the Destroyer Type 3 mech lay motionless on the ground. Buzz. The 2 hatches opened. However, Jiang Moyu did not come out for a long time. Su Shani walked over, reached inside with his strong arms, and pulled Jiang Moyu out. The crowd gasped in surprise. Jiang Moyu's face was pale, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked, and he was too exhausted to say a word. What happened? Jiang Moyu is a 2nd-rank high-level warrior. This state is quite miserable. Many students were puzzled. Although Jiang Moyu had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Ning Chen, his own strength was still considerable. Few in the training camp could match him. This is quite normal, Bai Xiuxiu said calmly. The energy that drives the mech comes from the force array within. The strength of the pilot's force has little effect on it. To pilot a mech, 3 conditions must be met. Su Shani set Jiang Moyu down and raised 3 fingers to the students, saying, first, your body must be strong enough. Great strength and speed are needed to unleash the mech's full power. Second, your martial arts level must be high. The mech's movements place a huge load on the body, especially during high-difficulty maneuvers. If your body's defenses are insufficient, you could be severely injured by the heavy load. Third, your neural reaction speed must be fast. This allows for better synchronization with the mech, making it easier to control. Su Shani thought for a moment and added, of course, the last point is actually quite similar to the first. A strong physique naturally leads to faster neural response, and the two complement each other. Ning Chen looked at the mech, deep in thought. Instructor Bai, I want to give it a try. Shifeng stepped out from the crowd. His breathing technique was S-rank, and his martial arts level was also quite high, second only to Ning Chen among 100 students. In terms of physical fitness, he believed he was much stronger than Jiang Moyu. In the martial artist realm, the main focus was on enhancing one's original force. While there was some refinement of the body, it was certainly not much. A peak 9th grade martial artist, without using original force, could only exert a punch force of about 8 to 9 tons.
Sure, go ahead. After receiving Bai Xiuxiu's permission, Shifeng quickly entered the mech.
Buzz! The cabin door closed, and the Destroyer 3 mech began to struggle on the ground, wobbling as it stood up after more than 10 attempts.
Shifeng controlled the Destroyer 3 mech and took the first step. He didn't fall.
However, his movements were unsteady, like a child just learning to walk. The crowd erupted in astonishment.
This was far better than Zhang Maoyu's performance.
He has the potential to become a mech pilot. Su Shani glanced at the walking mech, his gaze calm, and said to Bai Xiuxiu, however, his talent is average. Unless something unexpected happens, he won't be able to pilot a sky mech in this lifetime. Bai Xiuxiu remained silent, tacitly agreeing.
The Destroyer 3 mech took several dozen steps, still unsteady, failing to stabilize.
Buzz! The cabin door opened, and Shifeng fell out. He was in a state similar to Zhang Maoyu's earlier. Soaked in sweat, he leaned on his knees, too exhausted to straighten his back.
Driving a mech is so tiring.
Shifeng gasped in shock. In such a short time, his stamina had already run out. Bai Xiuxiu explained, this is because your physical fitness isn't strong enough. Resisting the load is too strenuous.
If your punch force could reach 10 tons, the level of stamina consumption would significantly decrease.
Additionally, you have the talent to become a mech pilot, but it's not high. Whether to choose the mech department when applying to university is up to you, Bai Xiuxiu reminded.
Subsequently, the students took turns trying to pilot the mech. Without exception, they all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. They were indeed the top talents carefully selected by the Donglin government. However, piloting a mech was not the same as martial arts training. The gap between the two was enormous. These people aren't capable either.
Su Shani spread his hands and complained, when you asked the logistics department to bring over a mech earlier, I thought you had found some good talent.
Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have transported it myself, wasting my time preparing for the group army mech debate in August.
Bai Xiuxiu scanned the crowd and said, I did find it genius.
How much of a genius can it be?
Su Shani laughed casually, not particularly concerned. He himself was a genius mech pilot, possessing the Jinhai battle body, and now his pure physical punch force was approaching 15 tons.
You'll know soon enough.
Bai Xiuxiu smiled lightly, raising her hand to point at the crowd. Ningchen, come up and try piloting the mech.
Okay. Ningchen's expression was calm as he walked toward the Destroyer 3 mech.
Upon seeing this scene, the crowd erupted in excitement, voices rising. Ningchen's appearance should allow the mech to step steadily. No doubt about it, when Ningchen broke through those martial artist students before, the punch force he displayed was comparable to a second-grade martial artist.
It must be even higher now.
I encountered Ningchen yesterday at the beast hunting ground. He swung a spear and smashed a second-grade ferocious beast.
I'm not exaggerating, it really exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, like a burst watermelon. Amidst the discussions, the cabin door closed. Neuron connection successful.
As a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind, Ningchen felt a light flicker before his eyes, sensing that this mech had become an extension of his body, a feeling both familiar and strange. The strangeness lay in his current field of vision, a complete 360 degrees without any blind spots, entirely different from human sight. Under this immense disparity, a strong sense of dizziness surged within him. The previous trainees, unable to control the mech to stand up, had this dizziness as a significant factor. However, moments later, Ningchen's dizziness completely dissipated. He was not surprised. On one hand, it was because his body was robust and recovered quickly. On the other hand, through numerous insights in martial arts, he had long since adapted to the sensation of dizziness under the continuous impact of overwhelming realizations.
Let's begin.
With a thought, Ningchen manipulated the mech to lift its leg and take a step. In the next moment, a pressure descended upon him, yet it did not alter his movements in the slightest. To be honest, that pressure was not weak.
However, to Ningchen, it was far too weak.
He could easily withstand the pressure of over 10,000 meters of deep-sea water, let alone this little bit of pressure. Outside, under the gaze of the crowd, the Miaowu Type 3 mech walked forward, its steps incredibly stable, showing no signs of stumbling.
A wave of gasps erupted.
They had already confirmed in their hearts that Ningchen could do it, but seeing it with their own eyes still left them in uncontrollable shock.
It was not just about martial arts cultivation.
When it came to piloting mechs, Ningchen was still leagues ahead of them. After maneuvering the mech back and forth a few times, Ningchen's thoughts flickered, and he began to accelerate.
The pressure from the cabin increased accordingly.
However, it still did not affect Ningchen. He could easily bear it.
Is it just my illusion, or is Ningchen's mech actually running? Oh my! He can actually control the mech to run.
This is so disheartening. I don't want to stay at the base for even a second longer. I want to buy a train ticket to leave tomorrow morning. Many trainees were shocked and restless. They accepted that their martial arts talent was inferior to Ning Chen's, having been beaten down too many times. But they never expected that in terms of mechs, he would still crush them effortlessly. The Miaowu Type 3 mech speed increased rapidly, whipping up a violent gust of wind, closing the distance to nearly 100 meters in a second. Moreover, Ning Chen was not just controlling the mech to run. Throughout the process, the Miaowu Type 3 mech continuously performed rotations, jumps, and rolls, all very smoothly. My god, he's already quite skilled at piloting the mech. Su Shani swallowed hard, his Adam's apple visibly moving, and said, "By team, where did the Donglin government find this monster? It's too terrifying." Bai Xiuxiu remained silent, her beautiful eyes also reflecting shock. Ning Chen's talent in piloting mechs was even higher than she had imagined. Su Shani pondered for a moment and said, "What kind of special physique does this kid have?" He was certain that Ning Chen was not an ordinary person. There was a saying in the mech world, having a special physique does not necessarily mean one can become an outstanding mech pilot, but a powerful mech pilot must definitely possess a special physique. The Eternal Night King body, one of the strongest physiques since ancient times. Bai Xiuxiu said. Su Shani understood. Compared to the supreme physique, his Jinhai battle body had an even greater gap between him and ordinary people. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiuxiu instructed, "Su Shani, you will have a match with Ning Chen later." Su Shani was taken aback upon hearing this. He was a 5th grade martial artist. With the enhancement of the Jinhai battle body, he could compete with 6th grade martial artists. The combat power limit of the Miaowu Type 3 mech was at the peak of 9th grade martial artists. However, a limit is just a limit. Whether it could be exerted was another matter entirely. Just like the previous trainees who piloted the Miaowu Type 3 mech, they couldn't even stand up, let alone defeat a 9th grade martial artist. Su Shani knew in his heart that to make the Miaowu Type 3 mech possess 6th grade combat power, an ordinary mech pilot would need 5 years of relentless training day and night. He was incredibly gifted and had spent over 2 years honing his skills. Ning Chen had only just begun to engage with mechas. "By team, do you think he is my opponent?" Su Shani's expression was filled with doubt. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and replied honestly, "I don't know. Under normal circumstances, a rookie who had just started with mechas would definitely not be able to compete. Operating a mecha in battle required extensive training." However, Ning Chen's performance in recent days made Bai Xiuxiu realize one thing: he could not be treated with common sense. He was nothing like normal. "Ning Chen, stop for a moment." Bai Xiuxiu raised her delicate hand and said, "You can already skillfully operate the mecha. Running around is pointless now. How about a real battle with Lieutenant Su? He is a 5th grade warrior." "Okay." Ning Chen responded briskly, his voice emanating from the mecha, calm yet laced with a hint of confidence. Su Shani raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue, saying, as expected of a Wang body, really arrogant. The crowd immediately became interested, their spirits lifted in anticipation. "Begin!" With Bai Xiuxiu's command, Ning Chen took the initiative, and in a flash of thought, the Destroyer Type 3 mecha unleashed its formidable power, crossing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before Su Shani. Whoosh! The Destroyer Type 3 mecha raised its right arm and slammed down with tremendous force, the air seeming to explode. Su Shani remained calm, stepping aside to evade. Using speed and strength to directly overpower someone is a mistake every rookie mecha pilot makes. Su Shani chuckled. As he spoke, he darted to the left side of the Destroyer Type 3 mecha. As a senior mecha pilot, Su Shani was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of this mecha. Deep blue energy surged from his fist as he prepared to strike swiftly at the left knee of the Destroyer Type 3 mecha. Whoosh! However, the next moment, Su Shani heard a deafening rush of wind. A metal hand the size of a grinding wheel descended from above, crashing down with immense force towards Su Shani. Damn! What kind of nerve reaction speed is this? It's too fast. Su Shani's expression changed slightly, unable to suppress his expletive. From that one strike, he could tell that his nerve reaction speed was far inferior to Ning Chen's, lagging significantly behind. Whoosh! Ignoring his shock, Su Shani's energy surged beneath his feet, propelling his body to swiftly dodge past the metal hand, barely avoiding it. Whoosh! Ning Chen did not stop, maneuvering the Destroyer Type 3 mecha to change direction and continue the assault. Bang bang bang! The punches, kicks, elbows, and knees forged from special alloys unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy and swift power, one after another, overwhelmingly strong, like a raging tsunami intent on drowning Su Shani, leaving no chance to breathe. Su Shani remained unhurried, relying on his understanding of mechas to continuously evade. His agility was high, and he had not been hit yet. Although mecha pilots did not concern themselves with the level of personal energy like warriors did, they placed even greater importance on martial arts. Kid, what's so impressive about straight-line speed? What mecha pilot can't use brute force? Turning quickly is what truly counts. Su Shani wore a teasing smile, deliberately mocking. He wanted to provoke Ning Chen into revealing a flaw. Ning Chen's nerve reaction speed was too fast. As long as he got close to the mecha, he would immediately be attacked, unable to launch an effective counterattack. Su Shani understood that with Ning Chen's displayed talent as a mecha pilot, just a year and a half of proper training would be enough for him to surpass Su Shani, and he would surely be able to pilot sky mechas in the future. There was even a chance he could wield the truth mecha. By that time, he could boast about how he had defeated Ning Chen, who was piloting a mecha, with his bare hands. Just thinking about it brought him joy. On the opposite side, in the cockpit of the Destroyer Type 3 mecha, Ning Chen remained calm, unaffected by Su Shani's provocation. Through the previous battles, he had gained deeper insights into piloting mechas. He faintly felt that he could apply martial arts to the mecha. Isn't a straight line considered fast? Ning Chen fixed his gaze on Su Shani not far away, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed the Wind Shadow 3000. Whoosh! The Destroyer Type 3 mech suddenly trembled, its speed skyrocketing, the fierce wind slicing through the air, causing the nearby onlookers' ears to ring painfully. In an instant, the Destroyer Type 3 mech appeared before Su Shani, its metallic body gleaming with a cold light, exuding a murderous intent. Then, with a whoosh, the Destroyer Type 3 mech swept past Su Shani's head. Ning Chen hadn't expected that after unleashing his martial arts, the pressure feedback from the mech would be so intense. Although he could still endure it, in the rush, his movements inevitably became somewhat distorted. Moreover, since it was his first time using martial arts through the mech, he struggled to control the force, resulting in this embarrassing scene of loud thunder but little rain. Bang! The Destroyer Type 3 mech was too fast to stop in a short time, and with a loud crash, it suddenly smashed into a building. Stones flew, and dust rose. Afterward, the Destroyer Type 3 mech rolled on the ground a few times before finally coming to a halt, its movements looking quite awkward. But Su Shani couldn't bring himself to smile, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his cheeks. He saw clearly that just now, Ning Chen had used the Destroyer Type 3 mech to execute a martial arts maneuver. Although there had been a mistake in the application, he had still successfully performed the martial arts. This is ridiculous. Su Shani's face twitched uncontrollably. Mech pilots were divided into 5 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, ace, and titled. Among them, advanced mech pilots could already be considered experts, and with further progress, they could become ace mech pilots who piloted aerial mechs and competed with knights. The most important condition to become an advanced mech pilot was to be able to execute martial arts through the mech. Su Shani had officially piloted mechs for 8 years, 4 years in university, and another 4 years honing his skills in the military, and only a few months ago had he been promoted to advanced mech pilot. That was why he was looking forward to the military mech competition in August. He's just a rookie who has just come into contact with mechs. Su Shani was utterly shocked. The next moment, Su Shani realized he could be even more shocked. The fallen Destroyer Type 3 mech sprang up agilely and shot towards him at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The air seemed to be sliced open by a knife. This time, the Destroyer Type 3 mech came to a steady stop right in front of Su Shani. Su Shani was so astonished that he couldn't close his mouth. This indicated that after just one failure, Ning Chen had adapted to executing martial arts through the mech. Not far away, Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face was also filled with shock. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed, deafening. Nearby leaves rustled and fell. The Destroyer Type 3 mech swung its right fist, shaking the air, accompanied by a crisp sound, moving as fast as lightning. Lightning fist! Su Shani's pupils suddenly constricted. This punch was too fast, he had no time to dodge. Buzz! Su Shani quickly raised his arms, a powerful deep blue energy surging forth, one wave after another, forming a massive energy shield in front of him, a meter thick, its surface rippling like water. Ning Chan's eyes narrowed slightly. This energy shield was somewhat similar to the one Jiang Mayu had condensed to withstand his 1000 bone power that day. However, its might was even greater, giving an impression of solid defense. Ning Chen's expression was emotionless. He was currently piloting a mech. Although he couldn't unleash its full combat power, with the aid of martial arts, Ning Chen believed that the punch from the Destroyer Type 3 mech was comparable to that of an 8th grade martial artist. Bang! The Destroyer Type 3 mech's fist struck the energy shield, the overwhelming force erupting, shattering it completely with a loud crash, sending debris flying everywhere. Su Shani's body shook, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. The crowd looked on in shock. For the first time piloting a mech, he had forcefully repelled a 5th grade martial artist. Crack! Ningchen did not pursue, controlling the Destroyer 3 mech to swing its right arm, forcefully grabbing a nearby straight tree and uprooting it. Then, with his left hand gripping the trunk, he swiftly sliced it. Bang bang bang! The metallic palm snapped off all the protruding branches, forming a thick front and thin back tree trunk, resembling a battle spear. The Destroyer 3 mech raised this wooden battle spear and hurled it with a strike of heavenly thunder. Boom! Su Shani had just fallen to the ground when he heard a sudden thunderous sound from above. His vision blurred, and before Su Shani could react, a thick tree trunk brushed past his hair, accompanied by a tremendous wind, like a space-based weapon from outer space, crashing into the earth. Gulp! Su Shani caught a glimpse of the trunk so close, and despite having undertaken many dangerous missions, he couldn't help but swallow hard. If that trunk had fallen just a few centimeters towards his face. Su Shani shivered and quickly got up. If you want to force me to admit defeat, there's no need for such dangerous moves. Do you know how serious the consequences could be? Su Shani scolded angrily. Ning Chen, staying in the mech's cockpit, pondered for a moment and calmly replied, "If there is a mistake, I will take responsibility." Su Shani rolled his eyes and said, "How will you take responsibility? If there was a mistake, his life would be at stake. I will apologize to you and promise it won't happen again." A flat voice came from the mech. Su Shani. It wouldn't be the first time it happened. He was already gone the first time. Alright, Su Shani, relax. Bai Xiuxiu interrupted their conversation, saying, Ning Chen's heavenly thunder punishment is at a perfect realm. Unless he does it intentionally, there won't be any mistakes. Su Shani was taken aback upon hearing this. He had served in the military for 4 years and had naturally heard of the reputation of heavenly thunder punishment, the most difficult martial art in the God of Death's 5 styles. The crowd watching immediately erupted in discussion. Heavenly thunder punishment, I remember it's the clan martial art of the Bai family, thunder strikes, gun falls, blood rises. Another perfect realm martial art, let it be destroyed, hurry up. Am I the only one curious why Ningxin can use heavenly thunder punishment? He doesn't even have the surname Bai. Isn't it simple? Just look at Ningxin's appearance, it's clear he's a natural son-in-law of the Bai family. Everyone was buzzing with conversation. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not clarify the reason. Such rumors only became more chaotic with explanation. She looked up at the Destroyer 3 mech and said, Ningchen, come out, I have already understood your talent as a mech pilot. Okay. A clear and cold voice sounded, the hatch opened, and Ningchen lightly leaped to the ground. The noisy scene instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone, including Bai Xiuxiu, was so shocked they couldn't speak. They saw Ningchen standing straight, breathing steadily. Not a single bead of sweat was on his handsome face. It should be noted that Ningchen had just battled Su Shani in the mech. In contrast, the previous trainees who operated the mechs had only made them move a bit, and after coming out, they were all exhausted, struggling to get up. The gap here was so vast it was impossible to see the shadow. The Eternal Night King body, like a legend, was powerful enough to instill despair. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath, and with her years of military experience, she managed to suppress her shock and said solemnly, Ning Chen, your talent in piloting mechs is astonishing. It is the strongest I have ever seen in my life. As long as you are willing to join the mech department of Xinghai University, you won't need to take the college entrance examination. I can immediately have the admissions department give you a special offer, a full 4-year scholarship. Su Shani added from the side, Bai team isn't lying, she is a specially invited mentor for the mech department at Xinghai University and has that authority. The scene erupted in waves. Among the trainees in the training camp, only half could get into Xinghai University. As for the full scholarship, it requires competing against countless geniuses from the 99 federal administrative regions, which is incredibly difficult. Essentially, it takes several training camp sessions for just one person to achieve it. And at this moment, Ningchen only needs to nod to receive a full scholarship for 4 years. The gap between people is even greater than comparing people to monkeys. Looking at Bai Xiuxiu, Ningchen felt a bit tempted. His martial arts could automatically cultivate. In the path of martial arts, he only needed to focus on applying his skills in actual combat. He didn't need to invest energy in other aspects. He was very suited for learning mechas. This would greatly enhance his combat power. Instructor Bai, let's discuss this after the college entrance examination, Ningchen said seriously after careful consideration. He felt that by then, Xinghai University might offer him even better terms. Alright. Bai Xiuxiu felt a bit regretful but did not press the issue. After a pause, she added, after the college entrance examination, if you have time, you can come to the 27th Group Army to practice with mechas.
Okay, thank you, instructor. Bye. The next day.
On June 1st, the Shanghai Genius training camp officially came to a close.
All 100 trainees left early in the morning.
At noon, under the scorching sun, a taxi stopped at the base gate.
Agent Lee from the recruitment department got out, pulling a suitcase, his face behind gold-rimmed glasses showing an unmistakable weariness.
For several months, he had been busy collecting training information for the next training camp. Physically exhausted, Agent Lee was nonetheless excited as he walked briskly into the base.
He was eager to see how much the kid named Ning Chen had learned about the rules during the training camp.
Since all the trainees had left, the base appeared somewhat empty.
Zhou Ge, Wang Jie.
While walking, Lee encountered two colleagues and greeted them with a smile, casually asking, "I want to ask something.
Have you two heard of the trainee Ning Chen?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the man and woman across from him exchanged glances and spoke in unison.
Famous. Well known. Agent Lee couldn't help but shake his head. How many times had Ning Chen been punished to leave such a deep impression on the staff?
It must have been incredibly tough these past 2 months.
But that's good. Young people need to experience some lessons. What rules did he violate? Agent Lee thought for a moment and asked curiously. Wang Jia quickly shook her head, saying, "What rules did he violate?"
"Don't talk nonsense, Ning Chen performed exceptionally well."
Zhou Ge then added, "However, speaking of rules,
Ning Chen did establish one: the Wang body must not be insulted."
Ning Chen? Wang body? Hearing these terms, Agent Lee was taken aback.
This seemed a bit different from what he had imagined.
Zhou Ge noticed Agent Lee's confusion and handed him a document, saying seriously, "This is Ning Chen's evaluation form. You'll understand once you look at it."
Agent Lee lowered his head, his gaze falling on the document in his hands. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock.
The special physique section was particularly eye-catching, marked in bright red. Supreme Physique, Eternal Night Wang Body.
Below that, it recorded Ning Chen's performance in the training camp.
A dense string of entries.
Each one made Agent Lee's heart race. In matches of agility, weaponry, and combat against 3 instructors of equal strength, he had overwhelmingly won every single time.
His comprehension was unparalleled. 4 insights in 3 days.
1 insight led to a 6-level leap, achieving perfection. Alone, he suppressed Shanghai, using his own strength to defeat nearly all the martial artist trainees. Personal points, 350,000, 10 times the previous highest record.
On his first attempt at piloting a mecha, he successfully executed martial arts.
While reading, Agent Lee was so shocked that his hands trembled, and in a moment of carelessness, he didn't hold onto the evaluation form tightly, letting the sea breeze sweep it high into the air. Agent Lee instinctively reached out to grab it but was unsuccessful.
He could only watch the paper drift away. He caught sight of the last column. It was the evaluation of Ning Chen by 4 instructors. Very concise. Just 4 words, like a god descending to the world.
On that very day, Ning Chen's evaluation form was submitted to the Donglin government headquarters. Shortly after, it was learned by various top forces. It caused quite a stir.
The long-unseen Supreme Physique was even more powerful than they had imagined.
However, Ning Chen was unaware of this. He had already boarded a plane to Qingshan City.
At 6 in the afternoon. Qingshan Airport.
In summer, the days are long and the nights short. At this hour, the sun had not yet dipped below the horizon, and the orange-red light spread across the sky, brilliant yet not blinding. The airport was crowded, bustling with people. Many large screens were displaying the countdown to the college entrance examination, ticking down second by second.
Passers-by would instinctively glance at it.
In peacetime, it is no exaggeration to say that the college entrance examination is the most important event of the year in the Federation, bar none. Cultural subject exams do not attract much attention.
But the martial arts exam is broadcast live worldwide. The focus of the masses.
With a population of 8 billion in the Federation, statistics show that over 6 billion people watched the live broadcast or later viewed the recordings.
The level of attention is unimaginable.
Just as he walked out of the security checkpoint, Ning Chen saw Lu Mengyue not far away, smiling and waving at him. Her fair, delicate face was filled with the joy of reunion after a long separation.
Ning Chen approached, raising an eyebrow and teasing, "The esteemed young lady of the Lu family actually came to pick me up? Your Excellency, I apologize."
Lu Mengyue bowed slightly, apologetically saying, "With the arrival of the Eternal Night King body in Qingshan, it is indeed too shabby for just me to welcome you.
After all, there should be a red carpet laid out, all the city's dignitaries present, and hundreds of young and beautiful girls smiling to greet you, holding flowers and collectively wishing you well." Ning Chen chuckled, "Has the news of my being a king body reached Qingshan City?" Not exactly.
Lu Mengyue thought for a moment and explained, in Qingshan City, the number of people who know you are a king body, including me, is no more than 10.
Why hasn't it spread? Ning Chen wondered.
The king body is not an ordinary matter. Logically, it should attract significant attention.
Because they don't dare.
Lu Mengyue smiled, you will surely become a knight in the future, and with the king body's blessing, your combat power will rival that of peak knights.
That is truly frightening.
Until they have your consent, no one dares to take the risk of spreading it.
What if you want to keep a low profile and the news of the king body gets exposed early? That might offend you.
Ning Chen blinked, feeling a bit regretful. If the matter of the king body were known to all, it would surely attract a lot of attention during the college entrance examination.
Unfortunately, those in the know were too timid.
Lu Mengyue said, let's talk while we walk, let's head out first. Then, the two left the airport. Put the backpack in the trunk. The space inside the car is small, and it's uncomfortable to hold it. Lu Mengyue started the red sports car in front of her.
Ning Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I'll just hold it.
Before leaving the Shanghai Genius training camp, he had exchanged all the remaining points from purchasing the diamond body for the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution, which he had packed in his backpack. If one of them broke due to the bumps, it would be worth millions gone.
Better to be cautious. Lu Mengyue asked curiously, what valuable items are in there? Ning Chen didn't hide it and directly opened the backpack.
60 or 70 test tubes appeared in Lu Mengyue's view, with the liquid inside swirling and undulating.
Where did you get so much 10,000 beasts nutrient solution?
Lu Mengyue exclaimed, her eyes wide. Ning Chen shrugged and smiled, the classmates at the training camp are quite enthusiastic. Seeing me poor, they were all willing to pay high prices for my points.
Stop making things up.
Lu Mengyue pouted slightly. She knew very well what kind of place the Shanghai Genius training camp was. The jungle law was prevalent.
Ning Chen grinned and said, it's the truth. I've even returned the favor by giving them several zeros.
As he spoke, he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, saying, I've already returned the house I rented, so just take me to a hotel close to the school. Lu Mengyue replied, no need for a hotel, come to my house.
I've already cleaned the room for you.
Hearing this, Ning Chen glanced at her and teased, my teeth are good lately, and I don't want to eat soft food.
You wish. Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, this is my grandfather's request.
He knows you're a wine body and wants me to invite you to stay at home for a few days to build a good relationship.
If you don't want to, then forget it. I didn't say I wouldn't go.
It's been a long time since I've seen Uncle Lu, so it's just right to pay him a visit.
Ning Chen said with a smile.
He might as well ask Uncle Lu if he has any connections to help him get the extreme soldier decision.
Boom!
The red sports car roared to life, the engine growling like a beast. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Lu family's estate. A 1,000-year-old family, truly rich beyond measure.
Ning Chen got out of the car, raising an eyebrow.
The estate before him was several times larger than Qingshan No.
1 high school.
A rough glance suggested it covered an area of about 1,000 acres. The housing prices in Qingshan City weren't expensive, averaging around 7,000 to 8,000 per square meter.
But for such a large estate, the land alone would cost at least several billion, not to mention the expenses for building the estate. Lu Mengyue looked at Ning Chen with surprise and said, what are you thinking?
Your eyes look like they're about to shine. Ning Chen covered his chin and said seriously, I don't know why, but as soon as I saw this estate, my teeth felt particularly sour, and I don't want to eat hard food.
Then just pull them all out.
Lu Mengyue said, her pretty face darkening as she walked away.
Ning Chen laughed and followed her.
Before long, Ning Chen saw the accommodation prepared for him by the Lu family and couldn't help but be a bit astonished. He had thought it was just a guest room. To his surprise, it was a 2-story small building, built by the water, with an ancient charm and exquisite craftsmanship, clearly the work of a master.
Among the buildings in the estate, few could compare to this small building.
Lu Mengyue had already calmed down and said to Ning Chen, this is normal.
The Lu family certainly cannot treat a future knight lightly.
You can put your luggage down first, and then I'll take you to tour the estate, Lu Mengyue said.
Okay.
Ning Chen walked into the small building, and just as he unfastened the silver blood war knife at his waist, an elderly man approached, dressed neatly with a clear complexion. Lu Mengyue followed behind the old man and introduced, this is my grandfather, Lu Tsingyun, the current head of the Lu family.
I've met Elder Lu, Ning Chen said, bowing to the old man, his gaze meeting his without a hint of evasion.
The identity of the family patriarch had no effect on him. Lu Tsingyun smiled and praised, no wonder the Shanghai Genius training camp gave you such a high evaluation.
When I received the documents before, I didn't believe it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's indeed extraordinary. Lu Mengyue, curious, asked, what was the evaluation? How high was it? like a god descending to the world. Lu Tsangyan said seriously, it can be said that with your own strength, you can suppress all the students of the same session. This, Lu Manhwa found it hard to believe. It had only been 2 months. She clearly remembered that when Ning Chen went to the Shanghai Genius training camp, his strength was not outstanding, even not ranking in the middle. She had worried that Ning Chen might be too severely impacted. How strong are you now? Lu Manhwa stared intently at Ning Chen and said, I've already advanced to a first-grade warrior during this time. Ning Chen thought for a moment, then said nothing and raised a finger. Lu Manhwa was surprised and said, You're also a first-grade warrior? No. Ning Chen grinned and said, Raising a finger means that with one punch, I can make you cry. Lu Manhwa. She was really angry. Beside her, Lu Tsangyan chuckled silently and said, Ning Chen, I asked you to invite you to stay for a while, not only to encourage you young people to communicate more, but also because I have a favor to ask of you. Old Lu, please speak, Ning Chen replied seriously. Uncle Lu treated him well, and as Lu Tsangyan was Uncle Lu's father, he wouldn't refuse as long as the request wasn't too excessive. Lu Tsangyan pondered for a moment and said, In recent years, the Lu family has developed quite well in Qingshan City. However, this has led to the younger generation of the family becoming arrogant, most of them looking down on others and having an inflated sense of self-worth. I would like to ask you to give them a lesson. Let them know that there is a chasm-like gap between themselves and the true talents. After a pause, Lu Tsangyan smiled and said, I know this might offend some people, but don't worry, just go ahead and do it. I will back you up. Moreover, I won't make you do it for free. Whatever reward you want, just let me know as soon as possible. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, Old Lu, if possible, please spread the word that I am the body of the Eternal Night King. The wider the range, the better. Before Lu Tsangyan could respond, Lu Manhwa asked in confusion, why? In her view, Ning Chen was not the type to show off. Ning Chen's expression was calm as he explained, the college entrance examination is approaching, and the identity of the king body is a hot topic that can attract a lot of attention towards me. At that time, I can earn more broadcasting fees. That request is no problem. Lu Tsangyan's eyes flickered as he said to Ning Chen, additionally, if you need money for cultivation, the Lu family can provide support without asking for anything in return. That's great. Ning Chen smiled slightly and said, my cultivation does indeed cost quite a bit. After a few days, when the tens of billions in my bank account are spent, I will come to you for help, old Lu. Lu Tsangyan. Lu Zhan was not wrong. Ning Chen's temperament and talent were outstanding in the entire federation, with few rivals. But he just had a big mouth. Stop being so greedy. Lu Manhwa glared at Ning Chen and pulled him outside, saying, Grandpa, I'll take him around the manor. Go ahead, but don't miss dinner. Lu Tsangyan quickly changed the subject. Lu family manor. The two walked side by side on the path. Lu Manhwa turned her face and said, You didn't really intend to agree to my grandpa, did you? Ning Chen admitted directly, saying, he is Uncle Lu's father, and it wouldn't be good for me to refuse him outright, so I could only joke my way through. Lu Manhwa thought for a moment and said, why not agree? My grandpa said he wouldn't ask for anything in return. Your grandpa isn't foolish, how could he throw money away for nothing? Ning Chen shook his head and pondered, he must understand my character, knowing that I will repay any kindness. If I take the Lu family's money, I will owe them a favor. And a favor is hard to measure and even harder to repay. Ning Chen sighed. He still had tens of billions in his bank account, which was enough for now, and there was no need to incur a debt of gratitude over some money. Lu Manhwa understood. As they talked, she led Ning Chen to tour the manor. At dusk, they entered the Lu family's training ground. Bang bang bang. It was close to mealtime, but the sounds of martial arts training echoed continuously in the training ground. The younger generation of the Lu family, over 100 people, from children just starting elementary school to young adults in their 20s, were all practicing martial arts. There was a reason why the children of noble families often had many skilled practitioners. It wasn't just because of abundant resources. Aside from a few spoiled ones, the rest were far more diligent in their training than the children of ordinary families. However, Lu Tsangyan was not wrong about one thing. The younger generation of the Lu family had an inflated sense of self-worth. Ning Chen noticed that among these young people in the training ground, except for a few, the pride on their faces was completely unmasked. My job is to make them humble, Ning Chen grinned. This task isn't difficult. Just give him a beating. If that doesn't work, hit harder. If that still doesn't work, ask him a math question. He has experience. The trainees at the Mountain Sea Genius training camp were all like that at first, wildly reckless. But later on, they all became incredibly humble in front of him. They spoke softly. Who is that boy next to Sister Manhwa? I don't know, I've never seen him before.
Many young people noticed Ning Chen, their gazes frequently sizing him up, quite curious. Lu Zhan is the greatest support of the Lu family. As Lu Zhan's only daughter, Lu Menghua's status in the Lu family goes without saying. There are not many who can have Lu Menghua accompany them personally. This boy's identity must be extraordinary. Don't think too much, he's just that Ning Chen, not some scion of a prominent family. Amidst the discussions, Zhang Wenshi snorted coldly. His mother is from the Lu family and holds a decent position, so he can also practice in the Lu family's martial arts arena. I got it, he's the guy who gave you panda eyes. Someone joked. You. Zhang Wenshi's face turned furious, but he couldn't find the words. The combat power Ning Chen displayed during the monthly exam was still far beyond him. He wasn't a match and lacked the confidence to talk back. I've heard of him. Uncle Lu Zhan personally intervened to storm the headquarters of the Wei family consortium, and no one could stop him. Is it really necessary to take him so seriously? A young man questioned. They only got to see Lu Zhan during festivals. Ning Chen is quite impressive. He defeated the peak 9th Dan Wei Bohu. My dad said his combat power is not far from that of a first-grade martial artist. Is that it? I thought he was stronger. I defeated no less than 10 first-grade martial artists, and he couldn't last 10 moves against me. Mainly, this kid is lucky, he saved Sister Menghua. Many people were discussing. Upon learning Ning Chen's identity, their sense of superiority as scions of prominent families surged again, pointing fingers at Ning Chen without concealment. Just an ordinary person with a bit of talent. What does it matter if they say it to his face? Quiet, focus on your training. At that moment, a woman in martial arts attire said sternly. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, with above-average looks. However, her sharp phoenix eyes gave off a harsh impression. Beside her stood a middle-aged man holding a gun, who bore some resemblance to Zhang Wenshi. On the sidelines, Lu Menghua quietly introduced, these two are Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai, Zhang Wenshi's parents, and also the martial arts instructors at the Lu family's training ground. After a pause, she added, one is a third-grade martial artist, and the other is a fourth-grade martial artist. What is your relationship with them? Ning Chen pondered for a moment before asking. Zhang Wenshi had always wanted to cause trouble for Lu Menghua through him. Behind this, Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai must be stirring the pot. If Lu Menghua was unaware, he needed to give her a proper reminder. Not good, very bad. Lu Menghua shook her head and said softly, my dad has no intention of the family head position, but that position is very important, and strength matters. Other Lu family descendants can't help but have their thoughts. Lu Wan belongs to another branch of the Lu family, they want to become the next family head. They fear my dad's strength and dare not show it. Those from that branch smile at me like a spring breeze on the surface, but secretly, they have caused me no small amount of trouble, afraid that I might grow too quickly and take the position of family head. However, Lu Menghua also emphasized that the trouble was limited to affecting her training and never involved safety. This was the bottom line set by Lu Zhan, and no one dared to cross it. Ning Chen nodded, gaining some understanding. Prominent families have vast power. For the position of family head, fathers and sons become enemies, siblings turn against each other, this is all too normal. Lu Zhan is a knight, which has kept them somewhat restrained. Of course, if Lu Zhan were willing to take the position of family head, no one would have any thoughts about it. Just as they were speaking, Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai approached. You are Ning Chen? Lu Wan said, her tone carrying a hint of condescension. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged. Did you need something? What kind of attitude is that? Zhang Bingtai's eyes narrowed as he scolded. Lu Wan's face revealed a cold smile as she said, it's nothing. I just wanted to see what makes you so special that Brother Zhan would go so far as to let the Lu family sever ties with the Wei consortium just to support you. Lu Menghua's pretty face slightly changed as she said, and Wan, this is my father's decision. If you're unhappy, you can go find him. Menghua, we're doing this for your own good. Zhang Bingtai said loudly, his face full of righteousness. You're still young and don't know how treacherous outsiders can be. This kid is just relying on luck for saving you once and is making unreasonable demands. Your father is a knight and doesn't want to refuse him for the sake of face. Lu Wan looked at Lu Menghua and echoed, because of Ning Chen, several projects worth hundreds of millions for the Lu family and the Wei consortium have fallen through. The couple exchanged words, not only humiliating Ning Chen but also subtly blaming Lu Menghua for her poor judgment. Lu Menghua gritted her teeth in anger. The Lu family, being a prestigious family, had strict rules and emphasized hierarchy. She couldn't openly tear her face with these two. And won. Lu Menghua was about to defend herself when Ning Chen raised his hand to stop her. Then, Ning Chen looked at Lu Wan and smiled coldly, saying, if you want to know what skills I have, why not try and see for yourself? Just a third-tier martial artist. He wasn't even qualified to make him swallow his pride. In the beast hunting ground, He didn't know how many third-tier beasts of the same strength he had killed. In the martial arts path, one should shine brightly. Better to take it head-on than to seek it through indirect means. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue's beautiful eyes flickered, and she stopped speaking. In her mind, since Ningchen could suppress the talents of the Shanghai training camp, his strength should be able to compete with a third-tier martial artist. Nearby, the younger generation of the Lu family erupted in discussion upon hearing this. Is Ningchen crazy, daring to say such things to the cold-faced Demon King? He must not know that An Wan is a third-tier martial artist. Many people were excitedly discussing, feeling that a good show was about to unfold. Zhang Wenxi stepped forward, sneering, "You ungrateful thing, do you really think that just because you participated in the Shanghai training camp, you're a match for my mom?" Ningchen said nothing, glancing at Zhang Wenxi with a gaze as indifferent as a knife. Zhang Wenxi immediately shivered. The scene of Ningchen crazily tormenting Wei Bo flashed in his mind. A wave of panic surged within him. The next moment, Zhang Wenxi realized his parents were nearby, and anger surged in his heart as he glared fiercely at Ningchen. "All right," Lu Wan sneered, "I'll accompany you for a match and see just how capable you are." She had just checked Ningchen's strength. He wasn't even a martial artist. Zhang Bingtai, worried that Ningchen would delay, cooperated, saying, "There's no better time than now, I'll be the referee. You two can fight right here." With that, he didn't give Ningchen a chance to refuse and directly waved to the younger generation of the Lu family, signaling them to clear the area. Ningchen said nothing and walked to the center of the training ground with Lu Wan. "Begin!" Zhang Bingtai's urgent voice rang out. Lu Wan stared at Ningchen, her gaze mocking, "Come on, I'll let you strike first." Whoosh! Ningchen, too lazy to waste words, stepped forward and executed the Wind Shadow 3000. He had already reached the expert level in this martial art, and with his strong physical qualities, he shot forward like an arrow breaking through the air, instantly closing the distance. Lu Wan's pupils suddenly constricted. A strong shock mixed with fear surged in her heart. The opponent's speed was much faster than her as a third-tier martial artist. Ningchen had a strong aversion to Lu Wan and had no intention of holding back. His blood surged like a great dragon within him, mobilizing all his strength as he unleashed a bone-crushing fist. Whoosh! In an instant, in the training ground of the Lu family, a tremendous wind roared, like a fighter jet revving its engines, deafeningly loud. Among the onlookers, even the martial artists felt a painful ringing in their ears. Lu Wan's expression changed drastically as she quickly raised her arms, the primal energy surging wildly from within her, trying to block the impending force. However, that robust primal energy was as fragile as thin glass before Ningchen's fist. The moment they made contact, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Bang! Ningchen's fist struck Lu Wan's raised arms. A dull yet powerful collision echoed, mixed with the crisp sound of bones breaking. In the next moment, Lu Wan was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters before crashing heavily against the wall at the back of the training ground with a thud, finally coming to a stop. Ah! Lu Wan fell to the ground, her face contorted, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Her arms were twisted into a bizarre shape that made anyone who looked at it wince in pain. "Now, do you understand my abilities?" A cold voice rang out. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he looked down at Lu Wan, who lay against the wall. The crowd fell silent, highlighting Lu Wan's cries, which grew increasingly tragic. Lu Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. She knew Ningchen was strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful. Lu Wan was not just a martial artist with empty credentials. She was qualified to instruct in the Lu family's training ground, possessing real skills and formidable combat ability. Yet, she couldn't even withstand a single punch. The other young members of the Lu family, caught off guard, were even more stunned, their expressions blank. A 17 or 18-year-old boy had defeated a third-tier martial artist with a single move. The visual impact was overwhelming. It was simply terrifying. It should be noted that for someone in this age group, becoming a first-tier martial artist was already an extraordinary talent, and the combat power Ningchen displayed was at least on par with a fourth-tier martial artist. Such individuals were not unheard of in the Federation, but under normal circumstances, one could only see them on television or the internet. Lu Qingqing, didn't your dad say that Ningchen was still a bit lacking compared to martial artists? Is this what you call lacking? Did my dad mean knight? Lu Firen, you just said you could defeat Ningchen within 10 moves. Now, why aren't you stepping up? Just to be clear, I'm not afraid, my leg just suddenly hurts. Many people exchanged glances, coming to a realization. No wonder Lu Zhan was willing to stand up for Ningchen against the Wei family consortium. He was worth it. At that moment, Zhang Bingtai came back to his senses, forgetting about finding trouble with Ningchen, and hurried to his fallen wife, saying, "Xiaowan, are you okay?" Tai.
Brother Tai, help me kill him. Break his bones one by one for me. Lu Wan's face twisted, appearing ferocious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingtai turned to Ning Chen, his gaze cold, ready to unleash his primal energy. Lu Manhwa stepped forward, her pretty face icy, saying, Ning Chen is a distinguished guest invited by my father and grandfather. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. Zhang Bingtia's movements froze as he gritted his teeth, saying, Manhwa, Lu Wan is your aunt. Lu Manhwa replied coldly, so what if she is? We're not blood relatives. Besides, it's perfectly normal to get injured in a spar. If you attack Ning Chen, it will only make our Lu family seem desperate and intolerant. As the next heir of the Lu family, Lu Manhwa had seen her fair share of scheming and was adept at using righteousness to pressure others. Zhang Bingtia's face turned pale. In this matter, he and Lu Wan were indeed in the wrong. Opposite them, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, saying, if you want to fight, just say so. Go ahead, I'll play with you. For the next period, he would be staying at the Lu family. And he had seen enough of people like Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai. If they didn't feel pain, they wouldn't know fear. It was a perfect opportunity to deal with them together and make them remember. So they wouldn't cause him trouble later. Arrogant. Zhang Bingtia's expression darkened. Lu Manhwa saw him holding a battle spear and thought for a moment, saying, Ning Chen, don't start yet. I'll go back and get your battle knife. No need. Ning Chen shook his head, walked to the weapon rack, and pulled out a battle spear, saying, this will do. Lu Manhwa was taken aback. She had never seen Ning Chen use a battle spear before. It should be something he learned during his time at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Otherwise, when facing the Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping, Ning Chen would have definitely brought a battle spear. However, in just 2 months, it would be difficult to become familiar with a weapon. Could it be that Ning Chen had mastered a spear technique to a high level? Had he had an epiphany? Lu Manhwa's thoughts soared. The battle began. Zhang Bingtai was very cautious and did not rush to attack. His wife had been defeated in one move. Although there were factors of carelessness, Ning Chen's combat power should be comparable to an average 4th-grade warrior. However, Zhang Bingtai was not afraid. He was a high-level 4th-grade warrior, holding a significant advantage. Being careful is useless. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly swung his right arm, throwing out a strike of heavenly thunder punishment. Whoosh! The battle spear shot out quickly, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, moving at incredible speed. How did that flying spear go so high? Many people, including Zhang Bingtai, were surprised at this scene. It looked powerful, but it definitely wouldn't hit anyone. The trajectory was at least off by dozens of meters. Your flying spear's accuracy. Zhang Bingtai sneered, but before he could finish his mocking words, he was drowned out by a violent thunderous roar. Boom! As the battle spear passed through the air and reached directly above Zhang Bingtai, it suddenly twisted, changing from horizontal to vertical, and its speed surged, crashing down. Accompanied by the thunder, it was like a terrifying celestial might, sending chills down people's spines. Bang! Many people didn't see the trajectory of the battle spear clearly, they only felt a blur before seeing the spear pierce into the ground. The metallic spear was covered in bright red blood, spreading towards the ground under the pull of gravity. Zhang Bingtia's face turned pale, his entire arm was nearly sliced open by the sharp spear blade, exposing bone. Fortunately, he was a warrior and could temporarily seal the wound with his original force. Otherwise, just the blood loss would have been enough to kill him. What kind of flying spear technique is this? Zhang Bingtai was horrified. Whoosh! Ning Chen's expression was cold, not giving Zhang Bingtai a moment to rest. He executed Wind Shadow 3000 and instantly closed the distance. Zhang Bingtai endured the pain and quickly retreated. Crack! As he passed the battle spear, Ning Chen gripped it with a reverse hand, and with a crisp sound, he pulled up the spear and struck down at Zhang Bingtai with great force. God of Death's 5 styles, mountain opening. Whoosh! The battle spear slashed down from the sky with immense force, creating a wave of air, as if it truly had the power to open mountains. Zhang Bingtia's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised his spear to block it. With a thud, his tiger's mouth burst, blood splattering, and he nearly couldn't hold onto the battle spear. The impact made him stagger backward. The onlookers were left speechless. Just how strong was Ning Chen? It seemed that even a high-level 4th-grade warrior was not much better off, still being suppressed. Ning Chen remained calm. He knew in his heart that his raw strength wasn't that strong yet. This was mainly because Zhang Bingtia's right arm had been rendered useless by his heavenly thunder punishment, forcing him to respond with one hand. Additionally, a considerable portion of Zhang Bingtia's original force had to be used to seal his wound, preventing him from fully unleashing his power. City Destroyer. Ning Chen advanced, thrusting the spear sharply, like a dragon emerging from the sea, cutting through the air.
This martial art excelled in explosive power and emphasized penetration. Thud. Zhang Bingtia's spear technique was very high level. He swung his spear to block, meeting spear tip to spear tip, accurately countering the incoming battle spear. But the next moment, his left arm trembled violently, skin cracking, blood seeping out. The battle spear immediately slipped from his grasp. Bang! 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 Ning Chen did not stop, executing the God of Death's 5 styles, and within a few moves, he shattered Zhang Bingtia's original force. Then, with a swing of his gun, he sent Zhang Bingtai flying sideways, landing next to Lu Wan, unable to get up. Did I miscount? It seems like Director Zhang didn't last 10 moves. A young boy said, trembling. I don't know, I didn't see clearly, but I timed it. The fight lasted less than half a minute from start to finish. There was no hope of victory. Director Zhang was completely overwhelmed. The atmosphere was tumultuous. Ning Chen's expression was cold as he approached Zhang Wenxi step by step, holding his battle spear. What are you doing? Zhang Wenxi's face was filled with terror as he stumbled backward in fear. I didn't provoke you, I'm a member of the Lu family. If you lay a hand on me, it's an insult to the Lu family. You should be more filial. Ning Chen grinned and said, of course, a family should be neat and tidy. With that, he swung his battle spear directly. Zhang Wenxi tried to dodge, but the gap in strength was enormous. As he lifted his foot, he was struck by the spear, flying over 10 meters and landing on his parents, causing Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai to groan in pain. Are we really going to let a little brat humiliate the Lu family like this? Where have the guards gone? You little brat, just wait to die. Lu Wan's expression was sinister as she gritted her teeth and shouted in pain. The public humiliation made her feel incredibly uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed like a steward walked into the training ground. His status seemed very high, and those who saw him bowed and greeted him. This man was a trusted aide of Lu Tsangyun. Even Lu Wan suppressed her anger and said, Steward Bei, you're just in time. This Ning Chen, relying on his strength, is arrogant and has severely injured me and Bingtai. After all, it was a martial contest, I don't blame him. Lu Wan shot a cold glance at Ning Chen and continued, but my son Zhang Wenxi did nothing to provoke him and was still knocked down. This is an open humiliation of the Lu family. I demand that you immediately apprehend him and hand him over to the guards for punishment. Miss Wan, I'm afraid I can't help you. Steward Bei shook his head and said seriously, the head of the family has personally instructed that as long as Mr. Ning doesn't kill anyone, he can do as he pleases. With that, the training ground fell silent. After hearing Steward Bei's words, Lu Wan's face turned pale. She knew very well what kind of person Lu Tsangyun was, cunning and always rational. His high regard for Ning Chen could not simply be because Ning Chen saved Lu Mengyue's life. Ning Chen must possess extraordinary qualities. Realizing this, Lu Wan's heart trembled, her resentment dissipating as she recognized a terrifying fact. Ning Chen defeated her in Zhang Bingtai with the awakened 9th stage of his realm. His combat power spanned at least 4 realms. An ordinary person could not achieve this. This indicated that Ning Chen either had special abilities or a unique physique. Whichever it was, he was undoubtedly immensely powerful, with astonishing potential that even Lu Tsangyun had to take seriously. Lu Wan's body trembled uncontrollably. Now she knew she had kicked a steel plate. You few, come here. Steward Bei waved his hand, instructing the servants to take Lu Wan and her family to the treatment room. The younger generation of the Lu family present did not care about this matter. Everyone was fixated on Ning Chen, their eyes filled with shock. As long as he didn't kill anyone, he could do as he pleased. This power was simply boundless. Only 2 people in the Lu family had the authority to do this, Lu Zhan and Lu Tsangyun. Don't be surprised, old Lu granted me this privilege mainly because you are too proud. Old Lu asked me to ask you some math questions. Ning Chen looked around at everyone and grinned. Taking advantage of their presence, he decided to start the work. The younger generation of the Lu family was momentarily stunned, not understanding the meaning behind his words. Could math questions really make someone humble? I want to ask, what kind of math questions? A nearby boy asked in confusion. Ning Chen stepped closer, a smile on his face, and said gently, what is 3000 minus 1? Ha! The boy was taken aback. This question seemed too simple. He thought Ning Chen would pose some advanced math problems to challenge them intellectually. While he was pondering, he heard a sigh. Can't even answer this? Before the words finished, Ning Chen threw a punch, hitting the boy in the abdomen, bending his body like a scorched shrimp. His legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Ning Chen, unable to get up, letting out a hoarse groan of pain. Ning Chen turned around and looked at a nearby child, around 11 or 12 years old, still smiling, and asked, let me ask you, what is 3000 minus 1? 2999. The child jolted and quickly answered. Well said. Ning Chen nodded lightly, and the child smiled in response. But the next moment, the smile froze on his face. Bang! Ning Chen raised his arm and threw a punch, the dull sound echoing as he knocked the child to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. Why did he get hit even after answering correctly? What is 3000 minus 1? Ning Chen approached a nearby girl, his smile gentle, paired with his handsome face, like a ray of sunshine appearing in spring. However, Lu Fearing did not feel this way. She was tense all over, as if locked onto by a brutal beast, and said, 29.99. While speaking, her gaze was fixed on Ning Chen. Oh! Just as she expected, Ning Chen threw another punch. Lu Fearing's eyes narrowed, and a large area of green light appeared at her abdomen, exuding a resilient aura, rising and swirling into a green light shield. Ability, 10,000 Wood Shield. A powerful ability known for its defense. Crack! Ning Chen did not use any martial arts, but with a basic punch force of 18 tons, he still shattered the 10,000 Wood Shield, green light scattering everywhere. Lu Fearing was sent flying. However, the shield absorbed most of the force, and she only sustained minor injuries. That should be enough. The younger generation of the Lu family thought to themselves. They had answered the math question. They had taken the punch. Ning Chen couldn't possibly keep hitting people, right? Tell me, what is 3000 minus 2? While flying through the air, before Lu Fearing landed, she heard a voice filled with laughter ringing in her ears. Just as Lu Fearing turned her head, she saw a split kick descending like a giant axe, striking her abdomen with incredible speed. Bang! The overwhelming force erupted. Lu Fearing fell directly from mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground. Then, she bounced back up. After several consecutive impacts, Lu Fearing finally stabilized, curling up and whimpering in pain. Around her, the younger generation of the Lu family fell silent, having roughly understood the rules of the math problem. At the very least, they had to withstand 3,000 of Ning Chen's attacks. This was clearly impossible. Even Lu Wan, a third-tier martial artist, couldn't take a single punch, let alone them. Ning Chen was clearly intent on hitting people. Everyone, let's go together. Unity is strength. The family had never said we couldn't team up. Some older youths shouted, joining forces with others, surrounding Ning Chen from all sides. Seeing this, Ning Chen's gaze remained calm, not the slightest bit flustered. When he entered, he had seen these people practicing martial arts. The strongest among them was only a second-tier martial artist, and there were only a few of them. Most were at the awakening stage. Does anyone know what 3000 minus 1 equals? Ning Chen smiled coldly, his 5 fingers suddenly closing, producing a loud sound as the air was crushed. Many young members of the Lu family broke into a sweat. They were genuinely scared. Don't be afraid, everyone, let's go together. Ning Chen is strong, but he's just one person. We'll use a sea of people strategy to drown him. He won't be able to sustain it. The crowd shouted, rallying themselves as they surged toward Ning Chen like a wave. Swish! Ning Chen exerted force under his feet, executing the Wind Shadow 3000, moving at an incredible speed, like an invisible wind, nimbly weaving through the crowd. During this time, he continuously swung his fists, striking rapidly. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of collision echoed, almost forming a line. With each sound, one person fell. After more than half a quarter of an hour, over 100 young members of the Lu family lay defeated at Ning Chen's feet, their painful groans incessant. Ning Chen looked around, shrugged, and sighed, your math scores are too poor, not a single one of you knows what 3000 minus 2 equals. How will you manage the college entrance exam in the future? How about this, tomorrow at this time, I'll give you a math lesson. Ning Chen smiled brightly. Upon hearing this, many of those lying on the ground shivered, feeling a chill. They would rather study advanced mathematics than answer the question of what 3000 minus something is. At that moment, the serious voice of Butler Bei rang out. I forgot to mention, Mr. Ning Chen will temporarily serve as the chief instructor of the training ground. Any young member of the Lu family under 20 who disobeys will have all resources revoked. Everyone's faces instantly stiffened. It was over. There was no way to escape. Lu Mengyue took a deep breath to calm her emotions and said, Ning Chen, dinner is about to start, let's go. All right. The two then left the training ground. As they walked along the road, Lu Mengyue pondered for a moment and asked, just now, I saw you using several profound gun techniques when you fought Zheng Bingtai. Did you learn those in the training camp? Yes. Ning Chen admitted directly. Why are those gun techniques so advanced? The Shanghai Genius training camp has only been 2 months. I had a few moments of enlightenment. There was a hint of regret in Ning Chen's tone. Unfortunately, only one gun technique reached perfection, the others are subtle, some a bit lacking. Lu Mengyue. Why are you silent? Mengyue, do you also think it's a pity? It is a pity.
Lu Mengyue glared at Ning Chen, her teeth grinding together, and said, "It's a pity that when I could beat you back then, I held back." Ning Chen couldn't help but smile. After chatting for a while, Lu Mengyue curiously asked, "You have the Wang body, and your realm can't accurately measure your combat power. How strong do you think you are now?" Ning Chen pondered for a moment, then extended one hand, fingers spread. Lu Mengyue's forehead broke out in black lines. "A slap could make me cry." "Is that so?" Ning Chen chuckled. "What I meant to say is that I'm at the 5th grade warrior level. However, what you said isn't wrong." His current hard conditions, such as punching power and speed, were on par with a 3rd grade warrior. Yet his 5 senses and nerve reaction speed were significantly superior. Coupled with several profound martial arts, Ning Chen believed he could compete with a 5th grade warrior. Of course, if it were a 5th grade warrior with a Wang body or high martial arts attainment, that would be another matter. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the most elegant restaurant of the manor. The Lu family has a 1,000-year heritage and a large population, but only about 30 to 40 people could attend this dinner, all of whom were high-ranking members of the Lu family. A table filled with various delicacies was set. Lu Tsangyun, as the head of the family, naturally sat in the middle. Lu Zhan sat to his left. On his right, a handsome young man sat upright, his back straight as a war spear, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was none other than Ning Chen. Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai trembled uncontrollably at this scene. After a brief treatment, they could barely stand. Under normal circumstances, this couple would not qualify to come to this restaurant. However, tonight, Lu Tsangyun had specifically ordered them to be brought over. "Lu Wan, Zhang Bingtai," Lu Tsangyun said, and the two immediately tensed their bodies, respectfully replying, "Head of the family." Lu Tsangyun said indifferently, "You two are no longer suitable for the position of guiding the training ground. Tomorrow morning, move out of the manor and open a martial arts school in Yen County, which is under the jurisdiction of Qingshan City, to select talents for the Lu family." Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai stiffened. While the words sounded pleasant, in reality, it was a banishment, a complete distancing from the core of the Lu family. The couple stole a glance at a certain high-ranking member, saw him silent, and could only reluctantly agree. Lu Tsangyun's authority was heavy. Apart from a few individuals, no one in the Lu family dared to disobey. "Head of the family, we accept the order." Lu Wan and Zhang Bingtai left in dejection. Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking members of the Lu family began to communicate through their spiritual force. "Strange, why hasn't Lu Yawu spoken? This couple is his trusted aides. He doesn't dare." Someone laughed heartily. "Do you know what kind of identity Ning Chen has, who defeated them? The Eternal Night King body, one of the strongest physiques. No wonder the old man values him so much. I also heard that over an hour ago, Butler Bay informed the information department to contact the TV stations in Qingshan City and more than a dozen other cities to publicize the matter of the Eternal Night King body." As dozens of high-ranking members of the Lu family conversed, their gazes occasionally turned to the indifferent young man beside Lu Tsangyun. They knew that after tomorrow, this young man would become the focus of Qingshan City and even much of Donglin. The strongest physique, compared to peak knights, only lacked time. Soon after, dinner concluded. Lu Tsangyun and Lu Zhan called Ning Chen over and took him to a quiet conference room. "Make yourself comfortable, don't be shy," Lu Tsangyun said with a smile. Lu Zhan looked at Ning Chen and said, "Butler Bay just told me that you know the White family's 5 styles of the God of Killing?" Ning Chen nodded and briefly recounted the situation at the training camp. "Only the awakened part." Lu Tsangyun shook his head, somewhat regretfully, and said, "If it were the complete version, its power would be terrifying. I once saw King Bai Qitian demonstrate it. His divine might shook the heavens and directly killed a king of another race." Ning Chen was taken aback. "Isn't he a person from 1,000 years ago? Is he still alive?" Lu Tsangyun laughed. "Kings transcend divine generals. Their life force is like that of a god. Living for 1,000 years is not a problem. The 5 styles of the God of Killing are indeed formidable." Lu Zhan's expression turned serious as he said, 3 years ago, I fought with a divine general from the White family, and under the assault of the God of Killing's 5 styles, I nearly suffered a crushing defeat." Ning Chen smirked. "Uncle Lu, I know you are one of the top 10 knights of the Federation. Your combat power is on par with divine generals. You don't need to point that out." Lu Zhan was momentarily speechless, feeling like hitting someone. Lu Tsangyun chuckled. "The 5 styles of the God of Killing are powerful, but it also depends on the person. After all, only 2 types of people can cultivate the 5 styles of the God of Killing, the outstanding disciples of the White family and the super geniuses of the military." Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was currently at the 9th stage of awakening, only demonstrating the awakened portion of the 5 styles of the God of Killing, which was quite normal. Others couldn't judge whether he had completed the inheritance. If he demonstrated it during the college entrance examination, it would definitely attract more attention. Whether it was a military genius or a son-in-law of the White family, both were popular topics. By the way, Uncle Lu, I have something I want to ask you. Ningchen collected his thoughts and said, have you heard of the extreme soldier decision? Lu Zhan nodded. It's the foundational force technique of the military, a high-level star technique, one of the strongest techniques in the Federation. After a pause, he casually asked, why do you want to know about the extreme soldier decision? Ningchen smiled brightly, Uncle Lu, I think I'm particularly suited for this martial art. Lu Zhan, haven't seen you in 2 months, and your persuasive skills have improved. Lu Zhan shot Ningchen a sidelong glance. Ningchen grinned, do you have a way, Uncle Lu? I wouldn't mind owing you another favor. No. Lu Zhan no longer joked with Ningchen, shaking his head and saying, my relationship with the federal military is not good, I can even say it's very poor. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsangyun's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. Ningchen was a bit curious, but seeing that the two didn't want to say more, he didn't ask further. After some casual conversation, he took his leave. In the conference room, the Lu father and son had not left, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, Lu Tsangyun broke the silence, saying, counting the days, Manhwa is about to awaken, right? At the latest, by September, Lu Zhan replied, his voice calm and steady. However, the aura around him was terrifying, causing the nearby magnetic field to become chaotic, and the ceiling lights flickered incessantly. Seeing this, Lu Tsangyun couldn't help but feel a bit pained, but he didn't know how to comfort him. Divine General, just one step away. Lu Zhan shouted in frustration. In his eyes, an unusual phenomenon appeared, a black blazing sun rising and falling, illuminating the world, with terrifying fluctuations, the aura of death and destruction coexisting. If he couldn't become a divine general, he would be unable to contend with the heavenly king. The next day, June 2nd. Only 5 days remained until the college entrance examination. At 8 in the morning, Ningchen arrived at Qingshan No. 1 high school in Luminghua's sports car. As soon as he entered the school gate, he saw a bright red list standing in the center of the flower bed, particularly eye-catching. This was the combat power ranking list for the senior students at Qingshan No. 1 high school, aimed at inspiring students' ambition. Oh, Ningchen casually glanced at it, surprised to find himself ranked 13th. Among the top 10, apart from Lu Manhwa, who was in second place, he was unfamiliar with the other names, having never heard of them before. Noticing Ningchen's confusion, Lu Manhwa explained, these students in the top 10 only have their student records here at Qingshan No. 1 high school. They spent their high school years in cities with stronger educational resources. Some even studied in the capital region and then returned to Donglin to take the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Ningchen understood. It was clear that these students came from well-off families. Coupled with their exceptional abilities, they could achieve good results in the college entrance examination and bring glory to the school. Qingshan No. 1 high school would certainly not refuse them, and would even welcome them, as it was a win-win situation. The only ones harmed were the ordinary students studying in Qingshan City, which was unfair to them. Ningchen shook his head, not thinking too much about it. Unfairness exists in every era. As long as there are classes, it will persist, to varying degrees. The only thing he could do was to improve himself, so that when faced with similar situations, he would have the right to refuse. Let's go, Ningchen said, heading to their respective classes with Lu Manhwa, class 15 of the senior year. As soon as they reached the classroom door, Ningchen saw Mahai coming out. At that moment, Mahai didn't look well, with a bruised nose and swollen eyes, and his face was wrapped in bandages. It seemed he had been beaten up badly. You're back? Mahai noticed Ningchen, and his expression became complicated, filled with both complaints and a hint of relief. How can you still show your face? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten. Mahai gritted his teeth and complained. Ningchen remained unfazed, saying, the matter with Zhang Wensi is purely your own doing. It has nothing to do with Zhang Wensi. Mahai shook his head, saying, I got this injury from Wei Polong, the student ranked first on the combat power list? Ningchen raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, what does his beating you have to do with me? Of course it has something to do with you. Mahai replied irritably, Wei Polong is Wei Bohu's brother. You beat up Wei Bohu like that, so naturally, he wants to take revenge on you. But since you weren't at school, he started to teach your friends a lesson. That guy, I don't know how he found out that I transferred money to you, treated me as your friend, and then used the excuse of guidance to beat me up yesterday. Mahai looked aggrieved. This is simply an undeserved disaster. Ningchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mahai was indeed in a bit of a predicament.
Not only had he been extorted for quite a bit of money, but he had also been beaten for no reason. "You have to fight Wei Polong," Mahai said angrily, then added after a moment's thought, "I know we'd had our disagreements before, and you have no reason to stand up for me. But Wei Polong didn't just injure me. He also didn't spare your friend Guiringyu. He gave Guiringyu a severe beating this morning." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's expression turned cold as he walked straight into the classroom. The Guo family had gifted him the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, and he had always remembered this favor, fearing that it would implicate the Guo family because of him. That's why he hadn't killed Wei Bohu back then. Wow! Ning Chen is back. Do you think Ning Chen can make it into the top 10 of the combat power rankings now? I think he can. He was already close to being a first-grade martial artist, and after training for 2 months in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, his combat power should be on par with a first-grade martial artist. The classroom suddenly erupted in chatter, with many students discussing. Eyes focused on Ning Chen. They vividly remembered the scene from the monthly exam 2 months ago. Ning Chen ignored everyone, scanning the room until he spotted Guiringyu in the back row. Just as Mahai had described, he was covered in injuries. A blood-red handprint was swollen on his left cheek. Ning Chen turned around and looked outside at Mahai, his gaze icy, and said, "Where is Wei Polong now?" "Ning Chen, don't go looking for him." Guiringyu's expression changed, and he quickly got up and approached, saying, "Wei Polong is a second-grade martial artist with the ability of Bloodburst. His true combat power is probably comparable to a mid-level third-grade martial artist. He is qualified to challenge the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Qingshan City. Don't worry." Ning Chen was about to reassure him when a voice full of mockery interrupted him. "A mere awakened 2-stage waste, yet your eyesight is quite good." Standing at the door, Mahai looked fearful and quickly stepped aside to let a boy with his hands behind his back enter the classroom. He was tall and bore some resemblance to Wei Bohu. It was Wei Polong. "Considering the time, you should have returned from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp." Wei Polong stared at Ning Chen with a fierce expression and coldly said, "You have quite the nerve to dare to cripple my brother's hands." "So what?" Ning Chen replied indifferently. His handsome face was calm and unruffled, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. If the martial artist students from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp saw this scene, they would definitely tremble in fear due to post-traumatic stress. Ning Chen had lured them into a duel with this very expression. "Fight me in a quarter-hour unlimited combat," Wei Polong snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chaos, with discussions rising and falling. One was the top student cultivated by the school, and the other was the top student parachuted in from outside. Clearly, one of them would be hurt today, perhaps even more seriously. Guiringyu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly spoke up, "Ning Chen, don't agree to him." "Shut up! Who asked for your opinion?" Wei Polong shouted forcefully, then turned his gaze back to Ning Chen, threateningly saying, "You can refuse. With the road knights protecting you, I can't force you. But your good friends Mahai and this Guiringyu, as well as their families, are another matter." At this point, a cold smile appeared on Wei Polong's lips as he softly said, "You should know that the number of people missing in Qingshan City every year is not a small number." Mahai broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. His family had some money and was well aware of how terrifying the power of the Wei family conglomerate was. Guiringyu shivered in fear. If it were just a personal matter, he could grit his teeth and muster the courage to support his friend. "No problem, let's start. I'll fight you in a quarter-hour unlimited combat." A clear and cold voice rang out. Ning Chen's eyes were devoid of emotion. This truly saved him a lot of effort. "Don't be in such a hurry," Wei Polong grinned, glancing at his watch. "This needs to be grander. We'll meet at the training ground in an hour." He needed time for the Wei family's higher-ups and the influential figures of Qingshan City to arrive at the school. Last time, during the unrestricted combat for a quarter of an hour, his father, Wei Qiansu, had been thoroughly embarrassed by Ning Chen, and his position as chairman had become somewhat unstable. This time, he intended to regain his face from Ning Chen. Wei Polong was very confident. The Wei family's analysts had determined that Ning Chen, at most, had raised his combat power to the first-grade high level in the past 2 months. He was far from being a match for him. "Sure," Ning Chen replied indifferently. Hearing this, Wei Polong laughed heartily and spread the news. Just past 9 in the morning, the training ground of Qingshan No. 1 high school was packed, buzzing with excitement. Big shots from various factions had all arrived. Dozens of reporters from television stations were present. Thousands of students skipped class to come to the training ground to watch the upcoming martial arts duel. In fact, it wasn't really skipping class, as a large number of teachers from the school had also taken time off to come. "Master Wang, who do you think will win this duel, Ning Chen or Wei Polong?" "I have more faith in Wei Polong." I heard that Wei Pelong is the leading figure of the younger generation of the Wei family, and he has been honing his skills at a key high school in the capital region for years. In the monthly exam over a week ago, Wei Pelong's combat power surged to nearly the 3rd grade high level. Ning Chen's talent and strength are top-notch, but he still lags behind Wei Pelong. He needs time to grow. The scene was boiling like boiling water, with everyone engaged in heated discussions. The majority did not have high hopes for Ning Chen. After all, over 2 months ago, his combat power was still lacking compared to a first-grade martial artist. By the ring, Su Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety as she stared at the boy in front of her. Wei Pelong is very strong. I'm not even his match. Can you defeat him? Ning Chen gently shook his head. Seeing this, Su Yun became anxious and said, then why did you agree to Wei Pelong? He clearly wants to cripple you. I won't just defeat him, I intend to kill him, Ning Chen said, his tone incredibly calm. He wanted to use Wei Pelong's life to teach the Wei family a lesson. Don't provoke him. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. Not long after. Time's up. Ning Chen and Wei Pelong, please take the stage for battle. A school leader called out loudly, channeling his energy. As the two stepped onto the ring, he walked down the steps. A quarter of an hour of unrestricted combat. No referee needed. Wei Pelong did not rush to attack. With a sinister smile, he said, you're not my opponent. If you have any last words, you can say them now. I'll give you time. As he spoke, many felt a chill run down their spines. Wei Pelong was trying to take the opportunity to end Ning Chen's life. Wei Pelong looked at Ning Chen, a mocking smile appearing on his face as he disdainfully said, Knight of the Road, you overestimate yourself, allowing the Wei family's peers to take action. A mere ordinary person dares to cripple my younger brother and insult my father. It's too late for you to regret now. Today, I will. Just as Wei Pelong was still rambling, Ning Chen moved. Whoosh! With the enhancement of Wind Shadow 3000, Ning Chen leaped over dozens of meters in a single step, pouncing forward like a hawk, and swung his right arm fiercely at Wei Pelong's left cheek. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the venue. Wei Pelong's voice abruptly stopped as he was knocked to the ground by Ning Chen's slap. His mouth opened, saliva mixed with blood gushing out, revealing several broken teeth. It was quite a tragic sight. The noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Many were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. It wasn't because Wei Pelong had been knocked down by a slap. After all, it was a surprise attack. Wei Pelong had been speaking, and he might not have reacted in time. What truly shocked them was the speed displayed by Ning Chen, which was at least at the level of a third-grade warrior. What kind of progress is this? On the arena, Ning Chen looked down at Wei Pelong beneath him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he mocked, this slap is for Guiren Yu, no need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Wei Pelong's face turned ashen as he quickly got up from the ground. He was also puzzled by Ning Chen's speed. It was a huge discrepancy from the information the Wei family had given him. However, Wei Pelong didn't dwell on it. The emotion in his heart was more of anger. After boasting so much, he was the first to get hurt. And in such a humiliating way as being slapped. Frenzied blood explosion. Wei Pelong shouted, directly unleashing his special ability. A terrifying aura spread out, and his body visibly expanded at an astonishing speed. In less than a breath's time, Wei Pelong's size had increased several times, towering over a yard tall, his skin stretched and blood-red, like surging blood, fierce and terrifying. Seeing this, the crowd below erupted in an uproar. Wei Pelong's combat power has also reached the 3rd grade, both sides are evenly matched. This will be a fierce battle. Many people looked on with anticipation. That's good, it's likely that both sides will end in a draw, which won't affect the college entrance examination. A school leader felt relieved. I won't give you another chance, I will ruthlessly crush you, making you regret your earlier actions. Wei Pelong said coldly. As he spoke, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, like a solid iron ball, and he swung it out fiercely, striking towards Ning Chen like a cannonball. The frenzied blood explosion ability provided him with an all-around enhancement. Whoosh! Wei Pelong's punch was incredibly fast, the air producing a sharp explosive sound. However, Ning Chen's speed was even faster. Facing the incoming fist, his right hand shot up like lightning. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wei Pelong's fist froze in midair. 5 long, bony fingers firmly gripped it. Wei Pelong tensed his muscles, exerting all his strength to pull back his fist. However, the fist remained motionless, still in place. Ning Chen's 5 fingers, like iron hooks forged from special alloys, could not be moved even a fraction. Moreover, those 5 fingers were gradually closing in, squeezing Wei Pelong's bones painfully, as if they were about to crack. How is this possible? Wei Pelong's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe it. Ning Chen's strength was as overwhelming as that of a legendary beast from myth. Among those shocked with Wei Pelong were nearly 10,000 spectators present. They weren't foolish, they could already see that Ning Chen's strength far surpassed Wei Pelong's. In fact, it had reached the level of crushing. "Let go of me!" Wei Pelong shouted in pain, his face contorted. He felt several bones in his hand had already been crushed. "All right," Ning Chen said calmly, releasing his grip. Wei Pelong was pulling back his fist with all his might when he suddenly lost the target of his strength and stumbled backward. However, Wei Pelong was also puzzled as to why Ning Chen would let go of his existing advantage. Afraid of the Wei family consortium? Before the thought could settle in his mind, Wei Pelong's expression changed dramatically. Whoosh! Ning Chen lunged forward, swiftly extending his right arm, wrapping around one of Wei Pelong's arms like a giant python. The fourth form of the Thousand Bones killing technique. Body-disrupting python strike. Ning Chen's eyes were cold as power erupted from his right arm, unleashing dozens of tons of immense force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was excruciating, and a large spray of blood erupted. In an instant, Wei Pelong's entire arm hung limply down. Hundreds of tiny white bones pierced through the skin, stained with blood, becoming visible. Many people in the audience were so frightened that they closed their eyes. This kind of injury meant his arm was essentially ruined. His future path in martial arts would be severely affected. Ah! Wei Pelong's face was pale, roaring in pain like a wild beast. Ugh! Ning Chen showed no mercy, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, tearing through the air like lightning, striking another of Wei Pelong's arms. Bang! With a loud crash, that arm, as thick as a normal adult man's waist, turned into a mist of blood. Thousand Bones killing technique. The final move. Power of 1,000 bones. Ah! Wei Pelong's cries grew increasingly tragic, unable to even stand, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. The frenzied bloodburst could no longer be maintained. His body quickly shrank back to its original state. Ning Chen's gaze was icy as he looked down at Wei Pelong and said, "I am a fair person. As a return, you have 1 minute to say goodbye to this world. Don't kill me." Upon hearing this, Wei Pelong trembled, filled with regret and fear. He vaguely understood why Wei Bohu was so terrified at the mention of the number 3000. Ning Chen remained expressionless and said, "You have 49 seconds left." Wei Pelong's body shook even more violently. At that moment, a furious shout swept across the arena. "Ning Chen!" On the observation platform, Wei Qianzi stood up abruptly, his gaze towards Ning Chen filled with murderous intent, wishing he could tear him apart. Wei Qianzi was even angrier than when he saw Wei Bohu being crippled. Wei Pelong was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Wei family, someone he had always been proud of. But now, both of his arms had been destroyed. His path in martial arts could almost be said to be severed, making it difficult for him to achieve anything further. Ning Chen looked up at Wei Qianzi and smiled. "What, Chairman Wei, are you going to sponsor me with another 10 million? As long as you want, there's no problem." Wei Qianzi gritted his teeth, but he could only agree. He couldn't really let his son die. Ning Chen shook his head and said softly, "Forget it, I don't need money right now." As soon as he said this, Wei Qianzi's expression changed dramatically. Ning Chen's demeanor was calm as he raised his right leg and brought it down on Wei Pelong's head. Bang! It sounded like a watermelon bursting, a large spray of blood splattering, staining a significant portion of the arena red. "I told you, you only have 1 minute." The bright red blood spread across the arena, and the training ground fell silent. Many were so shocked they couldn't speak. Although a quarter of an hour of unrestricted fighting allowed for life and death struggles, they never expected Ning Chen would actually dare to kill Wei Pelong. After all, he was an outstanding genius among the Wei family. "Ning Chen, I will crush you to ashes and make you wish you were dead." Wei Qianzi roared in anger, his face twisted in rage. He had lost his sanity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued a death threat in public. "Kill me?" Ning Chen looked towards the VIP seats on the observation platform, sneering, "If you had the guts, I wouldn't have the chance to kill your son." Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi's breath caught. He truly didn't dare. If he killed Ning Chen, Lu Zhan would take action and eliminate him. The Peak Knight was determined to kill him. There was no other outcome for him but death. "Don't get cocky." Wei Qianzi glared at Ning Chen, his face sinister. "Lu Zhan can protect you, but what about your friends? You agreed to fight Pelong to stand up for them, right? If something happens to those people, won't you be in great pain?" Wei Qianzi said in a cold voice, his eyes filled with resentment. He would use every means to take revenge. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Then you should prepare to accompany them to the grave. In the near future, I will slaughter the entire Wei family, leaving no one behind." "Annihilate my entire family? Just based on you?" Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi's expression was mocking, a somewhat talented ordinary person, unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth. He then said sternly, the Wei Family Consortium has assets of nearly 100 billion, with more than 10 ninth-grade martial artists, and an ancestral knight overseeing things. Where do you get the confidence to speak so boldly? As he finished speaking, the crowd began to murmur, most agreeing with Wei Qian's statement. Ning Chen was indeed a genius, no doubt about it. It is hard to imagine how to contend with the Wei Family Consortium that possesses knights. The Federation's geniuses emerge one after another, but those who can become knights are few and far between, truly rare. At this moment, a loud voice from a loudspeaker swept across the entire training ground. Great news! The Qingshan City Education Bureau has sent a congratulatory message. Our senior student Ning Chen has awakened the Supreme Physique, the Eternal Night King body, and received a divine-like evaluation at the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp. Great news! The Qingshan City Education Bureau. The loudspeaker kept looping this announcement. Meanwhile, the phones of everyone present vibrated or rang. It's a text message from the Qingshan City government, announcing Ning Chen's awakening of the Eternal Night King body. Could it be a hacker's prank? Doubts arose, echoed by many. There was no way around it. The Supreme Physique was simply too shocking. Not to mention Qingshan City, even the entire Donglan region had seen very few throughout history. It's not a hacker. Look, all the major news outlets are reporting this. The entry for the Eternal Night King body has already trended, ranking first locally and ninth in the Donglan region, and it's still rising. He truly has the Supreme Physique. Even the official account of the Donglan government is retweeting it. The Liu family was fully promoting the king body, so it was naturally not a small affair. With one move, it radiated across half of Donglan. The atmosphere on site was tumultuous. Everyone was incredibly shocked, their gazes all focused on Ning Chen. On the observation platform, Wei Qian's mocking expression froze, a hint of terror surging from the depths of his heart. Now, do you understand my confidence? Ning Chen stood with his hands behind his back, asking indifferently. Wei Qianzi wanted to be tough, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The Supreme Physique, once it grows, truly has the ability to annihilate the Wei family. The key was that he couldn't suppress Ning Chen, he could only watch him grow stronger. Wei Qianzi couldn't help but shiver. In his heart, he was no longer enraged by Wei Pelong's death but was instead fearful of how long he could live. 20 years? 10 years? Or even shorter? In the current federation, there were indeed knights in their 20s. Truly a formidable youth. Suddenly, an old voice entered Ning Chen's ears. As the voice fell, Ning Chen noticed that the noisy training ground instantly fell silent. The crowd below was still discussing fervently. However, their voices seemed to be isolated by some invisible force, unable to reach the arena. In the next moment, in Ning Chen's line of sight, an old man appeared quietly like a ghost, with white hair and a hunched body, but his complexion was exceptionally rosy. At least a knight has come. Ning Chen's heart tightened, and he said solemnly, "Who are you, sir?" "Wei family's ancestor, Wei Huasheng." The old man spoke, his voice dry and hoarse, like two iron plates rubbing against each other. At this moment, the audience below also noticed the suddenly appearing old man, their gazes filled with curiosity. My goodness, a knight from the Wei family has arrived. Someone recognized the old man's identity, instantly causing an uproar on sight. On the arena, Ning Chen's temperament was resilient. He was not intimidated by the old man's identity and said, "Do you need something from me?" "Indeed." Wei Huasheng nodded, his gaze sizing up Ning Chen, and said, "I need you to make a martial arts poison oath, that under any circumstances, you will never take action against the Wei family for life." "What if the Wei family troubles me?" Ning Chen said coldly. Wei Huasheng's expression was unchanged as he replied lightly, "You killed my family's genius, it is only natural for them to trouble you. However, once you become a knight, I will order the Wei Consortium to cease." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth as he mocked, "It's only 9 in the morning, your daydreaming is a bit early. If you don't make the poison oath, don't blame me for being ruthless, I will find an opportunity to assassinate you." Wei Huasheng's voice was chilling. The Supreme Physique, with such strong potential, makes me feel like a thorn in my back, and I must be on guard. As they spoke, a terrifying aura spread out like a giant mountain, pressing down on Ning Chen, forcing him to submit. Ning Chen's gaze was icy, struggling to resist. With so many people in the training ground, Wei Huasheng did not dare to strike him down. "Wei Huasheng, a knight only lives for about 300 years. You've lived for over 500 years and still haven't died, how about I send you on your way?" A domineering voice rang out. The pressure on Ning Chen suddenly dissipated. Lu Zhan appeared beside him. The training ground erupted in chaos. In terms of fame, Lu Zhan overshadowed Wei Huasheng by several streets, his reputation resounding. What on earth happened on the arena? Why have all the top fighters from Qingshan City come?
Many people were anxiously pulling their hair. The arena was isolated by an invisible force, sound could neither enter nor exit. I've met the Haotian Knight.
Wei Huasheng bowed slightly to Lu Zhan, smiling, my old bones are still quite sturdy, living a few more decades is no problem. Lu Zhan's expression was indifferent, not engaging in pleasantries, and directly said, stop the nonsense. If you dare to lay a hand on Ning Chen, I will kill you. Wei Huasheng's smile did not fade. You are a peak knight, your combat power rivals that of a divine general, you have the strength to kill me.
But I am also a knight who is particularly skilled at preserving his life. You cannot quietly eliminate me without being discovered. At this point, Wei Huasheng said ominously, killing a knight without cause is a death sentence, you won't survive. No one can protect you. The Lin family and the Wang family will definitely not let this opportunity slip by.
Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's gaze flickered.
He had a premonition.
The Lin family and the Wang family should be the reason for Lu Zhan's poor relationship with the military. However, Ning Chen did not dwell on it. He was pondering how to intimidate Wei Huasheng this night.
This is my business, it has nothing to do with you.
Lu Zhan said without changing his expression, coldly, you just need to remember, if Ning Chen dies, you will accompany him to the grave. Don't threaten me, Wei Huasheng snorted coldly, pointing at Ning Chen, things have developed to this point, the Wei family and he have already become great enemies. If he does not swear a deadly oath, I will kill him. Losing one of me is better than the entire Wei family being wiped out in the future. Lu Zhan fell silent, somewhat helpless. To some extent, this was indeed the case. Wei Huasheng turned his face, speaking darkly, Ning Chen, if you want to live, you must swear an oath. For Lu Zhan's sake, I can take a step back and no longer hold you accountable for killing the Wei family's genius.
All grievances will be wiped clean. The Wei family will not trouble you again.
Remember, this is a great favor, once missed, it will be gone.
Think carefully before you speak. Wei Huasheng shouted sternly. Not killing me is a favor?
Ning Chen sneered, walking to the weapon rack at the edge of the arena, drawing out a battle spear, and said, who gave you the courage to say such things? After saying that, Ning Chen bent his right arm, suddenly unleashing his power, aiming at Wei Huasheng, and threw a strike of heavenly punishment. He had already thought of how to intimidate Wei Huasheng, relying on the 5 styles of the killing god, playing the role of a military super genius. The federal military was a true behemoth, with several kings stationed. Boom! The battle spear moved at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached above Wei Huasheng, shooting down like lightning, the spear blade glinting with cold light. However, for a knight, this level of attack was nothing. Wei Huasheng's mind stirred, and the battle spear was stopped by an invisible force, frozen 3 meters above his head, unmoving.
Ning Chen is too bold. How dare he strike at a knight?
Seeing this scene, the training camp seemed to explode. He is the Wang body, destined to become a knight in the future, so he has the guts to offend a knight.
But Ning Chen hasn't grown up yet. Damn! What on earth happened between the 3 of them? I'm so curious I'm about to go crazy. Everyone was heatedly discussing, their eyes fixed on the arena.
Wei Huasheng looked at Ning Chen, not making a move, but a hint of shock appeared in his eyes as he said, the heavenly punishment of the 5 styles of the god of killing.
Not bad, you have some insight.
Ning Chen, with his hands behind his back, stared directly at Wei Huasheng and coldly said, aren't you going to kill me? I'll give you the chance, go ahead. Ning Chen was clear in his heart. The more aggressive he appeared, the less Wei Huasheng would dare to act recklessly. As for what would happen if this matter were to be exposed later, Ning Chen was not worried. By then, he could easily join the military. Beside him, Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chen, roughly guessing his intentions, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. If he didn't know the truth, he would also think that Ning Chen was a super genius of the military. It wasn't that Ning Chen's skills in deception were so superb, it was that his personal qualities were too outstanding. With a supreme physique, he was worthy of the military's recruitment and focused training.
Old man, why aren't you moving?
Ning Chen's gaze was cold as he reprimanded, just a mere knight, yet you dare to spout nonsense and threaten me with death, utterly ignorant of your own limitations. As long as I die, within 24 hours, a divine general from the military will strike, wiping out your Wei family.
Ning Chen's tone was icy.
Opposite him, Wei Huasheng's face turned ugly, and he did not refute. He knew that this could really happen. Ning Chen was not a member of the Bai family. Mastering the 5 styles of the god of killing meant he was definitely a super genius of the military, highly valued. Killing Ning Chen would be slapping the military in the face. The military would absolutely retaliate. With the power of the federal military, even a slight move could turn the Wei family to ashes. Ning Chen was not to be trifled with. Thinking of this, Wei Huasheng gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, just because you join the military doesn't mean you can rest easy. The military is tough, and there are those who fall midway through their royal physique. With that, he vanished, leaving the training ground. Staying any longer would only bring more shame. The training ground erupted in an uproar. Everyone was unsettled. Although they couldn't hear the conversation among the three, they could tell from their expressions and actions that Wei Huasheng had been forcefully driven away by Ning Chen. This was a night. The might of the royal physique was indeed terrifying. Not long after, the audience dispersed, many recording videos and uploading them online, causing Ning Chen's already explosive popularity to rise again. East Lin's Eternal Knight royal physique has emerged, rumored to have talent on par with the Divine, aiming for the college entrance examination. The strength of the Eternal Knight royal physique, from awakening to suppressing a third-tier martial artist in just 3 months. Eternal Knight royal physique, I only need 3 sentences to drive back a knight. Best actress Luo Fei uploads a dance video to cheer for the Eternal Knight royal physique in the college entrance examination. In the classroom, Ning Chen scrolled through his phone, and various online platforms were flooded with news about him, countless related articles. For a time, his popularity was unmatched. This was partly due to the full promotion by the Liu family. At the same time, Ning Chen himself was also very important. With a supreme physique, he was already a focus of attention, easily sparking discussions. The popularity is there, but I wonder how much traffic it can attract, Ning Chen thought as he looked at his phone. The live broadcast of the college entrance examination was divided into 2 types. One was the main channel, targeting all candidates, selecting some distinctive students for commentary. However, due to the large number of candidates, even those expected to be top scorers wouldn't get much screen time. The other type was the personal subchannel. Each candidate could have their own, broadcasting their entire journey during the college entrance examination. Compared to the main channel, the personal subchannel was where candidates earned the bulk of their broadcasting fees. Those candidates who earned hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion in broadcasting fees, had astronomical viewership numbers on their personal subchannels during the college entrance examination. Your Highness, the royal physique, what are you looking at? Your eyes haven't blinked once. Guo Renyu, sitting beside him, leaned over and joked, is someone praising you to the core, making you feel incredibly comfortable? Not at all. Ning Chen shook his head and said honestly, I'm thinking, is there any way for the public to watch my personal subchannel during the college entrance examination? You don't need to worry about that at all. Guo Renyu laughed and said, you are a royal body, with high strength. I estimate that the number of viewers willing to watch your personal subchannel could rank in the top 5 of the Donglin Administrative District. Ning Chen nodded and said, I know the number won't be small, but I want more. I don't really understand this either. Guo Renyu pondered for a moment and said, however, I know someone who might be able to solve your problem. Who is it? Uncle Guo? No. Guo Renyu chuckled and said, you've met this person before, and you even picked up a big advantage from him. Ning Chen looked surprised and said, Master Liu? Guo Renyu nodded and said, don't be fooled by his disheveled appearance and the fact that he never speaks the truth. But Master Liu has a wide range of knowledge and is well versed in both ancient and modern times. Then let's go ask him. On the commercial street east of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, Duobao Antique Shop. Master Liu. Guo Renyu walked in front and shouted as he entered the store. Master Liu stood by the counter, his gaze falling on Ning Chen, who had just entered, and couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, saying, you brat, you've taken a big advantage from me. That battle knife can even cut through the high-speed impact of a Thunder Sparrow. Its value is definitely far beyond 235 yuan. Master Liu had a deep impression of Ning Chen. On one hand, Guo Renyu often talked about Ning Chen. On the other hand, Ning Chen's method of bargaining left a lasting impression on him. 80,000 turned into 4. Guo Renyu grinned widely and said, Master Liu, I was right back then. You didn't even know that the claim about that battle knife being a divine weapon was just you trying to fool me. What nonsense are you talking about? Master Liu rolled his eyes and took out a worn shield from the counter, its surface covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. This shield is even more powerful than the battle knife you bought before. It comes from an ancient king. Master Liu looked at Ning Chen with a serious expression and said, don't be fooled by the cracks on it. It's actually incredibly sturdy. I can guarantee that even knights can't shake it. As he spoke, Master Liu struck the shield against the counter to prove its sturdiness. Crack! With a crisp sound, the shield, claimed to be a king's weapon, shattered into hundreds of pieces. From the break, it was clearly made of plastic. Master Liu. Even with his thick skin, he didn't know how to salvage the situation. Ha ha ha. Guo Renyu laughed out loud and said, Master Liu, give it up. We're not here to buy your modern craft defects. After saying that, Guo Renyu explained Ning Chen's request. And one more thing, Ning Chen is a royal body, a type of extremely strong physique, very impressive. Generally, a third-grade martial artist can't last a few moves in his hands. Guo Ringyu added. Attracting traffic, I do have some insights on that. Master Lu cleared his throat, suppressing his embarrassment, and said to Ningchen seriously, first, you need to create a good persona, this is the most important point. Upon hearing this, Ningchen became interested and said, Master Lu, please elaborate. Your persona needs to align with the public's imagination. Master Lu said leisurely, this shouldn't be difficult for you. The image of a royal body in the eyes of ordinary people is mainly cold, strong, and domineering, like a king who does not allow others to refute him. Anyone who disobeys will be ruthlessly suppressed. As long as you display these traits during the college entrance examination, the number of viewers will definitely not be small. This sounds easy to say, but it's hard to do. Guo Ringyu sighed and said, Ningchen is kind-hearted, with a gentle personality. Asking him to pretend to be domineering is really forcing him. Ningchen blinked a couple of times. He felt that the younger generation of the Lu family, as well as the students from the Shanghai Tianzi training camp, would not agree with Gui Ringyu's statement. So, Lord Lu, do you have any other requests? Ningchen changed the subject. Lord Lu nodded and said, creating a persona is just to attract traffic. If you want to keep the audience, you need to make them anticipate you, constantly surprising them so they won't want to leave your personal subchannel. Ningchen pondered this. Guo Ringyu, confused, asked, how specifically do you do that? At this point, you still can't figure it out? Lord Lu shot him a sideways glance and said, aren't you always saying Ningchen's martial arts are impressive? Then he can choose not to showcase his martial arts at first. Just use his physical strength to defeat his opponents. This kind of brute force fighting style will undoubtedly attract a lot of traffic. When he later displays his martial arts, it will be another twist, directly igniting the audience. Guo Ringyu's eyes lit up. That could really work. Ningchen is a king body. With just his physical attributes, he can crush most of the candidates. Hearing this, Lord Lu casually asked, Ningchen, what's your current punching power? 18 tons, Ningchen replied calmly. TSK. Lord Lu clicked his tongue, exclaiming, your king body is terrifyingly strong. It seems that besides Lu Zhan, Qingshan City is about to produce another fierce person who will earn a title at the night stage. Normally, only divine generals could earn titles. Lord Lu thought for a moment and continued, to attract the audience, you could also do some outrageous things during the college entrance examination, like fighting with one hand or taking on multiple opponents, which would not only increase attention but also fit your persona. Ningchen nodded, praising, Lord Lu, thank you, you really know a lot. Of course. Lord Lu grinned proudly, back in the day, I could just open my mouth and spit out countless suggestions, helping the Federal Justice Department close many legal loopholes. Upon hearing this, Ningchen thought nothing of it, assuming Lord Lu was joking, and continued discussing strategies for attracting attention during the college entrance examination, benefiting greatly from the conversation. In the following days, Ningchen repeatedly contemplated how to perform in the college entrance examination, continuously refining the details. During this time, he did not forget the tasks assigned to him by Lu Sanyun. Every day, he would take time to ask the younger generation of the Lu family math questions. June 6th. With only one day left until the college entrance examination, school had already let out. Lu family, training ground. Tell me, what is 3000 minus 1? Ningchen wore a gentle smile, very easygoing, like a neighborly older brother. However, in his dark eyes, reflected the faces of over 100 Lu family disciples, all showing extreme fear. Instructor Ning, whatever you say it is, that's what it is. Lu Firen swallowed hard and hurriedly answered. I agree with that statement. Instructor Ning, whatever you think the result is, that's what it is. The others stood up straight, all echoing in agreement. The pride on their faces had completely vanished. These days, they had truly been beaten into submission. They were also scared. The young man before them was simply absurdly strong. Ningchen's smile remained, I think 3000 minus 1 equals 3001, but the educational department's textbook says it's 2999. Which one do you think is correct? Is that even a question? It's definitely 3001. You're right, Instructor Ning. I'll go to the educational department and file a complaint to have them correct it. It should have been 3001 from the start. The crowd spoke with righteous indignation, not a single word of rebuttal. Seeing this, Ningchen nodded, satisfied, everyone's math scores have improved significantly, living up to my guidance these days. I can report back to old Lu now. Upon hearing this, many people shed tears on the spot. Instructor Ning, you've worked hard. Instructor Ning, just thinking about not being able to see you again in the future makes my sadness flow like a river. I am happy. No, it's tears of sadness. The next day, June 7th, the college entrance examination officially begins. The entire federation is enveloped in a tense atmosphere. On the first day, cultural subject exams are held, with a total score of 300, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., lasting 6 hours. Ning Chen is fortunate, the exam venue is at his own school. Just a few minutes remain before the cultural exam starts. Qingshan No. 1 High School. In a classroom, rows of computers are neatly arranged, quiet and orderly. Unlike the previous monthly exams, each seat is equipped with a panoramic camera, jointly controlled by artificial intelligence and relevant staff, constantly monitoring the candidates' every move. Once cheating is detected, not only will the scores be invalidated, but future eligibility for the college entrance examination will also be revoked. Moreover, there are severe legal consequences. Sentences start at 3 years. The maximum penalty is death. The Federation indeed has some dark sides, but the college entrance examination is too significant. To exaggerate, it directly relates to the future rise of humanity. No problems can occur. 40 students sit spaced apart, taking deep breaths to adjust their mindset, placing immense importance on this exam. For many, the results of this college entrance examination will directly determine their future. Perhaps they could become dark horses, galloping ahead in the future, shining brilliantly. Or they might end up as ordinary, living a mundane life with no highlights. Ning Chen sits by the window, back straight, expression serious, equally valuing this exam. However, he is not flustered, calmly waiting for the exam to begin. His state of mind, having experienced the killing of Tianwu spies, battling the Wei Consortium, and fighting for his life against fierce beasts in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, has already become incredibly strong. An exam cannot affect him. Moreover, Ning Chen is confident in himself, a confidence brought by his formidable strength. Ding-dling. 9 a.m. The exam begins. Ning Chen thinks while answering the various subject papers, his mind quickly immersing in the exam. Although he has been busy hunting fierce beasts recently and hasn't reviewed much, the subtle realm of the dragon-elephant ancient scripture has thoroughly tempered him, not just in muscles and skin but also in his brain and nerve cells. Most of the knowledge he learned before has been integrated. When it comes to this exam, questions that once seemed obscure now, upon careful thought, can be unraveled. Of course, he still encounters a few difficult problems he cannot solve. Ning Chen does not dwell on them, quickly skipping over. In past years, there have been students who scored full marks in cultural subjects, but they are rare exceptions. The total score for the college entrance examination is calculated, and the main focus is still on the martial arts exam. Ning Chen remains calm and collected, methodically answering the papers. Time ticks away, and one by one, candidates do their utmost to answer. At 3 p.m., the exam concludes. Ning Chen stands up, leaves his seat, and retrieves his submitted phone from the invigilator. Upon opening it, he sees a text message. The artificial intelligence has completed grading, and the score has been sent by the education department. 285 points. This score is quite high, allowing admission to key universities, even prestigious technology colleges. Looking at past college entrance examination top scorers, it is considered high. Ning Chen smiles calmly, not overly excited, and does not engage in discussions about scores with the surrounding students. He simply puts away his phone and steps out. The cultural exam is just an appetizer. The subsequent martial arts exam, with a total of 700 points, will determine the direction of the college entrance examination. According to Dong Lin's past practices, with his 5th grade martial artist strength, he is qualified to compete for the top scorer position. However, whether he can achieve it is uncertain. Some types of martial arts exams also rely heavily on luck. Having high strength does not guarantee a first-place ranking. I hope this year's martial arts exam in Donglin will be simpler, ideally similar to the previous monthly exams at Qingshan No. 1 High School, just a straightforward arena competition. Ning Chen thought to himself. In this way, he can fully utilize his extraordinary physical strength. The government keeps the martial arts examination extremely confidential. Not only the method but even the location will not be disclosed until the last moment. Stepping out of the school gate, Ning Chen glanced around and clearly saw that a wide road ahead had been cordoned off with bright fluorescent warning tape. Many soldiers in urban camouflage uniforms patrolled back and forth, armed and ready, exuding a sense of stern authority. On one side of the road, a row of military buses was parked neatly. In front of each military bus stood a sign indicating the range of candidate numbers. These military buses would transport students to the martial arts examination venue. Unlike cultural exams, where students could be scattered across various locations, the martial arts examination took place in the same arena. Just like the Donglin martial arts examination 2 years ago, where millions of students crossed the Longji mountain range together, it was spectacular and intense. All candidates, please remember, any electronic devices must be submitted to the military. Weapons are limited to cold weapons and original pattern weapons. All hot weapons are prohibited. This includes but is not limited to mechs, fighter jets, strategic bombers, space-based weapons, and asteroid-class spaceships. The loudspeaker was broadcasting the rules of the martial arts examination, followed by a long list of various hot weapons, numbering at least 100 or two. Ning Chen did not laugh. He knew that this was not a joke from the education department. Every rule represented a corresponding event that had occurred at least once in the past. When the Federation first established the college entrance examination, due to vague rules and massive investments from high-level government officials, chaos ensued, and some noble heirs resorted to unscrupulous means to win. There had even been several nuclear bombs detonated. It was extremely unfair to ordinary candidates. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a dimensional strike. Fortunately, it was later prohibited by the government. As for original pattern weapons, due to their high prices, they remained unfair to most students. But there was no other way. The martial arts examination targeted individual combat power, and it made sense to enhance combat power with financial resources. Just like cold weapons, there are distinctions in quality. However, the Federation established relevant policies to prevent the abuse of original pattern weapons. During the examination process, students were allowed to use original pattern weapons, but one point was clear: such property was not protected by federal law. In other words, any candidate could seize it for themselves. This way, a sword could be dangled over the heads of wealthy candidates, making them hesitant to use excessive original pattern weapons. If they were robbed, it would be quite painful. I wonder if I can encounter a rich second generation with a space storage ring, Ning Chen muttered to himself. Saying this, he found his military bus, submitted his phone, and took a window seat in the back row. At dusk, dozens of military buses started up and quickly drove along the road. Where will this martial arts examination be held? According to the sign, we are heading to the northern part of Donglin, but as for the specific location, who knows? I'm from Yutsai Middle School, what about you? Inside the bus, many students whispered to each other, introducing themselves or inquiring about other scores, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Ning Chen remained silent, not saying a word, closing his eyes to rest. He was full of energy, but for this examination, he aimed for the top position and needed to be in the best condition to face the challenge. After a long journey, 8 hours later, the military bus entered a military base. Everyone, wake up! All get off the bus. Await instructions, a soldier shouted loudly. On the eve of the martial arts examination, no candidate was deeply asleep and quickly woke up. Ning Chen followed the crowd and left the bus. He looked around and found thousands of buses parked nearby, with nearly 100,000 students. However, compared to the number of candidates in Donglin, it was still quite a bit less. It should be a transfer station, Ning Chen speculated in his heart. Sure enough, immediately after, the soldiers disrupted and reorganized the students, taking them back to the military bus. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. This move was clearly targeted, obviously separating students who might know each other. In a ring battle, it wouldn't be like this. This martial arts exam should involve some kind of chaotic battle. Ning Chen's thoughts raced as he quickly analyzed. Disrupting and reorganizing is to prevent familiar students from teaming up. It's somewhat exciting. Ning Chen revealed a calm smile. Soon, someone called out his candidate number, and Ning Chen followed the guiding soldier onto a new military bus. As soon as he got on the bus, Ning Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He saw two familiar faces on the bus, Bai Xiuxiu and Su Shani. However, this wasn't the right occasion for small talk. Ning Chen merely nodded as a greeting, then found a seat and closed his eyes again to wait. Departure. Thousands of military buses drove out of the base like a dragon. Several hours passed. The night faded away. The sun rose from the eastern horizon. We're no longer in the city, this is the wilderness, someone exclaimed. Outside the window, the clean and tidy roads were gone, replaced by a desolate land, with rolling sand and vastness. Soon, at the end of the horizon ahead, a small black dot appeared. Ning Chen had remarkable vision. Through the bus window, he could clearly see that it was an ancient giant city, with massive city walls hundreds of meters high, piercing the sky. However, it was already very dilapidated and in ruins. Tianshui City. Ning Chen recognized this ancient city, which had become a ruin over 1,000 years ago during the Shuangwu Star War. After the establishment of the Federation, one of its cities was designated as a commemorative site. On one hand, the battle back then was too brutal, and Tianshui City was severely damaged, with the environment suffering almost irreversible destruction, as evidenced by the surrounding wilderness. The cost of restoration was too high, it was better to build a new city in an intact area. On the other hand, Tianshui City held special significance. It was the last ancient city in the high martial world to be destroyed, but unlike previous ancient cities, Tianshui City had not fallen. In other words, after the Tianshui City battle, the high martial world officially sounded the horn of counterattack, began to gain the upper hand, and marched forward bravely until they expelled the Tianwu world. The military bus sped through the wilderness like a dragon, getting closer and closer to Tianshui City. The other students on the bus gradually recognized this ancient city, causing quite a stir. Quiet! Bai Xiuxiu stood up, scanning the students in the bus, and said, Tianshui City is the competition venue for this martial arts exam. You will need to survive inside the city for 7 days. Upon hearing this, many students perked up, no longer distracted, and hurriedly listened attentively. The martial arts exam couldn't be as simple as mere survival. For students at the awakened high level, going without food or water for 7 days was a piece of cake. As for the specific method, at this point, Bai Xiuxiu took out a black wristwatch, pressed a few buttons on it, and a light screen projected out. Judging by its appearance, it was a three-dimensional map of Tianshui City. Pay attention to this red circle. Bai Xiuxiu raised her hand, pointing to a red circle surrounding Tianshui City, and said, This is the exam area, it will shrink once every day. The area within the circle is the examination zone. If you cannot enter it in time, you will be considered a failure and will be eliminated from the martial arts exam. Later, each of you will receive a wristwatch. Su Shani chimed in, explaining, in addition to displaying the map, it is also a type of defensive original pattern weapon that can emit a light shield to envelop you when it detects a life-threatening situation. But remember, once the light shield is activated, you will be deemed out. Su Shani grinned and said, as for why it would be activated, it's because defeating other candidates can earn you corresponding points. The more defeated candidates there are, the higher the candidate's scores. As soon as the words were spoken, the car erupted into a frenzy, a chorus of exclamations filling the air. It was evident that the rules of this martial arts examination encouraged candidates to fight fiercely, even to the death. Additionally, besides defeating other candidates, each time the red circle shrinks, there will be corresponding score bonuses, Bai Xiuxiu added. After speaking, she adjusted her watch, bringing up a three-dimensional map of Tianshui City, and said, Do you see the spots glowing green? That place is very important. It holds scorecards. The brighter the light, the more points it represents. Once obtained, you can also gain corresponding scores. Bai Xiuxiu reminded the students in the car. Su Shani smiled and said, Scorecards not only add points but can also place your personal subchannel in an advertising position to attract traffic. This is real money. Upon hearing this, most students didn't pay much attention, they valued their scores more. The so-called live streaming income was merely an illusion. Only a few strong individuals could earn a considerable amount. However, Ning Chen's eyes flickered slightly. This was good news for him. He had few demands for the college entrance examination, just two, to sit in the top scholar's seat and to earn immense wealth. The rules of the martial arts examination are roughly like this, Su Shani said as he pulled out a box of watches, distributing them while continuing. Once we arrive at Tianshui City, I will let you get off the bus one by one and disperse to various locations. Remember to keep an eye on the red circle. After 12 hours, it will shrink. You must reach the safe zone within the circle in the following 12 hours, or you will be eliminated, Su Shani reminded. The car was filled with noise, many students lamenting in succession. This martial arts examination is too difficult. I've only awakened to the 6th stage, I probably won't last 7 days. Even first-grade martial artists are in trouble. These 7 days aren't just about not sleeping, you have to navigate the map and fight others. Stamina is a big issue. You definitely need to rest, but it's obvious that there are old schemers waiting to ambush. It's too dangerous, one defeat means immediate elimination. If luck is bad, even martial artists could fail, and not get into college. The students shook their heads, their voices tinged with panic. Compared to previous martial arts examinations, the difficulty of this one was significantly higher. Ning Chen, however, was completely calm, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This survival-style martial arts examination suited him even more than arena battles. It allowed him to fully utilize his advantages of endurance and keen senses. At the front of the car, seeing the expression on Ning Chen's face, Bai Xiuxiu and Su Shani exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a strange understanding of each other's thoughts. This martial arts examination was about to clash. The boy sitting alone in the back row might just go on a rampage. Not long after, the military bus arrived at a section of the city wall in Tianshui City. Lin Mofan, you go first. Su Shani opened the car door, allowing a student to leave the bus. At the same time, the electronic door of the storage compartment on the roof opened, and a drone flew out, hovering above Lin Mofan's head.
This was the candidate's exclusive drone. Each person had one.
It would record the entire examination process, allowing for live streaming on their personal subchannel and preventing students from cheating. With a thud, the car door closed, and the military bus started again, driving around the city wall of Tianshui City, dropping off a student every 10 miles or so. Soon, it was Ning Chen's turn. He stepped out of the car, gazing at Tianshui City before him, instinctively holding his breath. A sense of solemnity washed over him. The massive city walls were old yet magnificent, stretching across the land like a mountain ridge, resembling a fallen dragon, eroded by wind and sand into a shapeless form. Ruined walls and scattered stones lay everywhere, the landscape filled with ruins.
Yet, signs of life emerged, sparse, withered thorns poked through the ground, resiliently reaching for the sun.
When the wind swept through here, a low, mournful wail erupted, carrying with it a sense of defiance, as if recounting the dual martial star battle from 1,000 years ago. Buzz! The engine vibrated as the military bus drove away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ning Chen calmed his emotions, operated his wristwatch, and checked the three-dimensional map of Tianshui City. A quick glance revealed a suitable location. It was a two-story stone building. The bright green light emanating from it indicated that the scorecard contained a high value. Moreover, the stone building was not far from him. Let's go there to get the scorecard first. Ning Chen made his decision, casting a sidelong glance at the hovering drone, its camera aimed directly at him, capturing the scene in real time. At this moment, on the exclusive platform for the college entrance examination live broadcast, Ning Chen's personal subchannel had over 5 million viewers. Compared to the hundreds of billions watching the college entrance exam live, it was a mere drop in the ocean. It wasn't that the wine body lacked appeal. The federal college entrance examination was held independently by each administrative district, and the public usually only watched the exam in their own district. Furthermore, most viewers tuned into the main channel. Having 5 million viewers on a personal subchannel was already an impressive achievement.
Here it comes, it's on screen. Is this the eternal night Wang body? Truly extraordinary. Wow. So cool, with a detached gaze, he's the type of brooding guy I like. Good looks are justified.
In the live broadcast room, comments flooded in one after another, dense and numerous.
Tianshui City.
Ning Chen withdrew his gaze, his face stern, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He had been pondering how to attract traffic these days, considering many details.
Let's begin.
Ning Chen took a deep breath, his foot pushing powerfully against the ground, relying solely on his physical strength without employing any martial arts.
Bang!
The heavy sound resonated with a sense of grandeur. In the next moment, the stone slab over a meter thick below him exploded, dust swirling everywhere.
Ning Chen shot out like an arrow, soaring through the air, covering 100 meters in an instant before landing.
Immediately, he pushed off again.
Bang!
Another stone slab shattered, dust billowing. Ning Chen once more soared 100 meters, heading straight for the stone building. The visual impact of such a scene was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, causing Ning Chen's personal livestream to erupt in excitement.
Damn!
He didn't use any force or martial arts, just his physical strength, and he leaped 100 meters.
No wonder he's the Wang body. I'm not nitpicking, but why doesn't he use martial arts? Wouldn't that be faster?
The audience in front is just nitpicking. Asking that is like me saying I can kill without blinking, and you asking if my eyes are dry. The comments poured in like rain, nearly obscuring the live stream screen. Many viewers were utterly shocked. Ning Chen's physical prowess exceeded their imagination, something ordinary people could not hope to reach.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The earth trembled, heavy thuds echoing continuously as Ning Chen leaped nearly 100 meters, his speed astonishing. Before long, he reached the stone building. Ning Chen opened the three-dimensional map of Tianshui City and glanced. The green light had not faded, indicating that the scorecard was still there. He entered the stone building and found the scorecard on a stone table on the second floor. Next to it were several bottles of purified water and some instant food. Candidates needed food and water to survive 7 days in Tianshui City. Ning Chen didn't pay much attention. His powerful physique could endure 7 days without food or water while running.
This isn't the real score for the martial arts exam.
Ning Chen picked up the scorecard, noticing the number 1000 printed on it.
The full score for the martial arts exam was only 700.
Ning Chen speculated that once the martial arts exam ended, the scores obtained by candidates in Tianshui City would be converted into real scores according to some rules.
In that case, the gap between the first and second place could be quite large.
Ning Chen's gaze flickered. He no longer thought deeply. In any case, a higher score was definitely better. Suddenly, Ning Chen's ears twitched slightly as he detected footsteps approaching from afar. It's one person, weighing 70 kilograms, height 165 centimeters, 7 o'clock direction, 1,000 meters away. At the current speed, they will reach the stone building in about 53 seconds. Ning Chen's mental enhancement was not only reflected in his academic scores. In an instant, he analyzed a wealth of information. He did not take the opportunity to leave. Su Shani had specifically mentioned that defeating other candidates could earn points. This was a score handed to him on a silver platter. As for being defeated by the newcomer, Ning Chen was not worried about that at all. Let alone losing. Based on Dolin's past college entrance examination situations, there would be no more than 10 candidates in a cohort who could force him to go all out. Ning Chen put away the scorecard, grabbed a bottle of water, and picked a pack of instant food that suited his taste before turning around and leisurely walking towards the stairs. Wang Ti is so confident, he doesn't even take all the food. This is called skill and courage. Ning Chen chose the spicy flavor, just like Luan's preference. As the audience continued to comment, Ning Chen walked halfway up the stairs. At that moment, a slightly plump boy burst into the stone building. Compared to Ning Chen, he looked a bit younger, around 16 years old, with slightly baby-fat cheeks. But his strength was not weak. The fiery red original power surged beneath his feet, and from the intensity, he had already reached the mid-level of a first-grade warrior, standing out among the candidates. As long as luck wasn't too bad, he could aim for Star River University. Someone. The plump boy noticed Ning Chen on the stairs and quickly stopped, fully on guard. I know this boy, his name is Wang Tianji, a genius from the youth class of the first high school in Beilu City. He became a first-grade warrior at 16. An audience member from Beilu City commented in Ning Chen's livestream. Wang Tianji has the advantage of age. As long as he ranks within the top 1,000 in Donglin, he can enter Star River University. It's a pity he ran into Wang Ti Ning Chen. It's hard to say, what if Wang Ti messes up? Anyway, I think he might not be good at martial arts, otherwise, why not show it? Some mocked, eager to see Ning Chen's embarrassment. You're talking nonsense. Ning Chen initially gained fame for his high martial arts realm. Do you know that Ning Chen once killed a third-grade warrior with his awakened 6th stage? Some audience members who understood Ning Chen rebutted. However, the barrage of comments in the livestream was too overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, it was drowned out by subsequent messages, with few people noticing. In the stone building, Wang Tianji noticed the disappearance of the green light on the three-dimensional map, his gaze fixed on Ning Chen, filled with a hint of heat, and said, "Did you take the scorecard inside this building? What about it?" Ning Chen twirled the scorecard in his left hand and said casually, "Do you want it?" As he spoke, he stood on the stairs, his posture upright, looking down at Wang Tianji without rushing to make a move. Building a persona was more important than defeating the opponent. Of course. Upon seeing the scorecard, Wang Tianji licked his lips, unable to hide his desire. With his strength, he had a good chance of getting into Star River University, but he wasn't completely confident. How it would turn out still depended on his performance in the exam. I have no intention of transferring it. Ning Chen casually played with the card, his voice calm, and said, "But I also don't want to waste time. I advise you to leave." Hearing this, Wang Tianji's heart jolted, his muscles tensed, ready to respond at any moment. The boy before him was too calm. He was likely not a weak opponent. At the same time, Wang Tianji spread his original power to sense Ning Chen's strength. If he truly was a warrior above the 2nd grade, he would need to make a quick escape. Damn it, almost got scared off by you. In the next moment, Wang Tianji laughed mockingly, glaring at Ning Chen, and said irritably, "A mere awakening 9 Dan, pretending to be a big shot in front of me, completely unaware of your own limitations." Ning Chen, holding the card in his left hand, remained expressionless and replied, "You have 10 seconds left." Still pretending? Wang Tianji scoffed, quickly counting down, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why haven't you made a move yet? Ning Chen's gaze was indifferent as he said, "You have 5 seconds left. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Wang Tianji gritted his teeth, and as he spoke, he made his move, his foot radiating fiery red energy, unleashing immense power. "I want your scorecard and the score for defeating you." Wang Tianji shot forward like a gust of wind, swift and unmatched, reaching the bottom of the stairs in just one step. Then, he took another step, soaring over the layers of stairs, lunging at Ning Chen, and with a powerful strike of his right palm, he unleashed a tremendous force, the surging energy roaring and compressing the air to the point of explosion. Whoosh! The force of his palm was incredibly strong, stirring the air at the stairway. Wang Tianji's right palm, engulfed in fiery red energy, formed a towering pillar over a meter high, radiating scorching heat. At the same time, a heavy, solid wave of energy spread out. The Earth-level martial art, Flame Monument. It possessed multiple attributes of attack. Looking at the energy pillar so close, Ning Chen's black hair danced wildly, standing still, his indifferent face showing no signs of panic. He raised his right arm and calmly threw a punch, choosing to meet the attack head-on. Whoosh! Ning Chen did not use the Thousand Bones killing technique, but with 18 tons of punching power, the impact was still astonishing, the wind from his punch howling like a typhoon, sweeping through the stone building, causing dust to fall from the walls. The oppressive heat wave from the flame monument was immediately shredded by the force of his punch. Wang Tianji squinted his eyes, his expression changing dramatically. The momentum of Ning Chen's punch completely exceeded his expectations. He couldn't imagine that an awakening realm could unleash such a fierce attack. He thought he couldn't do it himself. However, Wang Tianji did not panic too much. His flame monument was known for its overwhelming force and contained intense heat, making it difficult for martial artists of the same realm to withstand, let alone the punch of an awakening nine dan. I am a martial artist, possessing energy. Before he can strike me, the energy martial art I unleash will be enough to severely injure his fist and force him to withdraw. Wang Tianji thought to himself, his movements unceasing as he struck fiercely. Bang! In the next moment, the condensed flame monument collided with Ning Chen's fist, producing a sound like metal clashing. Wang Tianji's expression changed drastically. He saw his energy flame monument, capable of destroying steel, land on Ning Chen's fair fist, and not only did it fail to inflict any injury, it left no mark at all, shattering instead and scattering everywhere. How is this possible? Wang Tianji found it hard to believe. However, before he could think further, a sharp pain shot through his right hand. After Ning Chen shattered the energy, he maintained his momentum and continued to strike towards Wang Tianji's palm. At this moment, they were already in contact. Feeling the pain in his palm, Wang Tianji's eyes widened in terror. Ning Chen's strike was too horrifying. If he fully endured it, his entire right arm would be rendered useless, turning into a mass of mangled flesh. Buzz! Just then, the black watch issued by the government on Wang Tianji's wrist vibrated. A golden energy shield appeared in an instant, enveloping Wang Tianji's body and isolating Ning Chen's fist. Bang! Ning Chen struck the energy shield, unleashing over 10 tons of punching power, sending the shield along with Wang Tianji flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall behind, creating large cracks. Wang Tianji slid to the ground, groaning in pain. His right hand was a bloody mess, with faint glimpses of white bone visible inside. The black wristwatch only activates the shield when it detects that the candidate is about to be seriously injured, with a slight time delay. Crack! The duration of the light shield ended, accompanied by a crisp sound, shattering and dissipating. Candidate Wang Tianji, you have been eliminated. Please leave Tianshui City immediately and proceed to the gathering point outside the city as indicated by the wristwatch. A cold voice emanated from the black wristwatch. Seeing the scene before him, Ning Chen's live stream room erupted once again, like fire meeting oil. Those who just said Wang's body would flip, come out and take a beating. Many viewers had not forgotten the previous mockery. The shield appeared, which means that Ning Chen's punch just now could at least cripple Wang Tianji. The strength of both sides is not even on the same level. Without martial arts, without original force, a pure physical punch can be so terrifying that even a first-grade martial artist can't withstand it. Countless viewers were horrified. Ning Chen, who wielded the Eternal Night Body, was indeed terrifying. At the stairs, Ning Chen leaped down, landing beside Wang Tianji, his dark eyes looking down, causing Wang Tianji's movements to freeze. It was both fear and shame. Earlier, he thought Ning Chen was just putting on a show. In the end, he was the one who was the clown. There's no need to be afraid. Due to the exam rules, I cannot continue to attack eliminated candidates. You are safe now. Ning Chen's voice was indifferent, without emotional fluctuations. As he spoke, he continued walking, his fair and slender left hand playing with the scorecard, steadily leaving the stone tower. Throughout, he only used one hand. Wang Tianji held his breath, his body involuntarily shivering. The gap between them was too vast. A world of difference. Ning Chen is really strong. What he said before was not just talk. With strength, one can naturally say such things. If it weren't for the shield's defense, Wang Tianji would at least be lying in the ICU right now. A bit of a show-off and a little domineering, but I really like it. The command of the body cannot be resisted. The barrage of comments surged in waves. Many viewers spoke up. Some recorded this segment and posted it on social media, causing a huge stir, rapidly spreading and boosting the viewership of Ning Chen's livestream to 6 million. And it was still rising. Tianshui City. After leaving the stone tower, Ning Chen continued to search for scorecards in the city according to the hints from the 3D map. Since the circle had not yet shrunk, the distribution of candidates in the city was sparse, making encounters difficult. By evening, Ning Chen had not encountered even 10 candidates. Regardless of their strength, all were forcefully crushed by him with sheer physical power.
Not a single one was an exception.
Among them, the strongest candidate was a second-grade martial artist, who also suffered a crushing defeat, unable to withstand even 10 moves before being forced out of the shield by Ning Chen's kick. Under the impact of these scenes, Ning Chen's live stream room saw the barrage flood in like a burst dam, overwhelming. People are numb. It turns out there really is a strength that can overcome 10 skills. Our school's teacher said that the punch power of the Wang body should be around 18 tons, comparable to a third-grade martial artist.
Damn! Punch power measured in tons. Many viewers were shocked.
It should be noted that a normal awakened peak of the 9th stage has a punch power of about 3,000 kilograms. Only a few geniuses practicing S-grade breathing techniques can reach 5,000 kilograms, far exceeding ordinary people. But it is still nowhere near comparable to Ning Chen.
Not even on the same level.
Eternal Night Body, this name is truly fitting. Ning Chen will become the Eternal Knight for countless geniuses in the Federation. Under his oppression, there is not a glimmer of hope. A comment was posted, garnering agreement from many.
However, there were also quite a few rebuttals appearing. What's there to brag about? I can awaken this physique and do the same. Exactly, it's just relying on talent to suppress others. Ning Chen is just lucky, accidentally awakening the king body. His martial arts level must be terrible, that's why he doesn't dare to show off until now.
Some jealous spectators mocked. They were unhappy in their hearts, wondering why the one who awakened the king body wasn't themselves.
Don't just talk, drink some old vinegar to ease your jealousy. So what if I'm jealous? What's wrong with that? Isn't Ning Chen just relying on brute strength? Anyone can do that. Shameless. Although Ning Chen hasn't displayed his martial arts, the combat level he has shown is extraordinary, absolutely top-notch.
An audience member with deep martial arts knowledge spoke out in dissatisfaction, feeling that these people were maliciously slandering.
What does combat level even mean? Martial arts is the real skill.
The martial arts exam has just started. Wait until later. Any third-grade martial artist could easily defeat the king body.
It's really laughable. If you don't like the king body, just leave. They won't leave. These people are psychologically twisted, just like they clearly enjoy watching others flaunt their wealth, but secretly wish for the tax bureau to come and shut down those who show off.
The two sides continue to argue, neither side willing to back down, with comments pouring in one after another, causing the heat in Ning Chen's live stream to rise rapidly.
Those who understood Ning Chen's martial arts realm did not participate.
One by one, they prepared snacks, waiting for the good show to unfold. The setting sun continuously sank into the western land.
The afterglow was like blood.
Above a ruin piled with rubble, a tall figure stood, upright and cold in appearance. It was Ning Chen. At this moment, he looked down below, silent.
Big boss, I was wrong. Here are all my scorecards, let me out.
From the tight crevice of the ruins, a muffled voice filled with fear emerged.
Spare me. I can't breathe, the oxygen inside is running out.
Big boss, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have threatened to teach you a lesson. I truly realize all my mistakes. Ning Chen remained unmoved, allowing the voice to gradually weaken. After a moment, he leaped down from the ruins, kicking out with one foot, and with a bang, he shattered the obstruction.
Revealed beneath was a pit.
A candidate quickly poked his head out from within, gasping for air, his gaze towards Ning Chen filled with fear and terror.
The opponent's fighting style was too violent.
With just his fists and feet, he had collapsed a stone building, burying him beneath it. If it weren't for the watch activating a protective shield, he would have long since turned into a puddle of mud.
Big boss, here are all 3 of my scorecards, they're all yours.
The candidate trembled, offering the scorecards with both hands, and after seeing Ning Chen accept them, he disregarded his still chaotic breath and turned to run towards the outskirts of Tianshui City. He was truly scared. Ning Chen no longer paid attention to this person, opening the 3-dimensional map of Tianshui City to search for the next scorecard's location.
Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing that the red circle had shrunk by half.
At this moment, he was outside the circle, not close. However, Ning Chen was not in a hurry, shifting his gaze to continue searching for the places in the city that emitted green light.
After the red circle shrank, entering the circle within 12 hours would still count as a success. There was enough time.
The current priority was still to find the scorecards. After the red circle shrank, there are new places in the city emitting green light, and the brightness is higher than before. Ning Chen pondered in his heart. This meant that if candidates wanted high scores, they had to compete for the scorecards.
Just hiding wouldn't yield many points.
This place is good. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes lit up as he discovered a forest in the 3-dimensional map, glowing with dazzling green light. The number on the scorecard should be 10,000. Ning Chen thought to himself. Throughout the day, he had found more than 10 scorecards and had gained some insight into the correlation between brightness and score. Bang! Ning Chen exerted force under his feet, taking a step of nearly 100 meters. Soon, he arrived at that forest. The trees, having grown for thousands of years, were lush and at least 100 meters tall. The three-dimensional map only displayed a region glowing green, without indicating the specific location of the scorecard. Ning Chen searched around but found nothing. After pondering for a moment, he climbed up a tower to overlook the forest. There! Soon, Ning Chen's gaze sharpened as he spotted the scorecard, resting above a patch of bushes. Just then, not far away, a girl walked straight towards him, her lips red and teeth white, with a charming appearance, holding a battle bow in her hand, clearly also here for the scorecard. A scorecard with a value of 11,000. Fenglingy's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. This single scorecard was worth more than her entire day's harvest. If she could get a few more like this, she might have a chance to break into the top 10. Fenglingyi reached out to grab the scorecard. In the next moment, a cold voice echoed from above, reaching her ears. If possible, don't act recklessly. Hearing this, Fenglingyi was startled, and while picking up the scorecard, she swiftly turned to look in the direction of the voice. There, not far from the tower, stood a stern-looking young man with his hands behind his back, gazing down at her. One had to admit, he was quite handsome. However, his dark eyes were too cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Fenglingyi's drone captured this scene. Ah, this boy is so cold. He's about to socially die. Fenglingyi is a third-tier warrior and could shoot him down with a single arrow. Ridiculous, who does he think he is to speak like that? Fenglingyi's personal livestream had hundreds of thousands of viewers. The comments flooded in one after another. In the forest, Fenglingyi sensed Ning Chen's realm and calmed down, raising the scorecard in her hand, teasingly saying, "Don't talk big, if you want it, come and take it yourself." "All right," the indifferent voice responded. Amidst the shocked gazes, Ning Chen, standing on the tower, calmly leaped down. Whoosh! The wind howled as Ning Chen fell freely under the pull of gravity. His speed increased rapidly, his black hair flying wildly. Yet, his cold face remained as calm as ice, showing no signs of emotion. Countless spectators were left dumbfounded. The tree where Ning Chen stood was over 200 meters high. This height was not low. Only a true warrior could use their original force to cushion the fall, otherwise, they would at least suffer serious injuries. But the problem was, the young man showed no sign of original force. In the next moment, as Ning Chen landed, everyone understood the answer. The young man stood on the ground. Aside from his flying black hair, he bore no injuries, only slightly bending his knees to dissipate all the downward force. He stood up calmly and took a step towards Fenglingyi. Witnessing this scene, Fenglingyi's live stream exploded with excitement. What the? He really isn't just a pretty face. Which special physique does he possess? I know who he is now. I remember now, the recently popular Eternal Night King physique. It's that supreme physique, no wonder he's so powerful. Comments poured in one after another. Many viewers were shocked, and so was Fenglingyi, instinctively raising her battle bow in front of her in a defensive stance. In the next moment, she seemed to realize something, her expression changing as she questioned, "Are you the king body of Qingshan City?" Recently, she had been focused on preparing for the college entrance examination and hadn't paid much attention to the news, only hearing a few mentions from her family. Qingshan City had produced a supreme physique known as the Eternal Night King body, who had forcefully killed a second-tier genius warrior from the Wei family consortium at the awakened 9th stage. Ning Chen directly acknowledged it, his gaze flickering as he looked at Fenglingyi. He noticed something strange. Fenglingyi used a battle bow but wasn't wearing a quiver. A glance revealed that her right ring finger, which pulled the bow, wore a delicate ring. A spatial storage device. Ning Chen's heart raced. In the martial arts competition, the government allowed for snatching, which was reasonable and legal. However, Ning Chen did not rush to make a move. He approached with a steady pace, his face still cold and indifferent. The persona of the Wang body had to be maintained. Being too greedy could easily drive away the audience. "You are the Wang body, but you are too arrogant." Fenglingyi took a deep breath, displeased with Ning Chen's attitude, her pretty face icy as she said, "If you were on the same level as me and let me retreat without a fight, it would have some effect, but as a 9th tier awakened." As she spoke, the original force surged around Fenglingyi, emanating a powerful wave. As a genius, she had her own pride. Ning Chen's earlier words clearly suggested that he did not see her as a worthy opponent. A mid-tier third-grade martial artist. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to defeat a martial artist of this level without using martial arts, which would be difficult to achieve a strong victory, especially with a genius martial artist like Fenglingyi, Her actual combat power was higher than her realm. He would definitely have to use martial arts. Let it be exposed. Ning Chen felt calm inside, with little regret. That day, he had crushed several candidates with his physical strength. If he continued, the audience would grow weary of the spectacle. It was time to show some real skills. Feng Lingyi fixed her gaze on Ning Chen and coldly said, "What if you are the Wang body? Before you grow up, don't be too arrogant. In this battle, I will not only defeat you but also teach you a lesson." "You can try," Ning Chen replied with a hint of a cold smile. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh! Feng Lingyi activated her original force, desperately executing her movement technique, like a swift cheetah, quickly retreating to create distance from Ning Chen. She was indeed somewhat dissatisfied with Ning Chen's demeanor, but she dared not underestimate him in the slightest. On the contrary, she took him very seriously. To have made such a name for herself, known by most of the people in Donglin, she must have extraordinary abilities. Stop! While retreating, Feng Lingyi tapped a few times on her wristwatch, controlling her drone to hover and no longer follow. This dim forest was suitable for guerrilla tactics, and a constantly following drone would interfere with her movements. Although the degree was minimal, she was facing a strong opponent and could not afford to underestimate him. She needed to maximize the advantages of being an archer. Whoosh! Feng Lingyi continuously changed directions, darting and leaving, using the dense trees for cover, increasing the distance between her and Ning Chen. Ning Chen's gaze flickered. It was summer, and the foliage in the forest was lush, affecting his ability to scout. However, Ning Chen was not in a hurry. Even with his vision obstructed, he could rely on his hearing. For others, they could only judge from which vague direction Feng Lingyi was shooting, but with his perception, Ning Chen clearly sensed that Feng Lingyi was about 400 meters behind him, over 50 meters off the ground, hiding in a tree, adjusting her breathing and slowing her heartbeat. A formidable archer, Ning Chen evaluated silently. He had not seen Feng Lingyi's archery skills, but from the movement technique she had just displayed and her environmental awareness, it was not hard to deduce that she was definitely strong. In archery, aside from the skill itself, the most important aspect is controlling distance. Whether through movement techniques or utilizing the environment, Feng Lingyi had reached a high level in both areas. The battle hasn't started yet, but I feel like it's already over. I agree, Feng Lingyi specializes in archery. Once the distance is created, it's not an exaggeration to say she moves like a dragon in the sea, freely traversing. Defeating a peer of the Wang body is a tremendous honor. Feng Lingyi's fans, seeing that Ning Chen did not immediately pursue and allowed them to create distance, were incredibly excited, believing that Feng Lingyi was sure to win. At the same time, many in Ning Chen's livestream shared the same view. The Wang body is likely to lose. His physical strength is only comparable to a third-grade martial artist, and he can't rely on brute force anymore. I bet he won't last 10 arrows. You pessimistic people are truly ugly, so what if Ning Chen loses? It's only natural for a 9th-tier awakened to be unable to defeat a third-grade martial artist. Some viewers were dissatisfied with the disparagement of Ning Chen. The two sides began to argue, their voices rising in a heated dispute. At that moment, in the woods, Feng Lingyi spun her right hand and drew out a metal arrow over a meter long. She bent her bow and knocked the arrow, aiming at Ning Chen hidden among the trees. A powerful force surged from her palm, flowing like water, enveloping the bowstring and the metal arrow. Throughout this process, there was not a single sound. The next moment, Feng Lingyi released her fingers, and the bowstring snapped back, absorbing all sound with the force surrounding it. The metal arrow shot out at high speed. However, it did not fly directly at Ning Chen. Instead, it traced an arc, remaining in his blind spot behind the branches and leaves, shooting from another direction. At the end of the arrow shaft, two palm-sized green wings fluttered gently, altering the arrow's trajectory. The feathered serpent arrow. A mid-tier martial art known for its agility and direction, making it easier for archers to launch surprise attacks. From the movement of this arrow, it was clear that Feng Lingyi's feathered serpent arrow had reached a subtle level of mastery. The metal arrow flew toward Ning Chen's back, getting closer and closer. Countless viewers in both live streams held their breath, some tense, some expectant, and others worried, each with different emotions. Whoosh! Ning Chen stepped forward, simply sidestepping, effortlessly and accurately avoiding the flying metal arrow. He successfully dodged. In the process, he extended one hand, his long and powerful fingers gripping tightly, and astonishingly caught the arrow shaft that had just whizzed past him. He seized the arrow in mid-air. Both live streams erupted in excitement. Catching an arrow with bare hands is just a bit difficult. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate for everyone. Everyone get ready, it's time to feast, time to feast. Just to be clear, I'm sitting at the kids' table. Many viewers teased each other. The king body's perception is too sharp. Lingyi's hidden feathered serpent arrow would be hard to detect even for a 4th or 5th tier martial artist. Some martial artists who recognized the truth were shocked. The practical level of the king body is astonishing. He clearly sensed the feathered serpent arrow long ago but only dodged and seized it at the last moment. His intention must be to strike at Lingyi's psyche, making her feel immense despair. Cunning and strategic, the king body is invincible. The discussions continued without pause. Many were restless. Lingyi was even more shaken, the turmoil in her heart surpassing that of the audience. As the one who shot the feathered serpent arrow, she understood the difficulty of dodging. Not to mention that Ningchen not only dodged easily but also seized the arrow mid-air. A bit light, but it's fine. Ningchen weighed the metal arrow he had caught, seemingly testing its feel. The next moment, he leaned back slightly, gathering strength, his spine coiling like a great dragon before springing forth, using the metal arrow as a spear and throwing it with force. Whoosh! In an instant, the wind howled sharply, producing a sound like tearing silk. The metal arrow pierced through the dense woods at high speed, like a streak of lightning, its momentum astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it covered over 400 meters, occupying most of Lingyi's field of vision, the pressure of its passage lifting her hair. How is this possible? Lingyi's pupils constricted, unable to believe it. She had been discovered? Lingyi was certain she was hidden in Ningchen's blind spot, and when she shot the feathered serpent arrow, her subtle mastery had ensured there was no sound. Although shocked, Lingyi did not hesitate. She channeled her force into her feet, making a quick dash to leap onto a nearby branch. However, she was still a fraction too slow. The edge of the metal arrow grazed her cheek, leaving a line of blood, adding a touch of tragic beauty to her appearance. Many spectators, however, had no time to appreciate the scene, their attention fully on the ally arrows that broke through the air, piercing through more than a dozen thick trees as wide as a person's waist. With a loud bang, they were deeply embedded in the trunks, their tails vibrating incessantly. The power was terrifying. Are you willing to come out? Ningchen looked at Lingyi, who was standing on the tree, and smiled slightly as he stepped forward. He walked slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. But after the earlier clash, the oppressive force he exuded was formidable, instilling fear in others. Lingyi took a deep breath, relying on her exceptional combat training to suppress distracting thoughts and regain her composure. The archer revealing herself was not a disaster. Sometimes, it could even allow her to unleash her archery skills without hesitation. Lingyi twirled her right hand and took out another arrow from her spatial ring, which was different from the previous one. It was entirely dark blue, shimmering with a cold luster. Spiral killing arrow! Lingyi silently shouted in her heart, drawing her war bow into a full moon shape. This time, all her original force was infused into the bowstring, emanating a powerful pressure. Bang! The bowstring snapped back, producing a crisp, deafening sound. Nearby leaves shook and fell. A dark blue arrow shot forth, racing towards Ningchen like a flash of lightning. Although it lacked original force coverage, its lethality was still terrifying, far surpassing the feathered snake arrow. This arrow was specially forged for the spiral killing arrow. Buzz! The air trembled. The arrow shaft spun rapidly, creating a whirlwind that shredded the branches and leaves within a yard. It felt like a raging beast. Ningchen continued to walk normally, unhurriedly approaching Lingyi, as if he did not see the incoming dark blue arrow, his expression calm as he allowed it to close in. Countless spectators tensed up, feeling that Ningchen was being somewhat reckless. The might of this arrow was visibly terrifying. Especially among Lingyi's fans, many had already concluded that Ningchen's shield would be activated, leading to his defeat and exit. The spiral killing arrow was a mid-level martial art from Tianshan, composed of direct offensive techniques. In the past, Lingyi had shot and killed a third-level ferocious beast with a single arrow, cleanly and decisively. Whoosh! The dark blue arrow, swirling with violent air currents, was about to reach Ningchen. It was mere inches away. Ningchen's black hair flew wildly, his clothes fluttering, just about to be hit. However, in the next moment, clang, clang, accompanied by the sound of two nearly simultaneous metal clashes. The crowd felt a flash before their eyes, and then, to their shock, the dark blue arrow that was about to strike Ningchen suddenly changed direction for some unknown reason, flying back towards Lingyi in the tree. Moreover, its speed through the air was even faster than when it was shot out. It left behind a large blue afterimage, illuminating the dark forest like a bolt of lightning, unstoppable. This technique. Lingyi felt a chill in her heart, but she quickly reacted. She positioned her war bow horizontally in front of her, desperately channeling her original force into it. A dazzling light surged forth, rising and swirling, and in the blink of an eye, formed a thick shield, created from original force but gleaming with a metallic sheen. The Azure Iron Shield, a high-level martial art from Tianshan, purely defensive in nature. Archers were not adept at close combat, but such situations were unavoidable. Fenglingi, having undergone rigorous archery training, had mastered several powerful defensive martial arts. Boom! The dark blue arrow, carrying immense power, shot through the air and struck the original force shield with ferocity. In the collision, the arrowhead shattered, followed by the arrow shaft, which also exploded. On the opposite side, the luster of the azure iron shield only diminished significantly, without shattering. It had managed to block the attack. However, Fenglingi, due to the overwhelming recoil, had her delicate palm split open, warm blood flowing out. Whoosh! In the next moment, she was sent flying like a cannonball, breaking several branches in the forest before finally losing momentum and landing unsteadily. Fenglingi gazed at Ning Chen, speechless. The two's live stream, however, erupted into chaos. What happened? How did the spiral-killing arrow shot by Wind Spirit-I fly back? I don't know, I didn't see anything, I didn't even blink. Is the momentum of the king body so strong that Wind Spirit-I's arrows turned against her? Countless viewers flooded the screen with comments, completely confused. Fortunately, the college entrance examination live streaming platform knew that it was difficult to see high-level martial artists in combat, so they provided slow-motion replays. Many people hurriedly rewound the footage, slowing it down to 1.5 times speed was useless. They still couldn't see how Ning Chen made his move. Slowing it down to 3.5 times speed was still the same. 5 times speed, 6 times speed, until it was slowed down to 10 times. Only then could they clearly see Ning Chen's actions, which were in perfect sync with Wind Spirit-I, leaving them speechless. In the slow-motion footage at 10 times speed, as the eerie blue arrow approached, Ning Chen raised his palm, flicked his finger, and with a clang, struck the tip of the eerie blue arrow. Instantly, the power carried by the arrow dissipated completely, and it stopped spinning. Ning Chen's finger, which collided with the arrow tip, was as white as jade, without even a red mark. Not a hair was harmed. Immediately after, Ning Chen flicked his finger again, and with another loud sound, he accurately sent the eerie blue arrow flying back along its original trajectory. The audience was stunned. Just 2 fingers. After a brief moment of silence, the live chat erupted, as if a pot had exploded. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I have no doubt that the king body can catch a tank shell with its bare hands. Ning Chen, what's a shell? Just give me 10 years, and I'll dismantle a mech with my bare hands. Countless people frantically commented. Only this could express the shock in their hearts. You have to know, Ning Chen had just awakened to the 9th stage. Didn't they say the king body can't practice martial arts? Isn't it painful to get hit in the face? The spiral-killing arrow can't even break through the defense. Ning Chen's level of martial arts training, not to mention the candidates from the East Forest region, who in the entire Federation can surpass him? Some viewers who had mocked Ning Chen earlier now chimed in with sarcasm. Don't speak so confidently, the palm might be solid, maybe it's a special ability of the Eternal Night King body. A bunch of brainless idiots just know how to boast. It's obvious that with such strong defense, it can't be horizontal martial arts. How big is the king body? The live chat was filled with discussions, a cacophony of noise. The forest, however, remains silent. The air seemed to have solidified. Wind Spirit-I, ignoring the blood flowing from her tiger mouth, stared intently at the cold young man not far away. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Overwhelmed by shock, it was impossible to calm down, beating faster and faster. Wind Spirit-I didn't know whether it was a special ability of the Eternal Night King body that allowed a single finger to break her spiral-killing arrow, or if it was Ning Chen's powerful horizontal martial arts. The former was easier to explain. It should just be a solid palm. If it was the latter, Wind Spirit-I's heartbeat quickened even more. The archery technique you used. Ning Chen's gaze pierced through the dense forest, looking at the dazed Wind Spirit-I, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "It seems a bit weak. It didn't teach me a lesson." Upon hearing this, Wind Spirit-I felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, taking a deep breath to calm herself. She hadn't lost yet, there was still a chance to win. Hurricane arrow formation. Wind Spirit-I channeled her original force, staunching the blood from her tiger mouth, and with her right hand, she took out arrows from her spatial ring, unleashing her strongest martial arts, continuously shooting them out. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of arrows flew, tearing through the air with a loud sound. Some arched, attacking from above or from the sides. Some came straight at him, with powerful original force at their tips. The trajectories varied, but all were swift and forceful. It was like a torrential rain enveloping Ning Chen. Whoosh! Ning Chen's eyes were calm as he executed the gale step, easily dodging, with not a single arrow posing an effective threat. It felt incredibly effortless, as if he were strolling leisurely through a storm of arrows. Such a shocking scene instantly elevated the emotions of the many supporters of Ning Chen.
Where are those contrarians? Speak up. What is Ning Chen showcasing at this moment?
The king body is truly powerful, a perfect realm of movement. That guy who claimed he could awaken the king body and do the same, I wonder where he is now. Don't be silent, at least come out and say something. Squeak. In Ning Chen's livestream, there was no longer a single mocking comment. Many of those who had ridiculed Ning Chen's martial arts skills felt their cheeks burn, as if they had been slapped hard. The more arrogant their previous comments, the more embarrassing it was now.
It's just an E-grade Gale step.
One audience member muttered quietly, seemingly dismissive, but didn't dare to send the message. E-grade martial arts are indeed easy to grasp, but reaching the perfect realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the forest, Fenglingi, seeing this, frantically urged her original force, unleashing the hurricane arrow formation. Arrows filled the sky, pouring down like a torrential storm. Ning Chen began to understand why Fenglingi needed to carry a spatial ring.
A normal quiver simply couldn't hold the number of arrows she required. Bang!
In midair, two curved arrows collided after Ning Chen dodged them, their trajectories suddenly changing, turning their tips directly towards Ning Chen's back. This archery technique is quite impressive. Ning Chen, with keen hearing, immediately sensed the movement, feeling a bit surprised. As his thoughts surged, Ning Chen remained calm, exerting force beneath his feet, changing his movement technique, seamlessly switching to Wind Shadow 3000, his speed suddenly skyrocketing. With a sideways flash, he successfully dodged again. However, due to the arrows being too close, one of the tips grazed a corner of his clothing, leaving a small cut. The next moment, a cold synthetic voice rang out. Wind Shadow 3000 considers this a great humiliation, and in a fit of anger, enters a state of enlightenment.
Cultivation speed skyrockets. Progress increases by 20%.
Related insights quickly merged into his mind with the prompt sound. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling delighted, but he didn't let it go to his head and continued to dodge the arrows shot by Fenglingi.
Progress increases by 20%.
Wind Shadow 3000 accumulates insights, advancing to the perfect realm. A prompt sound fell. Ning Chen's mastery of Wind Shadow 3000 instantly reached a brand new level. This martial art seemed to have become an instinct for him. When I left the Mountain Sea Genius training camp, my movement level was equivalent to 31 machine guns. Now, I can likely break through the bullet rain field. After all, there are only 40 machine guns there.
Ning Chen thought to himself.
The perfect realm, compared to the expert realm, is like a chasm, a world apart. His movement level had undergone a qualitative change. Before long, the prompt sound indicating the end of the enlightenment of Wind Shadow 3000 rang out. With a thought, a semi-transparent fluorescent interface appeared before Ning Chen. In one section, Wind Shadow 3000, perfect, progress 23%,
not far away.
Freak! Fenglingi cursed inwardly, no longer shooting arrows, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her chest heaving heavily from exhaustion.
Ning Chen was simply absurdly strong.
Even her most powerful offensive martial arts couldn't harm him.
The only thing that reassured Fenglingi was that Ning Chen's displayed movement was more about agility. The speed wasn't particularly fast. It's time to go. Fenglingi felt a desire to retreat.
However, just as she lifted her foot, a sharp voice exploded in her ear, painfully piercing. Whoosh! It felt as if the air itself was about to be torn apart. A shadow appeared in Fenglingi's line of sight, and when she focused, her heart nearly stopped.
It was Ning Chen.
A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Leaving without saying goodbye is not a good habit.
How is his speed so fast?" Fenglingi's eyes widened in disbelief.
In the recent confrontation, Ning Chen had closed the distance with her a bit, but still remained 100 meters away, and she hadn't reacted at all. This indicated that the speed Ning Chen had just displayed was no slower than that of a fully exerting 6th grade martial artist, far surpassing her.
Fenglingi realized that she was going to lose.
There was no way to escape Ning Chen's pursuit. Whoosh! The violent sound of the wind shattered Fenglingi's thoughts, like a bomber flying over the forest, the shockwave striking, shaking the woods. Ning Chen acted decisively, raising his arm and throwing a punch. He had used martial arts.
It was still the strongest frontal attack move. Bone-crushing fist.
Fenglingi's hair flew as she looked at Ning Chen, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. The force of the incoming strike sent a chill through her heart.
Azure Iron Shield.
Fenglingi gripped her battle bow tightly, channeling her energy with all her might. A brilliant light surged forth, forming a thick light shield that intertwined with the battle bow, to block the fist that was breaking through the air. Boom! As soon as they made contact, the solid azure iron shield exploded instantly, light scattering everywhere. Ning Chen continued to punch down on the battle bow. With a clang, the metal twisted, sparks flying, and the battle bow in Fenglingi's hands broke in two at the point of impact. In the next moment, as Fenglingi's expression changed dramatically, Ning Chen's fist landed on her arm. The skin ruptured, blood splattered. Buzz! The black wristwatch on Fenglingi's wrist activated. A dazzling golden energy shield appeared, fast as lightning, enveloping Fenglingi and blocking Ning Chen's fist. Boom! Ning Chen's punch struck, the immense force enhanced by martial arts poured out completely. Fenglingi, connected to the light shield, was sent flying back like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! Along the way, she smashed through dozens of large trees and tore through many vines on the forest floor before finally coming to a stop. Countless spectators stared blankly at the screen. The power of Ning Chen's martial arts attack was at least on par with a 5th-grade martial artist. Many past top scorers from the East Forest Administrative District's college entrance examination had no more strength than this. In other words, Ning Chen had the potential to reach the pinnacle and claim the top scorer position. More and more people heard about this and entered Ning Chen's live stream. The number of viewers quickly soared to 8 digits, breaking 10 million. At this moment, in the forest, Fenglingi got up. Thanks to the protection of the energy shield, she hadn't sustained much injury. Looking at Ning Chen who was walking towards her, Fenglingi felt a bit regretful. If she had known, she would have left obediently. Being eliminated on the first day meant she would definitely not score well enough for Star River University. At the same time, Fenglingi felt a bit ashamed. Ning Chen's initial warning was not arrogant, he truly had that strength, while she had underestimated him, appearing childish. As he approached, Ning Chen said lightly, "My scorecard." "Got it." Fenglingi pouted, spun her right hand, took out the scorecard, and handed it over, saying, "Here you go." Ning Chen did not reach out, saying indifferently, "Also, your space ring." Fenglingi's pretty face stiffened. The space ring, along with its various contents, was worth nearly 1 billion. It was almost her entire net worth. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with it. However, the college entrance examination clearly stated that candidates could seize from each other. As the defeated party, she had to give the spoils to the victor. Moreover, the entire examination was live-streamed, with hundreds of thousands of viewers on her personal subchannel. She couldn't even say anything harsh. "Take it." Fenglingi felt like crying from the pain, angrily took off the ring, threw it to Ning Chen, and said, "I didn't expect the royal body to be no exception." Ning Chen remained expressionless, calmly saying, "If I take the spoils, my personal desires are secondary. If there are no restrictions on the tools, how can the college entrance examination be considered fair? If you enjoy privileges, you must be prepared to pay the price. No one is meant to be above others." Fenglingi's pretty face flushed red upon hearing this. Ning Chen said no more, just made his point, and then strode away. Outside the forest, Ning Chen split off a thread of consciousness and reached into the spatial ring in his hand, sensing a cubic space of about 2 meters on each side. "The storage space is a bit small," Ning Chen shook his head. With such a large space, even a longer weapon would have to be stored diagonally. However, Ning Chen felt no regret. The martial arts examination had only just begun a day ago, and there were still 6.5 days left. There was plenty of time. He would surely encounter candidates wealthier than Fenglingi. Opening the 3-dimensional map on his wristwatch, Ning Chen glanced around and found a suitable spot glowing green, then stepped forward. Several hours later, it was already midnight. Ning Chen moved swiftly, alone. Tianshui City was not a modern metropolis and had no streetlights, but the night was clear, with bright stars and a brilliant moon, and the drone's low-light technology made the surroundings quite visible. "Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. I'm heading out. Let's see in the morning. I won't sleep if Wang Ti doesn't sleep." So what if Wang Ti is strong? His brain clearly isn't that good. The martial arts examination lasts for 7 days. Wasting too much energy at the beginning will make it hard to compete with other geniuses later. Short-sighted. After a long day, it's time to rest. Seeing this scene, the audience members who had previously doubted Ning Chen's martial arts skills became arrogant again, mocking him with their comments. Few among the other spectators refuted them. Though the words were harsh, there was some truth to them. The martial arts examination lasted 7 days, a long time that required reasonable allocation of physical strength. However, this viewpoint only lasted for 1 night. The next morning, countless spectators widened their eyes in shock, clearly seeing the brilliance in Ning Chen's eyes and the sternness of his face, showing no signs of fatigue. "I don't know whose brain is not working, but it's definitely not Wang Ti's. It's ridiculous to judge Wang Ti with a mortal's perspective." Many people left comments mocking, and those who spoke up for Ning Chen had already become his fans. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half of the martial arts examination had passed. June 11th. The sky was clear and the sun hung high. Over the past few days, Ning Chen had not rested for a moment. He was either on the road searching for scorecards or fighting with others. Especially after several rounds of shrinking circles, the candidates became densely packed. Ning Chen experienced hundreds of battles in a single day. Yet, his face still showed no signs of fatigue, and his eyes were bright. This endurance. Why even test? Just give him the top spot. Who has Ning Chen's contact information? I'm the chairman of the Men Say It's Good pharmaceutical company and want to invite him to endorse our products. By the way, I have a friend who wants to buy your products. Don't joke, seriously, Wang Ti is terrifying. None of the candidates he faced could withstand him for 10 seconds. Clearly, he follows an explosive style, but his stamina is like the ocean. A moment of explosion is a moment of joy. Continuous explosion is continuous joy. Ning Chen's livestream was bustling, with comments flooding in. After several days of accumulation, the viewership exceeded 20 million. His personal subchannel ranked first in popularity, more than double that of the second place. Splash! A great river flowed slowly, incredibly wide, with banks over 1,000 meters apart. Ning Chen walked along the riverbank, casually opening the three-dimensional map of Tianshui City. Calculating the time, the red circle was about to shrink again. Ha! Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This time he was lucky. The red circle was right next to him, and the area within the circle was on the other side of the river. However, I can't cross the river directly. Ning Chen muttered to himself, glancing at the river water, which was as dark as ink and utterly silent. The banks on both sides were desolate, with not a blade of grass in sight. This river was called Tianshui River. The name of Tianshui City came from this. In the past, it was crystal clear, and many ancient people drank directly from it. However, during the dual martial Star War, it became contaminated by various poisons and the aftermath of powerful battles, turning extremely corrosive. Let alone drinking it, even ordinary wood thrown in would dissolve completely within seconds. To cross the river, one must walk the bridge. Over 1,000 meters away, I still can't jump across. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the three-dimensional map of Tianshui City. Soon, he discovered a bridge. It was very close, only about 10 miles away. The map displayed detailed information. This bridge, named the Heroic Spirit Bridge, was built only after the double martial Star War to commemorate the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the conflict. Ning Chen stepped towards the Heroic Spirit Bridge. He saw on the map that there were several areas within the circle emitting bright green light. Meanwhile, at the Heroic Spirit Bridge, a young man holding a gun arrived at the bridgehead, wearing a black wristwatch, indicating that he was also one of the candidates. However, his face was too mature, sporting a beard, and he looked to be at least 27 or 28 years old. Brothers, let's show off the gifts. I'll let you see what dominance looks like. The young man laughed at the drone overhead, raising the battle rifle in his hand. Instantly, a flood of comments filled his live stream. The number of viewers had surprisingly exceeded 5 million. Damn it, Li Haoyun is starting his antics again. I don't get it. Why is this candidate so old? I came in from the recommendation interface. A newcomer who had just entered the live stream expressed confusion. Li Haoyun is a professional candidate. Many veteran viewers explained. The broadcasting fees for the college entrance examination were astonishing, often reaching billions, naturally fostering a mature industry chain. Many people made a living from the college entrance examination, and Li Haoyun was one of the best among them. In response, the government had established several related policies. Federal citizens under 30 could participate in the college entrance examination, and they could not exceed 10 attempts. With each additional attempt, the total score would decrease by 10%. Bang! Li Haoyun moved a boulder taller than himself and placed it at the bridgehead. Then, holding his battle rifle, he carved a few large characters on it. Tolfi, scorecard 1,000 points. Li Haoyun grinned and said, "Brothers, don't rush. There's only this one bridge in the northeast of Tianshui City. Candidates will be coming over soon." Shortly after he spoke, a girl arrived and was stopped by Li Haoyun. "Less talk, let me give it a try." Li Haoyun snorted coldly, his internal energy surging, exuding a powerful aura that reached the 4th rank. However, he did not strike immediately. He planned to block for a while, needing to conserve energy. If he could intimidate, he would. The girl looked fearful and quickly pulled out a scorecard worth 1,000 points. She had only awakened to the 9th rank, far from being his match. That's right, with only the Heroic Spirit Bridge nearby, if you want to go around to another bridge, it would take at least half a day. If you delay even a little, you might not make it to the safe zone in time. Li Haoyun said with a bright smile, waving his hand to signal the girl to pass. Soon, several more candidates arrived. One of them, a second-rank martial artist, refused to pay and was forced out of his shield by a few shots from Li Haoyun, immediately withdrawing from the competition. These candidates are a bit weak. I can say they are the worst batch I've encountered.
Li Haoyun stood beside the boulder, shaking his head and sighing. He was very good at creating show effects.
As soon as he said this, the comments in the live stream poured in like rain.
So pretentious, can't a big shot candidate come and teach him a lesson? Basically impossible.
Don't be fooled by Li Haoyun's cheap tricks. In fact, his marksmanship is sharp, and his movement is swift. In terms of strength, he ranks among the top among candidates. Those who can challenge the top scorer will likely only force Li Haoyun to retreat, but won't make him withdraw. I was wondering why Li Haoyun dared to bring the space ring this year.
Many viewers left comments discussing. Another candidate is coming, someone reminded.
Not far away, a handsome young man walked over, his expression cold, his demeanor icy, with a silver narrow battle knife inserted at his waist.
That kid with the knife, stop. Can't you see the words carved on it? Li Haoyun shouted, slapping the boulder beside him.
Ning Chen looked up at the sound, his gaze instantly flickering.
Block the bridge? It seemed like a good idea. It could attract traffic and earn points. What are you thinking? Li Haoyun stood with his gun, coldly declaring, this heroic spirit bridge is temporarily under my control.
All candidates must either hand over their cards to cross the bridge or turn around and get lost. You have quite the nerve, Ning Chen said coldly, drawing the silver blood battle knife from his waist.
You, a 9th-tier awakened candidate, actually want to force your way through? Li Haoyun assessed Ning Chen's strength, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Then, a plan formed in his mind as he looked up at the drone camera, laughing, brothers, it's showtime. Guess how long it will take for me to make this kid cry. Li Haoyun's livestream immediately erupted.
Not because of what he said.
Some viewers recognized Ning Chen. A ruthless person has arrived. The knife-wielding boy is the eternal Night King of Qingshan City.
Blast that old dog Li Haoyun.
That's unlikely. The king body took several minutes to kill a second-tier warrior from the Wei family. His strength should be high-tier 3rd, not a match for Li Haoyun.
Damn! Does that mean he'll get to show off again? Many people discussed, feeling regretful.
Li Haoyun's smile remained, continuing, next, I'll perform a magic trick.
Without saying a word, I'll make this boy's expression change dramatically and his body stiffen. As he spoke, Li Haoyun's original force surged around him, exuding a powerful aura.
However, to Li Haoyun's astonishment, the knife-wielding boy seemed oblivious to his strength, his expression still cold and unperturbed.
This isn't my fault, he must be expressionless,
Li Haoyun said awkwardly. Opposite him, Ning Chen flipped his left hand and took out a scorecard from his spatial ring.
Li Haoyun wanted to create a spectacle to attract traffic.
So did he.
Spatial storage device.
Seeing Ning Chen's action, Li Haoyun felt a rush of heat in his heart, saying, it's too late to hand over the scorecard now.
If you want to cross the river, you have to hand over your weapon and spatial ring to me. Fine, Ning Chen said indifferently, flicking his left hand and throwing the scorecard into the sky.
As long as you can still stand before the card hits the ground.
Stop pretending with me.
Li Haoyun sneered, but before he could finish, he was drowned out by a sharp sound of something slicing through the air.
Whoosh! A dazzling cold light filled Li Haoyun's vision, striking like lightning.
The brilliance was piercing, full of sharpness.
Li Haoyun's scalp tingled, and he quickly unleashed his original force to block with his gun. He couldn't understand how a 9th-tier awakened could unleash such a powerful strike. Clang!
Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. After all, Li Haoyun was a 4th-tier warrior, strong enough to block this strike in time.
Whoosh!
The next moment, before the echoes of the collision faded, the violent sound of fabric tearing erupted again.
Ning Chen's expression was icy as he swung his knife, the silver light dazzling.
Compared to the previous strike, it was even more rapid. 36 slashes of the storm.
This is the perfect realm of the 36 slashes of the storm. Li Haoyun has kicked a steel plate. A viewer recognized the martial art Ning Chen was using and quickly commented.
However, it did not elicit agreement from others. Because, during the time he was typing, Ning Chen had already unleashed over 20 slashes, the terrifying speed of his strikes becoming apparent, making it difficult for Li Haoyun to defend, completely falling into a disadvantage.
I can't win, I have to run. Li Haoyun thought heavily, realizing the reality.
A heavy weapon like a battle gun was somewhat restrained against a long knife suited for high-speed slashing.
Not to mention, the knife-wielding boy's strength far exceeded his own.
Whoosh! A spray of blood erupted. Ning Chen swung down the silver blood battle knife, cutting through the original force covering Li Haoyun's shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Li Haoyun was knocked back, seizing the opportunity to use his agility and quickly sprint towards the other end of the heroic spirit bridge. Along the way, he didn't forget to explain to the drones, brothers, the idea is too tough, I can't chew on it, I'm making my escape. Many viewers rolled their eyes in frustration. They really wanted to see Lee Haoyun get beaten up, but they also knew that with Lee Haoyun's swift movements, if he was determined to run, even a 5th grade martial artist would find it hard to stop him. Who allowed you to leave? At that moment, a voice laced with a hint of domineering indifference rang out. Whoosh! Ning Chen unleashed the Wind Shadow 3000, his speed astonishing, his figure enveloped by a raging wind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Lee Haoyun, directly slashing with the silver blood battle blade. What speed is this? Lee Haoyun's expression changed dramatically, not daring to look back. While his primal force wildly gathered at his back, he thrust his spear backward. Swish! Ning Chen's Rainstorm 36 slashes had already reached the 23rd strike, terrifyingly fast, swinging the blade like lightning. Just as Lee Haoyun thrust his battle spear back, a spray of blood erupted from his back. Whoosh! Ning Chen did not stop. With the enhancement of Wind Shadow 3000, he dodged Lee Haoyun's spear thrust with ease and appeared in front of him. Rainstorm 36 slashes, 24th strike. Ning Chen slashed diagonally with his battle blade towards Lee Haoyun, the sharp sound of slicing air trailing a brilliant silver light. Fear flickered in Lee Haoyun's eyes. This strike was too fast. He couldn't dodge. He didn't even have time to gather primal force to block. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the silver blood battle blade sank into Lee Haoyun's right shoulder, cutting diagonally towards his left abdomen, threatening to slice him in half. At that moment, the shield of the black wristwatch activated, a light barrier sprang forth, blocking the silver blood battle blade and preventing it from going deeper. Boom! The power contained in the silver blood battle blade was unleashed entirely. Lee Haoyun, along with the light barrier, was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a metal bridge with a thud, unable to get up. Ning Chen's gaze remained calm, not pursuing, as he held the silver blood battle blade aloft with one hand. Clap! In the shocked eyes of tens of millions of viewers, the scorecard landed steadily on the blade, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Lee Haoyun, lying on the ground, witnessed this scene, his heart filled with dread. Ning Chen had not simply defeated him. The time spent in battle, the location where the battle ended, other aspects, and so on. Everything was within Ning Chen's expectations. He was like a marionette, cooperating with Ning Chen to perform a dramatic battle. Ning Chen sheathed his battle blade, looking down at Lee Haoyun, and coldly said, "Hand over your battle spear and space ring." Hearing this, Lee Haoyun's face fell. He was not a rich heir. A space ring was worth more than half of his fortune. After 10 years of hard work, he was back to where he was 10 years ago with one battle. Taking a deep breath, Lee Haoyun forced himself to suppress the pain and said, "Before I give you the items, can you answer me one question? Are you that eternal Night King body?" Ning Chen nodded. "What, do you want to find trouble with me later? You will surely become a knight in the future, with hopes of becoming a divine general, how could I dare?" Lee Haoyun chuckled awkwardly, quickly getting up and handing over the battle spear and space ring. Ning Chen inspected them, feeling somewhat disappointed. The storage space was only 1 cubic meter, even less than Feng Lingyi's space ring. "Candidate Lee Haoyun, you have been eliminated. Please leave Tianshui City immediately and proceed to the gathering point outside the city as indicated by the wristwatch." The black wristwatch emitted a cold synthetic voice. However, Lee Haoyun did not leave. Seeing Ning Chen's indifferent gaze, he hurriedly explained, "This is my 10th college entrance examination this year. I can't participate again after this. The education department can punish me as they please, I don't care." At this point, Lee Haoyun used primal force to transmit his voice, so only Ning Chen could hear. "Your Highness the King Body, how about we make a deal? You allow me to follow you for the live broadcast, and I will cooperate with you to create content and help you attract traffic. In the Eastern Forest District, I can rank among the top 3 among professional exam candidates. You don't need to worry about my professional skills. I know, this approach will take away some of your audience. But after the college entrance examination, the broadcasting fees I earn will be split 50-50. All your broadcasting fees will belong to you alone. What do you think?" Lee Haoyun stared at Ning Chen, feeling extremely nervous. He had been a professional exam candidate for 10 years and was very clear about the appeal of a super genius like Ning Chen to the public. Not to mention he had the strongest physique. As long as it was handled properly, the broadcasting fees could make up for most of his losses from this college entrance examination. After some thought, Ning Chen gently nodded, agreeing to the proposal. On one hand, Lee Haoyun's words had some merit. On the other hand, due to the need to maintain the persona of the king body, there were some things he couldn't do. Having a proxy would make things much easier. Buzz! Ning Chen's black wristwatch vibrated. "All candidates, please note, the martial arts exam scores and rankings will be released in 10 hours, and can be checked through your wristwatch. Upon hearing this, Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Once the rankings were out, the competition among candidates would definitely become more intense. Li Haoyun smiled brightly. In the northeast of Tianshui City, the only way to cross the river is the Heroic Spirit Bridge. If you block the bridge and collect tolls, you can definitely make a fortune, and maybe even rank first. Ningchen shook his head, indifferent. I won't collect tolls. The conversation between the two made their respective livestreams explode with excitement. Am I even human? Hard to say, but Li Haoyun is definitely a dog. Still, the king body is righteous and won't sink to his level. The Dragon Slayer might not necessarily become an evil dragon. Countless viewers debated fiercely. Heroic Spirit Bridge. Li Haoyun quickly said, in the college entrance examination arena, scores are paramount. It's perfectly normal to bully the weak. There's nothing shameful about collecting tolls. As he spoke, he used his spiritual power to transmit his voice, anxiously saying, King body, blocking the bridge and collecting tolls will attract a lot of traffic. Ningchen didn't explain, walking to the giant stone at the bridge's head, swinging his battle spear to erase the words Li Haoyun had carved earlier. Then, he held the spear and carved new words. In an instant, tens of millions of viewers were stunned. They saw 8 striking characters engraved on the giant stone, bold and imposing. Heroic Spirit Bridge, Mortals Forbidden. Ningchen turned around, guarding the Heroic Spirit Bridge with his spear, his dark eyes deep as the sea. He did this not only to attract traffic. He could take this opportunity to showcase his strength and increase the attention Star River University paid to him. It should be noted that Star River University recruits students from the entire federation, and the number of candidates admitted each year is not small. About 100,000. It was impossible to treat everyone equally. Those who performed exceptionally would receive preferential resources. Li Haoyun looked at the 8 characters on the giant stone, feeling a bit sour. Indeed, this was more eye-catching than collecting tolls. However, every candidate crossing the bridge would have to engage in combat. The physical consumption would be too severe. Li Haoyun pondered for a moment, concocted a reason, and advised, King body, I know your actions are to honor the fallen heroes of the dual martial Star Wars, but the martial arts exam is only halfway through, and there are at least 20,000 candidates who need to cross the Heroic Spirit Bridge. Li Haoyun hoped Ningchen would change his mind. The result? A faint questioning voice was heard. So what? Instantly, Ningchen's livestream was filled with noise, and the bullet comments surged like a tide. So domineering, the king body really wants to seal the bridge, forbidding candidates to pass. This is going to anger the masses. Waiting for the king body to crash, he might be able to hold on, but the candidates crossing will definitely swarm him. Who can withstand his wheel battle? Don't be sour, at least he has the courage. Even if Ningchen fails, with his speed, he can retreat unscathed. Many viewers debated fiercely. Heroic Spirit Bridge. A number of candidates arrived one after another, but were stopped by Ningchen and attempted to force their way through. Without exception, they all failed, each one being struck by a battle spear that shattered their shields, causing them to withdraw from the competition on the spot. Less talk, hand over all the scorecards and any weapons you have. These are the spoils belonging to the Wang body. Li Haoyun glared at a fallen candidate, extending his hand to demand. Ningchen stood not far away, watching this scene with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Li Haoyun was quite adept at handling things. Previously, to maintain the persona of the Wang body, he could only seize those candidates who defied his orders. Other candidates who lost normally could simply hand over their scorecards and leave with their weapons. Time flew by. Half a day passed. There were less than 5 hours left until the final vision of entering the circle. Many candidates paused their search for scorecards and began to move towards the circle. The Heroic Spirit Bridge. Candidates appeared in groups of 3 to 5. However, they were not in a hurry to engage. Entering the circle first was the right course of action. Halt, newcomers! Li Haoyun pointed at the boulder and shouted loudly, the Wang body has decreed, this bridge is off limits. What are you talking about? Who is the Wang body? A burly boy at the front squinted, showing a hint of wariness. He couldn't sense Li Haoyun's realm, but it was definitely higher than his own. He is the Wang body. Li Haoyun shook his head, respectfully raising his hand to point at Ningchen, who stood alone on the bridge, and said, I advise you all to leave quickly. The burly boy, having gauged Ningchen's strength, immediately sneered and said, a mere awakening 9th stage, has he lost his mind to block the bridge? Whoosh! What responded to him was a battle spear that sliced down rapidly, with immense force, as if wielding the power to cleave mountains. The burly boy's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Earthy yellow primal energy surged forth, thick and solid, giving a sense of sturdiness. However, under the battle spear, it was as fragile as glass, shattering with a loud bang. A light shield appeared in an instant, sending the burly boy flying dozens of meters away. Nearby, dozens of candidates stopped in their tracks, their gazes towards Ningchen no longer filled with mockery, but rather shock. The burly boy emitted a wave of primal energy that reached the mid-second tier. He hadn't even been able to block a single spear. Whether in strength or talent, he is far too strong. Li Haoyan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He had practiced with a spear for many years and was very clear about how high Ning Chen's level was with that one strike. I remember now, his name is Ning Chen, the eternal Night Wang body of Qingshan City. A candidate exclaimed, drawing the attention of many nearby. In recent days, news of the strongest physique had spread like wildfire. Although they were all focused on preparing for the college entrance examination, they had heard a bit about it. So what if he is the Wang body? Isn't it too unreasonable to directly block the bridge? Don't worry, he can stop one person, 10 people, but can he stop 100 or 1,000? Let's wait for more people to come, and then we can act together. Let's see if he dares to block us. Voices rose in a clamor. Many candidates sneered, feeling that Ning Chen was overstepping. Soon, as candidates approached, some stepped forward to explain the situation and welcomed them in. On the bridge, Ning Chen looked at them with indifferent eyes, not stopping them. The bridge had width. No matter how many came, only a little over 10 could attack him at the same time. As the deadline for entering the circle approached, candidates arrived quickly, one after another. In no time, 300 to 400 people had gathered. A vast crowd amassed in the open space at the front of the bridge. Nearby, Li Haoyun looked at the drone's camera, waving his hand vigorously and speaking with fervor. Brothers, do you see this? This is the power of the Wang body. One command, possessing supreme authority, makes hundreds of candidates silent as cicadas, not daring to take a step forward. Upon hearing this, the crowd at the front of the bridge became restless, with many expressing their dissatisfaction. With over 300 people, it should be enough. Several martial artist candidates conversed among themselves and decided not to wait any longer. With a fierce momentum, they marched towards the bridge. With so many of us, we can wear him down. A triumphant laugh echoed from the crowd. How dare they block the bridge? They are utterly arrogant. When we get over there, let's see what Wang Ti has to say. Ning Chen, will you let us pass? As they approached, the martial artists shouted in unison, trying to overwhelm Ning Chen with their presence. I won't let you. A calm voice responded. In the midst of speaking, Ning Chen swung his battle spear, wielding heavy power that sliced through the air. With a loud bang, a protective shield appeared, sending one candidate flying into a group of others. Arrogant! Everyone, attack together! A martial artist at the front had a grim expression, channeling his original force, which he applied to his palm, slamming it towards Ning Chen. The others followed suit, launching their attacks. However, due to the terrain limitations, only the first 10 or so candidates could make effective strikes. Whoosh! Ning Chen exerted force beneath his feet, easily dodging the incoming attacks without even using his wind shadow technique. Among those 10 or so, the strongest was merely a second-tier martial artist. Moreover, they fought individually, lacking any coordination. Bang! 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 Ning Chen's expression remained indifferent as he wielded his battle spear, executing the Killing God's 5 styles, with astonishing offensive power, continuously sending people flying, and protective shields appearing one after another. Just half a quarter of an hour later, only a little over 10 candidates remained standing in front of Ning Chen, all terrified and hurriedly retreating, not daring to stay on the bridge any longer. Back at the open space at the bridgehead, they once again gazed at the massive stone, falling silent. No one mocked anymore. The prohibition for mortals was not an empty phrase. At least, it had not been broken at this moment. Let's keep waiting. I refuse to believe we can't cross this bridge today, one candidate said bitterly. Li Haoyun stepped forward with a smile, saying, those who wish to withdraw, please be self-aware. Hand over your scorecards, weapons, and all other belongings. I will collect them on behalf of Wang Ti. More than 2 hours passed. In front of the massive stone engraved with 8 large characters, nearly 10,000 candidates gathered, facing each other, with no end in sight. Li Haoyun swallowed nervously, occasionally glancing towards the heroic spirit bridge. There, only Ning Chen stood alone, holding his spear, his back straight, reflecting the dark eyes of the crowd, calm and emotionless. I participated in the last bridge assault battle and summarized some failed experiences for everyone's reference. A candidate stood at the front, raising his arm and shouting. The bridge surface is limited, it can only support 10 or so people attacking at once. We can't fully utilize our numerical advantage. To win, we must have the stronger candidates at the front to withstand his attacks. Then, the slightly weaker candidates can take the opportunity to flank him, surrounding him and attacking from all sides.
The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many candidates found the plan feasible. Ultimately, after a brief discussion, a proposal was reached. We 9 third-tier martial artists, plus 4 high-level second-tier martial artists, will stand in the front row to attack, one person declared loudly. Subsequently, nearly 10,000 candidates formed a line of 13 and advanced towards the heroic spirit bridge. Ningchen, do you dare to block our way, unaware of your own death? A martial artist in the front row sneered. Whoosh! Ningchen remained silent, responding with a rapidly descending battle spear. The battle immediately commenced. Meanwhile, in the capital city, in the main live broadcast hall of the East Forest College entrance examination. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your host, Lin Shirji. For the next 8 hours of viewing, I will be your commentator. A beautiful woman smiled. The main channel's live broadcast runs 24 hours without interruption, with a new commentary team every 8 hours. Lin Shirji said with a smile, I have good news for everyone. The guest we invited this time is a heavyweight figure. Our outstanding educators from the Donglin district, as well as the chief instructor of this year's Shanghai Genius Training Camp, Mr. Yan Zhuang. Hello everyone. Yan Zhuang smiled at the camera and said, I am looking forward to seeing what exciting battles will unfold. As he finished speaking, the live broadcast switched scenes, focusing on the heroic spirit bridge over the Tianshui River. My goodness, what is happening? Why are nearly 10,000 candidates attacking one person? Lin Shirji gasped, her red lips slightly parted in surprise. She was a professional commentator and usually wouldn't react this way, but the impact of this scene was too strong. Lin Shirji quickly scanned the detailed information sent by the director and introduced, the boy being besieged, as many viewers may have recognized, is indeed our Donlin's king of eternal night, Ningchen. And at this moment, he must single-handedly withstand the assault of thousands and seal off the heroic spirit bridge. This action is simply astonishing. Lin Shirji's voice was filled with excitement. After a pause, she added, moreover, Ningchen's strength is equally impressive. On the heroic spirit bridge. Whoosh! Ningchen's gaze was serious as he wielded his battle spear, pouring all his focus into the fight. Facing the assault of more than a dozen second and third-tier martial artists, he felt considerable pressure. If it were just these people, he could easily handle them. But the problem was, to avoid being surrounded by the candidates behind him, he couldn't use his agility to dodge some incoming attacks and could only take them head-on. Swish! A sharp sword gleamed coldly, slicing through the air, aimed at Ningchen's left shoulder. At the same time, a second-tier martial artist, with swirling energy beneath his feet, launched a swift attack from Ningchen's right side, trying to circle behind him. Seeing this scene, many candidates displayed smug smiles. If Ningchen chose to block the sword with his spear, that second-tier martial artist would succeed. They could quickly surround Ningchen using the same tactic. If Ningchen chose to intercept, he would be injured. Regardless, they would have the advantage. Break the river. Ningchen's eyes narrowed, his blood energy surged, channeling power throughout his body. He executed a swift horizontal sweep, striking the candidate and sending him flying out, a protective barrier appearing. Whoosh! Just then, the sword cut through the fabric of Ningchen's left shoulder. The sword-wielding candidate was about to laugh when he heard a loud clang. His hands went numb from the impact, and the sword trembled uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, a look of horror crossed his face. Ningchen's bare skin on his left shoulder only bore a faint red mark where the sword had struck. What level of martial arts is this? The sword-wielding candidate couldn't believe it. He was a second-tier martial artist, and with all his strength, he couldn't break through Ningchen's defense. Not just him, nearly 10,000 candidates on site, as well as countless viewers, were utterly shocked. Horizontal martial arts are notoriously difficult to master. Bang! The sword-wielding candidate was momentarily stunned, and Ningchen seized the opportunity, smashing through the barrier with his spear, sending him crashing into the crowd behind, colliding with dozens of people. However, compared to the nearly 10,000, this was hardly a loss. Don't be afraid, everyone attack together. Candidates surged forward like a school of fish, continuously pressing the assault. Bang, bang, bang. Ningchen swung his spear horizontally, desperately executing the 5 styles of the killing god to block them. One after another, candidates were knocked out of the protective barrier by his battle spear. But after all, he was human and could make mistakes. Swish! A third-tier martial artist, with energy swirling around his feet, moved at incredible speed, successfully breaking through Ningchen's defenses and reaching his back. Goodbye, everyone. The man grinned triumphantly, not following the earlier plan to besiege Ningchen. Instead, he continued to use his agility, swiftly darting toward the other end of the heroic spirit bridge. After all, in the college entrance examination arena, it's every man for himself.
If someone else falls, he rises. The other candidates looked at his retreating figure, furious enough to spit blood. Li Ao, you shameless scoundrel! A candidate who knew him shouted in anger. Li Ao did not look back, laughing heartily, and said, "What are you talking about? I have successfully slapped the face of the Eternal Night King. The ban on mortals is just a big talk. I, as a mortal, can go against the heavens. Is that so?" A cold voice rang out. Ning Chen, holding a battle spear, turned and suddenly threw it out. Heavenly Thunder Punishment. Boom! The battle spear shot up rapidly, then fell from the sky, flashing with the cold light of the spearhead, like lightning crisscrossing. Li Ao's expression changed dramatically. Before he could lift his foot to dodge, with a thud, he was pinned to the ground by the battle spear, his shoulder pierced, screaming in pain, unable to get up. The protective shield was successfully activated, blocking the power of the Heavenly Thunder Punishment. That was why he survived. However, the speed of the battle spear was too fast. By the time the shield was deployed, his shoulder had already been pierced. Nearly 10,000 candidates were so shocked they couldn't speak. Ning Chen turned again, drew out the silver blood battle blade, his gaze cold, staring straight ahead. "He is the first. Next, it's your turn. Everyone, don't be afraid. Ning Chen has lost his main weapon, he is just bluffing right now. As long as we work together." A second-grade warrior in the front row raised his arm and shouted to encourage everyone. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar swept across the heroic spirit bridge, deafening. Boom! Blood surged within Ning Chen, directly unleashing the flash thunder slash. Amidst the thunderous sound, the silver blood battle blade transformed into a streak of lightning, traversing the sky. The second-grade warrior didn't even react. With a bang, a golden protective shield appeared, and he was sent flying. Seeing this, many candidates felt dry-mouthed. They didn't even see the trajectory of Ning Chen's blade, it was just a blur before their eyes. Ning Chen's expression was calm. Using the battle blade was more lethal than the battle spear. After all, his Killing God 5 styles, aside from the flying spear martial art Heavenly Thunder Punishment, the other 4 martial arts were still at the subtle realm, relatively lower. Meanwhile, his Flash Thunder Slash and Storm 36 slashes had both reached perfection. Especially these 2 blade techniques excelled in speed, making them very suitable for the current situation of one against many. Everyone, charge together. We'll battle, compete with the king body in stamina. With nearly 10,000 of us, he can't hold on. The candidates once again attacked the heroic spirit bridge. Boom! 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 Ning Chen, holding the silver blood battle blade, kept striking down. Under the enhancement of the Flash Thunder Slash, he moved as fast as lightning, creating countless blade shadows that filled the sky. One protective shield after another was activated. Candidates kept being sent out. Not a single person could break through to his back. 1 against 10,000, Ning Chen is truly too strong. In the live broadcast room, Lin Shizhi stared at the big screen, her eyes wide with shock, explaining, "It's not just his extraordinary physical quality. The blade technique Ning Chen is using now is called Flash Thunder Slash, one of the most difficult B-grade martial arts. Yet his realm has reached perfection." Yan Zhuang, sitting beside her, smiled and said, "Don't be too surprised, this is just child's play. Ning Chen hasn't even gotten serious." He knew very well that Ning Chen's Storm 36 slashes had also reached perfection. That was a blade technique martial art comparable to S grade. Its power far exceeded that of Flash Thunder Slash. Lin Shizhi couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming, "My goodness, is this real?" Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and said seriously, "Some viewers may not know that Ning Chen was also selected for this year's Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp. His martial arts talent can only be described as terrifying, mastering multiple martial arts at the perfect realm. Among those of the same strength, including myself, there is not a single instructor who can match him." I am not surprised by Ning Chen sealing the bridge. He did something similar during the training camp. With his own strength, he suppressed all the trainees. The trainees of the training camp, as well as most of the staff, do not call his name but refer to him as Ning Chen instead. When leaving the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp, he received a very simple evaluation. Yan Zhuang spoke loudly to the camera. Lin Shizhi cooperatively asked, her voice filled with curiosity, "What is it?" For words, like a god descending to the world. Upon hearing these words, the more than 400 million viewers on the Donglin College Entrance Examination live broadcast channel were all shocked, unable to remain calm. A considerable portion of them had never heard of the Eternal Night King body. Most of the viewers who had seen related news had only read the headlines and did not understand the details. Very few among the over 400 million viewers questioned Yan Zhuang's words. They could see clearly. In front of the heroic spirit bridge, nearly 10,000 examinees formed a dark mass, their power surging, weapons waving, like a roaring tide surging forward. Yet, they could not ascend the bridge. Because on the bridge, beams of silver light suddenly appeared, dazzling and brilliant, mixed with explosive thunder, as if divine punishment had descended, turning that place into a forbidden zone of life. Not far away, Li Haoyun's face turned red as he shouted desperately, "Brothers, do you see this? This is the might of the king body. Unstoppable." Ningchen sealing the bridge, 10,000 strong charging in, the result can only be blood and bones spilled everywhere. Li Haoyun spoke passionately, providing commentary. He controlled his emotions well. Many viewers felt their blood boiling. In the live broadcast hall, Yan Zhuang noticed Li Haoyun, his gaze flickering, a strong sense of threat rising in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he said loudly, "The examinee providing commentary is correct. The matter of sealing the bridge, Ningchen will succeed 100%, there will be no accidents. Because, among the younger generation of Donglin, Ningchen is undoubtedly the number one." Yan Zhuang's voice also grew passionate as he declared, "I know some may find it exaggerated, but I, Yan Zhuang, guarantee with my personal reputation that there is no one among Donlin's peers who can compare with him." The live broadcast channel stirred with waves of discussion. "Number one? That's too fake. I find it credible. Yan Zhuang has a deep reputation in the education field and has never spoken any nonsense. Regardless, Ningchen is truly facing 10,000 alone, although he has the advantage of terrain." Many viewers debated. "Stop arguing, Ningchen is showing signs of fatigue," someone reminded. "Heroic Spirit Bridge. Ha!" Ningchen fought with his sword, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. To suppress the charge of nearly 10,000 examinees, every strike he made had to use the Flash Thunder Slash, consuming tremendous energy. His stamina was enduring, but he was also starting to struggle. "Unless the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture reaches perfection, refining my body to the utmost, then I should be able to defeat all these nearly 10,000 examinees using only the Flash Thunder Slash," Ningchen thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful. In the next moment, Ningchen collected his thoughts, his eyes narrowing, and he stopped using the Flash Thunder Slash. Whoosh! Silver blood sliced through the air, cold light flashing, making a sound like fabric tearing, incredibly sharp. Storm Rain 36 slashes. Since he didn't have enough stamina to break through these nearly 10,000, he would make them retreat in the face of difficulty. Just a group of students. They were not seasoned Special Forces soldiers. Under the threat of death, how many would dare to strike? Ningchen swung his silver blood battle knife, moving as swiftly as lightning. After the sixth slash, the speed of his strikes surpassed that of the Flash Thunder Slash. From then on, with every swing, a protective barrier would inevitably appear. Whoosh! 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 The silver blood in Ningchen's hand grew faster and faster. The blade light filled the sky, accompanying Ningchen's figure as he moved, like a galaxy pouring down, covering the 10-meter-wide Heroic Spirit Bridge. Ah! An examinee flew backward, screaming in agony. His left arm was nearly severed, only a bit of muscle connecting it to his shoulder. The shield of his wristwatch activated. However, after the 30 strikes of Ningchen's Storm Rain 36 slashes, the speed was terrifying. Before the shield could surround that examinee, his left arm had already been severed by more than half. Ah! Another examinee howled in pain, lying in a pool of blood. He was surrounded by a protective barrier. However, his upper body was still bleeding profusely. A wound more than half a meter long slanted from the shoulder down to the abdomen, deep enough to see bone. Hiss! Ningchen's eyes were icy as he continued to swing his knife. With each strike, severed limbs mixed with large splashes of blood flew everywhere. In an instant, Ningchen delivered his final 36th slash. Several severely injured candidates lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The remaining candidates felt their scalps tingle, frozen in place, too afraid to move forward. Their greatest confidence in charging the bridge came from the shield of their wristwatches. But now, the shield was no longer effective. For a moment, over 8,000 candidates were stuck in place, caught in a dilemma. They dared not advance onto the bridge. The few candidates who had been injured by Ningchen lay in pools of blood, their limbs completely severed. This indicated that if Ningchen wanted to kill, he could easily have decapitated them before the shield activated. In the martial arts exam, a certain casualty rate was permitted. They were reluctant to retreat. Although the college entrance examination could be taken more than once, wasting a year was unacceptable for many, especially considering that even a 10% drop in scores could mean failure for many. The number of candidates from Donglin was around 10 million each year. Losing even 1 point could mean dropping 10,000 places in ranking. Not to mention losing 10%. Please make way, I need to get through. Li Haoyan squeezed through the crowd to the front of the bridge, then turned to look at the group of candidates, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Earlier, while waiting for the candidates to gather, he had used his original force to quietly inquire with Ning Chen whether it was true that no candidate was allowed to cross the bridge. He received a negative answer. Li Haoyun cleared his throat, and once he had everyone's attention, he said, "Everyone, don't be so disheartened. It's not impossible to cross the bridge. After all, one of the main reasons for the Wang body sealing the bridge is to achieve better scores in the college entrance examination." Pausing for a moment, Li Haoyun revealed a smile and continued, "Moreover, there's still plenty of time before the martial arts exam ends. If you all choose to withdraw, I doubt your scores will be high." One must admit, Li Haoyun, a martial artist who had been live streaming for years, had a high level of persuasive skill. He first informed everyone that negotiations were possible, then subtly warned them that they had no bargaining power. "So how much is the toll to cross the bridge?" a candidate immediately asked. Li Haoyun lightly coughed and replied, "Well, it varies from person to person." "Then how much is it?" "I'm willing to give up all my scorecards. I haven't found my scorecard, but I have plenty of supplies." Upon hearing that crossing the bridge was possible, a loud commotion erupted, with many people eagerly voicing their opinions. Li Haoyun pressed his hand down, signaling for silence, and with wide eyes, he spoke nonsense. "The college entrance examination is all about fairness. One of the considerations for the Wang body sealing the bridge is this aspect," he said earnestly, "so, if you all want to continue participating, only people can pass. As for weapons, scorecards, and various supplies, everything must be left behind." "Then where do I put my things?" A girl in the front row was taken aback. Li Haoyun shot her a sideways glance and replied, "What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted, as if a pot had boiled over. They weren't foolish, they could understand the implication of Li Haoyun's words. Varies from person to person meant differentiated charging. Regardless of wealth, everything had to be surrendered. No wonder he said it had to be fair. If everything was taken away, how could it be fair? It was even worse than big data exploitation. Not a single thing was left. "Quiet!" Li Haoyun shouted, scanning the crowd with a cold voice. "Candidates who are unwilling to cross the bridge may leave. This is not mandatory. However, please remember, once you leave, you cannot return, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Li Haoyun's words were chilling, and many candidates' expressions changed slightly. They had originally planned to leave first to hide their belongings and then come back to cross the bridge. It was now clear that this was not feasible. One by one, some candidates began to leave the crowd. However, the number of these candidates only accounts for a small portion, less than 1/10. The cost of abandoning the exam is too severe, and many cannot bear it. Li Haoyun smiled and said, "Those who are staying, very wise. Material possessions can be earned back after paying. As for the scorecards, the martial arts exam is only halfway through, so you can still look for them." As he spoke, he raised his hand high and said loudly, "You all stand in line facing me, forming a square formation of 10 people per row. Each row of candidates must check each other. No one is allowed to hide anything. If one person hides something, none of you are allowed to cross the bridge." Upon hearing this, the crowd surged, lining up and checking each other carefully, afraid of being implicated by others. In the live broadcast room, Lin Shizhi watched the scene. Even with her rich commentary experience, she didn't know what to say. Was Ning Chen robbing under the guise of exam rules? Not quite accurate. After all, it was a behavior permitted by the exam, in accordance with the law. Among past candidates, there were many who reaped substantial rewards. However, a presence like Ning Chen, pressuring tens of thousands, was truly unique. It was simply too much. Or should it be said that Ning Chen was righteous? Regardless, for those candidates crossing the bridge, it was indeed fair. All were empty-handed. How could it be unfair? Lin Shizhi suddenly felt it was also somewhat inappropriate. Fortunately, the director timely sent a message, resolving Lin Shizhi's dilemma. "We would like to thank classmate Ning Chen, the King of Eternal Night, and the nearly 10,000 candidates for the wonderful battle they brought us. Next, we will choose battles from other candidates and continue to explain to our audience." Lin Shizhi quickly smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhuang withdrew his gaze from Li Haoyun and faced the camera, quickly saying, "I know many viewers are disappointed that they can't see Ning Chen anymore. Don't worry. You can go to his personal subchannel to watch the live broadcast, just search for his name, and it will definitely be exciting there." Lin Shizhi blinked. Taking advantage of the scene change, she turned off the audio equipment and whispered, "Yan Zhuang, the live broadcast fees for the main channel belong to the Donglin Education Department. What you're doing will reduce their income. This year's Donglin Top 100 educators might not let you in due to insider dealings." Lin Shizhi had collaborated with Yan Zhuang several times and had a good relationship, thinking he was unaware of the rules, so she hurriedly reminded him. Yan Zhuang shook his head and said seriously, a true educator should prioritize the students. Ning Chen is an orphan and has always lacked money, I should help him. The top 100 educators were just a hollow title. On the Heroic Spirit Bridge, under Li Haoyun's organization, the candidates submitted their belongings in an orderly manner and crossed the bridge. In less than an hour, they all left. Ning Chen nodded to himself. It was indeed the right choice to make a deal with Li Haoyun back then. We received a total of 3 spatial storage devices. Li Haoyun walked over, extending his palm to Ning Chen, which held 2 rings and a bracelet. Ning Chen took them, examined them, and shook his head. The internal space was about 1 cubic meter. With a casual wave, Ning Chen stored a large stack of scorecards from the ground into the storage space. Then, he looked at the various weapons piled up like a small mountain in front of him, rubbing his chin, somewhat troubled. His 5 storage spaces combined couldn't hold many weapons, but if he were to abandon them, it would be too regrettable. The total value of these weapons, even second-hand, was over 100 million. You don't need to worry, Li Haoyun noticed Ning Chen's thoughts and pointed to a candidate lying in a pool of blood, saying, in a while, there will definitely be rescue personnel coming. I'll tell them that it's best to transport them to the gathering point outside the city. If that's not possible, they can at least help take a look. A super genius like you, qualified to compete for the top spot, can enjoy special treatment. Ning Chen nodded slightly. After that, many more candidates arrived. However, Ning Chen was not made to take action. He simply listened to Li Haoyun say a few words before obediently handing over his possessions. There was no choice. He had to believe. That pile of weapons, resembling a small mountain, along with the candidates lying in pools of blood, was too terrifying. At dusk, the rescue helicopter arrived at the Heroic Spirit Bridge. After some communication, Li Haoyun successfully arranged for one person to stay behind as a guard. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ning Chen no longer blocked the bridge, turned around, and crossed the river, entering the enclosed area. Li Haoyun hurriedly followed. Attention all candidates, the martial arts exam scores have been released and are being updated in real time. You can check them via your wristwatch. Just as Ning Chen stepped off the Heroic Spirit Bridge, he heard the cold notification sound from his black wristwatch. Li Haoyun's eyes lit up as he said, Ning Chen, quickly open the ranking list and take a look. He knew very well. Ning Chen had collected tens of thousands of scorecards by sealing the bridge. Several spatial rings were almost full. Hearing Li Haoyun's words, Ning Chen did not delay and pressed a few buttons on his wristwatch. He was quite curious about his current score. He had obtained too many scorecards during the bridge sealing, and their values varied, so he hadn't counted them in detail. A light screen rose from the wristwatch, displaying the ranking list. The first place was none other than Ning Chen. Gulp! Li Haoyun stared at the ranking list, his throat bobbing as he couldn't help but swallow. Ning Chen ranked first, which did not surprise him. However, the scores behind him were too shocking. Over 30 million. The second-place candidate, who was just behind Ning Chen, had a score of less than 1 million, not even a fraction of Ning Chen's. It wasn't just Li Haoyun who found it hard to believe. At this moment, throughout the various locations in the Tianshui city circle, gasps of astonishment rose and fell. Candidates could view the complete ranking list, and upon learning their own rankings, curiosity drove them to check the top few places. Over 30 million, what's the point of the exam? Just give him the top scholar title. The candidates ranked in the top 10 were both shocked and helpless. They had to realize that the martial arts exam was already halfway through. Even if Ning Chen withdrew from the exam, he would still undoubtedly be first. Nothing has changed, nothing can change, it's still the same as before, Ning Chen alone sweeping away everyone else. Many students from the Shanghai talent training camp shivered. At this moment, they recalled the terror of being completely crushed by Ning Chen. Those nights when they wanted to run away with a train seemed to return. Meanwhile, in Xingshan City, at the Duobao antique shop, Warrenyu turned off the barrage in Ning Chen's livestream. It wasn't that he didn't want to watch, it was just too much. Not to mention obscuring the screen, the barrage was so dense that he couldn't even see the text clearly. No wonder there are so many comments, the audience has already surpassed 50 million. Warrenyu shook his head in amazement. He hadn't gone to Tianshui City to participate in the martial arts exam. With his strength at the second stage of the awakening realm, he would have just made a wasted trip. He did take the cultural exam at his father's strong insistence. As for the results, the combined scores of 6 subjects barely matched his father's blood pressure. Guorinyu looked at the old man Lu beside him, feeling a bit proud, and said, the main channel has around 400 million viewers. In a few days, the number in Ning Chen's livestream might even surpass that. That's unlikely, old man Lu replied, reclining in an old armchair, shaking his head. It's hard for the viewership of Ning Chen's live stream to experience another surge. After all, he has pretty much done everything to attract traffic. As he spoke, Old Man Lu seemed to remember something, stroking his goat beard, and said, "But it's not necessarily the case."
"What do you mean?" Hua Ringyu was curious.
Old Man Lu pondered for a moment and smiled. The Tianshui City battle is of great significance. It marked the beginning of the comprehensive retreat of the heavenly martial realm. This martial arts exam in Tianshui City is meant to commemorate that battle. The higher-ups of the heavenly martial realm are definitely not pleased about this. Who knows, they might resort to some means to annoy the Federation. As the two conversed, in Tianshui City, Ning Chen closed his watch and continued searching for scorecards within the city. He already had enough points, whether he found more or not, he would still be first. However, he needed to fight to keep the viewers in the live stream engaged.
Bang! Ning Chen swung his battle gun, and with a muffled sound, shattered the original force, sending a sneaky candidate flying. Wang Tifeng's might is unstoppable. A third-tier warrior, still defeated with a single shot. Li Haoyun followed closely, passionately commentating. Midnight. The moonlight was bright, and the stars shone brilliantly. In a dilapidated courtyard somewhere in Tianshui City, the space suddenly twisted, rippling like water. A group of figures appeared out of thin air. At the forefront was an old man, dressed in peculiar attire, thin and wiry, with a large blue-red snake tattooed on his face, looking fierce and terrifying. Behind the old man stood 10 young people, both male and female, all around 17 or 18 years old, exuding a powerful aura. The high martial world is so dilapidated, it's not even as good as our countryside. Fan Anping, this is an ancient city of the high martial world, destroyed by our ancestors. The cities newly built by the Federation are still quite prosperous. Several young people discussed animatedly.
Quiet.
The thin old man waved his hand, pointing ahead, and smiled. "Welcome, our people have arrived."
As he spoke, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky.
Boom!
A man in battle armor appeared, his eyes cold, exuding a heart-stopping pressure.
The thin old man remained calm, saying, "Jinhai Divine General, it's been over 10 years since we last met at the North Sea ruins." "Stop the nonsense, Fan Shi. You, a divine general from the Tianwu realm, dare to barge into our Donglin's college entrance exam site? Do you want to die?" Song Yefeng coldly shouted.
The college entrance exam was a major event for the Federation, with each administrative district placing great importance on it, dispatching divine generals and multiple knights to guard it.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of explosions continued.
5 knights and 3 aerial mechas broke through the air, surrounding the courtyard.
Bai Xiu was among them. "There's no need for such a big show, I haven't done anything wrong. The Tianwu and High Martial Realms are currently in a peaceful period, with harmonious relations.
We should get along well."
Fan Shi smiled lightly. "The Donglin government wants to commemorate the Battle of Tianshui City, and the Tianwu realm sent me here to lend a hand."
As he spoke, Fan Shi pointed to the 10 young people behind him, saying, "They are the 10 strongest under 18 from the Beast King Hall, wanting to join this martial exam in Donglin and exchange ideas with your geniuses."
"No way."
Song Yefeng directly refused.
The Beast King Hall was one of the top 30 forces in the Tianwu realm. Their overall strength surpassed that of the Donglin Administrative District by a considerable margin. Naturally, the quality of their geniuses was also superior to that of Donglin.
Moreover, some of Donglin's top geniuses did not participate in the college entrance exam.
In this comparison, they were certainly not opponents.
Of course, such words could not be openly stated.
After thinking for a moment, Song Yefeng said, "This martial exam is already halfway through, and the candidates' conditions are no longer optimal.
You don't need to worry about that."
Fan Shi smiled proudly. "As soon as we got the news, we set off immediately. For the past 4 days, they have been under the burden of spatial travel. Their fatigue level is at least as much as that of the candidates searching for scorecards."
Hearing this, Song Yefeng frowned.
"Donglin can refuse, that is your right," Fan Shi said in a sinister tone, taking down a small probe from his shoulder, "but I can record this scene." Behind him, a young man named Fan Anping revealed a cold smile, mocking, wanting to commemorate the Battle of Tianshui City but not daring to let people from the Tianwu realm participate is truly laughable. At this moment, Fan Shi looked up at the sky, provoking, "Jinhai Divine General, these 10 will fully abide by the rules of the Donglin College entrance exam and will not maliciously kill candidates." Upon hearing these words, the people in the sky looked at each other, unsure of what to do, feeling quite conflicted.
If refused, it's clear that Donglin's reputation would be completely lost.
If agreed, there's a high probability of defeat, and Donglin's face would still be unable to be preserved. Jinhai God General, agree to him. Inside a mech adorned with a red lotus, Bai Xiu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she transmitted through the original force, we might not necessarily lose, I'll explain the details to you later.
Alright, Song Yefeng responded decisively.
He had a certain understanding of Bai Xiuxiu, she was not a reckless person. Song Yefeng gazed at Fan Shi, his killing intent palpable, and said, I can agree to let these people participate in the martial arts examination. However, they are not citizens of the Federation. After a defeat, Donlin's candidates have the right to kill them.
No problem,
Fan Shi replied, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. He had investigated the history of Donlin's college entrance examinations. The strength of the top scholar was merely on par with a 5th-grade warrior. Among the 10 he brought, even the weakest one was comparable to a high-level 5th-grade warrior. At most, they would lose 1 or 2, and they could still maintain the face of the high martial world. This is a wristwatch, and here are drones. You'll have to figure out how to use them yourselves.
A knight descended and took out a pile of equipment needed for the martial arts examination.
Before long, these young people began to leave the courtyard.
Fan Shi, you will come with us. Without permission, you are not allowed to step out of my sight.
Song Yefeng said coldly. Although the high martial world and the heavenly martial world were in a period of peace and could not engage in battle, Fan Shi, as a divine general, had to be strictly monitored.
Sure, Fan Shi smiled ominously.
Before they arrived in Tianshui City, the heavenly martial world had already made preparations in advance, contacting several media outlets in the Federation.
As long as Donlin agreed, it would be exposed. The next day, early in the morning, many people learned of this matter.
The heavenly martial world sent 10 geniuses to openly invade Donlin's martial arts examination venue, intending to humiliate the Federation. Many were furious, no longer paying attention to their own district's college entrance examination, opening Donlin's live broadcast channel, and searching for the personal subchannels of those 10 geniuses from the heavenly martial world, wanting to see them being beaten.
However, the reality was completely opposite.
The 10 geniuses from the heavenly martial world were incredibly powerful, overwhelming Donlin's candidates, facing no opponents. Even the candidates ranked high in the martial arts examination could not resist and were continuously defeated. Hu Yuntao, ranked 13th, has lost. He couldn't last 100 moves. Shen Yun has also been defeated, she was ranked 7th. Zhang Li fought to a draw with that girl from the heavenly martial world, both heavily injured and retreating, he was 2nd. One message after another came in, all showcasing the strength of the heavenly martial world.
Countless viewers felt extremely frustrated.
Over 1,000 years ago, their ancestors had fought valiantly in Tianshui City, repelling the heavenly martial world's army, officially sounding the horn for the high martial world's counterattack. But today, people from the heavenly martial world were rampaging in Tianshui City.
A tremendous humiliation.
Everyone, stay spirited, don't give up, Donlin still has hope. Donlin has the Eternal Night King body, with astonishing combat power, once fighting against 10,000. The people from the heavenly martial world haven't encountered the Eternal Night King body yet, everything is still uncertain. Those interested can come to his live broadcast room to watch. Many fans of Ning Chen were speaking in the live broadcast room of those from the heavenly martial world, introducing Ning Chen's glorious deeds. This not only encouraged the public but also directed traffic to Ning Chen. Under this promotion, the number of viewers in the upper left corner of Ning Chen's live broadcast room soared rapidly. Guo Ringyu sat in the antique shop, dry-mouthed, saying, my goodness, it's already over 100 million.
This is just the beginning.
Master Lu pondered for a moment and said seriously, if Ning Chen can defeat a few geniuses from the heavenly martial world, the situation you mentioned before might really happen.
Then how much would the broadcasting fee be? Tianshui City, in a residential area.
Ning Chen was unaware of the situation in the live broadcast room. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised by the notification just sent from the wristwatch.
The Tianwu realm sent 10 people to compete. The Donglin candidates are permitted to kill without mercy.
The reasons and consequences behind this are not explained.
Ning Chen is unclear. However, he can be certain of one thing, the participants from the Tianwu realm will definitely not lack intensity.
Beside him, Li Haoyan looked up at the sky and sighed. The frequency of rescue helicopters has obviously increased.
It seems that those pups from the Tianwu realm are not weak. As he spoke, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Ning Chen, asking, what do you think about their participation?
I have no opinion, Ning Chen replied calmly, if we encounter them, we'll deal with them.
Li Haoyun.
Once these words were spoken, he knew without thinking that it would spark a heated discussion. Strong in power, good-looking, and capable of creating topics. If Ning Chen doesn't become popular, it would be against the natural order. After a pause, Li Haoyun organized his thoughts and was about to praise him when a voice full of sarcasm interrupted. A mere awakening 9th stage, how dare you underestimate the Tianwu realm? Before the words fell, a robust young man leaped over the courtyard wall, dressed in peculiar attire, appearing in the sight of Ning Chen and Li Haoyun. Upon seeing this person, Ning Chen's livestream instantly erupted. He is Fan Onping, the 7th-ranked Shen Yun was defeated by him. Is Wang Ti really capable? I heard he isn't even a martial artist, but Fan Onping is a 4th-grade martial artist. No matter what, the first place isn't fake. He should be able to compete with Fan Onping. The new viewers were quite worried. If Ning Chen were to lose, these people from the Tianwu realm could truly run rampant in Tianshui City. Kid, you must be from the Tianwu realm, Li Haoyun said coldly. If I hadn't withdrawn from the competition, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Fan Onping's expression was defiant as he glanced at him and mocked, at your age, still only a 4th-grade martial artist, your talent is truly poor. If you hadn't withdrawn, I would crush you with one hand. As he spoke, his original power surged around him, his aura violent, clearly reaching the high tier of 4th grade. Li Haoyun's expression changed slightly. Although he was also a high-tier 4th-grade martial artist, the fluctuation of the other party's original power was far stronger than his. This was related to the tier and realm of their original power cultivation methods. Fan Onping turned his gaze to Ning Chen and coldly said, due to the rules of your Donlin College entrance examination, I cannot kill you. But while you can avoid death, you cannot escape punishment. I'll smash your mouth as a lesson. After saying this, Fan Onping struck out a palm in midair, his original power gathering like lightning, swirling and rising, transforming into a flying eagle over a meter long, aimed directly at Ning Chen's mouth, shooting forth with a sharp breath, as fierce as a sword. The lethality should be at the initial stage of 5th grade. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing the might of the flying eagle. Fan Onping had the ability to fight above his level. However, Ning Chen was not flustered. He spun his battle spear with one hand and unleashed a powerful strike, smashing the original power flying eagle with a loud bang, causing it to explode, scattering debris everywhere and crashing into the nearby courtyard wall, stirring up a large cloud of dust. At that moment, a cold prompt sounded in Ning Chen's mind. In the clash of the open mountain and the martial arts of the Tianwu realm, you have gained the upper hand. Feeling invigorated, progress increased by 5%. Ning Chen was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to ponder. The 5 styles of the god of killing were martial arts created by Bai Qi, the ancestor of the Bai family, during the double martial star war, and should have some targeting against the martial arts of the Tianwu realm. This is truly an unexpected gain. Ning Chen secretly nodded, feeling a bit pleased. The awakened segment of the 5 styles of the god of killing consists of S-grade martial arts, and after reaching the subtle realm, progress is slow. It seems today there will be quite a few breakthroughs. Who are you? Fan Onping frowned. The previous move was not his strongest martial art. Yet, it was difficult for ordinary 4th grade martial artists to withstand it, let alone someone at the awakening 9th stage. Not so arrogant now, are you? Li Haoyun scoffed and then said seriously, his name is Ning Chen, a prodigy of our Donglin, possessing the strongest physique. Upon hearing this, Fan Onping's expression suddenly changed, becoming grave. The other party possessed the strongest physique, which in the Tianwu realm, was considered a super genius and highly valued. Fan Onping took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I admit, I underestimated you. As someone with the strongest physique, you have the right to know my name. I am called. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a battle spear that sliced through the air. No need for an introduction, I can't remember, I've defeated too many. Bang! 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 In the dilapidated residential area, the sounds of collision continued, almost forming a line. Cold light flickered. The primal force surged. Ning Chen and Fan Onping engaged in a fierce battle, making it hard to distinguish who had the upper hand. Break the river! Ning Chen's gaze sharpened, blood energy surged within him, channeling power throughout his body as he swept the battle spear horizontally, enveloping it with immense strength, striking against the massive wave of primal force that crashed towards him. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, shockwaves rippled, sweeping up clouds of dust. The primal force did not shatter. However, under the impact of the battle spear, its trajectory changed, flying off to the side, failing to hit Ning Chen. At the same time, the battle spear that Ning Chen swung was also lifted high due to the recoil of the primal force, no longer posing a threat to Fan Onping. In this collision, Ning Chen did not hear the prompt sound indicating an increase in the progress of Break the River. After all, he had not gained the upper hand. The two were evenly matched. Ning Chen was not surprised. Fan Onping was a 4th grade warrior, possessing the strength to fight beyond his rank. His god of killing 5 styles, aside from the flying spear technique Heaven's Thunder Punishment, the other 4 martial arts were at the subtle realm, making it normal that he could not suppress Fan Onping when he was using all his strength. Ning Chen remained calm about this. An even match was only temporary.
His stamina far exceeded that of Fan Onping. The other party could not outlast him. Once Fan Onping's primal force was depleted by more than half, the power of his martial arts would naturally decline. By then, his God of Killing 5 styles could maintain the upper hand and increase in progress. Whoosh! Ningchen swung the battle spear, continuing to strike at Fan Onping amidst the explosive sound of slicing air. Great! The royal body of Donglin can stand toe-to-toe with those from the Tianwu realm. Many spectators felt excited. Previously, the Donglin candidates could almost be described as defeated, leaving them feeling frustrated. Don't celebrate too early, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. If both sides retreat, Donglin is finished. Someone poured cold water on the excitement. Aside from the second-ranked candidate Jianli who had taken out a female contestant, there were 9 others sent by the Tianwu realm, including Fan Onping. On the Donglin side, only Ningchen remained, possessing the strength to confront them. Countless spectators grew tense again. Ningchen, however, remained calm. As time passed, the frequency of prompt sounds in his mind gradually increased. Crushing the city and clashing with the martial arts of the Tianwu realm, gaining the upper hand, feeling pleased, progress increased by 5%. Breaking the river and shattering the martial arts of the Tianwu realm, feeling invigorated, progress increased by 5%. Accumulating enough to open the mountain, gaining insight, advancing to the expert realm. With each prompt sound, the power of Ningchen's God of Killing 5 styles increased, allowing him to gain the upper hand in the battle against Fan Onping, thus further enhancing the power of the God of Killing 5 styles. To Fan Onping, it felt like he was getting stronger with each exchange. Is this guy hiding his strength? Fan Onping was filled with suspicion. He clearly sensed that the power of Ningchen's battle spear was continuously rising. Although he could still withstand it, it required him to exert all his martial arts, leading to severe primal force consumption. At this moment, he had only about half of his primal force left. On the opposite side, Ningchen, however, maintained a steady breath. If this stalemate continued, he would definitely be the one to lose. Eagle Blade Wing. Thinking of this, Fan Onping let out a low shout, and his primal energy surged, swirling and rising around his ribs. In an instant, it transformed into a pair of 10-foot-long primal energy wings, sharp and fierce, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The weeds growing by the roadside were shredded by the spreading aura. Clearly, this martial art was terrifyingly powerful. However, it was not without its drawbacks. Fan Onping's face twisted, veins bulging as he endured immense pressure. Not good. In Ningchen's livestream, some knowledgeable viewers changed color in alarm. The Eagle Blade Wings were a secret martial art of the Beast King Hall, incredibly powerful, capable of greatly increasing the user's speed and delivering rapid attacks, as swift as lightning, effectively countering heavy weapons like battle guns. Now, let's see how you block this. Fan Onping sneered and lunged at Ningchen, moving at an incredible speed, closing the distance in a single step. Whoosh! The primal energy wings behind him, over 10 feet long, suddenly flared, striking down fiercely like a giant eagle swooping down, the force of the wind howling and roaring, causing Ningchen's black hair to fly and his clothes to flutter. Many people's hearts leaped into their throats. Primal energy martial arts are indeed powerful, Ningchen thought to himself. He could see that Fan Onping's mastery of this martial art was not particularly high, not yet refined. However, the speed of the primal energy wings breaking through the air was comparable to the last few strikes of the Storm Rain 36 cuts. He raised his gun to block, but it was likely too late. Boom! The primal energy wings struck down with terrifying force, producing a thunderous roar. The ground shattered, dirt flying everywhere. A massive pit appeared. Yet, the pit was empty, with no sign of Ningchen. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking air, Ningchen appeared behind Fan Onping, thrusting his gun fiercely. After achieving the perfect realm of Wind Shadow 3000, his strongest technique was his movement. Combined with his incredibly fast neural reaction speed, it was astonishing. He was able to dodge Fan Onping's wing strikes. Clang! Fan Onping swung his left wing back, and with a clash of metal, a powerful force erupted, sending the thrusting battle gun flying sideways. Ningchen retreated a few steps to dissipate the force. In this collision, Fan Onping held the advantage. However, there was not a trace of joy on his face. The speed Ningchen displayed while dodging the Eagle Blade Wing strikes was too fast, making his heart race. If it were some kind of life-saving secret technique, that would be one thing. After all, it could only be used 2 or 3 times at most. But if it's just normal movement, a chill surged in his heart, and Fan Onping dared not think further. He turned his body and shot towards Ningchen, closing in, his blade-like wings spreading out, striking down rapidly. Whoosh! Ningchen executed Wind Shadow 3000, moving sideways like lightning, dodging once again. Fan Onping felt uneasy, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down.
Then, he stepped forward to pursue, desperately swinging down the eagle blade wings.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground shook, the courtyard walls collapsed, cracks appearing in a web-like pattern.
Yet, he could not hit Ning Chen.
Huff! The frequent strikes left Fan Onping exhausted, panting heavily, and panic uncontrollably surged in his gaze as he looked at Ning Chen. The situation he least wanted to see had occurred.
Ning Chen was completely dodging with his movement technique.
The current problem was not whether he could defeat Ning Chen, but whether he could save his own life. With Ning Chen's speed, even escaping was impossible. Whoosh! While dodging the eagle blade wings, Ning Chen swung his battle gun, continuously attacking.
Mountain breaking, city destroying, river cutting, breaking army killing technique.
Ning Chen unleashed 4 martial arts in succession, the gun shadows crisscrossing, the killing power astonishing. Once Fan Onping's primal energy was depleted, he found it hard to resist, retreating step by step, the gathered eagle blade wings shattered.
Thud! Ning Chen's expression was cold as he swung his gun down, driving most of Fan Onping's body into the ground. Dirt flew everywhere. Fan Onping spat out blood, severely injured, unable to crawl out.
Seeing this scene, Ning Chen's live stream room instantly erupted. This was a great victory. Previously, the best outcome was a tie that Jiang Li had desperately fought for. Countless viewers were excited in their hearts. However, there were still some who held a pessimistic attitude and did not have high hopes for Ning Chen. I still stand by my original statement, Donglin only has Ning Chen, and the Tianwu realm has lost Fan Onping, plus 8 others. Ning Chen's victory is too difficult. Anyone with clear eyes can see that his offensive methods are not strong enough, relying entirely on his agility and physical strength to drag it out.
What if the two from the Tianwu realm team up? He won't be a match.
Numerous comments were not just random complaints, they were reasoned and justified. The joy in the hearts of the live stream audience dissipated significantly, replaced by worry.
Tianshui City. Ning Chen stood with his gun, his thoughts flickering, as a semi-transparent fluorescent interface appeared before him.
Several columns were displayed.
Open Mountain, Expert, Progress 48%.
Destroy City, Expert, Progress 40%.
Break River, Expert, Progress 45%.
Break Army Killing Method, Subtle, Progress 79%. Ning Chen glanced at it, nodding to himself. The progress of the Killing God 5 styles was better than he had expected. After defeating 2 or 3 more from the Tianwu realm, he should be able to fully upgrade to the perfect realm. Beside him, Li Haomyun stepped forward, bent down, and pulled Fan Onping up from the ground.
Of course, it was not out of kindness. Does Donlin's Wang Ti have no shame?
Li Haomyun mocked, grabbing Fan Onping's left hand and snatching a spatial ring from it, then turning around to hand it to Ning Chen with a bright smile, saying, "Your spoils of war, please accept." Ning Chen took the ring, examined it, and then raised an eyebrow in surprise. The internal space was 10 meters square. A few medium-sized buses could fit inside. Just this one ring was worth tens of billions. Inside, there were quite a few items, several weapons, and a bunch of bottles and jars of medicine, which must also be quite valuable. Just as Ning Chen was examining the spatial ring, Li Haomyun turned back and rummaged through Fan Onping again, finding a palm-sized plaque, completely snow-white, with a texture like jade, exuding a faint pressure.
Fan Onping spat out a mouthful of blood foam, glaring at Li Haomyun without answering, instead cursing, "Lackey. If you can't answer within 10 seconds, I'll kill you." Ning Chen put away the spatial ring, looking down coldly at the lying Fan Onping. The Donglin government had emphasized that those participating in the martial arts examination from the Tianwu realm could be killed without mercy.
Fan Onping's heart trembled, he gritted his teeth and said, "This is the dragon token of the Beast King Hall, a symbol of status. Only the most outstanding disciples of the Beast King Hall are qualified to wear it. Who cares about the status of the Beast King Hall? Just say what it's useful for."
Li Haomyun replied irritably, "Nothing."
Fan Onping's face turned red, feeling aggrieved. The dragon token is just a symbol of status. The pressure it emits is because its material is made from the bones of the Dragon King.
Upon hearing this, Li Haomyun's gaze was disdainful.
Ning Chen, however, felt a stir in his heart and asked Li Haomyun for the dragon token. As soon as he got it in his hands, Ning Chen's movements froze.
In his mind, the prompt sounded like firecrackers exploding.
The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture has detected the incomplete power of the Dragon King and is absorbing it, causing the cultivation speed to soar.
Progress increased by 30%. Progress increased by 30%.
The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture has accumulated enough and gained insight, promoting to the expert realm.
Progress increased by 10.
The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture has completed absorption, and the cultivation speed has returned to normal. The prompt sound ceased.
Ning Chen came back to his senses, not caring about his joy, and immediately pondered. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture could absorb the power of the Dragon King contained in the Dragon Token. This power of the Dragon King was not complete. In other words, different Dragon Tokens contained different powers of the Dragon King. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture could continue to absorb. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's heartbeat quickened. Compared to the God of Killing's 5 styles, he yearned more for the advancement of the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture. After all, the former was merely an offensive martial art, and its level did not affect his cultivation, while the latter was a breathing technique that determined when he would advance as a martial artist. Now is not the time to be happy. Ning Chen's strong will allowed him to regain his composure in an instant. He toyed with the Dragon Token and glanced at Fan Onping, sneering, "The Dragon King's bones are indeed a good trophy, worth collecting. Then go and snatch it." Fan Onping's eyes were cold as he provoked, "All 10 of us are wearing Dragon Tokens, we're afraid you don't have the ability." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen felt reassured. Before entering university, he would definitely be able to advance as a martial artist. Ning Chen stopped speaking to Fan Onping, flipped his left hand, and took out a vial of Beast Essence nutrient. He hadn't brought any Beast Essence nutrient to Tianshui City. However, he was lucky, among the several spatial storage devices he had seized, there were quite a few. Ning Chen tilted his head back and drank it down. In an instant, the long-lost tingling sensation surged again, even more intense than before. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture could refine his body more meticulously as he advanced to the expert realm. When I was at the subtle realm with the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, my punch strength increased by about 500 kilograms in a day. Now, it's estimated to reach 1 ton. Ning Chen thought to himself, something's not right. At that moment, Li Haoyan pointed at the 3 drones in the sky, surprised, all the camera lights are off. There must be a problem. It's impossible for all 3 drones to be broken. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's watch vibrated gently. A projection of Bai Xiuxiu appeared, presenting a 3-dimensional image. She wore a black military uniform, standing straight, exuding a cold and beautiful aura. Instructor Bai? Ning Chen was somewhat taken aback. I had someone cut off the live broadcast signal of the nearby drones, Bai Xiuxiu said directly. Then, she briefly explained the reason for Fan Shi bringing people to compete. This matter concerns Donglin and even the face of the entire federation. Bai Xiuxiu's delicate face was serious as she said, I watched your live broadcast and know it wasn't easy for you to defeat Fan Onping. There are still 8 people left in the Tianwu realm. Continuous battles with them may leave you severely injured. But this is of great importance. I hope you won't back down and continue to take action against them. Ning Chen was momentarily stunned. He had originally planned to engage with the people from the Tianwu realm. The benefits were too great. Attracting an audience, advancing the God of Killing's 5 styles, and most importantly, the Dragon Token. But the government doesn't know about this, otherwise, they wouldn't have sought me out. Ning Chen's gaze flickered. Clearing his throat, he showed a troubled expression and said, Instructor Bai, I also want to continue fighting to showcase the might of Donglin. However, with my current score, if I were to lose, the losses would be too great. The top scholar position and various assets would be lost. I would also be severely injured. Bai Xiuxiu bit her red lips, sensing the implication in Ning Chen's words. If she wanted him to take action, she had to offer something in return. After pondering for a moment, Bai Xiuxiu said, the government can provide you with compensation. What conditions do you have? Just say them. As long as they are not excessive, the government can agree. Finally, Bai Xiuxiu quickly added. She truly didn't dare to let Ning Chen speak freely. Back at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, she had witnessed Ning Chen's appetite. A price of 12,000 was bargained down to 30,000. Ning Chen smiled and raised a finger, saying, I want the complete version of the God of Killing's 5 styles. Alright, Bai Xiuxiu replied somewhat helplessly. She had hoped to use the God of Killing's 5 styles to entice Ning Chen to join the military. Ning Chen raised a second finger, smiling. Secondly, I want the extreme soldier decision. No way. Bai Xiuxiu was so exasperated she almost rolled her eyes at Ning Chen. What a greedy demand. However, to get Ning Chen to take action, Bai Xiuxiu could only explain patiently, it's not that I don't want to give it. The martial arts of the star tier can be considered the foundation of the Federation, incredibly precious. Even the offspring of a king, if not outstanding to an astonishing degree, have no right to inherit. Ning Chen's smile remained unchanged as he said, I am the Eternal Night King body, a rare and powerful physique since ancient times, and I will not disgrace the extreme soldier decision. There is no problem with the qualification for inheritance. Moreover, I will fight against the geniuses of the heavenly martial realm, unlike other candidates, and I will be risking my life. Those people, although they do not know I am the eternal Night King body, will be able to deduce from my combat power that I possess a supreme physique. Surely, there will be those who want to perish together with me. I risk my life to bring fame to the Federation. Is it not worth a chance at inheriting the extreme soldier decision? Ning Chen spoke with conviction. Bai Xiuxiu opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Ning Chen's words were indeed not without reason. However, she did not have the authority to decide on the extreme soldier decision. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu's projection turned slightly, as if someone on the other side was speaking to her. After a moment, Bai Xiuxiu turned back to face Ning Chen and said solemnly, directly inheriting the extreme soldier decision is not an option. However, the Divine General of Zhenhai has agreed to give you a chance to try. You will compete with the military's geniuses. As long as you pass the test, you can inherit the extreme soldier decision. Good. Ning Chen thought for a moment, feeling that this was likely the government's bottom line, and agreed. By the way, I have one last condition. Ning Chen looked at Bai Xiuxiu's projection and grinned. Speak. Bai Xiuxiu's forehead twitched with veins. Ning Chen said slowly, Wei Huaxing of the Wei Consortium does not want to see me rise and is threatened to eliminate me. At that time, to save my life, I had no choice but to say I joined the military. Therefore, I hope the military will send someone to warn him that if he dares to kill me, the military will annihilate the Wei family. Let me sort this out. Bai Xiuxiu's red lips curled into a cold smile as she said, You want to cultivate the complete 5 styles of the god of killing, inherit the military's strongest original force cultivation method, the extreme soldier decision, and also hope the military will back you up. In other words, you want to enjoy the treatment of a military super genius without wanting to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes stared at Ning Chen. It's a bit different. Ning Chen shook his head and said seriously, I still lack an official military rank. Instructor Bai, what do you think? Don't even think about it. Just these 3 conditions. Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes, paused, and then said, I will arrange for someone to use original force to inform you about the positions of those 8 people in the heavenly martial realm. Be careful not to expose yourself. This was an underhanded move, not very honorable. Bai Xiuxiu turned to look at Li Haoyun beside her and said coldly, My conversation with Ning Chen is military confidential. If you dare to speak carelessly, be prepared to face a military court. I won't. I won't. Li Haoyun shook his head rapidly. He could see clearly that Bai Xiuxiu was no more than 25 years old, yet she held the rank of colonel. It was obvious that her background was terrifying. He could not afford to provoke her. Seeing this, Bai Xiuxiu ended the call. Ning Chen thought for a moment, drew his battle spear, and with a soft sound, pierced through Fan Onping's throat, killing him instantly. Ah! Li Haoyun's face turned pale, frightened into exclaiming. In the modern Federation, it was a society governed by law, and apart from some special professions, very few people had blood on their hands. As a 4th-grade martial artist, Li Haoyun had never killed anyone. Ning Chen pulled out the bloodied battle spear, looked at Li Haoyun with eyes as cold as ice, and said, he knew too much, so he had to die. What about you? Bai Xiuxiu had used military confidentiality to order Li Haoyun. However, to be safe, he still needed to intimidate him further. Li Haoyun had also heard about Ning Chen pretending to be a military super genius. If it leaked out, it would be very troublesome. I didn't hear anything just now. The screen reappeared. Why did it suddenly go black? It must be a signal issue. My god, Fan Onping was killed. Ning Chen's live broadcast room was filled with heated discussions. At this moment, Li Haoyun noticed the drone's camera light turn on, and immediately raised his voice, passionately shouting, The invader from the heavenly martial realm has been shot dead by the military's super genius, Ning Chen. Though he is young, he possesses a heart full of ambition, willing to bear the burden of the people and uphold the dark sky that shrouds the Federation. Li Haoyun's voice was fervent. Next, Ning Chen will eliminate the remaining people from the heavenly martial realm one by one. This process is perilous, and death could come at any moment. But for the 8 billion humans of the Federation, Ning Chen fears nothing. He walks alone into the swirling flames of war, to protect the warmth of countless homes. Hearing these words, countless viewers in front of the screen felt a surge of emotions, unable to remain calm. They were both shocked and excited. Ning Chen is a true hero, fighting for the glory of the Federation at the cost of his life. At the same time, many were worried. There were still 8 people left in the heavenly martial realm, all top geniuses from the Beast King Hall. Can Ning Chen handle them? Suddenly, a heavy voice entered Ning Chen's ears. Among the 8 from the heavenly martial realm, the one closest to you is at your 8 o'clock position, about 20 kilometers away.
at the same level as the one you killed, Fan Onping, a high-level 4th rank. Ning Chen glanced at Li Haoyan out of the corner of his eye. The other party was still passionately speaking to the drone's camera. It should be a voice transmission, only he could hear it. Ning Chen shook his right hand, shaking off the blood that had stained his battle spear, and then stepped toward the target. Li Haoyan followed closely behind. To prevent the audience from noticing anything amiss, Ning Chen deliberately took a longer route, pretending it was a coincidence. It was a girl, beautiful in appearance, but her demeanor was exceptionally arrogant. At this moment, she was stepping on the face of a candidate, forcefully rubbing it with the hard sole of her shoe. Your compatriot has come to save you. The beautiful girl looked at Ning Chen, who was walking steadily, and mocked, unfortunately, it's just a 9th level awakener who will also be trampled underfoot by me. You are the second. Ning Chen said coldly, no longer wasting words with her, and shot out with his gun, unleashing the Killing God 5 styles. About a quarter of an hour later. Bang! In midair, a cloud of blood mist exploded like fireworks. The beautiful girl turned into a headless corpse, falling to the ground with a thud, a large pool of blood spreading out. Ning Chen retracted his battle spear, his gaze flickering slightly. In this battle, he gained immensely. The breaking army killing method advanced to the expert realm. The opening mountain reached a perfect realm. Although the two martial arts, City Destroyer and River Breaker, did not break through, they were less than 10% away from the perfect realm. As I expected, this kind of leap in progress does not require epiphany to achieve perfection. Ning Chen pondered in his heart. However, once the Killing God 5 styles reaches perfection, it will no longer improve when clashing with the martial arts of the heavenly martial realm. Ning Chen felt a slight regret. He was very curious about what would happen when the perfect realm reached 100%. Why do I feel like Ning Chen's victory this time was a bit too easy? Someone wondered. They could see that in the previous battle, the girl's energy was consumed by less than 30% before being killed by Ning Chen. It should be that Fan Onping was stronger, so Ning Chen won relatively easily. A speculative comment was posted, garnering agreement from many who found it reasonable. Tianshui City. Li Haoyan took off the beautiful girl's space ring and dragon token, thoughtfully wiping off the blood on them before handing them over to Ning Chen, saying, "Your spoils of war." He was very respectful, using honorifics. Previously, Ning Chen had killed Fan Onping in front of him, which truly frightened him. Ning Chen took the dragon token, and a prompt sound immediately rang in his mind. Moments later, the power of the Dragon King contained in the dragon token was almost completely absorbed. The tingling sensation in Ning Chen's body grew stronger. The refining speed further accelerated. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, Expert, Progress 50%. Ning Chen glanced at it, feeling secretly satisfied. A dragon token raised the progress of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture by 40%. He only needed to seize 2 more, and the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture would reach perfection. At 6 o'clock, there's a person from the heavenly martial realm closest to you, resting in a courtyard, by Shosho's arranged person transmitted through the original force. Ning Chen turned and followed the instructions, quickly arriving at an old courtyard, where he found the person. The two sides erupted into battle immediately. In this fight, Ning Chen's God of Death 5 styles all advanced to perfection. Another quarter of an hour later. Put! The gunblade flickered with a cold light, dragging out a large pool of blood. A head fell to the ground, eyes filled with shock and fear. For a moment, Ning Chen's live stream became increasingly boisterous, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. It's not an illusion, he really is getting stronger. Many were utterly shocked. This battle, although it lasted another quarter of an hour, saw Ning Chen kill someone who was actually a 5th grade martial artist. Stronger than Fan Onping. Ning Chen didn't linger in the courtyard. After absorbing the dragon token, he quickly left. One more dragon token, and the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture could reach perfection. He was looking forward to it. Ning Chen's speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in a single step. Soon, he discovered the 4th person from the heavenly martial realm by the banks of the Tianshui River. Die! Ning Chen charged forward with his gun. That person was also a 5th grade martial artist. But it was useless. The God of Death 5 styles at perfection had terrifying offensive power, and in less than 10 minutes, he shattered that person's original force. Open the mountain! Ning Chen's eyes were cold as he swung his battle spear downwards, enveloping it with heavy power. Crack! The person couldn't dodge in time and was split in half by the gunblade amidst countless shocked gazes, blood gushing forth and flowing into the Tianshui River, making a sizzling corrosive sound. The bloodstains are all cleaned up, Li Haoyan said, handing over that person's dragon token and spatial ring. Ning Chen reached out to take them. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture sensed the incomplete Dragon King's power and began to absorb it, causing the cultivation speed to skyrocket.
Progress increased by 10%.
The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture has accumulated enough to break the shackles and reach perfection. The incomplete Dragon King's power is useless to the perfected Dragon Elephant ancient scripture and cannot be absorbed further. The prompt sound ceased. A flood of insights poured into Ning Chen's mind, as if transforming into an innate instinct. A brand new experience surged in his heart. A hint of shock rose in the depths of Ning Chen's eyes.
He knew the perfected Dragon Elephant ancient scripture would be powerful,
but he didn't expect it to be this strong. At this moment, his level of control over his body made even him feel a thrill. With a pinch of his fingers, Ning Chen could clearly sense how much strength he used, accurate to the gram. At the same time, the tingling sensation in his body surged several times. Ning Chen spread his consciousness, and with a slight perception, he determined the refining efficiency. Using fist strength as a standard, in 1 hour, he could increase by 487 kilograms. Calculated, that would be over 6 tons in a day, exceeding the limit fist strength of the peak of the 9th stage of the S-level breathing technique. Even though Ning Chen's temperament was resilient, he couldn't help but show a smile. However, laughing beside a bloody corpse was truly chilling. The mentality of the Wang body seems a bit crazy. Is there anything special? How can the strength be this strong? In less than 10 minutes, he killed a 5th-grade martial artist from the heavenly martial realm.
Countless bullet comments flooded Ning Chen's livestream. Donglin is sure to win.
That's right, the remaining 5 from the heavenly martial realm are also just 5th-grade martial artists, not a match for the Wang body. Even if they team up, Ning Chen still has the strength to fight. Many viewers were excited, unable to hide their enthusiasm. With the combat power Ning Chen displayed, as long as he continued to fight methodically, he could wipe out all the people from the heavenly martial realm.
The heavenly martial realm would be utterly humiliated. No need to say anything else, the Wang body is amazing.
Something's not right, the 5 from the Tianwu realm have come together. Suddenly, someone left a comment in Ning Chen's livestream, causing an uproar.
They must have found out somehow that the other few were killed by Ning Chen. This is cheating.
How could 5 people, who were scattered and had no means of contact, come together?
The scoundrels from the Tianwu realm are utterly shameless.
The live stream was filled with curses.
The crowd was agitated. Ning Chen could have wiped out these 5 from the Tianwu realm.
But now, with the 5 joining forces, Ning Chen couldn't even think about defeating them. He would suffer a crushing defeat. Some viewers with deep martial arts knowledge could see Ning Chen's strength. Primarily, his martial skills were impressive. In terms of basic quality, he was about on par with a 3rd-grade martial artist, lacking original force.
Where is the federal government? With something like this happening, aren't they going to step in and stop it? Someone shouted angrily.
Just then, the screen in Ning Chen's livestream went dark, and the signal was interrupted again.
Tianshui City. Buzz. Ning Chen's watch vibrated gently, and Bai Xiuxiu's holographic projection appeared. Seeing this, Ning Chen suppressed the joy in his heart and asked, "Is there an unexpected situation?"
Yes,
Bai Xiuxiu nodded, informing him about the 5 from the Tianwu realm joining forces. What does the government plan to do about this? Ning Chen said calmly.
His voice was very steady, revealing no hint of panic. He knew that with his current strength, facing those 5 5th-grade martial artists with cross-border combat power would be very difficult.
Winning would require everything he had.
There was a high probability he would be seriously injured. However, his Dragon Elephant ancient scripture had reached perfection. He could increase his punching power by over 6 tons in a day.
There were 2.5 days left until the martial arts examination ended.
His punching power could reach around 30 tons, on par with 5th-grade martial artists, making it no problem to defeat those 5. In fact, Ning Chen felt he could win with one hand. After all, his martial arts were all at the perfect realm.
The Donglin government has 2 countermeasures, Bai Xiuxiu pondered.
The first is to also organize the candidates to join forces and besiege the 5 from the Tianwu realm.
Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. That approach isn't very honorable.
Bai Xiuxiu replied, the Tianwu realm started it first, neither side is honorable. In the end, it just becomes a war of words, with mutual accusations.
And the second?
Using cheating as an excuse to drive away those 5 is also just a war of words. It won't make the Tianwu realm lose face, Bai Xiuxiu said helplessly. Ning Chen pondered for a moment, looking at Bai Xiuxiu, and said solemnly, I can make the Tianwu realm lose all face.
What method?
It's simple, I will take action, defeat those 5, and showcase Donlin's might, Ning Chen said calmly. Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face showed surprise, a hint of disbelief.
You can defeat them when they join forces?
Ning Chen grinned, Instructor Bai, the strongest physique isn't just talk. After a pause, he reined in his smile and said seriously, "Of course, defeating those 5 won't be easy for me. I will most likely be seriously injured." Hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu, unable to contain her shock, glared at Ning Chen and gritted her teeth. "If I'm not mistaken, you're going to set conditions again." Ning Chen coughed lightly and said, "Just one. It must not be the inheritance of the extreme soldier decision." Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly said, "Unless you join the military, otherwise, there's absolutely no way to directly obtain the inheritance of the extreme soldier decision." "No," Ning Chen smiled and stated his condition. "I hope the Donglan government will do its utmost to drive traffic to my live stream. With the refining efficiency of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, after the college entrance examination, he should be able to condense the original force seed. If he couldn't obtain the inheritance of the extreme soldier decision, he would need a lot of money to buy a powerful original force cultivation method. If he successfully inherited the extreme soldier decision, that wouldn't matter either. He wouldn't mind having more money." Okay. Ning Chen's condition wasn't harsh, and after a brief contemplation, Bai Xiuxiu agreed. She thought for a moment and asked, "When will you make a move on those 5? "At dawn 2 days from now." Ning Chen smiled slightly, but his voice was cold as he said, "Tianshui City needs a bloodstained scene to bring this martial arts examination to a close." Bai Xiuxiu had no doubts, saying, "In these 2 days, I will have someone continue to inform you of the positions of those 5, to avoid an early encounter." After that, the two ended the call. The signal in Ning Chen's live broadcast room reconnected. The energy is almost depleted. Ning Chen noticed that the tingling sensation in his body was gradually weakening. He flipped his left hand and took out a beast essence nutrient solution to drink. This scene sparked another wave of heated discussion. After all, the beast essence nutrient solution costs over 10 million per bottle, a hefty price. More than 2 days passed, one after another. The Donglan government made no significant moves, merely directing traffic to Ning Chen's live broadcast room. The 5 from the Tianwu realm were somewhat puzzled by this but thought little of it, continuing to participate in the martial arts examination in Tianshui City. They were already powerful, and when the 5 joined forces, they were even more terrifying. The candidates in the city were no match for them. Especially after Tianshui City had shrunk its safe zone several times, it was difficult to hide. Many were swept away. One after another, they exited the competition. Thanks to his astonishing 5 senses, along with someone using original power to inform him of their positions, Ning Chen did not encounter those 5. It felt very much like he was avoiding battle. Many citizens of the Federation were dissatisfied. However, it was not directed at Ning Chen, but rather at the incompetence of the Donglan government. They couldn't even find evidence of the 5 from the Tianwu realm cheating. They couldn't even manage to frame them. Isn't the king body of Donglan supposed to bear the burden of the people? Why does it dare not fight in front of the geniuses of our Beast King Hall, fleeing like a defeated dog? So cowardly, what does it matter if they have the strongest physique? Many from the Tianwu realm had accounts on the Federation's social platforms. Due to the situation in Tianshui City over the past 2 days, these people were arrogant and full of mockery. Just because they haven't met doesn't mean they're avoiding battle. How ridiculous. Some citizens of the Federation stood up to refute. Whether it's avoiding battle or not, you Federation people know in your hearts. I don't even need to think to know the Donglan government's plan. Let Ning Chen survive until the examination ends, relying on his previous points to secure the top position, making it look good on the surface. Many sarcastic comments were posted. Don't speak so grandly. Is it possible for those 5 from the Tianwu realm to gather in Tianshui City without using any means? Many were furious. They did not accuse the other side of speaking nonsense. They also felt that Ning Chen would likely continue to avoid battle until the examination ended. If it weren't for those 5 joining forces, Ning Chen alone could kill them all. Hee, so sour. There are many geniuses. Isn't that an advantage of our Tianwu realm? Your king body already knows it will undoubtedly lose, so these past 2 days, it has been frantically drinking beast essence nutrient solution to prevent being overtaken by the geniuses of our Tianwu realm. The last circle is about to shrink. Let's see what your king body will do. What can it do? Hide and tremble, hoping our geniuses won't find it. Both sides were embroiled in a heated online argument. And so, time reached June 15th. At the eastern edge of the sky, a brilliant ray of light shot out, like a sword, tearing through the darkness of Tianshui City. In a dilapidated courtyard, Ning Chen, who had stood still all night, slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flicker of lightning. Li Haoyan stood opposite him, and as Ning Chen's gaze fell upon him, he suddenly gasped, unable to breathe, as if being stared at by a powerful beast. "You!" Li Haoyan's face turned pale. "It's time," Ning Chen said calmly, stepping out of the courtyard. Just moments ago, his body had been refined to the limit by the perfect realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. His punching power was 33 tons. Pay attention, the king body is starting to move. This route? I can't be mistaken. It's true, Ning Chen is walking towards the square where the 5 from the Tianwu realm are. Upon seeing this scene, Ning Chen's live stream room instantly erupted. In the past 2 days, due to the East Forest government's promotion, the number of people following Ning Chen had reached billions. Many viewers were restless, unable to calm down. Ning Chen did not avoid battle, he even took the initiative to strike, which was a heroic act that made them feel excited and proud. But at the same time, they were very worried. The Tianwu realm was a terrifying force with 5 people working together. Could Ning Chen defeat them? It's just like hitting a rock with an egg. He must be acting out of vanity, forcing himself to fight. Wouldn't it be better to just lay low and aim for the top spot in the martial arts exam? Many viewers from the Tianwu realm mocked in the comments. You people from the Tianwu realm are truly shameless. When Ning Chen hadn't encountered those 5, you said he was avoiding battle, cowardly and timid. Now that he takes the initiative, you say it's due to vanity. Someone retorted in dissatisfaction. Is our viewpoint wrong? Ning Chen knows he's not their match, yet he still steps forward. Isn't it just for a pretty reputation? Just wait for your Wang Ti to be suppressed. Even if the Wang Ti loses, he is still better than those 5. Is it glorious to gang up on someone? Just as both sides were embroiled in a heated argument in the live stream room, Tianshui City, Ning Chen walked with a gun in hand. After the last circle shrank, the safe area was only about 10 miles in radius. Without needing by Shosho's arrangements, Ning Chen could sense the location of the 5 from the Tianwu realm just by hearing. The dawn's light grew increasingly brilliant, dispelling the darkness in the city. Ning Chen arrived at a square. The 5 from the Tianwu realm stood not far away. 3 men and 2 women, dressed in peculiar attire different from the Federation, were conversing with each other. Upon hearing the footsteps, they turned their gazes towards Ning Chen and Li Haoyun. It's really rare to see a candidate from Donglin actively seeking us out, and one of them is just at the awakening stage. A girl from the Tianwu realm teased. Beside her, a tall boy holding a shield sneered. What do you want coming here with such strength? Ning Chen's eyes were indifferent as he said, kill 4 of you, you are the last 5. It's you! Upon hearing this, the 5 opposite changed their expressions, no longer relaxed. Clearly, they knew what had happened before. Li Haoyun saw this and cursed. You Tianwu realm pups, I really didn't guess wrong. You people are indeed cheating. But it's useless. Under the absolute strength of the Wang Ti, everything is an illusion. 5 of you together just saves the Wang Ti the time to find you. Li Haoyun said with a cold smile. Daydreaming. We 5 can run rampant in this martial arts exam. The girl scoffed confidently. She knew Ning Chen's general strength. Very strong. But, he couldn't match their 5 working together. You will definitely lose. The girl looked at Ning Chen, her thick original power swirling around her body, and coldly said, after this battle, the name Su Xiaowu will be one you will never forget for the rest of your life. And me, Lu Jin, the tall boy said proudly. Tao Yunqian, Xia Yingyi, Wang Qian, the other 3 said in turn. Li Haoyun curled his lips, mocking, over 1,000 years ago, your ancestors were just as certain, thinking they could push through Tianshui City. What happened then? They suffered heavy losses and returned in defeat. That was just in the past. Su Xiao's pretty face turned cold as she said, now, times have changed. Indeed, it has changed. Ning Chen echoed, over 1,000 years ago, our ancestors had to pay with their lives to repel the invaders from the Tianwu realm, but today. At this point, Ning Chen lowered his left hand behind his back, raised his right hand with the battle gun, and pointed it at the 5 opposite, coldly saying, with one hand, I will kill all of you. As soon as the words fell, countless citizens watching the livestream were in an uproar. Some were incredibly excited, but many others were confused. Big words without shame. Su Xiaowu said coldly, stepping forward and lunging at Ning Chen like an arrow released from a bow. In the process, her ribs glowed with radiant energy, transforming into a pair of silver wings over 10 feet long, exuding a fierce aura filled with sharpness. The secret martial arts of the Beast King Hall. Eagle Blade Wings. Compared to the 4th grade Fanonping, Su Xiaowu's mastery of the Eagle Blade Wings was even stronger. Whoosh! As she closed in, Su Xiaowu immediately struck, the silver wings behind her slashing down fiercely, mixed with a violent gust of wind, like a giant eagle swooping down, rapidly enlarging in Ning Chen's sight. She had received orders. If there was a chance, use all means to kill the opponent. Even if it meant exchanging her life for his. Ning Chen's expression was calm, just as he had said earlier, his left hand still resting behind him, holding the gun only with his right hand, Facing the incoming energy wings, he unleashed the city destroyer, thrusting the gun forward. Though he was using one hand, the explosive power exceeded 30 tons. Coupled with the perfect realm enhancement of the city destroyer, the might of this shot was terrifying. Boom! The battle gun collided with the silver wings, producing a thunderous roar that was deafening. In an instant, the energy wings shattered, debris flying everywhere. Su Xiaowu's body shook, and she was sent flying back at a speed even faster than before, like a cannonball. How is this possible? Su Xiaowu's eyes widened. In her gaze towards Ning Chen, there was shock and disbelief, mixed with a hint of fear. With the combat power Ning Chen was displaying at this moment, in a one-on-one fight, he could kill her in just a few moves. The intelligence she received indicated that Ning Chen was nowhere near this strong. Whoosh! Ning Chen stepped forward, chasing after her, his figure creating a gust of wind, moving at incredible speed, reaching her before she even landed. Mountain Breaker! Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he raised the battle gun with one hand, drawing an arc in the air and striking down rapidly. Save me! Su Xiaowu's pretty face changed slightly. Just now, Ning Chen's thrust had absorbed most of the force with the silver wings. She wasn't seriously injured, but her body was still numb from the shock, and now suspended in midair, she found it hard to resist. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew like fireworks. Lu Jin rushed over, shield in hand, just in time to block Ning Chen's swinging battle gun. Su Xiaowu was spared. However, Lu Jin's situation was dire. He seemed to shrink in stature, his knees sinking into the ground. The grip of the shield broke open, blood gushing out. Ning Chen changed his target, no longer pursuing Su Xiaowu, and aimed the battle gun at Lu Jin's head. At that moment, 3 sharp sounds of breaking air rang out almost simultaneously behind Ning Chen. The other 3 were charging in. Tao Yunxian and Xia Yingyi wielded knives. Wang Xian used a sword. Together, they slashed at Ning Chen's back, the cold light flashing, swirling with powerful energy, as fast as thunder, with tremendous lethality. River Break! Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, holding the battle gun, he transformed the thrust into a sweep, turning as he swung the gun horizontally with incredible speed, as if he could truly break the river. Clang! 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 3 crisp metallic sounds echoed through the night sky, densely packed. Sparks flew everywhere. The 2 knives and 1 sword aimed at Ning Chen were all sent flying high, trembling uncontrollably. The 3 staggered back, each step sinking deep into the ground. Lu Jin seized the opportunity, pushing off the ground, quickly creating distance from Ning Chen, his face no longer arrogant, filled with vigilance. Meanwhile, the more than 10 billion federal citizens watching the battle erupted in a frenzy, discussing wildly. They found it hard to believe. Ning Chen was fighting 5 opponents and was actually overpowering them. Although only Su Xiaowu and Lu Jin were lightly injured, which did not affect their combat power, it still shocked everyone. According to the original assumption, Ning Chen wouldn't even have the strength to fight and would suffer a crushing defeat. Yet at this moment, he held the upper hand. And he was doing it all with one hand. The commentator earlier, Yin Zhuang, was right. The Eternal Night King body is like a god descending to the world. Mom, don't pull me, I don't deserve to stand and watch the live broadcast. What are the people of the Tianwu realm feeling at this moment? Is their face stinging from the blows? With Ning Chen's strength, who should be the one to avoid battle? Many citizens spoke up, both shocked and excited. Outside Tianshui City, at the gathering point, Bai Xiuxiu watched the live broadcast, feeling the same way. However, amidst her joy, she was also grinding her silver teeth in anger. Ning Chen had proposed conditions twice, both times saying it was extremely dangerous. He needed to fight for his life. As a result, not to mention risking his life, he didn't even sustain a minor injury. In Tianshui City, at that square, Su Xiaowu and the others stared at Ning Chen, both shocked and horrified. However, they were not overly panicked. Being chosen by the Tianwu realm to participate in the martial arts examination, they were certainly not mediocre. Their strength and temperament were outstanding among their peers. Don't attack one by one, everyone attack together and surround him, Su Xiaowu said coldly, organizing the other 4, quickly flying out to encircle Ning Chen. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room became tense upon seeing this. Ning Chen was indeed strong, but once he fell into the siege of 5 people, the defensive pressure he would face would suddenly increase, and he might just be defeated. Ning Chen's expression was calm as he faced the 5 people attacking from different directions, stepping aside to dodge. Under the effect of Wind Shadow 3000, his speed was astonishing, and his turns were agile, like an invisible gale. In just a few steps, he easily avoided the encirclement of the 5. Su Xiaowu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. With this level of movement technique, it was difficult for them to surround Ning Chen. Continue. Su Xiaowu gritted her teeth, not discouraged, as her power surged beneath her feet. Together with the other four, they lunged at Ning Chen once more. They still had trump cards left to play. Whoosh! Ning Chen used Wind Shadow 3000 to deftly evade. At the same time, he did not forget to look for opportunities to attack with his gun. Relying on the advantage of his movement technique, Ning Chen could deal with only one person at a time. His Killing God 5 styles were all perfect, combined with his overwhelming strength, making his attacks terrifying. It was hard for a single opponent to withstand. Before long, all 5 of them were injured, bloodied. This was still thanks to their proper cooperation and timely assistance to each other. Bang! Ning Chen swung his gun down, carrying terrifying power, like a mountain falling from the sky, heavily striking Su Xiaowu, producing a tremendous sound. The power instantly shattered, splattering everywhere. Su Xiaowu was knocked back, staggering, and spat out blood. Ning Chen revealed a faint smile. Bai Xiuxiu was not wrong that day. The battle gun, such a heavy weapon, was very suitable for him, allowing him to fully unleash his physical prowess. What are you laughing at? Do you think victory is in your grasp? Su Xiaowu retreated several steps, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, speaking ominously. At this moment, the 5 of them were scattered around Ning Chen. However, they were not close enough, all more than 30 meters away. Normally, at this distance, they couldn't form a siege against Ning Chen. Do they have some kind of long-range siege technique? Ning Chen glanced over, pondering silently. He remained calm in his heart. Even if the 5 of them surrounded him, he was unafraid and could withstand it. Aren't you fast with your movement technique? Now, let's see how you dodge. Su Xiaowu smiled coldly at Ning Chen. Among the 5, she was the most heavily injured. As she spoke, a large amount of power surged from Su Xiaowu, rapidly spreading to the sides and upward into the sky. The other 4 did the same, continuously urging their power. In the blink of an eye, their powers interconnected, forming a hemispherical power shield, over 100 meters high, sealing the ground and imprisoning Ning Chen within. Not good. The viewers in Ning Chen's live broadcast room recognized this martial art and felt a jolt in their hearts. Beast King Suppression Technique. Someone had just called out the name of this martial art. A sharp eagle's cry echoed through the sky. Screech! Suddenly, the light barrier imprisoning Ning Chen twisted and surged with primal energy, transforming into a giant primal energy eagle, fierce and imposing. With a flap of its wings, it shot towards Ning Chen like lightning. Open the mountain! Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he swung his battle spear, the pressure creating a tangible shockwave that struck the eagle with a loud bang, shattering it into a cloud of primal energy fragments that scattered everywhere. This is just the beginning. I want to see how many Beast Kings you can withstand. Lu Jin sneered. As his words fell, the 5 of them understood each other and exerted their primal energy with all their might. Howl, roar, hiss. Various beast roars swept across the sky. The entire primal energy barrier boiled over, twisting and transforming into all kinds of flying and running beasts. There were giant pythons as thick as a person's waist, flying tigers with wings sprouting from their ribs, and ferocious bears with over a foot-long sharp teeth. One after another, these fierce beasts, like real ferocious creatures, charged towards Ning Chen. It was overwhelming, surging like a tidal wave. Countless spectators immediately tensed up, worried for Ning Chen. With so many primal energy beast kings, most of the area within the primal energy barrier was occupied, leaving Ning Chen almost no space to maneuver. He could only endure. Do you still dare to say your king body is invincible? The Beast King Suppression Technique, one of the strongest combined martial arts in the Tianwu realm, is terrifyingly powerful. It once killed one of your divine generals. I dare to bet that the king body won't withstand the impact of 20 beast kings. After a long silence, the audience from the Tianwu realm, seeing the beast tide surging, began to boast and mock. However, before they could send out a few more comments, their expressions stiffened, and they fell silent again. In that square, the ground trembled. The primal energy beast kings, moving at incredible speed, charged from different directions. Ning Chen's gaze was cold. He did not dodge or evade but simply swung his battle spear, unleashing the 5 styles of the killing god in succession. Whoosh! The battle spear sliced through the air, striking like lightning, extending in all directions from Ning Chen's center, resembling a blooming lotus. Beautiful yet terrifying. Each time the spear blade flashed with cold light, a primal energy beast king was completely shattered with a thunderous sound, vanishing without a trace. Not a single primal energy beast king could harm Ning Chen. In fact, they couldn't even get close. Whether it was the soaring primal energy beast kings or those running on the ground, none could enter within a meter of Ning Chen. As soon as they tried to approach, they exploded on the spot. The 1-meter radius around Ning Chen felt like a forbidden zone of life. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded.
Ning Chen had actually held them off. They could sense the terror of that overwhelming beast tide even through the screen. A typical 6th grade martial artist would be torn apart within 10 seconds of entering. What shocked them even more was that Ning Chen's left hand remained behind his back, still holding the spear with one hand, facing the Beast King suppression technique. And he was gaining the upper hand. Ning Chen is sure to win, his stamina is incredible. He just needs to maintain the status quo to exhaust the primal energy of those 5. An old spectator excitedly commented. The Beast King suppression technique is powerful, but it also consumes primal energy severely. Even with the 5 of them working together, they can only last 10 minutes at most. 3 minutes have already passed. The King body will uphold the glory of the Federation, trampling the Tianwu realm underfoot. Many citizens of the Federation felt reassured. Daydreaming. You think too highly of yourselves. There are less than 2 minutes left until the martial arts examination in Donlin ends. At most, it will be a draw. The audience from the Tianwu realm retorted with cold laughter. Meanwhile, bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed across the square, forming a dense line. One primal energy beast king after another exploded. Watching this scene, Su Xiaowu, Lu Jin, and the other 3 felt their hearts racing, unable to maintain their composure any longer. Their strongest trump card was utterly useless against Ning Chen. The only thing that reassured the 5 was that the martial arts examination was about to end. They could leave Tianquwei City alive. The orange-red morning sun continuously rose from the horizon. The sky grew brighter. Almost there, Ning Chen murmured to himself, a cold killing intent rising in his eyes. It was time to end this battle. To bring the martial examination of Tianquwei City to a close. Ning Chen glanced at the densely packed Force Beast Kings, wanting to break through them, but holding a gun with one hand was somewhat difficult for him at the moment. At least, he couldn't do it in the short term. However, real combat is not a turn-based game. Not being able to break through the Force Beast Kings does not mean he cannot kill. Su Xiao's pretty face turned pale, and she said sharply, Wang Ti, don't get too complacent. There are less than 2 minutes left in the martial examination. Our battle has no clear winner, it's just a tie. Su Xiaowu did not want to admit her defeat. It was for the face of the Tianwu realm. There was also a selfish motive. The 5 of them joined forces to use the Beast King suppression technique, yet they were no match for Ning Chen. This was hard for her, who was used to flowers and applause, to accept. She was filled with rage, wishing she could kill Ning Chen on the spot. But what frustrated her was that she didn't have that ability. Utterly shameless. Li Haoyan, standing not far away, sneered in anger, you call this a tie? Are you blind? The disadvantage is enormous, just a little more time, and you will all perish. Su Xiaowu looked at Ning Chen, scoffed, and mocked. So what if we're at a disadvantage? The inherent flaw of humanity is to ignore the process and focus on the result. Just give it some time, and the public will only remember one thing. In this martial examination, we fought to a standstill with Wang Ti. Well said, so you all must die, Ning Chen said coldly, executing the broken river technique, sweeping his gun horizontally with incredible speed, directly blowing up all 3 Force Beast Kings surrounding him. Then, he kicked off the ground, leaping into the air to bypass the beasts below and land directly in front of Su Xiaowu to kill her. With a punch power of 18 tons, he could leap nearly 100 meters in one step. Not to mention now. In midair, Ning Chen's figure stirred up a whirlwind, moving at incredible speed, like an arrow shot from a bow. A waste of effort. Su Xiaowu looked at the rapidly approaching Ning Chen, snorted coldly, and quickly formed seals with her 10 fingers, controlling a force-flying tiger with wing-like ribs to pounce at him. With a sharp sound of breaking air, the force-flying tiger spread its wings, like a sharp blade, viciously slashing at Ning Chen's back. A smirk appeared at the corner of Su Xiaowu's mouth. Trying to jump to break the Beast King suppression technique was futile. As long as Ning Chen turned to block with his gun, even if he could shatter the force-flying tiger, he would still be unable to gain leverage in midair, causing the recoil to alter his trajectory and land elsewhere, once again surrounded by numerous Force Beast Kings. Su Xiaowu was somewhat surprised. She saw that Ning Chen did not turn around. His pitch-black eyes were cold as he continued to leap toward her, allowing the wings of the force-flying tiger to land on his back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the sky. Su Xiaowu's sneer froze on her face. She did not see the imagined limbs breaking and blood splattering. A large area of golden light shone on Ning Chen's back, incredibly solid, easily withstanding the slash of the force-flying tiger's wings. Moreover, the force of the force-flying tiger acted on Ning Chen, making his speed even faster. In an instant, Ning Chen leaped in front of Su Xiaowu, using the momentum of his descent, holding the gun with one hand, swinging it in an arc, and striking down violently, the air roaring as if it were about to explode. Killing God 5 styles. Opening the mountain.
Su Xiaowu's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly raised her arms, the force surging to defend. However, the force within her body was mainly used to maintain the Beast King suppression technique. In an instant, the available force was extremely limited. As soon as Ning Chen's battle gun made contact, the force surging from Su Xiaowu's arms completely shattered, failing to slow down the speed of the gun's strike even a little. Bang! A tremendous collision sound erupted. Ning Chen landed on the ground. A drop of fresh blood fell at the corner of his left eye. Ahead, Su Xiaowu's figure had vanished. In its place was a mass of blood-colored mist radiating outward, thin at the front and thick at the back, spreading dozens of meters away. The ground beneath the mist was scattered with dense pale fragments. Those were shattered bones. Su Xiaowu had been blown apart by a single shot. Buzz! Without Su Xiaowu's original force, the Beast King suppression technique could no longer be maintained. The original force barrier that enveloped the earth trembled and completely collapsed. The roars of beasts vanished. One by one, the original force Beast Kings exploded, dissipating into the heavens and the earth along with the original force barrier. The other four were momentarily dazed. They too found it hard to believe. How could Ning Chen remain unscathed under the strike of the original force flying tiger? That golden light had no fluctuations of original force. It indicated that it was not some kind of defensive original pattern weapon. Whoosh! Ning Chen did not stop, executing Wind Shadow 3000, moving at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Jin, his blood energy surging like a great dragon, channeling all his strength to unleash the mountain strike once more, swinging down with his spear. Whoosh! The battle spear unleashed a violent gust of wind. Lu Jin was still in a daze, and by the time he heard the sound of the wind, a battle spear obscured his vision. Bang! The sound was deafening. Lu Jin, like Su Xiaowu, vanished without a trace. A large expanse of red mist spread. The smell of blood was intense. At this moment, Tao Yunxian, Xiangyi, and Wang Qian regained their senses, fear written all over their faces. The five of them together were no match for Ning Chen. Moreover, only three of them remained. There was no time to continue using the Beast King suppression technique. They would be killed in just a few moves. Split up and run. The three exchanged glances, resolute, and immediately turned to flee in different directions. Less than a minute remained in the martial arts exam. Staying to fight would mean death for all. Dispersing offered the highest chance of survival. Please don't pick me. As Tao Yunxian fled into the distance, she kept praying in her heart. Ning Chen's movement was powerful. The first person to be pursued would definitely not escape. Whoosh! The sound of a bomber like wind erupted behind Tao Yunxian. Her eyes widened in terror as she desperately urged her original force, quickening her pace to create distance. However, the sound of breaking air grew louder. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Tao Yunxian, and she transformed into a mist of blood. Ning Chen retracted his bloodied battle spear, turned, and chased after another person. Bang! Another deafening sound echoed. Xia Yingyi perished. Under the strike of the battle spear, he too was left with no complete corpse. Hearing two massive explosions from behind, Wang Qian's scalp tingled, and she ran frantically, even throwing away her weapon to move faster. Hurry! Hurry! Wang Qian raised her hand, staring at the countdown on her watch, anxious to the point of sweating on her forehead. 6, 5, 4. For the first time in her life, Wang Qian felt that a second could be so long. The countdown number jumped to 2. Wang Qian let out a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. She caught a glimpse of Ning Chen still 800 meters away. Unless he was a knight, he wouldn't catch up to her before the exam ended. Where did his battle spear go? Seeing Ning Chen's empty hands, a question flashed through Wang Qian's mind, but before she could think further, a deafening thunderclap sounded above her head. Boom! A battle spear fell to the ground, swift as thunder, carrying terrifying power. Bang! Blood mist splattered. At Wang Qian's location, there was only a battle spear standing on the ground. All candidates, please note, the martial arts exam has officially ended. Everyone, proceed to the gathering point outside Tianshui City as indicated by your watches. A black watch stained with blood was thrown into the air, tracing an arc, emitting the long-awaited mechanical synthesized voice that Wang Qian had yearned for. But Wang Qian would never have the chance to hear it again. At the same time, the live broadcast signal of the martial arts exam was cut off. In Ning Chen's live stream, the screen froze. There, a blazing sun broke free from the horizon's constraints. The cold and stirring youth stood silently, his gaze indifferent, a droplet of blood shaped like a tear marking the corner of his left eye, revealing an eerie beauty. The martial arts exam had ended, yet over 1 billion viewers remained in Ning Chen's live stream, staring at the frozen image, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. On the screen, the indifferent youth's strength was as deep as the ocean, completely beyond their imagination. Just a moment ago, the 5 from the Heavenly Martial Realm were still shouting that Ningchen was helpless, and that the match would end in a draw. But in less than 2 minutes, all 5 were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Many viewers were still processing what had happened. The turning point in the battle was that golden light, incredibly solid, even the full-force strike of the Origin Force Flying Tiger couldn't break through its defense. A viewer with profound martial arts knowledge pointed out the key detail. What is the golden light on Ning Chen's back? It's the transformation of the diamond body. I work for the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp, and I know very well that Ning Chen's diamond body has reached at least the 10th level. A comment was posted, instantly causing an uproar. Horizontal martial arts are notoriously difficult to master, but once achieved, the effects are tremendous. The 10th level of the diamond body, it's not an exaggeration to say, can withstand the depleted uranium shells of the Federal Army's Earth Dragon tanks. Many in the audience felt a surge of emotions. There truly are geniuses in the world, who cannot be measured by common standards, capable of overwhelming strength in offense, agility, and defense that leaves one breathless. I suddenly realized a terrifying fact. I have a similar thought. The 5 from the Heavenly Martial Realm are all 5th grade martial artists, possessing cross-border combat power, equivalent to 6th grade martial artists, yet they were defeated by the awakened 9th stage Ning Chen. This indicates that Ning Chen's true combat power is on par with 7th grade martial artists. Someone spoke up, igniting the live stream. Countless viewers were unsettled. Ning Chen's combat power could surpass the 7th realm. It should be noted that in the history of the Federation, the highest record of combat power crossing realms is 8th realm, created by a prodigy with an exceptionally strong physique. When he was a 1st grade martial artist, he directly killed a 9th grade martial artist. If Ning Chen were to advance to 1st grade martial artist, could he kill a 9th grade martial artist in a head-on confrontation? Many people had the same question flash through their minds. Just then, someone spoke in the live stream. The college entrance examination results from Donglin had come out. The audience hurriedly opened the official website of the Donglin Education Department. The homepage displayed the list of examination scores. Ning Chen's name was at the very top, with a score of 985. In Tianshui City, Ning Chen walked towards the gathering point outside the city. Through his black wristwatch, he also learned of his examination results. College entrance examination champion. Ning Chen did not feel overly excited. He had anticipated his score long before the bridge was sealed. Li Haoyun followed beside him, smiling. If possible, can I get your contact information? I'll transfer the broadcasting fee for your exam livestream later. Ning Chen nodded. Soon, the two left Tianshui City and arrived at the gathering point. Although it was just a temporary residence, the scale of construction was not small. Towering buildings hundreds of meters high stood in rows, and at the center lay a commercial street, complete with restaurants, supermarkets, cafes, and bars. After all, there were too many people. Just the students alone numbered in the tens of millions. Additionally, there were station troops, medical personnel, news reporters, and staff from various university admissions offices, totaling over 1 million. At the entrance, Ning Chen took off his black wristwatch and returned it to the soldier on duty before stepping into the gathering point. Congratulations on winning the college entrance examination. Bai Xiuxiu was waiting for Ning Chen inside, her red lips pursed into a slight smile. I really don't know how you became so strong. Su Shani shook his head in amazement, pulled out a phone, and handed it to Ning Chen, saying, I got this from the logistics department for you in advance. As he spoke, passers-by caught sight of Ning Chen and immediately erupted in excitement, their gazes fervently directed at him, as if ablaze. Wang Ti is back. Wow! He's even more handsome than in the videos. Mom, I want a date. A prodigy with combat power surpassing the 7 realms. Shouts of astonishment came one after another. Almost everyone gathered had watched Ning Chen's livestream. At this moment, several reporters rushed over, eager to speak and conduct interviews. Sorry, I have something to attend to for now. Ning Chen did not agree. He exchanged a glance with Bai Xiuxiu and Su Shani beside him, then exerted force with his feet and swiftly left. The two followed closely behind. Why didn't you agree to the interview? As they ran, Bai Xiuxiu, curious, turned her face towards Ning Chen and said, This is a great opportunity to gain fame. I watched your livestream. Your actions and words were very dramatic, completely different from your usual self. If I'm not mistaken, you must be trying to attract attention. Ning Chen nodded in acknowledgement, not hiding anything, and said honestly, I attracted viewers during the college entrance examination because I could earn more broadcasting fees. As for simply becoming famous, I'm not interested. As he spoke, Ning Chen opened his phone to check. The broadcasting fees for the college entrance examination had not yet been distributed. However, the specific bill had already come out.
Viewership fees exceeded 10.3 billion. Gifts were around 9.8 billion. Together, they surpassed 20 billion. Bai Xiuxiu and Su Shani leaned in to take a look, unsure of what to say. No wonder Ning Chen was not interested in fame. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. His gains from this college entrance examination were far from over. He had also seized many valuables, especially the 9 individuals from the Tianwu realm. Each of their spatial rings had an internal space of about 10 square meters, worth 4 to 5 billion, and contained many valuable items. After calculating, Ning Chen's smile brightened. He was almost at a net worth of 100 billion. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu thought for a moment, pointed to a large building ahead, and said to Ning Chen, "That is the office of the University Admissions Department, and Xinghai University is also there. Do you want to go over and find out more?" The application period for universities is in early July. However, to attract excellent candidates, many universities would contact prospective students in advance, offering admission incentives. After all, the federal education budget is limited each year. The competition among universities is extremely fierce. Sure. Ning Chen nodded in agreement. As soon as they entered the lobby on the first floor, Ning Chen was recognized. The staff from various university admissions departments erupted in excitement, surging towards him and surrounding him. "Ning Chen, no, Ning Zhuanyuan, you should consider Duran University, the second in the Federation, second only to Xinghai University." A middle-aged man handed Ning Chen a promotional brochure. "Stop talking nonsense, the second university in the Federation is clearly Lingbei University. Ning Chen, don't listen to their bragging, our Wanwu University is the true second in the Federation. Although we rank one place lower than Xinghai University, the conditions we offer are definitely better than Xinghai University. We can have a divine general take you as a disciple." Wanwu University didn't even make it to the top 16 in last year's Federal University Exchange competition. Many people argued heatedly, their faces flushed. Hearing the content of the argument, Ning Chen couldn't help but smile, thinking of a teasing joke. As we all know, there are a total of 10 universities ranked second in the Federation. The reason for this is mainly that Xinghai University is too strong, far ahead, with no university able to compare. Quiet. Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice rang out, containing a strong presence. The hall instantly fell silent. The crowd surrounding Ning Chen consciously made way for a passage. A burly man strode over, standing over 2 meters tall, his muscles like coiled dragons, stretching the loose martial arts uniform tightly. He looked towards Bai Xiuxiu, greeted her with a smile, and said, "Professor Bai, long time no see. Director Tang, what brings you here?" Bai Xiuxiu exclaimed in surprise, turning her face to introduce Ning Chen. "This is Tang Xianjun, the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy at Xinghai University." She added, "One of the top 10 knights in the Federation." Tang Xianjun smiled brightly, his gaze landing on Ning Chen, and said, "A person with a supreme physique, of course, I had to come in person." Ning Chen did not feel intimidated by the other's status. He got straight to the point, saying, "I want to know what kind of treatment Xinghai University can offer me." Xinghai University enrolls around 100,000 students each year. They do not treat everyone equally. The treatment of ordinary students is worlds apart from that of the strongest batch. Straightforward, just like my character. Tang Xianjun nodded in satisfaction and said seriously, "If you apply to Xinghai University, you can become one of this year's top 100 freshmen." He then explained the benefits of being a top 100 freshman to Ning Chen. 1 entry-level martial art from the Sky Realm. 10 advanced martial arts from the Tianshan Realm. Various cultivation resources worth over 1 billion yuan. The opportunity to train in martial arts alongside knights. After listening to Tang Xianjuan's explanation, Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged. The benefits of being a top 100 freshman were generous, totaling several billion yuan. However, for someone whose worth was approaching 10 billion, it held little allure. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen asked, "Is the treatment for top 100 freshmen the best?" "No," Tang Xianjun shook his head, "the best treatment belongs to the top 10 freshmen, who have significantly better benefits than the top 100, such as martial arts, which can be exchanged for advanced Sky Realm techniques." Hearing this, Ning Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised. "Isn't it the Star Realm level?" One of his considerations when sealing the Heroic Spirit Bridge was to leverage his outstanding performance in the martial arts exam to have Xinghai University allow him to inherit a Star Realm level cultivation technique. "It seems you still don't understand the significance of Star Realm level martial arts." Tang Xianjun smiled and said, "The martial arts of the Force Realm are divided into 4 realms and 12 tiers: Thick Earth, Tianshan, Sky, and Star. Among them, martial arts from the first 3 realms can generally be purchased if one is willing to spend money, except for certain special types.
but only Star Realm level martial arts are banned from sale on the market. After a pause, Tang Xianjun asked, "Do you know why?" Ningchen narrowed his eyes and speculated, "It should be more than just being more powerful." "Exactly," Tang Xianjun said, "this relates to the creation of martial arts. To create martial arts, one must advance to a knight, because only knights can grasp the profound meanings." Tang Xianjun said solemnly, "Martial arts contain the power of profound meanings. In essence, they are the manifestation of those meanings." Profound meanings? Ning Chen's eyes flickered, as if he realized something. "As for what profound meanings specifically are, you aren't even a 9th-tier martial artist yet, so there's no need for you to understand," Tang Xianjun pondered and said, "You just need to know that while profound meanings can create martial arts, one cannot comprehend profound meanings through practicing martial arts. The perfect realm is the limit. However, there are always exceptions." Tang Xianjun smiled. Ningchen tentatively asked, "Star Realm level martial arts?" Tang Xianjun nodded and replied, "Star Realm level martial arts can continue to improve after reaching the perfect realm, allowing one to gain insights into profound meanings and thus advance to a knight. Of course, this process is very difficult. For ordinary martial arts, reaching the perfect realm is akin to climbing to the sky, let alone Star Realm level martial arts. But compared to directly comprehending profound meanings, it is much simpler." Upon hearing this, Ningchen fell silent. He roughly understood what would happen when the progress of those perfect realm martial arts reached 100%. Most likely, they would evolve into profound meanings. Ningchen could clearly hear the pounding of his heart in his chest. It was getting faster and faster. He couldn't control it at all. After all, mastering profound meanings meant becoming a knight. Thinking of this, Ningchen's mind moved, and he immediately opened the system panel. Aside from his diamond body, all his martial arts were perfect. The highest progress among them is the Gale Step. Gale Step, perfect, progress 14%. Ningchen remembers clearly that during his bloody battle with the Tianwu spy Zhao Wei, the Gale Step reached the perfect realm. At that time, the progress was 7%. More than 2 months have passed, and it has increased by 7 percentage points. Calculated, that's about 3 percentage points a month. To reach 100%, it will take nearly 3 more years. For martial arts cultivation, that's not a long time. During his university years, he could become a knight. He would only be 20 then. Ningchen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He still had important matters to attend to. Ningchen raised his eyes to Tang Xianjun, his gaze calm, and asked, "What are the criteria for selecting the top 10 freshmen? You are qualified to be among the top 10 freshmen." Tang Xianjun shrugged, seeing through Ningchen's intent, and said, "It's just that your luck is too poor. All the spots for the top 10 freshmen have already been promised." He then explained the reason. The Federation has 99 administrative districts, and the martial arts examination projects differ, with varying end times. Donglin's martial arts examination took 7 days this time, which was too late. Most importantly, Donglin's strength is not strong enough. It is only average among the 99 administrative districts of the Federation. In the past, the top scorers from this area often couldn't even make it into the top 100 freshmen. Even if they became top 100 freshmen, they would be at the bottom. Xinghai University didn't even reserve a spot for the top 10 for Donglin. But unexpectedly, a super genius like Ning Chen, with combat power exceeding the 7th realm, emerged. Tang Xianjun said seriously, "So, I came personally to recruit you, which shows Xinghai University's importance to you." Ningchen pondered for a moment and said, "I can forego the title of top 10 freshman, but I demand equal treatment. The treatment for top 10 freshmen far exceeds that of the top 100 freshmen. Just one high-level martial art from the Xinjiang realm is worth billions." "No." Tang Xianjun decisively refused, saying, "Xinghai University invests the entire strength of the Federation, and the rules are strict. It will not make exceptions for a freshman." At this point, he seemed to think of something and smiled, "At least, your physique is not strong enough." This year, the Damuang Administrative District next door produced a Silver Moon Divine Body, which is also a supreme physique. With a first-grade realm, he defeated an 8th-grade martial artist. He faced the same situation as you and did not receive the treatment of a top 10 freshman. Ning Chen frowned upon hearing this. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ning Chen and said with a faint smile, "You can choose to apply to the Mecha department. With your talent, I guarantee that the treatment will far exceed that of the top 10 freshmen." Tang Xianjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly interjected, "The Martial Arts Academy and the Mecha department have different training directions, and the gap between them is huge. Just like the star-tier martial arts, only students from the Martial Arts Academy are qualified to cultivate them." He came here for both public and private reasons. It was not only to demonstrate Xinghai University's importance to Ning Chen but also because he personally wanted Ning Chen to join his faction.
That can't be said.
Bai Xiuxiu raised her eyebrows and said, students from the Mecha department indeed cannot inherit star-tier martial arts from Tsinghua University. However, it can be done through military channels.
Moreover, there's no need to become a professional soldier, just cooperation is enough.
Just like this time, when Ningchen dealt with the invaders from the Tianwu realm, he obtained a test for inheriting the extreme soldier technique. Hearing this, Ning Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, Instructor Bai, when does the test for the extreme soldier technique begin? His body had already been tempered to the limit of the awakening realm. As long as he obtained the original force cultivation method, he could immediately advance to a martial artist.
Ning Chen didn't want to delay too long.
Bai Xiuxiu said, it's tomorrow, at the military headquarters in the capital district.
We'll set off shortly. I'll go take a look too.
Tang Xianjun looked at Ning Chen, a meaningful smile on his face, and said, if you can obtain the extreme soldier technique, I guarantee that Tsinghua University will make an exception for you.
He didn't believe Ning Chen could do it.
The extreme soldier's decision is the foundation of the military, with an incredibly rigorous examination. Personal will, martial arts talent, and blood vitality must all reach an extraordinary level.
Buzz.
Dust swirled along the road as military buses arrived one after another, fully loaded with candidates, sending them back to their respective cities. Ning Chen, due to his participation in the extreme soldier's decision test, was not among them. He followed Bai Xiuxiu and others into a transport plane painted in matte black. Just as he passed through the cabin door, Ning Chen encountered an acquaintance.
Long time no see.
Song Shiyu waved at him with a bright smile and said, come sit over here.
Ning Chen approached and casually asked, what are you doing here? Song Shiyu replied, I'm also here to participate in the extreme soldier's decision test. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Seeing Ning Chen's expression, Song Shiyu's face darkened, saying, do you think I'm not qualified?
Your judgment is as sharp as ever.
Song Shiyu gritted his teeth in anger and said, don't underestimate me.
In this college entrance examination, I ranked 588th, second only to you among the awakened candidates. As he spoke, Song Shiyu fell silent. That second only had a rather significant gap.
Alright, you got me there.
Song Shiyu sighed, helplessly saying, the main reason I can take the extreme soldier's decision test is that my dad is Song Yefeng, the divine general of Jinhai, one of the big shots in the federal army.
No wonder. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Song Shiyu rolled his eyes and said irritably, can you at least act a bit shocked? My dad is a divine general, my real dad.
He had revealed his identity before. Every time, it had caused a stir.
Ning Chen pondered for a moment, lowered his voice, and probed, are you sure? Song Shiyu's expression froze.
1,000 thoughts surged in his mind. Not long after, the black transport plane started, roaring into the sky with a tremendous wind. Ning Chen stopped chatting with Song Shiyu and closed his eyes to rest. He had been sleepless for days, accumulating quite a bit of fatigue, and needed to recover to face the extreme soldier's decision test in the best condition.
The next day, Capital Administrative District, Federal Military Headquarters.
After flying for over 20 hours, Ning Chen had completely rested, feeling refreshed. Under the guidance of a team of soldiers, he arrived at the testing ground for the extreme soldier's decision. It was an indoor training facility located underground, vast and brightly lit. In the center stood 4 young people, around 17 or 18 years old, 2 boys and 2 girls, all tall and imposing, likely also there to participate in the extreme soldier's decision test. Song Shiyu glanced at the 4 and seemed to recognize their identities, raising an eyebrow and saying, this time, a few tough characters have really come. Maybe someone will truly inherit the extreme soldier's decision.
Hearing this, Ning Chen was somewhat surprised and asked, isn't the test just about defeating others?
Right. It also has to meet some strict conditions set by the military.
Song Shiyu explained, the extreme soldier's decision test has always been harsh.
The military holds it several times a year, but often no one can inherit the extreme soldier's decision for over a decade.
Got it. Ning Chen, with a strong mindset, did not feel overly anxious. I estimate it won't work out for me. Song Shiyu shook his head and introduced the 4 people not far away to Ning Chen.
Xiuling, 17.5, with a heavy mountain battle body, peak 9th stage awakening strength, and a punch power of 14 tons. Wen Miayan, practicing the S-level breathing technique, the 10,000 life water method, with a subtle realm, could produce the sound of flowing water as her blood vitality surged. Zhao Feng, similar to Xiuling, possessed a powerful special physique. Wang Longtao, with a significant background, was a direct descendant of a military king, ranking in the top 10 of the family inheritance line.
Of course, there's the strongest one,
Song Shiyu withdrew his gaze and looked at Ning Chen, smiling. My best friend, the Eternal Night King body, a prodigy of Donglin, can single-handedly suppress thousands, battling fiercely without anyone left to oppose. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and said, don't speak carelessly. Song Shiyu said, do you think it's a bit exaggerated? No, Ning Chen shook his head, we're not familiar. As the two joked, a young man named Wang Longtao stepped forward, scrutinizing Ning Chen with a piercing gaze, and said, I really didn't expect you to come and participate in the Extreme Soldiers trial. Ning Chen glanced at him and replied, do we know each other? We don't, but I know a lot about you. Wang Longtao's expression was cold, and his tone carried an air of command as he said, when you return, you must immediately move out of the Lu family and cease all contact with them, especially with Lu Zhan and Lu Mengyue. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flickered. He recalled that Lu Zhan had admitted to having a poor relationship with the military. Wei Huasheng had also said that if Lu Zhan dared to kill, the Wang and Lin families would definitely take advantage of the situation. That Wang family must refer to Wang Longtao's family, which holds the title of Tian Wang. That's why Lu Tsangyun sighed that day. Otherwise, with Uncle Lu's strength, even a divine general wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As his thoughts surged, Ning Chen asked, what conflict has Lu Zhan had with the Wang family? You have no right to know about such matters. Wang Longtao's expression changed, and he snorted coldly, saying, just remember one thing, do not get involved with the Lu family. After a pause, Wang Longtao added, it's true that you possess an extraordinary physique, but if you dare to get involved, your path to rising will be fraught with difficulties. Beside them, Song Shiyu scoffed, if that were said by Tian Wang, it might make sense. You, a scion of a noble family, not even a martial artist, think you can cross multiple regions to block my rise as the Donglin Wang body? You'll find out soon enough. Wang Longtao sneered, pointing at Ning Chen. With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Ning Chen paid no mind to the threat and turned to Song Shiyu, asking, do you know about the matter between Lu Zhan and the Wang family? I really haven't heard of it. Song Shiyu shook her head. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu walked over from the side, her voice low as she said, don't inquire about this matter, focus entirely on the trial. This involves too much, and I can't say much. Tang Xianjun followed behind, rubbing his chin and chuckling, but I must say, Lu Zhan is a ruthless person, really bold. Suddenly, a large number of footsteps came from outside the door. Many high-ranking military officials entered the training ground, starting from colonels, with several generals among them. A female colonel stepped out from the group, her beautiful face striking and her figure alluring. She approached Ning Chen and the other six, smiled slightly, and introduced herself. My name is Luo Qin, and I am the chief examiner for this Extreme Soldiers trial. You can call me Colonel Luo or Chief Examiner. Ning Chen glanced at Luo Qin. Unlike Bai Xiuxiu's cold beauty, Luo Qin exuded a gentle, delicate aura, charming and captivating, evoking a sense of affection. She's not just a pretty face, Ning Chen thought to himself. He noticed that the high-ranking military officials looked at Luo Qin without any frivolity. The soldiers at the side even dared not to look directly at her. Luo Qin was straightforward, saying, this trial is divided into 3 stages. The first stage tests personal willpower, to see if you have the heart of a strong person. Weak willpower, no matter how high your talent, will lead to limited future achievements. Luo Qin's voice turned cold. Wang Longtao asked, Colonel Luo, how do you test personal willpower? Very simple. Luo Qin flipped her hand and took out an hourglass, placing it on the ground. I have some understanding of illusion techniques. Next, I will cast an illusion on you. As long as you can break free from the illusion before the sand runs out, you will pass. Just a reminder, the stronger your willpower, the faster you can break free from the illusion. Luo Qin smiled charmingly, and as she spoke, an invisible force swept forward. Ning Chen and the other 6 closed their eyes uncontrollably. Colonel Luo's illusion can connect to the inner thoughts of the practitioner, and it's not easy to break free. These little guys in the awakening realm will take at least 10 minutes. I estimate that's not enough. Their talent is high, but they haven't experienced much hardship. How strong can their will be? A quarter of an hour would be remarkable. On the sidelines, the high-ranking military officials watched the 6 with closed eyes, discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, Ning Chen felt himself sinking into a sea of darkness. His body was warm and very comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring on a cold winter night. He couldn't remember what had happened before. He wanted to recall, but his brain felt particularly lazy. However, Ning Chen didn't give up and continued to try to mobilize his thoughts. At that moment, a soft, fluffy voice sounded. Don't work so hard, your martial arts can cultivate automatically. Why waste your effort? Without experiencing enlightenment, the highest realm of martial arts can only reach the expert limit, Ning Chen said seriously. As he spoke, he felt his thoughts become a bit more active. So what?
How many can achieve the perfect realm of martial arts? The expert limit is already strong enough. You are now worth nearly 100 billion. Buy a manor, hire some beautiful maids, and enjoy life every night. Isn't that good? It's not enough to buy martial arts resources. Your money will never be spent in this lifetime. The tempting, soft voice continued. No! Ningchen shook his head firmly, a shout rising from his heart. He thought of the day Wei Qiansa had framed him. If it weren't for Lu Zhan's intervention, he might have already died in prison. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to take control of his own destiny. No one could stop him. Those who block my path can all be killed. A cold voice echoed through the training ground. Ningchen opened his eyes, his gaze resolute, as if he could shake the heavens and the earth. At this moment, beneath the hourglass, the sand had not yet filled the base. Time, less than a minute. This. Luoqin looked at Ningchen, a look of shock appearing on her beautiful face. She was well aware of the power of her illusion. For someone at the 9th stage of awakening to break free in such a short time, how strong must their personal will be? There were only two possible outcomes for such a person. Success. Death. Luoqin took a deep breath, calming her fluctuating emotions, and said, "You should rest and wait for the others." Okay. Ningchen nodded. The military officials on the sidelines were equally shocked and incredulous. However, out of concern for Face, they didn't dare to exclaim loudly and communicated through telepathy. An absolute genius. Think of a way to bring him into the military. General Zhao, it's impossible. Colonel Bai has tried various methods. He promised that as long as he joined the military, he would inherit the extreme soldier decision, but Ningchen didn't agree. What a pity. An old man shook his head but didn't seem too regretful. The federal military had deep roots, like an ocean. There were nearly 100 divine generals. Not far away, Tang Qianjun looked at Ningchen, his eyes shining brightly, and whispered, with his will, he definitely won't waste his training. He will surely become a knight in the future. If his comprehension were a bit higher, he could be promoted to a peak knight, with combat power on par with a divine general, earning a title. Bai Xiu blinked. It seemed that Tang Qianjun had only seen some news reports about the Eternal Night King body and hadn't detailed Ningchen's information. No wonder he was unwilling to make an exception for Ningchen's top 10 freshman treatment. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiu didn't explain to Tang Qianjun. She had her own selfish motives, hoping Ningchen would join the mecha department. In the upcoming martial arts talent test, Ningchen mustn't stand out too much, Bai Xiu thought to herself. Time passed. 10 minutes later, Song Shiyu also broke free from Luoqin's illusion. Ningchen, you lied. Impossible. I am my father's biological child. As Song Shiyu opened her eyes, she shouted. The training ground fell silent for a few seconds. Many felt they had heard a big news. Ningchen remained silent, pinching his thigh to force back laughter, pretending he hadn't heard. There was no way around it. The divine general of Xinhai, Song Yefeng, was also here. Shut up, you little brat. I'll deal with you when we get back. Song Yefeng scowled, scolding Song Shiyu before shooting a glare at Ningchen. He had been on the transport plane yesterday as well. Although Ningchen had lowered his voice, as a divine general, he could naturally hear clearly. You're almost killing me. Song Shiyu said with a mournful face, then thought for a moment and asked, what did you say when you were awake? Nothing, just a thought. Spit it out. Song Shiyu perked up, quickly pressing for more. Ningchen probably felt embarrassed too. At least he had a companion. Anyone who blocks my path can be killed. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyu silently turned away, feeling as if she had returned to the mountain and sea talent training camp. Sand grains continued to fall. The remaining 4 also broke free one after another, with no one being eliminated. Wang Longtao's expression was not good. He was the last one, and when he woke up, the hourglass was about to run out. Stronger than the previous batch of tests. Luoqin looked at the 6 people and said, the next round will assess your martial arts talent. The extreme weapon technique is obscure and profound. It can be said to be the most difficult original force cultivation method in the Federation. If your talent isn't strong enough, you won't even be able to get started. At this point, Luoqin waved her hand to the side. She continued, moreover, to cultivate the extreme weapon technique, you must be proficient in various weapons to unleash its power. 6 soldiers approached, handing Ningchen and the others a metallic square box. Open it, Luoqin said. Ningchen lifted the lid and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Inside were 10 disposable martial seals. Luoqin pointed at the metallic box in Ningchen's hand and explained, these 10 martial seals each contain the martial arts of 10 different weapons, all newly created by military experts this year, to prevent any of you from having practiced them before. As for the rank, they are all high-tier Tianshan. However, they are only for the awakening realm. After all,
this is just to test your martial arts talent. When Miao Yan raised her hand, curious, and asked, Colonel Luo, how will the test be conducted? These 10 martial arts, in the awakening realm, are mostly equivalent to S rank. To get started, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Is this test going to last for several days? Not at all, Luo Qin smiled slightly and said, the military expert who created these 10 martial arts will come over shortly to demonstrate the essence and show you how to practice them, so you can gain insights and shorten your training time. The requirement isn't high, just reach the entry level in 5 martial arts, Luo Qin said loudly. Upon hearing this, when Miao Yan, Wang Longtao, and the others felt a bit nervous, Ning Chen held his breath. He thought of something. The first insight into the Gale Step had come from watching its creator, Gu Tianyu, demonstrate it. These 10 martial arts are, in order, sword techniques, sword drawing slash. Luo Qin explained to the 6. Staff techniques, 9 strikes shaking heaven. Shield martial arts, 1000-layer wave shield. Dagger techniques, exploding lotus. After listening to Luo Qin, Song Shiyu's eyes flickered as she walked over to Ning Chen and whispered, something's off. There are no knife or gun techniques among these 10 weapon martial arts, which are the most common weapons in the Federation. Not being familiar with a certain weapon would make practicing the related martial arts much more difficult. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, does the military not want me to inherit the extreme weapon technique? The military isn't that petty. As long as you pass the test, they will definitely let you inherit it, Song Shiyu whispered. It should be some people trying to cause you trouble. Ning Chen pondered for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Wang Longtao beside him. The other party grinned at him. Are you scared now? Wang Longtao mouthed. Take them to the transmission room for inheritance, Luo Qin instructed. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze from Wang Longtao, did not argue with him, and followed the soldiers as they left the training ground. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu stepped forward, her pretty face cold, and questioned, Luo Qin, what's going on with these 10 weapon martial arts? Knife, sword, gun, these are the 3 most common weapons in the Federation. Each inheritance test of the extreme weapon technique must involve related weapon martial arts. Yet today, the knife technique and gun technique are absent. These 2 are precisely what Ning Chen excels at. Luo Qin scrutinized Bai Xiuxiu, raising an eyebrow and teasing, why are you so concerned about him? Could it be that an old cow is eating tender grass? Bai Xiuxiu immediately turned her face towards Su Shani and coldly said, bring my mecha over. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin lightly coughed and quickly said, just joking. If I wanted to target Ning Chen, he wouldn't be able to escape the illusion of the first round. Luo Qin shrugged and said, you should know that the chief examiner is only responsible for the testing process. The selection of the 10 weapon martial arts has nothing to do with me. It was decided beforehand. Bai Xiuxiu understood. This was not a conflict between Luo Qin and her. Targeting a student who has just achieved great merit? Bai Xiuxiu looked towards the military leaders at the side of the field, her voice icy. Song Yefeng stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, saying, it's just a small tactic within the rules, those people haven't gone too far. As long as Ning Chen qualifies, the inheritance of the extreme weapon technique won't be a problem. There's nothing to be done, you know that. Ning Chen is too close to Lu Zhan, and the people from the Wang and Lin factions will definitely look down on him. A chorus of voices tried to persuade Bai Xiuxiu. The coldness on Bai Xiuxiu's face did not diminish as she said, it's simply ridiculous, it was Lu Zhan who put a green hat on the king, not Ning Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, the area fell silent. Colonel Bai, silence. Song Yefeng's voice was stern. Bai Xiuxiu pressed her red lips together and stopped speaking. The king is the strongest combat force in the Federation, supreme and above reproach. 2 hours later, in the inheritance room, Ning Chen removed the martial seal from his forehead, completing the inheritance of the last martial art. In his mind, the final prompt sounded. Sword drawing technique completed absorption, cultivation speed restored to normal. With a thought, a semi-transparent fluorescent interface appeared. Among several columns, sword drawing technique, proficient, progress 3%, shattering 9 strikes, proficient, progress 10%, exploding lotus, basic, progress 56%, earth-shattering hammer, basic, progress 97%. Ning Chen's gaze swept over. These 4 martial arts had all gained relevant insights from his original martial arts. The other 6 martial arts could not be absorbed due to insufficient similarity. The test of the extreme weapon technique required proficiency in 5 martial arts. Ning Chen was still 1 short. However, he was not worried. The creators of these 10 martial arts would personally demonstrate. The realm of martial arts was not an issue. It's just that there are people among the military leaders targeting me. Although they haven't dared to do so openly, if I only barely qualify, it might stir up some waves, such as claiming my qualification is due to testing errors.
Ningchen stood up and pushed the door open.
In his black eyes, brilliance flickered, dazzling like the blazing sun. Then, let's reveal less of the reality and, with absolute advantage, leave everyone speechless.
Extreme weapon technique. He was determined.
Returning to the training ground, Ningchen noticed 10 soldiers standing in the center, straight as javelins, with military ranks ranging from colonel to lieutenant general. Although they did not exude a powerful aura, the occasional strange phenomena appearing in their eyes made it hard to look directly at them.
Creators of martial arts. Ningchen deduced in his heart.
Luo Qin confirmed his speculation, saying, "These 10 knights are the creators of the martial arts you will inherit, and they will demonstrate in order. The first one, Lieutenant General Qin Wudao, who just received his title this year, is the only sword knight,"
Luo Qin introduced in a deep voice.
Ningchen looked at the man, scrutinizing him carefully. The number of titled knights in the Federation is far fewer than that of divine generals. On average, one administrative region doesn't even get one.
Ningchen had already seen 3 so far.
In the battlefield, Tang Qianjun and this Qin Wudao. Watch closely, I will only draw one sword. Qin Wudao, of medium build, stepped in front of Ningchen and the other 6, raising his right hand. A sheathed sword flew through the air from the weapon rack at the side and landed in his hand. Then, Qin Wudao placed the sword against his left waist, his right hand resting on the hilt.
Boom!
Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed, and as he drew the sword, he slashed upward.
A dazzling cold light illuminated the training ground.
A sharp wave of energy swept out, its momentum astonishing, as if it could sever all things, nothing could stand in its way. Ningchen's gaze was firmly locked on Qin Wudao. The speed at which the other party drew the sword was not fast. He saw it very clearly. However, Ningchen had a premonition in his heart that if he stood opposite Qin Wudao, he would not be able to evade or block this sword. At the same time, a series of prompts surged in Ningchen's mind like a tide. The sword drawing technique has detected profound principles of cutting, entering a state of enlightenment, and the cultivation speed has skyrocketed.
Progress increased by 50%. Progress increased by 47%.
The sword drawing technique has accumulated enough, gained insight, and broken through to the subtle realm.
The prompts came one after another.
Qin Wudao sheathed the sword and stepped back to his original position. The second participant, Major General Sun Yang, Peak Knight, demonstrating the 9 strikes of heaven-shaking staff technique.
Luo Qin continued to introduce.
Sun Yang stepped forward, tall and strong, holding a long metal staff, as thick as his arm. Whoosh! He began to perform the 9 strikes of heaven shaking, the staff shadows soaring, the momentum impressive.
Ningchen observed seriously.
The prompts in his mind, which had not yet ceased, surged even more fiercely. The sword drawing technique has accumulated enough, gained insight, and broken through to the expert realm.
Progress increased by 30%.
The 9 strikes of heaven shaking has detected profound intentions of immense power, entering a state of enlightenment, and the cultivation speed has skyrocketed.
Progress increased by 40%. Progress increased by 40%. In less than a minute, Sun Yang finished his demonstration.
The third participant, Colonel Hu Ting's, demonstrating the shield martial arts, 1,000-layered wave shield.
Luo Qin said solemnly.
Another knight stepped forward, holding a shield, and began to practice.
After that, other knights took turns stepping up.
In Ningchen's mind, the insights into martial arts poured in like a flood, overwhelming. For a moment, Ningchen was somewhat dazed. He did not know how long had passed when the prompts disappeared.
Ningchen's eyes gradually cleared, rising with an unmistakable joy. 10 martial arts.
The advancements were better than he had anticipated. 6 had reached the perfect realm. 3 had advanced to the expert realm. 1 had advanced to the subtle realm.
How many martial arts do you think you have grasped? Song Shiyu turned to Ningchen, asking curiously. He knew Ningchen's comprehension was astonishing.
However, all 10 of these were martial arts involving weapons that Ningchen had never encountered before, making the difficulty of cultivation significantly higher.
Ningchen's expression was calm as he said, "Not many martial arts have been grasped."
At this moment, Luo Qin looked at the 6 people in front of her and said loudly, "The martial arts talent test officially begins. Next, you will step forward to demonstrate and showcase your martial arts level."
"Colonel Luo, I'll go first." When Miao Yan stepped forward, her expression exuding confidence. "All right."
Luo Qin casually nodded, instructing the soldiers to bring a weapon rack from the side for the 6 to showcase their martial arts.
"I will first demonstrate the sword drawing technique."
When Miao Yan took down a sheathed sword, placing it at her left waist like Qin Wudao had done, her right hand gripping the hilt. Then, she swiftly drew it. Whoosh! The sword was drawn from its sheath, cutting through the air towards the sky. Its might could not be compared to Qin Wudao's sword strike, but it was still a successful demonstration. You've already reached the entry level. Qin Wudao nodded. The second technique, 9 strikes of heaven shaking. When Miao Yan returned the sheathed sword and took down a large metal staff, swinging it vigorously, striking one after another with heavy force. Not bad, that's considered entry level, Sun Yang said with a smile, while Wen Miaoyan continued to demonstrate. Before long, all 10 martial arts were showcased. Among them, 7 martial arts reached the entry level, successfully passing this martial arts talent test. This little girl Wen Miaoyan is quite impressive, she even has 2 extra. Her martial arts talent is indeed outstanding. Wen Miaoyan might really be able to inherit the extreme weapon technique. Her S-level breathing technique, the 10,000 life water method, is at the subtle realm, and her blood chi intensity is very likely to pass. The high-ranking military officials discussed among themselves, some surprised by Wen Miaoyan's performance. Zhao Feng, it's your turn. Luo Qin pointed with her hand. Zhao Feng's expression was not good as he walked to the weapon rack, took down a giant axe, and began to demonstrate. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Qin withdrew her gaze and announced, 7 martial arts did not reach the entry level, disqualified, unable to inherit the extreme weapon technique. As she finished speaking, Zhao Feng was led away from the training ground by a soldier. The test continued. Song Shiyu was third in line, stepped forward to practice, and entered 5 martial arts. He barely passed the qualification line. Xiao Ling followed closely, achieving the same result as Song Shiyu, entering 5 martial arts. Next, Wang Longtao. Yes. Wang Longtao responded loudly, stepping forward, drawing a weapon, and performing. In the end, he entered 7 martial arts, tying for first place with Wen Miaoyan. A smile appeared on Wang Longtao's face, unable to hide his pride. Well done. Luo Qin encouraged, turning her pretty face to look at Ning Chen, who stood quietly, and said, it's your turn. Okay. Ning Chen stepped towards the weapon rack. Wang Longtao was also there, leaning against the weapon rack, arms crossed, looking at Ning Chen with a smug smile. Without gun techniques and sword techniques, don't you feel uncomfortable? Wang Longtao lowered his voice and said, if you don't want to encounter something similar again, cut ties with the Lu family immediately after you go back. Ning Chen ignored him, silently reaching out to take down a sheathed sword and placing it at his waist. Wang Longtao, seeing this, felt somewhat dissatisfied, his smile faded, and he coldly said, do you know what kind of existence you are facing? If you don't repent, so what if you have the king body? Your path ahead is completely cut off. Is that so? A cold voice of doubt rang out. At the same time, Ning Chen's eyes turned icy, locking onto Wang Longtao tightly, his right hand resting on the sword hilt, suddenly drawing it out. Sword drawing technique of heaven's slash. Boom! A silver light burst forth from the sword sheath like lightning, carrying the power to cut through all things, slashing towards Wang Longtao. The fierce wave swept through the air, chilling to the bone. Wang Longtao barely reacted when a sharp sword was pressed against his throat. The metallic blade felt cold against his skin. Wang Longtao looked at Ning Chen, swallowing the mockery he was about to say, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. When that sword slashed down, he truly thought he would be cut in half. Wang Longtao knew the king body was very strong, but he never expected that under the same realm, he couldn't even block a single sword. No one can stop my rise, you can't, and the people behind you can't either, Ning Chen said, holding the sword. His tone was very calm, yet it revealed an undeniable confidence. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the training ground. This fluctuation, my heavens, it's the sword drawing technique of heaven's slash at the perfect realm, a high-ranking military official said, trembling with shock. The other nearby high-ranking officials were similarly astonished, their expressions changing dramatically. Many of them knew that Ning Chen had once had an epiphany, elevating the heavenly thunder punishment to the perfect realm. But hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were 2 entirely different experiences. Moreover, most high-ranking military officials did not believe Bai Xiuxiu's initial report, thinking that she had exaggerated certain facts to win over the king body. This is cheating! Wang Longtao shouted, his expression excited, saying, Ning Chen must have practiced the sword drawing technique of heaven's slash in advance. He had never heard of such a thing. Some people can cultivate martial arts to perfection in one go. Even enlightenment is not enough. I just said it. Luo Qin forcibly suppressed her shock and said coldly, the 10 martial arts tested in the Extreme Soldier Decision are all newly created by the strong in the army this year. Bai Xiuxiu nodded and said, Ning Chen, back in the Mountain Sea Genius training camp, broke through 6 major realms in one enlightenment, bringing the heavenly punishment to absolute perfection. Ning Chen broke through 6 realms once again. Tang Xianjun had already seen it. There was no point in hiding it any longer.
The second time. Bai Xiuxiu's heart surged with waves, difficult to calm. She had still underestimated Ning Chen's comprehension. Hearing the voices rising around, Wang Longtao's face turned red, burning hot, as if he had been slapped several times. His pride, his arrogance, were reduced to ashes under Ning Chen's sword. Luo Qin coughed lightly and said, "Put down the sword, this test of the extreme soldier decision does not involve actual combat." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then sheathed his sword. After all, Wang Longtao had not taken the initiative to attack. If he had seriously injured him, it would not hold up in terms of reason or emotion. Most importantly, Wang Longtao came from a royal family. His uncle could not withstand it. "You." Not far away, Qin Wudao stared at Ning Chen, opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. The sword drawing technique was his proud creation. Normally, if someone could cultivate it to perfection and display great prowess, he, as the creator, would feel happy. However, the other party reached perfection in one enlightenment. It was as easy as drinking water. This truly frustrated him. Was the sword drawing technique too easy? Beside him, Sun Yang teased, "Old Qin, I deeply suspect that the thick earth grade of your sword drawing technique was bought with money. Achieving perfection in one enlightenment is just too simple." The difficulty of cultivating martial arts does not mean that the martial arts are powerful, but conversely, the stronger the martial arts, the higher the difficulty of cultivation. Luo Qin said, "Ning Chen, you can demonstrate the second martial art now." "Okay." Ning Chen reached out, grabbed a large metal stick, and without any hidden intentions, directly unleashed the shockwave 9 strikes with all his strength. Whoosh! 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 The stick shadows filled the sky, and with each swing, explosive sounds echoed in the air, the pressure creating waves that ravaged everywhere like a tangible force. The crowd was dumbfounded, unable to speak. Another martial art at the perfect realm. "Sun Yang, how much did you spend to buy the grade of your shockwave 9 strikes?" After finishing the shockwave 9 strikes, Ning Chen put down the metal stick, picked up a shield, and shook it forcefully towards the front. Buzz! In an instant, the shield vibrated violently, forcing out mist-like white fog that spread outward in concentric circles, densely packed. Upon counting, there were actually thousands of them. 1,000-layer wave shield. Realm, perfect. There's still one more? Many high-ranking military officials were dry-mouthed. Some even secretly pinched their thighs, thinking they might be dreaming. "Hu Tings, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, did you also spend money to buy a grade?" Qin Wudao and Sun Yang exchanged glances and transmitted their thoughts in unison. "Hu Tings." Ning Chen switched to another weapon and continued to demonstrate martial arts. To prevent being too monstrous, he did not reveal everything in concealed part of his strength. Among them, 3 martial arts at the perfect realm. 1 each at the expert, subtle, proficient, and skilled realms. The remaining 3 were just at the entry level. However, for the crowd present, this was still no less than a thunderclap, stirring up waves in their hearts as they stared intently at Ning Chen. With a supreme physique, he naturally birthed profound meanings. Therefore, he would surely become a knight. However, whether one could thoroughly comprehend their own profound meanings varied from person to person and depended on comprehension. Over the years, the military had recruited several with supreme physiques. Many of them are stuck at that initial step. In terms of combat power, they are only comparable to ordinary peak knights, which does not bring any qualitative change to the powerful military. However, with the talent that Ning Chen has displayed now, in the future, 100%, he will surely comprehend the profound meaning and be promoted to a divine general, perhaps even higher. Well, I was a bit careless earlier. Have Colonel Bai make more effort to recruit this kid. The elder at the side coughed lightly and instructed seriously. General Zhao, I feel that perhaps Colonel Bai's attitude is too arrogant. Should we let Colonel Luo give it a try? That could work. Luo Qin's charm. Cough. Social skills are quite strong. Several high-ranking military officials whispered among themselves. At this moment, Luo Qin came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, Ning Chen, you have successfully passed. Song Shiyu quickly stepped forward, rolling her eyes, and said irritably, didn't you say you didn't know many martial arts? Many? I only know 3, which is 2 less than you. Ning Chen shrugged and smiled lightly. If it weren't for the sudden enlightenment in other martial arts, I would have almost failed. Almost. The veins on Song Shiyu's forehead bulged. Not far away, Wang Longtao was sizing up Ning Chen, his gaze dark and mixed with jealousy. A talent destined to become a divine general. Too terrifying. The face he lost today could not be regained. No force would be willing to offend a future divine general for no reason. The Tianlang family was no exception. It wasn't out of fear. As long as Ning Chen didn't provoke them, the Tianlang family wouldn't take action against him. The most important thing was that their Tianwan was only dissatisfied with one person in the road battle. The previous changes to the martial arts test aimed at Ning Chen had nothing to do with the Tianwan family. It was merely some high-ranking military officials trying to deepen their relationship with the Wang family, leading to suppression. Offending a knight was something those people didn't care about, but a divine general needed to be treated with caution. Professor Bai, with Ning Chen's outstanding comprehension, you should at least inform me. Tang Xianjun retracted his gaze and complained slightly. Bai Xiuxiu replied indifferently, the relationship between the Mecha department and the martial arts academy isn't very good. The two sides mainly had a conflict of ideologies. Mecha engineers derive their combat power mainly from mechas, and their goal is mostly to pilot stronger mechas. Warriors cultivate themselves, dreaming of one day drawing their swords to slay mechas. Ning Chen will definitely apply to the martial arts academy. Tang Xianjun said with a smile, feeling proud. With his performance today, I can help him secure a spot among the top 10 freshmen, fulfilling the conditions he set yesterday. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him and said, the top 10 freshmen are not worthy of Ning Chen. Among this year's freshmen at Tsinghua University, who else can dare to say they will definitely become a divine general besides Ning Chen? Tang Xianjun looked around and lowered his voice. Ning Chen doesn't know this. I will tell him. Bai Xiuxiu raised her eyebrows lightly and said, if the treatment offered by Tsinghua University isn't enough, Ning Chen can switch to another school. There's no need to hang himself on one tree. Among the many public universities in the Federation, Tsinghua University stands out, but there are also some private universities that, while their overall strength may not match, are equally strong in nurturing top students. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile. Tang Xianjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Professor Bai, you are also from Tsinghua University. Bai Xiuxiu's smile remained unchanged, just a specially appointed professor. It sounds impressive, but to put it bluntly, I'm just an external temporary worker. Hearing this, Tang Xianjun felt a bit of a headache, sighed, and said helplessly, I will hold a meeting at the Martial Arts Academy soon to discuss the treatment for Ning Chen as soon as possible. Bai Xiuxiu smiled sweetly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura suppressed the entire venue, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In the void, the space twisted, rippling like water. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared, indifferent and cold, containing infinite killing intent, looking down upon the earth. Greetings, Bai Wang. The soldiers on the scene, regardless of their rank, stood straight and raised their hands in salute. Ning Chen's heart stirred, knowing who had arrived. The superpower recorded in history books. The creator of the God of Death's 5 styles. The king, Bai Qi. Put it down. A faint voice emerged from the void, not loud, but deep and powerful, resonating through the heavens and the earth. General Zhao raised his head and said solemnly, King Bai, may I ask what instructions you have for this visit? Upon hearing this, the crimson eyes did not respond but instead turned to Ning Chen. Your comprehension is very good. A calm voice echoed from the void, devoid of emotional fluctuations. It sounded like a perfunctory remark. However, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Such an obvious compliment. Ning Chen had actually caught Bai Qi's attention. King Bai, you flatter me. Ning Chen faced the crimson eyes, slightly bowing in respect. He can receive the inheritance of the extreme soldier technique. The crimson eyes spoke. Yes. General Zhao immediately saluted and said loudly, without any delay. The extreme soldier technique was the foundation of the military, incredibly precious. Other kings, like the one from the Wang family, if they wanted to pass on their legacy to someone, that person would have to undergo tests, and the standards could be somewhat lower. But Bai Qi was different. He only needed to say a word. Because Bai Qi was the founder of the military and even the entire human federation, holding supreme authority. The weapons martial arts of the 10-door test do not include the most common gun and sword techniques. What are your thoughts on this? The crimson eyes looked down at Ning Chen and asked. As soon as the words fell, many high-ranking military officials felt a chill run down their spines. They did not understand why Bai Qi was asking. Did he want to use this as an opportunity to challenge the Wang family's king? If that were true, it would cause a huge upheaval in the human federation. The training ground was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ning Chen's gaze was lowered. He suppressed the joy of obtaining the extreme soldier technique. His thoughts surged like lightning, analyzing the reason behind Bai Qi's inquiry. The other party was an unparalleled existence standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. It was impossible that he wanted to curry favor with him. The most likely explanations for this inquiry were only 2. First, this was just a simple test. Bai Qi wanted to see his ability to navigate social situations. Second, Bai Qi wanted to use him as an excuse to take action against the Wang family's king or other military bigwigs of king level.
If it was the former, there was no problem. After all, the extreme soldier technique was already in hand. If it was the latter, it would be extremely dangerous. A wrong answer could drag him into the struggle between kings, posing a threat to his life. Regardless, I cannot get involved. After pondering for a moment, Ningchen smiled and said lightly, I don't really care, because it doesn't affect me. With my talent, I can succeed in any obscure weapon martial arts. I just really want to beat him up. Ningchen raised his hand, pointing at Wang Longtao beside him, and said, I really want to give him a good beating. However, I have to be cautious because he comes from a royal family. Ha! Upon hearing this, many high-ranking military officials felt a subtle sense of relief in their hearts. Ningchen attributed the conflict to the two young men. That was a minor issue. It was nothing significant. If you want to fight, just fight. No king will care about the rivalry of young people. The crimson eyes emitted a detached voice. There was no display of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. However, Bai Xiuxiu vaguely sensed a hint of praise in her ancestor's tone. The ancestor should be very satisfied with Ning Chen, Bai Xiuxiu thought to herself. Ning Chen's choice just now was appropriate. He neither relied on his stunning talent to be arrogant nor feared the royal family, retreating excessively. Thank you, King Bai. Ning Chen said loudly, then turned to face Wang Longtao, striding forward. Wang Longtao's expression changed dramatically. He had just been held at sword point by Ning Chen and knew he was no match at all. You don't. Wang Longtao was about to say something when he was hit in the abdomen by Ning Chen's fist. With a loud bang, a powerful force erupted, leaving Wang Longtao speechless, his face contorted in pain as he bent over. Ning Chen's eyes were cold and unyielding. He did not stop. His right hand shot out swiftly, grabbing Wang Longtao's head to hold it in place, while simultaneously he sharply raised his knee. Crack! Bang! The two sounds occurred almost simultaneously. Wang Longtao fell to the ground in pain, his nose collapsed, completely fractured. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth, with broken teeth mixing in the blood, one after another, falling to the ground. Many people watching felt a pang in their teeth. Once Ning Chen made a move, he was truly merciless. Seeing you in this miserable state, to be honest, I'm not surprised at all. Song Shiyu shook his head with a sigh, walked over to Wang Longtao's side, squatted down, and smiled, but don't be too upset. Saying this, Song Shiyu pulled out a piece of paper and stuffed it into Wang Longtao's pocket, saying, this is a person's contact information. His name is Xiaoxi, you two will definitely have a lot in common, so have a good chat later. Wang Longtao wanted to curse, but his mouth was injured by Ning Chen, so he could only make muffled sounds. At that moment, Luo Qin spoke up, looking towards the crimson eyes in the void, respectfully asking, White King, since Ning Chen has already obtained the inheritance of the extreme soldier decision, should this trial continue? Continue, a indifferent voice echoed. As the words fell, the space twisted, and the crimson eyes disappeared into ripples. The atmosphere on site suddenly relaxed. The sound of discussions spread out. Facing a heavenly king, especially Bai Qi, even a titled knight couldn't help but feel nervous. Luo Qin called over a few soldiers to move the injured Wang Longtao to the medical room. Wang Longtao has left the competition due to injury, and his spot is eliminated, Luo Qin announced immediately. The trial of the extreme soldier decision would certainly not be delayed because of one person. Luo Qin looked at the four remaining individuals and said, the third round, also the final round, will test your blood energy intensity. Ning Chen nodded inwardly. This assessment item was within his expectations. After all, the stronger the blood energy, the stronger the quality of the condensed original force seed. Thus, when cultivating the original force technique, the efficiency of absorbing dark energy from the universe would be higher. When Miaoyan raised her hand to ask, Colonel Luo, how do we test blood energy intensity? Has the Federal Academy of Sciences developed a testing machine for this? No, follow me. Luo Qin did not explain directly and walked towards the training grounds gate. Ning Chen and the others followed closely behind. The other military higher-ups also began to move. Moments later, everyone arrived at a spacious, large room, brightly lit, with a standard circular pond situated within. However, it was not filled with water. Instead, it contained a thick, bright red liquid, resembling molten lava from a volcano. In the center of the pond was a stone platform, also circular, about 1 meter in diameter, its surface covered with peculiar patterns that extended into the bright red liquid. This is the blood wave pool. Luo Qin pointed to the stone platform in the center of the pond and introduced, on that platform, when you condense the original force seed, the fluctuations in blood energy will be detected, causing the blood wave pool to vibrate and create waves. The stronger the blood energy, the higher the waves. When the wave height exceeds 10 meters, you will pass and obtain the inheritance of the extreme soldier decision. The four of them understood. Luo Qin asked, the blood wave pool can only allow one person to cultivate at a time. Who will go first? I'll go first. Song Shiyu thought for a moment and smiled. Ning Chen can go last. After all, he has already obtained the inheritance of the extreme soldier decision. I don't mind, Ning Chen replied calmly. Luo Qin nodded slightly and said to Song Shiyu, alright, you can start. Okay. The blood wave pool was not very large. Song Shiyu took a few steps to gain momentum, leaped up, and landed on the central stone platform, then sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to condense the original force seed. Buzz! The bright red liquid in the blood wave pool gently trembled, and from the central stone platform, a circular wave began to form, gradually rising outward. 1 meter. 2 meters. Just as it was about to reach 3 meters, the wave stopped rising. This height is not bad. S-level breathing technique should be at a proficient level. Brother Song, a tiger father has no dog sons. With a mediocre aptitude, he's far behind his sister. Whether he can advance to a knight in the future is uncertain. The military higher-ups exchanged remarks. About half an hour later, the wave subsided, and the surface of the pool returned to smoothness. Song Shiyu successfully condensed the original force seed, opened his eyes, and returned to the shore. Luo Qin announced, the wave reached 298 meters, disqualified, eliminated. Song Shiyu sighed but wasn't too disappointed. He knew his blood energy wasn't strong enough. This time, he mainly came along with Song Yefeng to meet some military higher-ups to pave the way for his future. I'll go second, Xiao Ling said, and after seeing no objections, she exerted herself and leaped onto the stone platform. Compared to Song Shiyu, she had a much easier run-up. She was a heavy mountain battle body, with a punch force of 12 tons, and her physical quality far exceeded that of Song Shiyu. Xiao Ling sat cross-legged and began to condense the original force seed. Buzz! The surface of the pool vibrated, and the wave rose, quickly surpassing 3 meters and continuing to climb. However, it was rising more slowly. The final height was 946 meters. Hearing this number, Xiao Ling couldn't help but cry. Song Shiyu comforted her, don't take it too hard. Look at me, I didn't make it either. Xiao Ling, with a choked voice, replied, your height multiplied by 3 is still far off. Of course, you don't care. Song Shiyu silently turned away. That hurt. In fact, you're also far off. Luo Qin explained, the rise of the wave requires a sudden increase in blood energy strength, not a gradual one. The maximum height of the blood wave pool is 18 meters, and no one has reached it yet. Xiao Ling stopped crying. When Miaoyan leaped onto the central stone platform, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Buzz! The circular wave surged, its movement surpassing that of Xiao Ling, who had the heavy mountain battle body. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The height kept rising. Many military higher-ups showed expressions of surprise and began to discuss among themselves. This increase is impressive. For an ordinary physique, the blood energy strength exceeds that of the heavy mountain battle body. Blood energy strength is divided into quantity and quality. Special physiques usually have an advantage in quantity, while quality is still related to the level of the breathing technique. I wonder if when Miaoyan can succeed. Listening to the discussions nearby, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He was just an ordinary physique. The strength of his blood energy came entirely from the perfect realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. But how strong was it, specifically? Ning Chen pondered. If a certain supreme physique practices the top-tier S-level breathing technique and reaches the perfect realm, their blood energy should be about the same as mine, right? Ning Chen thought to himself. Even if he was a bit stronger, it wouldn't matter. It could be attributed to the reason of the eternal Night King body. After all, supreme physiques were always mysterious. The military higher-ups wouldn't be too shocked. At that moment, a sorrowful cry rang out. When Miaoyan's result was announced. Height, 998 meters. Luo Qin didn't know how to comfort her and could only give a bitter smile, saying to Ning Chen, it's your turn. All right. Ning Chen easily leaped onto the stone platform. In the center of the blood wave pool, Ning Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, slowly adjusting his breath and calming his mind. Condensing the original force seed was a simple process. It involved compressing the blood energy within his body as much as possible. With his blood energy strength, he wouldn't fail. However, during the compression process, some energy would inevitably dissipate, causing the quality of the original force seed to decline. He needed to minimize the dissipated blood energy as much as possible. What do you think? How high can Ning Chen's blood energy strength raise the wave? At this moment, all the military higher-ups' gazes were fixed on the center of the blood wave pool, some filled with anticipation. 10 meters in height is definitely not a problem. Of course, as for how high, it depends on his breathing technique's rank and realm. Someone said, then turned to Bai Xiuxiu to ask for details. Specifically, which breathing technique it is, Ningchen did not report, so I am not clear, but it must be S rank. As for the realm, a few months ago, he himself admitted to being at the proficient realm. Bai Xiuxiu pondered. Now he must be at the subtle realm, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to condense the original force seed. The highest record in the blood wave pool is 16.28 meters. That person possessed the solar divine body, which is an extremely strong physique, practicing S-rank breathing techniques, and reached the expert limit. Ning Chen's realm is one level lower, so he is estimated to be around 15 meters. The crowd discussed among themselves, making guesses. Ning Chen's mind was completely calm, like a still pond. He began to compress his blood energy. Host prompt: the dragon elephant ancient scripture can perfectly condense the original force seed without dissipating any blood energy. Should the dragon elephant ancient scripture actively condense the original force seed? A cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ning Chen felt a bit helpless. His previous serious preparations seemed to be of no use. Yes. Ning Chen silently responded. The blood energy within him immediately began to actively compress, gathering towards his lower abdomen. At the same time, a powerful wave of blood energy surged out, flowing along the patterns on the surface of the stone platform, violently penetrating the bright red liquid. Buzz! The blood wave pool suddenly shook, and a circular wave rose, surging outward. It has begun. Why do I feel the commotion is a bit too much? Many people perked up. The wave rose at an astonishing speed. 1 meter. 7 meters. In an instant, it reached the 15 meters predicted by many high-ranking military officials. However, the increase showed no signs of slowing down, directly rising to the blood wave pool's maximum height of 18 meters. The expressions of everyone on site changed, disbelief written on their faces. It wasn't that they lacked experience. Since the establishment of the Federal Army, countless geniuses had come and gone, but no one had ever achieved this. Ning Chen's S-rank breathing technique has, without a doubt, reached the perfect realm. Someone deduced, causing a wave of exclamations. It should be noted that breathing techniques are the most difficult martial arts to improve in terms of realm, let alone an S rank. Many geniuses have spent most of their lives practicing and still remain at the foundational realm. Earlier, some high-ranking officials of the Federation praised Song Shiyu's breathing technique for reaching the proficient realm, not out of consideration for Song Yefeng, but genuinely believing it was impressive. I can't imagine how strong the original force seed condensed by Ning Chen must be. Absorbing dark energy is probably like a high-powered water pump working at full capacity. 3 to 5 years, peak 9th rank. It shouldn't be that fast, after all, he still has to practice the extreme soldier technique. No matter how slow, the Federation will have a new knight in his 20s. Many high-ranking military officials conversed, unable to hide their shock. Suddenly, a trembling exclamation rang out. No! Something's not right, look at the wave. The crowd immediately turned their gazes in response to the voice. They saw the wave that had risen to 18 meters shaking violently, displaying an extremely unstable state, as if it was about to collapse. The maximum height of the blood wave pool is 18 meters, and the wave's attempt to continue rising, pressing against each other, is what caused the tremors. Luo Qin analyzed the reason, her mouth dry. This indicated that Ning Chen's blood energy strength was not just 18 meters, but even stronger. The tremors of the wave grew increasingly intense. Boom! With a loud bang, amidst countless shocked gazes, the bright red liquid wave exploded, splattering everywhere. The blood wave pool could not withstand Ning Chen's blood energy. Song Yefeng stood by the pool, raised his hand, and grasped the air. An invisible force swept out, stabilizing the splattered liquid before throwing it back into the pool. The wave did not rise again. It seemed that the previous explosion had caused damage to the blood wave pool. However, few high-ranking officials of the Federation cared about this. Their eyes were fixed on Ning Chen, filled with shock. I deeply suspect that Ning Chen is not the body of the Eternal Night King. He is the reincarnation of that Dragon Clan monarch. Don't joke around. Seriously, is there really such a strong supreme physique? I'm not sure. Records of supreme physiques are extremely rare, but there is indeed a distinction between strengths. In the legends of the mythological era, there are figures like Ning Chen. The room erupted into a frenzy, with discussions rising and falling. Many felt uneasy. Tang Qianjuan's reaction was the most exaggerated. His large face shifted from gloomy to silly laughter, as if he had developed a split personality. What's wrong with you? Bai Xiuxiu asked, standing nearby, catching a glimpse of Tang Qianjuan's odd behavior. Hearing this, Tang Qianjuan awkwardly smiled and said, "Every time I think about Ning Chen's astonishing talent, I feel particularly good. But with such strong talent, what kind of treatment should I give him? I don't have the authority to mobilize martial arts of the star tier. Even if I go to the authorized dean, it won't help. He needs to make an outstanding contribution to the Star River University. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head but could understand. Even before Ningchen had shown such strong talent at the Mountain Sea Genius training camp, she had wanted him to join the military. Time passed. More than half an hour went by. The Dragon Elephant ancient scripture has successfully condensed the original Force seed. A cold prompt sounded. Ningchen clearly sensed a small dot appearing in his lower abdomen, the size of a dragon's eye, with a special texture, as if it were situated between the physical and the energetic. That was his original Force seed. Ningchen divided a thread of consciousness to probe the original Force seed. Instantly, he perceived dark energy, swirling like white mist, dispersing throughout the world. With a thought, the original Force seed erupted with terrifying suction, drawing the nearby dark energy towards him from all directions. However, without a method to cultivate original force, he could not refine it into original force. He could only let the dark energy dissipate. Ningchen continued to manipulate the original Force seed, and once he felt he had mastered it, he opened his eyes, took a step, and returned to the edge of the pool. Colonel Luo, how high was the wave I triggered? Ningchen asked. 18 meters, but it's not precise, Luo Qin replied, informing him of the previous explosion of the bloodwave pool. Upon hearing this, Ningchen looked back at the bloodwave pool, a glimmer of unusual light flashing in his eyes. The perfect realm of the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture was much stronger than he had anticipated. He was advancing rapidly in the martial artist stage. What are you thinking about? Bai Xiuxiu leaned over, curious, are you gauging your blood energy intensity? Ningchen gently shook his head and said, I was wondering, have you insured this bloodwave pool? Many high-ranking officials of the Federation had black lines appearing on their faces. Ningchen grinned and said, can I inherit the extreme soldier technique now? No problem. General Zhao stepped forward and instructed, Colonel Bai, you take Ningchen. Just as he was speaking, a colonel nearby coughed violently. General Zhao paused, his expression unchanged, and said loudly, Colonel Bai and Colonel Luo, you two take Ningchen to inherit the extreme soldier technique. It was noon in June, the sun blazing and the heat wave rolling. Fortunately, the military headquarters had been built for many years, with lush vegetation and greenery, the air carrying a faint coolness. A shaded stone path had scattered light spots that were particularly noticeable. The three of them walked side by side. Ningchen walked in the middle, with Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin flanking him on either side. Thinking of General Zhao's previous transmission of original force, Luo Qin turned her face towards Ningchen, her smile radiant, and said, you're about to advance to a martial artist. Do you understand this process? I only have some basic concepts, Ningchen replied honestly. In Qingshan no. One high school, it had been years since a martial artist student had emerged, and no related courses had been offered. I know that the Force seed can absorb dark energy and, under the transformation of the Force cultivation technique, become Force itself, used to impact the Force acupoints within the body, which are the places that store Force, Ningchen said thoughtfully. After a moment, he added, there are a total of 81 Force acupoints in the human body, and each realm a martial artist reaches requires the opening of 9 Force acupoints. Clap, clap, clap. Luo Qin gently applauded, her smile radiant as she said, very impressive, your foundational knowledge is solid. Though 81 Force acupoints may not seem like many, the difficulty of opening them increases incrementally, with each one surpassing the last. Luo Qin spoke softly, explaining to Ningchen at a leisurely pace. Among them, the first Force acupoint is the easiest to open. Typically, during the first cultivation, one can use Force to break through within a few hours and successfully advance to a first-grade martial artist. However, if it were you, Ningchen, I would bet you could do it in less than 10 minutes. Bai Xiuxiu, walking on the left, noticed Luo Qin's affectionate demeanor and pursed her red lips tightly, feeling a hint of displeasure. It wasn't jealousy. She had no romantic feelings for Ningchen. It was just that Ningchen was clearly the one she had discovered first. To make Ningchen develop a good impression of the military, she had gifted him the 5 styles of the god of killing, mobilized mechas from afar, and actively applied to be stationed in Tianshui City, among other efforts. She had exhausted various means to ensure Ningchen had a favorable view of the military. Yet, this green tea bitch, Luo Qin, actually wanted to reap the benefits without any effort. Bai Xiuxiu cleared her throat and took over Luo Qin's words, saying, breaking through the barrier of the Force acupoint is just the first step. After that, one must continue to open more Force acupoints. The higher the grade and realm of the Force technique, the higher the upper limit for opening Force acupoints, allowing for more Force to be contained. Luo Qin shot her a sidelong glance, her smile unwavering, and said to Ningchen, Colonel Bai is not wrong. It is precisely because of this characteristic that when cultivating high-grade Force techniques, sometimes the progress is not as good as with lower-grade techniques. requiring more energy to open the force acupoints. However, this is a good thing. After a moment, Luo Qin continued, as peak 9th grade martial artists, those who cultivate the initial stage of the thick earth force technique have at least 100 times less total force compared to those who cultivate the high-level star force technique. This is still a comparison at the foundational realm. In higher realms, the gap will widen even further. Ning Chen blinked, somewhat surprised. Bai Xiuxiu snorted lightly, countering, Colonel Luo, what you are talking about are ordinary force techniques. The extreme soldier technique does not have the problem of slow progress. Cultivating the extreme soldier technique not only allows one to use force to open force acupoints but also to generate divine weapons, which can be used to open force acupoints, with effects far exceeding that of force. Divine weapons. Ning Chen felt a stir in his heart. Luo Qin smiled and said, generating divine weapons is not a simple matter. As she spoke, she didn't give Bai Xiuxiu a chance to interject, quickly informing Ning Chen of the details. The formation of divine weapons is very difficult. The entire process is unrelated to the level of the extreme soldier technique itself. The cultivator needs to use the extreme soldier technique to integrate other weapon martial arts to generate the corresponding divine weapons. According to military data, those who cultivate the extreme soldier technique usually take 2 to 3 years to generate their first divine weapon. Luo Qin looked closely at Ning Chen and smiled. However, if it were you, you should be able to generate a divine weapon in less than a year. She had originally wanted to say a month but thought that was too exaggerated and impossible for anyone to achieve. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked, the divine weapons of the extreme soldier technique should be related to the 10,000 weapons divine store technique, right? A significant part of his interest in the extreme soldier technique was indeed due to the 10,000 weapons divine store. Exactly. Bai Xiuxiu quickly nodded and said, divine weapons not only open force acupoints but can also be manifested for attack. The weapons that shot out from the golden stars in that video were divine weapons. Wow! Loken covered her red lips, seemingly very surprised, and said, Ning Chen, you want to cultivate the 10,000 weapons divine vault, that's quite an ambition. Is there a problem? Ning Chen paused and said, isn't the 10,000 weapons divine vault a martial art born from the extreme weapon technique? Loken raised a slender, fair finger and smiled, there is one very difficult point. To perform the 10,000 weapons divine vault, the extreme weapon technique must at least be at the subtle realm. In the past 1,000 years, no one in the federal military has succeeded in advancing. The highest realm has been stuck at the mastery limit. The video Colonel Bai showed you is a special effects clip synthesized by the technical department based on historical records. Is the difficulty really that high? Ning Chen's expression was astonished, but he was not worried. His martial arts could automatically cultivate, and as time passed, his progress would gradually increase. Only the breakthrough to the perfect realm required enlightenment. The 10,000 weapons divine vault only required the subtle realm, which was not a problem. It was just a matter of time. The extreme weapon technique is a special case. Bai Xiuxiu said, beginning to explain, this is related to the rank of martial arts. Thick earth, heavenly mountain, firmament, stars. The peak is the star high rank. The extreme weapon technique can only be at this rank. In fact, the extreme weapon technique comes from a prehistoric site, and in terms of difficulty, it far exceeds other star high rank original force techniques. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intense excitement flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and he became even more eager for the extreme weapon technique. It should be noted that the dragon elephant ancient scripture is also a prehistoric martial art. He quickened his pace. Soon after, the three arrived at a building. The guards were exceptionally strict. Bai Xiuxiu and Loken were prohibited from entering and had to stay outside, allowing only Ning Chen to enter. Under the guidance of a team of soldiers, Ning Chen went through layers of checks and finally arrived at a spacious transmission room. The 6 walls were engraved with peculiar patterns. The extreme weapon technique can be transmitted across space, you must accept it seriously. A voice echoed out of nowhere. The patterns glowed with fluorescence. Seeing this, Ning Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, clearly feeling large amounts of information mixed with some artistic conception continuously pouring into his mind. About 3 hours later, the patterns returned to normal. The transmission of the extreme weapon technique was complete. It took even longer than the dragon elephant ancient scripture, but generally, original force cultivation techniques are more complex than breathing techniques. Whether the relative advantage of the extreme weapon technique is as powerful as the dragon elephant ancient scripture is still hard to say. As his thoughts soared, Ning Chen's mind stirred, and a fluorescent interface appeared in his vision. In one of the sections, Extreme Weapon Technique, Basic, Progress 0%. It hasn't started automatic cultivation yet. Do I need to first advance to a first-grade warrior? Ning Chen squinted slightly. Just as he was about to open the original force acupoints, he noticed that the original force seed within him suddenly trembled and began to actively absorb dark energy. At the same time, a prompt sound echoed in Ning Chen's mind. The extreme weapon technique has detected dark energy. Feeling invigorated, cultivation speed increased by 70%. The original force seed vibrated, rapidly refining and absorbing the dark energy. Light golden original force continuously surged out, rushing through Ning Chen's body like a river, arriving at the first original force acupoint. It was located within the heart, just a faint point of light. The size of a thumb, it had no physical form. However, Ning Chen could clearly perceive that within the original force acupoint, there was another realm, separated by a layer of invisible light membrane, which could be deeply opened. Bang! The light golden original force surged into the heart, violently crashing against the invisible light membrane, causing it to shatter on the spot. Bang! The next wave of original force struck fiercely again. After shattering, new original force surged once more. One wave after another, continuously, like soldiers advancing without end. Under such a dense push, the invisible light membrane only held for a few minutes before it shattered with a loud bang. The original force poured into that space. Ning Chen knew that he had now become a first-grade warrior. He divided a strand of consciousness to probe into the original force acupoint. There, it was not void but filled with invisible obstructions. The pale golden force was generated by the force seed, continuously penetrating within, colliding everywhere, shaking off obstructions, and expanding the space within the force acupoint. The larger the open space, the more force it could store. Moreover, Ning Chen faintly sensed that as the space expanded, the force refined from the force seed experienced a slight increase in fluctuation. This was the essence of martial arts cultivation. Stop! After a moment of thought, Ning Chen focused his mind. Instantly, the force ceased its collisions and stood still within the open space. He could halt the automatic cultivation of the extreme weapon technique at any time. This reassured Ning Chen. Thus, during battle, he could unleash all his force without restrictions. Then, Ning Chen shifted his thoughts, allowing the force to continue expanding the space while he pondered seriously on how to generate divine weapons. Just as he was thinking, a cold prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. The extreme weapon technique has detected the perfect realm of the flash thunder slash, gaining insight, generating a blade-shaped divine weapon. Before the words faded, a battle knife materialized out of thin air within the force acupoint, its blade long and narrow, etched with lightning-like patterns, exquisite as if it were a piece of art. This, Ning Chen was taken aback. Divine weapons could be generated like this? Boom! The battle knife slashed through the air, dispelling a wave of invisible obstructions, and Ning Chen noticed that the efficiency of space expansion had immediately increased significantly. At that moment, another prompt sounded. The extreme weapon technique has detected the perfect realm of the storm 36 slashes, gaining insight, generating a blade-shaped divine weapon. Within the force acupoint, a second battle knife appeared, equally exquisite like a work of art. However, compared to the first battle knife, it was even more delicate, thin as a cicada's wing, appearing semi-transparent. Boom! It too slashed through the air. Each swing opened up a new space, larger than the first battle knife. The battle knife generated from the storm 36 slashes has greater power. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He realized something. Divine weapons were not uniform, there were distinctions in strength. It was likely related to the rank of the weapon martial arts. The higher the rank, the stronger the corresponding divine weapon generated. The extreme weapon technique perceives the perfect realm of the mountain opening, a flash of inspiration, generating a spear-shaped divine weapon. The extreme weapon technique has detected that the river breaking is already in the perfect realm, gaining insight, generating a spear-shaped divine weapon. As 5 prompts sounded in succession, 5 battle spears appeared in Ning Chen's force acupoint, all generated from the 5 styles of the God of Death. Among them, the 2 most powerful battle spears came from the Heavenly Thunder Punishment and the Breaking Army Killing Method. These 2 martial arts, in their complete form, were mid-level in the firmament. Meanwhile, mountain opening, river breaking, and city crushing were high-level in the Tianshan. Ning Chen examined the 5 battle spears, nodding to himself. 3 weak, 2 strong. His deduction was correct. At the same time, prompts continued to echo in his mind. The extreme weapon technique perceives the perfect realm of the sword drawing / heaven technique, a shock in his heart, generating a sword-shaped divine weapon. The extreme weapon technique perceives the 9 strikes shaking heaven ranking in the perfect realm, gaining sufficient insight, generating a staff-shaped divine weapon. The extreme weapon technique perceives the perfect realm of the 1000-layer wave shield, gaining insight, generating a shield-shaped divine weapon. Another 6 prompts sounded. In Ning Chen's force acupoint, a sword, a staff, a shield, a short dagger, a giant axe, and a hammer appeared. After that, no more prompts sounded. It seems that generating divine weapons requires the corresponding weapon martial arts to reach the perfect realm, Ning Chen thought to himself. None of his 4 incomplete weapon martial arts generated divine weapons. However, Ning Chen did not feel regret. At this moment, the 13 divine weapons, along with the force, were opening up space with terrifying efficiency, at least 20 times stronger than before. Ning Chen had a premonition that by this time tomorrow, he would be able to open a new force acupoint. Next, test the force. Ning Chen withdrew his consciousness from the force acupoint, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. The force was the fundamental strength of a warrior, possessing multiple abilities: offense, defense, accelerated wound healing, and so on. Awakening at the peak of the 9th stage to become a first-grade warrior would bring about a qualitative change in strength. Let's test the intensity of the burst. Ning Chen stood up, channeling a stream of original force into his right arm, and threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch's wind was overwhelming, and the airwaves wreaked havoc. The intensity of the original force explosion, converted into punch power, is equivalent to 4,000 kilograms of force. Ning Chen murmured to himself, feeling a bit of his anticipation dissipate. 4,000 kilograms of punch power is no small number. Excluding special physiques, a peak 9th stage warrior practicing S-grade breathing techniques would have around 5,000 kilograms of punch power. Once promoted to a warrior, just the punch power would nearly double. However, his physical punch power is 33 tons. An increase of 4,000 kilograms, to exaggerate a bit, is barely better than nothing. What about the defensive strength of the original force? Ning Chen spread his right hand, and a large area of light golden original force quickly surged forth from his palm, exuding a sense of resilience. Clearly, the intensity is not weak. Then, Ning Chen closed his fingers, exerting just a bit of force, and with a bang, the original force was directly crushed. Even if the extreme soldier technique exceeds the high level of the stars, without reaching the 4th grade warrior, my original force will probably not keep up with the body refined by the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Ning Chen shook his head. A body that is too strong has its downsides. Upon advancing to a 1st grade warrior, let alone a qualitative change in strength, there was hardly a 20% increase. Ning Chen was too lazy to test the offensive strength of the original force any further and stepped out of the transmission room. At this moment, it was dusk. The sunset was like blood, casting a soft afterglow that spread across the world, devoid of the midday heat, with a warmth akin to a hot spring. Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin were waiting outside the building. Bai Xiuxiu actually wanted to leave. However, seeing that Luo Qin had not departed, she stayed. I'm quite curious. Luo Qin chuckled softly. The usually cold and elegant Colonel Bai is so talkative today that I almost couldn't keep up. Bai Xiuxiu snorted coldly and said, "It has nothing to do with you. You can't really be interested in Ning Chen, can you? Luo Qin, do you think I knew? You actually hit the nail on the head." Luo Qin said with a smile, "Although my task is to persuade Ning Chen to join the military, this task doesn't prohibit me from dating. Ning Chen is a future divine general, who knows, he might even become a king. I would definitely be moved. Is that possible?" Bai Xiuxiu mocked, "He's 17, you're 27, that's a 10-year difference." Luo Qin rolled her eyes in anger and said, "Bai Xiuxiu, don't talk nonsense. I looked at Ning Chen's information, he's 17 and a half, I'm 27 and 5 months, clearly only a 9-year difference." After saying that, Luo Qin's expression quickly changed, and an elegant smile appeared on her pretty face. At that moment, the large door opened, and Ning Chen walked out, standing tall. The oil painting-like afterglow fell on him, making him appear even more handsome. "Have you advanced to a warrior?" Luo Qin asked softly. At the same time, she instinctively released her original force to probe Ning Chen's strength. "His aura is not apparent, can't be probed?" Luo Qin's face froze, and then she remembered something, exclaiming, "This is the divine weapon protecting your body, you've generated a divine weapon." Ning Chen casually nodded. Seeing Ning Chen's acknowledgement, Luo Qin was even more shocked. Previously, she thought a month was far from enough, and to avoid making Ning Chen uncomfortable, she specifically changed it to a year. As a result, Ning Chen didn't even take half a day. A monster. If it weren't for the need to maintain her image, Luo Qin would have wanted to curse. It's simply inhuman. Bai Xiuxiu recalled Ning Chen's previous performances and felt a stir in her heart, asking, "How many divine weapons have you condensed?" Ning Chen raised one finger, then raised 3 more fingers. Seeing this, Luo Qin couldn't hold back. "Damn. 4 divine weapons. No." Ning Chen shook his head, smiling slightly. 13. Is that for real? Bai Xiuxiu's tone was quite unsettled. She knew that with Ning Chen's character, he wouldn't lie, yet she still found it hard to believe. In the military, super geniuses who practiced the extreme weapon technique typically took an average of 2 to 3 years to forge their first divine weapon. After that, the process slowed down significantly. Most people would never possess more than 10 divine weapons in their lifetime. Ning Chen remained silent, simply opening his right hand. A stream of pale golden original force surged from his palm, and 13 divine weapons emerged, exquisitely shaped, most about an inch long. Seeing this, Ning Chen's mind flickered, and the 13 divine weapons quickly expanded. In an instant, the shortest of the daggers grew to over a meter long. Ning Chen noticed that if the divine weapons were too large, it would lead to insufficient solidity and reduced power. A size similar to normal weapons is just right, the power remains unchanged and it's easier to use. After several experiments, Ning Chen controlled the 13 divine weapons, maintaining their normal weapon size. Opposite him, Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin stared intently at the 13 divine weapons, remaining silent for a long time. Perhaps some people truly lived like the blazing sun, high in the sky, leaving others to look up in awe. I'll test the power of your divine weapons. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and said, just use the divine weapons to strike my original force. As she spoke, a surge of original force swirled around her. All right. Ning Chen nodded, and with a thought, one divine weapon immediately flew out. However, it wasn't fast. Before cultivating the 10,000 weapons divine concealment, divine weapons still needed to be held in hand, primarily for close combat. Bang! The divine weapon struck the original force, unleashing a powerful force that created ripples like splashes of water. That's equivalent to a full force strike from a peak first-grade warrior, Bai Xiuxiu said after sensing it. A bit weak, Ning Chen shrugged. For him at the moment, divine weapons were not much more useful than original force. Weak? Luo Qin's beautiful eyes widened. You should know that this is just the pure power of the divine weapons, which can be combined with the power of original force and martial arts. After a pause, Luo Qin looked at Ning Chen seriously and said, the most important thing is that divine weapons are different from original pattern weapons. Divine weapons can grow alongside your strength. Whether you become a knight, a divine general, or even a king in the future, divine weapons will still be useful, accompanying you in battles throughout your life. I understand. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and smiled. Colonel Luo, you're really impressive. Clearly, you don't have divine weapons, yet you know so much. Luo Qin blinked her eyes twice. Put. Bai Xiuxiu, standing aside, covered her stomach and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged. He was aware that this remark showed low emotional intelligence. However, he vaguely sensed that Luo Qin seemed overly enthusiastic towards him. Perhaps she wanted to recruit him into the military. Or maybe she was interested in pursuing him. In either case, Ning Chen did not want to agree. The former would limit him, while the latter was not something he was interested in at the moment. He had things to do. Wei Qianqi's framing and scheming. Wei Huaxing's death threats. He remembered them clearly. Indeed, the military had promised to help him intimidate the Wei family, ensuring they wouldn't act against him again. As long as he didn't bring it up again, both sides could coexist peacefully. But he didn't want it to be like that. Debts owed must be repaid. A cold killing intent flickered in the depths of Ning Chen's eyes. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu stopped laughing, but her pretty face still held a smile as she said to Ning Chen, the divine weapons from the extreme weapon technique are very special. In addition to growing with the practitioner's strength, they can also enhance their power by devouring sharp energy, which is quite effective. Sharp energy. Ning Chen blinked. He had seen this substance in a chemistry book. It was refined from various special metals and was generally used to forge weapons, increasing their sharpness and toughness, especially for enhancing toughness. The engines of spacecraft, the power units of mechs, etc. all utilized sharp energy. Ning Chen looked towards Bai Xiuxiu and pondered. I remember the chemistry teacher saying that sharp energy is a strategic resource of the Federation, and private trading is prohibited. The military has quite a few reserves, Bai Xiuxiu replied. She went on to explain that besides the extreme soldier technique, there are some special martial arts that can utilize sharp energy. The daily maintenance of mechas also requires sharp energy. Beside them, Luo Qin noticed the two were engaged in conversation and quickly adjusted her mindset. There was no need to be upset. A little thought made it clear that someone like Ning Chen, a genius, was deeply immersed in cultivation, and it was normal for his emotional intelligence to be low. It was certainly an unintentional oversight. Luo Qin smiled and said, exchanging it isn't difficult, as long as you're an officer, you just need money. Ning Chen shook his head, I don't have a military rank. You'll have one soon. A laugh came from not far away. General Zhao, Song Yefeng, and Tang Xianjun approached together.
Didn't you want a military rank when you were in Tianjue City? Song Yefeng's gaze fell on Ning Chen. Moreover, having a military rank makes it seem more legitimate, outsiders won't suspect anything. Saying this, he spoke in a deep voice, in a few days, I'll personally take you to intimidate the Wei family. Ning Chen's eyes flickered. With a divine general personally stepping in, he was naturally eager to see it. However, with such a grand display, he suspected the military might be trying to force him to join. Don't be too surprised, it's just a nominal rank. General Zhao seemed to see what Ning Chen was thinking and smiled. There are no real powers. The military won't force you to do anything. Of course, if you want to voluntarily participate in some missions, that's also possible. You can earn military merits just like others. Thank you. Hearing this, Ning Chen felt reassured and slightly bowed. You're welcome. You defeated the 9 top talents of the Tianwu realm in the college entrance examination, making great contributions to the Federation, so the military naturally wants to help, General Zhao said seriously. Yet, he was clear in his heart. This was just empty talk. Granting a military rank was mainly for 2 reasons. First, Ning Chen's astonishing talent was a draw for the military. Second, Bai Qi's emphasis on Ning Chen. By the way, General Zhao flipped his palm and took out 10 metal martial seals, handing them to Ning Chen with a smile. This is the complete version of the 10 tested martial arts, as a reward from the military for your outstanding performance. After you inherit them, just return the seals to Colonel Luo. Ning Chen accepted the martial seals with gratitude. I almost forgot to mention this, Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, this is the complete version of the God of Killing 5 styles. She also took out 5 martial seals and handed them to Ning Chen. At this moment, Tang Xianjun cleared his throat and said, since your military rewards are done, it's time for Xinghai University. He looked at Ning Chen and said, the top 10 freshmen you requested, whether in terms of quota or treatment, are not a problem. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Wasn't it said that it was full? Tang Xianjun chuckled dryly. It's normal for there to be 11 top freshmen. There are still more than 10 knights in the Federation. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, Director Tang, the rewards for the top 10 freshmen are not enough. Exactly. Ning Chen deserves better treatment. General Zhao, Luo Qin, and others all laughed in agreement. After all, it wouldn't cost the military anything and could enhance Ning Chen's goodwill towards them. A win-win situation. Tang Xianjun was so angry he wanted to hit someone and glared at them fiercely. Then, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Ning Chen seriously. The Martial Arts Academy can offer you the position of teaching assistant at the Ancient Martial Research Institute. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Only the sound of the wind passing through the high sky could be heard. Seeing the astonished expressions on Bai Xiuxiu and the others, Ning Chen pondered, is this teaching assistant position very precious? Extremely precious. Tang Xianjun nodded seriously. Don't be misled by the Ancient Martial in the Ancient Martial Research Institute. It does not refer to the ancient martial arts of the Federation's past. After the establishment of the Federation, martial arts abandoned the distinctions of social class, fostering mutual exchange and ushering an explosive development. In terms of variety and power, it far surpassed ancient martial arts. The term ancient martial arts refers to prehistoric martial arts. Tang Xianjun said solemnly. Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. Prehistoric martial arts, he had inherited 2 schools. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture and the Extreme Soldier Technique. He had already thoroughly understood the former's power. The latter was also beginning to show its brilliance. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chen asked, what does the assistant instructor need to do? Mainly 2 points, Tang Xianjun replied. First, to complete the incomplete prehistoric martial arts, as over the long passage of time, many martial seals in prehistoric sites have suffered varying degrees of damage, leading to incomplete martial arts. Second, to inherit prehistoric martial arts, cultivate them to perfection, and then imprint them for future generations to inherit. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Don't get too excited. Tang Xianjun glanced at him and waved his hand, saying, only formal researchers and a few of the most outstanding assistant instructors are qualified to inherit prehistoric martial arts. Most assistant instructors are still responsible for repairing the incomplete martial arts. As he spoke, Tang Xianjun smiled. To repair martial arts, one must naturally have rich martial arts experience. Therefore, assistant instructors at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute can inherit martial arts for free. As for the rank and quantity, it depends on your progress in repairs. The higher, the better. However, at the very least, it can be guaranteed that one will receive an inheritance of Tianshan rank martial arts once a month. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu let out a soft sigh. Tang Xianjun was indeed investing heavily. The mecha system had almost no hope. Sure enough, she heard Ning Chen say, thank you, Dean Tang.
I will apply to the Martial Arts Academy of Xinghai University. Alright, I will have someone send the assistant instructor's appointment letter as soon as possible, Tang Qianjun said, feeling quite complex, wanting to laugh while also feeling regret. If he had known, he should have directly agreed to Ning Chen's request yesterday. It would have saved him so much trouble now. The assistant instructor position at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute was highly coveted by many at Xinghai University. He had taken on immense pressure to secure a spot for Ning Chen. That night, the silver moon shone brightly, and the stars filled the sky, casting a cool glow in the evening breeze. Inside a small villa, Ning Chen looked at the 15 martial seals before him, his gaze curious. He did not know what changes would occur to the original awakened martial arts after inheriting the complete version. No changes? Start over? Drop in rank? Ning Chen did not think too much and picked up the martial seal of Heavenly Thunder Punishment, pressing it against his forehead. Relevant information and a mixed intent surged into his mind. After a long while, the inheritance was complete. Heavenly Thunder Punishment upgraded to Original Force Martial Arts, upper limit increased, rank adjusted downwards. A prompt sounded. Ning Chen's thoughts flickered as he opened the system interface. In one section, Heavenly Thunder Punishment, subtle, progress 20%. Previously it was at the perfect realm, with a progress value of 5%, it seems to have dropped nearly 2 realms. Ning Chen calmly pondered, not panicking at the drop in rank. His understanding of Heavenly Thunder Punishment remained intact. Tang Qianjun said that martial arts are the embodiment of profound truths. Awakened martial arts only contain a portion of these truths. After upgrading to the complete version of Original Force Martial Arts, the contained truths will increase, which is why the martial arts rank drops, Ning Chen analyzed to himself. He reached out, picked up the martial seal of sword drawing slash to the heavens, pressed it to his forehead, and underwent the inheritance. After finishing, the situation was the same as with Heavenly Thunder Punishment. The understanding did not disappear, but the rank dropped. Sword drawing slash to the heavens, subtle, progress 47%. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and picked up another martial seal for inheritance. Time passed bit by bit. The night went by. Ning Chen completed the inheritance of 15 martial arts. Early the next morning, after a simple wash, he saw Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin coming together. Ning Chen, good morning. I brought you breakfast. Luo Qin's charming face blossomed with a smile as she raised her right hand, holding a lunchbox adorned with many cute cartoon images. With a hint of apology, she softly said, I only have this kind of lunchbox, you don't mind, do you? It's fine, thank you. Ning Chen forced a smile as he took the lunchbox and said, I left the military badge in the bedroom. Wait a moment, I'll go get it. This isn't urgent. Luo Qin laughed and said, I have good news for you, your rank approval has gone through, and someone will come to notify you shortly. Ning Chen casually asked, what rank? He had read about it in books. The Federation's military ranks had 4 levels and 12 grades. Among them, the junior officer ranks included second lieutenant, first lieutenant, and captain. The field officer ranks included major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, and senior colonel. The general ranks included brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, and general. The highest rank was the Federation Marshal, which had only 1 level. Only the king could hold that position. I don't know, the administrative department is very tight-lipped about this. Luo Qin shook her head and sat down on the woven sofa, smiling. But with your talent, you should be able to be promoted to major. About that, Bai Xiuxiu, unusually, did not refute, saying, the rank is a significant honor for Federation soldiers. Even if it's an honorary title, it won't be given out lightly. Knights who join the military are usually given the rank of major. To be promoted to general requires time and military achievements. Generally, it's hard to succeed without 10 years. She herself was a living example. As an ace mech pilot, her combat power was on par with knights, yet her rank remained colonel. Luo Qin looked at Ning Chen and teased, you're a major, I'm a colonel. Once you get your rank, you have to salute me. Just thinking about future divine generals saluting me makes me very happy. Luo Qin's charming face lit up. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu cleared her throat and also found a sofa to sit on. It seemed she was looking forward to this matter as well. Ning Chen shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and upon opening it, General Zhao stepped in. Since it's an honorary title, we can't hold a promotion ceremony. The uniform and epaulets will be sent over by the logistics department later. General Zhao said with a smile, taking out an officer's certificate and handing it over. The black cover had golden lettering. Thank you, General Zhao. Ning Chen exchanged pleasantries and casually opened the cover, immediately raising his eyebrows. The first few sections were nothing special, just printed with his personal identification information.
The last two sections read, Position, Staff Officer of the 27th Group Army of the Federation, Rank, Senior Colonel. What rank? I see you're a bit surprised, is it just Captain? Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin asked in succession, very curious. Ning Chen flipped the officer's certificate to face the two women. Senior Colonel. How could it be Senior Colonel? The two shocked exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Ning Chen smiled slightly, looking at the two women on the sofa, and said, how about you two stand up and salute me? Yes. Luo Qin stood up with a whoosh, chest out and stomach in, outlining a graceful curve, and loudly declared, I salute you, Senior Colonel Ning. Next to her, Bai Xiuxiu's face turned slightly red as she pretended not to hear Ning Chen's words. After all, just over half a month ago, he was still her student. She felt quite embarrassed. Bai Xiuxiu looked up at General Zhao, changing the subject, why is Ning Chen's rank so high? Divine generals who join the military usually start as colonels. It was originally supposed to be a promotion to major. General Zhao glanced at Ning Chen and said, but last night, the information department worked overnight to analyze the data and came to a conclusion. After a pause, he said solemnly, Senior Colonel Ning will surely become a divine general. There's an 80% probability he will reach the peak of divine generals. A 30% probability of being promoted to king. As he finished speaking, Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin were left breathless, unable to believe it. Especially Luo Qin. Although she had previously mentioned several times that Ning Chen might be promoted to a king in the future, it was more of a flattery than a genuine belief. But the result was that Ning Chen had a 30% chance of becoming a king. It was simply shocking. Luo Qin's beautiful eyes looked pitiful as she softly said, Major Ning, is one salute enough? If not, I can do another? Ning Chen felt a bit helpless. General Zhao laughed at the sight and said, you young people continue chatting. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned to leave. Before exiting, he sent a message through his original power. Colonel Luo, use all means to win over Ning Chen. If you can get him to successfully join the military, you will be directly promoted to general. Understood. The door closed. Bai Xiuxiu, worried that Ning Chen would bring up the salute issue again, spoke quickly, you are already registered with the military, and you can now log into the military resource website to purchase Sharp Qi. This is the military headquarters. After you place the order, it will be delivered in less than half an hour. Luo Qin smiled, her voice becoming even softer as she reminded, the account is your officer number, and the initial password is the last 6 digits. Okay. Ning Chen took out his phone, logged into the website, and began browsing. So expensive? Ning Chen raised his eyebrows and said, 1 cubic meter of Sharp Qi costs 230 million. The cost is very high, Bai Xiuxiu explained. The extraction of 1 cubic meter of Sharp Qi alone consumes nearly 200 million in metal materials. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, then I'll buy a little to test the effect. Luo Qin's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, Major Ning, I have 50 million here. Before she could finish, Ning Chen's phone emitted an electronic synthesized voice. Dear customer, your order for 10 cubic meters of Sharp Qi has been successfully placed, deducting 3 billion. We look forward to your next visit. Luo Qin stared at Ning Chen, her expression frozen. She had gained some insight today. A little could actually represent 3 billion. Ning Chen turned his face and smiled. Colonel Luo, what were you going to say? I was just filling in the delivery address and didn't hear clearly. Luo Qin chuckled awkwardly and said, I was asking if you were thirsty. I can get you some water. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu interrupted their banter and said thoughtfully, Ning Chen, the power of divine weapons varies. When you use Sharp Qi to enhance, you need to pay attention to one thing. Those relatively weaker divine weapons should also devour some Sharp Qi. That's true, Luo Qin nodded in agreement and said, generally, those who practice the extreme weapon technique focus on enhancing 1 or 2 divine weapons. However, you will be able to master the 10,000 weapons divine store in the future. This martial art requires multiple divine weapons to cooperate. If only 1 or 2 divine weapons are strong, their power cannot be fully unleashed. I will pay attention to that, Ning Chen said. Then the three of them chatted casually. Ning Chen browsed the military resource website and suddenly his eyes brightened. There's Sea Dragon Blood. After his diamond body reached the 10th level, he had hardly made any progress. The ordinary medicine pack costing over 40,000 was no longer effective. Sherfong had given him a high-level medicine list, but many of the materials on it were not available in the market. Even with money, he couldn't buy them. Sea Dragon Blood can only be settled with military merit? Ning Chen clicked to take a look, feeling a bit disappointed. That's quite normal. Luo Qin shrugged and smiled. Sharp Qi is not in high demand. It's mainly used by the military to maintain mechas. But Sea Dragon Blood is different.
It can significantly enhance the progress of horizontal martial arts. Everyone wants it. The supply cannot meet the demand. The military can only raise the threshold with military merit. Bai Xiuxiu's mind flashed, and she smiled. If you want Sea Dragon blood, you can participate in this year's military mecha debate in August. There will be Sea Dragon blood among the rewards. The higher your ranking, the more Sea Dragon blood you can obtain. Ning Chen was a bit excited and asked, "Can I participate?" When his punching power reached 18 tons, he could pilot the Type 3 mecha and unleash the combat strength of an 8th grade warrior. Now that his punching power had nearly doubled, he should be even stronger. Of course. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "You are an advisor of the 27th Army Group, fully meeting the requirements to participate in the competition." Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "After I finish my business in Qingshan City, I will come to find you to practice piloting the mecha." He relied entirely on his excellent physical condition to pilot the mecha. In terms of technique, he was still quite rough. Bai Xiuxiu nodded, "All right." Before long, personnel from the military supply department arrived, delivering 10 boxes of sharp qi, along with Ning Chen's military uniform and shoulder insignia. "You can start your training now." Seeing this, Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin bid farewell and left. Ning Chen opened one of the metal boxes and saw the sharp qi, which resembled a pure white mist but was more solid, sitting quietly in the box without dispersing. Ning Chen spread out his right hand, and a faint golden original force surged, materializing into 13 divine weapons. Each divine weapon needs to absorb sharp qi, but the weapons vary in strength and cannot be averaged. There should be a focus. Ning Chen examined the exquisite weapons before him. 13 divine weapons is not a small number, and there will be more in the future. I need to assign them numbers for easier memorization. Let's use the names of the corresponding weapon martial arts. The divine weapon generated from the Storm 36 slashes will be called the Storm Battle Blade. The divine weapon generated from the Heavenly Thunder Punishment will be called the Heavenly Punishment Battle Gun. Ning Chen thought to himself, beginning to consider how to allocate the sharp qi. Among the 13 divine weapons, the two with the strongest power were the Heavenly Punishment Battle Gun and the Breaking Army Battle Gun. The corresponding weapon martial arts were both mid-level in the celestial realm. The 10 divine weapons that were slightly weaker originated from 10 different Tianshan-level martial arts. The weakest divine weapon was the Flash Thunder Battle Blade. After all, the Flash Thunder Slash was only a B-level martial art. The Heavenly Punishment and Breaking Army Battle Guns will share 30% of the sharp qi, while the Flash Thunder Battle Blade will forfeit its share, and the remaining 70% will be evenly divided among the other 10 divine weapons. Ning Chen made his decision. As long as his weapon martial arts reached perfection, he could produce divine weapons, so giving up one was not a big deal. Let's first test the effect of the sharp qi. With a thought, the Heavenly Punishment Battle Gun flew out and entered the pool of sharp qi. The absorption speed is a bit slow, it will probably take 2 or 3 days to deplete. Ning Chen murmured softly. Just then, a prompt sound rang out. The extreme weapon technique has detected the sharp qi. Would you like to actively absorb it? Yes. As soon as Ning Chen confirmed, he saw the sharp qi in the box disappearing at a visible speed. In less than 15 minutes, a cubic meter of sharp qi was completely consumed. Ning Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. 230 million. Just like that, it was gone. Fortunately, the effect is good. The power of the Heavenly Punishment Battle Gun has increased by more than 30%. Ning Chen thought to himself, controlling the other divine weapons to fly out and absorb the sharp qi for enhancement. In the following days, Ning Chen secluded himself. Most of the time, he stayed in the villa, using the sharp qi to enhance the divine weapons. He used the nearly 30 billion yuan from the college entrance examination broadcast fees and the income from selling points at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp to purchase sharp qi. Ning Chen was clear in his mind. Investing money in divine weapons had a high cost-performance ratio. The power of the divine weapons increased, which would boost both his combat strength and training speed. It was more cost-effective than buying energy liquids that only accelerated training. As for martial arts, he didn't need to spend money to purchase them. Once he took up the position of assistant at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute, he would be able to inherit them for free. On June 20th, in the early morning, a faint coolness lingered in the mist. In that 2-story villa, in the living room, Ning Chen sat on the sofa, with more than 10 divine weapons floating in front of him, beautifully shaped, as they consumed the last box of sharp qi. It was equivalent to nearly 30 billion, just like that, it was exhausted. Of course, the progress was encouraging. His original force acupoints successfully opened 3 new ones. The 2 strongest divine weapons, Heavenly Punishment and Breaking Army, possess pure power that can rival the full force strike of a 5th grade martial artist. If combined with the 5 styles of the god of killing, their offensive power is so shocking that even Ning Chen feels overwhelmed. The effect is good, but it's too expensive. Ning Chen sighed. After spending nearly 30 billion in just a few days, he was starting to feel the strain. Shaking his head, Ning Chen collected his thoughts, waved his hand to retract the divine weapons, and then got up to pack his luggage. Mainly military uniforms and combat boots. He had applied for over 1,000 sets from the military supply department, enough to last a long time without needing to spend more money. There was no other way. The spoils he had gained in Tianshui City, although worth several hundred billion, would be consumed by the divine weapons in less than a week. Saving a little was better than nothing. The federal military uniforms are generally divided into 3 categories: formal uniforms, casual uniforms, and combat uniforms. Ning Chen had applied for some, mainly casual and combat uniforms. I should change into my military uniform. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen took out a set of pitch-black officer's casual uniform and walked toward the bathroom on the 2nd floor. He was returning to Donglin today. Displaying the identity of a colonel would better intimidate the Wei family. I seem to be quite suited for military uniforms. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ning Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. His posture was straight, wearing a set of pitch-black officer's casual uniform, giving off an extremely sharp feeling, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating cold light. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Luo Qin pressed the bell, while Bai Xiuxiu stood on the side of the stairs. To get close to Ning Chen, you really are putting in a lot of effort. Bai Xiuxiu smirked, her red lips slightly pursed. You directly resigned from the position of director at headquarters and were transferred to the 27th group of the Federation as a small aide. Luo Qin turned her head to glance at her and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, this is official business, entirely for Ning Chen to join the military. I'm willing to sacrifice myself." I wouldn't say that for you. Are you feeling jealous with such sarcasm? The Divine General is not guilty of bigamy. I don't mind. Just as the 2 women were arguing, the door opened. Ning Chen, dressed in a black officer's casual uniform, stepped out. Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock, unable to speak. Ning Chen's demeanor had always been rather stern, but at this moment, it was exceedingly sharp and imposing, and that exceptionally young face, paired with the Colonel insignia on his shoulder, created an even stronger visual impact. Colonel Ning. We should set off. Luo Qin's gaze fell on Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes brightening a bit as she spoke. Then let's go. Ning Chen nodded, not paying much attention. The 3 headed to the headquarters airport. Along the way, most people who saw Ning Chen turned their heads, unable to help but take a second glance, feeling amazed. Whoosh! A transport plane emitted a loud roar, flying high into the sky, leaving the military headquarters behind. We can reach the base of the 27th Group Army by tomorrow evening. Inside the cabin, Song Yefeng looked at Ning Chen and said, "It's less than 300 kilometers from Qingshan City. I'll accompany you to the Wei family then." Ning Chen stood up to thank him. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yefeng said, "To intimidate the Wei family, I have 2 options for you to decide. First, I'll go with you to warn Wei Huaxing and make him apologize to you." Song Yefeng stated. "And the second?" Ning Chen asked, a bit curious. Song Yefeng grinned, "I'll mobilize the air force of the 27th Group Army, carrying nuclear weapons, and will strike at the Wei family to support you. The effect of the latter will definitely be better than the former." Song Yefeng laughed, not hiding it, and added, "But with such a grand display, it will be difficult for you to shake off the identity of a military genius in the future. The federal public will definitely not believe it." After a long pause, a cold voice rang out. "I choose the second option." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through them. The airborne forces pressed down. The deterrent power was undoubtedly terrifying. The Wei family owed him a debt, and he could collect a portion of it first. June 21st. Donglin, headquarters of the 27th Army Group. A military transport plane flew across the orange-red glow of the sunset, descending towards the ground. Through the window, Ning Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At this moment, the spacious airport was neatly lined with thousands of armed attack helicopters, stretching endlessly, all painted in black, shimmering with a metallic texture under the sunset, making one's heart race. "This is the Shadow Dragon 3000. Bai Xiuxiu, sitting next to Ning Chen, introduced the latest attack helicopter equipped by the Federal Army, with 20 external hardpoints, capable of carrying various nuclear missiles, a maximum flight altitude of 30,000 meters, and a top speed of 1.6 times the speed of sound. Luo Qin smiled and said, "That's definitely enough to deter a knightly family." As they spoke, the transport plane landed. The group stood up and left,
following a commander into a Shadow Dragon 3000 attack helicopter. The god of the sea has issued orders, the operation begins. After receiving permission from Song Yefeng, the commander solemnly announced, destination, Wei Family Manor in Qingshan City. Boom! 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 A tremendous roar swept across the airport, the wings whirled, and countless Shadow Dragon 3000s soared into the sky. Qingshan City. The Wei Family Manor was particularly lively, adorned with lanterns and flowers in abundance. Tonight was the 500th birthday banquet of Wei Huasheng. The scale was grand. Luxury cars arrived one after another. Not only from Qingshan City, but many prominent figures from surrounding cities also personally attended, bringing heavy gifts. Various celebrities dressed in finery came to congratulate. Television stations dispatched several senior reporters to cover the event. After all, this was a nightly banquet. Deep within the manor, in a secret meeting room, the doors and windows were tightly shut, completely sealed. Inside, there were only two people. Wei Huasheng sat in a high position. Wei Qianzi stood below, respectfully reporting, his voice low, as if worried about being overheard. Ancestor, those 7,000 people have been shipped away, and the customs did not discover anything. Wei Qianzi said, their quality is good, and the alien envoy is very satisfied with this transaction, promising to give an extra 20% of the spirit liquid. You did well. Wei Huasheng nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The spirit liquid was an important reason for his longevity. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi did not seem overly excited. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, there's one more thing. That little beast Ning Chen is getting stronger and stronger. His combat power has leaped to the 7th realm, and even 5 people from the Tianwu realm were killed by him, allowing him to successfully seize the top spot in the college entrance examination. If I hadn't recently advanced to an 8th grade warrior, I probably wouldn't even be his match. Wei Qianzi said with hatred, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Even if he could fight him now, it wouldn't matter. With Ning Chen's rate of progress, he would soon surpass him. This matter is not easy to resolve. Wei Huasheng's expression also darkened, coldly saying, he is a super genius of the military, hiring someone to assassinate him, with the military's power, is highly likely to uncover the truth. Even if they can't find out, they will suspect the Wei family. After these words, both fell silent. Brother Huasheng, do not worry about this matter. Suddenly, the curtains fluttered, and a thin figure appeared in the meeting room. This person was cloaked in a black robe, with a deep hood that cast a shadow over their face, revealing only a pair of green, glimmering eyes, with elongated pupils resembling those of a snake. Your Excellency, the envoy, it's not polite to come uninvited. Wei Qianzi frowned. The alien envoy ignored him, the green eyes flickering as they looked at Wei Huasheng, smiling, I can take action to kill Ning Chen and actively expose the identity of the aliens. In this way, the Wei family will not be implicated. An alien knight attacking a human royal body is reasonable. Wei Huasheng's expression remained unchanged. What's the price? What do you want? The other party wouldn't be so kind. He and the alien race had a purely transactional relationship. He provided living humans to the aliens, and in return, the aliens supplied him with spirit liquid. It was simply a matter of mutual need. The alien envoy extended his scaly right hand, flipping it back and forth, and said with a sinister smile, I want 100,000 people. That's impossible. Wei Qianzi shook his head directly, coldly stating, the Wei Consortium captures and sells a maximum of 7,000 to 8,000 people a year. If we exceed that line, the Donglin government will notice the excessive number of missing persons. That's your problem. The alien envoy shrugged and laughed, if you let Ning Chen live any longer, he will rally the military of the Federation against your Wei family. Balga, you still don't understand our human society. Wei Huasheng snorted coldly and said, Ning Chen is just a military genius without real power. I can threaten to kill him, but as long as I don't actually do it, nothing will happen. As he spoke, Wei Huasheng sneered, these days, the military hasn't even sent someone to warn me. It seems that Ning Chen's status in the military is lower than I imagined. His God of Death 5 styles might just be a reward for completing some task. If the military doesn't act, Ning Chen himself is still a huge threat, Balga said solemnly. If I remember correctly, he possesses an ultimate physique and will surely become a knight in the future. Wei Huasheng replied, that will take at least 10 years. Many things will happen in between, he might fall along the way. His life isn't worth 100,000 people. Balga caught the implication in Wei Huasheng's words and asked, so how many people do you want? At most 5,000. That's too few, far from enough. The two sides argued for a while, but due to the population numbers, they couldn't reach an agreement for the time being. Balga left first. Ancestor, it's almost time, your birthday banquet is about to begin. Wei Qianzi glanced at his watch and said,
"Let's go," Wei Huaxing replied, and the two stepped out. The banquet was held in an open-air garden at the Wei family estate. At this moment, night had fallen. The garden had no lights, but it wasn't dark. Countless gems embedded in the paths, stone platforms, and walls emitted a soft glow, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Elegantly dressed guests were scattered throughout the garden, holding glasses of red wine and chatting in groups of 3 or 5. This birthday banquet was a great opportunity to expand one's network. "I've met Knight Wei, may you enjoy good health. Wei Lao is in great spirits, may you live longer than the heavens. Congratulations, Wei Lao, I wish you 1,000 years of longevity." Upon seeing Wei Huaxing enter, the guests stopped their conversations and approached him warmly, respectfully greeting him. Knights held a very high status wherever they were. "Everyone, please be quiet, the ancestor has something to say." Wei Qian suppressed his hand down and spoke loudly. The noise immediately subsided. Wei Huaxing looked around at everyone, his smile kind, and said, "I warmly welcome all of you. To be honest, living for 500 years is truly not easy, it is a fortunate thing." After a pause, he continued with a smile, "As a celebration, guests who have business dealings with the Wei Consortium can settle their accounts in advance tonight. Wei Lao is being too polite. No need, with Wei Lao here, money can be delayed indefinitely." As everyone was complimenting him, brilliant beams of light descended from the sky, blinding the eyes and making them tear up, illuminating the entire garden as bright as day. Immediately after, a thunderous roar mixed with the sound of violent winds poured down like a tidal wave. The banquet tables and various precious flowers in the garden were completely torn apart by the raging wind, swirling into the air. The evening dresses of the ladies on site were blown up, but not a single man was moved. All eyes were turned to the sky, filled with shock and terror. There, countless Shadow Dragon 3,000 armed helicopters circled, obscuring the sky, in the pitch-black night, like roaring metal beasts venting their fury. Amidst the countless horrified gazes, a slender figure fell from the night sky, crashing into the garden like a meteor. Bang! Stones shattered, and dirt flew. Yet, that figure was unscathed, dressed in a pitch-black military uniform, with a stern face and a sharp demeanor, like a sword gleaming with cold light. The crowd on the scene was unexpectedly surprised to find that the figure was actually a young boy, looking no more than 17 or 18 years old. By all accounts, he had just completed his high school education at most. But what was shocking was that on the epaulets of the boy's military uniform were embroidered 4 scarlet swords, particularly eye-catching in the light that shattered the darkness. It was indeed the rank of a colonel in the federal military. In an instant, a storm surged in everyone's hearts. Difficult to calm a 17 or 18-year-old colonel? Wei Huaxing. The boy, with his hands behind his back, his indifferent gaze exuding a terrifying pressure, coldly said, "I've come to collect the debt you owe." He is the king of eternal night, the top scorer of Donlin's college entrance examination, single-handedly slaying the 9 great talents of Tianwu. Due to the overwhelming media coverage, Ningchen was familiar to many people in Donglin, especially in his hometown of Qingshan City, where it could be said that no one was unaware of him. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized. How did Ningchen become a colonel? The starting point for a top scorer joining the army is so high? You think too much. Generally, divine generals join the army starting only as colonels. Then how did he become a colonel? The garden was incredibly noisy, with exclamations rising and falling. The violent wind from the rotating wings could not drown it out. Many guests were discussing fervently. In contrast, the Wei family was utterly silent, fear surging in their hearts. Especially Wei Huaxing, whose face was dark as if it could drip water. He had just proudly claimed that the military hadn't even sent someone to warn him. As a result, no one came. Thousands of armed helicopters were directly pressing down. He was a knight, with keen eyesight, clearly seeing that beneath the armed helicopters in the night sky, they were loaded with missiles, many painted with bright yellow warning signs for nuclear weapons, making one's heart race with fear. After a round of strikes, he, as a knight, would undoubtedly die. Wei Huaxing took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the boy opposite him, forcing a smile and saying, "Ningchen, Colonel, I don't quite understand what you mean. When did I owe you a debt? Dare not admit to what you've done. Didn't you threaten to kill me?" Ningchen said coldly, "I've only seen you for the second time today. When did I say such a thing?" Wei Huaxing quickly shook his head, a look of innocence on his face. He could not admit to this matter. Ningchen's status in the military far exceeded his expectations. A colonel's rank, thousands of armed helicopters accompanying him, even the son of a heavenly king did not have such treatment. It was as if Ningchen was regarded as the heir to the future marshal of the Federation. Such a person, even if he merely made threats, could not be dealt with lightly. Wei Huaxing sighed, seeming somewhat helpless, bitterly saying, "Colonel Ning, I know you and Wei Qianse have had some unpleasantness in the past, but he has already received enough punishment. 2 outstanding sons, one crippled by you, the other killed by you. Isn't that enough? Wei Huaxing's voice was filled with despair as he shouted, do you want the entire Wei family to be buried with him? Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, mocking, no wonder Wei Qianse is so treacherous, it turns out it runs in the family. Wei Huaxing shook his head and sighed, saying, you are insisting on framing me, I truly never said I would kill you. He had the confidence to argue with Ning Chen. That day, he had cut off the sound from the arena, and the threat to kill Ning Chen was known only to him, Ning Chen, and Lu Zhan, not the public. Whoosh! Just then, another figure rapidly fell from the high sky. However, unlike Ning Chen, as Song Yefeng was about to land, his body instantly shifted from motion to stillness, not stirring a single gust of wind, like a leaf dancing in the breeze, casually stepping forward onto the garden's lawn. Who is this person? I don't know, but he must be a knight from the military, he can fly. Voices erupted in a flurry. Song Yefeng was a divine general in the military, rarely appearing in public view. In terms of fame, he was on a completely different level from Ning Chen. Although these guests were all significant figures from various cities, they had yet to encounter someone of the divine general's caliber. Wei Huaxing, as a knight, naturally recognized Song Yefeng, his heart tightening as he quickly bowed and saluted, saying solemnly, I have met the divine general of Xinhai. As soon as he spoke, the garden erupted in chaos. Many were left dumbfounded. Ning Chen's visit actually had a divine general accompanying him. Song Yefeng remained unfazed, glancing at Wei Huaxing, and said, I've heard your conversation. One is a super genius from the military, and the other is a knight from the Federation. Continuing this argument will lead nowhere. Wei Huaxing sighed helplessly, saying, I am truly wronged by Colonel Ning. But Song Yefeng ignored him, coldly stating, how about this, you two come back with me to the military headquarters. I will ask the Heavenly King to search your souls. Whoever is wronged will be revealed. If Ning Chen is lying and maliciously retaliating against the Wei family, the military will not let him off lightly. However, if Ning Chen is truly under a death threat, the military will not stand idly by. Ning Chen casually nodded, saying, no problem. Opposite him, Wei Huaxing's face remained unchanged, but a wave of panic surged within him like a tsunami. Once the Heavenly King searched his soul, threatening to kill Ning Chen would be nothing. Human trafficking and dealings with other races would be enough to condemn him to death 1,000 times over. Divine General of Xinhai, my time is running out, my soul is weak, I fear I cannot withstand the Heavenly King's soul search, Wei Huaxing said with difficulty. It's fine, even if the soul collapses, the Heavenly King can still access memories, Ning Chen said softly. If you haven't said it, then you die, and I will accompany you in death. If you have said it, then death is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Wei Huaxing's face stiffened. A being of supreme physique was willing to risk his life. He couldn't even refuse. The military would not allow it. Colonel Ning, I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened to kill you that day. I was just too worried about the Wei family. I hope you can forgive my abrupt behavior. Wei Huaxing decisively bent down, bowing in apology to Ning Chen. His face, turned towards the grass, flushed a deep purple, twisted and contorted like a demon. A dignified knight, yet he publicly submitted to a boy not yet 18. What a tremendous humiliation! Ning Chen scoffed, not allowing Wei Huaxing to rise, mocking, weren't you just being tough, saying you never said that? I apologize to you, I was lowly. Wei Huaxing forced out, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. This statement revealed that his previous justifications were all lies. His hypocrisy, his treachery, were laid bare. Endless anger surged within him. If he could, Wei Huaxing would have loved to strike Ning Chen dead with a single blow. But the reality was, he dared not, nor could he. He could only bend down and plead for forgiveness. In the garden, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. The knight, who usually sat high above, was so humble before Ning Chen. At that moment, a cold female voice rang out from the sky. If apologies were useful, what would we need the military for? Luo Qin sat in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter, holding a megaphone, coldly stating, Colonel Ning is a super genius of our military, destined to become a divine general and the backbone of the human federation. You threaten with your life, and you think a mere apology will suffice. As soon as she finished speaking, the garden erupted in noisy discussions. Ning Chen is destined to become a divine general? If I remember correctly, a supreme physique only guarantees becoming a knight. Did she say that wrong? Impossible, the divine general of Xinhai hasn't spoken up, clearly tacitly agreeing with this statement. No matter what, it must be true, and this can explain Major Ning's identity. Many people were astonished. Wei Huaxing was equally incredulous. However, he had no time to think deeply. Maintaining his bent posture, he gritted his teeth and said, Major Ning, for my inappropriate behavior, I am willing to compensate you. 100 billion. The garden fell silent, with only the sound of the wind howling through the wings. 100 billion. For anyone, that was not a small amount. Wei Huasheng felt a deep pain in his heart. But he understood that with the military's overwhelming presence today, 1 or 200 billion would not suffice. Moreover, he worried that if this dragged on, a king's projection might descend. With the king's divine might, it was highly likely that they could discover traces of the alien envoy Belga's visit. I remember that the market value of the Wei Group is still less than 700 billion, right? You're talking about market value. The Wei family only holds 51% of the group's shares. 100 billion would account for at least 30% of the Wei family's wealth. Night Wei is really putting in a lot. If he gives a bit more, the Wei Group might collapse. Many guests couldn't hide their shock and whispered among themselves. Ning Chan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that 100 billion was Wei Huasheng's limit. He felt a bit puzzled. Why did Wei Huasheng directly quote the highest price? Ning Chen didn't dwell on it further. His internal energy surged as he transmitted a message to Song Yefeng beside him, asking, Divine General Zhenhai, should I agree? Ning Chen was very clear. Threatening to kill someone wasn't really a big deal. It wasn't even a crime. At most, it would violate federal public security management regulations. Wei Huasheng was willing to compensate such a large sum entirely because of the military's intimidation. It had little to do with their personal relationship. You can agree, just don't let it fall apart. Song Yefeng pondered for a moment and transmitted, your identity as a military super genius isn't real. The military only agreed to help you intimidate. If Wei Huasheng is determined not to compensate, the military won't really take action. Unless you join the military. Understood. Ning Chen replied through the transmission, looking down at the still bowing Wei Huasheng, pausing for a moment before saying lightly, transfer the money. Upon hearing this, Wei Huasheng felt a sigh of relief in his heart, but he also felt particularly aggrieved. He was the one voluntarily giving money, yet he was worried the other party might refuse. Xiansu, transfer the money. Wei Huasheng straightened up and said coldly, his face looking extremely grim. Yes. Wei Qiansu quickly handled it. With the warplanes pressing in and the divine general present, he was genuinely frightened. The Wei Group didn't have that much cash flow on hand. Fortunately, among the guests tonight, there were many bank executives who, after mortgaging nearly half of the Wei family's equity, barely managed to gather 100 billion. The money has arrived. Wei Qiansu gritted his teeth and said. He didn't even ask Ning Chen for his bank account. After multiple transfers before, it was hard for him to forget. Ning Chen flipped his left hand and took out his phone from the spatial ring. Upon checking, there indeed was an additional 100 billion in his account. A trace of joy flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. Originally, he hadn't expected to receive compensation on this trip. This was an unexpected delight. 100 billion, if used to purchase sharp energy, would amount to nearly 500 cubic meters. His divine weapon could undergo another transformation. Major Ning, if there's nothing else, I won't keep you. Wei Huasheng said with a dark face. Ning Chen put away his phone, looked around the garden, and said, Today is your birthday banquet. It wouldn't be good for me to leave empty-handed. I want to give you a gift. Wei Huasheng snorted coldly and said, No need for your trouble. Having received the money, I should at least do something. Ning Chen said with a faint smile, looking at Wei Qiansu beside him, Let's have a quarter of an hour of unrestricted combat. It's a knight's birthday, it wouldn't do to not see some blood. Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent, and many guests exchanged glances. Most of them had some understanding of the conflict between Ning Chen and Wei Qiansu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a deadly feud. If they were to clash tonight, the odds were high that one of them would die. Agree to it. Wei Huasheng's excited voice echoed in Wei Qiansu's ears. Ancestor, killing Ning Chen is not a problem for me, but the military side. Wei Qiansu did not respond to Ning Chen immediately, instead communicating with Wei Huasheng through his original force, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. He was well aware that his ancestor, like him, had a cold nature. The importance placed on the Wei family was merely because it facilitated his actions. Essentially, he regarded it as a tool. Wei Qiansu had no doubts about this. After he killed Ning Chen, if the military demanded his life, Wei Huasheng would be the first to hand him over. Wei Huasheng transmitted, You don't need to worry, the military's perspective isn't that narrow. Ning Chen challenged you first. If you kill him, the military won't act against you for the sake of face. At most, they will suppress the Wei consortium in business. After a pause, he added, After killing Ning Chen, this year's nourishing liquid will reward you half. Hearing this,
Wei Qianzi felt a surge of excitement. He was only middle-aged, far from the end of his life. But no one would complain about a longer lifespan. Moreover, the nourishing liquid not only extended life but was also greatly beneficial for cultivation. Major Ning, if you insist on a duel, I can agree to it, Wei Qianzi said loudly. However, I need some time to prepare and adjust my state. Fine. Ning Chen smirked coldly. He knew Wei Qianzi was going to fetch various original pattern weapons, but he didn't care. With 13 divine weapons and being a 9th grade warrior, he felt no fear. Moreover, the general upper limit of original pattern weapons was also 9th grade warriors. Although there were original pattern weapons comparable to 9th level power, they were extremely rare, and with the Wei family's influence, it was almost impossible for them to possess such items. Even if they did, Ning Chen was not worried. His purpose for this trip was to kill Wei Qianzi, and he had already made thorough preparations. Earlier, on the helicopter, he had borrowed a powerful weapon from Song Yefeng, the Meteorite Type 3 portable anti-aircraft mech missile, equipped with multiple small nuclear warheads. Of course, this was a trump card given to him by Song Yefeng for self-preservation, and it could not be used unless absolutely necessary. The Federation had very strict controls over nuclear weapons. The sound of the helicopter here is too loud. I need to find a quiet place, Wei Qianzi said, stepping away from the garden. Shortly after, he returned again. The duel begins, Wei Huaxing quickly announced, fearing Ning Chen would back out. Before the words fell, Wei Qianzi spun his hand and grasped a broad-bladed battle knife, which was entirely black, with a special texture resembling some kind of stone, and fiery red patterns distributed along both sides of the blade. Original pattern weapon, the Rock Flame Blade. A gasp arose. Someone recognized this battle knife, which was extremely powerful and had sold for billions at an auction years ago. Whoosh! Wei Qianzi moved swiftly, charging towards Ning Chen with the Rock Flame Blade in hand. As he approached, his original force surged beneath his feet, and he suddenly stomped down, leaping high into the air. Die! Wei Qianzi roared, gripping the hilt tightly, and with the momentum of his descent, he swung down heavily. The mighty original force surged into the Rock Flame Blade, and the fiery red patterns lit up like lightning, radiating intense heat, akin to flowing lava. The spectators nearby felt their skin burning. Whoosh! The Rock Flame Blade created a powerful gust of wind, transforming into a rolling wave of heat. Ning Chen raised his eyes, his gaze calm, and with his right hand, he quickly waved upward with 5 fingers slightly curled. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant silver light erupted from Ning Chen's right hand, more dazzling than the beams projected by the armed helicopter in the sky. A sharp wave swept through the garden, chilling to the bone. The carefully cultivated flowers and plants in the garden all snapped at once. Sword drawing technique. Ning Chen seemed to pull a sharp sword from the void, its form exquisite, with pale golden original force swirling around it, slashing down towards the descending rock flame blade. Clang! The clash of blade and sword produced a deafening sound of metal striking metal. Sparks flew. The rock flame blade unleashed a powerful force. Ning Chen's knee buckled under the pressure, the ground beneath him collapsed, and large cracks spread outwards densely. However, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Wei Qianzi's mouth bled as he was sent flying by a single strike from Ning Chen's sword. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the garden stared at Ning Chen, their eyes wide with shock. Wei Qianzi was an 8th grade martial artist, and with the original pattern weapon, the rock flame blade, the power of that strike had definitely reached the level of a 9th grade martial artist. Yet, Ning Chen had blocked it with sheer resilience. The original force fluctuations he emitted were merely that of a 1st grade martial artist. If I remember correctly, the historical limit for combat power crossing boundaries in the Federation is 8 realms. A trembling voice spoke up. Ning Chen hasn't reached that level. Crossing 8 realms in combat power refers to relying solely on oneself, without any external assistance. A visitor shook his head, pointing out that Ning Chen's sword was not an ordinary object, containing hidden power. But immediately, a rebuttal arose. No, that sword is not an original pattern weapon, the fluctuations don't match. The pale golden original force. I understand now, Ning Chen has cultivated the extreme soldier technique. That sword is a divine weapon. Someone exclaimed, stirring up a huge wave of excitement on the scene. The high-level original force techniques of the Starry Sky were few in number in the Federation, widely known, and most people had heard of them. Especially these visitors, who held high positions and were familiar with many details. This is terrifying. Ning Chen wasn't even a martial artist during the martial examination in Tianshui City, and in just a few days, he has successfully forged a divine weapon. Normally, it takes years to forge one. No wonder the military says he is destined to become a divine general. Many were unsettled, their gazes all fixed on the young man in the arena.
At this moment, Ning Chen's figure stirred up a whirlwind as he held the sky-slaying sword, darting towards Wei Qianzi like an arrow released from a bow. "Qianzi, kill him at all costs." Wei Huaxing's cold voice echoed in his mind. The stronger Ning Chen's displayed talent, the more threatened he felt. "Yes." Wei Qianzi raised the rock flame blade high, gripping the hilt with both hands, and suddenly shook it, causing the blade to tremble violently, emitting a roar like a giant dragon. Rock Dragon Breath. Wei Qianzi swung downwards at the rapidly approaching Ning Chen. Whoosh! A massive pillar of fire erupted from the tip of the blade, burning fiercely, scorching hot, distorting the air around it. Wherever it passed, the flowers and grass below ignited instantly. The fire pillar swiftly broke through the air, leaving a charred mark on the ground. In an instant, it reached Ning Chen's front. The heatwave hit him, but Ning Chen's eyes remained calm, his right hand spread open, and a pale golden original force surged forth. The sky-slaying sword vanished. In its place was a shield half his height, its surface adorned with exquisite patterns, resembling layers of rolling waves. Divine Weapon, Thousand Waves Shield. Ning Chen raised the shield to block his body. At the same time, he activated his original force, covering the shield like lightning, layer upon layer, surging and rising in front of the Thousand Waves shield, resembling a vast pale golden tide. Tianshan High-Level Martial Arts. Thousand Layered Waves Shield. Boom! The fire pillar struck violently. As soon as it made contact with the pale golden original force, it melted rapidly, like ice meeting a red-hot iron block, unable to resist, only managing to offset a portion of the flames. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged, not panicking. After all, he was merely a first-grade martial artist, his original force strength was insufficient, and the thousand-layered waves shield had not reached perfection, so it was normal that it couldn't withstand the attack. Boom! The fire pillar burned through Ning Chen's original force, reducing its might by less than 30%, then crashed heavily against the Thousand Waves shield. Die! A cruel smile appeared on Wei Qianzi's lips, but the next moment, his smile froze. The exquisitely crafted shield remained intact under the violent impact of the fire pillar. It did not break. It did not melt. In fact, there wasn't even a trace of charred marks. How is this possible? Wei Qianzi found it hard to believe. The Rock Dragon's Breath is the killing move of the Rock Flame Blade. Each time it is activated, a portion of the original pattern is sacrificed, and its power is so great that even ninth-grade martial artists must temporarily avoid its edge. It's not completely blocked. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Heat was transmitted in, and his right palm felt a scorching sensation. The temperature at the grip of the Thousand Waves shield rapidly rose, already exceeding 1,000 degrees. At this temperature, metals like copper and iron would melt into liquid. He couldn't withstand it with just his body. Ning Chen tried using his original force. As soon as he made contact with the grip, it emitted a sizzling sound and quickly began to dissolve. He couldn't withstand it either. Whoosh! A layer of golden light covered Ning Chen's right hand like lightning, and the burning sensation in his palm immediately vanished. Golden Body Transformation. After reaching the 10th level of the Diamond Body, the defensive power of the Golden Body Transformation was astonishing. The fire column quickly diminished. Ning Chen did not stop his steps, stowing away the Thousand Waves shield and continuing to close in on Wei Qianzi. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. They were astonished that Ning Chen had successfully blocked the Rock Dragon's Breath and were equally amazed by the Thousand Waves shield in his hand. He actually possessed two divine weapons? Whoosh! Ning Chen executed the Wind Shadow 3000, his speed skyrocketing, and in a flash, he darted behind Wei Qianzi. A short dagger materialized swiftly, and Ning Chen grasped it with a reverse grip. The pale golden original force surged into it, swirling like flames, transforming into a brilliant golden lotus. Exploding lotus! Ning Chen's eyes focused, and he thrust the short dagger fiercely, aiming for Wei Qianzi's back heart. Bang! As the dagger sliced through the air, the golden lotus trembled and suddenly exploded. Dozens of petals scattered, flying forward along with the dagger in Ning Chen's hand. Each petal transformed into a more than 20-centimeter long blade of original force, slicing through the air with an overwhelming sharpness. Wei Qianzi heard the commotion behind him, his scalp tingling, and he wanted to dodge. However, it was already too late. Ning Chen's attack was too swift. He had been momentarily stunned by the shock of Ning Chen blocking the Rock Dragon's Breath, losing precious time. He could only let the dagger and dozens of blades of original force come at him. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The sharp sound of metal clashing was incessant and dense. Wei Qianzi was not pierced. A deep blue light armor appeared on him, incredibly sturdy, successfully blocking the thrusts of the dagger and the blades of original force. However, Wei Qianzi was not unscathed. Under the impact of the dagger and the blades, his body was propelled forward, crashing to the ground with a thud, face down, leaving a deep trail. When he got up, his mouth was full of dirt and grass, looking quite disheveled. Water Marsh Armor. Someone recognized the light armor on Wei Qianzi, another powerful original pattern weapon. That's a bit shameless, an 8th grade fighting a 1st grade. Using the rock flame blade is one thing, but wearing a defensive original pattern weapon is another. It's understandable, after all, it's a matter of life and death. Still embarrassing, using both an offensive and a defensive original pattern weapon and not gaining the upper hand. Many guests whispered among themselves. Hearing the voices around him, Wei Qianzi felt a surge of anger, but also some fear. If it weren't for the water marsh armor he wore, that last strike would have been enough to take his life. Wei Qianzi turned to Ning Chen, his gaze cold, spitting out the grass and dirt in his mouth, and said, "Don't get too proud. What if you surpassed me in one move? The water marsh armor has incredible defense, even 9th grade peak martial artists can't break through. I stand undefeated from the start." His words were both a venting of anger and a psychological blow to Ning Chen. "To be honest, your combat level is even lower than that of your two sons," Ning Chen scoffed. Wei Qianzi's face turned ugly. Over the years, he had mainly been busy managing the Wei Corporation. Although he hadn't forgotten his training, he rarely engaged in actual combat. His combat level had indeed dropped significantly. Buzz. Ning Chen extended his right hand, stowing away the short dagger, and a more than 1-inch-long breaking army war spear emerged, gently vibrating, exuding a powerful aura. In the next moment, Ning Chen thought for a moment, the breaking army spear returned to his body, replaced by the heaven-shaking staff. There was still plenty of time. There was no need to kill Wei Qianzi so quickly. The opponent's strength was considerable, perfectly suitable for him to integrate these new martial arts into actual combat. Heaven-shaking 9 strikes. Ning Chen stomped his foot, his figure swept up a whirlwind, wielding the staff to attack. Whoosh! 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 The staff shadows filled the sky, enveloped in a faint golden original force, incredibly violent, as if the air was about to explode. At first, because Ning Chen was still not very familiar with the heaven-shaking 9 strikes, Wei Qianzi was able to withstand it. "You talk a big game," Wei Qianzi mocked. But in less than a minute, he fell silent. Ning Chen's offensive grew stronger and stronger. He was like a small boat in a terrifying storm, struggling immensely, occasionally being knocked away. If it weren't for the protection of the Water's A armor, he would have likely been seriously injured. After executing more than 10 rounds of the heaven-shaking 9 strikes, Ning Chen felt he had grasped it well enough, put away the heaven-shaking staff, and with a twist of his right hand, grasped a massive hammer. Whoosh! Ning Chen unleashed the earth-shattering hammer technique, continuing to attack Wei Qianzi. Initially, due to unfamiliarity, the offensive was not fierce. The pressure on Wei Qianzi suddenly eased. However, his expression remained as dark as water. Wei Qianzi could sense that Ning Chen's hammer technique, like the staff technique he had used before, was still continuing to strengthen. He didn't know whether Ning Chen was truly progressing rapidly or simply humiliating him. Time trickled by. Ning Chen continuously changed his divine weapons, executed martial arts, and fought against Wei Qianzi, gradually becoming familiar with him. Clang! Ning Chen gripped a giant axe with both hands, swinging it down in a powerful arc, striking heavily on Wei Qianzi. Shattering mountain axe. A tremendous force erupted, and Wei Qianzi was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a courtyard in the garden, causing it to collapse, with debris flying and dust swirling. Wei Qianzi quickly crawled out from the ruins, looking at Ning Chen with a piercing gaze. His face was marked with large bruises, and there was a cut on his forehead. Although the Water's A armor had strong defense, its coverage area was limited. The head was not included. These injuries were merely superficial wounds from the collisions and were not serious. However, being continuously pressured and beaten made Wei Qianzi extremely furious. Whoosh! Ning Chen's original force surged beneath his feet, taking a step forward, leaping over several dozen meters, and closing in again. Die for me! Wei Qianzi roared in anger, the original force wildly pouring into the rock flame blade, swinging it at Ning Chen. Boom! The rock flame blade sliced through the air, the fiery red patterns on both sides of the blade suddenly exploding. Countless flames surged out, scorching hot, but under some invisible forces gathering, they flowed back into the rock flame blade, causing this strike to increase in both speed and power several times in an instant. The air was compressed into a crescent-shaped wind blade, attached to the front of the blade. The spectators watching from the sidelines changed their expressions. Wei Qianzi exchanged the self-detonation of the rock flame blade for the strongest slash. Whoosh! The blade wind howled, causing Ning Chen's black hair to dance wildly. This strike is very strong. Ning Chen looked at the rapidly approaching rock flame blade, his expression serious.
he sensed the danger.
However, Ning Chen did not panic, he remained calm and methodical in his response. He put away the shattering mountain giant axe, materialized the Thousand Waves shield, and the faint golden original force continuously surged into it, executing the defensive martial art thousand-layered wave shield. At the same time, his right hand holding the shield underwent golden body transformation. Crack! The rock flame blade swung down, and with a tearing sound, it directly sliced through the wave of faint golden original force.
Ning Chen's expression did not change.
The thousand-layered wave shield had difficulty facing the breath of the rock dragon, let alone the slash obtained from Wei Qiance's self-detonation of the rock flame blade.
It was normal not to withstand it.
His purpose was merely to increase resistance and slightly reduce the power of this strike. The rock flame blade tore through the original force, and with a clang, it struck the Thousand Waves shield. A large number of sparks flew, like blooming fireworks. Buzz! The Thousand Waves shield braced against the rock flame blade, trembling violently, the frequency increasing to what seemed like its limit. The next moment, the Thousand Waves shield exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into a cloud of golden mist that returned to Ning Chen's body.
Divine weapons are essentially formed from energy. There is no possibility of destruction. Even if shattered, they can recondense after a while. Whoosh! The rock flame blade continued its descent. However, compared to before, its speed had decreased by nearly half. Bang! Another deafening crash echoed. The rock flame blade struck Ning Chen's right hand, transformed into gold.
In the aftermath of the collision, the golden light covering Ning Chen's right hand trembled violently and shattered on the spot. Immediately after, the rock flame blade also trembled, fine cracks spreading across the blade like lightning, and with a crack, it shattered into countless fragments.
Ning Chen gazed intently.
At this moment, a wound appeared in the palm of his right hand, blood gushing out. However, due to the layers of defense from the Thousand Layers Wave Shield, the Thousand Waves Shield, and the Golden Body Transformation, most of the power of the rock flame blade was neutralized. This wound did not injure the muscles or bones, it was merely a superficial injury.
Ning Chen's thoughts flickered, and a faint golden light enveloped his palm, sealing the wound and stopping the blood from flowing out.
Opposite him, Wei Qianci swallowed hard, staring fixedly at Ning Chen, his heart surging with emotions.
The self-destructing strike of the rock flame blade was his trump card.
He had originally thought that even if he couldn't kill Ning Chen, he could at least severely injure him.
The result was just a superficial wound with a bit of blood.
Ning Chen, let's call it a day in this unrestricted fight, Wei Qianci said, quickly retreating. I admit, with the rock flame blade destroyed, I can no longer injure you, but I have the water armor on me.
With your attacks, you can't break through its defense. Wei Qianci stated his reasons. He didn't want to continue.
With the rock flame blade gone, facing Ning Chen would only mean taking a beating for nothing.
Although he wouldn't be severely injured, it would clearly be embarrassing in front of so many people. You will die tonight.
Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianci's expression darkened. I know your plan, you want to exhaust the energy of the water armor through continuous attacks. At this point, Wei Qianci sneered, we've been fighting for 10 minutes, and the energy of the water armor has only been depleted by about 30%.
There are less than 5 minutes left until the match ends. You can't kill me.
You'll know soon enough, Ning Chen said lightly, opening his right hand as faint golden energy swirled around, materializing into a magnificent battle spear. This was one of his strongest divine weapons, the Breaking Army Spear. Moreover, the Breaking Army killing technique was also one of the most powerful martial arts he had mastered. The combination of the two would far exceed his previous level of attack.
You speak arrogantly, let me see what you've got. Wei Qianci did not believe him at all.
He only felt that Ning Chen wanted to continue humiliating him.
Ning Chen no longer spoke to Wei Qianci.
With the enhancement of the Wind Shadow 3000, he stepped forward and closed the distance.
Whoosh! Ning Chen swung the spear, unleashing the Breaking Army killing technique, its momentum astonishing.
The battle spear tore through the air, containing terrifying power, and with a loud bang, it struck Wei Qianci heavily, causing the light armor covering his body to flicker violently.
Wei Qianci's face changed instantly.
This strike consumed as much energy from the water armor as 7 or 8 previous attacks combined.
Whoosh!
A magnificent battle spear filled Wei Qianci's vision, charging at him again.
Wei Qianci hurriedly urged his energy to defend.
However, Ning Chen's combat level far surpassed his, even reaching a crushing standard. His energy defense could not stop it at all,
unless he covered his entire body with energy. But that method would be too weak in defense and wouldn't be of much use. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The spear shadows filled the sky, one after another, continuously smashing into Wei Qianci, causing the water armor to flicker wildly. The mockery on Wei Qiance's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Every sound of collision seemed to be striking the door to his death. Ningchen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you that day, spare my life. Wei Qiance hurriedly pleaded for mercy. He wanted to propose a condition, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. The only thing he could think of was money. But Ningchen had just received 100 billion, while his own worth was only in the tens of billions. I apologize, I admit I am despicable. Under the threat of death, Wei Qiance trembled in fear, desperately begging for mercy. I told you, you will die. A cold voice rang out. Ningchen held his battle gun, his assault showing no sign of slowing down. With a loud bang, another heavy strike landed on Wei Qiance, sending him flying, while the water armor flickered again. Ningchen, if you don't stop, I will self-destruct the water armor and take you down with me. Wei Qiance's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted desperately. Your shield was shattered by the rock blade, you can't block it. Ningchen's response was still a beautifully swift battle gun, striking with incredible speed. You forced me. A hint of despair showed on Wei Qiance's face. As he saw Ningchen charging at him, he gritted his teeth and detonated the water armor. Boom! A brilliant deep blue light erupted, dazzling and blinding, obscuring the figures of Ningchen and Wei Qiance. What will the outcome be? Many people in the garden were blinded by the light, tears streaming from their eyes, yet they couldn't bear to close them, their gazes filled with tension and anticipation. Soon, the light dissipated. Two figures gradually became clear. Ningchen stood tall, unscathed, with a massive shield hovering in the air, protecting his body. The reformed Qianlang shield. Opposite him, Wei Qiance lowered his head, his limbs weakly hanging down. A battle gun pierced through his chest. Wei Qiance was dead. Ningchen willed the Qianlang shield and the breaking army battle gun back into his body. Without the support of the battle gun, Wei Qiance's corpse was about to fall. Ningchen reached out, grasped his neck, and casually tossed him at Wei Huaxing's feet. Blood stained the ground. Wei Huaxing, your gift, happy birthday. Thunder rumbled. A dark swarm of machines took off into the sky, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a bleeding corpse. Among the guests present, many secretly recorded videos and uploaded them to social media. Because the heat of Ningchen's college entrance examination had not yet dissipated, these videos were widely shared, and official media joined in, spreading across the internet that night, causing a storm of discussion among countless citizens who couldn't even sleep. There was no way around it. Whether it was the 3,000 shadow dragons pressing in, or Ningchen's rank of colonel, or the fact that Ningchen was destined to become a divine general, all were too shocking. Among them, the most discussed topic was Ningchen's combat power. Could he transcend the 8 realms? Many martial arts experts became interested upon hearing this and began to analyze seriously. It should be noted that in the Federation's 1,000-year history, there have been many divine generals and even kings. However, those who could cross the 8 realms in combat power were extremely rare. A genius with first-grade strength who could crush a peak 9th-grade warrior was even more unique. What's there to argue about? Ningchen's combat power definitely transcends the 8 realms. That person named Wei Qiance is an 8th-grade warrior and uses 2 original pattern weapons, both offensive and defensive, enough to compete with peak 9th-grade warriors. A comment from the well-known educator Yan Zhuang of Donglin. Those 2 original pattern weapons are indeed extraordinary, but in their battle, Wei Qiance's combat level was no better than that of a middle school student. Wei Qiance's combat power is far below his realm. Is it so hard to admit that Ningchen is excellent? He already crossed 7 major realms in combat power in Tianshui City. In the end, this is all your speculation. If Ningchen wants to prove his combat power transcends the 8 realms, he must fight against a 9th-grade martial arts master. The internet was in an uproar. Countless people argued about this matter, repeatedly studying videos in search of evidence. Related topics soared to the top of trending lists in multiple administrative regions. However, the protagonist, Ningchen, remained completely unaware. At this moment, he was sitting in an armed helicopter, flying towards the Lu family manor. Thank you, God of the Sea, I'll return this to you, Ningchen said, flipping his left hand to take out a Type 3 portable anti-aircraft mech missile, glancing at it reluctantly before handing it back to Song Yifeng. With its destructive power, even a knight would be severely injured if caught off guard. Unfortunately, the Federation strictly managed nuclear weapons, and he couldn't possess one. Unless he had the opportunity to cultivate the nuclear explosion Divine Fist in the future. Colonel Ning, don't move around, your wound has opened up. Luo Qin scolded softly. As she spoke, she lowered her head, placing Ning Chen's right hand on her thigh, carefully applying a healing ointment to the knife wound. It's just a small injury, Ning Chen replied, feeling the softness and warmth on the back of his hand. He coughed lightly, wanting to retract his right hand, but Luo Qin held it tightly. The sensation of softness and warmth became increasingly clear. Luo Qin said seriously, "You need to pay attention to both big and small injuries." Hearing this, Ning Chen stopped struggling. Luo Qin had a point. If the wound got infected, it would be troublesome later. After applying the ointment, Luo Qin still didn't let go of Ning Chen's right hand and said earnestly, "Let's wait for the ointment to dry." He. Bai Xiuxiu, sitting in the back row, let out a cold laugh. Luo Qin ignored her, looking up at Ning Chen with a hint of reproach in her tone. "If you had used the breaking army killing method earlier, you wouldn't have gotten this knife wound." Ning Chen shrugged, "Just using him to hone my martial arts. There's no need to take such risks. You can use me to practice," Luo Qin said with a bright smile. "I'm in the law manifestation realm, much stronger than that person from the Wei family." Law manifestation? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused, and asked, "Isn't a knight above a martial artist?" At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu's indifferent voice came from the back row. Law manifestation refers to the embryonic form of the profound meaning. Essentially, Luo Qin is still a 9th grade martial artist, but she can use the law manifestation to exert a small portion of the profound power. Luo Qin smiled in agreement. "Don't underestimate that small portion of profound power, its might is very strong. An ordinary 9th grade martial artist can't withstand a single strike." "Got it," Ning Chen nodded thoughtfully. This resolved one of his doubts. He had previously felt that the gap between knights and 9th grade martial artists was too great. The pressure he felt when Wei Huaxing appeared far exceeded that of peak 9th grade martial artists like Yin Zhuang and Ma Fengxing. "Colonel Ning, how many days will you stay in Qingshan City this time?" Luo Qin asked to strike up a conversation. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "On July 1st, after I fill out my application, I'll go to the 27th Group Army to practice piloting mechs." "Aren't you going to rest a few more days?" Bai Xiuxiu asked, somewhat surprised. The vast majority of third-year high school students would relax for the entire summer after the college entrance examination. It wasn't laziness, the college entrance examination was a heavy hurdle. They needed time to release the pressure accumulated over the years. "No," Ning Chen shook his head, "I want to improve my mech piloting skills as soon as possible and try to gain more sea dragon blood in the mech combat competition in August." As he spoke, Ning Chen looked at his right hand resting on Luo Qin's thigh and said solemnly, "My horizontal martial arts are still too weak and need further strengthening." After he finished speaking, the cabin fell silent. Only the sound of the wings slicing through the air could be heard. Everyone was unsure of what to say. Wei Qianse had self-destructed a weapon worth billions, barely causing a superficial injury. "High standards, high demands, no wonder Colonel Ning is so powerful," Luo Qin said with a radiant smile. "I happen to be off on July 1st, so I can pick you up. Let's add each other as friends for easier contact then." "Okay." Ning Chen took out his phone. During the conversation, the armed helicopter was getting closer to the Lu family manor. Ning Chen didn't want to cause too much commotion, so before the helicopter flew overhead, he signaled the pilot to lower the altitude. "Everyone, goodbye," Ning Chen said with a smile, then opened the cabin door and jumped down into the rushing wind. Lu family manor. At this moment, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. The younger generation of the Lu family had just finished their evening training, dragging their tired bodies in groups of 3 or 5 out of the training ground. "I'm so tired," someone complained, prompting a chorus of agreement. Previously, the Lu family did not have evening training. However, later on, a math tutor named Ning insisted on setting up 2.5 hours of evening training, citing their poor math scores as the reason. "Don't talk nonsense, the college entrance examination is over, and Ning might come back at any time," Lu Qingqing said. The surroundings quickly fell silent. Suddenly, a gasp broke the quiet. Quick look at your phones, Ning is back in Qingshan City and has killed Wei Qianse." Everyone took out their phones and stopped in their tracks, dumbfounded. Ning had become a colonel? He was bound to become a divine general? It seemed he was also going to break the record for the Federation's combat power. "Long time no see, everyone, what is 3000 minus 1? At that moment, a light laugh came from the entrance. The young generation of the Lu family shivered in unison, an inexplicable chill rising in their hearts, and without thinking, they reflexively answered, 3001. "Not bad, it seems you haven't neglected your studies while I was away." "Ning, I have reported to the education department multiple times that 3000 minus 1 equals 2999 is wrong. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination." Seeing Ning Chen walk over, the young generation of the Lu family, forgetting their shock, hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Many of them couldn't help but look mournful. They really didn't want to answer any more math questions. "Don't worry, I'll be leaving in a few days and won't guide you anymore," Ning Chen couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was speaking, Butler Bei approached, his gaze towards Ningchen revealing undeniable shock. He had also seen the video from the Wei family tonight. Mr. Ning, the master requests your presence for a discussion. Butler Bei took a deep breath, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Alright, you all go back." Ningchen waved his hand, dispersing the young generation of the Lu family, then followed Butler Bei to a conference room. "Ningchen, come sit over here," Lu Sangyun warmly invited. Lu Zhan put away his phone, glanced at Ningchen, and said in surprise, "Song Yefeng accompanied you. It seems you accomplished something extraordinary this time with the military." "I didn't do anything," Ningchen shrugged and smiled, "I just participated in the Extreme Soldiers test. Then, for some reason, the military insisted that I would definitely become a divine general, with a 30% chance of being promoted to king, and they forcibly conferred the rank of colonel on me. I couldn't even refuse." Hearing this, Lu Zhan's forehead twitched. He didn't bother to ask further. Lu Sangyun laughed and asked Ningchen, "Have you joined the military?" "No." Ningchen gently shook his head and briefly recounted the dealings with the government during the military examination and the Extreme Soldiers test. He also didn't overlook Wang Longtao's provocation and Bai Qi's arrival. "The Wang family is targeting you?" Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through. Ningchen smiled lightly, "Just some underhanded tactics, they didn't affect me." After a pause, Ningchen curiously asked, "Uncle Lu, what conflict do you have with the Wang family's king?" At this, Lu Zhan's expression changed slightly, and after a long silence, he finally spoke, "It's related to Meng Yue's mother." Ningchen's heart stirred. He suddenly realized that during his stay at the Lu family, he indeed hadn't seen Lu Meng Yue's mother. Then he recalled Wang Longtao's attitude that day. A guess surged in Ningchen's heart. Lu Meng Yue's mother abandoned her family to follow the Heavenly King. Ningchen's gaze fell on Lu Zhan, and he tentatively asked in a low voice, "Did he steal her away?" Lu Zhan pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, "Pretty much." "That's too much." Ningchen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Even if it's the Heavenly King, being a third party is disgraceful, and to suppress the victim is even worse. The corners of Lu Zhan's mouth twitched. "Ningchen, about that." Lu Sangyun cleared his throat and hesitated, saying, "How should I put it? In a way, your uncle Lu is the third party." "Ha?" Ningchen blinked. The direction of the facts was quite different from his guess. After some thought, Lu Sangyun explained, "Meng Yue's mother is from the Wang family, the same family as Wang Longtao, whom you met at the military headquarters. About 20 years ago, she was betrothed to a divine general from the Lin family. However, it wasn't because they loved each other, it was a marriage of convenience between noble families for mutual benefit. The rest of the story is somewhat cliché. Meng Yue's mother went out to clear her mind because of the engagement and ended up meeting your uncle Lu. They quickly fell in love and got married. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. Your uncle Lu is a knight with a title, his combat power on par with a divine general, and the Wang family wouldn't underestimate him just because they have the Heavenly King. But then, the divine general from the Lin family suddenly advanced to become the Heavenly King, and he was furious. The wrath of the Heavenly King is not to be ignored. Moreover, Xiao Zhan is not in the right here. In the end, to appease the anger of the Lin family's Heavenly King, Meng Yue's mother was imprisoned for life in the ancient building of the Wang family, never allowed to step outside. And your uncle Lu, unless summoned by the government, is forbidden to leave Qingshan." After finishing, Lu Sangyun let out a deep sigh. Lu Zhan's face remained calm, without any emotional fluctuations, and he said, "Ningchen, although you haven't joined the military, you will inevitably have dealings with them in the future. The Lin family and the Wang family have deep ties in the military. Being too close to me won't do you any good." He then said solemnly, "If you wish, we can draw a clear line." Upon hearing this, Lu Sangyun opened his mouth but still didn't say anything. He understood his son's character. "Uncle Lu, are you trying to back out of your debt?" Ningchen raised an eyebrow, not pausing for a moment, and joked, "You still owe me a favor, and that was earned by risking my life to save Meng Yue." Perhaps influenced by Ningchen's words, Lu Zhan's heavy mood lightened considerably, and a faint smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. "Uncle Lu, if you don't remember, I still owe you a favor." That favor. What about it? When I advance to become the Heavenly King, you can use it," Ningchen said softly, his tone particularly serious. Looking at the young man before him, a strange emotion surged in Lu Zhan's heart, and with a whoosh, the curtains fluttered, and Lu Zhan's figure disappeared. "Brat, stop boasting. A 30% chance sounds like 100% to you." Lu Zhan's voice echoed in the air. Moments later, a deep and powerful voice rang out. "If you suffer any grievances outside, remember to come back and find me." After chatting with Lu Sangyun for a while longer, Ningchen stood up to take his leave, exiting the conference room and walking towards the small building where he lived. On the way, Ning Chen encountered Lu Manhwa. At that moment, she was sitting by the pool, gazing at the water's surface reflecting the starry sky, lost in thought. Ning Chen approached her, and she didn't even notice. "What's wrong?" Ning Chen casually sat down beside Lu Manhwa. "Ah." Hearing the voice, Lu Manhwa finally noticed Ning Chen, forcing a smile as she said, "You're back. Congratulations on winning the top scholar of Donglin." Ning Chen glanced at her and asked, "Are you troubled?" Lu Manhwa gently nodded, thought for a moment, and shyly said, "Ning Chen, I'm a bit worried. It seems like my body has undergone some changes." "Ah." Ning Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. "Didn't your biology teacher mention this kind of thing in class? At your age, it's indeed a bit late compared to other girls, but perhaps it's due to some martial arts reason. You don't need to worry too much." Ning Chen struggled to organize his words to comfort her. Lu Manhwa was stunned for a moment, then reacted, feeling both angry and embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed with a beautiful hue as she scolded, "Stay away from me." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen stood up, thought for a moment, and said with concern, "Doesn't your family have maids? They know a lot. You can ask them. Just go." Lu Manhwa ground her silver teeth together, making a grinding sound. Ning Chen awkwardly laughed and walked away. Seeing this, Lu Manhwa pouted her red lips and softly said, like a fool, knowing nothing. As her words fell, the starlit sky poured down like flowing water, cascading towards Lu Manhwa's dreamlike hair, which intertwined shades of light blue and pale green. In the following days, Ning Chen kept busy, using the channels of the Lu family's business to sell off the spoils he had obtained in Tianshui City. The total income amounted to around 50 billion. With the compensation from Wei Huasheng, his net worth had already reached over 150 billion and was still rising. During these days, various forces in Donglin, big and small, learned of his return to Qingshan City and sent people to congratulate him on achieving the top score in the college entrance examination, most of them bringing generous gifts, ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. The balance in Ning Chen's bank account was an endless number. However, it didn't last long. It quickly reached its limit. Ning Chen only kept some emergency funds, using the rest to purchase sharp energy, over 600 cubic meters. His divine weapon's power surged rapidly. While nurturing the divine weapon, Ning Chen read some materials on mechas to prepare for future training. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was July 1st. Lu family. A helipad. Boom! The strong wind pressed the green grass down to the ground as a black-painted military transport helicopter quickly ascended, flying rapidly towards the southeast sky. Inside the cabin, Ning Chen and Luo Qin sat facing each other. Luo Qin's fair face was filled with a smile as she said, "Colonel Ning, you are incredibly popular in the 27th Group Army right now. These days, whether it's officers or soldiers, everyone is talking about you during meals and tea breaks." Ning Chen casually asked, "Is it related to my killing of Wei Qiansa?" "Yes." Luo Qin nodded with a smile. "Compared to the debates about your combat power online, the military's attitude is much more unified." That night, over 10,000 members of the Air Force watched the battle from above. They had a more accurate understanding of Wei Qiansa's strength, realizing that he was not as weak as claimed online. Luo Qin looked at Ning Chen seriously and said, "The vast majority of people in the military believe that even if you can't kill a 9th-grade martial artist, you at least have the strength to fight." Ning Chen simply responded, his mindset still calm. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Has any 9th-grade martial artist challenged me?" "In fact, no." Luo Qin's red lips curled up as she smiled. "Competing with you brings no benefits. Winning against you isn't worth boasting about. After all, it's a 9th grade against a 1st grade. If they lose, it would be disastrous. Not only would it be embarrassing at the time, but every time the record of the Federal Combat Power Crossing is mentioned afterward, it would be brought up as a negative example, as if they were nailed to the pillar of shame in history." Luo Qin covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "They really consider everything." Ning Chen shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret. He would soon be promoted to a 2nd-grade martial artist. After that, it would be hard to have another opportunity to break the record of the Federal Combat Power Crossing. In the path of martial arts, the gap between realms becomes larger as one progresses further. However, the Mecha department is an exception. Luo Qin thought for a moment and smiled, especially those senior Mecha engineers, all eager to compete with you in Mecha battles. In fact, they've held several contests just to determine the order of who gets to face you first. Ning Chen looked surprised and asked, "Why? Your future achievements are too high. You will surely become a divine general, with a 30% chance of being promoted to a heavenly king." Luo Qin raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Defeating you will be a tremendous honor. Even if it's because you're just starting with mechas and your piloting skills aren't strong enough, it will still be a glorious achievement. I understand, Ning Chen said softly. Aren't you nervous? Seeing Ning Chen's calm expression, Luo Qin felt a bit curious. She had looked over Ning Chen's profile and knew that he had only piloted a mecha once so far. Not nervous, Ning Chen replied with a faint smile. His piloting skills were indeed average. However, his physical attributes had nearly doubled since the last time he piloted a mecha, enough to allow the mecha to exhibit greater combat power. About 15 minutes later, the transport helicopter arrived at the base of the 27th Group Army. At the airport, as Ning Chen stepped out of the cabin, he saw Bai Xiuxiu waiting for him not far away. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu was wearing sunglasses, leaning against an off-road vehicle, exuding confidence, her black hair blowing in the wind like surging waves. Do you want to go to the accommodation to rest a bit? Seeing Ning Chen approach, Bai Xiuxiu straightened up and opened the car door. No need, let's start training right away, Ning Chen smiled slightly. Alright, get in the car, Bai Xiuxiu said, stepping on the gas and turning the vehicle towards the mecha engineer training camp at the base. On the way, Bai Xiuxiu thought for a moment and said, before the formal training, you should first take the mecha engineer level assessment test to obtain the 1-star senior mecha engineer certificate, which will be convenient for participating in the military mecha competition in August. Senior mecha engineers are also graded by stars? Ning Chen asked, somewhat surprised. The materials he had read mainly focused on various types of mechas, with little information about mecha engineers. Yes, there are a total of 7 stars, judged by the power of martial arts, Luo Qin quickly replied. To increase her favorability in Ning Chen's eyes, she had been brushing up on related knowledge these days and had a certain understanding of it. As Luo Qin recalled, she explained, senior mecha engineers can pilot mechas to perform martial arts, but the power they can exert varies. As long as you successfully pilot a mecha to perform martial arts, you can become a 1-star senior mecha engineer. After that, for every 10% increase in the power of martial arts you can exert, your level goes up by 1 star. If the martial arts power reaches 60%, you become a 7-star senior mecha engineer. Luo Qin looked at Ning Chen and smiled. If you can exert 70% power, you become an ace mecha engineer, qualified to pilot sky mechas and fight against knights. Ning Chen pondered, judging levels by martial arts is quite peculiar. I thought it would be based on actual combat power. In fact, the two are quite similar. Bai Xiuxiu turned her face and said, to become a senior mecha engineer often requires more than 10 years, even decades of training. Various piloting techniques become second nature. Each person's martial arts realm is mostly at a similar level, and no one is significantly higher than the others. The gap in combat power mainly reflects how much martial arts power one can exert. Just then, Bai Xiuxiu's voice trailed off. She suddenly understood why Ning Chen found it strange to use martial arts as a standard. He had successfully performed martial arts on his first piloting attempt, relying on his super strong physical attributes. Moreover, Ning Chen's martial arts realm was astonishingly high. As long as he practiced a bit and improved his piloting skills, his actual combat power would definitely exceed the assessed star level. Colonel Bai, don't be dazed, we've arrived, Luo Qin reminded. Bai Xiuxiu came back to her senses upon hearing this and quickly stepped on the brake. She took a deep breath, suppressing her chaotic thoughts, and looked at Ning Chen, saying, just perform normally in the upcoming assessment test. Passing won't be a problem. The internal data from the Type 3 mecha you drove before shows that you exerted 70% of your martial arts power. 70%. Ning Chen muttered a few times. He was somewhat curious. How much power could he exert now? As he walked into the Mecca Training ground, Ning Chen discovered that it was an extremely large indoor facility, over 100 meters high, covering several hundred acres. But it made sense, mecha pilots needed space to maneuver their mechas in combat. At this moment, hundreds of mecha pilots in uniform were training hard, sweating profusely, and constantly shouting encouragements. A bright red banner hung on the surrounding wall, announcing the mecha competition in August. Ning Chen glanced around and noticed that several people had blue and gold dragon patterns all over their faces. Those were remnants of undigested sea dragon blood. Driving a mecha required strict physical qualifications. The military had corresponding preferences for the mecha department regarding resources like sea dragon blood. By team, Colonel Luo, Ning. Colonel. Su Shani quickly approached, raised his hand in salute, and when he turned to Ning Chen, he was about to call his name when he noticed the shoulder insignia and realized the other party was no longer just the genius boy from before. He was now a colonel, officially commissioned by the military headquarters. Less than a month. Su Shani exclaimed with some emotion. On the other side, Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and instructed, go find 2 7-star mecha pilots. Ning Chen needs to undergo a rank assessment test. To prevent favoritism and cheating, the rank assessment for senior mecha pilots required 1 ace mecha pilot and 2 7-star mecha pilots. All 3 must unanimously agree for it to be considered successful. Understood. Su Shani responded loudly. At this moment, their conversation caught the attention of nearby mecha pilots. Ning Chen is here. Someone shouted. All the mecha pilots on site paused their movements and turned their eager gazes toward him. A colonel at 17 or 18, famous at a young age. I'm so envious. I'm determined to challenge him today. No one can stop me. Zhao Xiujia, as a mid-level mecha pilot, can you really compete? Colonel Ning can already drive a mecha and unleash martial arts. Someone teased. Zhao Xiujia grinned and said, after all, he has only driven a mecha once, his skills must not be enough. If Colonel Ning can't win in a mecha, be careful he steps out and manifests the extreme weapon technique, he could take you down on the spot. His combat power is likely at the level of a 9th grade martial artist. The training ground was buzzing with voices. Many mecha pilots were discussing, mostly about challenging Ning Chen. After all, winning would be a huge gain. Perhaps one day, they could proudly announce that the newly risen king of the Federation, shining like the sun, was once their defeated opponent. Quiet down, focus on your training. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. The speaker was a burly man, over 2 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing the insignia of a major. He's just a kid who can only exert 70% of his martial arts power. What glory is there in beating him? The burly major scanned the crowd, speaking coldly. When his gaze swept over Ning Chen, he deliberately paused for a moment. Does he seem to have some issues with me? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing through. He turned to Bai Xiuxiu and asked, who is this person? Is he from the Wang or Lin factions? Haha, no. Luo Qin's pretty face broke into a radiant smile as she replied first, his name is Chu Ange, a 7-star mecha pilot, and a crazy pursuer of Colonel Bai. His dissatisfaction with you is purely jealousy over how well Colonel Bai treats you, he's feeling envious. This. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Bai Xiuxiu shot a glare at Luo Qin, her tone unfriendly, and said, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. With that, she spoke in a low voice, Ning Chen, I will clarify this matter with Chu Anghua, it won't affect your training. Captain Chu. Chu Anghua is actually a good person. He has risked his life to save others multiple times during missions, but he's just a bit too straightforward and doesn't understand the ways of the world. That's why the other 7-star mecha masters generally hold the rank of colonel, while he has been stuck at major for many years. Su Shani quickly chimed in, trying to persuade. He knew very well that with the potential Ning Chen had shown, Chu Anghua, despite being a 7-star mecha master, was not even in the same league. If Ning Chen were to go all out against Chu Anghua, the latter would definitely not have a good outcome. Su Shani thought for a moment and said, many people in the mecha department agree on one point, Chu Anghua is so muscular purely because his cerebellum has developed too well, robbing nutrients from his brain. As they spoke, Chu Anghua stepped forward. Captain Bai, Colonel Luo. Chu Anghua said solemnly, saluting the 2 women in turn. As for Ning Chen, he glanced down and directly ignored him, the provocation evident. Seeing this scene, Su Shani was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He kept glancing at Ning Chen, trying to gauge his thoughts on the matter. However, Ning Chen's face remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. Chu Anghua, what do you want? Bai Xiuxiu sighed. Captain Bai, I came to find you. Chu Anghua said with a bright smile, flipping his hand to reveal a vial of sea dragon blood, the blue gold liquid shimmering and flowing with luster. He waved the sea dragon blood in front of Ning Chen deliberately, his actions and demeanor full of boastfulness. Chu Anghua extended his hand, presenting the sea dragon blood to Bai Xiuxiu, and said loudly, this is the reward from my last mission, a gift for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the large mecha training ground fell silent. Ning Chen couldn't bear to look. Su Shani's earlier words were not exaggerated at all. It really seemed like Chu Anghua's brain was underdeveloped. This gift-giving act was truly suffocating. Put. Luo Qin couldn't help but laugh, but considering Ning Chen was right beside her, she forced herself to stifle the laughter by pinching her thigh. Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face darkened, and she said irritably, put it away, use it yourself. Why? Your martial arts level isn't that strong either. Chu Anghua scratched his head, sounding puzzled. Hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu covered her forehead, feeling powerless. At that moment, Luo Qin used her power to send a message, Major Ning, Chu Anghua's actions may be foolish, but he really doesn't respect you. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Ning Chen pondered for a moment, channeling his power to form a line of sound. What methods do you have? Whether Chu Anghua respected him or not, he actually didn't care. He had never been concerned about others' opinions. But if he ignored it, Chu Anghua might take advantage of it. Moreover, in the military, strength was respected. Retreating would only invite contempt. This method is related to your level as a Mecha Master. If I'm not mistaken, Major Ning, your rank should be more than just a 1-star senior Mecha Master, right? Luo Qin looked at Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing. Your insight is quite good. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He wasn't sure how much of his martial arts power he could unleash, but it was definitely more than 10%. Upon hearing this, even though Luo Qin was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. This talent was truly astonishing. He had only piloted a mecha once. It was like a prodigy from the mythological era. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qin smiled and sent a message. From now on, just watch, I'll handle everything. If nothing unexpected happens, you can look forward to receiving a vial of sea dragon blood. Major Chu Angua. Luo Qin turned her gaze, her pretty face instantly becoming serious as she coldly shouted, "Come here." Shuang tensed his body at the sound, his feet stomping heavily as he stood at attention. Luo Qin's tone was stern as she scolded, "Are you still a federal soldier? Disregarding the rules, why didn't you salute Colonel Ning just now?" Returning to Colonel Luo, "I violated the internal regulations. Whatever punishment there is, I accept." Chuang raised his head, his attitude firm. However, thinking about the possibility of being demoted below the rank of colonel, he added, "I know Ning Chen's martial arts talent is unparalleled. But in the Mecha division, he is just a 1-star senior Mecha Master who can only exert 70% of his martial arts power. Such a person is not qualified for me to salute." Luo Qin's gaze flickered slightly as she coldly replied, "Who told you that Colonel Ning is just a 1-star senior Mecha Master? I personally checked the data of that Type 3 Destroyer Mecha, and it shows the martial arts power is indeed 70%. Shuang said confidently, "I can't be wrong." Luo Qin snorted coldly, "What if you're wrong?" Hearing this, Shuang was momentarily at a loss for words, opening his mouth without knowing how to respond. After pondering for a while, he said, "Then what do you suggest?" Luo Qin said seriously, "Apologize to Colonel Ning, and in the future, maintain a proper attitude and salute respectfully when you meet." "All right," Shuang agreed without a second thought. "Additionally, hand over your sea dragon blood as an apology," Luo Qin said, her red lips forming a subtle arc, hinting at a successful scheme. "No problem," Shuang decisively agreed. He wasn't foolish, he had analyzed the situation seriously in his mind. If Luo Qin had said that Ning Chen could exert more than 70% of his martial arts power, he would definitely hesitate. It had been a month since the last data on Ning Chen. For some genius Mecha Masters with special physiques, a month of hard training could roughly improve their martial arts power by 10%. However, Luo Qin said that Ning Chen was not a 1-star senior Mecha Master. This indicated that Ning Chen could exert at least 100% of his martial arts power. He would need to improve by at least 30%. A month was definitely not enough. He had been piloting mechas for many years and had never heard of anyone improving so quickly, especially since Ning Chen had also participated in the college entrance examination. There was barely a month left. Thinking of this, Chuan felt increasingly confident, pointing at Ning Chen and saying loudly, "What if he doesn't achieve it? What do you want?" Ning Chen's eyes were calm as he spoke lightly. He had drunk 2 vials of sea dragon blood and was well aware of its effects, which greatly benefited the practice of external martial arts. He really wanted it. His diamond body was now at the 10th level, and improvement was difficult. A vial of sea dragon blood might not help him break through a level, but improving by several percentage points was not a problem. Shuang pondered for a moment, glancing at Bai Xiuxiu beside him without speaking. Instead, he activated his original force and secretly transmitted to Ning Chen, "If you don't exceed a 1-star senior Mecha Master, leave the Mecha division immediately." At this point, he changed his mind, "Forget it, that request is not very good. Besides the military, there aren't many places for you to practice mechas. Stay away from Colonel Bai in the future, unless it's unavoidable official business." Shuang transmitted with his original force. Ning Chen nodded, "Understood." Shuang laughed heartily, clapping his hands with a crisp sound, "Then it's settled, a promise is a promise." As he spoke, many Mecha Masters watching shook their heads. Why does Tien Chu need to secretly transmit? It's unnecessary. Seeing his expression, I don't even need to think to know that his condition is definitely to prohibit Colonel Ning from meeting with Team Bai. Hearing the whispers around her, Bai Xiuxiu's forehead throbbed with veins, so angry she wanted to hit someone. She glared at Su Shani and said, "What are you still dawdling for? Call Yan and Shen Deji over here immediately for the rank assessment test." "Yes." Su Shani shrank his neck and quickly ran away. Before long, he returned with 2 middle-aged men. "Colonel Ning, which mech do you want to pilot?" Su Shani raised his hand and pointed to the west side of the training ground. There, dozens of mechs of various types were parked, their metallic bodies reflecting the pale light pouring from the ceiling, giving off a sense of coldness. Ningchen directed his gaze over, and thanks to his studies in the past few days, relevant mech information surfaced in his mind. The Windhunter, a humanoid mech, had a slender body and was agile in changing directions, known for its high explosive power. Its drawback was the excessive load, consuming the pilot's stamina at more than 5 times that of ordinary mechs. The Wolf 7, a beast-shaped mech, was the complete opposite of the Windhunter, with a combat style leaning towards endurance, excelling in protracted battles in urban and forest terrains. The Miawu Type 3, a humanoid mech, had no outstanding features. However, in other words, it was not weak in any aspect and was the most commonly equipped training mech by the military, cultivating many powerful mech pilots. The Bloodshed, a humanoid mech. Retracting his gaze, Ningchen thought for a moment and said, "I choose the Miawu Type 3 mech." His endurance was astonishing, making him very suitable for the high-explosive Windhunter, which could unleash even greater combat power. However, this was a level assessment test. He had piloted the Miawu Type 3 once, so he had relatively more experience. "Alright, let's go." The two approached a Miawu Type 3 mech. Su Shani took out a tablet, quickly clicked a few times, and the cabin door opened. Ningchen leaped in. Neuron connection successful. As a female mechanical voice entered his mind, Ningchen's vision lit up, with a 360-degree view without blind spots. Having not piloted a mech for a month, he did not feel any unfamiliarity. Instead, it felt like a refreshing review of old knowledge. Ningchen looked at Bai Xiuxiu, and his voice came through the mech. "What do I need to do now?" "Just practice your martial arts," Bai Xiuxiu pondered. "The test consists of 3 parts. You need to demonstrate a body technique martial art, a bare-handed martial art, and a weapon martial art, and the average of those will determine your star rating." "Understood," Ningchen replied. He did not rush to demonstrate his martial arts. Instead, he focused his thoughts and controlled the Miawu Type 3 mech to jump a few times to warm up. During this, the pressure generated by the mech did not make him feel the slightest bit of strain. Compared to last time, this is much easier. The normal control pressure feels like a gentle breeze on an ordinary person, Ningchen thought to himself. Nearby, many mech pilots were observing intently. "The movements are very smooth. If I didn't know better, I wouldn't see a trace of a novice." Colonel Ning's talent is frightening, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with envy. It should be noted that for a mech pilot to operate a mech like Ningchen, it typically required at least 3 to 5 years of relentless practice. Let's not get sidetracked. I know Colonel Ning is talented, but the focus now is on his bet with Team Chu. Can he really become a 2-star advanced mech pilot? Impossible. Everyone saw the last data. It was indeed only 0.7. Then why did he agree to Team Chu? Zhao Xiujiao was quite curious. Someone nearby laughed and explained, he must be overly confident. Colonel Ning topped the college entrance exam in Donglin, passed the extreme soldier's test, and successfully forged multiple divine weapons. With so many honors, it's inevitable to have an illusion of being invincible. I wouldn't be surprised if Colonel Ning thinks he stands shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Then it seems he's going to lose. When piloting a mech, the force and divine weapons don't matter much. It's mainly about physical strength. "Look, Colonel Ning is starting." A voice filled with tension and anticipation rang out. On the field, the wind howled as Ningchen fully unleashed the Wind Shadow 3000, and the Miawu Type 3 mech swiftly darted through, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Everyone was too focused on the large screen above. The internal data of the mecha could be transmitted there. "Xiao Su, hurry up," Xu Wange urged Su Shani. He wanted to conclude this matter as soon as possible. His emotional intelligence was low, but he was aware that he couldn't compare to Ningchen at all. Reputation, appearance, talent, he was crushed in every aspect. "Is it not done yet?" Just as he spoke, Xu Wange's gaze became dazed, unable to say a word. The silence was shared by everyone present. On the big screen, a line of data appeared. Martial arts power of body technique, 27%. Why is no one speaking? Inside the cockpit, Ningchen noticed the training ground had suddenly quieted down, but he didn't pay much attention. After demonstrating the Wind Shadow 3000, he began to pilot the Destroyer 3 mecha to execute the Thousand Bones killing technique. White Bone Killing Fist. Whoosh! The Destroyer 3 mecha struck with its right arm. A fierce wind surged, the sound deafening, as if the air was about to explode under this punch. Shadow Snake Strike. Lightning Fist. Body Slicing Python Strike. Thousand Bones Power. The Destroyer 3 mecha continued its movements, executing 4 subsequent techniques in succession, the momentum terrifying, causing the trees outside the training ground to tremble and shed leaves. Unarmed martial arts power, 26%. Another line of data appeared on the big screen. Which weapon should I use? The Destroyer 3 mecha stood still, and Ningchen pondered, feeling indecisive. He was currently proficient in a considerable number of weapons, a total of 12. Each had corresponding weapon martial arts. Their realms were roughly similar, mainly at the subtle realm. Let's use the battle spear. I don't have any original force martial arts for the sword yet. Ningchen made his choice, his thoughts flashing, as the Destroyer 3 mecha raised its right arm, opening its 5 fingers, white original force swirling and rising, forming a small vortex in the palm. Whoosh! Immediately, a 10-meter-long alloy battle spear flew up from the weapon rack at the side, landing precisely in his hand. No wonder mecha masters don't care about the level of original force. Ningchen thought to himself. After a mecha master advances to a warrior, they can connect to the mecha's internal original force array through original force seeds, mobilizing the original force within. As for their own original force, it was of little use. At most, it could be used to speed up physical recovery. Open mountain. Gathering his thoughts, Ningchen's gaze sharpened as he controlled the Destroyer 3 mecha to hold the spear with both hands, raising it high. Then, he swung it down fiercely. Whoosh! The 10-meter-long alloy battle spear struck down like lightning, the surging white original force clinging to the spearhead, dazzling and bright, like a meteor piercing through the atmosphere, unstoppable. Boom! To avoid damaging the training ground, the Destroyer 3 mecha's arms shook, and the alloy battle spear landed in midair. However, the might was still terrifying. The fierce wind raged, wreaking havoc everywhere, causing many mecha masters to squint in pain, yet they couldn't bear to close their eyes, forcing themselves to look at the big screen above. The third line of data appeared. Weapon martial arts power, 28%, averaging it out, the martial arts power was 27%. 3-star advanced mecha master. Still not far from 4-star. The training ground instantly boiled like hot oil, with everyone discussing fervently. Zhao Xiujia, didn't you just say that today you would definitely defeat Colonel Ning, and no one could stop you? I'm still just a 28-year-old kid, how can a kid's words count? Zhao Xiujia's mind raced. He was only an intermediate mecha master, and with the martial arts power Ningchen displayed, even if his piloting skills were very average, he could still crush him. In just a month, without training, the martial arts power increased by 20%, my worldview has collapsed. Did Colonel Ning secretly train? Does it matter? This is a 20% martial arts power, no matter how much training, it would take at least a year. Voices of shock and confusion continued to echo. Many looked at the Destroyer 3 mecha, feeling unsettled. Especially by Xiuxiu. His heart tightened involuntarily. She was very clear that Ningchen hadn't been in contact with the mecha these days, but why had his martial arts power increased so much? As a top mecha master, Bai Xiuxiu understood a lot, but she couldn't figure this out either. Buzz! The cabin door opened. Ningchen jumped down from the mecha and looked at the data on the screen, his gaze somewhat surprised. The increase exceeded his expectations. His physical fitness, compared to the last time he piloted the mecha, was still a bit short of doubling. But this is normal, the relationship between the body and pressure is not linear, Ningchen analyzed to himself. Opposite him, Bai Xiuxiu's long legs moved quickly, and before she got close, she asked, Ningchen, how did you do it? Upon hearing this, everyone on site perked up, staring intently at Ningchen. Ningchen blinked a couple of times. He just operated normally. After thinking for a moment, Ningchen said seriously, endure the pressure, then apply martial arts. Everyone. That makes sense. But it was no different from nonsense. It was like asking the top student in class how to get a perfect score. The top student's answer would be to read the questions, think, and solve them. At this moment, Luo Qin raised an eyebrow and reminded, Major Chuangyi, if I'm not mistaken, you should have lost, right? Chuangyi snapped back to reality at her words, his face stiffening. He was a senior mecha master of the 7 stars, and obtaining the Sea Dragon blood was incredibly difficult. However, although he felt reluctant, Chuangyi had no intention of being dishonest. He directly handed it to Ningchen, saying, I accept the bet, the Sea Dragon blood is yours. Ningchen reached out to take it. This is an apology, and also a gesture of goodwill. Luo Qin's voice came from the side. Chuangyi's cheeks flushed, and he cleared his throat, raising his hand in salute, saying, I've met Major Ning. I was presumptuous before, please forgive me. Moreover, when I see you in the future, I will salute you with the utmost respect. Chuangyi said generously, without any anger. He was straightforward by nature. Because of this, although his emotional intelligence was low, he was quite popular in the military. Major Chu, let it go, Ningchen said, flipping his left hand to put away the Sea Dragon blood casually. Beside him, Bai Xiuxiu's upper body swayed as she took deep breaths to calm her shocked mind. Then she announced loudly, "I declare that Major Ning Chen has successfully passed the assessment test, achieving the rank of Senior Mecha Master, 3 stars. Clap clap clap." Luo Qin led the applause, and others cooperated, clapping their hands as well. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ning Chen and said, "Your rank certificate will need to be issued from headquarters, so it will probably take another week." "Okay," Ning Chen nodded and said, "Shall I start formal training now?" "Not yet," Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and said, "First, let's test your mecha piloting skills." As she spoke, she instructed Su Shani to bring over more than a dozen silver metal plates similar to electrodes and stick them to various parts of Ning Chen's body. "The most difficult aspect of piloting a mecha is its load," Bai Xiuxiu explained to Ning Chen. "The more intense the mecha's movements, the greater the pressure generated. And the most important part of piloting skills is to use various means to reduce the pressure on the mecha, allowing the body to manipulate the mecha with minimal deformation. For the same maneuver, the less pressure endured, the more skilled the mecha pilot is." Bai Xiuxiu pointed at the silver metal plates and said, "This is a monitor that can sense the pressure values your body endures, thus reflecting your piloting skills." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen nodded, turned, and stepped back into the cabin of the Type 3 destroyer mecha. "What do you think? How high is Major Ning's piloting skill?" "It definitely won't be low." Everyone stared at the mecha, very curious. "You should have the driving skills of a normal 1-star advanced mecha pilot, otherwise, the load generated by the mecha during martial arts practice would be too intense. Even with your exceptional physique, it would be hard to withstand. I think 1 star is still a bit low. Look at Colonel Ning when he stepped out of the mecha, his movements were relaxed, and the pressure he endured couldn't have been that great. First, do some simple movements." "Okay." Following Bai Xiuxiu's instructions, Ning Chen operated the mecha to raise its arms, run, and jump. Several pressures fell upon him, collected by the silver metal. On the large screen, complex data appeared in rows. Immediately, the noisy venue fell silent. Many mecha pilots stared blankly at the data, unable to believe it. Ning Chen looked up, unable to understand the meaning behind it due to his lack of professional training. "How's my mecha driving skill?" Ning Chen noticed the expressions of the crowd and exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that, like my star rating, I've reached the level of a 3-star advanced mecha pilot?" "No." Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath and shook her head. "Don't even mention 3-star advanced mecha pilots. Your driving skills are still far from that of a beginner mecha pilot." Bai Xiuxiu suddenly understood why Ning Chen had said that earlier. He wasn't joking. He was truly relying on sheer strength to operate the mecha. At this moment, the other mecha pilots gradually regained their senses, and the discussions erupted like boiling water. "This pressure data, how should I put it? I'm numb." Zhao Xiujia's mouth felt dry. "The pressure Colonel Ning endured while running the mecha is simply outrageous, twice as high as when I perform martial arts. How did he do it? Weren't we just talking about withstanding pressure?" "Of course, I know it's about withstanding pressure, but the key is, how strong must Colonel Ning's physique be?" Gasps of astonishment rose one after another. No one mocked Ning Chen's mecha driving skills, instead, they were filled with envy. Mecha driving skills aren't particularly difficult for mecha pilots. As long as one is willing to train hard, they can reach a decent level. However, physical fitness is different. The upper limit is there, unbreakable. No matter how hard an ordinary person tries, their physical strength won't reach 10 tons. The body's defensive power can be improved through martial arts training, but such training is notoriously difficult and slow to progress, especially as one advances. It's not uncommon to see less than 1% improvement after 10 years of hard work. "Ning Chen, during martial arts practice, let me see the maximum pressure you can withstand," Bai Xiuxiu said. Everyone perked up. The value of maximum pressure could help them deduce Ning Chen's physical strength. "Sure." Ning Chen readily agreed, his mind racing as he controlled the Type 3 destroyer mecha to grasp the alloy battle gun and execute the breaking army technique. Whoosh! The gunfire filled the sky, the momentum terrifying, and the dazzling white original force surged everywhere. Multiple lines of data flashed rapidly on the screen. Am I dreaming? Is this the pressure the human body can withstand? Many mecha pilots trembled slightly. The pressure data was too high, beyond their imagination. Normal mecha pilots wouldn't experience blood vision under such pressure because their blood wouldn't have time to compress the visual nerves before their bodies turned into a puddle of mush. I, Zhao Xiujia, officially report that Colonel Ning is the reincarnation of a great evil from the mythological era. With just this body, Colonel Ning will most likely be able to command the truth mecha in the future. Everyone was in heated discussion, their emotions unable to calm down. The training ground was exceptionally noisy. The chatter seemed ready to lift the roof off. Buzz! The hatch opened. Ning Chen exited the mecha, removing the silver metal attached to his body. Your physical fitness is very strong. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ning Chen and said straightforwardly, however, your mecha driving skills are quite average. You are completely a newcomer who needs to start learning from the most basic knowledge. I'll follow your arrangements. Ning Chen had no objections and nodded directly. The others looked at each other in surprise. Normally, a super genius like Ning Chen would be particularly proud and rarely admit in public that he was lacking in any aspect. Bai Xiuxiu thought for a moment and said, Su Shani, during this time, you will guide Ning Chen in learning to pilot the mecha. Just as she was speaking, her words were interrupted by Chuanj. Captain Bai, let me take care of the guidance. Chuanj stepped forward and said, I have trained over 10 batches of newcomers, and my teaching level is more reliable. Chuanj had his own thoughts. By guiding Ning Chen, he could keep track of Ning Chen's movements and prevent him from constantly bothering Bai Xiuxiu. Beside them, Bai Xiuxiu did not agree to Chuanj's request but looked at Ning Chen and asked, Who do you want to learn from? Upon hearing this, Chuanj quickly raised his hand in salute and said, Major Ning, it's not that I'm boasting, but in terms of teaching ability, I am recognized as one of the top 3 in the 27th Group Army. To persuade Ning Chen, he added, I can swear that I will do my utmost to guide you and will not hold back even a bit. Let's go with him. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and pointed at Chuanj. All right. Bai Xiuxiu nodded and said, You will train with him for a few days, and if it doesn't suit you, I will make other arrangements. It will definitely suit. Definitely. Chuanj smiled brightly and said, Major Ning, do you know how to reduce the load on the mecha? I don't know. Then let's start with theoretical knowledge. Chuanj took Ning Chen away from the Mecca Training ground. At the base. In a library, in a conference room. Chuanj was explaining to Ning Chen while pointing at the text on the light screen. He was robust in build, but when it came to teaching, he was very meticulous and thorough. Just as he had said before, his level was very high, and he explained each knowledge point in depth, greatly benefiting Ning Chen. 2 hours passed gradually. Major Ning, there are a total of 33 methods to reduce the pressure generated by the mecha while running. Chuanj turned off the light screen and smiled. We'll stop the theoretical knowledge here for today. Next, let's put it into practice. Let's go. Ning Chen nodded and got up from his seat. He had already grasped the 33 methods Chuanj mentioned. After reaching the perfect realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, his brain cells had been refined in detail, and his thinking ability had surged, allowing him to remember everything at a glance. Soon, the two returned to the Mecca Training ground. Major Ning, this machine is used to train the knees and reduce the pressure generated by the mecha. The method of use requires lifting. The training ground was filled with various instruments, and Chuanj explained each one to Ning Chen in turn. Ankle joint booster, aimed at the pressure on the ankles during mecha running. This is used to train the outer thigh muscles to reduce corresponding pressure. This sphere is called a negative pressure chamber. As they talked, the two arrived at the mechas on the side of the field. Chuanj glanced sideways, thought for a moment, and smiled. Actually, the best training instrument is the mecha itself. Hearing this, Ning Chen was a bit curious and asked, then why do we need to use these instruments? Is training with the mecha too expensive? Ning Chen said casually. No. Chuanj waved his hand. The maintenance costs of these instruments are higher than training with the mecha. Chuanj explained the reason. Piloting a mecha consumes too much physical strength. A single strenuous session often requires several days to recover. Although progress is fast, the time is limited. Overall, the efficiency cannot compare to these specialized instruments. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen felt a vague stir in his heart. Physical strength was not a problem for him at all. Ever since that day in Tianshui City, when his body was refined to the limit by the perfect realm of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, he had not encountered a situation where he felt physically exhausted. He himself was not even clear about where his current physical limit lay. Ning Chen looked at Chuanji and instructed, I'm going to practice with the mecha. Understood. Chuanji nodded, took out a tablet, and asked, is it still the Type 3 Destroyer mecha? No. Ning Chen thought for a moment, raised his hand to point, and said, switch to the Hunter. The explosive type mecha was more suitable for him. Chuanji quickly tapped on the tablet, and with a hum, the cabin door opened. Just as Ning Chen was about to enter the cockpit, Chuanji's gaze flickered, and he suddenly called out to him. Major Ning, how about we make another bet? Chuanji glanced around and, seeing that Bai Xiuxiu was not in the training ground, spoke without using telepathy, the stakes will be the same as last time. As he spoke, he flipped his palm and took out a test tube filled with a blue-golden liquid. I have another vial of sea dragon blood. What do you want to bet on? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. 2 vials of sea dragon blood could allow him to push his diamond body to the 11th level. After a moment of contemplation, Chuanji said, let's both pilot our mechas and race. The speed will be 70 meters per second, and whoever can't hold on first loses. He knew that Ning Chen had an exceptionally strong physique. In terms of stamina, he certainly couldn't compare. However, Ning Chen's mecha piloting skills were far behind his own. Running in a mecha was incredibly taxing. From the pressure data on the previous screen, Ning Chen's stamina consumption rate was at least 20 times his own.
I agree, Ning Chen said softly. Deal. Xu Angyi flashed a confident smile. Ning Chen's stamina, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly be 20 times his. Are you still going to use the Hunter Mecha?
Xu Angyi thought for a moment, worried that Ning Chen might not understand, and reminded him, it consumes the most stamina among ordinary mechas. He was already taking advantage of his superior mecha piloting skills and didn't want to overly bully Ning Chen.
It's fine, I'll use the Hunter. Ning Chen smiled lightly.
Xu Angyi shrugged, saying, this is your choice. If you lose, don't blame me for not warning you. With that, he tapped on the tablet and opened the cabin door of the Wolf 7. This beast-shaped mecha was more suited for assault missions and consumed relatively less stamina for the mecha pilot.
Another bet? A light laugh rang out as Luo Qin gracefully walked over, saying, I'll be the judge.
Great. Xu Angyi readily agreed and explained the rules of the competition. Major Ning and I will pilot our mechas and run around the training ground. Whoever can't hold on first loses.
With that, Xu Angyi entered the Wolf 7.
Ning Chen exerted force with his legs and leaped into the hunter's cockpit.
Start!
With Luo Qin's command, the two mechas quickly shot out, running along the edge of the field. Ning Chen and Xu Angyi were competing in endurance, with a speed limit. The Hunter and Wolf 7 did not pull apart, running parallel to each other.
At a speed of 70 meters per second, it wasn't slow.
Without the mecha pilots using their martial arts techniques, they were close to the speed limit of ordinary mechas. Due to the Hunter's explosive characteristics, its speed limit was slightly higher than that of the Wolf 7, reaching 103 meters per second. At this moment, inside the Hunter's cockpit, heavy pressure descended from all directions.
However, for Ning Chen, it was nothing. He could easily resist it.
He recalled the methods to reduce pressure and began to control his muscles, putting them into practice. In the next moment, Ning Chen clearly sensed that the pressure on him had eased.
Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to succeed on his first attempt.
According to what Xu Angyi had said in the library, mecha pilots usually needed 3 days to first reduce the pressure generated by the mecha.
This is just the beginning, maybe it's just good luck. Ning Chen calmed his mind and continued to try.
The pressure lessened again slightly.
It's not luck, my talent for piloting mechas seems to be quite high. Ning Chen grinned.
Woo! Woo! The wind howled, and the air currents surged. Two mechs raced quickly, creating a tremendous noise that naturally drew the attention of everyone in the training ground. After some exchanges, they learned that Ning Chen and Xu Angyi were gambling again, and their hearts filled with anticipation. One by one, they stopped training, fixating on the running mechs and discussing eagerly.
One senior mech engineer even opened a betting line.
It's hard to place a bet. Colonel Ning has the king body, with enduring stamina, while Team Chu's driving skills are superb, which can compensate for the stamina disadvantage. A young mech engineer hesitated, his tone conflicted. Colonel Ning's odds aren't great. You saw the pressure data from before, it was terrifying.
Right now, he's not even piloting the mech. He's practically running with a mountain on his back. Many voiced their opinions, not optimistic about Ning Chen. The reasons were similar to Xu Angyi's thoughts.
However, to their surprise, as time passed, the Hunter, piloted by Ning Chen, showed no signs of slowing down. A quarter of an hour passed. The Hunter's steps remained steady.
Half an hour later,
the Hunter's movements were still swift.
Over an hour later,
I have to say, Colonel Ning is truly astonishing, but I'm betting 200 on Team Chu.
Be careful, it's almost at its limit, someone reminded.
On the sidelines, the Hunter and the Crazy Wolf No. 7 maintained their speed, still running at 70 meters per second. But amidst the sound of slicing air, heavy panting began to mix in.
Clang! Suddenly, the running Crazy Wolf No.
7 stumbled and the shocked gazes of the crowd, fell to the ground, and sparked a large cloud of embers. It rolled for several hundred meters before finally coming to a stop.
Buzz! The cabin door opened.
With a thud, Xu Angyi fell out, lying on the ground unable to get up, drenched and gasping for breath, as if just pulled from a river.
The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Ning Chen, under such immense pressure, actually outran Xu Angyi. Hooray!
Luo Qin waved her long arms vigorously, her pretty face beaming. The winner is Colonel Ning Chen. At that moment, the Hunter came to a stop, and the cabin doors opened to the sides.
Colonel Ning, you must be exhausted.
Luo Qin hurried over, took a handkerchief from her pocket, and said, "Let me help you wipe the sweat." Before she could finish, Luo Qin's red lips parted slightly, her voice caught in her throat. She saw Ningchen leap out of the cabin, his breath steady, his handsome face clean and devoid of any sweat. The crowd was equally speechless, exchanging glances. This level of stamina exceeded their understanding. Ningchen felt like an abyss, with no bottom in sight. With the help of 2 mech engineers, Shuang barely stood. He gasped for breath, took out a vial of sea dragon blood, gazed at it reluctantly, and handed it to Ningchen, saying, I concede. Ningchen turned the vial in his hand, playing with the sea dragon blood, and chuckled, want to keep betting? No more bets. No more bets. Shuang said with a mournful face, this is my last vial of sea dragon blood. Hearing this, Ningchen silently smiled, uncorked the vial, and drank the sea dragon blood in one go. The blue-golden dragon patterns immediately appeared. In his mind, a long-lost notification sound rang out. The diamond body detects the dragon blood factor. Feeling invigorated, cultivation speed skyrockets. The diamond body is expected to exhaust the dragon blood factor in 2 hours. Ningchen waved his hand, tossing the empty vial into a nearby trash can, then turned and returned to the cabin, continuing to pilot the hunter for practice. The pressure gradually diminished. The crowd at the training ground did not leave, their curious eyes fixed on the running hunter. They wanted to know where Ningchen's stamina limit lay. They waited until midnight. The hunter's speed began to decrease and finally stopped. About 8 hours. Shuangyi glanced at his watch and said in a deep voice, considering the intensity of pressure that Major Ning is under, his physical strength is nearly 100 times ours. It's despairing, under the same level of strength, no one can match Major Ning. In the Mecha debate this August, Major Ning will undoubtedly become the brightest supernova. Many people sighed, believing Ningchen to be terrifying. However, the next moment, everyone's expressions turned to shock. Buzz. The cabin door opened. Ningchen leaped down from the mecha, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, his breathing remained incredibly steady, showing no signs of disorder. The energy in the hunter's force array has been depleted. You all fix it, Ningchen said, switching to a beast-shaped mecha and running again. Why can't I remember? Major Ning has no limits. Let's disperse. We can't outlast him. The noisy voices drowned out the training ground. A night passed in silence. The next day, after training all night, Ningchen did not rest. After a quick wash, he followed Shuangyi to learn mecha piloting techniques. Today, we will focus on reducing the pressure when raising the mecha's arms, Shuangyi said. On the 3rd day, Ningchen began learning how to lessen the load when the mecha swung its elbow. On the 4th day, the 5th day, a week later, Ningchen's 3-star Advanced Mecha Master Certificate had not yet arrived, and he took another level assessment test. Martial Arts Power, 3. 1. 4-star Mecha Master. Whoosh! 10,000 meters in the air. A black-painted transport plane opened its cabin door, and the icy gale howled in. Ningchen's black hair danced wildly, but his figure remained as steady as a rock. Major Ning, you will definitely be able to pilot an aerial mecha in the future. You need to master the techniques for fighting in the air. Shuangyi urged, his voice loud enough to drown out the wind, saying, air combat and ground combat are vastly different. One cannot leverage power from the ground. We'll start with jumping from the plane to get used to the feeling in the air, Shuangyi said. Ningchen nodded, okay. Major Ning, aren't you nervous? Zhao Shoujia stood by the cabin door, looking at the base below, which appeared as small as ants, his mouth dry. He, along with more than 10 other intermediate mecha masters, would also participate in aerial combat training. In the future, they would basically have no chance of becoming ace mecha masters. However, aside from aerial-level mechas, some ordinary mechas, like the Hunter, also possess the ability to fly, though they are significantly weaker in terms of speed and duration. This isn't parachute training, we don't have parachutes. Zhao Shoujia reminded Ningchen, saying, when landing, we can only use the force to slow down. Ningchen thought for a moment and smiled lightly, don't worry, if you jump well, you'll just kick up a cloud of dust. What if you don't jump well? Zhao Shoujia asked instinctively. If you don't jump well, you'll end up in a box of ashes. Ningchen grinned, stretching his body and leaping from 10,000 meters high. Zhao Shoujia. The aerial combat training lasted 3 days, and Ningchen initially mastered the ability to pilot the Hunter in flight combat. Days passed by. Ningchen's life in the 27th Group Army was monotonous yet fulfilling. In the mornings, he studied the theoretical knowledge of mecha piloting. In the afternoons and evenings, he practiced piloting the mecha. It was rare to get a day off in a week. Staying up all night became the norm. Naturally, under such hard work, progress was rapid. Additionally, Ningchen would set aside a portion of time each day to nurture his divine weapon. The sharp aura consumed tens of billions daily. Time flowed like water. The latitude of direct sunlight continuously moved northward. The weather grew increasingly hot. In the blink of an eye, July had come to an end amidst the noisy cicada calls. The height of summer arrived. July 31st. Capital District, Military Headquarters. Mecha Master Qualification Certificate Distribution Center. This was a civilian department, where most of the staff were serving female soldiers, primarily responsible for reviewing, testing, and distributing the Mecha Master level certificates. At this moment, the laughter of young women echoed in the office. Changyan, don't try to argue. I saw it with my own eyes this morning, your photo on the certificate. So what if I kissed? You all took pictures of it too. I used his photo to cure my sister's early crush. More than a dozen young female soldiers gathered together, teasing each other while their eyes were fixed on a certificate on the table. Just then, a middle-aged supervisor walked in, saw the scene, and scolded with a smile, "Stop looking, hurry up and package it, send it to the 27th Group Army. We need to be quick." A delicate girl picked up the certificate and said with a smile, "If we wait a few more days, who knows, maybe a new rank application will come in." The middle-aged supervisor thought for a moment and asked, "How many certificates have we sent him this month?" The delicate girl glanced down and replied, "From 3 to 6, a total of 4. The certificate in her hand was exquisite. On the left side was a half-body photo of a handsome young man in military uniform, his demeanor cold and aloof. On the right side were some personal details. Name, Ning Chen, rank, Colonel, Martial Arts Power, 5. 1, level, 6-star Senior Mecha Division. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away, at the 27th Group Army Base, Mecha Division Training Ground. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing mixed with the shouts of the audience, creating a deafening roar like a surging tsunami. On the field, two mechas were engaged in fierce combat. Ningchen piloted a hunter, wielding an alloy battle rifle over 10 meters long. His opponent was none other than the 7-star Senior Mecha Division, Xuange. At this moment, Xuange was piloting a Type 3 destroyer, wielding a massive broad-bladed sword, his attacks ferocious and overwhelmingly powerful. Whoosh! The giant sword sliced through the air towards the hunter, the energy dazzling and exuding a chilling sharpness. Clearly, Xuange was employing some form of martial arts. Ning Chen's gaze was calm, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he drove the hunter and executed the breaking army technique, striking straight down with his rifle, heavily smashing towards the broad-bladed sword. With a resolute stance, he fearlessly countered. Bang! A shower of sparks erupted in the air like fireworks. In the sound of the collision, both the hunter and the Type 3 destroyer shook and flew backward to dissipate the force. Moments later, to everyone's astonishment, both mechas stabilized simultaneously. In a head-on clash, Ning Chen and Xuange were evenly matched. Just as I expected. Ning Chen's eyes were calm as he looked at the Type 3 destroyer across from him. Xuange was a 7-star Mecha Division pilot, among the strongest, infinitely close to being an ace pilot. His martial arts power reached 698, nearly 2 points higher than his own. However, his breaking army technique was at the mid-level of the celestial realm, with a peak mastery that surpassed Xuange's martial arts. Moreover, the hunter he piloted was characterized by high explosive power. The combination of both compensated for his disadvantage in level. Ning Chen's thoughts raced as he drove the hunter to burst forward, executing the breaking army technique once more. Whoosh! The 10-meter-long alloy battle rifle, infused with violent energy, swung down from the air, its terrifying might making the air feel as if it were about to explode. What a monster! Xuange cursed inwardly, having no intention of clashing head-on. He quickly maneuvered the Type 3 destroyer to evade. The actual combat power of the hunter was not inferior to his Type 3 destroyer. Continuing to collide would not give him the upper hand. It would only waste energy. And energy was precisely what the young man opposite lacked. I must maneuver, find an opportunity, and deliver a heavy blow to Ning Chen's mecha. Xuange thought to himself, controlling the Type 3 destroyer to dart and weave. Suddenly, Xuange seized an opportunity, flashing behind the hunter. The Type 3 destroyer raised its arms high, wielding the broad-bladed sword, with powerful energy swirling like lightning, drawing a sharp arc as it swung down directly. Mid-level Tianshan martial arts. Sword light slash. Whoosh! Just as the giant sword was about to strike, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed Wind Shadow 3000. The hunter of the wind's speed suddenly surged, taking a quick step forward, narrowly dodging the sword tip as it brushed against his back. So fast! Xuange was taken aback. Roar! The hunter of the wind continued its movements, swinging its right arm to horizontally wield the alloy battle spear, striking with incredible speed, the primal force rising, emitting a sound like a dragon's roar. God of Death's 5 styles. Break the river. The Destroyer Type 3 lowered its center of gravity, raising the broad-bladed giant sword, and with a thud, blocked the sweeping alloy battle spear. A powerful force erupted. The Destroyer Type 3 was immediately shaken back. Chu Angyi, experienced in battle, seized the opportunity to accelerate, creating distance from Ning Chen to prepare for the next chance. Whoosh! The wind howled, and Ning Chen sensed Chu Angyi's intentions, executing Wind Shadow 3000. The Hunter of the Wind darted forward like a flash of lightning, forcing the Destroyer Type 3 into a hard clash. Team Leader Chu, don't be timid, go head-to-head with Major Ning. That's purely seeking death. With Major Ning's stamina, I have no doubt he can keep using martial arts until the energy in the Primal Force array is exhausted. Voices rose and fell in a chaotic chorus. The duel between Ning Chen and Chu Angyi had been set a few days prior. Many were aware of it. Not only mecha engineers but soldiers and officers from other departments also gathered, shoulder to shoulder, numbering over 10,000. In just a month, he rose 3 levels. Major Ning not only has martial arts talent but also mecha engineering talent, both astonishing and unparalleled in the Federation. It's not just talent, there's also hard work, a senior 7-star mecha engineer said solemnly, prompting a wave of agreement. They all understood the extent of Ning Chen's hard work in recent days. Practicing day and night, like a machine, it was enough to chill the hearts of onlookers. How could someone like that not rise? He would surely become a blazing sun, illuminating the sky. Ning Chen, go for it. Blow up Chu Angyi. Luo Qin, dressed in a tight cheerleader outfit, waved pom-poms, shouting loudly from the sidelines. Throughout July, she had been helping Ning Chen with meals and water, and had gained some closeness. Their relationship had become a bit more intimate, allowing her to call him by name without the need for the title of Major Ning. Glancing at the silent Bai Xiuxiu beside her, Luo Qin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't you think it was the right choice for Ning Chen not to enter the mecha department? Bai Xiuxiu, rarely one to disagree, took a deep breath and said, Ning Chen's progress is too fast. Graduates from the mecha department of Xinghai University typically become 1 or 2-star senior mecha engineers. Only a few outstanding graduates can reach 7-star mecha engineers. Luo Qin looked at the Hunter of the Wind in the arena, her smile radiant. The summer vacation is only halfway through, and there's still a month until school starts. By then, Ning Chen might have already become a top mecha engineer and could work in the mecha department. The possibility is minuscule. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and said, Ning Chen's current mecha piloting skills are already very high, and his rate of progress is no longer as fast as it was at the beginning of the month. Most importantly, the martial arts power at 70% is a chasm that has blocked countless 7-star senior mecha engineers. Bai Xiuxiu's delicate face was serious as she said, however, before entering university, Ning Chen is very likely to reach 7-star senior mecha engineer. As the two girls conversed, the situation in the arena gradually changed. The two mechas were no longer evenly matched. The Hunter of the Wind began to gain the upper hand. Under the high-intensity battle, Chu Angyi's stamina was starting to wane. The strength, speed, and agility of the Destroyer Type 3 visibly declined. Meanwhile, the Hunter of the Wind remained unchanged. Bang! The Hunter of the Wind swung the battle spear, enveloped in surging primal force, with immense power, like a meteor falling into the atmosphere, crashing heavily into the broad-bladed giant sword raised by the Destroyer Type 3, causing it to stagger back. Destroy the city! The Miawu Type 3 had not yet stabilized its movements when Ning Chen piloted the Hunter to strike. The ally battle gun, propelled by the forward momentum, surged forth like a dragon, piercing straight ahead. Whoosh! The sharp gun blade sliced through the air, producing a sound like tearing silk. The broad-bladed giant sword in the hands of the Miawu Type 3 was lifted high due to the previous collision, leaving no time to block. Inside the cockpit, Chu Angyi, with his seasoned combat experience, remained calm. He gritted his teeth, straining to bear the load of the mech, exerting his martial skills to the fullest. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The feet of the Miawu Type 3 unleashed 2 powerful bursts of primal energy, propelling it to dart backward like lightning, narrowly avoiding the thrust. Watching the Miawu Type 3 in midair, Ning Chen's gaze was calm. He did not pursue. With a thought, he raised the alloy battle gun high. Then, he hurled it with force. Heavenly thunder punishment. Concerned that Chu Angyi might not withstand it, Ning Chen only used a portion of his awakening realm. Yet, the power remained terrifying. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the glass of the training ground shattered completely. The 10-meter-long alloy battle gun shot out from the hunter's hand, glinting with a cold, fierce light, almost piercing through space, heading straight for the Miawu Type 3. Clang! The Miawu Type 3 swung its sword to block, but upon contact, the broad-bladed giant sword was knocked from its grip. The alloy battle gun unleashed a terrifying force. The Miawu Type 3 suddenly swayed, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, flying horizontally for over 100 meters without touching the ground, and with a bang, it crashed into a thick wall, finally halting its momentum and falling to the ground. ZZZZ. The Miawu Type 3 was smoking everywhere, severely damaged, and unable to continue fighting. You win, Shuangi said as he crawled out of the mech, shaking his head with a sigh, a complex expression on his face. Just a month. The opponent had grown to this extent. Seeing Ning Chen approach with a faint smile, Shuangi thought for a moment and remarked, "With your strength, I can imagine the scene of you shocking everyone in the upcoming mech duel. One-on-one, I doubt anyone can match you. Aren't any ace mech masters participating?" Ning Chen asked curiously. He had been too busy practicing his piloting skills to pay much attention to the mech duel, only knowing that it started on August 2nd, which was the day after tomorrow. Shuangi replied, "The mech duel only allows intermediate and advanced mech masters to participate." He then explained the reason. Junior mech masters are too weak. Ace entitled mech masters are too powerful, making their participation unnecessary. Shuangi pondered, though it's called the mech duel of the 27th Group Army, it actually resembles an exchange competition. Many people are involved. Mech masters from other group armies, mech units from corporations, and students from university mech departments. Of course, to participate, you must pay a registration fee, but it's not monetary, mostly resources like sea dragon blood, which is why the rewards for the mech duel are so generous, Shuangi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, "What's the format? Is it a ring battle?" He urgently needed sea dragon blood. After reaching the 11th level of the diamond body, it had taken nearly a month to increase by 2 percentage points. This meant that if he let the diamond body cultivate automatically, it would take over 4 years to advance to the 12th level. "No," Shuangi said, pressing a few buttons on his wristwatch, causing a light screen to appear. The competition venue is in an old city, a 5-on-5 team match, divided into 3 routes, aiming to attack the opponent's fortress. Shuangi explained. Ning Chen listened while assessing the information on the light screen. Shuangi continued, "Team matches are different from one-on-one duels, teammates are crucial. If all 5 are weak, the outcome is obvious. If all 5 are strong, that's not necessarily good either, because while they can win, the rewards are split among them, leaving little for each. The best scenario is 2 strong and 3 weak, allowing for victory while also securing enough rewards." Shuangi was rich in experience. It was clearly not the first time participating in the mecha debate. Ning Chen nodded and said, "That's the idea." Seeing this, Shuangi expressed his thoughts, saying, "How about we team up? Let's find 3 more 2-star advanced mecha masters. The rewards we earn, you and I will each take 30%, and the remaining 40% will go to the other 3. Shuangi said solemnly, "I know that in terms of combat power, I can't compare to you, but my advantage lies in my rich experience. I can arrange tactics. In team battles, coordination among teammates is also very important." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen felt somewhat tempted. He could defeat Shuangi mainly by relying on his physical strength. If 2 7-star advanced mecha masters teamed up, he would most likely lose. Just as he was about to agree, Ning Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and pointed at the holographic projection from his wristwatch, saying, "I understand the condition for losing the match is having the fortress destroyed, but what does the participating mecha master loses combat capability mean?" Shuangi casually replied, "It means the mecha is severely damaged and can no longer move." Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the mecha master themselves? According to the rules, they can continue to fight." Shuangi thought for a moment and replied, "But generally, it doesn't happen that way. After all, the combat power of a mecha master is limited, and they can't compete with a mecha. The focus of a mecha master is different from that of a martial artist. Their daily professional training already exhausts them, making it difficult to balance martial arts practice. For example, the white team's ace mecha master is only a 6th grade martial artist. Even with the Red Lotus battle body, their actual combat power is only comparable to a 7th grade martial artist," Shuangi said. Ning Chen did not respond, a faint smile curving his lips as he murmured to himself, "Fighting without a mecha. That's interesting. So, what do you think? Do you want to team up?" Shuangi asked again, interrupting Ning Chen's thoughts. "I'll pass, you can find another 7-star advanced mecha master." Ning Chen shook his head, politely declining. 30% is not a small share. However, he wanted more. In September, he would be heading to the Star River University and had no time to stay in the military to exchange military merits for sea dragon blood. The only opportunity was this mecha debate. He needed to obtain as much sea dragon blood as possible. Shuangi's eyes flickered, seemingly sensing Ning Chen's thoughts, and tentatively asked,
Are you planning to fight against others' mechas after your mecha is damaged? Yes, Ning Chen nodded, directly admitting it. That's not a good idea.
Chuanj was not optimistic about Ning Chen and explained, I know your combat power is very strong, comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. In fact, you might even be able to kill a 9th grade martial artist. But a 3-star advanced mecha master can fight against a peak 9th grade martial artist. After that, 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star advanced mecha masters can take on multiple 9th grade peak martial artists.
By the time you reach the 7-star level, a mecha master piloting a mecha can easily spar with an ordinary law realm expert.
Chuanj said solemnly, there are quite a few 7-star mecha masters participating this time, and most of them are teaming up. It would be difficult for you to compete even with a mecha, let alone without one. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen remained unfazed and smiled lightly, saying, it's fine, I'll give it a try. To outsiders, it seemed that he had been practicing mecha piloting skills diligently for the past month, neglecting his martial arts training. His strength surely hadn't improved, but Ning Chen knew better. His personal combat power had undergone a tremendous change. He had successfully opened 9 primal energy acupoints. He was just one step away from the 2nd grade realm. Of course, compared to his formidable physical body, this little progress in primal energy was nothing. What truly enhanced his combat power significantly was the divine weapon of the extreme soldier technique. Aside from the Flash Thunder Battle Blade, the other 12 divine weapons had consumed around 180 billion worth of sharp energy. Such a massive investment brought forth terrifying power. As for how strong it was, Ning Chen did not know, because there was no point of comparison. He had tested it, using an ordinary battle gun, fully unleashing the most powerful martial arts technique, the breaking army killing method, but it was still no match for the pure might of the divine weapon. Moreover, the gap was vast. Then I wish you good results. Seeing Ning Chen's mind was made up, Chuanj no longer persuaded him. After chatting with Ning Chen about the mech debate for a while, she took her leave to find her teammates. Having one strong person in the team is enough with me. After some contemplation, Ning Chen made up his mind and began looking for people to form a team. His reputation in the 27th Army Group had already spread, so finding teammates was not difficult. In just half a day, he successfully formed a team. 3 intermediate mech engineers, Zhao Xiujia, Li Xiang, and Su Bo, and a 2-star senior mech engineer, Su Shani. After all, it was a 5-on-5 team battle, and someone needed to arrange tactics and protect the fortress. If all 4 teammates were intermediate mech engineers, the risk would be too great. Ning Chen felt he might not be able to lead them effectively. I will take 80% of the rewards. Ning Chen looked at the 4 in front of him, raised a finger, and said, Su Shani will take 10%, and the remaining 10% will be split among the 3 of you. Okay, no problem. The 4 nodded in agreement with Ning Chen's distribution plan. With Ning Chen's strength, being able to lead them in a team was already a pleasant surprise. Su Shani thought for a moment and said, before we register, our team needs a name. What should we call it? As soon as he finished speaking, the others began to discuss. How about Mountain and River Squad? Su Shani lightly coughed and said, it has a vast and profound meaning, and it also matches Colonel Ning's name. Beside him, Zhao Xiujia rolled his eyes at him and said, why don't you name it Shani Squad instead? Su Ge, I feel embarrassed to point it out to you. The word river is fine, but mountain is absolutely not allowed. The other 3 grinned. Colonel Ning, what do you think we should name it? Zhao Xiujia asked. Ning Chen pondered for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he smiled, how about Divine Weapon Squad? That's good, it perfectly fits our identity as soldiers. As the saying goes, divine weapons descend from the heavens. Colonel Ning is extraordinary, unlike Su Ge, who just wants to stand out. Once the name was decided, Ning Chen and the others did not delay any longer and went to the registration office to submit their application to compete. In no time, it sparked discussions from various parties. Normally, to maximize benefits, it was not uncommon for 5 people to team up, with the strong supporting the weak. However, the differences among them should not be too great. A teammate who was a 7-star senior mech engineer would at least need to be a 2-star or even 3-star senior mech engineer. Not to mention, Ning Chen was stronger than a 7-star mech engineer. I heard that it seems to be for a higher share. Colonel Ning will take 80% of the rewards for the Divine Weapon Squad. Someone pointed out the reason. What if the share is high? The premise for receiving rewards is to win the match. The Divine Weapon Squad definitely won't go far. Colonel Ning mainly excels in endurance. In terms of extreme combat power, he is on the same level as a 7-star senior mech engineer. If he encounters a team with 2 7-star mech engineers, he will definitely lose. Many people were heatedly discussing and expressing their opinions, believing Ningchen had made a wrong decision. Even Bai Xiuxiu shared the same view. In her private office, Bai Xiuxiu sat behind her desk, her beautiful eyes looking at Ningchen as she took out a document and said seriously, "I haven't submitted the application for the Divine Weapon Squad to compete yet. If you want to change it now, it's still not too late." "No." Ningchen gently shook his head. "Why not?" Bai Xiuxiu was puzzled and said, "I think you should be clear about your actual combat power in piloting a mech." At that moment, Luo Qin was also in the office. Her heart stirred as she said, "Ningchen, do you have a way to deal with the joint attack of 2 7-star mech engineers?" She had studied many of Ningchen's materials and knew that some of his actions, though seemingly astonishing, were actually well-planned and very confident. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu perked up her ears and listened intently. She could not imagine what means Ningchen had to counter the combined forces of 2 advanced mecha masters at the 7-star level. Ningchen did not answer directly, saying, "If I remember correctly, the record of the Federation's combat power crossing was set by a first-grade warrior who subdued a peak 9th-grade warrior." "Yes," Bai Xiuxiu echoed, her gaze filled with confusion, not understanding what Ningchen meant. Ningchen pondered for a moment and asked, "Did that peak 9th-grade warrior possess a?" "No." Luo Qin shook her head repeatedly, saying, "How could a first-grade warrior possibly be a match for someone at the level?" "Nothing is impossible," Ningchen replied with a faint smile, standing up to leave. After this mecha debate, the record of the Federation's combat power crossing can be updated. As he finished speaking, Luo Qin and Bai Xiuxiu exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. What did Ningchen mean? What was he planning? Time passed quickly. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. August 2nd. Wednesday. The venue for the mecha debate was an abandoned ancient city called Xi'an, located not far from the 27th Army Group, just 60 miles to the southwest. Boom! The roar of engines shattered the morning tranquility. Heavy trucks carrying mechas stirred up thick clouds of dust as they appeared outside the ancient city of Xi'an. As soon as he got off the truck, Ningchen saw several beams of light illuminating the sky within the ancient city. "The fortress has been activated," Su Shani said as he got out, looking at the light beams. Ningchen nodded. The fortress in the mecha debate was not built of reinforced concrete. Instead, it was an energy shield generated by a certain array of primal forces. There were 2 types, the main fortress and the sub-fortresses. Each side in the competition had only one main fortress. If it was destroyed by the opponent, it would be considered a loss. There were 9 sub-fortresses, evenly distributed along 3 paths, with 3 on each path. The condition of these sub-fortresses did not affect the outcome of the match. However, to destroy the main fortress, all 3 sub-fortresses on one path had to be completely eliminated. "The engineers will take care of the mechas, we should head to the competition point," Ningchen instructed as he stepped forward. The entire city of Xi'an served as the competition venue. The competition point was built outside the city, covering a vast area, complete with residential buildings, restaurants, and viewing halls. The mecha debate would last for 2 weeks. During this time, it would not be open to the general public, but resting federal soldiers could come to watch. At the competition point, Su Shani looked at Ningchen and pondered, "There are 2 ways to achieve victory: destroy the main fortress or eliminate 5 of the enemy's mechas. The latter is clearly more difficult than the former," Su Shani suggested. "However, the tactics we choose should depend on the situation in the arena." "That works," Ningchen thought for a moment and said, "When the time comes, we can discuss it, and you can make the decision. Each field has its own expertise." He would not overstep his bounds based on rank and strength in unfamiliar matters. Zhao Xiujia reflected on the rules of the competition, saying, "Destroying the fortress is not easy. Whether it's the main fortress or the sub-fortresses, they will launch energy waves to attack invading enemy mechas." Subo agreed, saying, "The energy waves from the main fortress are the strongest. Even advanced mecha masters at the 7-star level find it hard to withstand. However, destroying the sub-fortresses can reduce the energy waves from the main fortress. If all 9 sub-fortresses can be destroyed, the main fortress will no longer launch energy waves." As the few of them talked, more and more mecha masters arrived at the competition point. At 8 in the morning, the mecha debate officially began. The competition format was extremely brutal. 2 advance, 1 is eliminated. Losing just 1 match meant being knocked out. "Welcome everyone to Xi'an City," the host announced from a high platform, his voice amplified by a microphone that echoed throughout the venue. The various rewards for the mecha debate, as well as the exchange ratio for victory points, have been posted on the homepage of the 27th Group Army's official website. You can log in to check. I won't elaborate further here. Next, I will announce a major piece of news, the host said, piquing the curiosity of many mecha masters. The best player in this mecha debate will receive a spot at the Dragon Blood Hot Spring, lasting for 3 days. Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in excitement. Many people began to discuss fervently among themselves. Sushani gasped and muttered, "For our higher-ups to offer the Dragon Blood Hot Spring, other factions must have invested heavily, otherwise, they wouldn't part with it." Ningchen was somewhat surprised and asked, "What is the Dragon Blood Hot Spring?" "It's a hot spring located at a volcanic crater, beneath which lies a complete Dragon King skeleton, containing divine essence that can still generate dragon blood factors," Sushani replied. "Soaking in it is extremely beneficial for cultivating martial arts. The white team has been there once, and according to her, soaking for a day is equivalent to drinking 10 vials of sea dragon blood." Sushani's face was filled with desire. Ning Chen's heart raced. Soaking for 3 days would be equivalent to 30 vials of sea dragon blood. His diamond body could probably reach the 14th level. This was based on by Xiaoxiu's absorption efficiency. If he actively cultivated the diamond body, it would surely be even higher. What are the selection criteria for the best player? It's a 5-on-5 team battle, there's no way to single out a champion. Questions came one after another. The host displayed a standard smile and said, "You don't need to worry about fairness. The judges are 12 ace mecha masters from various factions, including the military, universities, and corporations, so they won't show favoritism towards the mecha masters of the 27th Group Army. As for the selection criteria, it involves multiple aspects, including the time taken to win the match, the number of mecha masters defeated, their star ratings, and the ability to devise strategies, among others." With that, the crowd calmed down considerably. Clearly, without the strength of a 7-star mecha master, one could not become the best player. On the high platform, the host continued speaking loudly. "Additionally, the best player will gain exclusive usage rights to a sky mecha." Instantly, the previously quiet competition area erupted once more. Of course, this is subject to assessment. If you cannot stabilize the operation of the sky mecha, this reward will be revoked. The host added, "The player only has usage rights. The ownership of the sky mecha belongs to the military. Moreover, every action must be reported to the military, and the daily maintenance costs must be borne by the player." The host laid out numerous restrictions, yet it still failed to calm the many mecha masters. After all, it was exclusive usage rights to a sky mecha. Many ace mecha masters did not even have their own sky mecha. The Federation's technology is advanced, but the mechas produced are limited to ordinary levels. All existing sky mechas come from prehistoric ruins. Finding one means having one more. No wonder they're willing to offer the Dragon Blood Hot Spring, Sushani exclaimed. Gaining exclusive usage rights to a sky mecha is no different from becoming a knight. Ning Chen's eyes were calm. He wasn't too concerned about this reward. The host had specifically emphasized that one must be able to stabilize the operation of the sky mecha to gain exclusive usage rights. That meant his martial arts power would need to reach at least 70%. Currently, his martial arts power was just over 50%. His mecha piloting skills had already passed the explosive growth phase. Now, his progress was average. Even without a bottleneck, it would take at least 3 months to become an ace mecha master. The mecha debate would only last 2 weeks. The subsequent assessments would likely take place this month. There simply wasn't enough time. Wait. Suddenly, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. His earlier deduction was based on the assumption that his physical condition remained unchanged. But if his diamond body experienced explosive growth, he could withstand a stronger mecha load, thereby unleashing greater martial arts power. Stabilizing the sky mecha is not impossible. We must win the best player award. However, there is one area where I am at a disadvantage. Ning Chen's eyes were dark, calmly analyzing. One of the selection criteria is strategy formulation, and in this regard, he is far behind those experienced mecha masters. Therefore, in other aspects, I must significantly widen the gap. After announcing the best player reward, the host stepped down from the high platform, and the mecha debate officially began. The participating sides were randomly selected by artificial intelligence. After one match concluded, the competitors for the next match would be displayed. Before taking the stage, no one knew what kind of opponent they would encounter. In the observation hall, Sushani clasped his hands, nervously praying, "Please let our luck be better, and don't match us against a top-tier team." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiujia and others nodded in agreement. A top-tier team refers to a squad with 2 7-star advanced mecha masters. The Divine Arms squad was almost impossible to defeat. Beside him, Ning Chen remained calm, showing no signs of worry. He watched the battles on the screen, breaking down the movements in his mind, comparing them to himself, analyzing his shortcomings and strengths. The matches progressed quickly, each lasting about half an hour. If the gap between the two sides was too great, it would take less than 15 minutes. As noon approached, it was the turn of the Divine Arms squad. Next match, Iron Blood squad vs. Divine Arms squad. Please both teams follow the instructions and pilot your mechas to Xi'an City. Next match, Iron Blood squad vs. Divine Arms squad. The prompt repeated continuously. On the big screen, the basic information of both teams appeared. A stir arose in the venue. The Iron Blood squad was relatively stable, with a classic lineup, 2 5-star Advanced Mecha Masters and 3 2-star Advanced Mecha Masters. The main concern was the Divine Arms squad, where the disparity in strength among team members was too great. There were actually 3 intermediate Mecha Masters. Seeing the matched opponents, Sushani breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I know the Iron Blood squad, they are all Mecha Masters from the 53rd Group Army. Among them, Fong Yu and Zhang Guangwei have martial arts power around 4. 5. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we have a great chance of winning. Let's talk while we walk." Ningchen stepped forward, leading the 4 towards the mechas parked outside. Sushani looked at Ningchen from the side and pondered, "Our strategy mainly depends on whether the Iron Blood squad is aware of your true level." It had not been long since Ningchen defeated Chu Angyi. Apart from the people from the 27th Group Army, most of the other competitors present had not heard of it. However, the Iron Blood squad was also composed of military mecha masters. They might have channels to learn the details. If they are unaware, they will likely stick together as 5 and force us into a head-on clash. Sushani's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, saying, "If they do know, they will definitely split up and hide, deliberately avoiding you, then sneakily attack our fortress." Sushani explained the reasoning. Even if the 5 members of the Iron Blood squad teamed up to attack, it would be difficult to defeat a 7-star Advanced Mecha Master. While talking, the group piloted their mechas into Xi'an City, arriving near the main fortress. According to the rules, they could only leave this area once the match began. "Major Ning, this is our plan." Sushani set the strategy, saying, "You and I will each take a separate path. Zhao Xiujia and the other 3 will stick together and take the southern path. Let's see what tactics the Iron Blood squad employs, and then we can adjust accordingly." Ningchen nodded, thinking for a moment, "I'll take the middle route. If the Iron Blood squad sticks together, they will most likely choose this path." Xi'an City roughly presented a square shape, facing all 4 directions. The 3 paths leading to the main fortress were named North, Middle, and South. Among them, the North and South paths roughly followed the inner edge of the city wall, being the longest. The middle path was a straight line, connecting both main fortresses of the enemy and ally. In the morning match, Ningchen saw that the majority of the 5-man team attacking the fortress was moving down the middle lane. At that moment, a loud voice echoed in the sky. 30 seconds until the match begins. 29, 28, 2, 1. As the final countdown sounded, Ningchen piloted the Wind Chaser, shooting out with incredible speed, like an arrow released from a bow. This type of mecha, known for its explosive power, was the most suitable for him. Meanwhile, at another main fortress, the Iron Blood team's 5 mechas did not disperse but all rushed down the middle lane. What a pity! With the strength of the Iron Blood team, dealing with a 6-star senior mecha master is no problem. In the observation hall, discussions erupted. The strategy of the Divine Weapon team has issues. They should also group up and go down the middle lane. At least it would help Ningchen increase his combat power. If Ningchen doesn't notice and retreat in time, he's likely to be eliminated in the first round. Even if he notices early, the situation isn't optimistic. By the time Ningchen's teammates gather, they will have lost at least 2 sub-fortresses in the middle lane. Many competitors were not optimistic about the Divine Weapon team. However, this did not include the Mecha Masters from the 27th Army Group. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with envy. How wonderful it is to have such overwhelming combat power. Colonel Ning is going to shine again. Whoosh! The sound of wind howled as the Wind Chaser covered 100 meters in a single step, swiftly navigating through the city. Suddenly, the Wind Chaser paused. Ningchen squinted, seeing 5 mechas speeding towards him from about 2,000 meters away in a residential area. It's the Wind Chaser, that 6-star senior mecha master. At this moment, the Iron Blood team also spotted Ningchen. Fang Yu, piloting a Mountain 5, cheerfully spoke over the team channel. "What luck, he's actually acting alone. Brothers, the chance to make a name for ourselves has come." Zhang Guangwei also laughed, saying, "This is our military super genius, likely to be promoted to king in the future. Defeating him means we can brag for a lifetime." As he spoke, he waved his hand, instructing 3 2-star senior mecha masters to flank from the side. He and Fang Yu would hold him off directly to buy time. Ultimately, they would surround Ningchen and launch a joint attack. However, to the Iron Blood team's surprise, the distant Wind Chaser did not retreat to create distance but instead rushed towards them quickly.
Fan Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, "I love this incredibly confident genius." Zheng Guangwei thought for a moment and said, "Same as before, I'll take the offensive, you focus on defense." "No problem." Fan Yu replied confidently, controlling the right arm of the Mountain 5 to reach behind. With a click, he took out an enormous shield. The Mountain 5, heavy and solid, was already known for its defensive capabilities. Plus, he specialized in shield techniques. In a one-on-one against a 6-star senior mecha master, he could hold his ground for a while. "I'll go in first to draw Ning Chen's attack. You follow me and look for an opportunity." The Mountain 5 raised its shield and took large strides forward. On the opposite side, Ning Chen watched the approaching Mountain 5, calculating the distance between them, and did not use his martial arts to speed up the Wind Chaser. The Iron Blood team moving down the middle lane indicated they did not know his true level. If he hastily increased his speed, it would surely frighten the opponent. Although he could catch up if these few tried to escape, the duration of the match was crucial for the selection of the best players. Under the scorching sun, the distance between the Wind Chaser and the Mountain 5 rapidly decreased. 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters, 600 meters, 200 meters. The distance is enough, no need to hide anymore. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, gathering all his strength to unleash Wind Shadow 3000. In an instant, the speed of the Wind Chaser surged dramatically, its metallic body reflecting the sunlight. Like a blinding flash of lightning, it charged towards the Mountain 5. The time taken was less than 1 second. Looking at the Hunter Windbreaker just within reach, Fan Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, unable to believe it. This speed was completely beyond his expectations. It was no exaggeration to say that among the senior mecha masters of the 7 stars, it belonged to the top tier. Could it be that Ning Chen specializes in body techniques? A thought emerged, calming Fan Yu's mood somewhat. If that were the case, Ning Chen's offensive capabilities shouldn't be too strong. The next moment, Fan Yu realized he had been too optimistic. Whoosh! The Hunter Windbreaker swung its 10-meter-long alloy battle spear, striking down straight, with a powerful original force enveloping the spear, creating a tangible airflow that was terrifying, like a burning meteor penetrating the atmosphere. Shockwave shield technique. Fan Yu's scalp tingled as he quickly controlled the Mountain 5 to raise its shield in front, continuously channeling the original force from the array into it. At the same time, the Mountain 5 tilted its body slightly, bracing its right shoulder against the shield. This posture could better withstand the force. Boom! The clash of spear and shield erupted with a thunderous sound. The original force exploded, and shockwaves rampaged. Amidst the many shocked gazes, the shield flew out horizontally. The Mountain 5 trembled and shot up like a cannonball, rapidly being propelled backward. Not a single shot was blocked. "Colonel Ning, have you encountered the Iron Blood Squad?" The team channel was live, and Su Shani, hearing the collision sound, quickly inquired, his voice somewhat tense. "The Iron Blood Squad is grouped in the middle lane," Ning Chen replied while executing the Wind Shadow 3000, pursuing the Mountain 5. "Then we'll come to support you. Subo, Li Xiang, and I just passed the second outpost on the south route. It will take about 5 minutes to arrive." The team channel became noisy. Su Shani and Zhao Xiuji and others spoke urgently. "No need to support me, you 4 occupy the high ground within a 10-kilometer radius centered on me and help me observe." After a brief pause, Ning Chen instructed. At that moment, their conversation was precisely selected by the live broadcast camera. Many viewers fell silent upon hearing it. Such confidence and dominance. The 5 members of the Iron Blood Squad were right in front of him. Ning Chen could not possibly miss them. However, he still requested his teammates to go to the observation points. The implication was clear. He had already assumed the Iron Blood Squad was no match and would definitely be defeated and flee. Whoosh! The Hunter Windbreaker moved at incredible speed. Before the Mountain 5 even landed, it had already closed in, raising its right arm with the alloy battle spear, surging with original force, exuding a powerful aura. Whoosh! At that moment, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, Zhang Guangwei piloted the Wolf 7, pouncing from the right side, attempting to intercept Ning Chen. Armor-cleaving slash. The front limbs of the Wolf 7 crossed and struck down fiercely at the body of the Hunter Windbreaker. 6 sharp claws sliced through the air with speed, arcing like sharp battle knives, emanating a chilling coldness. Ning Chen's gaze was calm. His mind flickered as he controlled the Hunter Windbreaker to keep moving while sweeping the alloy battle spear horizontally to strike against the incoming claws. God of Death Style 5. Break the River. With the enhancement of martial arts, the alloy battle spear displayed extraordinary might, containing terrifying power, and with a thud, it sent the 6 claws flying high, causing the Wolf 7 to be propelled backward at an even faster speed. The Hunter Windbreaker merely trembled slightly. City Crusher. The Hunter Windbreaker did not pursue,
it retracted the alloy battle spear, transforming the sweep into a thrust, enveloping it with powerful original force, slicing through the air, continuing to strike towards the Mountain 5 ahead. Ning Chen could see that this mecha was responsible for defense within the Iron Blood squad. Eliminating it first would make things much simpler. He could end the match more quickly. Inside the cockpit, Fang Yu's expression changed slightly, unsure of what to do. The Mountain 5 was still in mid-air, with no leverage to evade. The original shield had already been blasted away, leaving no means of defense. There's no way out. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, controlling the Mountain 5 to throw out both fists, covering a large area with original force, bracing to take the Hunter Windbreaker's thrusting spear head-on. Boom! With a single strike, the sound was deafening, and countless small metal fragments flew out like a grenade explosion, stirring up clouds of dust. The Mountain 5 model was sent flying again, crashing to the ground and rolling dozens of times before finally coming to a stop. Its pair of metal arms had vanished, blown apart by Ning Chen's gunshot. The break was at the shoulder, where the metal was twisted, sparks flying. I give up. Fang Yu sighed helplessly, choosing to concede. With the Mountain 5's arms destroyed, he could no longer continue fighting. Upon hearing this, the hunter turned and charged towards another Crazy Wolf 7 model. Not far away, Zhang Guangwei took a deep breath, decisively made a decision, and informed the other 3 teammates, "Don't come over, I'll hold him off, you take the chance to leave." The opponent's combat power was definitely that of a 7-star advanced mecha master, and even the 5 members of the Iron Blood squad together would struggle to contend. Moreover, with Fang Yu out of the match, the squad's combat power had significantly dropped. Continuing the assault would only hasten their defeat. The only chance of winning was to let his 3 teammates hide and then attack the sub-fortress separately. Ning Chen was alone and could not be everywhere at once. Among his teammates, only Su Shani, a 2-star advanced mecha master, posed any threat. Understood, Brother Zhang. Captain, be careful. The Iron Blood squad had strong execution, and the 3 mechas immediately turned and ran. Hearing the commotion behind him, Ning Chen remained calm and untroubled. He also had teammates. Fong Blade. The Crazy Wolf 7 model faced the rapidly approaching hunter, opening its wolf-like mouth and spewing forth large amounts of primal energy, transforming into dozens of energy blades, thin at the top and thick at the bottom, over 10 feet long, with a fierce momentum, shooting out in all directions. Zhang Guangwei knew that his attack would be hard-pressed to injure a 7-star advanced mecha master. He only hoped to buy some time. Swish! The hunter continued forward, weaving through the energy blades with agile movements, like an invisible wind, easily breaking through and charging towards the Crazy Wolf 7. Zhang Guangwei was more mentally prepared than Fang Yu and did not seek victory. However, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Zhang Guangwei fought desperately to block but could not withstand even 10 moves. Bang! A 10-meter-long alloy battle spear swung down from the air, heavy and powerful, striking the Crazy Wolf 7's waist. Under the impact of such overwhelming force, the Crazy Wolf 7's body sank into the ground, its upper waist broken in half, exposing various components, sparking and sizzling. I withdraw from the competition. Zhang Guangwei's voice was low. The blazing sun shone down on the earth as a Destroyer 3 model walked through a dilapidated residential area, its steps light, afraid to make even the slightest sound. The surroundings were silent. The mecha pilot inside remained tense, heart in his throat. Ning Chen was far stronger than him. Once found, he would undoubtedly lose. Bang! Suddenly, a tall courtyard wall beside the Destroyer 3 exploded. The mecha pilot's hair stood on end. Dust and debris flew everywhere. A hunter burst out, gun in hand. In an instant, the Destroyer 3 was sent flying, severely damaged, its primal energy array exposed. Colonel Ning, there are 2 more mechas. The one closest to you is hiding in the woods at your 7 o'clock direction, about 5,000 meters away, Zhao Shoujia informed through the team channel. Understood. The hunter changed direction, ghost-like, silently gliding out. Being Ning Chen's teammate is just too easy, it's like lying down to win. At first, I thought the other 4 had some kind of combined martial arts to protect one, but now it seems they are just 4 reconnaissance machines. I also want to find a thigh like that to hug. In the observation hall, everyone looked at the screen with immense envy. Amidst the discussions, Ning Chen found the mecha hidden in the woods, wasted no words, and cleanly resolved it with a single shot. Captain, I'm out too. Received. Zhang Guangwei sighed and informed the only remaining team member, Chao Ziang, there's no hope, just surrender and bring the mecha back safely. Surrendering will take at least 5 minutes, and we still have over 10 seconds left. Chao Ziang said with a bitter smile. Then let's wait a bit longer. Captain, I see a hunter, the mecha master should be Su Shani. Just lead him in circles, as a fellow 2-star senior mecha master, he won't catch up to you. Understood. Just as he spoke, Chao Ziang suddenly heard a thunderous sound from above. The next moment, the announcement of the match's end echoed through the sky. Time, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. The Iron Blood team has lost all combat capability. The match is over. Zheng Guangwei was taken aback and asked, Chao Ziang, what's going on? Ningchen just defeated Sun Yan, over 10 miles away from you, there shouldn't be enough time. Fan Yu also looked puzzled. Could it be that Su Shani was hiding his strength? No. Chao Ziang's astonished voice came through the team channel. I think I just got struck by lightning? Many spectators clearly saw that it wasn't lightning that destroyed Chao Ziang's mecha. It was a 10-meter-long alloy battle rifle. It shot out from the dense forest over 10 miles away, tearing through the air at a speed of over 200 meters per second, coming right above Chao Ziang's mecha, and then crashing down. An ultra-long-range strike. Ning Chen is incredibly strong. Some 7-star senior mecha masters were shocked. Over 10 miles isn't considered far. However, within the city of Xi'an, it wasn't open ground. There were trees, courtyards, and city walls obstructing the view, making it impossible to see through. The location information provided by teammates was at best a rough direction. To strike beyond the line of sight, one still had to rely on the mecha master's own skills. If I'm not mistaken, Ning Chen locked onto Chao Ziang's position using his hearing. Such sensory perception is something many ace mecha masters can't match. With martial arts power raised, the Sky Mecha is as good as captured. Many people sighed, feeling both shocked and envious. The strength of the 5 senses can reflect the level of mental power to some extent, which is crucial for piloting Sky Mechas and even Truth Mechas. On the other side, the Divine Weapon team had not yet exited Xi'an City when they received the reward for this victory. 300 victory points. Not bad, quite generous. Ning Chen nodded to himself. In the matches he watched that morning, most teams received rewards between 50 to 80 victory points after winning. The Divine Weapon team could obtain 300 victory points mainly due to his outstanding personal performance. They hadn't even reached the 5-minute surrender time when he single-handedly pushed through the entire Iron Blood team. I'll take 80% of the reward, 240 victory points, which can be exchanged for 2 Sea Dragon Blood. Ning Chen calculated in his mind. According to the official exchange rate, 100 victory points could be exchanged for 1 Sea Dragon Blood. Moreover, the reward exchange can be done at any time. There's no need to wait until the mecha battle is over. Ning Chen's dark eyes lit up. For other competitors, this wasn't a big deal. It didn't matter when they received it. After all, absorbing a Sea Dragon Blood and practicing martial arts day and night would take more than half a month. But his diamond body automatically cultivates, and the absorption efficiency is terrifying. He could see results in a short time. He could definitely fight to grow stronger. Ning Chen felt a vague sense of anticipation. At that moment, Su Shani said, Colonel Ning, we discussed it among ourselves. Considering you have the Dragon King body and can absorb Sea Dragon Blood quickly, let's not divide the victory points for now. You can use them all. It's not that we're afraid of you, we are more than willing. Zhao Xiujia and the others laughed in agreement. On one hand, if Ning Chen's strength increased, the Divine Weapon team could go further and earn more victory points. On the other hand, their share of the spoils was very low, and it was estimated that they would have to wait until they were eliminated to gather enough points to exchange for 1 or 2 vials of Sea Dragon Blood. It was better to go with the flow and sell a favor. As for the possibility of Ning Chen using up all his points and the Divine Weapon squad being eliminated, they didn't care. In fact, some even looked forward to that situation. No one was a fool. Just a few vials of Sea Dragon Blood, if it could earn a favor from a future Divine General, it would be an absolute profit. Not to mention that Ning Chen had a 30% chance of becoming a king. Alright. Ning Chen glanced at his 4 teammates and was not polite. He had powerful trump cards and was confident he wouldn't lose any match. Soon, the Divine Weapon squad returned to the competition point. Check the hunter's arms, knees, and other areas thoroughly, Ning Chen instructed the mecha engineer. In the previous battle, the hunter hadn't been hit, but the impact could still damage some delicate components. After detailing the specifics, Ning Chen went to the reward exchange and received 3 vials of Sea Dragon Blood. After thinking for a moment, he didn't drink them on the spot. His absorption efficiency was too fast, and the Dragon King body was still far from perfect. Ning Chen arrived at his accommodation at the competition point. As a military colonel and a 6-star senior mecha master, he was assigned a suite of over 100 square meters. The diamond body senses the dragon blood factor, feeling invigorated, and the cultivation speed skyrockets. The diamond body is expected to exhaust the dragon blood factor in 1 hour and 40 minutes. A cold prompt echoed in his mind. Ning Chen's eyes were calm as he placed the empty bottle on the dining table. It was about what he expected. After the diamond body advanced to the 11th level, the efficiency of absorbing sea dragon blood increased again, about 20 minutes faster than at the 10th level. There was a television in the living room, and Ningchen sat down on a sofa to watch the matches in Xi'an City. At dusk, the 3 vials of sea dragon blood were nearly consumed. Diamond body, level 11, progress 78%. Ningchen looked at the panel and shook his head. He was just 1 vial of sea dragon blood away from the 12th level. However, he felt little regret. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, not upgrading the diamond body didn't mean his cultivation hadn't improved. Ningchen could clearly feel that the toughness of his body had increased significantly compared to before. Let's see how much the martial arts power has improved. Ningchen stood up and left his accommodation, quickly arriving at the mecha parking area. The hunter had already completed maintenance. Buzz! The cabin door opened. Ningchen leaped in and piloted the hunter to an empty area to practice martial arts. Wind Shadow 3000. Thousand Bones Killing Technique. Breaking Army Killing Method. Open Mountain. Inside the cabin, a light screen projected in front of Ningchen. Lines of data appeared one after another. Overall, martial arts power is at 53%. Ningchen calculated the result, pondering. Previously it was 51%, an increase of 2%. With my mecha piloting skills unchanged, to exert 60% of martial arts power, the 12th level of the diamond body is definitely not enough, it must approach the 14th level. Ningchen's thoughts soared as he analyzed. He needed about 25 vials of sea dragon blood to advance to a 7-star senior mecha master. If we calculate based on 300 victory points per match, I probably just need to win 8 matches. Ningchen smiled slightly. There were enough matches. There were over 1,000 teams participating, and in a 2-out-of-1 competition system, the final winner would definitely need to win more than 10 matches. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause mixed with laughter brought Ningchen back to reality. Practicing mecha in between matches, no wonder you can reach the level of a 7-star senior mecha master in just a month. Ningchen looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, not tall, but standing straight like a javelin, exuding a tough aura. Behind him followed more than 10 young men and women in their 20s, all dressed in uniform. A badge hung on each of their chests, emblazoned with a sky full of stars, and the outer circle inscribed with the words Mecha Department of Xinghai University. Students competing for Xinghai University. Ningchen recognized their identities. At the same time, he spotted 2 familiar faces next to the middle-aged man, Bai Xiuxiu and Tang Xianjun. Ningchen, this guy is Chang Chen, the head of the Mecha Department at Xinghai University. Tang Xianjun pointed and introduced with a smile. Hello. Ningchen jumped down from the mecha and greeted him. Chang Chen's gaze fell on Ningchen, scrutinizing him carefully, and with a tone of regret, he said, "What a big loss. If I had known your talent for piloting mechas was so high, I would never have let you go to old Tang." Tang Xianjun rolled his eyes and retorted, "Stop bragging after the fact, just look at how much the Martial Arts Academy has invested." As he spoke, he turned to Ningchen, flipped his hand, and took out 2 documents, smiling brightly. "This is the admission notice from Xinghai University, and the appointment letter for the assistant position at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. The logistics and transportation speed is too slow. I happen to have some free time recently, so I brought it over for you." "Thank you, Director Tang." Ningchen slightly bowed. "It's a small matter, no need to be so formal." Tang Xianjun waved his hand and smiled. "The rewards for the top 10 freshmen will only be distributed after enrollment. I'll accompany you to select resources then." "Okay." Seeing Ningchen agree, Tang Xianjun grinned. The system at Xinghai University is different from that of high school. Students must choose a mentor, and for the next 4 years, they will follow that mentor for training. After new students enroll, a mentor selection conference will be held. Of course, although it's called a selection, it's just a nicer way to put it. For the vast majority of students, finding a mentor is already a good outcome, with no opportunity for choice. Only super geniuses like the top 100 or top 10 freshmen will attract multiple mentors vying for them, having the power to choose. Tang Xianjuan's visit was specifically to strengthen his relationship with Ningchen in preparation for the upcoming mentor selection conference. When the conditions of the mentors are similar, students will definitely prefer to choose a familiar mentor. After pondering for a moment, Chang Chen suddenly said, "Ningchen, have you considered becoming a distinguished professor in the Mecha department?" As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 10 young people behind him stirred restlessly. A distinguished professor in a department holds a much higher status than an assistant position at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. Most importantly, this requires teaching students. Of course, not right now. Chang Chen added with a smile, "Wait until you become a top mecha master and can pilot a sky mecha. Hearing this, Ning Chen was still somewhat surprised. Bai Xiu was a distinguished professor in the mecha department and had discussed the difficulties with him. Generally, ordinary top mecha masters cannot even apply. If measured by combat power, to pilot a sky mecha, one must be able to contend with peak knights.
Thank you. Ning Chen thought for a moment and agreed. He wasn't short on time. The benefits of being a distinguished professor in the mecha department were quite good. According to Bai Xiu, the maintenance costs for a professor's private mecha could be reimbursed for over 70%. Although he didn't have a mecha yet, that might change after the mecha debate. It was wise to prepare in advance. The maintenance costs for a mecha are a significant expense. His divine weapon was too costly. Saving wherever possible was essential. You all just saw Ning Chen's performance. Chang Chen looked at the students behind him and said solemnly, his talent crushes you, and he works harder than you. If you don't put down your pride, you won't even see his back. More than 10 students turned their gazes toward Ning Chen, their eyes faintly filled with fighting spirit. They knew Chang Chen was right. However, being young and impetuous, no one would be convinced without a direct confrontation. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged. He had seen this kind of gaze many times before. The students of the Mountainsea Talent Training Camp, the younger generation of the Liu family, those candidates encountered when the college entrance examination bridge was just sealed. After that, Ning Chen did not chat much and drove the hunter away. Bai Xiu glanced at Chang Chen, activated her original force, and transmitted, "Come on, what are you planning?" Chang Chen maintained a calm expression and smiled. There are two main purposes for asking Ning Chen to be a distinguished professor. First, to suppress the pride in the hearts of the students in the department. A distinguished professor who is not yet an adult is enough to make them strive to catch up. As he spoke, Chang Chen shook his head and said, "No, that's not right. At this rate, Ning Chen will probably need another 2 years to become a top mecha master, but a distinguished professor under 20 still has a strong oppressive force." And the second? To provide Ning Chen with some training mecha resources. Chang Chen shrugged and said helplessly, "You know the atmosphere in our school's martial arts academy. I'm worried that Ning Chen will be influenced by those martial arts fanatics after just a few days, thinking all day about how to disassemble starships with bare hands and slash mechas with a sword. It's a pity that with his talent, he doesn't continue to pursue further studies." Chang Chen revealed his plan. Suddenly, Bai Xiu pursed her red lips and fell silent. "What's wrong?" Chang Chen asked in confusion. "It's nothing." Bai Xiu shook her head and said, "I must be overthinking it." However, that scene lingered in her mind for a long time. The orange-red sunset cast through the floor-to-ceiling window, and the calm, smiling handsome youth stood up, calmly announcing that he would break the Federation's combat power record. Days passed. In Xi'an City, competitions were held day and night, but there were simply too many teams participating in the mecha debates. 5 days passed, and the first round of selection finally ended. Half of the teams were eliminated. That night at midnight, the Divine Soldier team lined up for the second match, facing an opponent significantly stronger than the previous Iron Blood team, with a 7-star senior mecha master in command. But there was only one, not belonging to the top-tier teams. Similar to the Divine Soldier team, it was a single core leadership. In this match, everyone witnessed the terrifying stamina of Ning Chen. The hunter continuously unleashed martial arts, erupting without any pause. The 7-star senior mecha master on the opposite side could only hold on for less than a quarter of an hour before exhausting his stamina, giving Ning Chen the opportunity to destroy the mecha with a single shot. The other 4 teammates could only surrender. On the 7th day, the Divine Soldier team faced their third match. The opponent was similar to the Iron Blood team. Ning Chen erupted with full force and secured victory within 5 minutes. On the 8th day, the 4th match. On the 9th day, the 5th match in the morning and the 6th match late at night. With a large number of teams eliminated, the pace of the competition quickened. However, considering the contestants' stamina, there were usually 2 to 3 matches a day. The Divine Soldier team had excellent luck. Aside from the 7-star senior mecha master in the second match, the other matched opponents were at most led by 2 6-star senior mecha masters. They smoothly advanced into the top 8. August 13th. There were 3 days left until the end of the mecha debates. Today, the quarterfinals were held. I wonder which teams will advance to the top 4. The observation hall was bustling with voices. Many eliminated contestants had not left, and with the gradually arriving audience, there were people everywhere. The luck of the Divine Soldier team has come to an end. Besides them, the other 7 are all top-tier teams, each with 2 7-star senior mecha masters. For the Divine Soldier team, it's luck, but for Ning Chen, it's quite unfortunate. Someone expressed their opinion. Ning Chen had the strength to compete for the best player.
However, in these days, the Divine Soldier team faced opponents that were not very strong, making it impossible for Ningchen to receive high praise from the judges. What a pity, Ningchen should have chosen stronger teammates. There's no way. The reward for the best player is announced after the competition starts, and by the time we know, it's already too late. Voices lamenting for Ningchen continued to arise. At this moment, the Divine Soldier team was also in the observation hall, waiting for the draw for the top 8. Colonel Ning, I'm sorry. Su Shani, Zhao Xiujia, and others whispered, their cheeks flushed with a hint of guilt. The rewards for the best players were incredibly generous. Ning Chen, however, had lost hope because of them. Let's raise our spirits. The first place in the mecha battle can only be us. Ning Chen smiled slightly, his tone confident. Stop comforting us. The 4 shook their heads and sighed. They knew in their hearts that they had been carried into the top 8 by Ning Chen. No, Colonel Ning didn't lie. Suddenly, Zhao Xiujia noticed Ning Chen's expression and recalled Ning Chen's astonishing performance in piloting the mecha a month ago. What he thought was the limit turned out to be just the beginning. Incomprehensible. What tricks do you have? The 4 perked up. You'll find out during the competition, Ning Chen said with a faint smile. Yesterday, after drinking the last vial of Sea Dragon's blood, his progress towards the 14th level of the diamond body was less than 10% away. The martial arts power had reached 62%. This was more than a 10% increase compared to before the mecha battle. Ningchen believed that he could now pilot the mecha and simultaneously contend against 2 senior mecha masters of the 7 stars rank. At that moment, the big screen displayed the match information for the first round of the top 8. The Divine Soldier team would face the Star River team No. 1. We actually ran into a student team from Star River University. Ningchen glanced at the information of the opponents. 2 senior mecha masters of the 7 stars rank, Du Feihong and He Yang. The remaining 3 included 1 senior mecha master of the 3 stars rank and 2 senior mecha masters of the 2 stars rank. Looks like we won't need the Divine Soldiers. I was hoping to break a record. Ningchen shook his head. Meanwhile, in the mecha parking area, an engineer stared at the tablet in his hand, beads of sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Li, what's wrong? Someone nearby asked upon seeing his condition. I was too tired yesterday and didn't check Colonel Ning's wind chaser. I just checked the data, and the energy array has a crack. Then hurry up and fix it, the person urged. Li's face fell. It's too late. Didn't you hear the announcement? We have to enter the battle in Xi'an City in 5 minutes. There's not enough time to repair it, let alone replace the energy array. Then just pray, a crack in the energy array won't affect piloting in the short term. Maybe it can hold up for this match. In the observation hall, the Star River team No. 1 saw the information on the screen and immediately became energized, their fighting spirit burning like flames. They had accumulated too much resentment. These days, whenever Changchen spoke, it was almost always to praise Ningchen and criticize them. I really regret it. Ningchen joining the Martial Arts Academy is a loss for the mecha department and the entire mecha community. Look at Ningchen, does he show even a hint of joy after winning? Only 1 team made it to the top 8, it's simply embarrassing. The Divine Soldier team has 3 intermediate mecha masters and still made it to the top 8. Similar remarks echoed endlessly. The students were incredibly frustrated. Everyone, the opportunity has come. He Yang raised his fist and waved it vigorously, saying, in this match, we not only need to win but also win decisively. Let Director Chang know that although Ningchen is excellent, he hasn't reached the point of being unbeatable. We have the qualifications to be on par with him. Captain He, well said. Fei Hong, go for it, let's crush the Divine Soldier team. Cheers erupted around them. Star River University's mecha department sent a total of 3 teams to compete, aside from Team No. 1, none were top-tier teams, all eliminated in the top 16. Everyone, don't worry, Du Feihong pressed his hand down confidently, Ningchen mainly excels in stamina. In terms of ultimate combat power, he is still at the level of a senior mecha master of the 7 stars rank. He Yang and I can destroy his mecha within a quarter of an hour. No matter how strong his stamina is, it won't help if he can't perform. Exactly. He Yang nodded in agreement, thought for a moment, and smiled. I'll issue a challenge and showcase the strength of Team Star River No. 1. As he spoke, he scanned the area and found the position of the Divine Weapon team, striding over. Ning Chen, the match is starting. The 5 of us will stick together and push down the middle lane. As he approached, He Yang said loudly, as for whether you join us or not, it doesn't matter. At his words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. This was a public announcement of his team's strategy. The provocation was obvious. I understand, Ningchen casually nodded. He Yang's breath caught. Ningchen's nonchalant demeanor made his declaration of war feel like a subordinate reporting to a superior. Fortunately, at that moment, the loudspeaker announced the start of the match. First match of the quarterfinals, the Divine Weapon Team versus Team Star River No. 1. Please have both teams' members follow the instructions and pilot their mechs to Xi'an City. The first match of the quarterfinals. The prompt sounded repeatedly. He Yang cleared his throat to ease his embarrassment and said, "Let's see each other's true skills on the battlefield." With that, he hurriedly left. The Divine Weapon Team also did not linger and exited the observation hall. On the way, Su Shani glanced at Ning Chen and pondered, that guy declared war in public, he probably meant it. How should we respond? Team Star River No. 1 boasted 2 7-star advanced mech masters, making them a top-tier team. Any strategy he devised would be useless. The hope for victory for the Divine Weapon Team rested solely on Ning Chen. We'll also go down the middle with 5 people and engage them in a team fight. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "You lead Zhao Xiujia and the others to deal with those 2 2-star advanced mech masters from Team Star River No. 1. Su Shani considered it and replied seriously, "Okay." He was also a 2-star advanced mech master with a special physique, so it wouldn't be a problem to counter them with Zhao Xiujia and the others' assistance. What about the other 3? That's the tricky part. Zhao Xiujia asked nervously. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about that, I'll handle everything." Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances. They were both shocked and curious. What hidden abilities did Ning Chen possess? Not long after. Xi'an City. 3, 2, 1. The final countdown echoed in the sky. The many spectators were shocked to find that both the Divine Weapon Team and Team Star River No. 1 had chosen to push down the middle lane as a 5-man unit. In a dilapidated residential area, the 2 teams encountered each other. Swish! The speed of the hunter, piloted by Ning Chen, suddenly surged, like a sharp flying sword, shooting towards Team Star River. He aimed to leverage his speed advantage to slice through the battlefield. On the opposite side, the 2 mechs from Team Star River No. 1, the Miaowu Type 3 and the Tyrannosaurus 2, spread out to the left and right, moving along a curved path. From their trajectory, it was clear they intended to bypass the hunter and launch an attack on the other 4 mechs of the Divine Weapon Team. Their plan is similar to mine. Inside the cockpit, Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the pilots of the 2 flanking mechs as the 2 2-star advanced mech masters. In that case, there's no need to stop them. The hunter, wielding a metal battle rifle, continued forward, the air turning into a howling gale. He Yang's expression was serious. He was indeed displeased with Ning Chen, but he held no contempt. Instead, he regarded him with utmost seriousness. Click! He Yang's thoughts shifted, and he commanded the Titan to remove the giant axe from its back, gripping it with both hands. At the same time, he issued a tactical order over the team channel, saying, "I'll be the main attacker from the front," forcing Ning Chen to wrestle with me. "Du Fei Hong, you're fast, so attack from behind." "Got it," Du Fei Hong replied crisply. He piloted a thunderbolt, similar to the hunter, both mechs excelling in explosive power. "Tenny, you can't withstand Ning Chen's attack head-on, so stay on the periphery and wait for an opportunity to ambush the hunter." He Yang instructed the 3-star senior mech engineer. The mech's defense is inherently limited. Even a junior mech engineer can destroy it with a full-force strike to a vital point. During the conversation, the Wind Hunter swooped in close. He Yang piloted the giant force, raising the giant axe high, drawing an arc through the air, and bringing it down with great force. Mountain Breaker Axe. The giant axe sliced through the air rapidly, aimed at the Wind Hunter. In the meantime, the primal force surged from the axe blade like a river, swirling and rising, transforming into a heavy primal force mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, creating an explosive sound in the air. Ning Chen's gaze was like lightning, quickly scanning to confirm the trajectories of the 3 mechs, knowing he couldn't dodge this axe strike. Otherwise, he would lose the initiative. "Then I'll take it head-on." Ning Chen, undaunted, made a decisive choice. God of Death's 5th style. Open Mountain. The Wind Hunter swung a 10-meter-long alloy battle spear, striking with unmatched speed, the primal force dazzling like a burning meteor, crashing fiercely into the oncoming primal force mountain. Boom! In the deafening sound of collision, sparks flew. The primal force mountain was shattered by a single shot. The alloy battle spear continued its descent, striking against the descending giant axe. He Yang exerted all his strength, gripping the axe handle tightly, preparing for a contest of strength. However, as soon as they made contact, He Yang clearly sensed a terrifying force surging from the spear blade, as if a tsunami from the ocean, lifting the giant axe high and causing the giant force to stagger backward. Tap, tap, tap. The stone slab ground sank underfoot, sparks erupting, cracks forming. How is this possible? He Yang's expression changed dramatically. Both the Mech Giant Force and the martial arts Mountain Breaker Axe were known for their power.
Moreover, he was not just a newly promoted 7-star senior mech engineer.
The martial arts power reached an impressive 68%.
To be pushed back in a direct confrontation by Ning Chen? Also shocked was Du Feihong.
At this moment, he piloted the lightning strike, positioned behind the Wind Hunter, clearly seeing the Wind Hunter swing its spear, shattering the Primal Force Mountain and causing He Yang's giant force to stagger back. Meanwhile, he himself only swayed slightly before stabilizing.
The gap in their abilities was evident.
However, Du Feihong's combat training was high, and his emotions could not affect his actions.
Kill!
The lightning strike reversed its grip on 2 daggers, striking fiercely at the Wind Hunter's back. The Azure Primal Force wrapped around the dagger blades, spinning rapidly, like a violent hurricane, causing the stabbing speed to surge instantly.
Boom!
In the eye of the storm, purple lightning surged, connecting to the daggers, creating an impressive momentum and producing a thunderous roar.
Wind Thunderstorm Kill.
A low-tier martial art of the heavens.
Incredibly powerful. The hurricane accelerated. Thunder raised its might.
Hearing the massive commotion behind him, Ning Chen's eyes remained calm as he controlled the Wind Hunter to turn while thrusting his spear.
City Destroyer.
The ally battle spear sliced through the air with immense force, like a giant dragon pouncing, crashing with a loud bang, forcefully tearing through the hurricane and thunder, sending the lightning strike flying sideways.
The power is truly terrifying. No wonder He Yang couldn't withstand it. Du Feihong grinned.
His Wind Thunderstorm kill was no small feat, yet it was destroyed by a single shot.
Whoosh!
The Wind Hunter continued its movement, stepping forward and charging towards the nearby Wolf 7. The pilot of this mech was merely a 3-star senior mech engineer. It could be destroyed in just a few moves, causing a reduction in the combat effectiveness of the Galaxy 1 team.
Clang!
The ally battle spear swiftly broke through the air. Just as it was about to smash into the Wolf 7's head, sparks erupted, and a giant axe swung down from the side, blocking the descending spear blade. He Yang piloted the giant force, arriving just in time to provide assistance. The power of that previous shot was limited compared to his own, failing to reach the level of overwhelming force.
He quickly stabilized the mech. Whoosh!
With a tearing sound, the lightning strike appeared on the right side of the Wind Hunter, daggers reversed in hand, wrapped in fierce primal force, striking towards the Wind Hunter's head like a flash of lightning. The power of a 7-star advanced Mecha Master is not just talk. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, reacting swiftly as he piloted the Wind Hunter, raising his gun to block and repel the incoming dagger. With a surge of primal energy, he covered the sharp blade of his gun and attacked the Titan.
Du Feihong, cover the side. He Yang shouted.
The 4 mechas were locked in a fierce battle.
Sparks flew like fireworks, blooming one after another under the bright sunlight.
At that moment, the viewing hall erupted with a roar like a tsunami, as if it would break through the roof. The battle between Ning Chen and He Yang was too fast. Several collisions occurred in the blink of an eye. Many spectators only then realized what was happening.
I can't be seeing this wrong? Ning Chen can actually fight against 2 7-star advanced mecha masters working together?
The crowd stared at the screen in disbelief. When the team information was displayed earlier, they had seen clearly. He Yang and Du Feihong were not the kind of newly promoted 7-star advanced mecha masters, their martial prowess around 6.
8. Ning Chen. He can't have been promoted to Ace Mecha Master, right? Someone stammered.
The words sparked a wave of excitement. An Ace Mecha Master, equivalent to a knight in martial arts.
A knight under 18? The audience was in a frenzy. It was too shocking. It's not to that extent yet.
A 7-star advanced Mecha Master shook his head and said solemnly, if Ning Chen were an Ace Mecha Master, he would be able to suppress all 5 opponents.
Exactly.
An elder beside him agreed, pointing out that an Ace Mecha Master represented a whole new level. Once crossed, their strength would undergo a qualitative change.
Not yet, but it's not far off. Someone analyzed the situation.
Ning Chen's extraordinary senses indicated a powerful mental strength. He could become an Ace Mecha Master as long as he increased his martial prowess. One of the rewards for the best performer this time was a soak in the Dragon Blood Hot Springs. It greatly benefited physical strength and could enhance martial prowess to a certain extent.
If Ning Chen can defeat Team Galaxy No.
1, the best performer will most likely belong to him.
If He Yang and Du Feihong can't take down Ning Chen within 10 minutes, they will undoubtedly lose. This is the benefit of endurance.
The audience watched the screen with tense eyes, anticipating the direction of the match. In the city of Xi'an, in the ruined residential area, thud, thud, thud. The sound of collisions was deafening, almost forming a line. The 4 mechas fought fiercely. Primal energy roared. The air rippled. The ground shook continuously, with nearby walls collapsing in chunks, dust rising. He Yang and the others had a slight advantage in a 3-on-1 situation. However, no one was happy. This small advantage would take a long time to accumulate into a victory. They couldn't afford to wait. Stop conserving energy, put everything into this one battle. If the stamina isn't on the same level, dragging it out will only lead to a worse defeat. He Yang gritted his teeth. The three mechas unleashed an even stronger offensive. Time ticked away. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Soon, it reached a quarter of an hour. According to previous estimates, at this point, He Yang and Du Feihong should have defeated Ningchen. But at this moment, not only was victory out of reach, they couldn't even maintain a stalemate, being pressed by the Windhunter and forced to defend barely. They could hardly mount an effective counterattack. The previous all-out effort had exacerbated their stamina depletion. "Captain, I need a moment." Tani's hoarse voice came through the team channel. Me too," Du Feihong gasped. He had been piloting the Thunderbolt, competing with Ningchen's Windhunter in speed, and his stamina consumption was the highest in the team. Not good. Suddenly, Du Feihong's heart skipped a beat. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. The Thunderbolt's accumulated power was insufficient, and the Windhunter smashed his weapon away with a single shot, sending the dagger flying from his hand. The most serious part was yet to come. Under this impact, the Thunderbolt lost its balance and became unsteady. It was difficult to dodge in a short time. Whoosh! The Windhunter did not miss this opportunity, unleashing a powerful strike with the alloy battlegun, enveloped in a mighty force, striking down with unmatched speed. However, just as the alloy battlegun was about to hit the Thunderbolt, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The force covering the alloy battlegun dissipated rapidly like mist. The Windhunter froze, his posture with the battlegun held aloft, standing still. Du Feihong was momentarily stunned and instinctively controlled the Thunderbolt to kick out with its right leg. The Windhunter remained motionless, allowing the attack to come, and with a loud bang, he was kicked away, flying several dozen meters before crashing into a building, which collapsed upon impact, landing on the ground. Debris flew, and dust rose. Is there a problem with the force array? Du Feihong, He Yang, and others exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat surprised. Their luck was simply too good. Meanwhile, the observation hall erupted in discussion. Heavenly jealousy of talent. At a critical moment, the force array actually malfunctioned. Ningchen's best contender is gone. Not necessarily. I think Ningchen ranks first in combat power without a doubt. I agree, but the best contender is judged by results. Just having strong power isn't enough. Regretful voices echoed everywhere. An engineer, looking tense, said, "Li, stop dawdling. Hurry to the entrance of Xi'an City to wait for Colonel Ning. You must seek his forgiveness. Otherwise, if this is investigated, losing rank would be fortunate. It could even lead to a military court." Li shook his head and said, "When Colonel Ning came to pilot the mecha, I did not hide anything and truthfully informed him about the issue with the force array." "What did he say?" "He didn't say anything." Li's expression showed confusion. "I don't know if it was my illusion, but Colonel Ning seemed to be smiling at that time." Xi'an City. In front of the collapsed building, the swirling dust distorted, and a figure gradually became clear. Ningchen stepped out. He Yang looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Ningchen, you can concede. According to the rules of the competition, a mecha pilot must verbally admit to withdrawing from the match to be considered out of combat." Du Feihong shook his head and said, "Just let it go." They had won this match by sheer luck. It could be said they relied entirely on chance. But they wouldn't be saints and concede voluntarily. Luck is a form of strength. It's just that the mecha is destroyed. Why should I concede? Ningchen said calmly. His arms relaxed and fell, a faint golden force rising and swirling in his palms. He Yang and the others were momentarily stunned. Was he going to confront the mecha with his bare body? Many spectators were equally puzzled. Has Ningchen lost his mind? I know he has defeated an 8th grade martial artist, but He Yang and Du Feihong are both advanced mecha masters. Even if they are exhausted now, they are still not to be trifled with. He probably doesn't want to give up the title of best contender and wants to fight for it. Knowing he cannot win yet still forcing an attack is just self-humiliation, too embarrassing for a super genius. Almost no one had faith in Ningchen, but Bai Xiuxiu and Luo Qin were exceptions. The two girls widened their beautiful eyes, staring intently at the screen, afraid to blink lest they miss an important moment. It's your own choice, don't blame others if you get hurt. Tanii piloted the Wolf 7, leaping forward to pounce. In the previous battle, she had been taken care of by Ningchen due to her lower strength. Although He Yang and Du Feihong helped, she had still been bullied terribly, harboring a belly full of anger. Whoosh! The Wolf 7 raised its sharp claws, aiming at Ningchen's body, and struck down fiercely.
Tani must have used some martial arts. A large area of force covered the 6 sharp claws, emitting a chilling aura amidst the whistling wind. Fine strands of hair trembled violently as Ning Chen's right hand clenched in the air, swiftly waving forward. Boom! In an instant, a sharp wave swept across the heavens and the earth. A golden light suddenly appeared from Ning Chen's right hand, rapidly expanding, dazzling and blinding. It felt as if Ning Chen had pulled a golden lightning bolt from the void, its momentum terrifying, striking the claws of the crazy wolf. No. 7. Ning Chen's dark eyes were cold and eerie, and as he manifested the sword of heaven's slaughter, he executed the sword drawing technique. Clang! As Ning Chen swung his sword, the deafening sound of metal clashing made Crazy Wolf No. 7's form tremble violently. Then, at a speed even faster than before, it was sent flying backward. Bang! Another loud crash echoed. Crazy Wolf No. 7 crashed to the ground, creating a deep trench that extended dozens of meters before it finally came to a stop. All 6 claws, forged from alloy, were completely shattered. The cut was smooth and even, as if it had been sliced by a laser. At the chest and abdomen, there was also a smooth incision, over half a meter deep, penetrating through the inner cabin. Through the break, one could see Tani continuously coughing up blood, her snow-white face stained with bright red blood, filled with horror and fear. I withdraw from the competition. Tani gasped for breath and immediately said. That one sword strike had chilled her to the bone. Ning Chen no longer looked at her. With a thought, the sword of heaven's slaughter rapidly shrank and returned to the original force cavity within his body. The sword drawing technique did not necessarily require drawing the sword. However, it needed a drawing build-up process. Executing it during manifestation was even more mysterious and unpredictable, making it difficult for the enemy to resist. The scene fell into silence. Su Shani and the others stopped fighting, their eyes filled with shock, all gazing at Ning Chen. It wasn't just in Xi'an City. The spectator hall, which could accommodate tens of thousands, was the same. It quieted down in an instant. Many people stood frozen in place, their eyes dazed, like sculptures. One must understand that Tani was a 3-star advanced mecha master, piloting Crazy Wolf No. 7, capable of standing toe-to-toe with peak 9th grade martial artists. Even if her combat power was somewhat reduced due to physical factors, she was still equivalent to a normal 9th grade martial artist. Yet the result was that she couldn't withstand Ning Chen's sword. In other words, Ning Chen could severely injure or even kill a 9th grade martial artist with a single sword. Did Tani underestimate him? A trembling voice broke the silence in the hall. People may make mistakes, but mechas do not. A mecha master explains solemnly. The 6 claws of Crazy Wolf No. 7, forged from various alloys, were incredibly sturdy. Even a peak 9th grade martial artist's full force attack couldn't destroy them, at most causing them to warp. Yet, they were severed by Ning Chen's sword. Whoosh! Du Feihong was the first to regain his senses. With a thought, he piloted the thunderbolt swiftly out. However, he did not rush directly toward Ning Chen. Instead, he circled to the side and picked up the dagger that had been knocked away earlier. The tragic state of Crazy Wolf No. 7 made Du Feihong cautious. Wind and thunderstorm kill. The thunderbolt moved swiftly, closing the distance to Ning Chen, and 2 daggers drew sharp lines as they fiercely stabbed downward. The azure force wrapped around the daggers, transforming into a hurricane, howling violently. Within the eye of the storm, thunder and lightning brewed, producing a series of loud cracks. Ning Chen looked at the thunderbolt, which was several times larger than him, his gaze calm. After a brief contemplation, he manifested the city-destroying war spear. In terms of power, the divine weapons, Breaking Army and Heavenly Punishment, were certainly superior. However, with the enhancement of the divine weapon's power, Ning Chen discovered a characteristic. Using a divine weapon to execute the corresponding weapon martial arts provided a certain power boost. City destroying. Ning Chen faced the incoming daggers and thrust out a spear, slicing through the air with incredible speed. Whoosh! A faint golden force enveloped the spear, burning like a raging flame, its might extraordinary, compressing the air to produce a deafening sound. However, as soon as it came into contact with the surrounding hurricane and lightning of the daggers, the faint golden force was torn apart, fragile as paper. Ning Chen's gaze remained calm, unfazed, as he continued to thrust the city-destroying war spear. The force of a first-grade martial artist was naturally insufficient. He activated his force merely to accelerate the speed of his thrust. The pale golden force continuously shattered, revealing the city-destroying war spear, its blade glinting coldly as it sliced through the air, striking 2 crossed daggers. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. The hurricane and lightning swirling around the daggers exploded on the spot, transforming into countless fragments of light that splattered everywhere. A circular shockwave swept out,
stirring up clouds of dust. Nearby trees trembled, and leaves fell in a flurry. In the collision, the figure of the thunderbolt swayed slightly before stabilizing. It did not fly backward like it had after taking a city-destroying blow from the hunter. However, the dagger held by Thunderbolt froze in mid-air, held in place by a delicate war spear. Despite exerting all its strength, it could not lower it by even a fraction. The immense size difference between the two created a visual impact that was overwhelming. A first-grade warrior's realm, matching the combat power of a law manifestation realm? A voice of disbelief came from within the cabin, belonging to Du Feihong. As a student of the Star River University, Du Feihong was very familiar with the Federation's records of combat power breakthroughs. 8 realms. A first-grade warrior's combat power could rival that of a peak 9th-grade warrior. Many exceptionally talented students at the school aspired to break this record. It was a tremendous honor. But without exception, all had failed miserably. Not to mention breaking it, even matching it was impossible. Yet the gun-wielding youth before them had raised this record to an entirely new level. It should be noted that a law manifestation realm could leverage some of the power of the mysteries, and in direct combat, even 10 peak 9th grade warriors would struggle to be a match. Upon hearing Du Feihong's words, the entire competition hall trembled, creating a huge uproar. No one could maintain their composure. Whether they were ace mecha engineers or martial arts experts who had come to watch, everyone was shaken. Breaking the record for combat power breakthroughs was no small matter. It represented the limits of humanity. It was a milestone in the path of martial arts. Not to mention, Ning Chen had significantly raised the record. The Federation will stir up great waves. A first-grade battle law manifestation, only in the legendary mythic era did any human prodigy achieve this. Looking back now, our previous views are truly embarrassing. From today onward, Major Ning Chen will surely be known throughout the world, no one will be unaware. Everyone was discussing passionately, expressing their opinions. So much so that they had little interest in the competition in Xi'an City. It was just a matter of winning or losing. Compared to the Federation's new record for combat power breakthroughs, it was completely insignificant. However, not everyone thought this way. Du Feihong, stop being so shocked. I don't want to spend my life as a stepping stone for Ning Chen, I'll fight with my life on the line. He Yang shouted forcefully, spitting as he spoke. Ning Chen had already demonstrated the combat power of a law manifestation realm. This battle was destined to be written into the history books. If they lost, he and Du Feihong would go down in history as the 2 7-star advanced mecha engineers defeated by Ning Chen. Their own failures would contribute to Ning Chen's supreme reputation. But if they won, they would be recorded in history. He would become Ning Chen's regret. Anyone mentioning the record for combat power breakthroughs in the future would undoubtedly have to mention him. Thinking of this, He Yang felt a surge of blood rush to his head, adrenaline flooding his system, and the previous fatigue vanished completely. Even the burden of the mecha felt much lighter. Falling mountain axe. He Yang shouted loudly, controlling the giant force to swing the massive axe suddenly. Whoosh! The force surged, transforming into a heavy mountain that rapidly fell from the sky, crashing down towards Ning Chen along with the giant axe. The fierce wind rushed towards him, but Ning Chen remained calm, holding the thunderbolt with his right hand while his left hand spread open, the pale golden force flowing like water. A beautifully crafted shield emerged from his palm, instantly transforming into a normal size. Divine weapon, Thousand Waves Shield. Ning Chen closed his fingers around the grip and raised it high. Boom! The giant axe, accompanied by the force of the mountain, fell heavily onto the Thousand Waves shield. The sound of the collision was deafening. Ning Chen held the shield in one hand, blocking the giant axe without the slightest tremor. It seemed particularly effortless. In fact, Ning Chen really didn't exert much effort. Over 99% of the power from the falling axe was absorbed by the Qin Lang shield. The shield's power enhancement was not merely about becoming sturdier, it had multiple effects. It absorbed force, isolated temperature, and resisted corrosion, among other things. With a grunt, Ning Chen continued his movements, kicking out with his right leg, which was straight and taut, a faint golden energy covering it, resembling a spear. With a bang, he accurately struck the ankle of the giant force mech. For most mechs, this was a vital spot. The giant force staggered, swaying backward. After Ning Chen disengaged from the mech, his ability to manifest divine weapons, along with his strength, speed, and energy, all significantly decreased. However, there was one exception: the fluidity of his movements. His mech piloting skills were not strong enough to reach the level of moving as if it were an extension of his body. Fighting with my body is much more comfortable, Ning Chen thought to himself. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air was piercing. Du Feihong launched an attack to prevent Ning Chen from taking the opportunity to strike He Yang. Cross slash. The Thunderbolt mech reversed its grip on the dual daggers, executing a horizontal slash followed by a vertical cut, crossing over to form two long energy blades that sliced through the air, heading straight for Ning Chen. Ning Chen did not dodge or evade. Instead, his right hand summoned the City Destroyer wargun back into his body. In its place was another wargun, dark red and over 10 feet long, its barrel adorned with exquisite patterns, resembling a piece of art displayed in a museum. However, the wargun emanated a chilling aura, indicating that it was an extremely powerful weapon. The Breaking Army Wargun, one of Ning Chen's two strongest divine weapons. Let's test its power. A fiery glint appeared in Ning Chen's eyes as he gripped the Breaking Army Wargun tightly. He had spent over 180 billion on the sharp energy. Among them, the Breaking Army and Heavenly Punishment had absorbed the most sharp energy, each around 30 billion. It should be noted that an ordinary mech, even a good one, is only worth about 10 billion. God of Killing 5 Styles. Breaking Army Killing Method. Ning Chen took a deep breath, energy surging, and swung the gun. The gun blade traced a swift arc, and with a loud boom, it directly shattered the two massive energy blades that were interwoven. Then, the gun blade's momentum did not diminish, striking the crossed daggers. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the sky. The two daggers were sent flying high, dragging the Thunderbolt mech along, which then crashed to the ground and slid back several dozen steps. Each time it landed, sparks flew. The stone floor was crushed underfoot. Can it get any stronger? A tremendous pressure fell upon the cabin, and Du Feihong found it hard to believe. The Dharma realm also had its strengths and weaknesses. He felt that the power of Ning Chen's previous shot was comparable to those prodigies on the Galaxy University's leaderboard. Whoosh! Ning Chen exerted force beneath his feet, employing the Wind Shadow 3000 technique, closing the distance in a single step, and swung the gun again. The Thunderbolt mech swiftly retreated, dodging the shot, causing Ning Chen to hit nothing but air. There's a gap in speed. Ning Chen's brows furrowed slightly. In terms of offense and defense, he could rely on the power of divine weapons, but speed was something he could only depend on himself. He was currently just a first-grade martial artist. The Wind Shadow 3000 technique was only a legacy of the Awakening realm. Although his physical body was robust, in terms of straight-line pursuit speed, he was only slightly stronger than an 8th-grade martial artist like Wei Qianse, still a distance away from a 9th-grade martial artist. Ning Chen's speed isn't enough, he can't catch up to us. Du Feihong's eyes lit up as he recognized Ning Chen's weakness. Let's adopt a hit-and-run strategy. As long as we can strike Ning Chen's body, he definitely won't be able to withstand it. Alright, He Yang replied loudly. The two mechs quickly circled around Ning Chen, taking turns to attack with a furious onslaught, one strike after another, continuously, like the waves of the sea. Yet, they were unable to inflict any damage. Ning Chen held a gun in his right hand and a shield in his left, perfectly defending while counterattacking in an orderly manner. From time to time, he swung his battle spear, sending the mechs flying. The power of the Breaking Army battle spear was too strong. The physically exhausted senior mech masters of the 7 stars found it difficult to confront him head-on. Why do I feel like Ning Chen relies entirely on his weapons? The record for combat power crossing should prohibit the use of external objects. A questioning voice arose in the observation hall. If you don't understand, don't speak. Is the divine weapon generated by the extreme soldier technique considered an external object? Someone retorted unhappily. The nurturing of divine weapons also requires resources. Normal cultivation means that a first-grade warrior's divine weapon would definitely not be this strong. Without the aid of sharp energy, a divine weapon cannot be this powerful. But the record for combat power crossing has lasted for so many years. Do you think others lack resources? Most of the audience present were soldiers who understood the extreme soldier technique very well. At the beginning of the establishment of the Federation military, there were high-ranking officials who wanted to cultivate a genius using the method of nurturing divine weapons with sharp energy to break the record for combat power crossing. However, the efficiency of a divine weapon devouring sharp energy at the realm of a first-grade warrior was simply too slow. Moreover, as the divine weapon strengthened, the devouring efficiency would further decrease. In the first year, that genius consumed only tens of billions of sharp energy through day and night efforts. By the second year, he hadn't even exhausted a billion. The military gave up directly. It was clearly a dead end. Ning Colonel must have consumed a lot of sharp energy, but which of the other super geniuses didn't consume resources? Many people spoke up for Ning Chen, especially those outstanding descendants of the royal families. Some of them can spend up to 1,000 billion in a year, yet they still can't break the Federation's record for combat power crossing. Is it so hard to acknowledge others' excellence? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fierce collisions echoed in the scorching city of Qian. Two mechs circled around Ning Chen, constantly looking for opportunities to strike. In the team channel, He Yang and Du Feihong could hear each other's heavy breathing. After a prolonged attack without success, they found it hard to maintain their excitement. A sense of fatigue surged over them like a tide. Du Feihong thought for a moment and said, He Yang, don't attack for now. Find a place to rest. The speedy thunder's speed is fast. Once you create enough distance, I'll leave. Okay, be careful. He Yang piloted the mighty force mech, quickly retreating. Whoosh! Immediately, the speedy thunder unleashed a stronger offensive, its dagger striking like lightning to create a diversion. However, facing Ningchen alone, Du Feihong felt the pressure rise sharply, his defense precarious. He could barely hold on thanks to his speed advantage. Ningchen's gaze flickered as he discerned their intentions. They wanted to run far away to recover their stamina. Just a forced struggle. Ningchen remained calm. He was still strong in long-range attacks. Whoosh! The dark red breaking army battle spear sliced through the air, containing immense power, and with a thud, it smashed the speedy thunder down, causing the dagger in his left hand to slip away, spinning through the air. At that moment, He Yang's voice came through the team channel, Du Feihong, no need to hold back, retreat quickly. Got it! After the speedy thunder landed and stabilized, it turned around and sprinted towards the distance. Seeing this, Ningchen stopped in his tracks, standing still. He could have chosen to pursue, forcing He Yang and Du Feihong to pilot their mechs to run, gradually exhausting their stamina like boiling a frog in warm water. In at most an hour, He Yang and Du Feihong would be exhausted. But, there's no need. Ningchen's eyes narrowed. The breaking army battle spear and the thousand waves shield rapidly shrank, returning to the original force acupoint within him. A deep purple battle spear surged forth from the original force in the palm of his right hand, expanding like lightning to a length of 10 feet. A powerful aura emanated from the spear's body. Compared to the breaking army spear, it's only stronger, not weaker. Divine weapon, heavenly punishment. Ningchen looked at the thunderbolt ship fleeing into the distance, straining to channel his original force, which surged from the palm of his right hand like a torrent, penetrating the heavenly punishment spear. Then, he hurled it fiercely. Heavenly thunder punishment. Whoosh! The heavenly punishment spear sliced through the air like fabric, racing through the sky at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above the thunderbolt ship. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderstorm sound, the heavenly punishment spear instantly changed direction, striking down towards the earth. At the same time, the heavenly punishment spear erupted with purple light, and hundreds of bolts of lightning burst forth, dazzling and blinding, like silver snakes tearing through the sky, spreading a terrifying momentum that was soul-stirring. Ningchen was momentarily stunned. The scene before him was too powerful. Normally, martial arts would require the power of profound meanings to trigger natural phenomena. Could it be that the heavenly punishment spear is too perfectly aligned with the heavenly thunder punishment? Ningchen pondered. The heavenly punishment spear fell. Boom! Lightning exploded, sweeping in all directions, like a tide of light. Countless fragments of stone and earth splattered everywhere. After a while, his vision finally cleared. A large, charred pit appeared on the ground, with a diameter of over 30 meters. In the center of the pit lay a wrecked thunderbolt ship, its head pierced by a purple war spear, motionless, its metallic body emitting black smoke and sparking with electricity. The cabin in the chest and abdomen area was exposed. The metal plates covering the top were torn open with several jagged cracks. Du Feihong lay inside, twitching continuously, as if he had touched an electric switch. In fact, he had indeed been electrocuted. The lightning had affected his body. Monster! Simply outrageous! Looking at the rapidly approaching Ningchen, Du Feihong felt a surge of helplessness. The flying spear just now, thrown by Ningchen using his own strength, wasn't particularly astonishing in speed. He realized this in time. He quickly maneuvered the thunderbolt ship, using a dagger to block the falling spear, avoiding a direct hit. However, the power contained in that spear was too terrifying. It was like thunder exploding. Just a part of it was enough to destroy the thunderbolt ship. Crack! At that moment, a faint sound of landing was heard. Ningchen arrived at the pit and leaped down. I withdraw from the competition. The lightning had not completely dissipated, and Du Feihong, with a numb tongue, spoke indistinctly. Upon hearing this, Ningchen nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the heavenly punishment spear. Fortunately, after cultivating the 10,000 weapons divine store, I can convert the divine weapons energy at any time for long-distance retrieval, Ningchen thought to himself. Otherwise, every time he used the 10,000 weapons divine store, he would have to be busy searching for the divine weapon. Not only would it waste time, but it would also diminish his strong presence. Casually pulling up the heavenly punishment spear, Ningchen gathered his scattered thoughts, jumped out of the pit, and swept his gaze, directly locking onto the giant force ship. Inside the cabin, He Yang saw Ningchen's sharp gaze like lightning, his scalp tingling. Ignoring the fact that his stamina hadn't fully recovered, he immediately piloted the giant force ship to maneuver irregularly. His defensive measures were somewhat stronger than Du Feihong's, but he had no confidence in blocking Ningchen's flying spear. He Yang, come on, I don't ask you to defeat Ningchen, as long as you can hold on for 3 hours, according to the competition rules, you can get a draw. Du Feihong's voice, laced with teasing, came through the team channel. Du Feihong knew in his heart, with his defeat, only He Yang remained, and he was definitely no match for Ningchen. That terrifying spear technique was enough to make up for the lack of speed. The competition wasn't over yet, but Team Star River 1 had already lost. 3 hours? The competition has only just passed a quarter of an hour, you might as well not let me clash head-on with Ningchen. He Yang's tone revealed a sense of helplessness. As he spoke, he piloted the giant force ship, maneuvering irregularly while increasing the distance from Ningchen. He didn't want to give up. Although the odds of victory were slim, they were not absolute. Just like before, when Ningchen's Windhunter encountered issues with the force array. Ningchen is currently fighting with his body. Unlike the mechs, he won't actively damage himself. If I want to win the match, I need to rely on external forces. He Yang thought with a hint of luck, letting his thoughts wander. If only a bolt of lightning could strike Ningchen. Just as he was thinking this, He Yang suddenly heard a thunderous roar from the sky, like a bolt from the blue. He Yang snapped back to reality, his pupils suddenly constricting. With the all-encompassing perspective of the mech, he didn't even need to look up to see a deep purple battle spear, accompanied by hundreds of bolts of lightning, charging towards him with terrifying momentum, like a weapon wielded by a thunder god from mythological times. The heavenly punishment of thunder, rated as a celestial tier, was certainly not something that could be easily dodged. Besides being fast enough, it could also modify its trajectory in a small range through the force before the battle spear fell. Clang! The giant force mech reacted quickly, raising its massive axe blade, gripping it tightly with both hands, layers of force covering it, acting as a shield to block the descending heavenly punishment spear. However, it only managed to block it for a moment. The next instant, the power contained within the heavenly punishment spear erupted completely. Boom! Light exploded, splattering everywhere. A massive axe flew out. On the axe blade, 2 severed hands were still connected. With a loud bang, the giant force mech, surrounded by dazzling electric light, crashed heavily to the ground, unmoving. The damage was slightly better than that of the swift lightning mech. The cabin did not reveal itself. However, inside, thick smoke billowed, and electric sparks flew continuously, rendering it unable to move. Buzz! The cabin door opened. He Yang, with a face blackened, quickly crawled out, and before he could look up, a chill enveloped his throat. A beautifully crafted deep purple battle spear was pressed against He Yang's throat. Surrender? Or fight to the death? In Xi'an City, the competition had already ended. Rumbling. Several black-painted transport helicopters hovered at low altitude. Below, large groups of soldiers were busy wrapping the damaged mechs with steel cables, preparing to transport them to the temporary repair site at the competition point. He Yang did not choose to fight to the death. It was not due to a lack of courage. His strength did not allow it. The 2 two-star senior mech engineers from Team Star River 1, seeing this, had no choice but to surrender. Colonel Ning, the Windhunter has only suffered minor damage in other areas. Replacing a new force array will suffice, and it won't affect your semi-final match tomorrow. Engineer Lee also arrived in Xi'an City. He glanced around and saw the tragic state of the giant force and swift lightning mechs, which made his teeth ache. They were almost scrapped. However, this also confirmed a question in Engineer Lee's mind. Ningchen was genuinely smiling at that time. All right, Ningchen replied casually, feeling calm inside. He wasn't worried about the repairs. It wouldn't affect his chances of winning the Mech Debate Championship. Then, Ningchen turned and walked towards a nearby off-road vehicle. Ningchen, nice to meet you, we'll be alumni in September. He Yang and Du Feihong chased after him. I'm He Yang, and this is Du Feihong, a junior in the mech department. We'll be seniors when school starts. He Yang said with a smile, his attitude humble. There was no way around it. He really couldn't be proud. In mech battles, he couldn't win. Against a person in a mech, he still couldn't win. Du Feihong, still suffering from the aftereffects of the electric shock, spoke with clear pauses. In the future, we might run into each other at school. Ningchen raised an eyebrow and asked, should I call you 2 seniors? No need. Yes, do. The 2 quickly shook their heads in understanding. Star River University did not adhere to the hierarchy of age and status. The size of one's fist was the real truth. In the school's history, there had been instances of students beating up mentors and even high-ranking officials. He Yang shrugged and said, "If you progress quickly and become a top mech engineer within a year, then we'll have to call you professor." Ning Chen chuckled in silence. After that, the three chatted for a while about Star River University. "I need to remind you of something." Du Feihong looked at Ning Chen and said solemnly, "If possible, before you go to university, it's best to improve your speed." Upon hearing this, He Yang recalled something and nodded in agreement, saying, "Your divine weapon is very powerful. Against ordinary law manifestation realm opponents, you only need to adopt a defensive counterattack strategy to remain undefeated. However, the disadvantage in speed will prevent you from contending with those on the hero ranking." He Yang's expression was serious as he said, "I've sparred with a few students at the bottom of the ranking, and to be honest, I couldn't last 10 moves. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing the implication in their words, and asked with some confusion, "Why would those on the hero ranking target me?" He Yang had previously told him that the hero ranking was a list created by Tsinghua University to rank students based on their combat power. There were a total of 1,000 people. The competition was exceptionally fierce. Even those in the law manifestation realm found it difficult to make the list. Du Feihong explained, "Because you've obtained the position of teaching assistant at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute." He Yang, impatient with the slow pace of the conversation, took over to explain to Ning Chen. This position, both in status and treatment, was at the very top. However, the slots were very limited. Few on the hero ranking could even obtain it. He Yang said, "As a freshman, you hold the position of teaching assistant at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. I don't even need to think to know that countless people will be envious. Can this position be snatched away? No, but it can be transferred." He Yang shook his head and said, "Tsinghua University's management policies are actually quite lax. Most mentors are only responsible for imparting knowledge. Students have a high degree of freedom. Those on the hero ranking have countless ways to force you to give up your teaching assistant position." "I understand." Ning Chen's eyes were calm as he said, "Thank you for the information." He was not anxious. After this mech debate, he was very likely to control a sky mech. His combat power would rival that of a knight. Against the law manifestation realm, it would be a crushing victory. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chen asked, "The students on the hero ranking should be quite wealthy, right?" "Pretty much." He Yang replied, "Most of them are children of noble families, with plenty of resources at their disposal." "Why do you ask?" Du Feihong inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing." Ning Chen smiled faintly. A certain energy point within him suddenly sensed something, and more than a dozen divine weapons vibrated collectively, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Meanwhile, at the competition venue, in an office, a heated argument erupted. Above the door, a metal plaque read Best Player Selection Committee. "I disagree with giving the Best Player award to Ning Chen. Is he even a mech master? He just dismantled mechs with his bare hands." An angry voice rang out. "Please remember, the selection of the best player only considers performance." Agreed. Ning Chen defeated 2 7-star advanced mech masters without violating any rules. He is undoubtedly the best player. "I agree too, but it feels really frustrating. Isn't this just letting those martial artists laugh at us?" The 12 judges expressed their opinions, and the views were divided. Although there were still a few matches left, the significance of selecting the best player was minimal. Many judges understood in their hearts. The other 7-star advanced mech masters couldn't compare to Ning Chen. But the problem was, Ning Chen had literally used divine weapons to blow up 2 mechs. His actions had diminished the prestige of the mech masters and boosted the morale of martial arts. "How about this? We vote, the minority will follow the majority." Bai Xiao tapped the table. She represented the 27th Group Army and was one of the judges. Opposite her, a bald man smiled and said, "I agree with Colonel Bai's proposal." He was dressed in military uniform, robust in stature, with a colonel insignia on his shoulder. Seeing this, the other 10 judges ceased their arguments and nodded in agreement. The rewards for the best player would be provided entirely by the 27th Group Army and the 53rd Group Army. The former contributed 3 days of Dragon Blood Hot Springs. The latter brought out a Sky Mecha. Bai Xiao and the bald colonel were the representatives of both sides, holding the most sway in the organizing committee. "Those in favor of Ning Chen becoming the best contestant, please raise your right hand," Bai Xiao said directly. As soon as she finished speaking, 8 arms were raised in the conference room, including Bai Xiao's. The bald colonel looked around and grinned. "The result is in 8-4. I announce that Ning Chen is the best contestant." Upon hearing this, the 4 dissenting judges shook their heads and sighed. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at the bald colonel, her eyes flickering, and transmitted a question. Mu Kai, why did you raise your hand? Aren't you afraid Ning Chen will take the Sky Mecha? He can't do it. Mu Kai shook his head, revealing a shrewd smile, and said, I just had someone check the internal data of the hunter, and the martial arts power is only at 62%. Although the effect of the Dragon Blood Hot Springs is great, the speed of practicing martial arts is still there. Even if Ning Chen is the Eternal Night King body, being able to raise his martial arts power by 0, 3 or 0, for in a short time is already the best he can do. He is still far from being able to pilot the Sky Mecha stably. As he spoke, Mu Kai smiled inside. With a martial arts power of 62%, he can contend against 2 senior mecha masters of the 7 stars, which is truly terrifying. Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face turned cold. You investigated Ning Chen's mecha internal data without permission. Do you want to die? Mu Kai's smile remained, and he shrugged. Don't be so angry. If the mecha master from the 53rd Group Army gets the best contestant, can you guarantee that the higher-ups from the 27th Group Army won't play tricks? Don't be too pleased. You might not be able to keep the Sky Mecha. Thinking of Ning Chen's many astonishing performances, Bai Xiuxiu calmed down and sneered as she stood up. Take care, I will be waiting for him in the 53rd Group Army. Mu Kai pouted and laughed. I don't believe a mecha master with 62% martial arts power can still control the Sky Mecha in a few days. That day, the news of Ning Chen breaking the federal combat power record spread. Many viewers uploaded videos of that match to the internet. The mecha debate was organized by the military, and theoretically, these acts of secretly filming and privately distributing were serious violations of military law. It wouldn't be surprising to see it go to a military court. However, the military did not pursue the matter. In fact, they used multiple official accounts to repost and accelerate the spread of the news. After all, on the surface, Ning Chen was a super genius of the military. In no time, the entire federation was stirred up. Unlike Ning Chen's previous slaying of the genius from the heavenly martial realm, which was just a college entrance examination in Donglan and a regional event with limited impact, the combat power record was a milestone in the martial arts path. It was of great significance. All 99 administrative regions, without exception, were in an uproar. Countless citizens engaged in heated discussions, and even those super strong individuals who had long since left the secular world were informed of this matter. Upon hearing it, waves stirred in their hearts, and they were far from calm. Of course, the ones most concerned about Ning Chen were the geniuses of the same age from various places. After all, they were all at the age of youthful passion. The first-class battle method is like a god descending to the world. It truly is no exaggeration. Someone exclaimed with envy. Being ahead for a moment means nothing. I will rise up and take the lead. The bigger the reputation, the better. As long as I defeat you, all the glory will belong to me. Eternal Night King body, see you at the genius battle at the end of the year. Faced with the record set by Ning Chen, many geniuses had different attitudes, some envious, some passionate, some aloof. But one thing was the same, their emotions were hard to calm. And as the protagonist of this storm, Ning Chen was still unaware. At the competition venue, in a residential building, Ning Chen looked at the 10C dragon blood on the table, feeling delighted, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. As the mecha debate progressed, the rewards became increasingly generous. Defeating the Star River Team No. 1, the Divine Weapon Team earned 1,090 victory points. In the semifinals, the winner's reward starts at 1,500 victory points, and the finals will be at least 3,000 victory points. Ning Chen calculated in his heart. Just the rewards from the finals would be enough for Su Shani, Jia Xiujia, and the others to share. Ning Chen reached out, picked up a vial of sea dragon blood, uncorked it, and drank it all in one go. The diamond body senses the dragon blood factor, feeling invigorated, and the cultivation speed skyrockets. The diamond body is expected to exhaust the dragon blood factor in 1 hour and 20 minutes. The notification sounded in Ning Chen's mind. The next day, as dawn broke, with a slight chill in the air, Ning Chen consumed 10 vials of sea dragon blood. The diamond body successfully advanced to the 14th level. The semifinals were held today. The Divine Weapon Team was scheduled for the second match against the Fierce Fire Team, whose overall strength was slightly stronger than that of Star River Team No. 1. In addition to having 2 7-star senior mecha masters, the other 3 were all 3-star senior mecha masters. Having witnessed Ning Chen's power yesterday, the Fierce Fire Team was well aware that their chances of winning by defeating Ning Chen were 0. The Fierce Fire Team decisively abandoned the 5-on-5 team battle and adopted a strategy of attacking the fortress. 2 7-star senior mecha masters surrounded Ning Chen. One of the 3-star senior mecha masters held back Su Shani and the others. The other 2 attacked the fortress. However, they still underestimated Ning Chen's strength.
Time was far from enough. The martial arts power Ningchen displayed while piloting the mecha was 0.2 times higher than yesterday. The hunter's offensive was terrifying. Before the sub-fortress in the middle was even fully dismantled, the mechas of the two 7-star senior mecha masters from the Fierce Fire team were destroyed. The others had no choice but to admit defeat. The Divine Weapon team earned 1,940 victory points. Adding some leftover points from before, Ningchen exchanged for 20 vials of Sea Dragon blood. After consuming them all, the diamond body did not break through to a new realm. However, the strength of his body had increased significantly. On August 15th, under a clear blue sky, the air was pure and fresh. At 8 in the morning, in Xi'an City, the finals of the mecha battle commenced. The Divine Weapon team faced the Warrior team. The general direction of the Fierce Fire team was not wrong. To win, they could only attack the fortress. Fighting Ningchen head-on would lead to certain death. After discussing all night, the 5 members of the Warrior team decided to take a different approach. They strengthened their assault on the Divine Weapon team's fortress. Only one 7-star senior mecha master would engage Ningchen. The other 7-star senior mecha master, along with several teammates, would focus entirely on attacking the fortress. Team leader Zhou, as long as you can hold on for a quarter of an hour, we should be able to take down the enemy's main fortress. I will do my utmost, team leader Zhou said solemnly. This was the only promise he could make. As for whether he could hold off Ningchen for a quarter of an hour, he had no confidence at all. The pressure from Ningchen was too strong. Kill. Team leader Zhou piloted a Type 3 mecha, its metallic feet exploding with primal energy as he leaped hundreds of meters, shooting towards the hunter, wielding a massive battle blade covered in surging primal energy, sweeping down in a fierce arc. Wave Slash. A high-level weapon martial art from Tianshan. The hunter reacted extremely quickly, gripping a 10-meter-long alloy battle spear, thrusting it into the air with great force, the sound of the air heavy and resonant, like a giant dragon roaring to the sky. Clang! Sparks flew, primal energy shattered. The spear blade glimmered coldly, accurately striking the descending tip of the blade. In the sound of the collision, the massive battle blade was sent flying high. Team leader Zhou bit his gums until they bled, unable to withstand the force transmitted from the spear blade. The Type 3 mecha shook violently, and like a cannonball, it was sent flying backward. Martial arts power at 6.5 times. Inside the cabin, Ningchen glanced at the projected screen. It had only increased by 0.1 times, but he had consumed 20 vials of Sea Dragon blood. Efficiency was gradually declining. Ningchen's gaze was calm, not feeling surprised. On one hand, the realm of the diamond body is high, and the consumption of Sea Dragon blood will only increase. On the other hand, the defensive strength of the body and the martial power of piloting a mech are not in a constant linear relationship. However, as long as we can obtain the best player and bathe in the dragon blood hot spring, it should be enough to increase by 0.5. Ningchen gathered his thoughts, his mind racing as he controlled the hunter to swiftly dart out, pursuing the Type 3 destroyer. Bang! 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 The alloy battle gun sliced through the air, carrying immense power, striking the Type 3 destroyer back relentlessly, leaving it unable to resist. In less than 5 minutes, with a clang, the weapon of the Type 3 destroyer was knocked away by the hunter in one shot. Then, the gun blade, with unyielding might, directly cut through the chest and abdomen of the cockpit. Bright light poured in. Team leader Zhou sighed, powerless, and said, I withdraw from the competition. Don't stop, continue attacking the fortress. Another senior mech pilot from the 7 Stars team, hearing team leader Zhou's voice, gritted his teeth and piloted his mech to intercept Ningchen. The result was the same as team leader Zhou. In less than 5 minutes, the mech was destroyed by the hunter. The mech battle is over, the champion is the Divine Weapon team. A loud voice echoed in the sky. Sushani, Zhashojia, and others immediately fell into immense joy, jumping out of their mechs and hugging each other in celebration. It wasn't just the generous rewards. Being the champion of the mech battle was also a tremendous honor. Although they had relied on others all the way, victory was still victory. Having someone to rely on was also a form of strength. Moreover, during the process, they had contributed as well. At the very least, they had provided Ningchen with a broad view. Calm down a bit. Ningchen leaped out of the mech, pressed his hand down, and smiled. The rewards for the finals have been distributed, 3,500 victory points, and now we will start allocating them. As he spoke, Ningchen pondered. Sushani gets 1,200 victory points, Zhashojia, Li Xiang, and Su Bo each receive 400 victory points. The 4 were momentarily stunned. It wasn't that they thought it was too little, rather, they felt it was too much. The total victory points earned by the Divine Weapon team in the mech battle were still a bit short of 10,000. According to the previous distribution ratio,
the victory points they would receive combined would not exceed 2,000. Just take it, no need to be polite with me, Ning Chen said with a faint smile. He had a cold personality, but he was not heartless, he was clear about gratitude and grudges. Su Shani and the others were willing to let him use the victory points, which had helped him significantly. Thank you, Major Ning. This can be exchanged for 4C Dragon Bloods. Many 5-star and 6-star senior mech pilots don't have this much gain. Just as he was speaking, a roar of engines sounded, and several off-road vehicles sped over. The doors opened, and soldiers stepped out. Bai Xiuxiu was among them, her figure graceful as she led the way toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen glanced at her and smiled. Are you here to announce that I am the best player? He had single-handedly led the team to victory in the mech battle. No one had performed better than him. Unless the selection committee was corrupt, the best player had to be him. You're quite confident. Bai Xiuxiu raised her delicate eyebrows and smiled, but you're not wrong, the best player indeed belongs to you, and it was decided 2 days ago. After a pause, Bai Xiuxiu said, this matter is not urgent, you should first be promoted. She stepped aside. Ha? Ning Chen was somewhat puzzled. We meet Major Ning. Several officers stepped forward, their feet firmly planted on the ground, their bodies tense, and they performed a standard military salute. The leading officer took out a certificate, his expression solemn, and said in a deep voice, Major Ning, due to your outstanding contributions in the martial arts field, the Central Military Commission of the Federation has unanimously agreed to promote you by 1 rank, awarding you the title of Major General. Ning Chen's eyes flickered. The rank of Major General already belonged to the upper echelons of the military, and promotions were notoriously difficult. It was not uncommon for knights to be stuck at their ranks for decades. Even if it is a nominal title, it holds immense power. To put it bluntly, with a single command, one could directly seal off a large city. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked, have I made any contributions? Of course you have. Luo Qin was the first to speak, her smile radiant as a flower. Breaking the federal combat power record is a milestone in martial arts. This matter has spread throughout the entire federation, and it's the top trending topic in all the administrative districts. Luo Qin beamed. The phone in the reception room of the 27th Army Group has not stopped ringing for 3 days. All the reporters want to interview you. Beside her, Bai Xiuxiu nodded and said, you're too young, you've suffered from your age. Otherwise, you could have been promoted 2 ranks. Is the influence really that great? Ning Chen blinked, somewhat taken aback. He then collected his thoughts and completed the promotion ceremony. The process was quite simple, salute, oath, and change of the shoulder insignia to that of a major general. Ning Chen looked at Bai Xiuxiu and asked, when can I bathe in the dragon blood hot spring? He valued the practical over the fame. No rush, we'll go in a few days, Bai Xiuxiu replied, then explained the reason to Ning Chen. The dragon blood hot spring is located in a volcanic crater, where the magma below buries the remains of the Dragon King, continuously generating dragon blood factors. The longer the time, the more dragon blood factors accumulate in the hot spring, enhancing the bathing effect. It's better to go sooner. At that moment, a bald, muscular man approached, glanced at Ning Chen, and grinned. The testing for the Sky Mecha has a deadline of August 25th. After that, it will be considered a forfeit. Bai Xiuxiu snorted coldly and scolded, Mu Kai, you're a colonel, and you treat a major general like this. Sorry, I've met Major General Ning. Mu Kai immediately saluted. However, he still wore a smile. Lowering his arms, Mu Kai said, Major General Ning, let me add one thing. To pilot the Sky Mecha, your martial arts power must reach at least 70%. If you think you're still lacking, I don't recommend you go to the 53rd Army Group for testing. It's unlikely to succeed, and you'll just be wasting a trip. Ning Chen's gaze was indifferent as he replied, my matters do not require others to interfere. Just a suggestion, no need to get so worked up. Mu Kai shrugged and laughed as he walked away. Ning Chen turned to Bai Xiuxiu and asked, do you have a conflict with him? Not really, Bai Xiuxiu shook her head, pondering for a moment before saying, it's mainly the rivalry between the 2 army groups, but personally, they don't really see eye to eye. Coincidentally, your military registration is in the 27th Army Group. It doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't play tricks. The 3 of them chatted as they walked back to the competition point. After the award ceremony, the teams and audience gradually left. Soon, a few days passed. On August 20th, Ning Chen, Bai Xiuxiu, and Luo Qin took a transport helicopter to the Dragon Blood Hot Spring. It is located in the Falling Dragon Mountain, an active volcano. At the same time, it is the 7th highest peak in the Wanli Qingshan, soaring 45,000 meters into the sky. From a distance, Falling Dragon Mountain is composed of 3 colors, green, white, and black. The foot of the mountain is lush and green, with summer trees flourishing. The mid-mountain is covered in white snow. The summit, due to the magma, has extremely high temperatures, melting the ice and revealing black rocks. The entire Falling Dragon Mountain is a military restricted area, heavily guarded. After all, there is a complete skeleton of the Dragon King buried within the mountain. We've arrived. After passing through multiple security checks, the three of them reached the summit and beheld the Dragon Blood hot spring in the volcanic crater. Rather than a hot spring, it would be more accurate to call it boiling water. The spring water was at a boiling point, bubbling vigorously. Ningchen knew that beneath the hot spring was magma, so it was not surprising. Bai Xiuxiu opened a tablet and, after taking a glance, smiled and said, "You're in luck. The Dragon Blood hot spring hasn't been bathed in for 109 days. She added, under normal circumstances, the Dragon Blood hot spring accumulates enough for one person to bathe for a day in just a month. After that, the concentration of dragon blood factors becomes too low for the human body to absorb." Ning Chen frowned slightly at her words. Although his Vajra body had a high efficiency in absorbing dragon blood factors, if the total amount was limited, he couldn't gain more. Of course, this low concentration is only relative to ordinary people, Bai Xiuxiu pondered. Dragon-type physiques are sensitive to dragon blood factors and can absorb even at low concentrations. The military has conducted tests before. An ordinary dragon-type physique can absorb the total amount of dragon blood factors in a day, which is equivalent to what an ordinary person would absorb in 3 to 4 days. Bai Xiuxiu continued to inform Ning Chen. The entire dragon blood hot spring spans over 1,000 meters, and the total amount of dragon blood factors inside is actually quite substantial. However, ordinary people struggle to continue after absorbing just 1% due to concentration limits. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Luo Qin, standing by the shore, smiled and said, "You are the first Dragon King body to bathe in the Dragon Blood hot spring, just in time to help the military measure how strong the absorption capacity of the Dragon King body is."